My name is Lin Chen, and I was originally just a freshman entering university. Before I transmigrated, the last thing I did was hide in my dorm room and play video games. Who would have thought that before the computer screen was even turned off, a sudden wave of intense dizziness would hit me? When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a completely unfamiliar martial arts world. Even more coincidentally, the original owner of this body was also named Lin Chen, and his identity was not ordinary. He is not only the adopted son of the current patriarch of the Lin family, one of the four major families in Yangcheng, but also the recognized #1 genius of Huangzhou Academy. In this world, once a martial artist is cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of the awakening realm, they can participate in the martial soul awakening ceremony. Once a martial spirit is successfully awakened, one's cultivation level will also break through to the first rank of the initial martial realm, thus officially embarking on the path of martial arts. The martial spirits here can be broadly divided into 3 types. The first type is weapon martial spirits, such as knives, spears, swords, and halberds. The second type is beast-type martial souls, such as azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird. The third type is more special, mainly including elemental martial souls such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. However, during the awakening ceremony held just a month ago, the original owner actually awakened an AWM sniper rifle. This martial spirit is neither a common weapon like swords or spears, nor does it belong to any beast or element. The elders in the academy studied it for a long time, and in the end, they could only reluctantly classify it as a weapon martial spirit. The most fatal flaw is that this AWM can only be used for a short 3 seconds each time it appears. Just like that, Lin Chen, who was once hailed as the #1 genius of Huangzhou Academy, fell from grace overnight and became a piece of trash in everyone's eyes. Those who used to fawn over him all day long turned their backs on him and left as soon as they realized he had lost his usefulness. Even his childhood sweetheart, who had grown up with him, threw herself into the arms of his mortal enemy without hesitation. Before leaving, she mocked him in front of everyone, saying, "You're just a piece of trash who can only last 3 seconds. How could you possibly compare to him for a full 3 minutes?" The original owner couldn't bear such a blow and became depressed all day long. In the end, he even died of anger, which is why I took over his body. However, those who mocked him had no idea that my AWM martial soul could directly devour the martial skills used by others and transform them into my own power. The absorbed martial arts techniques can be temporarily stored in my dantian, condensing into complete martial arts forms. I can release these techniques again at any time, as long as I wish. Even more incredibly, ordinary martial artists are usually limited by their own attributes, martial spirit, and physique when cultivating martial arts techniques. Fire-type martial artists find it difficult to cultivate water-type martial arts techniques, and light-type martial spirits cannot freely control the power of other attributes. But I'm different. My martial spirit has no attribute restrictions whatsoever. Whether it's metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or wind, thunder, light, and darkness, as long as it's absorbed by my AWM, it can all be transformed into my power. At that moment, to test my abilities, I immediately grabbed the remaining 3 martial arts manuals, Silver Wolf Claw, Great Fireball, and Azure Halberd, which were successively absorbed by the sniper rifle. Within my dantian, a Silver Wolf Claw, a giant fireball, and a gray halberd simultaneously appeared. The surprises weren't over yet. The sniper rifle unleashed its suction power again, instantly devouring all the spirit stones on the ground. Immediately afterward, spiritual energy surged into my dantian. This meant that even if I did nothing, I could cultivate automatically. Such a martial spirit was even more outrageous than cheating. I looked into the distance, a cold smile playing on my lips. "Wang Yun, didn't you want to teach me a lesson in front of the Outer Sect disciples in 3 days? I'm quite looking forward to it." Then I remembered the Outer Sect Martial Arts Pavilion and immediately rushed over there. Outside the martial arts pavilion, the disheveled old man who always slept by the door remained with his eyes closed. I bowed respectfully and entered the pavilion, not looking down on him because of his appearance. Outer disciples could only borrow 3 martial arts techniques at a time. The martial arts pavilion had 3 floors. The first floor contained elemental martial arts techniques. The second floor contained beast spirit martial arts techniques, and the third floor contained weapon spirit martial arts techniques. Since there are limited spots, I naturally want to choose the strongest one. I asked a disciple about the location of the strongest martial art, and he casually pointed to the fire attribute area. I walked over and soon found a yellowed copy of Brahma's sword. Just as I picked up my martial arts manual, Shiryu's voice came from behind me. Lin Chen, are you still struggling? Are you preparing to compete with Brother Wang in 3 days? I turned around and looked at him, smiling faintly. Of course, I'm preparing to slap someone in the face and crush someone in 3 days. Shiryu's face was full of sarcasm. He used to admire me, but now he couldn't wait to see me fall from grace. Seeing me holding a fire attribute martial skill, his smile became even more disdainful. You awakened a useless weapon-type martial soul, yet you chose an elemental martial skill? You're insane. I was too lazy to waste words with him, so I just smiled and turned to go upstairs. 3 days later, when I unleash my elemental martial skill, he will naturally understand what a true slap in the face looks like. Afterwards, I retrieved the grizzly bear paw from the 2nd floor and the overlord spear from the 3rd floor. Just as I reached the door, the old man outside suddenly spoke up. Boy, why did you choose elemental and beast martial arts techniques when you have a weapon-type martial soul? I leaned closer, feigning mystery, and whispered, because I can master all martial arts techniques regardless of type. The old man paused for a moment, then closed his eyes again, laughing and scolding. How dare you mock me? Get out of here! I quickly offered a few explanations, but no one responded, so I could only turn and leave. Only after I was a distance away did I secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, the old man didn't believe me. The more truthful the words, the less likely anyone is to believe them. Otherwise, my choice of martial arts techniques would have been far too suspicious. Instead of returning to my lodgings, I went straight to the back mountain to practice my martial arts. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the back mountain was already riddled with craters from my attacks. I panted as I looked at the large crater in front of me, feeling quite satisfied. After 3 days of practice, I have mastered several martial arts techniques. I also discovered that after each use of a technique from my dantian, I need to consume spiritual energy to recondense it. However, this is not a flaw. Ordinary martial artists also need to prepare before using a technique, but I don't need to charge up at all the time for my first release. I looked towards the outer gate, my eyes filled with anticipation. Wang Yun, you want to step on me to gain fame, but I wonder what your expression will be when you're defeated by me in front of everyone. As soon as I finished speaking, my figure vanished instantly. On the outer stage of the Wilderness State Academy, Wang Yun, dressed in purple robes and adorned with a white jade pendant, stood with his hands behind his back, displaying the demeanor of a master. The stage was already surrounded by outer sect disciples. News of the 9 Heavens Pact between Wang Yun and me had been deliberately spread. Everyone wanted to see who was stronger, the former number 1 genius of the outer sect or the new number 1 genius. In their eyes, I reached the peak of the 9th level of the awakening realm at the age of 16, yet I awakened a useless weapon-type martial soul. Wang Yun was originally unknown, but after awakening the Black Dragon Spear, he soared to great heights. Many people believed that I, a former genius, was not qualified to be compared to Wang Yun. Others thought that if my martial arts skills were strong enough, I might be able to fight him, but they were immediately drowned out by more ridicule. Shiryu, standing in the crowd, was full of disdain. He was convinced that I was doomed to lose, and even thought that my awakening of a useless martial soul made his choice seem correct. Mu Ling stood beside him, her face beaming with smugness, clearly having become Wang Yun's most favored person. Half an hour passed, and I still hadn't appeared. People began to speculate whether I was too scared to come. Some even said they had bet 1 spirit stone on me and another 100 on Wang Yun, leaving everyone speechless. Wang Yun on the stage was also growing impatient. He looked around at everyone and said with feigned regret, "It seems Lin Chen doesn't have the courage to keep the appointment, making everyone come for nothing." Just as he finished speaking, my voice came from afar. Who said I didn't dare to come? Everyone turned around and saw me, dressed in white, slowly walking towards the arena. Upon seeing me, Wang Yun's smile froze slightly, and Shiryu immediately sneered. He mocked me, saying that no matter how composed I pretended, I couldn't hide the fear in my heart, nor could I change the fact that my martial spirit was useless. I looked at him and said calmly, "I don't need to hide anything, because I'm not afraid at all. As for whether my martial soul is useless, it's not for you to judge." I stared at Shiryu, my voice turning cold. You're so eager to belittle me because you're afraid I'm still the same number one genius in the outer sect, and you're afraid you've made the wrong choice. Shiryu's face immediately turned ugly, and he could only force a cold retort, saying that how could he possibly be afraid? Mu Ling also joined in the mockery, saying that his time to win with words was running out, and he would surely be defeated by her husband soon. I glanced at her and laughed. You're already calling me husband? You two are making pretty quick progress. Wang Yin finally interrupted us. Lin Chen, since you're here, keep your promise and give me some pointers. Don't worry, I will. I chuckled and stepped onto the competition platform. The expressions of the crowd below varied. Some wanted to see me trampled under Wang Yun's feet, while others hoped I could turn the tables and surprise them. Wang Yun sized me up, a contemptuous smile on his face. I thought you wouldn't dare go on stage, but I didn't expect you to have some guts. Save your nonsense for when you lose, I said calmly, looking at him. Wang Yun's anger surged, and his aura suddenly erupted. A black spear appeared in his hand, with a black dragon coiled around its shaft, faintly emitting a dragon's roar. The audience gasped in astonishment. The black dragon spear was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon spirit. Wang Yun, basking in the admiration of the crowd, looked at me smugly. Look at my martial spirit, then look at your trash. What do you think? I smiled. In front of my martial spirit, your gun is garbage. You're asking for death. Wang Yun's face darkened, and he thrust his gun at me. I raised my hand and summoned the AWM. Its black barrel materialized, and a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. But to everyone else, it was still just a strangely shaped piece of scrap metal. They laughed at my arrogance, convinced I couldn't even withstand a single shot from Wang Yun. I ignored them, simply saying coldly, "Open your eyes and see clearly." As the black dragon spear approached, I decisively pulled the trigger. With a soft click, the silver wolf claw shot out from the muzzle, slamming into Wang Yun. Wang Yun was clearly taken aback for a moment, then swung his spear in a powerful strike. With a deafening crash, the two attacks collided, instantly creating a dent in the arena. Wang Yun appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly shocked. My attack clearly resembled a beast spirit martial skill, but what I had awakened was clearly a weapon spirit, and this was not at all the power a useless spirit should have. I looked at him and said calmly, I held back just now. Otherwise, you would have fallen long ago. You better go all out next time. I'm afraid killing you with one shot would only cause more trouble. Death battles are forbidden in the academy. Unless you step onto the death arena, no one can cause a death. I provoked Wang Yun so much that he laughed in anger. His black dragon spear suddenly erupted with dark light, and he transformed into a blur as he thrust forward. Someone exclaimed, "A heaven-piercing spear." With this strike, Lin Chen will be either seriously injured or crippled. Faced with this astonishingly powerful shot, I merely smiled coldly, raised my AWM, aimed at Wang Yun, and slowly pulled the trigger. A 3-foot-long, icy sword shot through the air, and then I pulled the trigger again, a greatsword burning with flames following closely behind, chasing after the icy sword. Wang Yun swung the black dragon spear with all his might, barely managing to block the first attack. But the second heaven-burning sword had already struck him. With a muffled groan, Wang Yun was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out blood, his aura instantly weakening, his face deathly pale, clearly having lost the ability to fight any longer. Wang Yun's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at me in disbelief. Why are you so strong? He, who had awakened the top-tier weapon spirit Black Dragon Spear, was defeated by me, someone who had once been considered to have a useless weapon spirit. His unwillingness and humiliation made him roar to the sky. I sheathed my martial spirit and turned my gaze to Shiryu. He had previously mocked me for choosing an elemental martial skill when I possessed a weapon martial spirit. Now, the heaven-burning sword I was wielding was the very one he had personally watched me select. I calmly asked him, "You said I looked like a fool, so how do you feel now?" Wang Yun, the #1 genius of the outer sect, whom you spoke of, has already been defeated by a useless martial spirit like mine. Shiryu's face instantly turned red, and he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. My words pierced his heart like needles, making him feel even worse than being slapped in public. Then, I looked at Mu Ling beside me. You just said I would soon be defeated by your husband. Now, who is lying next to me? Mu Ling, how do you feel? Mu Ling lowered her head in shame as well. I don't blame them for leaving me to seek refuge with Wang Yun, but they shouldn't have used me as a pledge of loyalty, and they shouldn't have humiliated me time and time again by stepping on me. I said coldly, "From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. If you don't provoke me, I'll pretend I never saw you. But if you dare to provoke me again, I'll make you suffer 1,000 times more than you did today." The crowd around finally came to their senses, and a murmur of discussion erupted instantly. Wang Yun was instantly killed by me, and I can not only fight with a weapon spirit, but also use martial arts techniques from beast spirits and elemental spirits. This is something I've never heard of before. Their gazes towards me shifted from mockery to awe, with some even convinced that I was the true number one genius of the outer sect. As for Shiryu and Mu Ling, all that remained was disdain. It was clear to everyone how snobbish they were. Shiryu snorted coldly, turned and left, clearly harboring resentment. Mu Ling, on the other hand, was so ashamed she couldn't lift her head. On the dueling platform, Wang Yun finally came to senses, and I asked him with a smile, "Now, how do you feel?" Wang Yun struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he said, "Lin Chen, I will avenge this humiliation one day." I replied calmly, "If you can lose to me once, you can lose a second time, a third time, or even countless times." He was trembling with rage, then suddenly sneered, "The assessment for outer sect members to advance to inner sect members is in a month, and I've already decided on spots. Once I'm in the inner sect, the gap between you and me will only widen, and you'll eventually only be able to look up to me." Wang Yun laughed as he left, and Mu Ling hurriedly followed. I watched his retreating figure and suddenly said, "Wang Yun, I hope your clothes fit you well. I don't even like these clothes, but you seem to be enjoying them." Wang Yun paused, his eyes bloodshot, and roared that his smugness wouldn't last long. He then shoved Mu Ling away with a palm strike and left without looking back. Mu Ling stood there, stunned, recalling the past, and finally tears streamed down her face. In a secluded corner, unnoticed by anyone, an old man looked at me and muttered to himself, "He can actually cultivate all martial spirit-type martial arts techniques. Lin Chen, things are going to get interesting from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. News of my defeat of Wang Yun quickly spread throughout the outer sect, and even some inner sect disciples heard about it. Returning to that dilapidated wooden house, I couldn't help but think of my old private courtyard. Just as I was feeling sentimental, my elder brother Lin Chen appeared before me. Lin Chen is the son of the Lin family patriarch and the person who has protected me the most since I was a child. He patted me on the shoulder with a smile and said that my defeat of Wang Yun had brought honor to the Lin family. I modestly said that it was just luck, but he laughed and scolded me for always being so modest. Then, with a serious expression, he told me to go back to the Lin family with him the next day. We'd been away for half a year, and my adoptive father would be overjoyed if he knew we'd both awakened our martial spirits. Remembering that imposing figure, I immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Chen challenged me to a spar, wanting to see just how strong the person who could defeat Wang Yun truly was. My fighting spirits surged, eager to know how much of a gap there was between me and my elder brother. In an instant, we both unleashed our martial spirits. Lin Chen was a second-grade initial martial artist, possessing the top-tier weapon martial spirit, the Azure Sky Sword. I didn't use any martial techniques, simply clashing head-on with his sword using my spear. The clanging sounds of our weapons echoed until dusk. We had exchanged countless blows, neither of us backing down. Finally, exhausted, Lin Chen and I collapsed in front of the wooden house, our panting breaths slowly reverberating in the night. Back in the Lin family patriarchal hall, my adoptive father, Lin Antion, was overjoyed to see my elder brother, Lin Chen, and me return. He laughed heartily, saying he was very happy to see us back safely. My elder brother immediately told our father that both he and I had awakened our martial spirits. Our father became very interested, his eyes filled with anticipation, and he quickly asked us what kind of martial spirit we had awakened. Lin Chen didn't keep them in suspense and released his martial spirit on the spot. A 3-foot-long, pale yellow, ancient sword hung in midair, its sharp aura instantly filling the hall. It was the top-tier weapon martial spirit, the Azure Sky Sword. The father suddenly stood up, his whole body trembling with excitement. There are countless types of martial souls, but only a few powerful martial souls can be fully recorded, and the Azure Sky Sword is one of the most famous and top-tier martial souls among them. Lin Chen sheathed the Azure Sky Sword, then looked at me, gesturing for me to also display my martial soul. I didn't want to say much, since my martial soul's appearance was too strange, but the expectation in my father's eyes made it impossible for me to refuse. I raised my hand and released my martial spirit, and a sniper rifle with a design completely out of place in this world appeared in the air. My father and older brother were both stunned, clearly having never seen such a martial spirit before. My father looked at me with a puzzled expression, and I could only give an awkward smile, saying that this was just how my martial spirit was. I couldn't very well tell them that it was a divine gun from Earth. Even if they believed me, it would be pointless. My older brother asked me curiously what abilities this martial spirit possessed. Previously, when we fought, we had only used our martial spirits to fight head-on. He hadn't witnessed the true power of a sniper rifle. I didn't reveal its ability to devour spirit stones and martial techniques, only saying that I hadn't fully grasped it yet, and only knew it wasn't a useless martial spirit. Seeing my confidence, my father didn't press further. Then, father took out 2 spatial rings and gave them to us. We spent half a year at the desolate State Academy, but the cultivation resources distributed by the clan every month never stopped. Father kept them all for us. There were approximately 600 spirit stones in each ring. Cultivation is never without resources. The stronger one becomes, the more resources are needed. These spirit stones are godsend for me right now. Just then, a middle-aged man in a green robe entered the hall. He was my father's younger brother, Lin Chen, the eldest elder of the Lin family, and also the person who had targeted me the most over the years. Lin Chen was visibly startled when he saw me, but quickly recovered. He exchanged a few pleasantries with my father, but my father frowned and told him to speak quickly if he had something to say. Lin Chen then explained his purpose. His son, Lin Dao, had just been promoted from the outer sect to the inner sect of the Desolate State Academy and needed more resources. He wanted his father to allocate some extra resources for Lin Dao from the clan. His father said that Lin Dao's monthly resources had never been less than what he was entitled to, and Lin Chen had always collected them for him. However, after seeing the spatial ring in my hand, Lin Nanfeng's tone immediately hardened. He pointed at me and sneered, saying that his father would rather give resources to me, an outsider, than give more to his own nephew. He even called me a bastard of unknown origin in front of everyone. The father was furious on the spot, his imposing aura overwhelming everyone around him, and told Lin Nanfeng to get out, saying the matter could be discussed later. But Lin Nanfeng was not afraid, and instead brought up the grand competition of the 4 major families 3 months later. The 4 major families of Yangsheng distribute their profits through an annual competition. Currently, among the younger generation of the Lin family, Lin Dao has the highest cultivation level. Lin Nanfeng's confidence stems from the fact that without Lin Dao, the Lin family would likely have finished last in the competition. Father hesitated as expected. Lin Nanfeng stopped, a smug look on his face, as if he had father completely under his control. But I couldn't watch father be threatened by him any longer. I stepped forward and told father that in the 4 great families competition 3 months later, I would represent the Lin family and win first place for them, so he wouldn't have to compromise with anyone. Lin Nanfeng burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The information he received was that I had only awakened my martial soul a month ago, and my cultivation level was at most the first rank of the initial martial realm, and my martial soul was still a useless one. Lin Dao was already at the 3rd rank of the initial martial realm, and his martial soul was a powerful battle blade. In his eyes, I was not qualified to compare with Lin Dao at all, let alone win first place for the Lin family. I looked directly at Lin Nanfeng and calmly told him, "Me?" Lin Nanfeng stared at me, seemingly noticing that I was different from before, but couldn't quite put his finger on what had changed. He suddenly proposed that when Lin Dao returned to his clan the next day, I should have a match with him. If I lost, I would have to give Lin Dao the spatial ring my father had just given me and all the resources inside. I had already noticed his eye on the spirit stones, so I asked him what would happen if Lin Dao lost. Lin Nanfeng looked disdainful, as if it were impossible for Lin Dao to lose to me. He coldly promised that if I could beat Lin Dao, he would give me 600 spirit stones. I immediately agreed, a smile spreading across my face. This bet was exactly what I wanted. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Lin Nanfeng left the hall triumphantly. He was convinced that I would lose, not only hand over the resources, but also be severely punished by Lin Dao, unaware that I already had a trump card up my sleeve. My cultivation level is indeed inferior to Lin Dao's, but my Dantian stores a large number of martial arts techniques. If we were to truly fight, I don't believe Lin Dao could withstand my continuous barrage of martial arts techniques. More importantly, I've long wanted to settle scores with Lin Dao. Lin Nanfeng constantly targeted me among the elders, while his son, Lin Dao, continuously suppressed me among the younger generation. I suffered a lot of bullying from him when I was young. Before, I lacked the strength and courage to fight back. But now it's different. Anyone who dares to provoke me will pay the price. Lin Dao is like that, and so is Lin Nanfeng. After Lin Nanfeng left, my father sighed and scolded me for being too impulsive. My elder brother was also full of worry. Even he was not sure he could defeat Lin Dao, let alone me, whose cultivation was only at the first level of the initial martial realm. My father took out another spatial ring, saying that even if I lost tomorrow, I could at least use these spirit stones to cultivate for a while. I took the ring, my heart filled with warmth. I smiled and told him not to worry, that I would definitely teach Lin Dao a lesson tomorrow and vent all the pent-up anger I had accumulated over the years. Seeing that the die was cast, my older brother could only offer his encouragement helplessly. I told him to have more faith in me, but my father just shook his head and sighed, clearly still hoping I could pull off a miracle. Then, as if remembering something, my father suddenly asked my older brother to leave, saying he needed to talk to me alone. After my brother left, I looked at my father with a puzzled expression. My godfather, Lin Nantian, asked me to sit down, his expression unusually serious. Looking at the man who had raised me for 18 years, my heart trembled slightly. He suddenly took out a white jade pendant and tossed it directly into my hand. The instant the pendant touched my skin, an inexplicable sense of closeness welled up deep within me. The jade pendant resembled half of an yin-yang symbol, entirely white, with a complex character engraved on it. My intuition told me it was Lin. But what truly shocked me was that I had seen it in a past life. On Earth, my grandmother left me a black jade pendant, almost identical in shape. My grandmother said it was related to my origins, but until her death, I never found any clues. Lin Nantian told me that this white jade was originally on me, and perhaps it held my origins. When he found me, he touched the jade pendant, and a voice came from inside, telling him to wait until I awakened my martial spirit before giving it back to me. After listening to his recount what happened back then, I recalled those fragmented memories in my mind, and felt even more strongly that my background was not simple. But thinking about it now was useless. Only by becoming stronger could I find the answer. Before leaving, Lin Nantian only said one sentence. "Chinner, good luck tomorrow." I put away the jade pendant, turned around, and left the main hall. Meanwhile, in the distant blood-red world of the void, two blood-soaked figures suddenly stopped moving. The woman, tears streaming down her face, exclaimed excitedly, "Husband, I can feel our son's presence." The man smiled as well. "Looks like he's awakened his martial spirit." The woman looked at the blood-red monsters gathering around them, her eyes blazing with killing intent. She said, "Once we break through, I'll definitely bring my other half of my soul back from the cycle of reincarnation." The next morning, the Lin family mansion was brightly decorated, bustling with activity as if welcoming some important figure. A young man in a gray robe stepped through the Lin family gate. It was Lin Dao, who had returned from the desolate State Academy. He was only 19 years old, yet his face possessed a weathered and hardened air. The crowd cheered around him, saying that he had already reached the third rank of the initial martial realm, entered the inner sect of the academy, and awakened a domineering greatsword martial spirit. In everyone's eyes, Lin Dao was the Lin family's #1 genius, and their hope for the grand competition among the 4 major families 3 months later. He basked in everyone's adulation, his face radiating invincible arrogance. Lin Nanfeng quickly went to greet him, pulled Lin Dao into the house, and told him everything about my agreement to the bet. Lin Dao was surprised. After all, I had always let him bully me and never resisted. Lin Nanfeng coldly said, "My greatest value as an outsider is providing resources for Lin Dao. Almost everything I've received from my godfather over the years has been taken by Lin Dao. I had considered complaining, but seeing my adoptive father's kindness towards me, I didn't want to trouble him. Besides, Lin Dao always managed to beat me into submission, leaving me no chance to even speak." After listening, a bloodthirsty glint appeared in Lin Dao's eyes. Father, rest assured, I will thank Lin Chen properly. An hour later, the area around the arena was crowded with members of the Lin family. Lin Nanfeng had already spread the news of my challenge to Lin Dao throughout the entire clan. Everyone was waiting to see me make a fool of myself, convinced that Lin Dao would beat me half to death as before. Lin Dao was the first to step onto the dueling platform, and cheers immediately erupted from all around. He basked in the admiration of the crowd and loudly promised to lead the Lin family to rise again, and to at least secure second place in the grand competition 3 months later. Lin Dao! Lin Dao! The crowd shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Just then, my voice interrupted them. You can say those things after you beat me. All eyes turned to me, followed by a chorus of boos. My godfather looked worried and told me to be careful and not to hurt myself in the pursuit of victory. Lin Jian patted my shoulder and whispered his good luck. He knew I was quite strong. I smiled at him. Big brother, watch closely today as I defeat Lin Dao. After returning home yesterday, I've been racking my brains for a way to defeat Lin Dao. Aside from bombarding him with the martial techniques from my Dantian, I can't think of a more reliable method for the time being. However, to my surprise, my cultivation has broken through to the second rank of the initial martial realm. I haven't been seriously cultivating these past few days, relying entirely on my martial soul automatically absorbing spirit stones, yet I still managed to break through. Lin Dao looked at me and sneered. You really dare to come? It seems it's been too long since I dealt with you. You've forgotten who you are. I didn't answer, just stared at him coldly. In those years, he stole my spirit stones, found all sorts of excuses to beat me, and sometimes he didn't even need a reason. Before, I was powerless to resist, nor did I want to put my adoptive father in a difficult position. But things are different now. I am no longer the Lin Chen I once was. It's time to settle our scores. The next moment, I flashed and leaped onto the dueling platform. Lin Chen, thank you for the resources you sent. Lin Dao's face was full of sarcasm, as if he had already figured me out. I looked at him coldly. You've swallowed my spirit stones all these years, and sooner or later you'll have to spit them out with interest. Lin Dao sneered, and was the first to reveal his martial soul. A large gray sword hovered in midair, its sharp edge drawing gasps of admiration from the surrounding crowd. I also summoned my black AWM. Seeing this strange martial soul, the audience immediately began to murmur amongst themselves, everyone believing that the news of my previous victory over Wang Yun was false. Lin Dao laughed loudly. With this useless martial spirit, you dare to defeat Wang Yun? I can shatter it with a single strike. You'll find out soon enough whether it's trash or not. I pulled the trigger, and an icy sword shot out instantly. Caught off guard, Lin Dao swung his sword to block. With a crisp sound, a circular notch appeared on his gray broadsword. His martial spirit damaged. Lin Dao instantly flew into a rage, charging at me with his sword. The martial spirit is the foundation of a martial artist. Once damaged, it is extremely difficult to recover. How could he not be furious? I raised my hand and unleashed the heaven-burning sword, a giant flaming sword hurtling towards me. Lin Dao cleaved the fire sword in two with a single strike, but his speed was significantly reduced. I could clearly see that he was, after all, a minor realm higher than me, so it wasn't surprising that he could withstand the attack. However, I had the advantage of instantaneous martial arts techniques from my martial soul, making it much harder for him to get close. Lin Dao coldly shouted, "No matter what methods you use, you can't hurt me." I laughed. "Be careful, I don't want to kill you directly." The next moment, silver wolf claws, grizzly bear paws, and halberds pierced the air one after another, the three attacks carrying violent spiritual energy, heading straight for Lin Dao. Lin Dao had broken through the wolf's claws and bear's paws, but facing the final halberd, he could only take it head-on. After a muffled thud, he was sent flying backward, spitting blood in midair. Lin Nanfeng, sitting below the stage, had a livid face and his eyes blazed with killing intent. Lin Dao had actually been knocked away by me. This was completely beyond his expectations. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. No one had expected that I, who used to hide behind Lin Nantian and Lin Jian, would now possess such strength. Lin Nantian looked at me on the stage, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Lin Jian, recalling his past encounter with me, finally understood that I hadn't lacked martial arts skills back then, but rather that I didn't want to hurt him. Lin Dao lay on the ground, his eyes glazed over, utterly unwilling to believe that I'd sent him flying with a single blow. I looked at him and said calmly, "It's time to wake up. If you don't get up, I'll continue my attack, and you might really be done for." Lin Dao snapped back to reality, gritted his teeth, and stood up. "I haven't lost yet. I was just careless, and you managed to sneak up on me. Then let's continue." I raised my martial spirit and aimed at him. Lin Dao's face darkened, and he gripped his sword with both hands, assuming a charging stance. In an instant, a gale arose, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into his gray greatsword. Overbearing slash. With a furious roar, a massive gray blade of light shot out from the sky, slashing towards me with astonishing pressure. A gasp went up from the audience. This was Lin Dao's ultimate technique. Though it was only a first-tier martial skill, in his hands, its power rivaled that of a second-tier technique. Lin Nanfeng sneered, convinced I was doomed. Lin Nantian, however, clenched his fists, worried I would take the blow head-on. Seeing the blade of light coming straight at me, my fighting spirits surged. "Then let me see just how strong your move really is." Bang, 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 bang. I fired in quick succession, fireballs, black spears, icy swords, and magnificent halberds bursting forth one after another, colliding head-on with the gray blade of light. A series of shattering sounds rang out as the domineering slash was completely shattered. But my attack still had one last halberd remaining, which continued to bombard Lin Dao. Lin Dao hastily swung his sword to block, but was sent flying backward again, spitting out blood, and crashing heavily to the ground. He was weak, and his eyes were filled with horror. "Why? How did your attack suddenly become so much stronger?" I smiled calmly, because the last martial skill was a second-tier martial skill. Lin Dao was incredulous. Even if a low-level martial artist comprehends a high-tier martial skill, they don't have enough spiritual energy to execute it. Yet I managed to do it. I didn't explain, only saying, "It's a secret." The crowd erupted in excitement, speculating about how I had managed to cross borders and unleash a second-tier martial skill. Lin Nantian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He was more interested in the terrifying talent I had displayed. I looked at the weakened Lin Dao and calmly declared, "You've lost." Lin Dao's expression froze, all his arrogance vanishing instantly. He seemed unable to bear the outcome. His body went limp, and he fainted. "Daya!" Lin Nanfeng rushed onto the stage, helped Lin Dao up, and glared at me fiercely. "Lin Chen, don't be so smug. You're still an outsider. In the final competition of the 4 major families 3 months from now, we'll still have to rely on Daoer." He left with these words and hurriedly departed with Lin Dao. Lin Nantian shook his head and sighed, then looked at me with a relieved smile. Lin Jian jumped onto the ring, smiling as he asked me, "Now, I'm afraid even I'm no match for you, bro, right?" "Of course," I replied, deliberately raising my head. Lin Jian playfully slapped me. "Shouldn't you be a little more humble at a time like this?" We exchanged a smile. The expressions of the crowd below were complex. Today's battle had completely shattered everyone's prejudices. They had to admit that I, Lin Chen, was now the #1 among the younger generation of the Lin family. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached. A clansman rushed to Lin Nanchen's side and whispered, "Clan leader, the Wang family and the Li family have arrived." Inside the Lin family patriarch's hall, I stood beside my father, Lin Nantian, sizing up the 3 people below. They were Li Hong, the patriarch of the Li family, Wang Tianjue, the head of the Wang family, and Wang Feng, the Wang family's genius. My father spoke casually, asking what business they had to come into the Lin family. Li Hong smiled and said he was just visiting to see them and discuss some matters. But I knew those 2 old foxes wouldn't come without a reason. Wang Tianjue put down his teacup and gestured for Wang Feng behind him to pay his respects to his father. Wang Feng, not yet 20, had already entered the spirit martial realm, truly deserving the title of Yangqing's #1 genius. Although his father was at odds with the Wang family, he still praised him a few times. Wang Feng appeared humble, but his demeanor exuded composure. Wang Tianjue then looked at Lin Jian and me, smiling as he praised our good looks, but the disdain in his eyes did not escape my notice. Lin Jian stepped forward to bow, but I remained standing still. Wang Tianjue didn't seem to mind, only saying that he had heard the Lin family had a competition today and had come with Li Hong to watch it, but it seemed they had missed it. My father smiled as he mentioned my defeat of Lin Dao. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's gaze immediately fell on me. But when he discovered I was only at the second rank of the initial martial realm, the interest in his eyes quickly turned to disappointment. My father and I instantly understood their intentions. The Wang family was clearly taking advantage of Wang Feng's breakthrough to the spirit martial realm to bring him to the Lin family to cause trouble. If today's competition had been with a spirit martial realm expert, Wang Feng would definitely have seized the opportunity to challenge them and thoroughly overwhelm the Lin family. When the hall quieted down, Wang Feng suddenly stared at me and asked in a cold voice, "A few days ago, was it you who defeated my brother Wang Yin?" I stepped forward and looked at him, saying, "That's right. Wang Yin was no match for me. Since they came with ill intentions, I naturally had no need to give them face." Wang Feng laughed, mocking me for daring to speak so arrogantly, a mere second-grade beginner martial artist. He said that although he didn't care about Wang Yun, his younger brother had been bullied, and he should at least seek justice for him. "What do you plan to do?" I retorted without backing down, meeting his gaze directly. My father, Wang Tianjue, and Li Hong didn't stop me. They were clearly all curious to see how this conflict would unfold. Wang Feng proposed suppressing his cultivation level and not fighting me, but only comparing our control over spiritual energy. He said that the higher one's talent, the more exquisite one's control over spiritual energy, and he was willing to give me some guidance. A contest of spiritual energy control. I deliberately gave him a strange look and asked again. Wang Feng remained calm, seemingly convinced that I had no chance of winning in this area. Everyone thought I would agree immediately, but to their surprise, I turned back to my father and muttered, "You think you can just decide to compete like that? Don't I have any pride?" The hall fell silent. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, and even his father was speechless. Wang Feng's face darkened, and he mocked me for not being strong enough to even stand before him. I smiled and told him it wasn't that I was afraid, but rather that I had no interest. If I won, all would be well, but if I lost, the Wang family would surely spread the word and use the opportunity to smear the Lin family. A competition was fine, but I had to show some sincerity. Wang Feng frowned and asked me what I wanted. I calmly replied, "A second-tier martial skill and 1,000 spirit stones." I then put on an air of utter disbelief, as if I'd been ripped off. Wang Tianjue burst into laughter and agreed without hesitation. In his view, I was destined to lose no matter what the competition was. Wang Feng then coldly asked, "So what if you lose? So what if I lost?" I said matter-of-factly, "Anyway, my chances of winning were never that great." The entire room fell silent again. Wang Feng's fists were clenched so tightly they cracked, clearly very angry with me. He coldly tossed out a "let's go" and turned to walk towards Lin Square. Wang Tianjue and Li Hong followed closely behind. My father sighed, wondering why I had accepted the challenge when I knew I was destined to lose. I smiled and reassured my father. In terms of cultivation level, I was indeed no match for Wang Feng, but when it came to manipulating spiritual energy, he had deliberately chosen my strongest technique. Lin Jian leaned closer, asking me with a strange look when I had become so shameless. I was taken aback, realizing I only wanted some spirit stones and martial arts techniques from the Wang family. It couldn't be that outrageous. Arriving at Lin's Plaza, I looked at Wang Feng and warned him in advance. "Don't be discouraged if you lose to me later. After all, you just said yourself that you're still far from being good enough." Veins throbbed on Wang Feng's forehead as he forcefully suppressed his anger. He clearly regretted not fighting me directly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily toyed with. I pointed to 2 flagpoles a mile away. The contest of spiritual energy control involved bombarding distant targets with spiritual energy. The farther the distance, the faster the spiritual energy dissipates, and the more demanding the martial artist's control becomes. Wang Feng coldly replied, "I have eyes," then fell silent, his breathing gradually calming. My father, Wang Tianjue, and Li Hong stood behind, each lost in their own thoughts. At the same time, the Lin family members received the news and rushed to the square. In the Lin family square, my match with Lin Dao had just ended when everyone heard that I was going to face Wang Feng, the #1 genius of the Wang family, and they were all stunned. In their eyes, Wang Feng had entered the spirit martial realm at the age of 20, and his cultivation and talent far surpassed his peers. Although I performed well today, fighting him would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Jian glanced at the crowd and explained calmly that this time it wasn't a contest of cultivation level, but rather a competition of who could control spiritual energy more precisely. The crowd understood, but still no one favored him. Some of the older generation, however, saw through the ruse. The Wang family had come to their door right after hearing about the Lin family's competition. They were clearly there to cause trouble. Now that he was being asked to fight, they actually felt guilty, thinking he was sacrificing himself for the Lin family's reputation. Little did they know, I wasn't just being stubborn. I agreed to this bet because I wanted the Wang family's resources and martial arts techniques. As for losing, that was impossible. Lin Chen immediately ordered someone to retrieve a second-tier martial arts technique and 1,000 spirit stones from the clan treasury. Some people were puzzled, wondering why I had prepared any stakes when I had clearly said it wouldn't matter if I lost. Lin Chen looked at him as if he were a fool. Young people might be shameless, but the Lin family couldn't afford to lose face like that. If they lost the bet and then reneged on their debt, the Wang family would definitely take the opportunity to mock the Lin family for being petty. Wang Tianjue feigned concern, saying it was just the juniors joking around and shouldn't be taken seriously. Lin Chen coldly retorted, "Who's familiar with you?" He then urged his servants to hurry and fetch the items. Wang Tianjue accepted the offer with a smile, his eyes full of calculation. He had already planned to humiliate the Lin family after the competition, and now that he could get martial arts skills and spirit stones, he was naturally even more satisfied. Lin Jian stood beside Lin Chen and said, "I rarely do anything unprepared." Lin Chen felt slightly relieved thinking about how I defeated Lin Dao. Wang Tianjue, however, was full of disdain. He firmly believed that Wang Feng would not lose. Wang Feng looked at me, sighed with feigned regret, and said that he shouldn't have competed with someone like me. Even offering me pointers would have been beneath him. I ignored his arrogance and simply said that I could regret it, but I could leave my martial arts skills and resources behind. Wang Feng's face darkened, and he immediately told me to begin. I crossed my arms and leisurely let him make the first move. This attitude was unacceptable not only to Wang Feng, but also to the Lin family members. They thought I was far too arrogant. Wang Feng suppressed his anger, condensing a fist-sized wisp of wind in his palm and blasting it towards the flagpole a mile away. The spiritual energy pierced through the air, instantly snapping the flagpole in two, which flew a distance before dissipating. Everyone's expressions were solemn. A fist-sized ball of spiritual energy could shatter a flag from a mile away. Such control was truly astonishing. Wang Tianjue looked smugly at Lin Chen, who appeared calm on the surface but sighed inwardly. Lin Jian clenched his fist. He could also hit the flagpole, but he couldn't use such a small ball of spiritual energy to traverse such a distance, let alone break the flagpole. Wang Feng, enjoying the astonishment of the crowd, turned to ask me how it went. I simply replied calmly, "Not bad." Wang Feng snorted coldly. He wanted to see what right I had to give such an assessment. Without further ado, I summoned my martial soul. Wang Feng, seeing the long black staff in my hand, immediately scoffed, saying it was indeed a useless martial soul, and even mocked those who had lost to me as being even more useless than me. I smiled and told him that not everyone who lost to me was useless, but some certainly were like Wang Yun. If Wang Yun was useless, then what about his brother Wang Feng and Wang Tianjue over there? Wang Feng was so angry, he turned ashen-faced. He roared, "Enough! Make your move." He clearly wanted nothing more than to tear me to pieces. The next instant, the black martial spirit emitted a soft sound. A wisp of spiritual energy, no bigger than a little finger, suddenly flew out, instantly snapping a distant flagpole in half. Its momentum didn't diminish. It vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared at the broken flagpole, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. That burst of spiritual energy had been too fast. Many hadn't even seen how it had flown away. Wang Feng was completely stunned. He used a fist-sized ball of spiritual energy, while I snapped the flagpole with a mere finger-sized poop. In terms of spiritual energy control, there was no doubt who was stronger. But Wang Feng quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixed on me. He refused to admit defeat, saying he hadn't used his full strength and wanted to compete again. I withdrew my martial spirit and lazily looked at him. The outcome was so clear, why bother again? Then I walked straight up to Wang Tianjue and asked him with a smile if I had won the bet. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Well done, Shinner." The crowd remained silent, utterly bewildered that I, who was supposed to lose without a doubt, had actually defeated Wang Feng. Wang Tianjue's face was extremely grim. He never expected my control over spiritual energy to be so strong. Even he himself probably couldn't have broken a flagpole from a mile away with a wisp of spiritual energy the size of his little finger. I was just about to ask Wang Tianjue for the bet when Wang Feng blocked my way, his face full of resentment, demanding another round. He was clearly unhappy with his inexplicable loss and wanted to get revenge. I shook my head with my eyes closed. I already won. Why do we need to compete again? Seeing his unpleasant expression, I slowly added, "Fine, we'll have to add more money." Wang Feng was furious, his face turning ashen. The people around him looked down on him, thinking I couldn't stop talking about spirit stones. But he still gritted his teeth and agreed. I then set a condition. I would gamble another second-tier martial skill and 1,000 spirit stones. If I lost, I would forfeit the bet from the previous round. Wang Tianjue's gloomy face suddenly broke into a smile, telling us to relax and compete. I took the opportunity to praise my own excellence, which made many people roll their eyes in annoyance. Lin Chen sensed the fleeting murderous intent in Wang Tianjue's eyes and stood calmly behind me. As the second match began, Wang Feng coldly said that I hadn't gone all out earlier and that I shouldn't be too smug. I told him that even if we continued the match, it would only be giving me resources, and that when I reached the pinnacle of martial arts, I would still remember that someone named Wang Feng had sponsored me. Wang Feng was utterly enraged, unleashing his spirit martial realm aura, which sent me staggering back several steps. I brushed the dust off my clothes and declared that if he wanted to intimidate me with his cultivation, I would concede defeat. He could only suppress his anger and ordered his men to move the flagpole 2 miles away. This time, everyone stared intently at me, eager to see how I would control my spiritual energy. Wang Feng made the first move, condensing a profound ball of wind spirit energy in his palm, within which a small tornado was hidden. With a thrust of his palm, the wind ball traversed 2 miles like a cannonball, accurately snapping the flagpole in two. A gasp of astonishment swept through the audience. Destroying a target 2 miles away was not difficult, but to neatly snap a flagpole in half with a fist-sized ball of spiritual energy required incredibly terrifying control over spiritual energy. Lin Chen and Lin Chen had to admit that Wang Fengyang's title as the #1 genius in Yangcheng was truly well-deserved. Even I have some respect for him. If it weren't for the characteristics of the AWM martial soul, I might not be able to beat Wang Feng in terms of spiritual energy control alone. But in today's match, he is destined to lose. When it was my turn, I gripped the AWM, aimed it at the distant flagpole, and told Wang Feng with a smile that today would be a day he would never forget. Bang! A wisp of spiritual energy, the size of a little finger, shot through the air, instantly snapping the flagpole 2 miles away. Its momentum continued, flying further into the distance until it completely disappeared. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Wang Feng's ball of spiritual energy was the size of a fist, while I accomplished the same thing with only the size of my little finger. The outcome was no longer in doubt. Wang Feng stared intently at me, asking how I had managed it. I simply smiled, my mind preoccupied with the 2 second-tier martial arts techniques and the 2,000 spirit stones that were about to be mine. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to continue the competition. I refused, telling him that I was afraid that if he won too much, he would become the target of the Wang family. Wang Feng's anger flared up again, and the pressure of his spirit martial realm cultivation pressed down on him. I ignored it and just looked at a big tree 3 miles away. There's a circular mark on the trunk of that tree. Take a good look. Bang! Another soft sound, and the ball of spiritual energy traveled 3 miles. Wang Feng quickly rushed to the tree and saw a small hole in the center of the circular mark. He was completely stunned. This blow shattered his hopes completely. He could break a flagpole 2 miles away, but he couldn't leave such a precise hole 3 miles away. My control over spiritual energy is clearly far superior to his. Watching him return unsteadily, I told him not to be discouraged. He was indeed very strong. If he hadn't met me, he would undoubtedly have deserved the title of Yangcheng's #1 genius. Wang Tianjue, worried that Wang Feng's confidence would crumble, hurriedly stepped forward. Fortunately, Wang Feng took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. He admitted that he lost due to his control over spiritual energy, but remained confident that his cultivation and strength were superior to mine, and challenged me to a rematch inside the academy. I told him that it wouldn't be long before my cultivation level caught up with his. Wang Feng smiled faintly, turned and left, saying he would wait for that day. Wang Tianjue was also about to leave with his men when I immediately called out to him. Clan Chief Wang, the martial arts techniques and spirit stones haven't been given yet. His face froze, but he still tossed me a white jade ring, saying with murderous intent, if I dare to participate in the 4 clans grand competition in 2 months, he will kill me. I took the ring and met his gaze directly. Don't worry, I will definitely participate. Wang Tianjue snorted coldly and threatened Lin Nantian again, saying that the Lin clan would not have the same glory during the 4 clans grand competition. Lin Nantian coldly saw him off, but he knew in his heart that now none of the younger generation of the Lin clan had stepped into the spirit martial realm, and the situation in the grand competition was indeed not optimistic. Before leaving, Wang Tianjue reminded me again that entering the inner gate of the academy was not so easy. I understood what he meant. Once I entered the inner gate, someone would inevitably cause me trouble, but I would face whatever came my way. What did I have to fear? Li Hong then took his leave, and Lin Jian asked me with a smile if I was eager to digest my gains. I nodded in agreement, and he promised to take me to the clan storehouse to pick out some things later. Without further delay, I quickly left with 2 martial arts manuals and 2,000 spirit stones. Behind me, the crowd murmured incessantly, saying that the Lin family was likely to undergo a major upheaval, and that I, Lin Chen, was destined to become the most dazzling protagonist of the day. At night, I let out a long sigh of relief. Although I was a little tired, I felt very satisfied. The spirit stones I had absorbed earlier were exhausted, but the 2,000 spirit stones sent by the Wang family were just enough to replenish them, which would be sufficient for me to cultivate for a while. After resting for a moment, I took out the Swift Wind Fist and Tiger Fist manuals and couldn't help but smile. The Wang family had really helped me a lot this time. A black martial spirit appeared and directly devoured the 2 second-tier martial arts manuals. A Cyan Fist Shadow and a Tiger Fist Phantom quickly condensed above my Dantian. I now possess quite a few martial arts techniques, but most of them will become obsolete as my cultivation level increases. However, for me, at the first rank of the initial martial realm, they're already sufficient. Thinking of Schwer's stunningly beautiful face, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. The desolate domain comprises 18 states, each with 36 cities, a vastness beyond imagination. To step onto the grand stage of the desolate domain, I must first enter the Desolate State Academy. The Wilderness State Academy holds an entrance examination every year, but to participate, one must first obtain a recommendation from the Wilderness State Academy. Yangqing Academy only has 3 places each year, while the academy has thousands of students, making the competition fierce. I must pass the intersect assessment as soon as possible to obtain the recommendation qualification. Schwer, wait for me. I will definitely come and find you soon. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I went out of the room and found my father and eldest brother Lin Jian standing outside. Lin Jian was full of excitement, saying that father had secured an opportunity for us to enter the Lin clan's treasury and each choose 1 item. I was somewhat surprised. The clan treasury was the foundation of the Lin family, and the elders would never easily agree to it. My father glared at Lin Jian and said that he had fought against the elders' opposition to secure it, and that Lin Jian should not be ungrateful. I looked at my father, my heart filled with gratitude. I'm not of the Lin family bloodline, yet he was willing to do so much for me. My father simply waved his hand and led us toward the Lin Corporation Center. On the way, my father reminded us that the intersect assessment was approaching and he wouldn't be able to protect us all the time. From now on, we would have to rely on our own efforts. My nose tingled with emotion. This kindness could no longer be measured by blood ties. Arriving at a rockery, I sensed many auras lurking around us. My father took out 2 tokens, dripped blood into them, and a vortex appeared in front of the rockery. The 3 of us immediately stepped into it. After the vortex disappeared, 2 figures appeared outside. The young man stared at the spot where the entrance had vanished, his face full of resentment. Why is even Lin Chen allowed into the clan's treasury? The middle-aged man sneered, saying that his father had paid a considerable price to ensure his success. He then told the young man to cultivate diligently at the Desolate State Academy, as the Lin clan would rely on him in the future. The young man gritted his teeth and vowed that he would one day avenge his defeat. Entering the clan storehouse, I was greeted by a vast space, with shelves filled with martial arts manuals, weapons, and miscellaneous items, clearly untouched for a long time. My father told us to choose whatever we wanted, but each of us could only take one item. My elder brother quickly chose a second-tier sword technique scroll, while I searched endlessly among the shelves. Finally, I saw a fan-shaped piece of white jade, about a quarter of a complete round jade, with its edges neatly broken. My father said it was something passed down from our ancestors, but no one had discovered its purpose. I had a strange feeling that this piece of white jade was extraordinary, so I asked my father to let me take it with me to study. Seeing that I liked it, my father simply gave me the white jade and allowed me to choose another item. I put away the white jade, walked to the end of the shelf, and my gaze fell on a tattered scroll of cultivation technique, the Divine Dragon Technique. I examined it carefully and discovered that it was actually a body refining technique, and I immediately made a decision. Although I have many martial arts skills, most of them are suitable for ranged attacks, and close combat has always been my weakness. My father reminded me that the Divine Dragon Manual was only an incomplete scroll and could only be cultivated up to the spirit martial realm at most, after which the subsequent cultivation methods would be lost, so choosing it might not be worthwhile. But I did not hesitate. It was the most suitable thing for me at the moment. Back at my lodgings, I immediately used my martial soul to absorb the Divine Dragon Technique. Unfortunately, the martial soul only allowed me to instantly comprehend the incomplete text. It didn't complete the technique. I was somewhat disappointed, but I also witnessed the domineering power of this method. If one could master it to its peak, their physical body could possess the power of a divine dragon, capable of destroying the world with every move. My desire for the complete Divine Dragon Technique grew ever stronger, and I then swallowed the fragmented white jade into my martial soul. A map flashed through my mind, filled with passageways and grand halls, resembling the layout of some vast ruin, but it too was just a fragment. I sighed, deciding to put my thoughts aside for the time being. For the next 20 days or so, I secluded myself to cultivate. It wasn't until the intersect assessment was approaching that I got up and pushed open the door. Outside, my father and eldest brother were already waiting, smiling at me. "Brother, your cultivation has improved again in just a few days." Lin Chen looked me over, his eyes full of surprise. I smiled and said it was just luck. After these days of cultivation, I had broken through to the 3rd rank of the initial martial realm, only one step away from the 4th rank. More importantly, I had completed the 1st stage of the Divine Dragon Technique, and I could withstand attacks from ordinary initial martial realm cultivators with my bare body. With the intersect assessment approaching, Lin Chen and I should return to the Wilderness Academy. My father said not to worry, that it's not like we're not coming back, but I knew he was just as reluctant to see us leave. I pretended to be hungry, and my father laughed and scolded me as he took us to eat. After the meal, Lin Chen and I left the Lin family, and my father stood there watching us go. I knew in my heart that the next time I returned would be on the day of the grand competition among the 4 great families. Whether it was Wang Tianjue's threat or for the sake of the Lin family, I had to come back and fight. What I didn't know was that the Li family had already received the news as we were leaving. Li Hong sent men to intercept and kill us, and even specifically ordered them to wear Wang family clothing, intending to pin this crime on the Wang family. On the outskirts of the Demon Beast mountain range, Lin Chen and I walked slowly. He asked me what my plans were for the future, and I could only shake my head. This world reveres martial arts, and the limits of martial arts are hard to fathom. I haven't even truly understood this world yet. But I have 2 goals: to find the girl in my mind in the desolate region, and the 2 familiar yet blurry figures in my memory. To achieve these, strength is everything. Lin Chen, however, said that after graduating from the Desolate State Academy, he would return to the Lin clan to inherit the position of clan leader and live a peaceful life. He complained that being the clan leader was too tiring, but he didn't want to disappoint his father's expectations. He even wanted me to become his clan leader, which I refused outright. My status is what it is. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be qualified. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared and surrounded us. The leader sneered, saying that since we'd been chatting all the way, we might as well keep each other company on the road to the underworld. Seeing the Wang character on their chests, Lin Chen and I both turned pale. The Wang family dared to ambush us here. Was it revenge for Wang Feng's matter? The man said coldly. The patriarch said that 2 scrolls of martial arts techniques and 2,000 spirit stones aren't so easy to obtain. Today, we'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, all 6 attacked simultaneously. I unleashed my martial spirit to meet the challenge. Most of these people were at the 2nd rank of the initial martial realm, and even the leader was only at the 3rd rank. I wasn't afraid at all. I had Lin Chen stand guard beside me, keeping a close watch on them and making sure no one escaped. An icy sword, silver wolf claws, and a massive fireball were unleashed, forcing the 3 back. Lin Chen wanted to help, but I told him to keep watching because these people were a good opportunity for me to test the power of the Divine Dragon technique. I gripped the AWM tightly and charged into the crowd, swinging it like a club or sword. After several clashes, the men couldn't subdue me. Instead, they were forced back by the impact, their eyes filled with disbelief. According to their information, I was only at the 2nd rank of the initial martial realm. Now, not only have I broken through to the 3rd rank, but my physical strength is also astonishing. Feeling the surging power within me, I became more and more satisfied with the fight. I charged forward again, unleashing even greater power than before. Several men were forced back, and apart from the leader, the rest were already considering retreating. The leader, however, sternly threatened that anyone who dared to flee would not only die themselves, but their families would also perish. The men froze, gritting their teeth as they charged at me once more. The azure heaven halberd, the Brahma sword, the grizzly bear paw, and the overlord spear flew out simultaneously, heading straight for the 4. I, on the other hand, met the other 2, instantly blasting them away, and all 6 were rendered incapable of fighting in the blink of an eye. I showed no mercy and killed one of them instantly. The remaining few were terrified and begged for mercy, seemingly about to reveal their true identities. But the leader preemptively silenced them, threatening them with death if they dared to speak again. This made me realize something was wrong. I punched the leader, sending him flying, and demanded to know their origins. He coldly refused, then blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he committed suicide on the spot. I turned and stared at the remaining 3, my killing intent palpable. One of them finally broke down, barely managing to utter, "We are the Leaf family," before suddenly succumbing to the poison and dying. The other 2, their faces also turning pale, collapsed one after the other. After examining the bodies, Lin Chen determined that they had been poisoned long ago, but the effects were now taking hold. I exchanged a glance with him and immediately understood the truth. These people weren't from the Wang family at all. They were sent by the Leaf family. They deliberately dressed in Wang family attire to assassinate us, hoping to incite hatred between the Lin and Wang families. The Leaf family usually pretends to be kind and benevolent, but their methods are ruthless. I asked Lin Chen what the Wang family would think if they knew about this. Lin Chen was taken aback at first, then understood what I meant. I told him to immediately send a message to his father, informing the Wang family of everything that had happened here. Regardless of whether the assassination was carried out by the Wang family or not, these people wearing Wang family clothes died here, and Wang Tianjue had to provide an explanation. Shortly after, Lin Chen and I continued our journey. Not long after we left, a man in black arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the Wang family robes on the corpses, his expression changed drastically. He tore his black robes to reveal the Wang family attire and angrily declared that the assassination attempt must be canceled and that he must immediately return to inform the clan leader. With that, he vanished swiftly into the forest. Standing before the outer gate of the Wilderness State Academy, Lin Chen gazed at the magnificent entrance and couldn't help but marvel at how the academy truly lived up to its reputation as Yangqing's sacred place for martial arts. I smiled. This was the face of the Wilderness State Academy, so it couldn't be too ordinary. Just as we entered the academy, a figure in gray approached us. It was none other than Shiryu. Seeing him filled me with nothing but disgust. Although he was once a pawn used by Wang Yun to humiliate me, I have never forgotten how he and Mu Ling took the opportunity to curry favor with Wang Yun and trample on me. Lin Chen glanced at Shiryu with a hint of amusement. My battle with Wang Yun was widely known, so he naturally knew that Shiryu had once been by my side. Shiryu walked up to me, a confident smile on his face. "Brother Lin, what a coincidence." I walked past him coldly, saying, "Don't call me that." I already said last time that we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Lin Chen ignored him, as if Shiryu didn't exist. Shiryu, however, called out to me from behind, saying that he knew he was ungrateful, but he was just a nobody with nothing, and he had his own way of living. I didn't turn back. I just told him that ingratitude is ingratitude, and there's no need to explain it to me. Everyone can choose their own path, but if anyone dares to bully me, they'll have to pay the price. Shiryu's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted that he had already broken through to the third rank of the initial martial realm, and even without me, he could enter the inner courtyard on his own. I then turned around and looked at him calmly. Is this your real purpose in stopping me, just to show off your cultivation? Shiryu admitted it. He said my talent might not be better than his, only my background was better. I smiled, said so what, and left with Lin Chen. Behind me, I heard Shiryu's unwilling voice, saying that one day he would go further than me. I didn't care. His future was none of my concern. Back in my outer sect residence, I immediately focused on my cultivation. When I left the Lin family, I was already close to the fourth rank of the initial martial realm. After these days of consolidation, the feeling of breaking through was becoming increasingly clear. A few days later, I opened my eyes, and my internal energy surged dramatically, officially entering the fourth rank of the initial martial realm. The Inner Academy assessment also arrived at this time, and I clenched my fists, feeling a surge of anticipation. A knock sounded at the door, and Lin Chen stood outside, smiling as he asked if I had almost forgotten the day. I told him that with our strength, entering the inner courtyard wouldn't be difficult. Lin Chen, however, cautioned me against complacency. The inner courtyard's assessments were never predictable. They considered both strength and talent, and any deficiency could lead to elimination. We hadn't gone far when someone started chasing us. Turning around, I saw it was Wang Yun. He stared at me, his eyes cold, clearly still remembering the humiliation of his defeat at my hands last time. I ignored him, wanting only to get to the assessment as quickly as possible. But Wang Yun blocked my way, telling me that he had already broken through to the fourth rank of the initial martial realm, and that the gap between us would only widen from now on. I stopped, finding it somewhat amusing. First Shiryu, then Wang Yun. Both had broken through their cultivation levels and were eager to show off to me. Wang Yun stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant, convinced he was the #1 genius in the outer academy. He even mocked me, saying my cultivation was at most second or third rank, and that even entering the inner academy wouldn't change the gap. I sighed, then stopped suppressing my aura. The pressure of a fourth-grade initial martial realm cultivator instantly surged towards Wang Yun. I looked at him and asked calmly, fourth-grade initial martial realm, is that so impressive? Wang Yun froze on the spot, his face extremely ugly. He had been cultivating desperately for nearly a month and had consumed a lot of resources to break through to the fourth grade, thinking that he could finally surpass me. But he simply couldn't accept it. I had been away from the academy for many days, and my resources were far inferior to his, yet my cultivation level had still caught up with his. He could only keep telling himself that I must have used some means, and that my strength could never be greater than his. Seeing his dejected appearance, I couldn't help but laugh. You insisted on putting your face up so I could hit you. I'd be letting you down if I didn't. Lin Chen felt a little sorry for Wang Yun, but still smiled and urged me to hurry on my way. Wang Yun, however, roared unwillingly. Even if our cultivation levels are the same, in a real fight, it's not certain who will be stronger. Then he told me that the inner court assessment would select disciples of the same cultivation level to compete. He originally didn't need to participate in the assessment, but now he had to defeat me personally so that everyone would know that he was the #1 genius. Hearing the rules, I actually laughed. Before we even sparred, Wang Yun's composure was already in turmoil. If he truly lost to me, it would be even more embarrassing. I turned to look at him and said calmly, a slap in the face requires slapping both sides. I only slapped one side, just now. The other side will be made up for during the assessment later. With that, Lin Chen and I left. Behind us, Wang Yun's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and he gritted his teeth, vowing that I would definitely lose to him. In the central square of the outer gate of Huangzhou Academy, 9 powerful elders sat high up, eyes closed in meditation. The surrounding area was already crowded with outer court disciples, and a few inner court disciples were also watching. All eyes were focused on the central competition platform. The 9th elder, dressed in black, suddenly appeared in the center of the platform, and the noise immediately ceased. No one had expected that the ninth elder would personally preside over this inner court assessment, demonstrating the importance the academy attached to it. The ninth elder surveyed the crowd and announced the rules. Anyone could challenge another, but those of higher cultivation levels were not permitted to challenge those of lower levels. Victory or defeat was not the sole criterion. As long as one gave their all, the 9 elders would judge whether it was acceptable. With his command to begin, everyone waited for the first person to step onto the stage. Shiryu, dressed in gray, was the first to step onto the stage, announcing himself as a third-grade beginner martial artist. Soon after, Wang Lin, a disciple of the Wang family, stood up and mocked him, saying that he had followed both me and Wang Yun before, yet now he was also qualified to participate in the assessment. There was a lot of discussion around, with everyone thinking that Wang Lin wanted to teach Shiryu a lesson on behalf of the Wang family. Shiryu, however, completely ignored him and just cast a smug look at me in the crowd, as if to prove to me that his talent was no less than mine or Wang Yun's. Wang Luan was enraged to be ignored. Shiryu, however, calmly admitted his arrogance and said he had the right to be arrogant. Enraged, Wang Lun summoned his gray spear spirit and thrust it directly at Shiryu. A giant gray bird immediately appeared above Shiryu's head, its terrifying power causing everyone to change color. The giant bird crashed head-on into the spear, and Wang Luan's martial spirit light quickly dissipated. He was blasted away, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. To Wang Luan's horror, he discovered that his spear-wielding spirit was almost destroyed. Even though he managed to retrieve it in time, he was severely injured. Shiryu put away the giant bird, leaving only the word weak. Wang Lun coughed up another mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. As Shiryu stepped off the stage, he deliberately gave me a provocative smile. I couldn't help but say, "Trying to prove to me how strong you are? You idiot." Shiryu narrowed his eyes, coldly saying that he would become my target sooner or later, before turning and leaving. The 9th elder announced that Shiryu had passed. Over the next hour, people took turns going up to the stage for the test. Some succeeded, and some failed. Finally, Wang Yun stepped on the stage and calmly called out my name. "Lin Chen, come up here." The entire arena erupted in cheers. My feud with Wang Yun had long been known throughout the outer courtyard, and now we were ranked first and second, respectively. When everyone heard that Wang Yun had broken through to the 4th rank of the initial martial realm, they guessed that my cultivation had also broken through, and the 8 elders finally opened their eyes to look. I stepped onto the competition stage. Wang Yun stared intently at me, saying that he would prove to everyone that he was the #1 genius in the outer academy. I smiled at him and said, "Do you remember what I said before? I'll help you repair the other side of your face." Wang Yun was furious. The black dragon spear's martial spirit appeared in his hand, and the spear emitted a dragon's roar. He said my confidence was nothing but a piece of paper that could be punctured with a single poke. In this battle, he would wash away the shame of his past defeat to me. I summoned my sniper rifle spirit and said calmly, "It's too boring to crush you with martial arts. Let's have some fun first." Wang Yun immediately charged at me with his gun, and I met him head-on. Our spirits clashed repeatedly, and we exchanged more than 10 blows in the blink of an eye. After several clashes, we each retreated. Wang Yun appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was in complete turmoil. He had thought he could suppress me, but he hadn't expected that I, without using any martial arts techniques, could fight him to a standstill, which he simply couldn't accept. Seeing his constantly changing expression, I said, "I've had enough fun. It's time to send you down." Wang Yun roared and unleashed the black dragon spear, a black dragon shadow roaring as it charged towards me, its power much stronger than before. I raised my spear and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The Azure Sky Halberd, the Gale Fist, and the Tiger Fist flew out one after another. The Azure Sky Halberd pierced through the dragon shadow. The Gale Fist completely shattered it, and Wang Yun barely managed to block the remaining force with a black dragon spear, but he couldn't stop the Tiger Fist that came last. With a deafening roar, Wang Yun was blasted off the stage by a punch, losing consciousness midair before crashing heavily to the ground. The plaza fell silent. Everyone stared at me, their eyes filled with shock. The 9th elder remained silent for a long time, while the other 8 elders stared at me, their expressions inscrutable. Finally, when everyone came to their senses, their eyes were filled with admiration and awe. The ninth elder announced, "Lin Chen, Wang Yun, you have passed the test." No one objected. Wang Yun may have lost, but he lost to me. Stepping off the stage, I remained calm. It was all expected. Lin Jian patted my shoulder, marveling at my ridiculously strong performance, then laughed. "You passed. Now it's my turn." Among the crowd, I saw a young man in a blue robe staring at his elder brother Lin Jian on the stage, a sinister smile on his lips. He slowly walked onto the stage, his aura extremely concealed, showing no sign of anything unusual. Someone recognized him and began to whisper among themselves. This man was named Wang Li, an inner court disciple and a member of the Wang family. His going up on stage was clearly not for the assessment, but rather to take the opportunity to humiliate the Lin family. Wang Li already possessed the cultivation of the 4th rank of the initial martial realm, while his elder brother was only at the 3rd rank. However, as the young patriarch of the Lin family, if his elder brother avoided the battle, it would be tantamount to bowing down to the Wang family in front of everyone, and he would never back down. On stage, the elder brother politely inquired about Wang Li's identity. Wang Li smiled and introduced himself, first stating that he was from the Wang family, and then deliberately adding that he was an inner court disciple. Upon hearing the words, Wang family, the elder brother's gaze immediately turned cold. Lin Jian, an outer disciple, is at the 3rd rank of the initial martial realm. Please enlighten me. The eldest brother didn't ask further questions, directly revealing his cultivation level and assuming a fighting stance. Wang Li announced his 4th rank cultivation and feigned concern, advising his elder brother to give up, saying he was afraid of injuring the young patriarch of the Lin family and causing a conflict between the two families. The eldest brother coldly replied, "No need for further words. Let's begin." The smile on Wang Li's face vanished, and a silver spear appeared out of thin air. His aura suddenly surged, his gentle demeanor disappearing completely, replaced by an aura of iron-blooded killing intent. The elder brother also summoned the Azure Sky Sword, its ancient sword intent emanating from it, confronting the silver spear from afar. The next moment, the two of them rushed out simultaneously, the sounds of spear and sword clashing incessantly, and violent shockwaves sweeping in all directions. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. The eldest brother, with his 3rd grade cultivation, was going head-to-head with Wang Li, a 4th grade cultivator, and was not at all at a disadvantage. Those around him who had not thought much of him were all stunned. But I knew very well that Wang Li hadn't used any martial arts techniques yet, while my elder brother had already used them several times. On the surface, they were evenly matched, but in reality, my elder brother's energy expenditure was far greater than Wang Li's. As expected, as the battle continued, the eldest brother began to retreat, and his momentum was suppressed. Wang Li suddenly put away his gun and laughed, mocking his eldest brother for not being able to hold on, and even publicly belittled the Lin family, saying that the Lin family was no match for the Wang family. The elder brother's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and killing intent erupted from within him. "You can look down on me, but you cannot insult the Lin family." Wang Li not only did not restrain himself, but instead mocked even more wantonly. The elder brother's face turned pale, clearly having paid the price, but the Azure Sky Sword erupted with astonishing sword energy, pressing down fiercely towards Wang Li. "The Lin family is no weaker than any other family, and you are not to be insulted." The eldest brother's voice was icy, but his grip on the sword was unwavering. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Li's eyes, followed by a cold smile as he met the attack. This time, he held back, the aura emanating from his silver spear far surpassing that of before. Spear tip clashed with sword tip, sparks flying, and both were simultaneously forced back. The elder brother retreated further, his breathing noticeably weaker. Wang Li stared at him, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Since you insist on this, today I'll show you what despair truly is." A hissing sound rang out, and eerie black energy surged from the silver spear. The iron-blooded aura vanished completely, replaced by a cold, bloodthirsty, and malevolent energy. Wang Li charged forward, spear in hand, as if victory was already assured. The eldest brother didn't back down. He roared, "Soaring Heaven Sword!" The surrounding sword energy frantically flowed into the azure heaven sword, causing the blade to tremble violently. This was a second-tier martial skill that the eldest brother had selected from the clan's treasury. To be able to execute it to this extent was enough to prove his talent. The spear and sword clashed once more, a violent sword aura sweeping towards Wang Li. But the black energy on the silver spear, like a demon, clung to the azure heaven sword, frantically devouring its power. The azure heaven sword let out a mournful cry, its aura rapidly declining. The elder brother retreated in shock. If he had been a step slower, the azure sky sword would likely have been completely devoured. Wang Li said smugly that as long as the elder brother admitted that the Lin family was inferior to the Wang family, he would return the devoured martial spirit to him. Don't even think about it, the elder brother roared through gritted teeth. Wang Li's face darkened, and he completely lost his patience. Soul-devouring spear. A terrifying aura locked onto the elder brother, preventing him from dodging. Wang Li's true combat strength was close to the 5th rank of the initial martial realm. He had only been toying with the elder brother from the beginning, but now he actually wanted to destroy him. With a bang, my elder brother was blasted away by a gunshot. Wang Li was even faster, appearing behind my brother first and punching him back into the center of the arena, just as he should have fallen off. My fists clenched so tightly they cracked, my anger barely contained. Wang Li clearly didn't want my brother to leave. He wanted to rely on the Lin family to force him to get up again and again, to suffer humiliation time and time again. The eldest brother coughed up blood, his consciousness beginning to blur. Wang Li slowly approached, continuing to mock the Lin family, saying they would never be as good as the Wang family. The next moment, the eldest brother actually managed to stand up, his trembling body still straight. The Lin family is no less than any other family. At that moment, I felt a sharp stab in my heart. I knew that although my elder brother seemed lazy on the surface, he was the one who couldn't tolerate anyone slandering the Lin family. Wang Li had seized on this point, which was why he was tormenting him like this. Ridiculous persistence. Wang Li sneered and threw a punch. This time, he didn't stop him. His elder brother finally flew off the platform, crashing heavily to the ground, barely alive. I quickly supported him, sighing, "Brother, why did you do this?" My elder brother struggled to open his eyes, a smile on his face, and said only one sentence. "The Lin family is no worse than any other family." "Of course the Lin family is no worse than any other family," I replied softly. "You rest well, leave the rest to me." Perhaps he heard my words, or perhaps his injuries and exhaustion finally overwhelmed him. My elder brother completely lost consciousness. I handed him over to the academy's medical staff, then turned and walked step by step towards the dueling platform. My gaze locked onto Wang Li, the killing intent in my eyes no longer concealed. Seeing my elder brother severely injured and unconscious by Wang Li, I felt both heartache and uncontrollable rage. Wang Li was clearly far stronger than my elder brother, yet he deliberately humiliated him with words and even used a strange black aura to devour his martial soul, all for his own amusement. I walked step by step onto the competition stage, and all eyes were on me. The 9th elder then announced that my eldest brother had passed the test, and then asked me in confusion why I needed to go up on stage since I had already passed. I calmly replied that although I had passed the test by taking advantage of Wang Yun's challenge, I hadn't officially challenged anyone yet, so it didn't count as breaking the rules. Before the 9th elder could speak, the 1st elder said from above, "As long as you don't violate the rules, I can continue to challenge." The 9th elder stopped interfering and silently stepped aside. Wang Li stared at me and laughed loudly. "You came for Lin Jian, didn't you?" I shook my head and said, "You're right, but not entirely right. I'm not only challenging you, but also everyone in the Wang family present who is below the 4th rank of the initial martial arts realm." These words caused an uproar. There were nearly 10 members of the Wang family present who met the criteria, including 2 at the initial 4th grade martial arts realm. They all thought I was crazy, and Wang Li laughed even more unrestrainedly. I looked at him and asked coldly, "What? The Wang family doesn't dare? Afraid of losing too badly?" Then, I returned his insults to my elder brother verbatim. Compared to the Lin family, the Wang family is nothing but ants, not worth mentioning. The Wang family was instantly enraged. Wang Li's face was gloomy, and he mocked me, saying that I might not even be able to withstand 3 moves from him, yet I dared to speak so arrogantly. I didn't want to waste any more words, and only said one sentence. Then I'll let you experience what you did to my elder brother before. As soon as I finished speaking, my aura exploded. The AWM martial spirit appeared in my hand, and I instantly charged towards Wang Li. Wang Li also wielded a silver spear wreathed in black energy, thrusting it forward. The martial spirits collided, creating a deafening explosion. I could have suppressed him from a distance, but my brother's injury had completely ignited my rage. I treated the AWM like an ordinary weapon, relying on my body enhanced by the Divine Dragon technique to engage him in close combat. The black energy on Wang Li's silver spear surged again, attempting to devour my martial spirit. But the moment the black energy entangled the AWM, an even stronger suction force erupted, actually swallowing the black energy back in. The black energy was originally part of Wang Li's martial spirit. With his martial spirit damaged, his face immediately turned deathly pale. He spat out blood, and his aura plummeted. I swung my gun horizontally, smashing it hard into his chin. Wang Li flew backward, spitting out another mouthful of blood as he hit the ground, his breathing completely erratic. He looked at me in horror. "What did you do?" I sneered. "Just like you did to my elder brother. I didn't intend to defeat him easily. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's the price he should pay." Wang Li's face was full of resentment, yet he could barely stand up. I stood with my hands behind my back and coldly said, "The Wang family is nothing special." These words were like a knife, piercing Wang Li's heart. He remembered his previous arrogance, and overwhelmed by shame and anger, he vomited blood again and fainted. I swept my gaze across the enraged Wang family members below the stage, and my voice echoed throughout the square. "I, Lin Chen, now challenge all members of the Wang family present who are below the 4th grade initial martial realm." This time, no one thought I was crazy anymore. Everyone stared in shock as Wang Li was helped off the stage, wondering if the Wang family dared to accept the challenge. The 8 elders were equally stunned by my imposing aura. The first elder looked at me and slowly said, "This young man is extraordinary. His future is limitless." The other elders did not object. Soon, 9 members of the Wang family stepped onto the competition stage. Leading them were 2 young men in yellow robes, one fat and one thin, both at the initial stage of the 4th rank of martial arts. The other 7 were all at the 3rd rank, including Wang Luan. The fat young man's face was full of murderous intent. "Lin Chen, you can defeat Wang Li, but you shouldn't provoke us, much less insult the Wang family." I laughed loudly, then my face turned cold. "Only your Wang family is allowed to insult the Lin family, but I'm not allowed to speak about the Wang family? What kind of bullshit logic is that?" The 9 people nodded as if it were a matter of course. "We can insult the Lin family, but you can't insult the Wang family." The thin youth's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand. "Attack together!" The 9 people launched an attack at the same time. The martial spirit attacks, such as the Frost Sword, Silver Wolf Claw, Fireball, and Sky Halberd instantly filled the arena. The violent energy made the faces of the people below the stage turn pale. Facing the encirclement of 9 people, I did not retreat. Instead, a fighting spirit rose in my eyes. "Well done." Bang, bang, bang. I unleashed 9 attacks in succession. Terrifying energy exploded on the stage, and all the crowd could hear were a few muffled groans. When all the energy dissipated, only I remained standing in the center of the stage. Except for the fat and thin young man who could barely remain conscious, the other 7 were all lying unconscious on the ground. The entire arena was deathly silent. 1 person against 9, a crushing defeat in one move. Everyone thought I would fight a hard battle, or even suffer a miserable defeat, but no one expected that I would end the battle in the most domineering way. I looked at the 9 people and said calmly, "The Lin family is no weaker than any other family." After saying that, I slowly walked off the dueling platform and left the square. I ignored the shocked gazes behind me. Everyone understood that from this day forward, Lin Chen's name would be deeply etched in their hearts. Years later, they would still remember this battle. The assessment continued, but with my previous battle as an example, the subsequent matches seemed rather uneventful. Several hours later, the assessment finally ended. The Grand Elder instructed those who passed the assessment to choose an elder to become his disciple by tomorrow, and then departed with the other elders. The crowd gradually dispersed. This day is destined to be remembered because of one person who appeared in the plaza. Me, Lin Chen. In a small courtyard within the inner courtyard, a pot of wine sat on a stone table. My elder brother, Lin Chen, who had already awakened, and I sat facing each other, surrounded by silence. My battle with the Wang family quickly spread throughout the academy. Now, my fame is second only to the representatives of the 10 mountains in the inner court. More and more people are coming to curry favor, but I refuse to see them all. With only 2 months left until the 4 great families competition, improving my strength is the most important thing. Seeing that I was refusing visitors, Lin Jian smiled and asked me what I was thinking. He actually understood what I was thinking, but he also felt guilty because of it. Although I was not related to the Lin family by blood, he was very grateful for my courage in challenging the Wang family for the sake of the Lin family. He thanked me solemnly, but I smiled and said, "Brother, we are family. There's no need to thank me." At this moment, a young man entered the courtyard and said with a gentle smile, "It's rare to see both of you here." Lin Jian looked surprised when he saw the newcomer, Zhang Chen. The newcomer was none other than the young patriarch of the Zhang family. The Zhang family and the Lin family had always been on good terms, and the patriarchs of the two families were like brothers. Zhang Chen had a refined and scholarly demeanor. Unlike the Wang family, the Zhang family could be considered a true ally of the Lin family. Zhang Chen looked at me with surprise in his eyes. He had only heard of Lin Jian and Lin Dao before, and had never heard of Lin Chen. But in just a few months, I had become the talk of the school because of the academy's assessment in yesterday's battle. Lin Jian invited him to sit down and told him about my situation, while also explaining the relationship between the Zhang and Lin families. Only then did I realize that the 4 major families of Yangsheng were not entirely at odds. After learning Zhang Chen's identity, I bowed to him and said, "Brother Zhang, I was rude earlier." Zhang Chen didn't seem to mind and drank his cup in one gulp. Then I asked him directly why I had come. Given his status, there was no need for him to come and try to establish a relationship with me. He clearly had another purpose. Zhang Chen didn't beat around the bush, asking if Lin Jian and I hadn't chosen a master yet. I nodded. Inner court disciples can choose an elder to guide their cultivation, but it's not a formal apprenticeship. There are only 9 elders in the academy, and it's impossible for them to accept everyone as a disciple. Lin Jian originally intended to choose the Grand Elder, given his reputation and strength. However, I sensed Zhang Chen's purpose in coming and asked him if he had any recommendations. Zhang Chen smiled and said that besides the 9 Grand Elders, the academy also had an elder who rarely appeared, and that person was his master. His eyes were full of respect when he mentioned his master. I was a little confused, since the academy clearly didn't have a tradition of apprenticeship. Zhang Chen, however, acted mysteriously, saying that if we also chose him as our master, we would naturally find out. He then invited us to meet this mysterious elder. Lin Jian initially wanted to refuse, but I stopped him. We needed to see who he chose first. Someone who could live in the academy without showing off might truly be extraordinary. Lin Jian preferred the Grand Elder, but seeing my insistence, he could only agree. Zhang Chen visibly relaxed upon seeing our agreement and immediately led us away. Along the way, many people recognized me, but when they saw Zhang Chen, their eyes turned strange, and some whispered among themselves that Zhang Chen would take people to see his master after each assessment, but none of them would stay in the end. Half an hour later, we arrived at the foot of a high mountain. I looked up and was astonished. The academy originally had only 10 mountains, with 9 elders each occupying one mountain, the dean occupying one mountain alone, and now there was an 11th mountain before us. Since there was a mountain, Zhang Chen's words weren't entirely false. We climbed all the way to the top, but the scene before me stunned me once again. There was no grand hall, no plaza, only a few simple thatched huts. Outside the thatched hut, an old man in a gray robe was leaning against a table drinking wine. The aroma of the wine filled the air, clearly indicating it was no ordinary liquor. He glanced at Zhang Chen and said lazily, "You brat, you're back." Then he swept his gaze over Lin Jian and me, his tone domineering. "This is the 11th mountain. From now on, I will be your teacher." Lin Jian and I were speechless. We were clearly there to choose a master, but he acted as if he had already accepted us. Seeing our lack of reaction, the old man's face darkened. "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you going to become his disciple?" I smiled and said, Elder, we haven't decided whether to choose you or not, so let's forget about the apprenticeship. Lin Chen also pulled me, preparing to leave. He felt that this old man seemed unreliable no matter how you looked at him. How could he compare to the Grand Elder? Zhang Chen stood aside and sighed inwardly, clearly having expected this outcome. Just as I turned around, the old man suddenly spoke. There are 10,000 spirit stones in here. The air instantly fell silent. I whirled around, and in a flash, I knelt directly before the old man. Master, please accept my bow. Before I could finish speaking, I had already reached for the white jade ring on his hand. Lin Jian and Zhang Chen were both dumbfounded, especially Lin Jian, who never expected me to turn on him so quickly. Zhang Chen was filled with resentment. He had been the old man's disciple for so long and hadn't received anything. He even had to recruit people for the old man after the assessment. I, on the other hand, received 10,000 spirit stones as soon as I arrived. The difference was simply too great. The old man looked at me, then suddenly burst into laughter, his face full of satisfaction. Master, this ring. I looked at the old man earnestly. The ring was right in front of me, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't touch it. It was clearly a joke. The old man glanced at me sideways. It seems that your master is not as valuable as these 10,000 spirit stones. I immediately said seriously, Master, what are you saying? You are worth at most 5,000 spirit stones. 10,000 is indeed too high. The old man spat out a mouthful of wine and glared at me angrily. I quickly smiled apologetically. It was just a joke. Since I've already become your apprentice, you don't need these spirit stones, so why not give them to me? This time he didn't dodge, and I successfully obtained the ring, deliberately letting out a long sigh of relief. The old man said speechlessly, You're not going to take the spirit stones and run away, are you? I maintained a serious expression, but my eyes betrayed me. He waved his hand, saying he had long seen through my nature, and this would be considered a gift for becoming his disciple. Then he looked at Lin Jian, indicating that he wouldn't force him to become his disciple. Lin Jian glanced at me, sighed, and finally bowed to the old man. Master, please accept my bow. He was initially somewhat reluctant, but since I was staying on the 11th mountain, he decided to stay and see what was going on. The old man tossed him another white jade ring. Lin Jian accepted it without hesitation. After all, it also contained 10,000 spirit stones. Zhang Chen, standing nearby, watched with a face full of envy, his eyes almost brimming with tears. The old man instructed us to stay on the mountain to cultivate and to contact our eldest and second eldest brothers if we needed anything. He vanished into thin air as soon as he finished speaking. I was shocked. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. I stayed, of course, not just for the spirit stones. The 11th mountain is sparsely populated but extremely rich in resources. The old man casually gave me 20,000 spirit stones, exactly what I needed most. As for cultivation guidance, that's not so important to me now. I looked at Zhang Chen, changed my address to senior brother, and asked him who the eldest and second senior brothers were. Zhang Chen smiled smugly. The eldest senior brother is out there training, and as for the second senior brother, that's me. Lin Jian and I were stunned. I tentatively asked, There can't be only the 3 of us on the 11th mountain, right? Master has only taken in 2 disciples before, hasn't he? Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, and I sighed to the heavens on the spot. Zhang Chen remained calm, pointing to 2 thatched huts not far away, and said that was where Lin Jian and I lived. From today onwards, we are truly fellow disciples. Then he jokingly asked who was the 3rd junior brother and who was the youngest junior brother between Lin Jian and me. I quickly said to Lin Jian, Big brother, from now on, we'll address each other differently. I'll call you Big Brother, and you can call me Senior Brother, okay? Lin Jian punched me on the head and said smugly, Dream on. I'm both your eldest brother and your 3rd senior brother. I pretended to be aggrieved and said that I had clearly become a disciple first, but he still managed to suppress me. But I didn't care about the title. Lin Jian originally wanted to become the Grand Elder's disciple, but because I stayed on the 11th mountain, this bond was more important than who was a senior brother. Next, we each went back to our rooms to cultivate. I took out all the spirit stones from my ring, instantly piling them up like a small mountain in the room. A rich spiritual energy rushed in, making me feel completely refreshed. My martial soul, AWM, materialized, unleashing a black hole-like suction force that devoured all the spirit stones on the ground. A quarter of an hour later, all the spirit stones transformed into spiritual energy that surged into my body. I sat cross-legged in meditation and began to break through to the limit. With ample spirit stones, my cultivation level would continue to increase even without active practice. Now, with both internal and external spiritual energy converging into my dantian, my aura steadily rose. A little over a month later, I opened my eyes, my cultivation having broken through 3 realms from the 4th rank of the initial martial realm to the 7th rank. My divine dragon technique had also reached the late stage of the 1st level, and my strength and defense surged once again. Now, within the initial martial realm, while I may not be invincible, I am certainly capable of fighting against peak martial artists. I stepped out of the thatched hut, intending to check on Lin Chen and Zhang Chen's cultivation progress, and called out to them. The two appeared simultaneously, but their faces were bruised, and blood stained their lips. My expression instantly darkened. Who did this? Lin Chen wanted to say it was an accident, but Zhang Chen almost blurted out the 10th mountain. Lin Chen quickly pulled him back, clearly unwilling for me to know, but I stared at Zhang Chen, my tone leaving no room for refusal. Second senior brother, tell me. Zhang Chen sighed and said that the 11th mountain had always had a bad relationship with the other 10 mountains. A few days ago, people from the 10th mountain came down the mountain and challenged Zhang Chen and Lin Chen by name. They didn't want to pay any attention, but the other side insulted them, even daring to curse their master. Zhang Chen and Lin Chen couldn't help but go down the mountain to reason with them. Zhang Chen won all his one-on-one fights against people of the same cultivation level, but the group couldn't accept defeat and attack them directly. In the end, both Zhang Chen and Lin Chen were injured. Zhang Chen looked full of guilt, saying he only regretted not being strong enough to protect his 3rd junior brother. Lin Chen also said that he was too weak to help. I took a deep breath, suppressing my anger. Senior brother, elder brother, you two take good care of your injuries. I'll be right back. With that, I turned and headed down the mountain. Zhang Chen hurriedly tried to stop me, worried that the 10th mountain might launch another coordinated attack, even sending out high-level cultivators. Lin Chen also stood in front of me, telling me not to act impulsively, that revenge could come another day. I simply smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Although I haven't known Zhang Chen for long, he is a senior brother I respect. I absolutely cannot tolerate my own people being bullied. Watching my retreating figure, Lin Chen and Zhang Chen were filled with worry and were about to follow when a figure suddenly appeared, coldly telling them to stay where they were. "Master!" The two became excited upon seeing the old man. The old man said calmly, "I know what you want to say. Don't worry, he'll be fine." After speaking, he tossed 2 jade bottles to the 2 men. After they drank them, a warm current surged through their bodies, and their injuries rapidly healed. By the time they wanted to ask anything, the old man had vanished. At the same moment, at the foot of the 10th mountain, my figure slowly approached. At the summit of the 10th mountain, the plaza was surrounded by magnificent palaces. Several people sat around drinking, the atmosphere lively. Wang Yun raised his cup to the 3 men in the center, thanking them for standing up for the Wang family. Last time they attacked the 11th mountain, although they didn't encounter me, they still injured the people of the 11th mountain, which was a way of venting the Wang family's anger. Feng Ba waved his hand and sneered, saying that their actions weren't just for the Wang family. By challenging the Wang family, I've also disgraced the 10th mountain, so naturally they want to teach the 11th mountain a lesson. Everyone echoed his sentiments. Feng Ba even declared that every time he descended the mountain, they would challenge him, until he understood the price of offending the Wang family and the 10th mountain. Wang Yun outwardly thanked him, but inwardly he felt uneasy. He worried that the 11th mountain master would pursue the matter. Feng Ba's face was full of disdain. The 11th mountain has a mountain lord, and the 10th mountain has a 9th elder. Besides, the 11th mountain lord is not well known. If he really dares to come to the 10th mountain, what kind of trouble can he stir up? Wang Yun didn't say anything more, but ever since he returned from the 11th mountain, he had been restless, always feeling that I would come to him in person. Feng Ba was saying he would challenge the 11th mountain in a few days when suddenly a voice boomed from below the mountain. Lin Chen has arrived, challenging the 10th mountain. Wang Yun's wine cup trembled, and his face instantly froze. The thing he feared most had finally come to pass. Feng Ba stood up, a cruel glint in his eyes. He hadn't expected me to actually dare to climb the 10th mountain alone, and even dare to challenge everyone in public. Yin Shan also stood up. He and Feng Ba were both at the initial 7th grade martial arts realm, and he had long wanted to see what kind of skills this newcomer who fought 9 members of the Wang family alone possessed. Yin Tian, who had been silent all along, spoke calmly, telling them to go and take a look, but not to go too far, lest it damage the reputation of the 10th mountain. Feng Ba immediately suppressed his arrogance and respectfully agreed. Yin Tian was second only to Wang Feng in the 10th mountain, a 9th grade early-stage martial realm expert, known as the number 1 person below the spirit martial realm. Soon, Feng Ba, Yin Shan, Wang Yun, and more than a dozen others descended the mountain together. In their eyes, my daring to challenge the 10th mountain was undoubtedly courting death. At the foot of the 10th mountain, I stood quietly in place, my aura completely concealed. I'm here today for only one purpose, to avenge my 2nd and 3rd senior brothers. Feng Ba stepped to the front, his gaze constantly scrutinizing me. Although he couldn't fathom my true strength, he instinctively sensed that I was no ordinary person. My gaze swept across the crowd, quickly landing on Wang Yun and the Wang family members. I already knew the answer in my heart. Were you the ones who challenged the 11 mountains before? Yin Shan sneered, asking if I still wanted revenge. I ignored him, only coldly repeating, "Answer me, is that right?" Feng Ba directly admitted that they were the people who had been to 11 mountains. He stared at me, his face full of mockery, as if wanting to see what I could do. I nodded, then looked at Wang Yun. "Did you send them?" Wang Yun opened his mouth, but was rendered speechless by my imposing presence. Looking at his and the rest of the Wang family's expressions, I no longer needed an answer. Understood. Yun Shan's smile grew even colder as he asked me if I had come all the way to the 10th mountain just to ask such nonsense. The next moment, I ceased suppressing my aura, and the power of a 7th grade, early-stage martial realm cultivator erupted forth, a sharp wave of energy surging towards everyone. Lin Chen, disciple of the 11th mountain, humbly requests your guidance. The crowd's expressions shifted slightly. They hadn't taken my challenge seriously initially, but now that I was actually standing here, they realized I wasn't here to cause trouble, but to settle scores. Feng Ba snorted coldly and stepped forward first. The crowd immediately stepped back, clearing a path for us. Both being at the initial 7th grade martial arts realm, Feng Ba was considered the strongest. With him attacking, I should have been powerless to resist. Yet, I curled my lips into a smile. You alone are not qualified. These words silenced the entire arena. I stared at the ashen-faced crowd and mercilessly reopened their wounds. I heard that when you challenged the 11 mountains, you lost every one of your individual battles and then resorted to ganging up on my senior brother. Now I'm giving you a chance to fight as a group. What, you're too scared? Everyone was both ashamed and furious, and Feng Ba completely lost his patience, roaring as he lunged at me. I flashed forward, my fist instantly striking out. Bang! Feng Ba didn't even have a chance to react. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. Everyone held their breath. The strongest 7th grade initial martial artist of the 10th mountain was defeated by me with a single punch. The smile on Yun Shan's face vanished, replaced by deep apprehension. He finally understood that my words just now were not arrogant. Attack together. With Yun Shan's command, everyone released their auras. Despite their disdain, they had already fought my 2 senior brothers in a group battle, and now they didn't care about saving face. Facing the onslaught of over a dozen people, I merely chuckled. My AWM appeared in my hand, and gunshots rang out in quick succession, unleashing a barrage of martial arts techniques upon the crowd. Screams erupted instantly. One after another, they were blasted away. Only Yun Shan and a few others managed to remain standing, the rest collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Wang Yun lay on the ground, gazing at me in despair. He once wanted to compete with me for the title of number 1 genius, even believing we belonged to 2 different worlds. But now, my cultivation level was 2 ranks higher than his, and my combat strength was so great that he didn't even have the right to look up to me. It's only been a little over 2 months since I awakened my martial spirit. Wang Yun gave a bitter laugh, then fainted with a final trace of regret. But I didn't stop, unleashing my martial skill once more. A violent surge of spiritual energy swept in all directions, and when the space calmed down again, everyone who had come down from the 10th mountain was already unconscious on the ground. I stood there expressionless, as if this was all just how it was supposed to be. Lin Chen of the 11th mountain, come and challenge. My voice rang out again, echoing around the 10th mountain. My voice rang out from the plaza atop 10 mountains, and the expressions of the remaining people all changed. Feng Ba and Yunshan were both 7th grade early-stage martial realm experts, and now that I dared to continue challenging 10 mountains, the outcome was self-evident. A young man in purple robes looked down the mountain and said calmly, Feng Ba and Yunshan seemed to have been defeated. Then he stood up and led the rest of the 10 mountains down the mountain, clearly wanting to see for himself who I really was. I stood at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by people from several nearby mountains. Disciples from all 10 mountains lay sprawled on the ground, including Feng Ba and Yunshan. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. The inner court disciples knew each other well, and everyone was aware of Feng Ba and the other's strength. Yet now, they had all been defeated by me alone. Sensing my undisguised aura, everyone immediately guessed my identity. During the inner court assessment a few days ago, I single-handedly defeated 9 disciples of the same realm from the Wang family, and my reputation has already spread far and wide. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, everyone finally understands that the madman is none other than me, Lin Chen. Some whispered among themselves that Feng Ba and Yunshan had previously led a group to challenge the 11 mountains, but no news of the battle had ever surfaced. Now, judging from my posture, that battle was clearly not as simple as the 10 mountains had made it out to be. Some people marveled at my audacity, daring to challenge Sher Shan again after defeating so many of his opponents. Of course, many others believed I only did so because the real masters hadn't yet made their move. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught. Just then, the young man in purple robes slowly walked over. He had a handsome face and a restrained aura. Everyone behind him deliberately lagged behind a few steps, clearly indicating that he was the true leader of the 10 mountains, Zi Yuntian. Zi Yuntian ignored the unconscious Feng Ba and the others on the ground, his gaze falling directly on me. You're Lin Chen? Yes, I replied calmly, but inwardly I was on guard. From the moment he appeared until now, he hadn't even given Feng Ba a second glance. Clearly, my target had been me from the very beginning. The people of Shershan couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing that Feng Ba and the others were seriously injured, they glared at me angrily, accusing me of going too far and saying that I didn't take Shershan seriously at all. I glanced at them and sneered. Going too far? You should know better than I who is going too far. The onlookers immediately fell silent. Everyone knew that what I was about to say was about the challenge against 11 mountains. I said to everyone, when the 10 mountains challenged my 11 mountains, my second and third senior brothers fought and won both one-on-one duels. But the 10 mountains couldn't accept defeat, so they changed it to a group battle. My 2 senior brothers are still recovering from their injuries. I'm here today to seek justice for them. These words caused an uproar. It turned out that when 10 mountains challenged 11 mountains, they were defeated in a one-on-one fight and then joined forces to attack. No wonder they had been keeping the news under wraps and only announced to the public that 10 mountains had won. Many people from Shershan blushed, clearly having just learned the truth. The onlookers were even more blunt, some directly mocking Shershan for resorting to group attacks when they couldn't win one-on-one, saying they had utterly disgraced the inner courtyard. Hearing the surrounding chatter, the people from Shershan wished they could leave immediately. But I kept my eyes fixed on Xianshan, because everyone present felt either shame or anger, but his expression remained unchanged. A moment later, Ziyun Tian suddenly spoke up. What Shershan did before was indeed despicable. On behalf of Shershan, I apologized to Xianshan. After saying that, he actually bowed to me in front of everyone. The surroundings immediately fell silent. I have to admit, this guy has a very deep mind. A single apology resolved Shershan's embarrassment. If anyone else had continued to criticize, they would have appeared petty. But when I thought of the injuries on Zhang Chun and Lin Jian's faces, my anger hadn't subsided, and I said coldly, "What's the use of an apology? Can an apology make the injuries of my 2 senior brothers disappear immediately?" Ziyun Tian remained gentle. "Then what do you want?" Our eyes met, our breaths clashed, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath. He glanced at Feng Ba and the others, saying they had already been punished, and now it was time to talk about my challenge to Shershan. Without further ado, I clasped my hands in a fist salute. Lin Chen of the 11th Mountain, rank 7, initial martial realm, please enlighten me. Yuntian shook his head. Among the 10 mountains of the same realm, no one is your match. Then, his gaze turned cold. Yuntian of the 10 mountains, a 9th grade initial martial artist. You can choose not to fight. He was clearly trying to intimidate me with his cultivation level, which was 2 ranks higher than mine, to avenge Shirshan. I immediately burst into laughter. Sure enough, all of Shirshan are the same. If one-on-one combat doesn't work, they resort to group battles. If they can't fight within the same realm, they send someone with a higher cultivation level. Yuntian's expression darkened slightly, and his powerful aura suddenly erupted. The 10 mountains cannot be humiliated. To fight or not to fight. I stared directly at him, my fighting spirit boiling. Please enlighten me. Everyone was stunned. A 7th rank challenging a 9th rank. In their eyes, I could only withstand one move at most. But since I dared to step forward, I had no intention of retreating. Yuntian said coldly, "You dare to provoke the 10 mountains just because you have a little talent? Today I'll show you how foolish your decision was." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and without using his martial spirit, he threw a punch at me. I also threw a punch to meet it without the slightest hesitation. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept in all directions. I staggered back 10 steps, while Yuntian retreated 9. Though it was only a step apart, my heart was already in turmoil. My physical strength was immense. I could withstand attacks from anyone below the spirit martial realm. Yet, Yuntian's power still overwhelmed me. Yuntian's gaze was icy. I underestimated you. He originally thought one punch would bring me down, but I actually withstood his attack. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. That punch would have been unstoppable for an ordinary disciple. What's even more terrifying is that neither of us used our martial spirits. We were fighting purely with our physical bodies. Especially me, who, despite being only a 7th grade initial martial artist, was able to go toe-to-toe with a 9th grade Yuntian. Everyone's eyes were fixed on us, waiting for the battle to begin. Yuntian stared at me calmly. Lin Chen, you're the first person whose physical body can get close to mine. Just for that, you should be proud of yourself in the future. I looked at him coldly. In the future, when people mention today, they will only remember me, Lin Chen. As for you, you're just a backdrop to my background. Yuntian's expression darkened, and the surrounding space trembled instantly. A halberd radiating terrifying pressure appeared. The people of the 10 mountains were immediately amazed. A halberd martial soul. No wonder Yuntian could maintain his position as the number 1 person below the spirit martial realm. He gripped the halberd and asked me arrogantly, "I heard your martial soul is a useless one? Then let me see what it really is." Before I could finish speaking, he charged forward with his halberd, his domineering aura pressing down on me. I dared not be careless. Yuntian was the strongest opponent I had ever encountered. If I were to unleash a barrage of martial arts techniques from the start, I might not win and would only waste my spiritual energy. The AWM spirit materialized in my hand, and I first unleashed a tiger fist, then met the attack head-on. The tiger's roar shook the air, but the fist imprint was shattered by the Fangtian halberd, which fortunately weakened its offensive. With a clang, the halberd collided with the AWM, sparks flying everywhere. Yuntian looked at the strange, dark martial spirit in my hand with disdain. I thought it was something special, but it's just a piece of junk. I smiled and activated the black energy within the AWM. That black energy came from Wang Li's martial spirit. He had tried to devour me, but ended up being devoured instead, and now it was perfect for dealing with Yuntian. The black mist instantly enveloped the Fangtian halberd, and Yuntian's expression changed drastically as he immediately retreated. He clearly sensed the danger, but soon, the Fangtian halberd erupted with golden light, gradually dispelling the black mist. I was slightly startled. The golden light carried a holy aura, as if it could purify everything. Yuntian's martial spirit was indeed extraordinary. We clashed again, our halberd shadows and martial arts techniques clashing repeatedly. The onlookers were sweating profusely. Despite Yuntian's higher cultivation and stronger martial spirit, I had managed to fight him to a draw. The clanging sounds continued incessantly as we all unleashed our martial arts techniques and withstood the attacks with our powerful physiques. A quarter of an hour passed, and the disciples of the 10 mountains had become numb to the sight, their gazes towards me now filled with fear. They were clearly worried that once I reached the 8th or ninth rank of the initial martial realm, who in the 10 mountains would be able to stop me? Did they really have to ask a spirit martial realm expert to take action? Shiryu stood in the crowd, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He had already given up hope of my strength, but soon a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. No matter how strong a genius is, they can be destroyed. Everyone was focused on the battlefield. Everyone knew that the battle had reached a decisive moment. Whoever couldn't hold on first would fall. After a brief separation, Ziyuntian's breathing became disordered, but he still spoke coldly. Lin Chen, you have every reason to be proud that you've pushed me to this point. But this ends here. Soaring halberd. The halberd soared into the air, carrying an eerie and powerful aura, transforming into a cold light that was almost invisible to the naked eye, shooting straight towards me. Feeling the oppressive aura, I laughed instead. If you had used this move from the beginning, you might have actually been able to hurt me. Now, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Azure Heaven Overlord Halberd. A massive halberd shot out from the muzzle of an AWM, colliding head-on with Ziyuntian's halberd. A deafening roar erupted, and a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. To everyone's horror, Ziyuntian's martial spirit began to dissipate. But the remaining power of my Azure Sky halberd did not diminish, and it continued to bombard Ziyuntian. With a bang, he was hit by the backlash and struck by the halberd again, flying backward with a deathly pale face. After he landed, he stared intently at me, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. I said calmly, "Do you want to know why my attacks suddenly became stronger? It's not that I became stronger, it's that your attacks became weaker." During that 15 minutes, his spiritual energy was constantly depleted, and he was no longer at his peak when using martial arts techniques. But my Dantian was always replenished with spirit stones devoured by my martial spirit. So every time I made a move, I was at my strongest. Ziyuntian understood, but found it even harder to accept. His cultivation was clearly higher than mine, yet he was the one who fell in the end. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned. Just moments ago, we were evenly matched, and in the blink of an eye, I had one. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Lin Chen injured senior brother Z. Does he really think there's no one in 10 mountains? He injured my Shirshan disciples and dares to be so arrogant. Everyone, let's attack together and get justice for Shirshan." The crowd's anger was instantly ignited, and countless auras locked onto me at the same time. The shouts of "Kill Lin Chen" shook the heavens, and the disciples of the 10 mountains rushed towards me. I spotted Shiryu standing motionless at the back of the crowd at a glance, and immediately realized this was a scheme. He wanted to use the people of Shirshan to kill me. I sneered, "You think you can kill me just because there are more of you?" The AWM was raised, its ferocious aura instantly sweeping across the entire area. Dealing with Ziyuntian would require me to expend resources. But against these people, there was no need to hold back. Countless dazzling martial arts techniques were unleashed in succession, and spiritual energy raged like a landslide and a tsunami. A series of loud bangs echoed as all the disciples of the 10 mountains who had charged forward were blasted away, crashing to the ground with screams of agony. The onlookers were completely stunned. One man against one mountain. I had actually swept through all 10 mountains single-handedly. Looking at the disheveled disciples of Shirshan, I simply said, "Shirshan, nothing special." Before, everyone would have thought I was arrogant. But now that the results are in front of me, no one dares to utter a single word of rebuttal. I looked at Shiryu again, my smile sinister. "You want to use Shirshan to kill me? With someone like you in Shirshan, it's no wonder you did those shameless things in my 11th mountain before." Many of the still-sane disciples of the 10 mountains glared at Shiryu, while Ziyuntian struggled to his feet and stubbornly declared, "Lin Chen, the 10 mountains cannot be humiliated." I was slightly taken aback and felt a surge of admiration for him. Even at this moment, he was still protecting the 10 mountains. It seemed that Ziyuntian was not as incompetent as I had imagined. I said nothing more and turned to leave. I had achieved my purpose in coming to Shirshan today, and it was time to go back. But just then, an extremely domineering voice came from the mountain. "Do you think you can come and go as you please, Shirshan?" I slowly turn around. Chapter 22, Bullied, Senior Brother Appears. Just as I was about to leave, 6 figures in white slowly approached, coldly staring at the Shirshan members lying on the ground. The leader, by E, stepped forward his tone unfriendly. Did you beat these people? It's me, what do you want? I didn't back down. Judging from their auras, these 6 people were all at the initial stage of the 9th rank of martial realm, and their auras were connected, clearly indicating that they came with ill intentions. But I wasn't even afraid of Ziyun Tian, let alone be intimidated by them. He sneered. It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke Shirshan. You're the first. The other 5 stepped forward at the same time, their gazes dark. Bai even glanced around and said domineeringly, You've seen enough of the show. Disperse. Shirshan has something to attend to. Everyone understood perfectly well that they clearly wanted to drive away the bystanders so they could join forces against me. Some whispered among themselves, saying that while the 6 sons of the 10 mountains might not be as strong as Ziyun Tian individually, the 6 of them together were enough to crush any beginner martial realm cultivator. He stared at me. You injured my fellow disciples and insulted the 10 mountains. You won't be leaving today. Surrender now. I couldn't help but sneer. You're allowed to bully my senior brother at the 11th mountain, but I'm not allowed to seek justice. I just did the same thing as them. Baier's face was full of murderous intent. Big brother, why waste words? Take him down first. He didn't say anything more and shouted, Attack together! 6 figures rushed over at the same time. Obviously, they knew that I had defeated Ziyun Tian, and none of them dared to make a move alone. I immediately unleashed my martial spirit, unleashing 6 martial techniques in a devastating attack. The roars of tigers and bears, the howling of wind, all intertwined, and the battle erupted instantly. I dodged while charging towards one of them, the clash of martial spirits creating a deafening roar that shook the surrounding area. The onlookers didn't leave. Instead, they watched with even greater tension. Some were astonished that Bai Lu had also broken through to the 9th rank, and others speculated that Bai Yi was approaching the spirit martial realm, his strength no less than Ziyun Tian's. In this battle, they all thought I was destined to lose. 6 people attacked from all directions. I kept changing positions, dodging when I could and enduring when I couldn't. If it weren't for the continuous replenishment of spiritual energy in my dantian, I would have collapsed long ago. Bai Yi alone possessed the strength of Ziyun Tian, let alone all 6 of them attacking together. With a bang, I was blasted backward, my aura plummeted, and blood spurted from my mouth. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and looked at them coldly. I am just a 7th grade initial martial artist, yet I am worth 6 9th grades attacking me together. Shirshan really thinks too highly of me. Baier walked up to me without any shame. So what if the 6 of us bullied you? You injure my fellow disciples first, so don't blame us. Many people around shook their heads and sighed. There is no fairness in the martial arts world. If you're not strong enough, you can only be bullied. He coldly ordered, Take him away. Just as the 5 were about to step forward, a domineering voice suddenly came from the horizon. Let's see who dares to take away my junior brother today. Everyone looked up and saw a gray-clad figure walking through the air, surrounded by a sharp sword intent. The young man had a resolute face, sharp eyes, and an aura of danger about him. Someone exclaimed in surprise, He's Chu Kuangren from the 11th mountain. Legend had it that he had challenged countless masters from the 2nd to the 10th mountains, losing only 9 times and winning every other time. Bai Yi's expression turned solemn. Are you Chu Kuangren? The gray-robed youth came to me, helped me up, and said apologetically in his eyes, Junior brother, I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry you were bullied. Only then did I realize that he was the senior brother of the 11th mountain. I felt a little guilty. I've caused you trouble, senior brother. Chu Kuangren laughed. You're seeking justice for our senior brothers. How is that trouble? Then he turned to look at Bai Yi and the other 6, his face instantly turning cold. You're the ones who inflicted my junior brother's injury? Bai Yi wanted to explain, but I said directly, Senior brother, they used to bully 2nd and 3rd senior brothers because of their numbers. They were no match for me in a one-on-one fight. They couldn't win against me either, so they shamelessly teamed up with all 6 of us. The 6 men's faces immediately turned ugly. They had wanted to ease the situation, but I had directly exposed their deception. Chu Kuangren laughed loudly. You Shirshan people are indeed shameless. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray broadsword appeared in the air, its domineering blade light slashing horizontally towards the 6 men. Chu Kuangren didn't even move an inch before the 6 men were sent flying backward with muffled groans, completely incapacitated. Everyone held their breath. 6 rank 9 initial martial realm cultivators had been defeated in a single move. Their senior brother's strength had indeed reached the spirit martial realm. He spat out blood, still roaring angrily. Chu Kuangren, if you have the guts, go challenge senior brother Wang Feng. Chu Kuangren replied calmly, I just can't stand seeing you gang up on the weak. If you dare to bully the people of 11 Mountains again, don't blame me for being impolite. He turned and led me away. He called after us. Wang Feng will definitely get justice. The eldest brother paused slightly, leaving behind a casual remark. Tell Wang Feng that I'll be waiting for him at the 11th mountain in 3 days. Chapter 23 Gathering at 11 Mountains. At the summit of the 11th mountain, my master looked at me, whose breathing was disordered, and calmly asked, Was it enjoyable? I scratched the back of my head, feigning innocence. What did master say? This disciple doesn't understand. I never expected things to escalate like that when all 6 of the 10 mountains attacked at once. The master sneered. Don't do things you're not sure of next time. Then a white jade bottle fell into my hand. He only left behind the words, Eat it, before disappearing. I gazed in the direction my master had left, filled with envy. When would I ever possess such power, appearing and disappearing without a trace? Inside the bottle was a green pill with a fragrant aroma. After I swallowed it, a warm current instantly flowed through my body. My injuries healed rapidly, and even the pain subsided considerably. Seeing my expression of enjoyment, Zhang Chen laughed and said, Isn't it amazing? This pill heals injuries extremely quickly. I nodded, my breathing rapidly returning, and then asked about my senior brother. Zhang Chen pointed towards the cliff, saying that Chu Kuangren was currently meditating, and that his duel with Wang Feng would take place in 3 days. I have a lot of confidence in my senior brother. Although Wang Feng is very strong, I still feel that my senior brother won't lose to him easily. Zhang Chen brought up my victory over Yintian again. I only said it was luck. Without the martial spirit to replenish my spiritual energy, I could have at best fought Yintian to a draw. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the area at the foot of the 11th mountain was already overflowing with people. News of the duel between Chu Kuangren and Wang Feng spread throughout the inner courtyard, and disciples from all the mountains came to watch the battle. The first to climb the mountain was a woman in green. She was stunningly beautiful, with a cool and aloof demeanor, and even the air seemed to carry a delicate fragrance wherever she went. Someone recognized her as Luo Qingyi, the representative of the first mountain and the only disciple of the dean. Immediately afterwards, representatives from each mountain arrived one after another. Bai Ruofeng from the 2nd mountain, Ling Yu from the 3rd mountain, Xiao Han from the 4th mountain, Wu Gu from the 5th mountain, Li Tsong from the 6th mountain, Feng Zhu from the 7th mountain, Lei Yun from the 8th mountain, and Ziyu from the 9th mountain all appeared at the 11th mountain. Before long, Wang Feng arrived. He was dressed in a yellow robe, followed by the Wang family members, Yintian, and the 6 white-robed disciples of the 10 mountains. Seeing this, the people below the mountain followed them up the mountain. At the summit, the disciples from each mountain were clearly divided, with 10 representatives standing at the forefront. Luo Qingyi stood alone, while the other 9 were each followed by a large group of people. Afterwards, my eldest brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and I came out. Looking at the people all over the mountain, I couldn't help but think to myself, this scene looks like 2 groups are about to fight. Wang Feng stepped forward, his gaze fixed on his senior brother. Chu Kuangren, I have come today for 2 reasons. First, to seek justice for the 10 mountains, and second, to fulfill my promise to fight. The eldest disciple sneered. Seeking justice? You from the 10 mountains challenged the 11 mountains first. If you lost, fine, but you actually ganged up to bully the 11 mountains because we have fewer people. I went to the 10 mountains to collect a debt and defeated all the experts there by myself. Yet you sent a 9th-rank early-stage martial artist to deal with me, a 7th-rank martial artist, and then had multiple people gang up on me. If you've come here to seek this kind of justice, you can get lost now. These words immediately sparked whispers among the surrounding crowd. The members of Shirshan looked grim. They were indeed in the wrong. Losing wasn't shameful. What was truly contemptible was being unable to accept defeat. The disciples of Shirshan stared at me intently, as if they wanted to devour me. But they all knew in their hearts that after this incident, Shirshan would probably be labeled as a sore loser. Wang Feng's face also darkened, and he turned to look at me. Lin Chen, we meet again. I didn't expect that since our last parting at the Lin family, you have actually gone from the 3rd grade initial martial realm to the 7th grade. I smiled faintly. You're the star of the show today. You don't need to look at me. Wang Feng nodded and looked at his senior brother again. There's no point in saying more. Let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly erupted, and he instantly rushed towards his senior brother. The two did not test each other and directly clashed with their physical bodies. A series of booming sounds rang out, causing everyone to retreat continuously. Wang Feng had defeated his senior brother once before, so he naturally thought this time would be no exception. But now, his senior brother had broken through to the spirit martial realm, and his strength was far beyond what it used to be. Ziyu stared at the battlefield, her eyes filled with surprise. Chu Kuangren has improved too quickly. I underestimated him back then. Beishan Leiyin said in a deep voice. Before he entered the spirit martial realm, he could hold his own against me for half a quarter of an hour. It's not surprising that he can fight Wang Feng like this now. Everyone was focused on the battle, but Bai Ruofeng and Luo, Qingyi's gazes fell on me. Bai Ruofeng sized me up for a moment, seemingly somewhat disappointed. This is Lin Chen, the one who caused today's battle? He doesn't seem particularly special. He walked to Luo Qingyi's side and gently called out, Qingyi. Luo Qingyi coldly replied, stay away from me. Bai Ruofeng didn't care at all. Seeing that she was staring at me, he asked, are you interested in Lin Chen? Did the dean send you? I noticed that gaze and looked up to meet Luo Qingyi's eyes. She was indeed stunningly beautiful, and her temperament was extraordinary. She was definitely not an ordinary person. Zhang Chan sidled up to me, a lewd smile on his face. Junior brother, Luo Qingyi is actually interested in you. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I said seriously, to be honest, this girl is pretty. Zhang Chen almost lost his balance and tentatively asked, you don't not recognize her, do you? I shook my head. I don't know her, but judging from her demeanor, I know she's not simple. Zhang Chen chuckled. She's the representative of the first mountain and the dean's only disciple. If she hears what you just said, the consequences could be dire. My expression changed slightly, but I quickly regained my composure. Even if she heard it, so what? Zhang Chen and I spoke very quietly, but Luo Qingyi, who was not far away, obviously heard everything. Under Bai Ruofeng's questioning gaze, Luo Qingyi took a step and slowly walked towards me. Chapter 24: The Names of the 11 Mountains. Wang Feng and Chu Kuangren exchanged blows with brutal force, neither using their martial spirits. The violent clashes were so intense that no one dared to blink. Only when the two simultaneously retreated, their auras surging, did they finally unleash their martial spirits. A large sword hung above Chu Kuangren's head, its sharp intent sending chills down one's spine. Behind Wang Feng, a massive azure tornado swirled, seemingly capable of tearing people to shreds. Disciples from various mountains retreated hastily, while the representatives of the 7 mountains wore impatient expressions, clearly having awaited this moment. Wang Feng stared at Chu Kuangren, his fighting spirits soaring. Since last time, let me see how much you've improved. A cyan hurricane roared out, and Chu Kuangren sneered, unleashing a terrifying blade of light. Someone immediately recognized it as Wang Feng's hurricane transformation and Chu Kuangren's heavenly blade 9 slashes. I couldn't help but ask Zhang Chen what level of martial arts his senior brother was using. Zhang Chen just smiled and said that he didn't know either, but he knew that his senior brother's martial arts were very strong, extremely strong. I felt slightly relieved, but still somewhat worried. Wang Feng is the #1 genius in Yangcheng, and his strength is no fluke. Today's events were caused by me, and I would feel terrible if my senior brother were injured because of it. Just then, Luo Qingyi suddenly walked up to me. Her faint fragrance wafted into my nostrils, and I instinctively took a deep breath before quickly saying in a serious tone, sorry, it smells too good. Luo Qingyi glanced at me coldly, but didn't leave, simply watching the battlefield silently. Many people around saw this, and their gazes immediately fell on me, filled with hostility. I sighed inwardly. Sure enough, with Luo Qingyi standing beside me, I was more than enough to have been killed by these people tens of thousands of times over. Zhang Chen and Lin Jian exchanged a knowing smile and retreated to a distance, clearly having misunderstood something. Bai Ruofeng walked over at this moment, smiling and asking if I needed him to shield me from those stares. I recognized him as the representative of heirs Han and the only disciple of the Grand Elder. Before he could finish speaking, I took a step closer to Luo Qingyi and said with a smile, "But would I be afraid of them?" Bai Ruofeng was stunned, staring at me as if I were a madman. Luo Qingyi still didn't make a move, acting as if I didn't exist. He couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a huge difference between two people? I didn't push my luck and kept an arm's length away. Luo Qingyi's sudden approach couldn't possibly be because she was interested in me. The medicinal scent emanating from her made me suspect that she frequently handled medicinal herbs and might even be an alchemist. The clashes on the battlefield intensified, martial spirits intertwined, and the surrounding spiritual energy trembled. When the two separated again, Wang Feng's clothes were torn and his aura was disordered, while Chu Kuangren remained calm, making the outcome quite clear. The disciples of the 10 Mountains all looked grim. If Wang Feng were to lose today, the 10 Mountains would likely never be able to hold their heads high in front of the 11 Mountains again. Especially the 6 in white, who had bullied me in the past, were now filled with both fear and regret. Chu Kuangren pointed his sword at Wang Feng and said coldly, "Is this all the strength you have? Then this match should end." Wang Feng's face was grim. Chu Kuangren's aura was already incredibly close to the second rank of the spirit martial realm. At the same level, he was clearly inferior to his opponent. Yet he still didn't back down and said in a deep voice, "Come on, let me see just how strong you really are." Chu Kuangren stopped wasting words, and all the violent spiritual energy around him flowed into his blade. A black blade light slashed out with a roar, like a tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable. The representatives from each mountain narrowed their eyes, and Bai Ruofeng shook his head, saying, "It's over." The black blade of light instantly cleaved through the cyan tornado, slamming heavily into Wang Feng. Wang Feng was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood upon landing, his face deathly pale. The people from Shirshan rushed forward, but Wang Feng forced himself to stand up, looked at Chu Kuangren, and said calmly, "I have lost." Chu Kuangren sheathed his sword and turned away without saying another word. Wang Feng, however, walked towards me and, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, bowed solemnly. "Lin Chen, on behalf of Shirshan, I apologize to you. I am sorry." The disciples of the 10 Mountains were all stunned. They were the ones who had caused the trouble, yet Wang Feng had taken all the blame. The 6 white-robed figures in Feng Ba and the others were filled with shame, and their respect for Wang Feng grew even stronger. I looked at Wang Feng and smiled slightly. I was disrespectful to Shirshan before, so let's drop this matter. I have a grudge against the Wang family, but I don't have any major conflicts with Wang Feng. Now that things have come to this, the anger in my heart has dissipated, and there's no need to continue to be aggressive. Wang Feng led the people of Shirshan away, and no one noticed the smile on his lips. He may have lost the competition, but he won the hearts of the people of Shirshan. Before everyone dispersed, Luo Qingyi left a message. "Lin Chen, come to the first mountain sometime." Bai Ruofeng smiled and said, "The second mountain welcomes you too." Then he chased after Luo Qingyi. Watching his retreating figure, I guessed that this guy probably liked Luo Qingyi, but had never been able to get his wish. 11th Mountain returned to silence, but the battle of today was destined to spread throughout the entire academy. From this day forward, the name of 11th Mountain would truly become known. Chu Kuangren looked at us, a gentle smile finally appearing on his face. "Get ready. I'll take you out for a spin tomorrow." Zhang Chun, Lin Jian, and I exchanged glances, and besides curiosity, a bad feeling also arose in our hearts. Chapter 25. Trip to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. On the outskirts of the Monster Mountain Range, Lin Jian, Zhang Chun, and I followed our senior brother, Chu Kuangren, slowly forward. Our senior brother's sword intent was sharp and fierce. Lin Jian's sword intent was steady. Zhang Chen's temperament was gentle and refined, while I seemed to be just enjoying a leisurely stroll. I couldn't help but ask our senior brother, "Why did you choose a place like the Monster Beast Mountain Range when you brought us out to have some fun?" Lin Jian and Zhang Chun were also puzzled, since given our senior brother's personality, he would never have made this trip without a reason. The eldest disciple was silent for a moment, then said that we became disciples late and did not know about our master's past. Our master was not a local of Yangsheng, and the wine he drank all year round was not ordinary fine wine, but medicinal wine. Hearing this, I immediately dropped my joking thoughts. My eldest brother told us that our master was injured and could only be kept alive by medicinal wine. As for the origin of the injury, he didn't know either. When he first met our master, he was already in that state. I immediately guessed that we came to the Monster Mountain range to find medicine. The eldest brother nodded. He had heard the words mysterious soul grass in Master's drunken ramblings and had been paying attention to it since then, until recently discovering that the grass appeared on the outskirts of the mountain range. My eldest brother should have come alone long ago, but Master sent a message asking him to return to the academy to see me and Lin Chen, so he brought us along. Since the Xinhun grass is so important to Master, we naturally can't leave empty-handed. The eldest brother also said that finding medicine was only one aspect. The more important thing was to give us experience. He left any monsters below the spirit martial realm that we encountered along the way to us to handle ourselves, so he could see our true strength. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and we searched for the mystic soul grass while training. My cultivation broke through to the 9th rank of the initial martial realm. Lin Chen reached the peak of the 7th rank, and Zhang Chun broke through to the 8th rank, just one step away from the 9th rank. The senior brother chuckled and teased the two of them, saying that I had actually reached the 9th rank first. Lin Chen and Zhang Chun could only shake their heads helplessly. I said it was good luck, but I knew in my heart that if I hadn't been constantly replenishing my dantian by consuming spirit stones, I might not have been able to get ahead of them. The eldest brother was quite satisfied. Even if they couldn't find the mystic soul grass, the trip was still worthwhile. But just then, a series of beast roars came from afar. We exchanged a glance and immediately rushed over. The open space ahead was covered in blood, with corpses lying haphazardly. For demonic beasts of the spirit martial realm surrounded the three youths. The flame tiger, the grizzly bear, the golden leopard, and the silver wolf all exuded ferocity. Although the three surrounded were also at the spirit martial realm, they were already covered in wounds. Seeing that they were no match for the beast, the young leader told his two companions to stay behind and hold off the monster while he fled, promising to compensate their families. Knowing they would die if they stayed, the two dared not disobey. For demonic beasts pounced, blasting them away instantly, while the young man seized the opportunity to escape. Just as the flame tiger was about to tear the two apart, a black blade of light suddenly descended. With a loud boom, the flame tiger was slain by the senior brother's sword. As soon as we appeared, the fleeing youth shouted at us, offering to give us the mystic soul grass if we saved him. The words mysterious soul grass brought us all to a halt. The eldest disciple flashed forward, directly confronting the grizzly bear chasing the youth. With a single slash, the grizzly bear fell to the ground, screaming and dying instantly. We could save the young man, but we couldn't save the two companions he had abandoned. Two desperate screams rang out as they were torn to pieces by the silver wolf and the golden leopard. Seeing their senior brother's terrifying strength, the remaining two demonic beasts turned and fled into the mountains. The young man roared at his senior brother, demanding to know why he hadn't killed the two demonic beasts. The senior brother coldly retorted, "Why should I listen to you?" I also found it laughable. We were already being generous by offering our assistance, yet he treated us like servants. I held out my hand to him, demanding that he hand over the mystic soul grass. The young man was taken aback at first, then retreated repeatedly, clearly having only made the promise casually to save his life and having no intention of giving up the herb. I asked him if he wanted to back out, but the eldest brother had already put a knife to his neck. The mystic soul grass was related to our master. If he dared to play us for fools, the eldest brother would show no mercy. The young man's face turned pale, but he still invoked the identity of the Li family of Yangcheng, claiming that as long as we let him leave, we would be rewarded with an official position and made to work for the Li family when we returned. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Upon hearing the name of the Li family, the eldest brother's eyes flashed with even more murderous intent. I coldly told him that my name was Lin Chen, and that the person next to me was Lin Chen, the young patriarch of the Lin family, while Zhang Chun was the young master of the Zhang family. We had even been ambushed by the Li family before, so how could we be afraid of his threats? The young man finally panicked, but still gritted his teeth and refused to give it to us. I directly brought up the fact that the Li family had ambushed us, asking him if he deserved to die. Without further hesitation, the eldest brother raised his knife and brought it down. The young man fell to the ground, filled with resentment and regret. The eldest brother's face was filled with murderous intent. Since the Li family dared to intercept and kill his junior brother, they naturally wouldn't let him off easily. Neither Lin Chen nor I expected him to act so decisively. After searching for a while, the eldest brother found a fragrant gray plant on the young man. The very same Xianhun grass we had been searching for half a month. We never expected that this thing would end up in our hands in such a way. The eldest disciple guessed that the 4 demonic beasts were the guardian beasts of the Xianhun grass, but he didn't know how the Li family got the information or why they were also looking for this herb. However, since he already had the medicinal material, he stopped thinking about it. The eldest brother put away the Xianhun grass and prepared to take us back to the 11th mountain. I reminded him that the 4 great families competition was approaching in Lin Chen, Zhang Chun, and I had to return to Yang City first. The eldest brother nodded and told us to return to 11th mountain as soon as possible. Then he left alone, and Lin Chen, Zhang Chun, and I also embarked on the road back to Yangcheng. Chapter 26: Lin Nanfeng's Arrogance. Back in the Lin family patriarchal hall, my elder brother Lin Chen and I stood before our father, Lin Nantian. Seeing our safe return, our father visibly relaxed, but the worry between his brows remained. When I asked why, my father sighed and said that this Yangcheng competition was extremely disadvantageous to the Lin family. The younger generation of the Lin family had not yet reached the spirit martial realm, while the Wang family had produced Wang Feng, the number 1 genius in Yangcheng. If nothing unexpected happened, the Lin family would probably only be able to come in last place. I reassured my father that with my elder brother and me around, the Lin family would never fall to the bottom. My father looked at us, his eyes finally showing a glimmer of hope. These days, the only capable members of the younger generation in the Lin family are me, my elder brother, and Lin Dao. Just as the father was about to explain the rules of the competition in detail, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Lin Nanfeng strode in. He was the father's younger brother, and also Lin Dao's father. My father didn't give him a friendly look and asked him directly what he wanted. Lin Nanfeng, however, looked at me and my older brother first, especially at me, his expression very unnatural. Last time, he lost 600 spirit stones because of me, and Lin Dao also lost face. He clearly still remembered that debt. Lin Nanfeng got straight to the point, asking about the candidates for the competition. His father said that for now, it was tentatively decided that his eldest brother and he would be the main contenders, and the other 2 had not yet been decided. He immediately frowned and asked, "Where's the knife?" I smiled and replied that my father was still considering it. Lin Nanfeng immediately got angry and scolded me for interrupting. I ignored him and directly asked my father for permission to take charge of the competition. Although I couldn't guarantee first place, I would definitely not let the Lin family come in last. Lin Nanfeng scoffed, saying that he had only managed to defeat Lin Dao once by sheer luck, and that Lin Dao had now broken through to the 7th grade initial martial realm, making him far superior to him. His pride was barely concealed when he mentioned his son. I was somewhat surprised to hear that Lin Dao had broken through to the 7th rank. But in Lin Nanfeng's eyes, my silence clearly came as fear. He became even more arrogant, saying that some gaps cannot be bridged by hard work alone. Father realized that he hadn't come to discuss the competition at all, but rather to show off his son. So he turned to ask his elder brother about his experiences these past few days. The elder brother told father about our 3-month trip, but when he mentioned my cultivation level, both father and elder brother's expressions became strange. I looked at Lin Nanfeng and asked calmly, "Is the grand elder showing off his son?" He made no attempt to hide it, claiming he was merely stating the facts. I then reminded him if he remembered the bet we made last time. Lin Nanfeng's face darkened. That bet was a humiliation for him, and he certainly hadn't forgotten it. I made it clear. He came today not only to discuss the selection of participants for the competition, but also because he felt I was unfit to take responsibility for this matter. Since he believed I was no match for Lin Dao, then let's gamble again. I proposed that Lin Dao fight me. If Lin Dao wins, he can name his terms. If I win, he will give me 5,000 spirit stones. Lin Nanfeng was stunned, clearly uneasy, but I deliberately feigned disdain and asked him if he was afraid. Seeing my expression, he turned pale with anger, but ultimately agreed with a cold smile. I told him to go and fetch Lin Dao immediately, and I would wait for him in the clan's main hall. Lin Nanfeng snorted coldly and said that I was too arrogant for not even going to the dueling platform, but the space in this main hall was enough for Lin Dao to defeat me. Before leaving, he said he really wanted to see my expression when I was defeated by Lin Dao. After saying that, he left in a menacing manner. As soon as Lin Nanfeng left, my father teased me, asking if I was short of cultivation resources again, since I had to trick the Grand Elder like that. My father already knew that I was now at the initial stage of the 9th rank of martial arts, so he naturally understood that Lin Nanfeng had no chance of winning this bet. I laughed and admitted that the spirit stones my martial soul had absorbed were long gone, and Lin Nanfeng's appearance at this moment was just in time to deliver the resources to me. However, I also told my father that I was simply taking back what originally belonged to me. Lin Nanfeng and his son used to steal many of my spirit stones, and now I'm simply getting them back with interest. My father remained silent for a long time. As the clan leader, he wasn't unaware of the situation in the past, but caught between my younger brother and me, he never truly stood up for me. Then my father solemnly declared that since I had already reached the initial stage of the 9th rank of martial arts, I would be in charge of the entire competition. I hurriedly declined, saying that my elder brother was still in the Lin family, and it was only right that he should be in charge. But my father interrupted me directly. "Chener, remember this, you are my son, Lin Nanchen's son, and also a member of the Lin family." My heart warmed, and after a long silence, I finally nodded in agreement. I will do my best to ensure the Lin family achieves the best possible result in this competition. The father smiled with satisfaction. Just then, 2 figures slowly walked into the patriarchal hall. Chapter 27, A Son's Deception, Lin Dao's Transformation. A moment ago, I arrived at the residence of the Lin clan's Grand Elder. Lin Dao was cultivating when he was disturbed. He opened his eyes, saw Lin Nanfeng, and immediately asked his father what was wrong. Since returning to the Lin family, Lin Dao had been cultivating intensively with the abundant resources provided by Lin Nanfeng, which enabled him to reach the initial stage of the 7th rank martial arts realm. Therefore, he always felt grateful and respectful toward his father. Lin Nanfeng inquired about Lin Dao's cultivation progress, but Lin Dao sighed and said that he was still stuck at the 7th rank and would likely not be able to break through in the short term. Lin Nanfeng comforted him, saying that he had already surpassed too many people. But in Lin Dao's mind, I was the one who came to mind. After joining the inner courtyard, I fought against the 10 mountains alone, even instigating a major battle between the 10 mountains and the 11th mountain. He's only at the 7th rank now. How could he compare himself to me? Lin Nanfeng noticed his complicated mood and said that cultivation also requires relaxation, then mysteriously led Lin Dao away. Although Lin Dao was puzzled, he still followed. Actually, Lin Nanfeng agreed to the bet with me, not just to suppress me. He also wanted to use this competition to get rid of the mental demons left by Lin Dao's defeat to me. Inside the Lin clan's main hall, I saw the 2 arrive and slowly rose. Lin Nanfeng stared at me, his tone extremely confident, saying that there was no need to mention begging for mercy or giving up. This time, he would make me understand just how vast the gap was between me and Lin Dao. Lin Dao's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly asked his father if he had brought him here to fight me. Lin Nanfeng smiled and nodded, saying that only by defeating me again could Lin Dao's inner demons be completely dispelled. Lin Nantian, Lin Jian, and I exchanged a strange glance. Lin Nanfeng truly dotes on his son, but he clearly doesn't know that Lin Dao is no longer a match for me. Lin Dao stood still, his gaze darting away, seeing that his son remained silent. Lin Nanfeng sensed something was wrong and pressed him for an answer. Lin Nantian sighed helplessly and advised him not to pressure Lin Dao anymore, because Lin Dao really couldn't beat him right now. Lin Nanfeng, however, simply didn't believe it, insisting that his son was no less capable than anyone else, and even demanded that Lin Dao tell him the answer himself. I calmly spoke up, saying that I was now far stronger than Lin Dao. He remained silent, perhaps fearing that Lin Nanfeng wouldn't be able to handle the blow. Lin Nanfeng froze, looking at his son with a last glimmer of hope. Lin Dao took a deep breath and admitted with a bitter smile, "I am indeed stronger than him." Immediately afterwards, Lin Dao recounted the entire battle of the 10 mountains. I challenged the 10 mountains with my 7th grade cultivation, defeated Zian Tian, who was at the initial 9th grade martial realm, and in the end, it was only through the combined efforts of the 6 white-clad warriors that I was finally subdued. These words had been weighing on Lin Dao's mind for a long time. His inner demons weren't defeated by me, but rather by my terrifyingly rapid growth. But now he understood. Since he couldn't catch up, there was no need to force a comparison. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng was struck dumb, collapsing to the ground before fainting. He regretted agreeing to the bet, and even more so, he regretted bringing his son here. Lin Dao quickly helped his father up, his eyes filled with worry and guilt. Lin Nantian and I went over to check on him. Lin Nantian said it wasn't a big problem. He had just fainted from anger. Looking at the unconscious Lin Nanfeng, I couldn't help but mutter, I haven't given him the 5,000 spirit stones yet. But no sooner had I finished speaking than Lin Nanfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining even the hem of his clothes red. Lin Nantian immediately stopped me, saying that he wasn't faking unconsciousness this time. His breathing was fluctuating greatly, indicating that his internal organs had indeed been damaged, and he would probably need to rest for a month. At this moment, Lin Dao suddenly looked at me and bowed deeply to me. He said that since childhood, he and Lin Nanfeng had bullied me a lot and always targeted me, and now he was formally apologizing to me. I was somewhat surprised, but I smiled and told him not to worry. Although the father and son had suppressed me in every way, they had not truly put me to death. Now that Lin Dao was willing to back down, I naturally wouldn't dwell on the past. Lin Dao then said that he would try to raise the 5,000 spirit stones his father had promised, and asked me to give him a month. I nodded in agreement, knowing that the father and son simply couldn't come up with that many spirit stones right now. He helped Lin Nanfeng walk out of the hall, his back looking somewhat forlorn. I suddenly called out to him, telling him to prepare well for the grand competition of the 4 major families 3 days later. I told Lin Dao that the Lin family still needed his help. If he won the individual battle, the 5,000 spirit stones would be wiped out. Lin Dao paused slightly, but didn't turn around. He simply helped his father leave. Lin Jian asked me curiously what I was planning this time. I smiled and said that Lin Dao was, after all, one of the strongest people in the Lin family, so it would be good to give him a little encouragement. Actually, I've already decided that regardless of whether Lin Dao wins or loses, I won't take those 5,000 spirit stones. Lin Nantian nodded in satisfaction, telling me and Lin Jian to hurry up and prepare, looking forward to our performance in 3 days. Chapter 28, a grand event in Yangcheng, extorting the Wang family. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and crowds gathered in the center of Yangcheng as the grand competition among the 4 major families officially began. This competition is limited to young people under the age of 20. The results will determine the allocation of resources for the 4 major families in the following year. It will affect not only the rise and fall of the 4 families, but also the entire Yangcheng. One arena was set up at each of the 4 sides, symbolizing the rule of the 4 major families over Yangcheng. The Wang family arrived first, with their patriarch Wang Tianjue sitting in the eastern seat, followed by Wang Feng, Wang Yun, Wang Li, and others, exuding an imposing aura. Subsequently, the Li and Zhang families also entered the scene. Li Hong was stationed in the south, while the Zhang family occupied the west. Li Hong even nodded to Wang Tianjue, and the two exchanged a smile, but each had their own calculations in their eyes. Finally, our Lin family arrived. My father, Lin Nantian, sat in the north seat, while my elder brothers Lin Jian, Lin Dao, and I stood behind him, sizing up our opponents for the day. Almost all the surrounding discussions were praising Wang Feng. Last year, the Wang family had the best results, and now Wang Feng had broken through to the spirit martial realm, earning him the title of Yangcheng's #1 genius. Many people were convinced that the Wang family would definitely win the championship. My father's face darkened as he listened to these words. I suddenly asked him if he remembered when my older brother and I were ambushed and killed. My father nodded, and I smiled and said, although it was the Li family who made the move, this debt can also be attributed to the Wang family. My eldest brother immediately guessed my idea. I wanted to take this opportunity to extort money from the Wang family. I explained that this was compensation for emotional distress, but my father and the others were completely baffled. Seeing that I couldn't explain it clearly, my father simply got up and led me to the Wang family's house. When Wang Tianjue saw us approaching, his brows furrowed immediately. He had indeed sent men to intercept and kill my elder brother and me. But before they could make a move, they discovered that someone dressed in Wang family attire had struck first. He felt extremely aggrieved by being unfairly blamed. Now, seeing his father arrive, he clearly guessed that this was the matter we were going to discuss. The father stared at Wang Tianjue, and questioned in a deep voice. Although our two families have a grudge, we have never crossed the line. How do you explain sending people to intercept and kill my son? Wang Tianjue's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "That was not the work of my Wang family." The father, however, remained unyielding. "All I know is that the people chasing my son are wearing Wang family attire. In Yangcheng, besides the Wang family, who else would target the Lin family?" Before Wang Tianjue could explain, an elder of the Wang family sneered. "Our Wang family did indeed want to intercept and kill Lin Chen and Lin Jian, but they had already left when we arrived. We didn't even make a move." Upon hearing this, Wang Tianjue's face darkened, and he angrily told him to shut up. I looked at the elder and couldn't help but laugh. "So, the Wang family also sent people to intercept and kill my elder brother and me? Clan Chief Wang, how do you plan to explain this now?" The father's face darkened completely. He had only intended to use this as an excuse, but he had unexpectedly uncovered the truth. The elder also realized he had caused trouble and hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness, but Wang Tianjue kicked him away. At this moment, Wang Feng stepped forward and said to us, "On behalf of the Wang family, I apologize. Whatever your conditions are, just name them." I immediately asked him if he was really just making things up. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and said, "As long as the Wang family can do it." Without mincing words, I said directly, 20,000 spirit stones. Not only were the Wang family father and son stunned, but even the father was taken aback. 20,000 spirit stones was no small sum. Even an ordinary elder could only accumulate a few thousand over many years. Wang Feng's face was grim, and he forced himself to say it was too much. I feigned concern and backed down. "Say, then how about 10,000 yuan? Surely the prestigious Wang family can afford even this much." Wang Feng could only nod. His father looked at Wang Tianjue, waiting for him to give his opinion. Wang Tianjue coldly tossed out a spatial ring. 10,000 spirit stones. Let's call it quits and pretend nothing ever happened. My father accepted the ring and turned to leave with me. Before leaving, I looked back at Wang Tianjue and deliberately reminded him, "Clan Chief Wang, when those who ambushed us mentioned the Li family before they died, I only heard them mention it." After saying that, I returned to the Lin family's camp. Wang Tianjue was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked in the direction of the Li family, his eyes blazing with anger. He then realized that he had been made a scapegoat for the Li family and had been extorted 10,000 spirit stones by the Lin family. Wang Feng smiled and comforted his father, saying that as long as they won the competition, this loss was nothing. Wang Tianjue's expression softened, and he coldly looked at the Lin and Li families, declaring that he would make them finish last in the competition. Li Hong clearly realized the scheme had been exposed, but he merely sneered. Clearly, he had even bigger trump cards up his sleeve and no longer considered the other three parties a threat. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, the Zhang family patriarch finally stood up and said, "Since everything is ready, let's begin according to the old rules." Father, Wang Tianjue, and Li Hong nodded in unison. The grand competition among the four major families had finally officially begun. Chapter 29, the grand competition begins. The competition among the four major families of Yangcheng is divided into 5 rounds. The first 4 rounds are individual battles, and the last round is a team battle. The competition involves inns, restaurants, shops, and mines. The first place winner will receive 40% of the corresponding industry. The second and third place winners will receive 30%. The third place winners will receive 20%, and the fourth place winners will receive only 10%. Team battles will only begin after the 4 individual battles are over, with each team betting their previous gains. Because the risks are too high, few people have been willing to start team battles in previous years. The first battle was for the inn. The Wang family sent Wang Yun, the first opponent I encountered after arriving in this world, who is now at the 6th rank of the initial martial realm. The Li family sent a 7th rank initial martial realm expert. The Zhang family also sent a 6th rank expert, and my Lin family sent Lin Dao. Lin Nantian stared at the people on the stage, marveling at how this year's overall strength far surpassed that of previous years. I chuckled and chimed in, saying that many in the last year hadn't even awakened their martial souls. Lin Nantian glared at me, his words laced with disdain, but his eyes were full of satisfaction. From the time I awakened my martial soul to my current 9th grade initial martial realm, it's been less than half a year. Although Wang Feng's cultivation is higher than mine, he is at least 3 years older than me, while I've only just turned 16. Lin Dao volunteered for the fight, and I nodded in agreement. Just as he stepped out, Lin Zhou came up to me and said that Lin Jian and I would handle the last 3 matches, while the final battle for the mine would be left to him. I suppressed my smile and sincerely thanked him. Lin Zhou was only at the 6th rank initial martial arts realm, making him the weakest among the Lin family's participants. He knew Wang Feng would definitely appear in the 4th round, and the mine was Yangqing's most important resource. The Wang family would never let it go. Lin Zhou volunteered to take on the 4th round so that we could focus our efforts on the first 3 rounds and secure as much benefit as possible for the Lin family. Lin Nantian sighed and promised to give Lin Zhou double the resources every month as compensation. The 4 people stood on the stage, and everyone thought that Wang Yun and the young man from the Zhang family would be eliminated first. However, the 7th-ranked martial artist from the Li family set his sights on Lin Dao first, clearly regarding Lin Dao, who is also a 7th-ranked martial artist, as the biggest threat. After sweeping his blade over the 3 men, Lin exchanged a glance with the Zhang family youth before charging straight at the Li family member. His greatsword martial spirit manifested, unleashing a domineering slash that descended with terrifying force, the blade like divine punishment striking his opponent. Sensing danger, the man from the Li family hesitated for a moment. With a loud crash, the broadsword slammed into the arena, cracking the ground, the blade just inches away from him. He had barely escaped with his life when Lin Dao arrived at close range, blasting him off the stage with a single punch. The Li family contestant, a 7th-grade early-stage martial artist, had become the first to be eliminated. The Li family would only receive 10% of the inn's profits. Li Hong's face turned ashen, and he cursed, "Useless!" I, however, laughed. With the Li family out of the game, Lin Dao's first place was practically guaranteed, and Yangqing Xiqing would also fall into the Lin family's hands. Then Lin Dao slashed at Wang Yun. Wang Yun's cultivation was inferior to his, and with the Zhang family youth restraining him, he was powerless to resist and was directly blasted off the stage. The Wang family gained 20%, ranking 3rd. Wang Tianjue watched indifferently, seemingly no longer caring about the outcome of the match. Only Lin Dao and the Zhang family youth remained on the stage. To everyone's surprise, the Zhang family youth walked off the stage and admitted defeat. After the first round, the Lin family came in first, the Zhang family second, the Wang family third, and the Li family last. None of the onlookers expected that the Li family would be the first to be eliminated. When Lin Dao returned, I smiled and said thank you for your hard work. He still didn't react much, just glanced at me and stood quietly to the side. Lin Nantian also completely relaxed. Winning the first match was indeed a good omen. The second battle was for the restaurant. Of the 4 industries, the mine is the most important, followed by the shop, then the restaurant, and finally the inn. The Wang family sent Wang Li this time, the one who knocked out my elder brother Lin Jian during the inner courtyard assessment. I looked at Lin Jian and handed him the opportunity. Lin Jian's eyes were sharp, his sword intent surging, and he immediately nodded. The Li family still sent a 7th-ranked martial artist, while the Zhang family sent Zhang Chun, who was already at the early 8th-ranked martial arts realm. After taking the stage, Lin Jian first looked at Zhang Chun and asked him to leave Wang Li for him. Zhang Chun hesitated for a moment, then agreed. He knew about the feud between Lin Jian and Wang Li, and naturally wouldn't interfere. The arena quickly split into 2 battlefields, Lin Jian versus Wang Li, and Zhang Chun versus the Li family warriors. Lin Jian unleashed his Azure Heaven sword, pointing it directly at Wang Li, determined to personally settle the score from back then. Wang Li, his face full of disdain, boasted that if he could defeat Lin Jian once, he could defeat him a second time. He summoned the devouring silver spear, black energy swirling around its shaft, and his aura suddenly surged. Without a word, Lin Jian unleashed his heavenly sword. The sword energy swept out like a tornado, and Wang Li also used his soul-devouring spear. The black energy and sword energy collided in midair, and the violent shockwaves made everyone's hearts tremble. Both of them possessed combat power far exceeding their own cultivation levels. Even ordinary 8th-grade early-stage martial artists might not be their match. However, Lin Jian learned from his previous defeat in close combat and consistently attacked from a distance with sword energy, never giving Wang Li the opportunity to devour his martial soul. Wang Li saw through his plan, and his expression grew increasingly grim. His black aura was most effective in close combat, but now he was forced to endure the strain. On the other side, Zhang Chun, with his 8th grade cultivation, had already defeated the Li family's contestants, leaving the Li family at the bottom once again. Half an hour later, both Lin Jian and Wang Li's auras had weakened considerably. Lin Jian unleashed another heavenly sword strike, and Wang Li, exhausted and slow to react, was instantly blasted off the stage by the sword energy. The Wang family once again ranked 3rd. Lin Jian let out a long breath, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and then voluntarily conceded defeat to Zhang Chun. His target had always been Wang Li, and now that his revenge had been taken, there was naturally no need for another fight. After the 2nd round, the Zhang family came in 1st, the Lin family 2nd, the Wang family remained 3rd, and the Li family was once again at the bottom. Everyone had realized that the Wang family hadn't taken the first 2 rounds seriously. What they really wanted was the last remaining mine. Next, we'll move on to the 3rd round, which concerns the allocation of shops. Chapter 30, the individual battle, concludes. In the 3rd match, the Wang family sent Wang Mo, a 7th grade initial martial artist. He was previously unknown in the Wang family, and seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The Li family once again sent 3 unfamiliar geniuses at the initial 7th grade martial arts realm, prompting my father, Lin Nantian, to look towards the Li family. The Li family had never sent core disciples to the desolate State Academy in recent years. Yet now they were revealing their trump cards one after another, clearly indicating they were hiding their true strength. Wang Tianjue also had a strange expression. The Wang family's geniuses were on full display, but the Li family seemed unfathomable. No one knew how many more they were hiding. Among the 4 major families, the Zhang family patriarch's expression was the most complicated. The strongest among the younger generation of the Zhang family was Zhang Chun, a mere 8th grade initial martial artist. The rest were simply no match for the other 3 families. Zhang Chun saw through his father's thoughts and comforted him with a smile. "Father, don't worry. The Zhang family still has me." The Zhang family elder laughed, telling him to cultivate diligently at the academy and try to secure a spot at the desolate State Academy. Zhang Chun, however, knew that only 3 spots were available each year, and that an entrance exam was required. With his current strength, getting there was far from easy. But he clenched his fist and solemnly promised that even if he couldn't get in 1 year, he would definitely get into the desolate State Academy in 2 years. The Zhang family patriarch looked at his son, feeling both gratified and heartbroken. The future of the Zhang family rested entirely on Zhang Chen's shoulders. In the 3rd match, the Zhang family sent out a 5th grade early-stage martial artist, while the Lin family sent out their own Lin Chen. I stood on the dueling platform, looking at the other 3, feeling somewhat helpless. If I had already entered the spirit martial realm, I wouldn't have needed to participate so early. Lin Zhou voluntarily gave up the 3rd match, just so the Lin family could gain enough benefits in the earlier matches. In that case, I must win this 1st place. I looked at the Wang and Li families and said coldly, "Which of you 2 wants to be 3rd, and which wants to be 4th? Wang Mo and the young man from the Li family both sneered and actually joined forces to attack me. Clearly, they had already seen through my strength and were preparing to eliminate me first. A buzz of discussion immediately arose from the audience. Both the Lin and Zhang families had won 1st place in the first 2 rounds, and the Wang and Li families were clearly getting restless. If they joined forces and won, the Zhang family could still secure 2nd place. But even if they lost, the Zhang family would still reap the benefits. Unfortunately, they overestimated themselves. Bang! Bang! After 2 muffled thuds, Wang Mo and the Li family youth were sent flying off the arena. I am now at the initial 9th grade martial arts realm, just 1 step away from the spirit martial arts realm. Apart from Wang Feng, no one in this competition can rival me. The entire arena fell silent. No one had expected that I would defeat 2 rank 7 initial martial realm cultivators working together in a single move. Wang Tianjue and Li Hong stood up at the same time, their faces extremely grim. There was clearly still a 5th grade early stage martial artist from the Zhang family on the stage, yet I eliminated the Wang and Li families first, which was tantamount to slapping them in the face in public. Subsequently, the young man from the Zhang family voluntarily stepped down from the competition platform. At the end of the 3rd round, the Lin family came in first, the Zhang family second, and the Wang and Li families tied for last place. The final 30% of shops were split equally between the two families. Next came the fourth match, which was also the most important. For the Lin, Zhang, and Li families, this match was almost hopeless because the Wang family had Wang Feng. Wang Tianjua looked at Wang Feng and said in a deep voice, "Feng, be the first to eliminate the Lin family." Wang Feng smiled calmly and slowly walked onto the stage. Everyone knew that this battle was destined to be his personal showcase. My father gave a bitter smile. We'd been too ruthless with the Wang and Li families in the previous rounds, so Wang Feng would definitely target the Lin family first. But even if I were to compete, the outcome wouldn't change. Wang Feng wouldn't give me a chance to defeat anyone else. That's why Lin Zhou volunteered to take on the fourth match. He knew he was bound to lose, but he was willing to fight for my interests in the first 3 matches. As Lin Zhou was about to go on stage, I stopped him and said, "Don't fight too hard. Try to conserve your strength. We still have a 5th match." He and the Lin family were all stunned. The 5th match was a team battle, but the Wang family had Wang Feng, and the Li family might not be willing to accept a bet they were destined to lose. Although Lin Zhou had some doubts, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After he left, my father and eldest brother both asked me which family I wanted to gamble with. I smiled and said, "The Wang family. I think they certainly won't refuse." Lin Jian hesitated. With Wang Feng at the helm, the Wang family seemed destined to win. This was a high-stakes gamble, risking their entire family fortune. If they won, the Wang family would reap nothing for the next year. If they lost, the Lin family would face the same fate. My father didn't object immediately, but asked me seriously, "Chinner, how confident are you?" I hesitated for a moment, then replied, 70%. In reality, I have a 90% chance of success if the plan goes smoothly. But a 70% chance is enough to convince my father to make up his mind. "Good," the father laughed. "Since this competition is entrusted to you, then you can make the decisions yourself." I nodded solemnly. My older brother hesitated for a moment, then could only sigh and say, "All right, I'll follow your arrangements." The 4th match ended quickly, with no surprises. Wang Feng decisively defeated the other 3, and the Lin family was the first to be eliminated. Fortunately, Lin Zhou was uninjured, and his fighting strength was well preserved. Ultimately, the Wang family came in first, the Li family second, the Zhang family third, and the Lin family fourth. With that, the individual battles concluded, and the spoils for Yangshang were divided. But all eyes were now on the 4 major families, awaiting the start of the 5th team battle. I slowly walked out, my gaze sweeping over the Wang family members before finally settling on Wang Feng. "My Lin family challenges your Wang family. Do you dare to accept?" My voice fell like thunder, striking everyone's hearts. Chapter 31, the battle that everyone's been waiting for. A day ago, I arrived at the Lin family's martial arts pavilion. It was filled with all kinds of martial arts techniques, mostly first-tier techniques, very few second-tier ones, and mostly incomplete scrolls, with the highest being no higher than the 2nd tier. Unlike the clan's treasury, which required the elders' approval to enter, anyone from the Lin family could enter the martial arts pavilion, which was also a mean for the Lin family to recruit outsiders. I stood in the corner, holding a tattered scroll in my hand. The servant respectfully said that this was the only martial arts technique selected according to my requirements. After I dismissed him, my gaze fell on the tattered scroll, and a thought flickered in my mind. A poison technique? Although incomplete, it is quite valuable. I didn't expect the martial arts pavilion to have such a thing hidden away. Back on the central arena in Yangcheng, when I challenged the Wang family, the entire arena fell silent at first, then erupted in cheers. Everyone had been waiting for this battle. The Wang family had Wang Feng, a spirit martial realm expert, Wang Yin, a 6th grade early martial realm expert, and the other 2, both 7th grade early martial realm experts, an astonishingly strong lineup. In contrast, apart from myself, a mere 9th rank initial martial artist, the cultivation levels of my Lin family members, Lin Jian and the other 2, are comparable to those of the Wang family. No one understands where I get the confidence to directly challenge the Wang family, who possess Wang Feng. Wang Feng looked at me with a gentle smile. "Lin Chen, are you serious?" I calmly said, "My Lin family challenges the Wang family. Do you dare to accept?" Wang Feng burst into laughter. "You guys? Don't even mention the 3 of them. I alone am enough to sweep you all away. You have no idea about the difference between the spirit martial realm and the initial martial realm. Ignoring his mockery, I simply asked again, will the Wang family dare to respond? Wang Tianjue stood up abruptly and turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Heroes emerge from among the young, and my Wang family is ready to take on the challenge. With Wang Feng present, he didn't think he would lose it all, and even thought that I was just giving away resources for free. I immediately said, the Lin family will contribute 10% of the mine as betting capital. What will the Wang family use to wager? Seeing that Lin Nantian had no reaction, Wang Tianjue immediately understood that he had been given complete control of the competition. He immediately instructed Wang Feng that as long as they could win, he could do whatever he wanted from here on out. Wang Feng stared at me, his face full of mockery. Such a show of force. Yet you're only betting 10% of the mine? I'm not interested. If you're going to bet on the Lin family's entire fortune. These words silenced the entire room. Everyone was stunned. Betting one's entire fortune meant the loser would be completely swallowed up. The balance of power among Yangqings from major families would be shattered, and the winner would become the true overlord. Wang Feng sneered, trying to provoke me. What? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you're scared. I looked him straight in the eye and said without hesitation, fine, my Lin family agrees to gamble our fortunes with your Wang family. A flicker of unease crossed Wang Feng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it with confidence. He snorted coldly, you've got guts. The patriarchs of the Zhang and Li families stood up simultaneously, asking Lin Nantian and Wang Tianjue if they understood the consequences. This battle, seemingly just a conflict between the Lin and Wang families, would actually involve the Zhang and Li families. Regardless of who won, one family would become the dominant force in Yangcheng, while the other would be subservient, and the loser and the other side would be eliminated. I looked at the two clan leaders and said, then please be my witnesses. The Zhang family patriarch wanted to dissuade him, but Zhang Chen whispered in his ear, Father, believe in Lin Chen. He is my junior brother. The Zhang family patriarch pondered for a moment and finally nodded. All right, my Zhang family will bear witness to this. Seeing that the Zhang family had agreed, Li Hong's expression changed before he spoke up. Since Brother Zhang agrees, my Li family will also bear witness. Everyone sighed in awe. The Lin and Wang families were gambling their entire fortune for the next year, and the Zhang and Li families were witnessing it all. This was destined to be a turning point in Yangqing's history. Soon, the two families stepped onto the dueling platform. The Wang family was led by Wang Feng, with Wang Yun and two others following behind. I stood at the very front, with Lin Jian, Lin Zhou, and Lin Dao close behind. Before the two sides even exchanged blows, their fierce auras clashed, and everyone held their breath. Wang Feng sized me up and sneered, I admire your courage, but this is destined to be a boring battle. The Lin family will lose everything, and you, Lin Chen, will become a sinner of the Lin family. I smiled and said, after this battle, there will indeed be a family that falls into ruin, and a person who becomes a sinner. But the only one who will fall into ruin will be the Wang family, and the sinner will definitely be you, Wang Feng. Wang Feng's face darkened. How arrogant. Do you think that being at the 9th grade initial martial realm can change anything? The power of the spirit martial realm is beyond your imagination. Enough with the nonsense. Let's see how it goes. I turned to look at Lin Jian and the other two. Remember what I said before. Okay. The three nodded solemnly. Before going on stage, I had already decided on a strategy. First take care of the three people other than Wang Feng, and then the four of us would gang up on Wang Feng. Although Lin Jian and the others didn't believe they could handle a spirit martial realm expert, they could only place their hopes on me. In the next instant, Lin Jian, Lin Zhou, and Lin Dao rushed out simultaneously, each locking onto their opponent. Chapter 32, Wang Feng's Defeat. Lin Jian faced Wang Li again. This battle was crucial to the overall situation, and he could only hold off Wang Li, the strongest member of the Wang family. Lin Dao faced off against Wang Li, a 7th grade early-stage martial artist, while Lin Zhou faced off against Wang Yun, who was also a 6th grade early-stage martial artist. The battle erupted instantly, but Wang Feng and I remained silent. We sized each other up across the arena, as if the true outcome of this chaotic fight rested on our shoulders. Wang Feng saw through my plan and sneered. You want them to deal with the 3 members of the Wang family first, and then 4 of you to fight me? Even if you can do that, you still can't beat me. I nodded and smiled. You're right, but your Wang family will soon be eliminated. The words had barely left his mouth when a scream rang out. Lin Dao's opponent was blasted off the dueling platform, and Lin Dao immediately turned and charged towards Lin Zhou. A large sword descended from the sky, and Wang Yun didn't even have a chance to defend himself before coughing up blood, losing consciousness, and flying off the platform. Lin Dao and Lin Zhou immediately went to support Lin Jian. The three of them joined forces to attack Wang Li. Although Wang Li was slightly stronger than them, he was ultimately no match for their numbers. In less than 10 breaths, he was blasted off the stage. Lin Jian's face was grim. Wang Li's last bit of black energy had still grazed his azure heaven sword, leaving a piece of its sword spirit missing and requiring time to recover. But now, only the four of us and Wang Feng remained on the stage, and the situation had completely changed. Wang Feng, however, remained unconcerned. Lin Chen, are you satisfied now? Your plan is meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Of course I'm satisfied. I raised my gun and reminded Lin Jian and the other two, hold them off and try not to get hurt. The three charged at Wang Feng from different directions, unleashing their full martial spirit power. I also pulled the trigger in quick succession, sending 3 attacks straight at Wang Feng. Tiger Fist, Gale Fist, and Azure Sky Halberd descended simultaneously. The Azure Tornado behind Wang Feng instantly swirled, shattering the attacks of Lin Jian and the other two as soon as they approached. However, after my Tiger Fist restrained the tornado, my Gale Fist and Azure Sky Halberd struck Wang Feng, knocking him back several steps. Wang Feng steadied himself, his eyes icy. Lin Chen, you do have some skill. I stared at the faint green aura emanating from his tornado, my smile widening. Don't stop, keep hitting. Lin Jian and his two companions unleashed their martial arts once more, their broadsword, the Azure Sky Sword, and the boulder pressing down on Wang Feng from 3 directions. I, on the other hand, fired wildly, unleashing a barrage of martial arts techniques, engulfing the entire arena in smoke and explosions. Everyone thought I wanted to overwhelm Wang Feng with the sheer number of martial arts techniques, but I knew very well that an attack from a beginner martial arts realm cultivator couldn't harm a spirit martial arts realm cultivator. My real purpose was to make him inhale the poison gas without realizing it. After absorbing the poison technique, a phantom of a poison pill formed in my dantian. Whenever I unleash a martial skill, it carries the poison, capable of suppressing the burst of spiritual energy. Wang Feng could block the attack, but he couldn't dodge the poison. As time passed, I finally spoke. Brother Lin Dao, Lin Zhou, you can stop now. As the smoke cleared, Wang Feng remained standing unharmed in the eye of the tornado. He looked at us disdainfully. Why did you stop? Did you run out of spiritual energy? Lin Jian and the other two looked grave. Their spiritual energy was indeed nearly depleted. But I smiled and said, we're not attacking because it's no longer necessary. Wang Feng, you can lose now. Wang Feng's expression changed slightly, and I immediately led the charge. No need for defense this time, just attack. Wang Feng roared, and a tornado swept towards us. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. The once powerful tornado was now weak and vulnerable, and a strange green aura was emanating from it. His connection with his dantian continued to weaken. He couldn't mobilize his spiritual energy at all, and he couldn't even unleash 1/10 of his usual strength. Wang Feng stared intently at me, finally realizing that he had fallen for a trap. Lin Chen, I grinned and said, it's too late. Bye. Our 4 attacks landed simultaneously, and the tornado crumbled on the spot like paper. Wang Feng forcibly withdrew his martial spirit, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. Immediately afterwards, 4 attacks completely overwhelmed him. Wang Feng's body flew off the arena and crashed heavily to the ground. I looked at Wang Feng below the stage, slightly surprised. His spiritual energy was suppressed to this extent, yet he could still withstand the combined attack of the 4 of us. The spirit martial realm was indeed extraordinary. Wang Feng spat out another mouthful of blood, staring at me with a face full of resentment. I'm not convinced. As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Chapter 33. The Curtain Falls. The moment Wang Feng fell off the stage, Wang Tinjue rushed out, his eyes filled with worry. The entire arena seemed to be silenced. Everyone stared at the 4 of us on the stage, finding it hard to believe the outcome. They were defeated. Wang Feng, a spirit martial realm cultivator, was actually defeated by me, Lin Jian, Lin Dao, and the other two, all at the initial martial realm. This battle will determine the future fate of both families. Originally, no one expected that the Wang family would be the one eliminated from the Yangqing stage. Li Hong sat up straight, staring intently at us, and Wang Tianjue, remaining silent for a long time. Zhang Shan also stood up. He had chosen to believe me because of Zhang Chun, but he never expected me to give him such a big surprise. Father Lin Nantian appeared calm, but his clenched fist cracked. He knew I had said I was 70% confident, but seeing Wang Feng's defeat still left him deeply shocked and excited. I don't know who called out my name first, but the Lin family members immediately shouted in unison. Soon, the onlookers joined in the shouting, and the deafening sound echoed throughout the entire arena. At that moment, I became the sole protagonist of the Yangshan Grand Competition. Wang Tianjue's face was grim, his killing intent pressing in. Lin Chen, you're very good. What the Wang family lost was not just this competition, but all the resources for the next year. Without new resources, the Wang family will soon be left behind by the other three families, and it will be even more difficult for them to compete with the Lin family in the future. I looked at him and smiled. Then I thanked the Wang family on behalf of the Lin family. Wang Tianjue's aura surged, and my father immediately stood in front of me, saying, Wang Tianjue, are you a sore loser? Do you think the Lin family has no one to rely on? Zhang Shan also stood beside his father. Seeing this, Wang Tianjue could only retract his imposing manner, help Wang Feng up, and turn to leave. Before leaving, he coldly uttered a sentence. Lin Nantian, the feud between the Wang family and the Lin family will not end so easily. As the Wang family left, everyone sighed with regret. The Wang family, who once controlled 40% of Yangqing's minds, was brought down from their pedestal by me because of a single gambling battle. Li Hong left with his family, showing no emotion whatsoever. Zhang Shan congratulated his father and agreed to return another day. Zhang Chen glanced at Lin Jian and me, then followed the Zhang family away. After everyone had left, my father asked me what had happened. I waved my hand, telling him to check on Lin Jian and the other two first. They were pale, clearly exhausted of their spiritual energy. My father immediately took us back to the Lin family home. With this, the Yangqing Grand Competition came to a complete end. The Lin family secured 50% of the mines, 60% of the inns, 50% of the restaurants, and 55% of the shops, becoming the undisputed overlord of Yangqing. The Zhang family profited second, the Li family third, but the Wang family got nothing. Everything that happened today will be remembered by Yangqing, and my name will remain in everyone's heart. 3 days later, my father came to my residence and casually tossed me a white jade ring. I sensed the spirit stone inside and was immediately stunned. My father said that in addition to the compensation from the Wang family, there were also an extra 10,000 spirit stones in the ring. I knew that it wasn't easy for the Lin family to come up with so many spirit stones at once, so I said that this resource was too much. The father smiled and said, you won back 50% of the mine for the Lin family. Now the Lin family is not short of spirit stones. If you have any difficulties in the future, just ask. As a clan leader, I can always help you. I didn't refuse any longer and simply put the ring away. I was currently lacking cultivation resources, and these 20,000 spirit stones had come at just the right time. Just then, a servant came to report that Zhang Shan had come to visit. My father called me, and we hurried together to the clan hall. Inside the hall, Zhang Shan was already waiting, with Zhang Chun standing beside him. I smiled and called out, second senior brother. Zhang Shan looked at me with admiration, marveling that the situation in Yangqing had changed because of me alone. I addressed him as Clan Chief Zhang, but he deliberately put on a stern face and said that since I was Zhang Chen's junior brother, calling me Clan Chief Zhang was too formal. I had no choice but to change my address to Uncle Zhang, and Zhang Shan immediately burst into laughter, saying that Zhang Chen was extremely fortunate to have a junior brother like me. Zhang Chen's face darkened, clearly showing his resentment. Seeing his expression, Zhang Shan berated him for being spineless and told me to go out with Zhang Chen. Just as I reached the door, Zhang Shan's curses came from behind me again. How could I have given birth to such a piece of trash? I caught Zhang Chen when he almost fell, feeling a wave of helplessness. It seems I've become that other people's child that Zhang Shan was talking about. Afterwards, Zhang Chen and I went to Lin Jian's residence. The three of us sat around the stone table drinking, and Zhang Chan asked me, with a depressed look on his face, whether he was Zhang Shan's biological son. I said calmly, I don't know if you're Uncle Zhang's biological son, but I'm not. Lin Chen smiled and changed the subject, bringing up the academy's annual meeting. Hearing those two words, Zhang Chen and I both became serious. Because at the annual meeting, 3 students would be selected to go to the Wilderness State Academy. Of course I want to go, and so do Lin Chen and Zhang Chen. The Wilderness Academy means leaving Yang City and stepping onto a bigger stage. But there are only 3 spots available, so the competition will inevitably be fierce. Lin Chen smiled bitterly and drank the wine in his cup. There were strong people in every mountain of the academy, and even he, the junior brother, was someone they felt was difficult to surpass. The hope of going to the Desolate State Academy was really slim. As I watched them gradually pass out drunk, I drank alone and looked up at the night sky. In my mind, that long-lost figure in white appeared. The Academy of the Wasteland? If you can't even set foot on the stage of the Wasteland, how can you talk about coming to the Wasteland to find you? I don't know how much time passed, but the 3 of us were all drunk and passed out on the ground. I had a dream in which a woman in white quietly looked at me, her clear eyes full of expectation. Her voice keeps echoing in my mind. Shuer is waiting for you. At dawn, Lin Chen, Zhang Chen, and I left Yangsheng and headed straight for the academy. Chapter 34, The Mysterious White Jade Reappears. When Lin Chen, Zhang Chen, and I left Yangsheng, Wang Tianjue was coldly staring at Li Hong in the Wang family's main hall. Wang Tianjue had held a grudge ever since the Li family had sent people to ambush and kill Lin Chen and me, and then deliberately framed the Wang family. Li Hong, however, didn't care at all, even saying it was a trivial matter. Wang Tianjue was immediately furious. Lin Nantian had used this opportunity to extort a lot of spirit stones from the Wang family, and now that the Wang family had suffered a defeat in the competition, resources were at their most scarce. Li Hong stated directly that he was willing to compensate the Lin family double whatever amount they had extorted. Wang Tianjue seized the opportunity to ask him for 40,000 spirit stones. To everyone's surprise, Li Hong agreed without even blinking. This unusual attitude immediately put Wang Tianjue on guard. He pressed Li Hong for details about his plans, but Li Hong mentioned that the Wang family had suffered a crushing defeat in the competition and that the coming year would likely be difficult for them. Wang Tianjue, his sore spot touched, immediately wanted to see the guests out. Only then did Li Hong reveal his purpose. He was willing to share half of the mineral resources of the Wang family to help them overcome this crisis. Wang Tianjue was naturally tempted. The Li family owned 30% of the mines. If they were to give up 15%, the Wang family, while not as powerful as the Lin family, wouldn't be in dire straits. But he knew even better that Li Hong would never give away such a significant benefit for nothing. Li Hong took out a drawing with a fan-shaped piece of white jade on it. If I were there, I would have recognized that the pattern was exactly the same as the white jade I obtained from the Lin clan's treasury. Li Hong finally confessed that the white jade was of paramount importance to the Li family. He said that as long as the Wang family handed over the jade, he would immediately provide them with mineral resources, and the Li and Wang families could even form an alliance to jointly fight against the Lin family. Upon seeing the blueprints, a strange light flashed in Wang Tianjue's eyes, but he then shook his head in denial, saying that the Wang family did not possess such a thing. Li Hong saw through his reaction and did not press him, only telling him to take his time to consider it. Before leaving, Li Hong raised his offer. If they could get the white jade, the Li family would give up 20% of the mineral resources. After saying that, he left the Wang family with the blueprints. Wang Tianjue stared at Li Hong's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "The Li family is willing to pay such a price for their ancestral white jade. There must be a secret hidden within it." He flashed into the Wang family's secret territory. Deep within the secret realm, Wang Tianjue took a piece of white jade from the end of a dusty shelf. The jade was only a quarter the size of the round jade, shaped like a fan, with an unremarkable surface, yet it was exactly what was depicted on the blueprint. He stared at the broken jade, lost in thought. No one in the Wang family had ever deciphered the secret of the white jade, so it had long been forgotten in the family treasury. But Li Hong clearly knew of its existence, and it's even possible that the Li family also possessed a piece. Thinking of this, Wang Tianjue's expression changed drastically. Since the Wang and Li families both possessed fragments of jade, could the Lin and Zhang families also be hiding white jade? This speculation left him unable to calm down for a long time. At this moment, a shadowy figure reported that he had left Yansheng and was heading to the Wilderness Academy, asking if they should send someone to intercept him. Wang Tianjue pondered for a moment, and finally ordered that they not cause trouble for the time being, but first stabilize the precarious Wang family. He put away the white jade and turned to peruse the Wang family's historical records, clearly intending to find the secret of the white jade in the family history. Meanwhile, the three of us had already returned to the 11th mountain of the Wilderness State Academy. As soon as we reached the mountaintop, our eldest brother, Chu Kuangren, was waiting for us with a jar of fine wine. Taking advantage of our master's absence, he pulled us down to sit and drink. The wine had barely touched our lips when he smiled and turned his gaze to me. My senior brother said, "I'm having good luck with women. Even Luo Qingyi from the first mountain has come knocking on my door." Lin Chen and Zhang Chun instantly perked up, staring at me intently, leaving me completely bewildered. I've only met Luo Qingyi once. How could she possibly be looking for me? But my senior brother told me that in the few days I was away, Luo Qingyi had come to 11 Mountain 3 times, and each time she came up empty-handed. I was even more puzzled. After my senior brother fought Wang Feng last time, Luo Qingyi did invite me to the first mountain. Could it be that she came here repeatedly just for this? Zhang Chun grinned mischievously, saying that only the dean and Luo Qingyi were on the first mountain. If I went, wouldn't I be a lone man and woman on the mountain? Lin Jian and the senior brother joined in the teasing, and I could only shake my head helplessly. Since Luo Qingyi has already come to me 3 times, I can't let her keep making a wasted trip. After finishing my drink, I got up and left 11 Mountains, intending to go to First Mountain myself to see what she really wanted from me. Chapter 35, Luo Qingyi. The area at the foot of the first mountain in the inner courtyard was crowded with people, all of whom were admirers of Luo Qingyi. Without her, or the dean's permission, no one except the elders was allowed to set foot on the first mountain. So these people could only wait at the foot of the mountain day after day, hoping to move the goddess or catch a glimpse of her from afar. Some were relieved to have seen Luo Qingyi 3 times in the past few months, while others speculated about the purpose of her previous trip to 11 Mountains. If they knew that the goddess who haunted countless people's dreams had only gone to 11 Mountains to invite me, their expressions would probably be quite interesting. I walked down the mountain in my white robes, and, seeing the scene, couldn't help but marvel at how lively the first mountain truly was. Soon, people recognized me. They all assumed I was there for Luo Qingyi, and lamented that even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. I ignored them and headed straight for the first mountain. The crowd below immediately erupted in commotion, everyone thinking I was incredibly audacious for trespassing without permission. But then they remembered Luo Qingyi had been to the 11th mountain, and a bad feeling crept into their hearts. They could only reassure themselves that the dean needed to see me. Their resentment had nothing to do with me. Soon, I reached the top of the mountain, where a wide square lay before me. A grand hall stood in front, with residences on both sides. The entire mountain was arranged in a natural and elegant manner, making one feel relaxed and at ease. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view, and a chilling aura instantly pressed down on me. I immediately released my aura to defend myself, and, looking up, I saw a woman in a green dress standing in front of me. She was stunningly beautiful, dressed gently, yet exuded an aura of coldness that kept everyone at a distance. It was Luo Qingyi. I frowned at her. "Miss Luo, didn't you invite me here? Why did you attack me as soon as we met? If I hadn't blocked that chill just now, I would probably be frozen to the ground by now." Luo Qingyi didn't answer, but instead unleashed a blast of ice. I quickly dodged, speechless. This woman attacked without a word. I was starting to regret coming to the first mountain. Her figure moved with ghostly speed, snowflakes swirling around her, her attacks relentless, catching me completely off guard. I gritted my teeth and shouted, "If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." But I knew very well that with my cultivation level, I couldn't possibly stop her. Luo Qingyi looked at me coldly, her aura surging again. "Then you can be impolite to me. Since she brought it up herself, I won't hold back anymore. I have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. To make her stop, I have to take a gamble." I released my martial spirit, unleashing a series of martial techniques to temporarily trap her, while simultaneously charging forward with my gun in hand, my left hand already poised to grab. A series of booming sounds echoed as the martial arts techniques exploded, Yet Luo Qingyi emerged unscathed. The next moment, she grabbed my martial spirit, her icy gaze falling upon me, clearly having seen through my plan. My aura was instantly suppressed, and I froze on the spot, my left hand still in that awkward position. I quickly withdrew my martial spirit, straightened my body, and acted as if nothing had just happened. I stared at her, my face serious, and said, "You bullied me with your spirit martial realm cultivation. I've already lost. Kill me now." I knew she had no intention of killing me. Otherwise, I would have been lying on the ground long ago. Luo Qingyi snorted coldly, her powerful aura forcing me back. She tossed out, "You're nothing special," and turned to leave. I stood there, completely bewildered, utterly confused about what she was trying to do. Just then, a burst of laughter rang out. I looked up and saw a kind-looking old man emerge. Only Luo Qingyi and the dean resided on First Mountain, so I deliberately asked, "Are you the dean?" The old man glared at me, saying I hadn't even bowed to the dean. I had no choice but to bow in greeting, but I was still a little annoyed. This old man had clearly seen the whole thing. He had just watched me get beaten up. The dean seemed to read my mind and smiled, saying he didn't like those rules and was always easygoing as long as his disciples didn't break them. My heart tightened, and I immediately changed the subject, complaining with a wronged expression that his disciple had bullied me earlier and why he hadn't helped. The dean didn't bite at all, only saying that Luo Qingyi acted because of him. He had told Luo Qingyi that my talent surpassed hers. Luo Qingyi was unconvinced, which is why she challenged me. I was speechless. It turned out that I had been beaten up completely out of the blue. Afterwards, I asked Luo Qingyi what she was doing at 11th Mountain and deliberately laughed. She wouldn't happen to have taken a liking to me, would she? The dean snorted irritably, saying that he had sent Luo Qingyi to find me. Then he asked me how the preparations for the annual meeting in 6 months were going. I could only smile wryly. There were quite a few spirit martial realm disciples in the inner courtyard, but only 3 spots were available for the assessment at the Desolate State Academy. I needed to at least break through to the spirit martial realm to have any hope. The dean had a lot of confidence in me, saying that 6 months would be enough, and once I reached the spirit martial realm, I would be able to compete with those people. Of course, I wouldn't underestimate myself. I knew that better than anyone else. Then the dean asked about my master. I said that the old man was elusive, always the one who sought me out. I hardly ever saw him. The dean sighed after hearing this, as if remembering something. I tentatively asked him if he knew anything about my master's past, but the dean shook his head, saying that my master should tell me these things himself. Then, he suddenly asked me what I thought of Luo Qingyi. I was stunned for a moment, then immediately became wary and quickly said that Luo Qingyi was indeed a peerless beauty, but I already had someone I liked and asked him not to play matchmaker. The dean just smiled meaningfully and didn't say anything more. Seeing that he had nothing else to do, I was about to leave when the dean suddenly called me back. He said that from today onwards, I would stay on First Mountain until the annual meeting began, or until I defeated Luo Qingyi before I could descend mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the dean vanished, leaving me standing there alone. I couldn't help but howl in despair, my face more ashen than if I were dead. I had no time to appreciate Luo Qingyi's stunning face. All I remembered was how badly she had taught me a lesson, and the days ahead on First Mountain would likely be the true beginning of darkness. Chapter 36, Teasing and Courting Death. Later I found out that 2 months earlier, on the edge of the cliff of the First Mountain, my cheat master was standing with the dean. The dean asked him if he had come for me, but the master said it wasn't entirely for me. The dean then asked about his injuries, and the master only said that whether he could recover depended on fate. The dean knew his master was no ordinary person and understood that he had ulterior motive for staying at the Wilderness Academy, but he was powerless to help him and could only feel guilty. His master, on the other hand, thanked him for allowing him to stay peacefully at the academy for so long. When the dean asked about the 4 people mentioned in the prophecy, the master nodded and said that it was indeed the 4 of them, his fellow disciples. Mentioning this, he even emitted a chaotic and terrifying aura. Then, Master entrusted the dean with the task, saying that he probably wouldn't be able to stay much longer and hoped the dean would take care of him after he left. The dean agreed and then tentatively inquired about Luo Qingyi's talent. Her master commented that as long as she had enough opportunities, becoming a martial lord wouldn't be a problem. The dean was overjoyed, but also understood that even becoming a martial lord probably wouldn't compare to the future of the four of them. The dean clearly had ulterior motives and wanted me and Luo Qingyi to be together. My master only left me with the words that he wouldn't interfere in matters of the heart, as long as I was happy. 2 months later, at the first mountain square, I was panting heavily from Luo Qingyi's antics, glaring at her indignantly. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? You almost killed me just now. That crazy woman is definitely getting revenge on me. For the past 2 months, she's beaten me at least once a day, sometimes several times a day. Fortunately, the effect is amazing. My strength is more than twice what it was before I went up the mountain. No matter how much I practiced, I remained stuck at the peak of the initial martial realm, unable to break through to the spirit martial realm." Luo Qingyi looked at me coldly and said it was punishment for my malicious thoughts towards her when I came up the mountain. I was speechless. All I wanted to do back then was try to use some tricks, and I didn't even succeed. Why is she holding a grudge now? I snorted coldly and prepared to descend the mountain. Once I break through to the spirit martial realm, I'll make sure I get my revenge for all the suffering I've endured these past 2 months. Unexpectedly, Luo Qingyi flashed in front of me and said, "My master instructed that you are not allowed to leave the mountain unless you defeat me or wait until the annual meeting." Looking at her cold and beautiful face, I was speechless for a moment, so I simply sat down and said, "I don't believe you can keep staring at me like that." She completely ignored me and went to meditate cross-legged a short distance away. I was furious, but there was nothing I could do about it. I could only blame myself for being too weak. "Since I can't beat you, I'll use my words," I said with a smile. "Qingyi, you should change into a white dress. You definitely look 10 times prettier than you do now." She opened her eyes, gave me a cold glance, then closed them again, clearly warning me to shut up. I wouldn't shut up and asked her again when she would become the abbot's disciple, adding that she had made a mistake and should go to the 11th mountain to become my master. Sure enough, that struck a nerve. "Don't you dare slander my master," she said coldly, a chilling aura sweeping over me, making my whole body stiff. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite." Once I calmed down, I continued my foolish act. "You actually looked quite good when you were angry just now." Seeing that she ignored me, I got more and more excited and brought up the people who admired her down the mountain, saying that if they knew that I'd lived with her on the same mountain for 2 months, they would be insanely jealous. I sighed deliberately and said that she wouldn't let me go down the mountain, perhaps because she was worried about my safety. Then I said in a serious tone that I already had someone I liked, and even if she admired me, I couldn't accept it. "However, if you're willing to let me go down the mountain, I might consider your offer." Luo Qingyi's expression grew increasingly grim. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted, blasting me away. She walked slowly towards me, her body radiating a chilling aura. Only then did I realize that I'd gone too far. My internal organs were shaken, and I was so weak that I couldn't even escape. "What do you want to do?" I was a little flustered. She said coldly, "I'll help you break through using the method my master taught me. This is revenge." I quickly backed away. "Don't come any closer, or I'll tell you a secret." She didn't stop walking, but coldly asked, "What secret?" I knew I couldn't avoid this beating, so I simply grinned and said, "When the dean met me before, he wanted to betroth you to me." Shameless. Luo Qingyi conjured an ice blade in her hand and charged forward instantly. I screamed in terror, "Murdering your husband!" But I was too weak to resist and could only pay the price for my foul mouth. A shrill scream quickly echoed throughout the first mountain. At the foot of the first mountain, the group of people guarding the mountain turned green with fear upon hearing the commotion coming from the mountain. They believed that Luo Qingyi and I, a single man and woman, had spent 2 months together, and they all cursed me as a beast in human clothing, wishing they could tear me to pieces. If I knew what they were thinking, I'd probably be even more frustrated. I'm being tormented by Luo Qingyi on the mountain, and there's a bunch of people waiting to beat me up down below. This is unbearable. At this moment, a figure in white appeared at the foot of the mountain. It was Bai Ruofeng, the representative of the second mountain, the disciple of the Grand Elder, a master of the spirit martial realm, and also an admirer of Luo Qingyi. Someone immediately told him that I had stayed on the mountain for 2 months. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruofeng frowned and instantly dashed towards the first mountain. The crowd below the mountain immediately gloated, as if they could already see me being severely punished by Bai Ruofeng. Chapter 37 by Ruofeng. I sat atop the 11th mountain, my face bruised and pale, gazing at the sky and muttering, "When will this ever end?" If anyone saw me now, they'd be utterly shocked. The once dashing Lin Chen now looks lifeless, as if he'd been tortured horribly. Just then, a figure in white swept in from afar. I looked closely and saw that it was Bai Ruofeng. I immediately put away my dejected look and put on a calm and composed demeanor. Bai Ruofeng stared at the injury on my face, paused for a moment, and then said coldly, "Lin Chen, you seem to be living a very comfortable life." Seeing his suppressed anger, I instantly understood. Bai Ruofeng liked Luo Qingyi, and he had clearly misunderstood because I had stayed at the first mountain for 2 months. Sure enough, his expression grew even uglier. "I used to respect you as a gentleman, and you were quite talented, but I never expected you to linger by Qingyi's side for 2 months. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have invited you to the second mountain." A violent aura pressed down on me, and I quickly said, "Brother Bai, let me explain." "There's nothing to explain." He didn't give me a chance to speak, and in a flash, he was already in front of me. I could only raise my arms to defend myself. With a loud bang, the force sent me staggering back several steps, my chest tight and my face turning pale. I lost my temper too and looked at him coldly. "If you want to fight, I'm ready." Bai Ruofeng sneered. "Someone who hasn't even reached the spirit martial realm dares to challenge me? It seems you don't understand the difference between the initial martial realm and the spirit martial realm." He closed in again, and I gritted my teeth and unleashed my martial spirit, unleashing several martial techniques simultaneously. The ferocious attack instantly overwhelmed him, and I seized the opportunity to rush forward, throwing a full-force punch. To my surprise, he easily caught my fist the next moment. The force of his punch was like a stone sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. As the aura dissipated, Bai Ruofeng stood calmly in place, a hint of surprise hidden in his eyes. My martial arts techniques had been useless against him, but that last punch was actually enough to cause him some minor injury. He was ostensibly at the spirit martial realm, but in reality, he was already at the second-grade spirit martial realm. With such cultivation, he should have easily crushed someone at the initial martial realm, yet I actually made him feel threatened. I sighed inwardly. The gap between the initial martial realm and the spirit martial realm was indeed not so easy to cross. Poison gas might work, but he wouldn't give me a chance. Bai Ruofeng released my hand and suddenly laughed. "Do you know how much force I used just now?" I asked impatiently, "What percentage?" 50%. He said seriously, "You can threaten a spirit martial realm cultivator with only the initial martial realm, especially since it is me, Bai Ruofeng. You have reason to be proud." I was speechless. Was this guy praising me or himself? So I smiled faintly and said, "You, a spirit martial realm cultivator, bullying a beginner martial realm cultivator, and you still have a nerve?" I didn't sense any killing intent from him, and I knew that this guy was just taking the opportunity to test my strength and vent his frustration. At that moment, Luo Qingyi, dressed in a white dress, suddenly appeared before us. Amidst the fragrant aroma, my eyes lit up, and I immediately hid behind her, glaring fiercely at Bai Ruofeng. "Qingyi, you've finally arrived. If you had been any later, Bai Ruofeng would have killed me, and I would never have seen you again." I acted with such deep emotion that Bai Ruofeng and Luo Qingyi were both stunned. Bai Ruofeng, in particular, stared at Luo Qingyi's white dress, his eyes filled with amazement. Luo Qingyi usually wears blue, but today, in her white dress, she seemed even more lively than usual. However, when he saw me hiding behind her, his face immediately darkened. I deliberately moved closer to Luo Qingyi, and when I saw that she didn't immediately move away, Bai Ruofeng's eyes were practically spitting out jealousy. I immediately felt much better. After all, he had bullied me earlier. Luo Qingyi looked at me coldly, her icy aura bursting forth and knocking me back several steps. "Dare to come any closer to me, and I'll chop you up," I said with a heartfelt expression. "Qingyi, don't be like that. I'll change anything you're unhappy about. Also, you look really beautiful in that white dress today. Is it because you care about my opinion? Honestly, have you fallen for me?" Upon hearing this, both Luo Qingyi and Bai Ruofeng's auras turned icy cold, clearly on the verge of exploding. I continued in a serious tone, "I know I'm very charming, and it's your freedom to like me. But I already have someone I like, and I can't accept you. Lin Chen, go to hell." Bai Ruofeng could no longer contain himself, and his anger erupted, causing a gust of wind to swirl and the entire space to tremble. He was clearly provoked by my words, and was convinced that I had been harassing Luo Qingyi quite a bit over the past 2 months. When he charged at me again, I immediately shouted, "Qingyi, someone is trying to murder her husband. Protect him." Bai Ruofeng unleashed a punch, filled with jealousy and resentment, sending me flying. Luo Qingyi's expression remained indifferent, and she simply said, "As long as you don't kill them, that's fine." Suddenly, my screams echoed from afar. 15 minutes later, I lay on the ground, bruised and battered, feeling like my body was falling apart. I didn't want to move a single finger. With a pained expression, I asked, "Bai Ruofeng, did you have to use such a heavy hand?" Actually, I was even more disappointed. I had hoped to use this beating to see if I could break through, but it turns out that the whole breakthrough in the face of life and death thing was a lie. Bai Ruofeng finally calmed down and lowered his head to ask me, "Tell me, what exactly did you and Qingyi do in the past 2 months?" I grinned and said, "Nothing much. She just fell for me." His eyes instantly turned cold. "If you say that again, I'll really beat you to death." I sighed and recounted how Luo Qingyi had been lecturing me every day for the past 2 months. After listening, Bai Ruofeng felt some sympathy for me, clearly realizing he had overthought things. Luo Qingyi reappeared and placed a green pill into my mouth. A warm current flowed through my body, and within moments, my injuries were 70 or 80% healed. I stood up and said with a smile, "Qingyi is still the best to me." Bai Ruofeng was instantly filled with hatred, but Luo Qingyi completely ignored him and disappeared. Bai Ruofeng looked at me with a helpless expression. "Lin Chen, how could you be so shameless?" I just laughed and didn't answer. An hour later, Bai Ruofeng and I lay on the ground, with wine jars beside us, the air thick with the smell of alcohol. At the same time, at the foot of the first mountain, 3 figures slowly appeared. Chapter 38. The Brothers Gather, Then Departure. At the foot of the first mountain, my 3 senior brothers arrived. Upon seeing Chu Kuangren, Zhang Chen grinned mischievously and asked, "Junior brother, you've been on the first mountain for so long. Have you already won over Luo Qingyi?" Chu Kuangren didn't reply, only telling them to go up the mountain first. The onlookers, however, were in an uproar. After recognizing that these were Chu Kuangren and his 2 junior brothers from 11th Mountain, they all exclaimed that 11th Mountain was truly a blessed place. First I climbed the first mountain, and now even my 3 senior brothers have arrived. Everyone is both jealous of me and wondering what exactly happened between Bai Ruofeng and me after he came up the mountain. Not long after, Chu Kuangren and his 2 companions arrived at the mountaintop. They were all somewhat surprised to see Bai Ruofeng and me sitting together. What was Bai Ruofeng doing here? And what was our relationship? I sensed their presence and immediately opened my eyes and rushed over, shouting excitedly, "Senior brother, second senior brother, eldest brother." The 3 of them were stunned. Knowing me as they did, shouldn't I be beaming with pride after spending 2 months by Luo Qingyi's side? Why did I look like I'd suffered terribly? Zhang Chen quickly reached out to stop me, afraid I would rush up and hug him. Then he asked me how I had been these past 2 months. I sighed and recounted my entire experience at First Mountain. After hearing this, the 3 of them had the same expression as Bai Ruofeng before, full of sympathy. They originally thought I was so happy that I didn't want to go back to 11th Mountain, but it turned out that I wasn't unwilling to return at all, but was trapped and unable to go back. Chu Kuangren coughed and said that this matter could be discussed later, or better yet, not at all. They came up the mountain this time to see how I was doing, and now it seems that I am indeed doing well. Just as I was about to explode, Chu Kuangren said that they had come to take me away from this misery. I immediately perked up and asked him if we had a mission. Chu Kuangren nodded. Our master sent us out to train and try to break through to the spirit martial realm. I looked at Zhang Chen and Lin Chen and was surprised to find that they had both reached the initial stage of the 9th rank of the martial realm. I was supposed to be the first to break through to the 9th rank, but now I've been stuck here for 2 months, and even Lin Chen, who was originally behind me, has caught up. Zhang Chen said with a smug look on his face, "He's finally caught up with me, but these past 2 months have been really miserable." Lin Chen patted my shoulder and said with a smile, "That's great. We can break through to the spirit martial realm together now." I felt a hint of boasting in his voice, but I could only sigh helplessly. Chu Kuangren comforted me, saying that going out to train might still allow me to break through my limits. I composed myself and asked about the mission objective. My master had assigned us to find a second-tier spiritual herb, the Xian Shuang grass. The frost grass is located at the boundary between the outer and central areas of the Monster Mountain Range, a place that is extremely dangerous and where one might even encounter monsters from the central area. I asked about my master's past again. After the last competition among the 4 major families of Yangcheng, I was unable to return with them and came directly to the first mountain. I don't know if my master told them anything. Chu Kuangren shook his head. His master only said that he would tell them when there was a chance in the future. He was the first to become a disciple and wanted to know more about his master than anyone else, but the old man remained tight-lipped. Since that's the case, I didn't ask any more questions and immediately urged everyone to set off. I didn't want to stay on First Mountain for even a moment longer, much less be tormented by Luo Qingyi. Just then, Bai Ruofeng suddenly appeared, smiling, and asked if we could take him with us to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Zhang Chun and Lin Jian both looked at Chu Kuangren, clearly not objecting to his joining. Bai Ruofeng is already at the Spirit Martial realm, and with him accompanying us, our safety is greatly enhanced. However, Chu Kuangren turned his gaze to me, clearly wanting to see how Bai Ruofeng and I would get along. I looked at Bai Ruofeng and asked him what he was going to the Monster Beast Mountain Range for. We were there for training and to get the Xian Shuang grass, so his offer to come along was quite unexpected. Bai Ruofeng was silent for a moment, then said that he was also going there for training. He then stared at me and asked, "Do you think I look down on him?" I immediately smiled. With him around, I would naturally be more than happy to have him. So, our group left the first mountain and headed towards the Monster Mountain Range. On another cliff on the first mountain, the dean asked the master, "That border area is fraught with danger. With our strength, aren't you worried at all about going there?" The master said calmly, "What kind of training is it if it's not dangerous? Besides, he won't let the 4 of us risk our lives alone. He will secretly follow us for a while afterward." Then, the master said that after this trip, he might not return to the academy. He would have Lin Chen and Zhang Chen return before the academy's annual meeting, and as for Lin Jian and Chu Kuangren, he would be taking them with him for a while. The dean was puzzled. It was understandable that Chu Kuangren was leaving, but why was Lin Jian also leaving? The master explained that Lin Jian's martial spirit was the Azure Heaven Sword, which was somewhat similar to his own. By cultivating with him, he could learn more. As for Zhang Chan and me, our master couldn't teach us much, so it was better for us to continue our adventures. The dean could only bow and say goodbye, and the master's figure vanished completely in a flash. A moment later, Luo Qingyi arrived and calmly told the dean that she had already gone down the mountain. The dean smiled and asked her what she thought of her after spending time with her these past few days. Luo Qingyi's expression changed slightly, and she said 3 extremes in a row: utterly shameless, utterly despicable, utterly narcissistic. The dean laughed and suddenly asked her what she would do if she were betrothed to me. Luo Qingyi froze instantly, and my smug expression immediately flashed into her mind. So it turns out what I said before about the dean wanting to give her to me wasn't just talk. Luo Qingyi looked dissatisfied and stubbornly said she didn't understand. Seeing this, the dean could only sigh and say that if she didn't like it, so be it, and he wouldn't interfere anymore. But he knew in his heart that my future achievements were limitless, and if she missed out on me, Luo Qingyi might eventually regret it. When we returned to the foot of the first mountain, everyone was stunned to see Bai Ruofeng and me walking down the mountain chatting and laughing. They thought Bai Ruofeng would challenge me to a manly fight and teach me a lesson, but who would have thought we would get along so well? I ignored their envious and hateful gazes and led my people through the crowd to leave, leaving behind a murmur of discussion. Some speculated that Bai Ruofeng and I had reached a secret agreement, while others were jealous that I could spend 2 months with Luo Qingyi. Hearing these words, the anger intensified among the crowd. If they weren't outnumbered, they probably would have already pounced on me. Chapter 39, Mysterious Frostgrass. Later I learned that a team from the Wood City Wilderness Academy was also searching for the frost grass at the junction of the outer and central parts of the Monster Mountain Range. The young man and woman leading the group were the son and daughter of the dean of Moo City Academy. The young man was extremely ambitious. The frost grass could help his father improve his strength, and if he brought it back, his bargaining power in the struggle for the position of head of the Moo family would be even greater. Ho Qing, who was leading the way, was trembling with fear, afraid that if he couldn't find the spiritual herbs, he would be angered by that unruly girl and his family would be forced to leave Mu City. Soon, they detected the aura of the ice spirit python. The ice spirit python was the companion beast of the frost grass. Seeing it meant that the spiritual herb was nearby. What surprised the young master of the Nama family even more was that there was another group of people ahead. He did not show himself immediately, but instead had his men keep an eye on them from a distance, planning to wait until the others and the demon beast fought to the death before he could reap the benefits. The other group was the 5 of us. I hid in the shadows, watching the 2 giant blue pythons ahead and the 2 Xian Shuang grasses they guarded, feeling somewhat helpless. Both ice spirit pythons were at the spirit martial realm, while the 3 of us hadn't broken through to the spirit martial realm yet, so we could only rely on our senior brother Chu Kuangren and Bai Ruofeng to help. Lin Chen and Zhang Chun originally wanted to come to the mountains for training, but they didn't see a single monster along the way. Now that they finally encountered one, it was one that they couldn't interfere with. Both of them looked a little depressed. Chu Kuangren smiled and comforted us, saying that once we obtained the Xian Shuang grass, there would naturally be plenty of opportunities for training. However, his expression gave Lin Jian and the others a bad feeling. Bai Ruofeng glanced at me, reminding me that the spirit martial realm was not so simple, and that I shouldn't go up and cause trouble. Chu Kuangren also told me to stay hidden so that they wouldn't have to be distracted by protecting us during their battle. The 2 had barely finished speaking when they rushed out. I shook my head helplessly. They still didn't believe that I could be of help even if I didn't get close to the battlefield. As soon as Chu Kuangren and Bai Ruofeng appeared, the 2 giant ice spirit pythons roared, and a chilling aura swept over them like a storm. The 2 immediately separated, each facing one of the pythons. Chu Kuangren wielded a large saber, his saber intent soaring to the heavens. One after another, black saber beams slashed out, each strike more powerful than the last. I could tell that his cultivation had likely reached the 2nd rank of the spirit martial realm. Bai Ruofeng was equally formidable. He unleashed his wind attribute martial soul, several tornadoes swirling around him, making him appear as if he were standing in the eye of storm. However, the ice spirit python's defense was too strong. Even when injured, it would withstand the attacks and retaliate. Chu Kuangren's swordsmanship required continuous accumulation of momentum. Once interrupted, subsequent sword strikes would be difficult to execute. The 2 giant pythons clearly realized this as well, and desperately tried to block their attacks. We can't wait any longer. I raised my black AWM, gathering spiritual energy, and unleashed a series of martial arts techniques from the muzzle. Bear paw, tiger fist, spear, and ice blade. In an instant, they covered a mile, blasting towards the 2 giant ice spirit pythons. The roar shook the mountains and forests, and the giant python's attack was immediately thwarted. Senior brother Bai, hurry. Chu Kuangren and Bai Ruofeng were both shocked, clearly not expecting my attack to remain so powerful even from such a distance. But they didn't waste the opportunity and immediately attacked with all their might. Bai Ruofeng activated the tornado, tightly restraining the giant python. Chu Kuangren's sword intent continued to rise, and he finally unleashed his 4th strike. A terrifying blade of light tore through the air, piercing directly through the body of a giant ice serpent. The enormous snake head crashed to the ground, its blue blood splattering everywhere and instantly freezing into frost. But Chu Kuangren's sword strikes had not stopped. He turned and unleashed his final strike at the other giant python. The sound of the blade cutting through the air was deafening. We couldn't even see the trajectory of the blade's light. The upper half of the python exploded, leaving only half of its body to crash to the ground. This strike was 10 times more terrifying than the 4th one. After delivering the final blow, Chu Kuangren's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. Clearly, this attack had exceeded his limits. Bai Ruofeng stared at the giant python's mangled corpse, his eyes filled with shock. Lin Jian, Zhang Chun, and I rushed forward to help our senior brother. He simply waved his hand and said he would be fine after a short rest. Bai Ruofeng looked at Chu Kuangren and said, "Impressive," before turning his gaze to me. "You're impressive too." He understood that if he hadn't been able to keep the giant python at bay from a distance, Chu Kuangren's swordsmanship wouldn't have been able to be fully executed. Zhang Chen looked at the 2 Xian Shuang grasses emitting blue light and was about to pick them when an unfriendly voice suddenly rang out. Interesting. Thank you for killing the ice spirit python for me. I will accept the frost grass without hesitation. A group of people in green robes slowly walked out. The young man at the head of the group had a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of disdain. Behind him stood 4 people, all of whom were at the spirit martial realm. Chapter 40, Muching, Huangzhou College. I stared at the boy in the lead and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you people?" Seeing them appear at this moment, I immediately understood that they had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for us to kill the ice spirit python so they could come out and steal the frost grass. The boy's expression was cold. Identity is not important. If you leave now, you might live. Otherwise, you will die. Bai Ruofeng stepped forward and sneered. You people are not qualified to snatch the Shen Shuang grass. The boy scoffed. Whether I'm qualified or not is up to me. The girl in green looked at Bai Ruofeng and Chu Kuangren and said calmly, We have 4 spirit martial realm experts, which is enough to hold you off. As for the remaining 3, they are no match for us. Bai Ruofeng and Chu Kuangren's expressions darkened slightly. 4 spirit martial realm cultivators working together could indeed hold them off, but the enemy still had more than a dozen people, the lowest of whom were at the early 8th grade martial realm. Lin Chen, Zhang Chun, and I were under immense pressure. Bai Ruofeng doesn't care about the frost grass, and if he really wants to leave, no one can stop him, but he obviously can't abandon us. I spoke directly. Senior brother, we've been bullied to the point of no return, so let's fight. Zhang Chun and Lin Jian were also filled with fighting spirit. Don't worry, senior brother. Even if we are outmatched, we can still escape. All right, then let's fight. Chu Kuangren roared, his aura exploding outwards. The boy's face turned cold. They're courting death. Kill them all. 4 spirit martial realm cultivators immediately rushed towards Chu Kuangren and Bai Ruofeng, clearly intending to hold them off. Meanwhile, the young man stared at the 3 of us and ordered the people behind him. If you can't take them down in 10 breaths, you're not going back. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they all pounced at the same time. I held back, instantly acquiring my AWM martial soul and unleashing a barrage of martial arts techniques. The violent spiritual energy enveloped the charging crowd, and after several screams, several people collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. Lin Jian and Zhang Chun, who were about to make a move, froze in place, staring at me in disbelief. Junior brother, just how much spiritual energy do you have? How can you unleash martial arts techniques so continuously? I just smiled, but a bitter feeling welled up inside me. This kind of outburst didn't come without a price. Those martial arts techniques had almost emptied my dantian. The first time, I could rely on the martial arts techniques I had gathered beforehand, but if I were to do it again, I would have to completely deplete the spiritual energy in my dantian. My attack seemed fierce, but in reality, it had reached its limit. I looked up at the boy, hoping he wasn't too poor, otherwise we'd be at a huge loss in this battle. The boy looked at the wounded scattered on the ground with surprise in his eyes, then sneered, Your attack was indeed interesting, but unfortunately, you probably can't use it a second time, can you? He was right, so he rushed over without hesitation and punched me right in the face. Zhang Chun and Lin Jian instantly became alert. This young man was even stronger than them. But I suddenly froze. Then a strange smile appeared on my face. Thank you. The boy suddenly stopped, as if he had sensed something was wrong. The next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into my body like a tidal wave, rapidly filling my previously empty dantian. A powerful aura belonging to the spirit martial realm erupted from within me. The boy was stunned, as were Lin Jian and Zhang Chun. I actually broke through at this moment. I exhaled a breath of stale air and fixed my gaze on the boy. What follows is your doomsday. I flashed forward and charged straight at the boy. The 4 spirit martial realm warriors who were fighting Bai Ruofeng and the other man immediately sent one of them to block my way. Boom! My fist collided with that person's, and the spirit martial realm expert was sent flying backward on the spot, unable to stop me at all. The boy finally panicked. He hadn't expected that I, who had just broken through to the spirit martial realm, would be able to defeat a powerhouse who had remained at the first rank of the spirit martial realm for many years. Your turn. I looked at him coldly. Just as I was about to make my move, another spirit martial realm cultivator blocked the young man's path, anxiously shouting, Young master, miss, run. They initially had the upper hand, but my breakthrough completely threw them off balance. If we don't escape now, none of us will be able to leave today. Oomph. None of you will leave here. I unleashed my martial soul directly, unleashing 5 martial techniques simultaneously. Grizzly Bear Paw, Tiger Fist, Frost Sword, Fireball, and Azure Sky Halberd were unleashed in succession, the roars of bears and tigers shaking the surroundings, and the sword light, flames, and halberd shadows intertwined to form a destructive storm. The Spirit Martial Realm Cultivator barely managed to block the initial attack, but couldn't withstand the subsequent barrage of martial arts techniques. As the violent aura dissipated, the youth and the others all collapsed to the ground, with several of the 8th grade initial martial realm cultivators dying instantly. On the other side, with 2 fewer opponents, Bai Ruofeng and Chu Kuangren also quickly ended their battle. Chu Kuangren walked over and asked, "Junior brother, what should we do with these people?" Bai Ruofeng stared at me intently, his eyes filled with shock. I had just broken through to the spirit martial realm and already possessed such combat power, coupled with that strange, rapid-fire martial skill. Even he might not be able to secure a victory. I looked at the person on the ground, a murderous intent rising in my eyes. Kill. If they want to kill and steal, then they should be prepared to pay with their lives. I don't care who they are, nor do I need to know who they are. Sensing my murderous intent, the girl in green finally panicked. "You can't kill us. Do you know who we are?" She was standing further back, which is why she was lucky enough to avoid being killed by my attack. Now, her face is filled with fear, and she clearly regrets coming along. I suppressed my murderous intent and looked at her with interest. "Oh? Tell me about it." The girl in green immediately puffed out her chest. "We are from the Desolate State Academy, Inwood City. My father is the Dean of the Desolate State Academy and also the Patriarch of the number 1 family in Inwood City." The more she spoke, the more confident she became, as if as long as I brought up my father, I would never dare to touch her. After hearing this, I deliberately feigned hesitation, then looked her up and down, a wicked smile slowly spreading across my face. Chapter 41, The Promise, Martial Soul Space. I gave a wicked smile, and Mu Wanshuang immediately crossed her arms, looking at me warily. "What do you want to do? My father won't let you get away with this." "Guess what I'm going to do?" I squinted and walked up to her. Bai Ruofeng and the others were speechless for a moment, clearly thinking I was having another mischievous fit. But I simply raised my hand and took off the white jade ring from her hand. She visibly relaxed, but a strange sense of loss flashed across her face. I fiddled with the ring and said casually, "Your father is the Dean of the Wilderness Academy and the head of the number 1 family in Inwood City. He certainly doesn't lack money, while I happen to be short of money. I truly cannot kill them, not out of fear of retaliation from Mu Chung, but because I don't want to offend the Desolate State Academy. However, even if I don't kill them, I cannot shirk my share of the compensation I'm owed." As soon as Lin Chen heard about money, he immediately understood that I was about to return to my old ways. I looked at Mu Wanshuang and said coldly, "Bring all the spatial rings from everyone, or I'll kill you right now." She gritted her teeth and dared not argue, so she could only drag her tired body to collect the rings one by one. Those who could still move voluntarily handed over the rings, while those who were unconscious or dead couldn't keep what they had. Soon after, Mu Wanshuang walked up to me with over a dozen rings, her eyes filled with humiliation. "Here you go." After checking, I found nearly 10,000 spirit stones in the ring, along with quite a few martial arts techniques and weapons, a considerable haul. Mu Wanshuang helped the unconscious Mu Wanfeng to her feet and asked through gritted teeth, "Can you let us go now?" "Don't rush. This is just the first step." I put away the ring and glanced at the people still alive on the ground. "Your siblings' relationship is troublesome. I don't want to kill you. But the others don't have that right. I don't like killing, but if someone provokes me or even tries to kill me, I have only one response: kill." As soon as I finished speaking, my figure flashed. Within a few breaths, except for Mu Wanfeng and Mu Wanshuang, all the other survivors were dead. Bai Ruofeng and the others looked at me with some surprise. I'm usually all smiles and jokes, but when it comes to killing, I won't hesitate. Mu Wanshuang was utterly terrified, afraid that I might change my mind at any moment. I tossed out a roll of paper. "Write down this contract. You and your brother each owe me 10,000 spirit stones, and you are not to seek revenge against me, my family, or any people or forces related to Yangshang in the future." Mu Wanshuang's face turned ashen. This contract was undoubtedly a humiliation to her, but she dared not refuse, and could only press her handprint on the unconscious Mu Wan phone, leaving behind bloodstains in her name. I looked at the names on the paper and nodded in satisfaction. Mu Wan phone, Mu Wan Shuang. Nice names, but not so great people. You can leave now, but don't forget the 20,000 spirit stones in the contract. Mu Wanchuang glared at me venomously before helping Mu Wanfeng leave. Bai Ruofeng looked at me strangely. Lin Chen, you've done this kind of thing a lot before, haven't you? I said seriously, because I'm poor, this is the fastest way to make money. Chu Kuangren and the others burst into laughter. I looked at the corpse of the ice spirit python, summoned my martial soul, and put it inside. Then I said to my 3 senior brothers, I need to regulate my breathing and stabilize my cultivation. Chu Kuangren, still recovering from his injuries, sat down with me. Bai Ruofeng, Zhang Chun, and Lin Jian stood guard around us, while my consciousness entered a mysterious space. Before me stood 3 spatial vortexes. The first vortex resembles a giant golden book, engraved with scroll and leather scroll patterns. The second resembles a blazing furnace, imprinted with elixirs and weapons. The third is like a giant crystal, engraved with spirit stones and object patterns. I instantly realized that this was actually my martial soul space. All the cultivation techniques, martial skills, spirit stones, and white jade I had previously absorbed had ended up here. But the martial soul space was supposed to open only at higher cultivation levels. I had only just entered the spirit martial realm, so how could it have appeared prematurely? I didn't delve any further. Consolidating my cultivation was the priority. An hour later, Chu Kuangren and I opened our eyes simultaneously. Bai Ruofeng and the others asked about the situation, and we all nodded before standing up. I tossed out a few rings and laughed. This time we've reaped nearly 10,000 spirit stones. 2,000 each, don't call me stingy. Zhang Chun accepted them without hesitation, and Chu Kuangren, who had initially wanted to decline, was persuaded to accept them by Lin Jian. Bai Ruofeng suddenly grinned mischievously. Lin Chen, are you trying to bribe me with money to make me give up pursuing Luo Qingyi? I pouted and said, Luo Qingyi is too cold. She's not my type. Bai Ruofeng was stunned and speechless. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. Before Bai Ruofeng could react, she fainted. Lin Jian and I immediately became alert. The opponent's strength far surpassed ours. But after seeing who it was, we were all stunned. The person before us was actually our master. Chapter 42, the old man refines alchemy, cleansing his marrow and bone. Our master suddenly appeared, and Zhang Chun, Lin Jian, Chu Kuangren, and I rushed forward, both excited and curious. This place was several days' journey from the academy, deep within the monster Beast Mountain range. How had our master found us? The old man said calmly, He's always been here. We just didn't notice. We immediately understood. All along, our master had been secretly watching us. No wonder he had assigned us to this dangerous area to search for the frost grass. I immediately took out 2 stalks of frost grass that glowed with blue light and handed them to my master. The old man took them, looked at the 4 of us, and nodded, saying that we had done a good job this time. Zhang Chun and Lin Jian were somewhat embarrassed, as they had hardly participated in any combat along the way. The ice spirit python was too powerful, and the people from Mu City had been dealt with after my breakthrough, so they could only stand by and watch. The old man looked at Chu Kuangren and reminded him that although his swordsmanship was domineering, it had many flaws that needed to be gradually remedied in the future. In particular, he should not force himself to use swordsmanship beyond his own cultivation level. Otherwise, it would damage his martial arts foundation. Chu Kuangren nodded silently. We all knew that our master rarely got angry. He wasn't blaming Chu Kuangren, but rather worried about his future. Then, the old man looked at me, hesitated, and finally sighed. Your future is limitless, and I cannot teach you. Taking you as my disciple would be like me taking advantage of you. I quickly said I dare not. Although I hadn't spent much time with my master, I had always genuinely respected him. The old man just shook his head and said I would understand in time. The next moment, he waved his hand and summoned a huge alchemy furnace. The furnace landed on the ground, and waves of heat rolled out. I was shocked. It seemed that my master was indeed an alchemist, and definitely not an ordinary one. The master first put the frost grass into the furnace, using hand seals to dissolve its medicinal power. The icy blue aura had just overflowed when he pressed it back into the furnace. Immediately afterward, he took out the soul grass. Those were the very herbs we obtained last time. Zhang Chen couldn't help but wonder if the frost grass and soul grass were meant to heal his master's injuries. Lin Chen was also filled with anticipation, thinking that his master had finally gathered all the healing herbs. The old man didn't answer, but continued to throw more than a dozen spiritual herbs into the furnace. The aura emanating from those herbs far exceeded that of the second rank, causing our dantian to tremble slightly. Clearly, each one was extremely precious. As the refining process continued, the spiritual energy in the world surged, attracting a strange phenomenon of lightning above the furnace. The lightning continuously bombarded the furnace, and a strange aura seeped into it, making the medicinal fragrance increasingly strong, almost intoxicating. We only took one breath, but we felt our cultivation levels rising. The effect was much faster than absorbing spirit stones. However, a quarter of an hour later, the strange phenomenon dissipated, and Master's face turned pale, with blood even remaining at the corner of his mouth. He rested for a moment, then opened the furnace lid. A terrifying medicinal aroma instantly filled the air, revealing 5 pills glowing white inside. The Master immediately stopped us, warning us not to inhale too much of the aroma, or we would explode and die. Zhang Chen was overjoyed, thinking his master would finally be healed, but the old man shook his head, saying the pills weren't for him, but for the 4 of them. His injuries couldn't be healed by these pills alone. As for the mystic soul grass and mystic frost grass, it turned out they were all trials deliberately arranged by our master. The 4 of us immediately understood that this adventure, from beginning to end, was a test by our master. I was worried that the medicine was too potent and we wouldn't be able to withstand it. But Master said he would help us refine some of the medicinal power. After saying that, he added more than a dozen high-grade spiritual herbs that exuded a bone-chilling cold aura. The Master tossed out 4 pills, instructing us to swallow them, and then immediately enter the alchemy furnace. Zhang Chen and Lin Chen were both stunned. Taking such terrifying pills was dangerous enough, but jumping into the furnace was even more dangerous? The old man snorted coldly. Without further hesitation, I swallowed the pill. The moment the medicinal power entered my body, a violent energy swept over me, turning my entire body red, and my eyes seemed to burn with flames. I could only rush towards the alchemy furnace. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and followed, while Chu Kuangren and Lin Jian exchanged a glance before swallowing their pills and rushing into the furnace. After the 4 entered the furnace, their master kept changing his hand seals, his face growing paler and paler, clearly struggling greatly. I felt like I was falling into lava, my body on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, a surge of cool medicinal power rushed into my body, suppressing the violent force, and the energy within me gradually stabilized. As time passed, my body felt increasingly lighter, and black impurities were constantly being expelled from my skin, only to be instantly burned to ashes by the alchemical fire. This was clearly a process of cleansing the marrow and removing accumulated impurities from my body. Several hours later, the master finally stopped controlling the alchemy furnace and let us out. The furnace lid was opened, and the 4 of us walked out. Our clothes had already been burned, so we had to change into new clothes immediately. Feeling our bodies refreshed and our cultivation levels increased, the 4 of us were all incredibly excited. Chapter 43. Increased strength separately. The old man looked at the 4 of us with a satisfied smile. Zhang Chen and Lin Jian had both entered the spirit martial realm. Chu Kuangren had even reached the 3rd grade spirit martial realm, and I, having just broken through not long ago, had also advanced to the 2nd grade spirit martial realm. Breakthroughs in just one day. No one would believe it if I told them. I clenched my fists, my heart pounding with excitement. My divine dragon technique had also entered the early 2nd level, and my physical strength had increased at least tenfold. Within the same realm, I was even confident I could withstand an enemy's attack without injury. Zhang Chen looked at me with a mischievous grin. Junior brother, your senior brother has now broken through to the spirit martial realm. Why don't you test my strength? I laughed and said, 2nd senior brother, do you want me to test my strength? Or do you want to take this opportunity to teach me a lesson? He said he wouldn't bully me, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was undisguised. He couldn't beat me when I was only at the spirit martial realm before, but now that he's broken through, he naturally wants to get his revenge. 2nd senior brother, don't regret this. I made the first move. Lin Chen, who was standing next to me, saw me smile, and his expression immediately became strange. He knew me too well. When I showed that kind of expression, it usually meant someone was about to be in trouble. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Chun and I immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat, our fists clashing and producing dull, resounding booms. Before long, the difference in skill became apparent. My breathing remained steady, while Zhang Chun was already struggling to keep up. His face was grim, and he said in a deep voice, "Junior brother, pay attention. I'm about to use my martial soul." I nodded and said, "Let's go." I understood his thoughts. If I deliberately held back in this fight, it would be an insult to him. In a contest between men, winning or losing is important, but fighting to the very end is even more crucial. Countless luminous dust particles appeared around Zhang Chun, emitting a soft glow. This was the first time I had truly seen his martial spirit, and it was indeed like his name, a sky full of dust particles. Without further ado, the divine sniper martial soul appeared in my hand, and a golden light shot out as the second-tier martial skill, Azure Sky Tyrant Halberd, was instantly condensed. After breaking through to the spirit martial realm, the power of this attack was far greater than when I was in the initial martial realm. Facing the golden halberd, the dust particles around Zhang Chun quickly gathered and transformed into an identical halberd, which then thrust towards him. When the two attacks collided head-on, but instead of exploding, they dissolved into each other, their auras growing weaker and weaker until they disappeared simultaneously, as if nothing had ever happened. I was somewhat surprised. "Second senior brother, your move is rather strange." Zhang Chun immediately became smug, saying that this move was called copying. As long as the cultivation levels of both parties were similar, he could copy the opponent's attack, forming opposite energy and directly neutralizing the attack. In other words, when facing someone of similar strength, his martial spirit is almost invincible. Of course, if the enemy's cultivation level far surpasses his, even copying it will be of no use. I nodded. This martial soul was indeed special, somewhat similar to my devouring and transformation technique, only more focused on combat. Zhang Chun immediately became even more smug, boasting that if he weren't lazy, his cultivation would have surpassed mine long ago. Chu Kuangren couldn't stand it any longer and told him to stop embarrassing himself. Zhang Chun then awkwardly shut up. We bowed to the old man and asked, "Master, what kind of elixir did you give us before?" The old man told us that it was a 6th-grade marrow cleansing pill, which could cleanse the marrow, remove impurities from the body, and improve cultivation efficiency. We were immediately shocked to learn that a 6th-grade pill corresponded to the martial lord realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for us to withstand the power of a lord-level pill. The old man explained that he had only used special methods to refine a portion of the medicinal power for us, and the remaining medicinal power was still hidden in our bodies. As our cultivation level improved, it would gradually dissolve, improve our physique, and accelerate our cultivation. He then told us that we would no longer encounter cultivation bottlenecks before breaking through to the martial lord realm. This statement instantly excited us, especially me, as I knew best just how torturous a cultivation bottleneck could be. Zhang Chun couldn't help but ask, "Master can refine monarch-level pills, so your strength must be at least at the martial monarch realm?" The old man didn't answer, but simply said, "Knowing too much about my identity is useless to you now. However, I can tell you one thing. I come from the Holy Domain." A storm raged within me. Of the 9 regions of the continent, the Holy Domain was located at the center, the most prosperous in martial arts, and a gathering place for powerful figures. My master came from there, so his identity was clearly far more terrifying than we had imagined. Just as we were in shock, the old man suddenly said, "Lin Chen, Zhang Chun, you two should train for a while longer before going back. I will take Lin Jian and Chu Kuangren with me." My heart tightened, and I quickly asked him why. The old man said he had a bad feeling lately that something big might happen in Yangcheng, and his identity couldn't be exposed, so he had to leave. As for taking Lin Jian away, it's because Lin Jian's martial soul is a sword, and his master can personally teach him. Chu Kuangren doesn't belong to Yangcheng to begin with. If he stays, he'll bring disaster to the city sooner or later. Zhang Chun and I are different. Staying with our master might not be safe. It would be better for us to grow by experiencing things outside. After hearing this, I didn't ask any more questions. I respectfully knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to our master. All good things must come to an end, but I believe this is not goodbye forever. Zhang Chen kowtowed with red eyes as well. Master looked at us and sighed. We will meet again someday. I'm looking forward to seeing how much you'll have grown by then. Zhang Chen grinned and said, Don't worry, Master. By then, my junior brother and I will definitely be stronger than our senior brother and third junior brother. Master laughed heartily, a rare occurrence for him, his face filled with satisfaction. Lin Chen walked up to me, his expression complex. Brother, after I leave, the Lin family is in your hands. Take good care, father. I nodded solemnly. Brother, don't worry. As long as I'm still here, the Lin family will be safe and sound, and father will be safe and sound. Lin Chen patted my shoulder and said nothing more. Chu Kuangren also bid farewell to Zhang Chen and me. We watched our master, Lin Chen, and Chu Kuangren leave, their 3 figures quickly disappearing into the horizon. Looking at Zhang Chen, who seemed reluctant to leave, I said, Let's go, second senior brother. We'll see master and senior brother again soon. My journey to the Desolate State Academy is just the first step. I will then travel to the desolate regions to find Schwerer. I believe that one day, I will meet my master again. 2 weeks later, the annual meeting of the Desolate State Academy will be approaching. In a monster beast mountain range, Zhang Chen and I are covered in sweat, with the corpse of a giant ape as big as a small mountain lying in front of us. This was a 3rd grade spirit martial realm demon beast, extremely powerful in both offense and defense. It was killed by the combined efforts of 2 teenagers who were not even at the 3rd grade spirit martial realm. Zhang Chen clenched his fists and looked into the distance. My cultivation has stabilized. It's time to go back. I deliberately laughed and said, Yes, if we can't even get into the Academy of the Wilderness, how can we talk about seeing our master again? Zhang Chen suddenly roared as if provoked, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. If I can't even get into the Academy of the Desolate State, how can I possibly go to the desolate region to find you, Schwerer? I looked up at the sky, and the image of that girl appeared in my mind, bringing a warm smile to my face. Chapter 44 Reunion with Luo Qingyi. With only 10 days left until the Academy's annual meeting, my second senior brother Zhang Chen and I returned to the 11th mountain. Looking at the desolate thatched hut and empty grounds, Zhang Chen's face was full of bitterness. He said that from now on, it would just be the 2 of us here. I told him that there are always 5 people on 11 Mountain. Master, eldest brother, 3rd brother, and us. Zhang Chen wiped his eyes, nodded with a smile, and then worried about whether Bai Ruofeng would come back for revenge. I didn't care. Now that I'm at the 2nd rank of the Spirit Martial Realm, and my second senior brother has also entered the Spirit Martial Realm, even if Bai Ruofeng comes knocking, we might not be afraid of him. Zhang Chen immediately perked up and pulled me to sit down at the stone table for a drink. A gentle breeze blew through the mountains as my second senior brother and I drank and chatted, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Little did we know, at that very moment, a figure in white was slowly climbing the 11th mountain. The newcomer was none other than Luo Qingyi, the Academy's goddess. News of her return to Mount 11 quickly spread throughout the Academy, sparking much discussion among the disciples who were all speculating about her purpose. Some say she came for the annual meeting, while others mention that I have returned from my training and may have already broken through to the Spirit Martial Realm. But most people still don't think I have a chance, believing that the top 3 spots at the annual meeting have already been reserved by the geniuses from various mountains. They assumed that Luo Qingyi and Bai Ruofeng would take 2 spots, leaving no chance for the 11th mountain. But they didn't know that I was no longer the Lin Chen I once was. A delicate, lotus-like fragrance wafted from the mountaintop. I looked up and saw Luo Qingyi, dressed in a white dress, standing aloof not far away. Just as I was about to call out to her, Zhang Chen, who had been drowsy, suddenly sobered up. My second senior brother quickly straightened his clothes, looking every bit the refined scholar, and told me to entertain the guests properly while he went to prepare a few dishes. Then he slipped away, giving me a meaningful look. I looked at Luo Qingyi and smiled. Qingyi, please sit down. She glared at me coldly, and after taking a few steps forward, I couldn't help but tease her. You look much prettier in that white dress today than usual. Did you wear it especially for me because you knew I was coming back? I told her in a serious tone that I know I'm very outstanding and that I know she may admire me, but I already have someone I like and can only be ordinary friends with her at most. Before I could finish speaking, a bone-chilling coldness pressed down on me. Luo Qingyi's face was icy as she stared at me and uttered a few words. For you? The next moment, she raised her hand and conjured a frost-covered longsword, thrusting it directly at me. I quickly dodged, shouting for her to calm down, but the sword's edge relentlessly pursued me. Lin Chen, you despicable, shameless, and utterly narcissistic bastard. She said she wanted to kill me, but the sword ultimately veered towards my arm. Clearly, she just wanted to teach me a lesson. I dodged and apologized, but Luo Qingyi completely ignored me. Seeing that she was getting angrier, I smiled and said, I don't want to hit you, so don't force me. Luo Qingyi sneered, conjuring an ice sword in her left hand once more, and attacked with both swords simultaneously. I'm forcing you. What can you do about it? Looks like you weren't taught a lesson enough last time, and you're itching for a beating again. Since that's the case, don't blame me for bullying you. I summoned my martial spirit and faced her head on. However, I didn't use any powerful martial techniques. Since it was just a friendly spar, there was no need to waste my spiritual energy, and I didn't want to actually hurt her. Tajda. The chilling aura and the violent spiritual energy clashed repeatedly, and Luo Qingyi and I exchanged blows dozens of times in an instant. Her expression gradually changed, because she discovered that not only had I broken through to the second rank of the spirit martial realm, but my combat strength was also in no way inferior to hers. After several months apart, my progress had clearly exceeded her expectations. After the final clash, we both retreated simultaneously. I sheathed my martial spirit, and the icy longsword in her hand shattered inch by inch, dissipating into the air. We stared at each other for a long time before Luo Qingyi finally spoke. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Thank you. I looked at the stone table and asked her to sit down again. But she simply said, the annual meeting is approaching. I wish you good luck. You too. Won't you sit for a while? Luo Qingyi shook her head and turned to walk down the mountain. Before leaving, she suddenly stopped and told me that she had come to test my strength on her master's orders. I smiled faintly and said, I know. After she left, my second senior brother immediately appeared, looking at me with a strange expression. He said that Luo Qingyi was clearly interested in me, so why was I still acting this way? I felt a chill run down my spine and casually replied, this woman is too cold. Zhang Chun was almost speechless with anger. She was the goddess in the hearts of all the disciples in the academy, and I actually looked down on her. He sighed and said that the difference between people was indeed too great. He only had 2 words for me: admiration. I told him with a smile that it was because his junior brother, me, was no ordinary person. Zhang Chun immediately looked at me with disdain. Later I learned that on the first mountain, Luo Qingyi's master was still wondering where she had gone and was about to send her to test my strength, but Luo Qingyi had already returned. When questioned by her master, she replied directly, I am at the second rank of the spirit martial realm, and my combat strength is about the same as hers. The old man paused for a moment upon hearing this, then revealed a meaningful smile. Luo Qingyi seemed to sense her master's thoughts, and after saying, go cultivate to him, she hurriedly left. The old man stood there, smiling and sighing. It seems there really might be some drama between her and me. Not long after Luo Qingyi left the 11th mountain, another figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. The newcomer was none other than Bai Ruofeng from the second mountain. Chapter 45, Bai Ruofeng's Resentment. After Bai Ruofeng ascended 11th mountain, the academy was abuzz with discussion. Everyone assumed he had come because of Luo Qingyi to challenge me to a duel. After all, everyone knew he was in love with Luo Qingyi, and Luo Qingyi had just visited 11th mountain that day. Some were envious and jealous, while others wished they could take my place. In their eyes, Luo Qingyi's repeated ascents to 11 mountains must have been due to some trick I used to bewitch her. But they didn't know that Bai Ruofeng's true anger upon coming up the mountain this time wasn't just directed at Luo Qingyi. Bai Ruofeng stood halfway up the mountain, his face grim. When he woke up, all he had was the message I had left behind. He had been abandoned in the Monster Beast mountain range. Although the frost grass had been found, he had nearly perished alone in the Monster Beast mountain range. He was convinced that I was involved in knocking him unconscious, so he came all the way up the mountain to confront me. If the people outside knew the reason, they would probably be completely astonished. At the mountaintop, Zhang Chun and I had just sat down at the stone table when we sensed a sharp aura approaching. I thought Luo Qingyi had just left, so why was someone else coming? I looked up and saw that it was Bai Ruofeng. I smiled and gestured for him to sit down, but Zhang Chun instantly perked up, a fighting spirit rising in his eyes. He had long wanted to test his skills against Bai Ruofeng, but he hadn't expected the other party to come to him on his own initiative. But Bai Ruofeng's expression darkened even more when he saw us, especially since a faint fragrance lingered in the air, clearly the scent of Luo Qingyi. He immediately concluded that Luo Qingyi had just left, and his anger could no longer be contained. Bai Ruofeng unleashed his full power and charged towards me without a word. He was only thinking, I clearly said I didn't like Luo Qingyi, so why did she come to 11th Mountain to find me? Completely bewildered by his stance, before I could even process what he was doing, his fist was already upon me. I immediately stood up and stepped back, meeting his attack with my own fist. With a deafening roar, the force of the impact swept around us, sending dirt and vegetation flying everywhere. After the attack, we each retreated. I frowned and asked him what he was trying to do, but Bai Ruofeng coldly retorted, "Do you really think I don't know?" With that, he attacked me again. I initially thought he was upset about being left in the Monster Mountain range, so I casually mentioned it. To my surprise, Bai Ruofeng immediately stopped and angrily questioned me. "If you don't like Luo Qingyi, why do you still associate with her?" That's when I realized that this guy was genuinely jealous. I smiled helplessly. Since the misunderstanding was already obvious, I decided to use my fist to calm him down first. In the blink of an eye, we had exchanged dozens of blows. Bai Ruofeng was increasingly shocked as the fight progressed. He discovered that my cultivation had actually broken through to the second rank of the spirit martial realm, and that I was always able to handle his attacks with ease. He hadn't gone all out, but neither had I. Bai Ruofeng finally suppressed his anger, looking at me with a complex expression. What had we gone through since he fell into a coma that caused our cultivation to improve so rapidly? Seeing that he had calmed down, I asked him if he was no longer angry. Bai Ruofeng was silent for a moment, then admitted that my breakthrough to the second rank of the spirit martial realm had indeed surprised him. I simply replied that it was just luck, and then invited him for a drink. Bai Ruofeng snorted coldly, but still walked to the stone table. Zhang Chun poured him a glass of wine, and after the three of them raised their glasses, he finally asked what the person who knocked him unconscious had to do with them. I told him that was our master. Bai Ruofeng was even more confused. Why would our master knock him unconscious for no reason? I didn't explain much, only saying that our master meant no harm, and that I couldn't go into details about what happened next. Zhang Chun remained silent. The matter of master refining pills and helping us refine the medicinal power concerned his identity and could not be revealed. Bai Ruofeng naturally guessed that our improvement in cultivation was related to what happened after he fell into a coma. But I simply shook my head and told him that knowing some things might not be beneficial. Bai Ruofeng remained silent for a long time, finally smiling nonchalantly and no longer pressing the matter. Since he couldn't get an answer, why add to his troubles? Seeing that he was relieved, I deliberately put on a frivolous act and said I could tell him what Luo Qingyi was doing at 11 Mountains. Bai Ruofeng immediately warned me that if I said anything out of line, he really wouldn't be able to resist punching me again. I deliberately said that Luo Qingyi had come to see me, which angered Bai Ruofeng so much that his face turned black. Seeing that he was really about to make a move, I smiled and explained that it was the dean who sent Luo Qingyi to check my current strength. Bai Ruofeng was finally relieved. He also realized that with Luo Qingyi's personality, how could she possibly come looking for him on her own initiative? He had only been blinded by jealousy before, which was why he had overthought things. Then he remembered that I had mentioned having someone I liked, and pressed me to tell him who that person was. Zhang Chun also perked up his ears, clearly equally curious about who this person was who could make me disregard even Luo Qingyi. I simply smiled and shook my head, saying something I couldn't say. But then the image of a young girl flashed through my mind. I ignored their questions and rose to enter the hut to cultivate. Before leaving, Bai Ruofeng glanced at Zhang Chun, indicating that if they met at the annual meeting, he would definitely not hold back. Zhang Chun raised his glass in farewell, looking forward to another match with him. Inside the thatched hut, I closed my eyes, but I couldn't calm down. The inexplicable unease in my heart grew stronger and stronger, as if something big was about to happen in Yangqing. Just then, a dreamlike pigeon flew into the house. I took down the small scroll it carried. This was a magical beast specially used by the Lin family to deliver messages. After leaving the Monster Mountain range, I had already sent the news of Lin Jian's departure home. After reading the letter, I frowned. It was highly unusual that the Wang and Li families had remained secluded and uninterested in the outside world since the grand competition among the four major families. The Wang family, in particular, is unusually quiet. Given their past behavior, they would have certainly sought revenge on the Lin family after suffering a setback. Before leaving, the old man said something big might happen in Yangcheng, and now I have the same feeling. I took a deep breath. The annual meeting was approaching. I would face whatever came my way. The best approach to unforeseen events was to possess sufficient strength. I stopped thinking and forced myself into a meditative state. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, a young man dressed in a blue robe, with an extraordinary air, slowly approached Choyang City. He looked ahead, a confident smile on his lips. Yangcheng, I'm back. Chapter 46, Blood-Stained White Jade. With only 7 days left until the annual meeting, Li Hong looked at his son Li Yuran, who had just returned, in the main hall of the Li family in Yangcheng, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Li Yuran, dressed in a blue robe, possessed an extraordinary air. Having spent many years training outside, he had now reached the 4th rank of the spirit martial realm, and was confident that he was unmatched among his peers in the entire Yang City and even the Wilderness Academy. What shocked Li Hong even more was that Li Yuran brought back the bloodline pill this time. This is a grade 3 elixir, and there isn't even an alchemist in Yangcheng who can refine it. Li Hong sent his son out to gain experience, but his real purpose was to find this elixir and unlock the secret that the Li family had kept hidden for many years. After confirming that the bloodline pill was correct, Li Hong could no longer contain his excitement and immediately led Li Yuran into the underground secret chamber of the Li family. The secret room was dark and spacious, with many dusty antiques around it, except for a piece of white jade that was clean and spotless, which was obviously treasured by Li Hong. This piece of white jade is exactly the same as the mysterious white jade obtained from the Lin family's treasury. Li Hong took the white jade, his hands trembling slightly. Li Yuran stared at the white jade, his eyes filled with longing. He knew this was the opportunity for the Li family to rise again. Several years ago, Li Hong accidentally learned from the ancient books passed down from his ancestors that the Li family had been accompanied by this piece of white jade ever since they appeared in Yangqing. Legend has it that the white jade contains the tomb of an unparalleled powerhouse. To open the tomb, one must consume a bloodline pill to activate their bloodline, and then stain the jade with their blood. Only then will the tomb reveal itself. For the sake of the secret, Li Hong had long since stopped caring about the struggles in Yangcheng, and the Li family disciples went out to train one after another, with Li Yuran being one of the most important members of the group. In Li Hong's view, the Lin family, the Wang family, and the 4 major families of Yangcheng are no match for the Li family once they open the tomb. They will be able to completely break free from Yangcheng and step onto a higher stage. Li Yuran was equally excited. Yangcheng was just a small city among the 18 states of the desolate region. He had seen the outside world and was naturally unwilling to be trapped here forever. Li Hong handed the white jade to his son and said in a deep voice, "Yuran, it's up to you now." Without further hesitation, Li Yuran took out a red pill brimming with blood energy and swallowed it directly. As the medicine entered his body, his face instantly flushed red, his whole body steamed with heat, his blood flowed wildly, and his dormant bloodline power was completely activated. He bit his finger and dripped his hot blood onto the white jade. As the blood fell, the white jade instantly transformed into blood jade, unleashing a chilling power that caused it to vanish. Li Yuran was overjoyed. It's a success. I've sensed the information inside the white jade. The great tomb is near Yangcheng. Li Hong burst into laughter. The grand plan that the Li family had been scheming for many years had finally come to fruition. But just as the white jade was stained red with blood, a thick pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the Monster Mountain range, 100 miles away from Yangqing. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing the monsters within a radius of dozens of miles to flee in a frenzy. Those that couldn't escape were reduced to nothingness by the pressure. Above the pillar of light, 2 large characters shone brightly and eternally. Qingjun. Before the father and son could calm down, a man in black rushed into the secret room, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Master, a terrifying pillar of light has appeared in the Demon Beast Mountain range, and the words Qingjun have appeared in the sky." Li Hong's expression immediately changed. He had originally only intended to activate the white jade first, then secretly search for the tomb so that the Li family could monopolize the opportunity within. But now that such a big commotion has occurred, the tomb can no longer be a secret of the Li family. Li Yuran immediately realized that this strange phenomenon must be related to the white jade. He looked at his father and couldn't help but ask, "Qingjun, what exactly does this mean?" Li Hong murmured those two words repeatedly, his eyes gradually filled with shock. In a martial arts world, only those who reach the martial lord realm are qualified to be called lord. In other words, this great tomb is actually a lord-level tomb. Li Hong felt little joy, but rather more worry. The appearance of a monarch-level tomb would inevitably alarm the entire desolate state, and even powerful figures from the desolate region would rush here. While the Li family may not be weak in Yangsheng, they're simply not qualified to covet the monarch-level inheritance when facing truly powerful forces. Li Yuran's breathing became rapid. The martial arts realms are, in order, initial martial, spiritual martial, primordial martial, profound martial, heavenly martial, and martial lord. Without an extraordinary stroke of luck, his talent would likely limit him to reaching the heavenly martial realm. However, a sovereign-level tomb might contain a direct path to becoming a martial sovereign. Li Hong saw through his son's thoughts, but could only sigh. "Yuran, I'm afraid we can't enter this tomb." Li Yuran was immediately filled with resentment. He had spent years searching for the bloodline pill and personally opened the tomb, but now he had to watch helplessly as his opportunity fell into the hands of others. But Li Hong was right. If the Li family dared to monopolize the monarch-level tomb, they would be targeted by countless forces, and in the end, the entire family might be destroyed. After a long silence, Li Hong suddenly sneered. "Although we can't enter the tomb, we still have the white jade." Li Yuran quickly understood her father's meaning. Once the various forces from the desolate state arrive in Yangsheng, the Li family only needs to choose the strongest side to pledge allegiance to, offer up the white jade, and they will receive sufficient benefits in return. Li Yuran can also take this opportunity to join a truly powerful force. More importantly, Li Hong also planned to reveal that the Wang, Zhang, and Lin families also possessed white jade. At that time, the other three major families will inevitably be caught in the storm. The landscape of Yangsheng will also be completely changed. A glint of light flashed in Li Yuran's eyes. Once those families fell, only the Li family would remain in Yangsheng. As long as he established himself among the major powers outside, the Li family would eventually be able to leave Yangsheng. Li Hong gazed into the void, already having a plan in mind. He only hoped that the forces coming to Yangsheng would be as strong as possible, ideally strong enough that even the Wilderness Academy would have to be wary. Afterwards, Li Hong told Li Yuran to rest for the time being, and that he would handle the situation outside. The father and son, along with the men in black, left the underground chamber. Chapter 47: Yangsheng's Developments. Inside the Wang family compound in Yangsheng, Wang Tianjue, who had been in seclusion for months studying ancient texts, finally emerged from his secret location. He was covered in dust, his beard disheveled, and he was completely different from his usual imposing and domineering self. After tidying up, Wang Tianjue arrived at the Patriarch's Hall, his gaze falling towards the Li family, a cold expression on his face. After months of searching through the Wang family's records, he finally uncovered some secrets of the ancestral white jade. Legend has it that the white jade contains the secret of a tomb, but no one in the Wang family has been able to decipher it, and it was eventually forgotten. Now, recalling that Li Hong had come to his door after the competition to demand the white jade, Wang Tianjue immediately realized that Li Hong must know the secret. Just then, a dark figure knelt down and reported that a huge pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky above the Demon Beast Mountain range, and the words Qingjun appeared in the sky. Rumors circulated that the place was actually the tomb of a martial lord. Wang Tianjue was shocked on the spot. The strongest person in Yangsheng was only at the Xuanwu realm, and was still a step away from the martial lord realm. Now that a martial lord's tomb had appeared in the world, it was enough to drive countless forces into a frenzy. The shadowy figure brought another message. Li Yuran, the young master of the Li family, had just returned to Yangcheng when strange phenomena appeared in the monster beast mountain range. Wang Tianjue's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he immediately connected this matter with Baiyu. Li Hong, you're certainly eager. I'd like to see what you're up to by making such a fuss. The tomb of the martial lord is not something any force in Yangcheng can monopolize, and Li Hong wouldn't be foolish enough to take all the treasure for himself. Wang Tianjue stood with his hands behind his back, his expression gradually calming down. He knew that Yangcheng was about to become completely bustling. At the same time, the Zhang and Lin families also received the news. The heads of all the major families were deeply worried. Once the martial lord's tomb was opened, the powerful forces outside Yang City would inevitably flock there, plunging the entire city into chaos. On the first mountain of the Wilderness Academy, the dean gazed at the distant pillar of light, his face filled with bitterness. The appearance of the martial lord's tomb in Yang City seemed like an opportunity, but in reality, it might not be within the reach of the forces of Yang City. With the annual meeting approaching, this commotion will likely prompt the higher-ups to send someone over. The dean, recalling the disheveled old man who had left, gazed into the void and muttered to himself. Could it be that Brother Jian's early departure was a premonition of all this? Luo Qingyi stood to the side, asking in confusion. The dean smiled and told her to prepare well, saying that if someone from above came, he might be able to secure a chance to enter the great tomb. In the dean's view, Luo Qingyi possessed extraordinary talent, and if she could obtain the opportunities within the martial lord's tomb, reaching the martial lord realm in the future was not impossible. Luo Qingyi didn't ask any further questions, simply nodding and leaving. On the 11th mountain, my second senior brother Zhang Chun and I had just finished our cultivation when we saw a pillar of light shooting into the sky from the direction of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Zhang Chun stared at the two large characters, his expression one of shock. I nodded, my heart equally unsettled. The strongest in Yangcheng was only at the Xuanwu realm, yet now a martial lord's tomb had appeared. This turmoil was far from small, and truly important figures would soon arrive. I suddenly remembered the inexplicable unease I felt 3 days ago, and I also remembered what my master had said before he left. Something big was about to happen in Yangcheng. Now it seems that my master's premonition was referring to this tomb of the martial lord. Thinking of his master, who came from the Holy Realm and was seriously injured, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he remained in Yang City and those powerful forces arrived, someone might recognize his identity, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Xin understood what I meant, and was secretly relieved that his master had already left. Just then, my gaze fell on the white jade in his hand. The jade pendant was exactly the same as the one I had obtained from the Lin family's treasury. I immediately inquired about the origin of the white jade, and Zhang Chun told me that it was an heirloom of the Zhang family. When I took out my own white jade, he was stunned because this piece was also an heirloom of the Lin family. I previously obtained a fragmented map from a piece of white jade, and now, seeing the second piece, a sense of anticipation has arisen within me. If the maps from the two jade pendants can be pieced together, perhaps the true secret can be found. I didn't hide anything and told Zhang Chen everything about the white jade and the map. Zhang Chen immediately handed me the jade pendant and asked me to try to combine the two maps to see if I could put together a complete blueprint. I summoned my martial spirit and absorbed the two pieces of white jade into it. Sure enough, a map appeared in my mind, but when I pieced the two maps together, I found that they were still incomplete. Zhang Chun looked disappointed and said with a wry smile, as expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I suddenly asked him if the white jade had trembled before and released a fleeting aura. Zhang Chun was stunned, because what he said was exactly the same. That was the reason I ended my cultivation, and after I walked out of the thatched hut, I saw this strange phenomenon of the martial lord's tomb appearing in the world. I've already made up my mind. The white jade is very likely related to the tomb of the martial lord. Zhang Chen's breathing quickened. If the white jade is indeed the key to opening the tomb, then what we have is no ordinary object. Then I thought, since the Lin and Zhang families both have ancestral white jade, could the Wang and Li families, who are also among the 4 great families of Yangcheng, also have it? Zhang Chen's expression changed. Clearly, he had also thought of this possibility. The 4 major families of Yangcheng have a long history and may have some kind of connection with each other. If all 4 families possess the white jade, then the appearance of the martial lord's tomb is very likely related to the Wang and Li families. Zhang Chen asked me directly if I suspected that the Li and Wang families had led to the discovery of the martial lord's tomb. I had no evidence, but recalling the eerie calm my father had mentioned in his letter, I could only nod and say that it was highly likely. With the annual meeting approaching, this sudden turn of events means Yangsheng is destined for unrest. Zhang Chen sighed deeply, but I shook my head. With our strength, we probably wouldn't even qualify for a taste of success. Although I was also tempted by the tomb of the martial lord, my strength was too weak. Even if I could enter, I might not be able to get very far. Just then, tens of thousands of miles away in the desolate state, a group of powerful figures were rapidly approaching Yang City. Chapter 48. Gathering of all parties, conditions for entering the tomb. In the heart of the desolate region, outside a magnificent golden palace, Han Tianyu, a young man in purple robes, was quietly gazing at the palace gate, his eyes filled with rare patience. At this moment, a middle-aged man in golden armor arrived to report that a large tomb had been opened near Yangsheng in the desolate state. Han Tianyu didn't pay much attention at first, until the man said it was the tomb of a martial lord, and that two words, Qingjun, were hanging in the strange phenomena outside the tomb. Upon hearing the name, Qingjun, Han Tianyu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately pressed for confirmation. Learning that the strange phenomenon had not yet dissipated, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered preparations to be made for him to travel to the desolate state. Before leaving, Han Tianyu smiled lightly at the closed hall and said, "Schwer, I'm going to the desolate state. I'll come to see you again next time." In the palace garden, a girl in white looked up at the sky. Her maid couldn't help but ask her why she refused to see Han Tianyu, even after he had come more than 10 times. The girl simply replied coldly, "If I don't want to see you, I don't want to see you." She gazed towards a desolate land and murmured softly, "I wonder how you are doing now. Do you still remember Schwer?" With only 3 days left until the annual meeting, the once peaceful Yangsheng was suddenly greeted by a group from Muchen. They were dressed in green with the character Mu embroidered on their chests, and headed straight for Huangzhou Academy after entering the city. The people in the city immediately understood that news of the martial lord's tomb had spread. Some speculated that the Wood City Academy had come to seek refuge with the desolate State Academy, perhaps hoping to gain access to the great tomb. Soon, another group of men in gray robes entered Yangsheng, the words Huangzhou embroidered on their chests. Everyone was immediately shocked. The people from the Huangzhou Academy had also arrived, clearly determined to obtain the Wujuan tomb. A day later, Han Tianyu and the middle-aged man discreetly entered Yangsheng. Gazing at the still visible characters Qingjun in the air, his fingers trembled slightly as he ordered the middle-aged man to immediately investigate when the tomb would open. Meanwhile, atop the first mountain of the Wilderness State Academy, all the inner court disciples were summoned. Discussions were rife. Some thought it was related to the annual meeting, while others, having heard that people from the Wilderness State Academy had arrived, speculated that something might have happened at the martial lord's tomb. In a corner, Zhang Chen asked me what I was thinking. I told him that the most important thing right now was to secure a spot at the annual meeting to take the assessment at the Wilderness Academy. The martial lord's tomb was not a place we should be hoping for. With my current strength, venturing into the desolate state alone would be tantamount to suicide. The 36 cities of the desolate state are a melting pot of forces, and without sufficient strength, one could die on the way at any moment. Although Zhang Chen nodded, his gaze remained fixed on the two large characters in the distance, clearly showing his longing for the tomb of the martial lord. Soon after, several figures arrived at the mountaintop. The leader, an elderly man in a gray robe, had a sallow complexion and exuded an air of authority, while Ardeen quietly followed behind him. The old man glanced at the crowd and said calmly, "I am Elder and of the Wilderness State Academy." Everyone immediately bowed in greeting. Eldarin didn't waste any words and directly stated their purpose. The Academy had originally come to explore the tomb of the martial lord, but after investigation, they discovered that the tomb had restrictions. Only those below the Yuanwu realm could enter. These words caused an instant uproar. Below the Yuanwu realm, that is, the initial martial realm and the spirit martial realm, and all of us inner court disciples actually met the requirements. Eldarin looked at the excited crowd and continued, "Disciples of the Desolate State Academy can all enter the tomb of the martial lord. But then his expression turned serious. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. With your strength, if 1 out of 10 of you goes in, you'll be lucky to come out alive. Everyone immediately calmed down. The tomb of the martial lord was not a place for people of our level to visit. Now that the restriction on cultivation level has been imposed, it has actually given us an opportunity, but the dangers within the tomb will not be reduced as a result. Eldarin then announced that anyone who emerged alive from the tomb would be granted direct entry to the Desolate State Academy. This was undoubtedly an opportunity everyone dreamed of. But he immediately added that everyone who survived must join the Wilderness State Academy. Everyone immediately understood the implication. The academy allowed them entry, so naturally it wouldn't let those who had received this opportunity escape its control. Although the conditions were somewhat domineering, no one objected. The Desolate State Academy was the undisputed ruler of the Desolate State, and being able to enter, it was something countless people longed for. Eldarin concluded, 2 days from now will be the best time to enter the tomb of the martial lord. We will meet here again. Whether you go or not is up to you. After speaking, he left with the dean and the others. The disciples also dispersed, each weighing the pros and cons. The tomb of the martial lord was extremely dangerous, but the opportunities within could also change one's destiny. Zhang Chen looked at me excitedly. Junior brother, I've decided to go. I reminded him that people could die at any moment in the tomb and that he should think it through. Zhang Chen grinned and said, So you're not going just because it's dangerous? I smiled and didn't answer, but Zhang Chen already understood my choice. Chapter 49, Entering the Tomb. On this day, the thick pillar of light above the Monster Beast mountain range suddenly dissipated, and a terrifying pressure swept across 100 miles, making everyone's hearts sink. At the summit of the first mountain, more than a dozen figures had gathered. The tomb of the martial lord had finally been opened. Zhang Chen glanced around, lamenting the small number of people present. Bai Ruofeng suddenly appeared, saying that while the martial lord's tomb offered great opportunities, the dangers far exceeded what ordinary people could withstand. It was already quite good that a dozen or so people had come. I looked at him calmly, hoping he would emerge alive. Bai Ruofeng, brimming with confidence, declared that he was the man pursuing Luo Qingyi and wouldn't die so easily. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Qingyi appeared before them, and a chill instantly filled the air. Bai Ruofeng's expression changed, and he hastily retreated, the spot where he had just been standing now shrouded in icy mist. He awkwardly greeted Luo Qingyi, but she gave him a cold look and stood aside. Zhang Chen looked at me strangely, clearly realizing that Bai Ruofeng liked Luo Qingyi, while Luo Qingyi seemed to have feelings for me. I deliberately laughed and said, Qingyi, although you look very beautiful today, I already have someone I like. Luo Qingyi only replied with one word, Get lost. I didn't care. I actually felt relaxed joking with her. It was just that Bai Ruofeng's cautious appearance made me feel a little emotional. At this moment, Eldarin appeared and nodded in satisfaction at the dozen or so people present. He knew that the tomb of the martial lord was extremely dangerous, and it was hard to say whether Zhang Chen and I could come out alive, but since the tomb owner had left special conditions, we might also have a chance. I surveyed the crowd. Representatives from all the mountains were present, including Wang Feng. His gaze was filled with resentment and murderous intent, clearly still harboring a grudge over the 4 great families' competition. I merely smiled. He was no longer someone I feared. If he dared to make a move, I would show no mercy. Following them, Mu Wanfeng and her brother arrived with a middle-aged man, who was presumably the dean of Mu City Academy and their father. Upon seeing me, the siblings were initially furious, but immediately lowered their heads, clearly afraid to let their father know that they still owed me 20,000 spirit stones. Eldarin granted them permission to enter the martial lord's tomb, then shouted, and a large ship appeared suspended in midair. Everyone looked on with curiosity, and I, too, pondered the vortexes within the martial soul space. Since martial arts techniques and spirit stones could be devoured, perhaps spiritual herbs and refining materials could also bring about new changes. The large ship moved extremely fast, and in less than a quarter of an hour, we arrived at the place where the strange phenomenon had occurred. After disembarking, a huge black hole lay before us, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. Eldarin warned us again that it was extremely dangerous inside, and that it was still not too late to retreat. But no one backed down. Opportunity and danger coexist, and since they had come, no one wanted to leave empty-handed. One after another, the group stepped into the black hole. Knowing that they would be randomly teleported after entering, I said to Zhang Chun, second senior brother, "Be careful, and remember Bai-Yu." Zhang Chun nodded and stepped directly into the black hole. Bai Ruofeng smiled and reminded me to be careful before entering as well. Luo Qingyi glanced at me, said nothing, and also stepped into the black hole. I took a deep breath and followed suit. Just as everyone entered, two figures descended from the sky, one of them directly entering the black hole. Eldarin was about to stop him, but was blocked by the other middle-aged man. The aura emanating from the other man actually forced Eldarin back. Elder An's face darkened, and he questioned the man's identity. The middle-aged man replied disdainfully that this was not only the territory of the desolate state, but also the territory of the desolate domain. Eldarin immediately realized a possibility, and his voice trembled. The middle-aged man spoke calmly. The desolate dynasty, the Marquis of Yu's mansion. Eldarin was utterly shocked. The desolate dynasty was the overlord of the desolate region. The desolate state academy was utterly insignificant before it. He wanted to ask the man's name, but the middle-aged man said that there would be no chance to meet again, and it would be useless to ask. Soon after, the people of Yangcheng arrived at the location. They weren't there to enter the tomb. They simply wanted to see who would emerge alive. Eldarin, however, suddenly announced that those below the spirit martial realm were also welcome to enter, but those who survived would have to join the desolate state academy. A commotion arose among the crowd, who quickly realized that Eldarin dared to let them in because the death rate inside the tomb was extremely high. Nevertheless, some gritted their teeth and stepped into the black hole, while the rest remained outside to await the outcome. In a corner of the crowd, a pair of cold eyes stared intently at the middle-aged man from the Yuho mansion, their gaze filled with danger. That man was none other than Li Hong, the head of the Li family, one of the four great families of Yangqing. Chapter 50: The choice between the Li family and the Wang family. As more and more forces gathered in Yangcheng, the number of people entering the Jun tomb also increased. Eldarin initially wanted to stop them, but when powerful experts from all sides appeared, he had no choice but to give up. Although the Desolate State Academy is the dominant force in the Desolate State, other forces are equally powerful, and some, like the middle-aged man, even come from stronger desolate regions. Late at night, the Li family had already made their choice. Inside the Li family's main hall, Li Hong respectfully presented a piece of white jade. Han Feng glanced at it, frowned, and asked him, "Did you invite me here so late at night just for this?" Despite Han Feng's intimidating presence, Li Hong told him in a deep voice that the Li family had opened the tomb of the martial lord using this jade. Now that the white jade was stained with blood, it would be more appropriate to call it blood jade. Han Feng instantly concealed his aura and stared intently at Li Hong. He knew better than Li Hong that this was no ordinary martial lord's tomb, but the legendary Azure Lord's tomb. 10,000 years ago, Qin Jun once dominated the continent and was revered by the world as the Azure Emperor. Although there were many martial lords and many genius martial lords, only one person in history could truly be called Qin Jun. It was precisely because of the astonishing value of Qin Jun's tomb that young Marquis Han Tianyu personally came to Yangqing. Otherwise, a mere martial lord's tomb wouldn't warrant such a grand mobilization from the people of the desolate region. Han Feng asked Li Hong directly what he wanted. Li Hong didn't beat around the bush. He only asked that his son, Li Yuran, stay with Han Feng or join Han Feng's faction. Han Feng explained that to enter the Marquis' mansion, one must consider not only talent and strength, but also other conditions. Li Hong hurriedly assured him that although Li Yuran was currently only at the 4th rank of the spirit martial realm, her talent would not disappoint Han Feng. For the sake of Shuiyu, Han Feng agreed to take Li Yuran with him first, and then see if he was qualified to stay after leaving Yangqing. Li Hong breathed a sigh of relief, and then tentatively inquired about Han Feng's identity. Han Feng spoke calmly, introducing himself as Han Feng from the Yu Marquis' mansion and telling Li Hong to address him as General Han. Li Hong's heart was immediately filled with astonishment. Even the academies of the desolate state treated Han Feng with such deference. The Yu Marquis' mansion was clearly a behemoth far surpassing the desolate state. Li Feng immediately sumunad Li Yuran. The young man in the blue robe entered the hall and bowed to Han Feng. Han Feng sized him up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Li Yuran's aptitude was indeed better than Han Feng had anticipated. Han Feng told him to stay by his side for now, and that he would take him to pay his respects once the Marquis emerged from the tomb. Li Yuran thanked him happily, and Li Hong was all smiles. In his view, as long as his son got involved with the Marquis Yu's family, the Li family would naturally rise in status. Then, Li Hong dropped another bombshell. There was more than one piece of blood jade. The Wang, Zhang, and Lin families of Yangcheng should each have one. Han Feng immediately stood up and asked Li Hong to lead the way. A look of triumph flashed in Li Hong's eyes. He had offered up the blood jade and his son, but his real purpose was to use Han Feng's power to deal with the other three families. When Wang Tianjue arrived at the Wang family's residence, he already sensed something was wrong. He saw Li Hong and his son following behind Han Feng, and a bad feeling immediately arose in his heart. Han Feng, unwilling to waste words, simply took out the blood jade and demanded that Wang Tianjue hand over the Wang family's piece. Wang Tianjue stared at Li Hong and immediately understood the whole story. Previously, Li Hong had come to search for the white jade, and the sudden opening of the martial lord's tomb had also aroused Wang Tianjue's suspicions. Now that Han Feng had appeared with the blood jade, he finally saw through Li Hong's intention to use the martial lord's tomb to lure in powerful figures from the desolate region and then attach himself to them. Wang Tianjue knew very well that Han Feng's strength far surpassed his own, and there was no point in confronting him head-on. After a brief hesitation, he made the same choice as Li Hong. Upon learning that Han Feng was General Han, Wang Tianjue immediately expressed his willingness to hand over the blood jade, but also put forward a condition. He hoped that his son Wang Feng could follow Han Feng. Han Feng was slightly taken aback, but then agreed. He already had Li Yuran with him, so adding Wang Feng wouldn't make much difference. Neither Li Hong nor his son expected Wang Tianjue to be so decisive. Li Hong had originally planned to use Han Feng to eliminate the Wang family, but now the plan had clearly failed. He could only secretly hope that the Zhang and Lin families would not be so sensible. After severing ties with Shuiyu, Wang Tian looked at Li Hong with a hint of smugness in his eyes. He naturally knew that Li Hong had intended to use someone else to do his dirty work, but he hadn't expected that the Wang family would also curry favor with Han Feng. Li Hong congratulated Wang Tianjue with a smile, saying that they were now on the same side. Wang Tianjue responded with a smile as well, appearing amicable on the surface, but each of them had their own calculations in mind. Han Feng didn't want to delay and urged them to head to the Zhang and Lin families immediately. For him, collecting all 4 pieces of blood jade was the key. As long as the blood jade is delivered into the Lord's tomb and handed over to Han Tianyu, if the Marquis obtains the Azure Lord's inheritance as a result, he will surely not forget his contribution. Soon, the group headed towards the Zhang family's location. Chapter 51 Elder and Makes a Move. I later learned that after I entered the tomb of the Martial Lord, 4 people suddenly appeared outside the Lin family's main hall. My father, Lin Nantian, sensed their presence and immediately appeared. When he saw Li Hong and Wang Tianjue being extremely respectful to that middle-aged man, he knew that the Lin family was in trouble. The man was Han Feng. He completely ignored his father's question, took out a piece of blood jade, and coldly demanded that his father hand over the same jade. When his father saw the blood jade, he immediately thought of the white jade I had taken from the clan treasury. The two were almost identical except for their color. But that piece of white jade is an heirloom of the Lin family, and now it's in my hands, so naturally my father won't hand it over. He immediately denied that the Lin family possessed the blood jade. Li Hong immediately fanned the flames, saying that my father was deliberately deceiving Han Feng, and Wang Tianjue echoed, saying that all 4 major families had jade, so it was impossible for the Lin family not to have it. These two had already pledged allegiance to Han Feng and were eager to use him to destroy the Lin family. In particular, the Wang family and the Lin family had a long-standing feud, and Wang Tianjue did not want his father to also choose to submit. Otherwise, the feud between the 2 families would dissipate, and Wang Feng would have 2 more competitors, me and Lin Jian. Han Feng was thoroughly enraged and pressed his father again to hand over the jade. His father shook his head once more. He had already guessed that the white jade held a secret, and even if it were still in the Lin family, he would never hand it over to an outsider. Since you won't hand it over, I'll take it myself. Han Feng acted instantly, grabbing his father by the neck. Only at this moment did his father truly realize the terror Han Feng posed. If the other party wanted to destroy the Lin family, it would be effortless for him. Han Feng gave his father one last chance. His father readily admitted that the Lin family did indeed possess a piece of white jade, but it was already in the tomb. He then mocked Han Feng, saying that even if the jade were here, the Lin family would not hand it over. It was something passed down through generations. You're asking for death. Han Feng raised his hand and slammed his father to the ground. His father's face turned deathly pale, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his breathing became erratic. Han Feng angrily questioned him. Does he really think I wouldn't dare to kill someone? The father coughed up blood, but then burst into laughter. The Lin family may be weak, but it will never be as cowardly as the Wang and Li families. The white jade belongs to the Lin family, and no one can take it away. Han Feng snorted coldly, his powerful aura sending his father flying. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, a figure in gray robes suddenly blocked his father's path. The newcomer was none other than Elder and from the Desolate State Academy. Elder advised Han Feng to stop, saying that his father had already made it clear that the white jade was not here, so why go to such lengths? In fact, Elder had been paying attention to the affairs of Yansheng for a long time and had guessed that the blood jade was related to the tomb of the martial lord. With the white jade in his hands, it was as if it were in the hands of the Desolate State Academy, so he naturally could not sit idly by. Sensing the powerful auras gathering around him, Han Feng could only snort coldly and leave. He wasn't afraid of Eldarin, but rather concerned about the reputation of the Yu Marquis mansion. If word got out that the Yu Marquis mansion was abusing its power to bully the Yangcheng families, he would also be held responsible. Li Hong, Wang Tianjue, and the others hurriedly followed. Eldarin watched their retreating figures, his expression grim. Wang Feng was originally a disciple of the Desolate State Academy, yet Wang Tianjue had offered the blood jade to Han Feng. This was tantamount to betraying the academy. Eldarin took out a pill and handed it to his father. After taking it, his father's complexion finally improved somewhat, and his breathing gradually stabilized. He thanked Eldarin, but Eldarin only told him to rest well before flying away. The elders of the Lin family rushed over. The father outwardly said nothing was wrong, but inwardly he had already seen through it all. With such a commotion, their arrival at this late hour clearly indicated they each had their own agendas. He immediately ordered the Lin family to close their doors and all shops and restaurants to temporarily cease operations. What my father was truly worried about was me. Since Han Feng had his eye on Bai Yu, if I ran into one of his men in the Wujun tomb, I would be in grave danger. Meanwhile, Han Feng led his men to the Zhang family, only to find Elder and already waiting there. Elder indirectly told him that the Zhang family's blood jade was also in the tomb. Zhang Chen was also a disciple of the Desolate State Academy, so Elder naturally wanted to protect the Zhang family as well. Han Feng's face was gloomy. He took out the blood jade and the scroll and handed them to Li Yuran, instructing him to enter the tomb of the martial lord, give the 2 pieces of blood jade to the person in the portrait on the scroll, and tell him about the blood jade. Li Yuran immediately accepted the order. The Li family had bowed down and pledged allegiance to Han Feng in order to climb the social ladder by associating with the power behind Han Feng. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he was extremely excited and secretly vowed to seize this chance to rise to the top. Han Feng then warned him that if he behaved well, the person in the portrait would become his future master. After Li Yuran left, Han Feng coldly looked at Eldarin, leaving only the words, "The Desolate State Academy, I'll remember you." Eldarin was not afraid. This was the Desolate State, and the Desolate State Academy was never something to be trifled with. He turned and instructed the Zhang family patriarch to keep the Zhang family at home for the time being and not to cause any more trouble. The Zhang family patriarch readily agreed. Before Eldarin left, only one thought remained in his mind. "Lin Chen, Zhang Chen, I hope you won't disgrace the Wilderness Academy." Chapter 52 Breakthrough in the Tomb. Encounter with Wang Feng. The tomb of Wu Jun was dark and damp, with only a few flickering lamps along the passageway. I dared not let my guard down. In such a place, one wrong step could cost me my life at any moment. Suddenly, the white jade in my spatial ring began to vibrate. I looked into it and saw that the once flawless white jade had turned blood red, emitting an eerie aura. It seemed that this tomb was indeed related to the white jade. I walked along the passage and entered a large hall a quarter of an hour later. The central gem shone brightly, and 4 stone statues of divine beasts stood around it. They were the 4 symbols their imposing presence so lifelike that they seemed to be alive. Looking at this scene, I suddenly remembered the incomplete map I obtained after consuming the white jade. A mark on the map perfectly matched this place. I walked to a wall and pressed a mechanism. The hall immediately trembled. The 4 stone statues sank into the wall, and an entrance cracked open in the central floor, for which a surge of rich spiritual energy erupted. According to the map, the room below should be a secret chamber where spirit stones are stored. My current cultivation requires far more resources than ordinary people, so I naturally couldn't miss this opportunity and immediately leaped down. Upon landing, the spiritual energy in the passage before me was so dense it was almost tangible, and the walls were covered in a fluorescent glow. I quickly walked through the passage, and the next moment, I was completely stunned. Ahead lay a massive mountain formed from piled-up spirit stones, its ground thick with spiritual liquid. The spiritual energy here was so concentrated it had liquefied. It was truly a treasure trove for cultivation. I immediately emptied my spatial ring and frantically collected spirit stones. After the first ring was full, I took out the second one, and so on, until each ring contained 500,000 spirit stones, with a considerable amount still remaining on the ground. The profits from the mines that the 4 major families of Yangqing fight over every year are utterly insignificant here. The spirit stones before us are probably equivalent to 10 years of Yangqing's production. As for the spiritual liquid on the ground, it's impossible to take it away, but it's perfect for my cultivation. After entering the second level of the Divine Dragon technique, ordinary spiritual energy is no longer enough to temper the physical body, but the spiritual liquid can solve this problem. I sat cross-legged and fully activated the Divine Dragon technique. The spiritual liquid continuously flowed into my body, which seemed to transform into a black hole, swallowing up all the spiritual liquid on the ground. Anyone else would have already exploded and died from the overload. As the last drop of spiritual liquid was absorbed, a powerful aura erupted from my body. I opened my eyes. The second level of the Divine Dragon technique had broken through to the mid-stage, and my cultivation had entered the 3rd rank of the spirit martial realm. Just then, footsteps sounded, and a young man in a yellow shirt entered the secret room. My gaze turned cold. It was Wang Feng. How had he found this place? When Wang Feng saw me, a cold smile immediately appeared on his face. After his defeat by me last time, he not only caused the Wang family to lose resources, but also lost face in the clan and the 10th mountain. He already hated me to the core. I didn't want to pay him any attention and turned to leave. But Wang Feng blocked my way and said coldly, "Hand over what you got here." Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, I smiled faintly and said, "I won't hand it over. What can you do about it?" I knew very well that even if I handed over the spirit stones, he wouldn't let me leave. Wang Feng released the aura of a 3rd-grade spirit martial realm expert. His face contorted with rage. "Last time you defeated me with despicable means. Today, I will use your life to wash away this shame." He threw a punch, which I dodged by stepping back. Wang Feng laughed when he saw this, thinking I was scared, and even told me to kneel down and beg for mercy, saying that handing over what I had might save my life. I shook my head. "I just want you to think this through. If you force me to take action, you might not see tomorrow. I'm a kind person and don't want to kill people indiscriminately." I enraged Wang Feng, and a cyan tornado rose behind him, its terrifying aura sweeping across the entire space. I took out my martial soul sniper and charged directly into the tornado. The black sniper rifle kept crashing into the wind wall, sparks flying everywhere. Wang Feng's defense was indeed strong. The tornado protected him completely. He immediately laughed triumphantly, saying that his attacks couldn't break through the defense at all. Immediately afterwards, he conjured 2 more tornadoes, which hurtled towards me. I did not dodge. Instead, my fighting spirit surged, and I charged directly into the storm. Wang Feng thought I was doomed, but a few breaths later, I actually blasted the tornado away. I walked out of the storm unharmed, and the smile on Wang Feng's face froze completely. His attacks could even injure a 4th-grade spirit martial realm cultivator, yet they couldn't harm me. Seeing his incredulous expression, my gaze turned icy, and I unleashed a flurry of punches. Chapter 53: The Fall of Wang Feng, and the Panic of Mu Wanfeng and her siblings. Gray lights surged around me, and a deep dragon roar echoed continuously. Facing Wang Feng's tornado, I did not retreat, but directly unleashed the divine dragon fist, instantly rushing in front of him and punching the center of the storm. A bizarre scene unfolded. The seemingly powerful tornado shattered like glass. A dragon-shaped phantom, accompanied by a dragon's roar, directly entered Wang Feng's body. Wang Feng suddenly coughed up blood, his face deathly pale. His martial spirit was damaged, and his very foundation had been shaken by the attack. If it weren't for his strong will, he would probably have collapsed and fainted long ago. He stared at me intently, his eyes filled with incomprehension, resentment, and fear. He had clearly broken through to the third rank of the spirit martial realm, yet I still defeated him with a single punch, without even forcing him to use a decent martial technique. I looked at him and said calmly, "I warned you long ago not to mess with me. Now are you satisfied?" Wang Feng finally panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Lin Chen, you can't kill me." I gave a cold laugh. "Even if I let you go, you'll still come looking for revenge later. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I don't want to leave any behind. Besides, you've already messed with me." As soon as I finished speaking, I threw a punch. Wang Feng's body slowly collapsed, completely lifeless. The once-in-a-century genius of Yangchen, the young patriarch of the Wang family, and the representative figure of the 10th mountain of the Inner Academy of Huangzhou Academy, had fallen. I took his spatial ring, didn't glance at the corpse again, and turned to leave. Following the map in my mind, I continued deeper into the tomb. Soon after, I arrived at a spacious hall. 4 orbs of light floated above, and 4 people below were wary of each other, clearly all wanting to obtain these treasures, but also worried about being ambushed by others. 2 more people were standing at the edge of the hall. They were Mu Wanfeng and Mu Wanshuang, a brother and sister. The tall, strong young man in green beside them was Mu Wanfeng's half-brother, Mu Ba, whose cultivation had reached the 3rd rank of the spirit martial realm. Mu Wanfeng and her brother were the weakest and had no chance of competing for the light orb, so they could only stand aside. Mu Wanshuang suddenly whispered, "If only Lin Chen were here." Upon hearing my name, Mu Wanfeng's face darkened. He still harbored resentment over the original contract and feared I would use it to demand 20,000 spirit stones from his father. Knowing I had broken through to the 2nd rank of the spirit martial realm, his killing intent towards me intensified. Mu Wanshuang said coldly, "This place is fraught with danger. If we run into Lin Chen, we can use my brother to kill him." Mu Wanfeng immediately understood her meaning. If Mu Ba killed me, the matter of the contract would never be exposed. If I kill Mu Ba, they could go back and report to Dean Mu Cheng, who would then deal with me. But they had barely finished their calculations when I appeared behind them. The brother and sister turned around, saw me, and froze. I glanced at the 6 people in the hall, then looked at the ball of light above, my eyes showing interest. The 4 people in the center immediately locked onto me, their killing intent palpable. They clearly considered the ball of light as theirs for the taking and were afraid I would try to seize the opportunity. A sinister glint flashed in Mu Wanfeng's eyes, and he immediately shouted to the 4 of them, "Be careful, everyone! This person is extremely powerful and is probably here to steal your opportunity." The 4 men's aura surged instantly. I looked at Mu Wanfeng and sneered. "You want to use them to kill me? That's a pretty good way to use someone else to do your dirty work." I then said to the 4 of them, "I'm not interested in the orb of light. You can continue arguing. However, these 2 tried to kill me, so I'm going to deal with them. You won't object, will you?" Apart from Mu Ba, the other 3 didn't care at all. "As long as you don't steal the light group, it's up to you." Mu Ba remained indifferent, observing the situation. Mu Wanfeng and her brother panicked and hurriedly said, "Lin Chen, I was just joking. If you kill us, we'll lose 20,000 spirit stones." I laughed. I now have 1,000,000 spirit stones in my spatial ring. Why would I care about a mere 20,000? Besides, they died in the tomb. No one will know that I was the one who did it, and I can still use the contract to ask Dean Mu Cheng for the debt. Mu Wanfeng gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you let us go, we can sign another contract and give you 20,000 spirit stones." I said coldly, 20,000 is too little. Hand over 1,000,000 spirit stones, or you will all die today." The brother and sister turned pale. Mu Wanfeng immediately agreed, clearly just wanted to buy time before complaining to their father after leaving the tomb. I saw through his thoughts and suddenly laughed. "Unfortunately, I've changed my mind. You should all just die." I flashed forward, throwing a punch at the 2 of them. Just then a tall, muscular figure blocked their path. Mu Ba stared directly at me, his voice domineering and icy. "Sir, aren't you showing far too little respect for me?" Mu Wanfeng and her brother were overjoyed, as if they had grasped at a last straw. Looking at Mu Ba's attire and hearing their form of address, my interest gradually peaked. Chapter 54, Annihilation. Mu Ba's expression was cold. He immediately told me to let Mu Wanfeng and Mu Wanchuan go and to leave immediately. His tone was domineering and left no room for argument. I looked at him and couldn't help but find it amusing. Having lived in this world for so long, this was the first time I'd ever met such an arrogant person. I laughed and asked him, "Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are?" Mu Ba said calmly, "Because I'm stronger than you." I shook my head, not wanting to hear any more nonsense. "I'll just ask you one question. Are you sure you want to mess with me?" "So what if it is?" Mu Ba released his aura, his fighting spirit surging forward. I coldly reminded him that anyone who provoked me was either already dead or on their way to death. But Mu Ba ignored me and attacked me directly. After breaking through to the third rank of the Spirit Martial Realm, he became the #1 student in the Wood City Wilderness Academy and the strongest among the younger generation in Wood City, so he naturally had enough confidence. I sighed and threw a punch to meet the attack. Our fists collided, and a violent force swept through the hall, even causing the 4 orbs of light above to shake violently. The 3 men in the center looked grave. They clearly hadn't expected that Mu Ba and I were this strong. Without joining forces, none of them could be my match. Mu Wanfeng and her brother, their faces contorted with rage, shouted, "Let Mu Ba kill me." They wanted me dead most of all. Only with my death could they preserve their lives and the secret of the contract. Mu Ba looked at me, his expression finally becoming serious. His martial spirit was a grizzly bear, and his strength was already formidable. Although he had only used 70% of his power just now, I had easily blocked it. I also realized that he was pursuing a pure physical strength path. During our fight just now, I even heard a bear roar coming from his body. His beast spirit is definitely not simple. Mu Ba said coldly, "I didn't use my martial spirit just now, so you can still leave now, otherwise I will kill you." I smiled and said, "I also want to give you a piece of advice. Don't mess with me, or you'll definitely regret it." Mu Ba was utterly enraged, his aura surging. A gigantic phantom of a grizzly bear appeared behind him, its ferocious aura causing everyone in the hall to change their expressions. The 3 people in the center felt a chill in their hearts, while Mu Wanfeng and her siblings felt both unwilling and relieved. Mu Ba's talent and strength indeed far surpassed that of all the young people in Mu City. Although Mu Wanfeng is favored, she can only rely on her family. Mu Ba, on the other hand, doesn't need anyone's support. He can get everything he wants with just his fists. I stared at the grizzly bear, my fighting spirit growing stronger. This was my first encounter with a bee soul cultivator. It would be a perfect opportunity to test just how strong my physical body truly was. A gray fluorescent light emerged from within me, and an ancient, weathered aura spread out. I flashed forward and threw a punch straight at Mu Ba. Mu Ba sneered, thinking I was courting death. The grizzly bear phantom then swung its giant fist, colliding head-on with my fist. With a loud bang, everyone froze. My body continued to move forward, while the huge grizzly bear phantom was blasted backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Mu Ba's face was grim. He clearly hadn't expected my punch to be so powerful. He stared at me and asked, "Lin Chen, aren't you going to release your martial soul?" I said calmly, "I don't need a martial spirit to deal with you." This sentence completely enraged him. Mu Ba laughed in fury. Grizzly Bear clenched his fists, his eyes blazing red, and he slammed a massive, overwhelming punch down at me. I activated the Divine Dragon technique, gathering all my power into my fist, and shouted, "Divine Dragon Fist." The roars of dragons and bears clashed in the hall, the terrifying impact sending everyone flying. The 4 orbs of light above shook wildly, as if trying to escape the force. A moment later, the power dissipated, and I and the grizzly bear phantom remained in the fist-fighting stance before retreating simultaneously. I knew in my heart that I was nearing my limit with physical strength alone. The foundation of the Divine Dragon Fist was the Divine Dragon technique. To continue improving, I had to break through the Divine Dragon technique. Mu Ba appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He He had already used his martial spirit power, while I was only relying on my physical body to withstand it, and yet I was still holding my own. Mu Wanfeng and her brother were equally shocked. To clash head-on with a beast spirit using only one's physical body was something no ordinary person could do. Mu Ba snorted coldly and attacked again. He had no way out. Since he had provoked him, he could only fight to the very end. My fighting spirit soared, and I met the attack head-on. A series of booming sounds echoed. The hall floor trembled, and the stone walls were blasted with dents by the violent force. Finally, with a loud bang, Mu Ba was sent flying backward. This was the first time since we started fighting that a winner had truly emerged. Mu Ba looked on in disbelief, then realized something was wrong. He wasn't suddenly suppressed by me. Rather, his own power was no longer sufficient. Everyone stared intently at me, trying to discern if I was weak. But I only breathed slightly faster and remained calmly, standing in place. Mu Wanfeng and Mu Wanchuang panicked completely. If Mu Ba lost, they would surely die as well. So Mu Wanfeng immediately incited the three of them to join forces against me. He said that after I deal with Mu Ba, I will not let them off the hook in order to seize the light orb. Mu Wanchuang even accused me of breaking my promise and trying to force the three of them to take action. The three knew they were being provoked, yet they still chose Mu Ba's side. After all, if I won, the 4 orbs of light would be out of their reach. They planned to kill me first, then take advantage of Mu Ba's weakened state to eliminate him. As for Mu Wanfeng and her brother, they were nothing more than ants that could be killed at any time. As the three rushed at me, I calmly asked, "Have you thought this through? To be my enemy means to die." One of them laughed loudly. With the 4 of us joining forces, no matter how strong you are doomed. I laughed, but my laughter was icy cold. Since that's how it is, I'll grant your wish. A black sniper rifle appeared in my hand, and several attacks were fired in an instant. Grizzly Paw, Heavenly Halberd, and Tiger Fist simultaneously slammed towards the 3 men. The 3 hastily tried to defend themselves, but were instantly engulfed by the violent aura. A breath later, they all collapsed to the ground, their faces deathly pale and their breaths weak. With a single blow, all 3 were defeated. Mu Ba finally felt fear, and Mu Wanfeng and his sister collapsed to the ground, staring at me in terror. I shook my head. "I told you not to mess with me, why bother? Isn't it better to be alive?" 3 more attacks landed, their violent power sweeping across the land. When the energy dissipated, the 3 people on the ground had completely lost their lives. Their eyes remained wide open until their deaths, filled with resentment and regret. But there's no going back. Having chosen to act, they had to bear the consequences. Mu Wanfeng and her brother screamed, as if I were a demon who had walked out of hell. Mu Ba, accompanied by a grizzly bear phantom, lunged at me. He knew that if he didn't fight back, he would surely die. I raised my hand and unleashed a gale fist, the raging tornado tearing the grizzly bear phantom to shreds before slamming heavily into Mu Ba. Mu Ba was sent flying backward, his face deathly pale, barely clinging to life. Immediately afterward, the azure sky halberd shot out, aiming straight for his body. Regret and resentment finally surfaced in Mu Ba's eyes. He regretted meddling in other people's business, and even more so, he regretted provoking me. After the aura dissipated, everything returned to calm. Mu Ba, the #1 young talent in Mu City and the top disciple of Mu City Wilderness Academy, had fallen. I exhaled a breath of stale air and looked indifferently at the remaining Mu Wanfeng and Mu Wanchuang. Mu Wanfeng was filled with fear and hurriedly begged for mercy, saying that she was willing to re-sign the contract with me and give me more spirit stones. I ignored them and slowly walked towards them. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Mu Wanfeng actually wanted to give his sister to me, hoping that I would become his brother-in-law. Mu Wanchuang was stunned, and then hurriedly spoke up, saying that she was willing to serve me, only begging me to spare her life, and even asking me to kill her brother. Seeing the brother and sister's disgraceful behavior, I sighed. There's no going back. Since you've messed with me, I have no choice but to send you on your way. 2 martial arts techniques were unleashed, their violent aura completely engulfing the 2. When the power dissipated, only 2 cold corpses remained on the ground. At this point, all 6 people in the hall had perished. I withdrew my martial spirit, and my gaze fell upon the 4 orbs of light above the hall. Chapter 55, 4 Heavenly Generals under Qingjun. The hall was almost collapsed, the walls were full of dents, and the place was a mess. 4 orbs of light flew in the air, and when I was the only one left, they suddenly burst out with blinding light and terrifying pressure. I felt as if I were being crushed by a mountain, my legs bent, the ground beneath my feet constantly caved in, and even the slightest movement was incredibly difficult. That oppressive force made me realize that they could crush me at any moment if they so desired. I gritted my teeth and unleashed my martial soul, directly unleashing my strongest martial technique. A deafening roar shook the hall, and the violent power completely engulfed the 4 orbs of light, causing the entire hall to shake even more violently. When the dust settled, I was stunned. The 4 orbs of light were completely unharmed, and their aura was even stronger. My full force attack hadn't even left a trace. Staying any longer would have been suicide. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Just as I was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang in my ears. Wait! The voice actually came from the orbs of light. I turned around and heard one of the orbs of light say, "Young friend, don't you want our power?" I feigned confusion. "Senior, are you speaking to me?" The other party immediately cursed angrily. There was no one else around but me. I then asked them what this so-called power was. "It's just the combined strength of the 4 of us," another person said impatiently. I sensed their anger, so I pretended to be innocent. They quickly revealed the reason. I had killed everyone who entered this place, depriving them of the opportunity to choose a successor. Hearing this, I immediately understood. I pointed to myself and laughed. "Don't you have an excellent successor right in front of you?" Those 6 people died at my hands, which is enough to prove my ability. The 4 beams of light remained silent for a moment. Then one of them angrily cursed. "I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." But the more they acted like this, the more certain I became that these guys were in a hurry to find someone. I bluntly said, "If you want to pass it on, hurry up, I'm in a rush." The 4 of them instantly flew into a rage, calling me arrogant and saying they would rather pass it on to a pig than to me. I didn't argue a word and simply turned and left. Their legacy was irrelevant to me. I came here for the other treasures within the tomb. Besides, if they really wanted a successor, they could have easily chosen Mubah and the others earlier. Sure enough, I had only taken a few steps when the 4 beams of light became anxious and hurriedly called for me to stop. I turned around and sneered, "If you're unwilling to pass on your knowledge, what's the point of me staying?" They immediately changed their tune, saying that passing it on to me was not out of the question. I then threw back all their previous words at me. What arrogance, what disrespect, what the claim that they wouldn't even pass it on to a pig. The 4 of them then began to seriously argue that exceptionally talented people are naturally arrogant, and that they were just praising me and testing me. As for the pig, there weren't even any living creatures here, so it was just a test of my magnanimity. Listening to their nonsense, I became even more certain that they really needed me. I said coldly, "Stop beating around the bush. Your heritage isn't that important to me. If you want me to consider it, just tell the truth." One of them tried to continue pretending, so I simply said goodbye and turned away again. Finally, someone shouted urgently, "Wait, we are not the inheritors. We are just 4 remnant souls." I stopped, turned around, and smiled faintly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Secretly, I was relieved that I hadn't trusted them. I had heard about possession and rebirth before, and if these guys tried to take over my body, the consequences would be unimaginable. One of the voices sighed and finally revealed their origins. The 4 of them were once the 4 heavenly generals under Qing Jun, but because of their mistakes, Qing Jun extracted their souls and sealed them here, waiting for the opportunity to leave. I suddenly understood why Mu Ba and his group had been constantly dodging when I fought them earlier. Their souls were extremely fragile. Once broken, they were gone forever. However, I still have a question. My martial arts technique clearly hit them just now, so why were they completely unharmed? They told me that it was power accumulated over many years, and it could only barely block one attack. If I were to attack again, all 4 remnant souls would dissipate. I stopped wasting time and went straight to the most crucial question. How can you guarantee that you won't possess me or secretly control me? The 4 remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "There is a soul-suppressing stone above the hall. As long as I control it, they will be under my control and unable to betray me." I looked up, and sure enough, I found a great gem the size of a thumb on the ceiling of the hall. I leaped up and took the soul-suppressing stone in my hand. A faint chill immediately entered my palm. I looked at the 4 orbs of light. These soul-suppressing stones are also the foundation that traps you, right? They admitted that without the soul-suppressing stones, they could have left freely. But now that the gems are in my hands, as long as I use my will, they will still be unable to escape death. Now I was completely relieved and nodded in satisfaction. Understood, let's go. For beams of light instantly enter my body. The next moment, the hall collapsed with a roar, and without looking back, I rushed towards the next treasure trove marked on the map. If it hadn't been discovered yet, I could make a fortune again. Within my body, the 4 will communicate telepathically. Some are unwilling to be controlled by me, but are appeased by the leader. He says they should follow me out of the tomb first, and once I find their sealed bodies, I will have a way to break the control of the soul-suppressing stone. The 4 quickly reached an agreement to temporarily endure. They still harbored the illusion of recovering their cultivation, dominating the continent with what Qing Jun had left behind, and even seeking revenge against Qing Jun one day. Chapter 56: Lin Chen's Killing Intent. As I stepped into the main hall, dazzling light illuminated the surroundings, and the stone walls glowed with an eerie fluorescence. The air was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance, and rows of wooden shelves were filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs, each one as fresh as ever, with no loss of medicinal properties. There were already 4 people inside the hall. 3 of them were staring intently at the abundance of spiritual herbs. The young man in yellow marveled at the sheer number of herbs. Even in the desolate state, such abundance would be the envy of many. The young man in blue, who was in the lead, was even more arrogant, declaring that with these herbs, the desolate state academy was nothing. Not far from them, a young man in gray robes, his face contorted with rage and his breath weak, was none other than my second senior brother, Zhang Chun. He glared at the 3 of them and shouted, "I clearly brought you here. We agreed to split the spoils among the 4 of you, but you're trying to take it all for yourselves?" Zhang Chun had previously explored a tomb with 3 companions. By chance, a drop of blood fell onto the blood jade, revealing a tattered map that led him to this medicine hall. He had originally intended to come alone, but couldn't shake off the 3, so they agreed to split the spoils equally. Unexpectedly, upon discovering the medicine hall, the 3 immediately turned hostile. The young man in the green robe suddenly unleashed his hidden cultivation, revealing himself to be at the 4th rank of the spirit martial realm, severely injuring Zhang Chun with a single blow. Now, Zhang Chun faced the remaining 2 without any power to retaliate. The young man in the blue robe sneered, "So what if you lead the way? So what if we agreed to split it equally? I'm going to take it all for myself. What can you do about it?" Then he casually waved his hand, ordering the young man in the yellow robe to deal with Zhang Chun. The young man in yellow grinned maliciously as he approached Zhang Chun, as if killing him was a trivial matter. Zhang Chen's face was pale, his heart filled with regret. He hated himself for trusting these people so easily, and he also hated himself for not waiting for them to leave before exploring on his own. Just as the young man in yellow was about to make his move, I finally arrived and shouted angrily, "Let's see who dares to hurt my second senior brother." Several people looked towards the palace gate at the same time. I was dressed in white and quickly walked into the main hall. Zhang Chun was initially delighted to see me, but his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother, run. That guy is a 4th grade spirit martial realm cultivator. You are no match for him." I rushed to Zhang Chen's side and helped him up, my heart filled with guilt. "Second senior brother, I'm late. I should have been the first to arrive here, but Zhang Chun was the first to fall into a desperate situation, and these people even wanted to kill him." Despite his injuries, Zhang Chun urged me to leave. I simply shook my head. "Second senior brother, don't worry, I won't leave, and I won't abandon you." He was worried about me, so how could I stand by and watch him be bullied? The young man in the yellow shirt sized me up, his face full of disdain. "So your fellow disciples. Your second senior brother is pitifully weak, so you probably aren't much stronger either. You put on this act of wanting revenge, but in reality, you're just a weakling who can't do anything." I turned around, my killing intent instantly locking onto him. "Just now, was it you who wanted to kill my second senior brother?" The young man in yellow sneered. "So what if I was? What can you do to me?" The next moment, I flashed forward and threw a punch. The young man in yellow screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. I looked at him coldly. "You talk too much. He tried to struggle to his feet, but I was already in front of him like a ghost, and I stomped down. Crack! His neck fractured, and the young man in the yellow shirt died instantly. I looked down at the corpse, my voice icy. I can't do anything to you. I can only crush you to death. Zhang Chun stood frozen in place. He knew he could defeat the young man in yellow, but he hadn't expected such a swift and decisive victory. Yet, he remained deeply worried, because the truly terrifying opponent was the young man in green who hadn't yet made a move. Seeing his companion's gruesome death, the young man in black's face darkened, and he roared, "Boy, you dare to kill someone in front of us? You're asking for death." The young man in green, however, just looked at me coldly, as if the dead man was nothing more than an insignificant dog. I said calmly, "He wanted to kill my second senior brother, so I killed him. That's fair. As for what you can do about it, if I kill him in front of you, kill me." I deliberately used the same tone as the young man in yellow, my eyes full of mockery. The young man in black flew into a rage, his aura exploding as he charged at me. In his eyes, I was just an ant from a small town. While he came from a powerful clan in the desolate state, his status and background far surpassing mine. I shouldn't have been so presumptuous in front of him. Since the three of you are in cahoots, then you can go join him. I threw a punch at him, and our fists collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept through the hall. The young man in black was knocked back a few steps, but still sneered, "You do have some skill." A slight smile played on my lips, and a gray glow surged within me as I threw another punch. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the hall, and the black-clad youth was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground, his eyes wide with horror. He was also a third-grade spirit martial realm cultivator, and he had fought me to a draw earlier, thus concluding that my cultivation was equal to his. Yet now, it was he who had been defeated. He couldn't accept that he, a member of a prestigious clan in the desolate state, had lost to what he called an ant from a small town. I gave him no time to think. My figure close behind, a devastating punch aimed straight for his life. The young man in black finally trembled with fear, screaming at the young man in blue, "Brother, save me!" The young man in the blue robe, who had been standing by and watching, finally spoke, his tone extremely domineering. "Stop." I paused for a moment, looked up at him, and smiled faintly. "You think I should stop just because you tell me to? Who do you think you are?" Boom! The fist fell mercilessly, and the black-clad youth breathed his last, his eyes freezing with fear and regret. He died without understanding why the youth in green hadn't saved him, or why I dared to kill him. With two men dead, the calm on the young man in the blue robe finally vanished. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and his gaze turned cold. His anger wasn't at the deaths of his men, but at my audacity in ignoring his orders. Zhang Chun hurriedly reminded me, "Junior brother, he is a fourth-grade spirit martial realm cultivator, extremely powerful." I turned around and smiled at him. "Second senior brother, don't worry, I won't let any of those who want to kill you go." Having said that, my gaze returned to the young man in the blue robe, my aura surging. The real battle was just beginning. Chapter 57, The Qing Clan of the Desolate State. The young man in the blue robe stared at me coldly and asked me what my name was. I smiled and announced my name as Lin Chen. He called himself the Azure Cloud Sword, and said he never killed nameless people. It was my good fortune that trash from a small town could die at his hands. I also told him that I never remember the names of the people I kill, and that he was lucky to remember him today. Qing Yun sword laughed loudly, his aura suddenly surging, and a sharp sword aura came straight at him. I suppressed my smile, activated the divine dragon technique, and my body glowed with a gray light as I threw a punch to meet the attack. The two fists collided, and a shock wave swept through the hall, shattering medicine shelves and scattering spiritual herbs all over the ground. After the attack, I retreated further than him. Qing Yun Jian appeared calm, but his eyes betrayed his astonishment. I was only at the third level of the spirit martial realm, yet I managed to block a punch from him, a fourth-level cultivator. He clearly intended to kill me. I, however, remained unconcerned. Anyone who tries to kill me should be prepared to be killed in return. My physical strength alone wouldn't suffice, so I summoned my martial soul, the divine sniper, and unleashed a barrage of martial techniques. Qing Yun's sword sneered disdainfully, a cyan jade sword appearing above his head, countless sword shadows instantly shattering my attack. He said these low-level martial arts techniques were insufficient in power and useless against him. He thrust forward with his sword, his entire being like a drawn sword, the sword energy tearing through the air. I sneered and unleashed 5 more attacks in quick succession. Tiger Fist, Bear Paw, Golden Halberd, Wind Fist, and Ice Sword, all simultaneously. The Azure Cloud sword shattered the first 3 strikes in an instant, but was then struck head-on by the remaining 2, sending him flying backward. He planted the sword in the ground, leaving a long trail, yet his aura remained stable. I then noticed that the tear in his sleeve was glowing. He was wearing defensive armor. The attack should have injured him, but the armor had blocked most of it. Seeing that I had recognized it, Qin Yun's sword laughed triumphantly, saying that this was a second-tier defensive armor, something a poor boy like me had never seen before. With it protecting him, my attacks were ineffective against him. I looked at him like he was an idiot and asked him if he knew that talkative and arrogant guys like him usually die very quickly. His face darkened, and he said that if I dared to disobey his orders, I must die. With that, he abandoned his defenses and charged again with his sword. I coldly told him that he would be the one to die today. The martial soul divine sniper unleashed 10 consecutive shots in an instant. 10 martial arts techniques stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy, violently bombarding the Azure Cloud sword. He finally sensed the danger, roared, and unleashed the Clear Wind sword. The sword energy and martial arts techniques collided, forming a large screen of light that dissipated after the violent collision. Zhang Chun, watching from afar, was completely stunned. He hadn't expected me to be able to withstand the Azure Cloud sword head-on. While the Azure Cloud sword blocked the attack, I unleashed 5 more martial techniques and charged towards him. The armor could block the attack, but not the full recoil. I wanted to see how many punches he could withstand. I punched him hard. Qin Yunjin coughed up blood and turned pale. He was trying his best to defend against the martial technique, and his Dantian was constantly outputting spiritual energy, so he couldn't withstand the recoil from his punch. His attack was interrupted, and the remaining martial arts techniques immediately bombarded him. Qin Yun's sword coughed up blood again. His body flew backward, crashed heavily to the ground, and could no longer get up. Zhang Chun stood there, stunned. He had thought I would at most fight Qin Yun's sword to a draw, but I had defeated him outright. I walked up to Qin Yun's sword and asked him with a cold smile, "Are you still arrogant now?" That one sentence shattered his arrogance completely. From the very beginning, he didn't take me seriously, and even when he took action himself, he thought he could easily crush me. I told him that I hate trouble, but anyone who dares to mess with me will die. After saying that, I raised my hand to send him on his way. Qin Yun's sword finally panicked and hurriedly shouted that I couldn't kill him. I stopped my fist and asked him with a smile if he was trying to threaten me with his background, saying that killing him would bring disaster upon me and my family. He paused for a moment, then said that he came from the Qin family of the desolate state. If I let him go, I will surely be rewarded handsomely in the future. If I kill him, the Qin family will definitely destroy my family and city. After listening, I nodded. Qin family of Guangzhou, I understand. You could die now. With a single punch, Qin Yun's sword slowly fell to the ground, never understanding why I, knowing the Qin family's reputation, dared to kill him. I stared at his corpse, my expression cold. Anyone who crosses me must die, let alone someone who tried to harm my family and friends. He deserved no life. Zhang Chun walked to my side, staring at the corpse on the ground, lost in thought for a long time. He sighed and said that he had gotten me into big trouble. I patted him on the shoulder and told him that there was no need for such talk between fellow disciples. Besides, Qin Yun's sword's death in the tomb of the martial lord had nothing to do with us. Zhang Shen took a deep breath and nodded silently. He had clearly decided that if the Ruoqing family came knocking on his door in the future, he would stand in front of me. I smiled but didn't say anything. Even if it weren't in this tomb, the Azure Cloud sword still deserved to die. Then I looked at the scattered spiritual herbs and the collapsed medicine shelves, and my eyes immediately lit up. I blurted out, "It's a hit." Zhang Chun was also visibly excited. It really happened. Chapter 58, Medicinal Herbs and Elixirs. Looking at the mountain of spiritual herbs piled up in the main hall, Zhang Chun and I were both dumbfounded. After careful examination, I found that most of them were 1st to 3rd grade, a few were 4th grade, a few were 5th grade, and there was even a 6th grade spiritual herb. My second senior brother and I had only ever seen 2nd-tier spiritual herbs before. This scene was like a dream. Zhang Chun, however, told me to put all the spiritual herbs away, saying they weren't of much use to him. I knew he was still feeling guilty about what had just happened, so I asked him if he would have helped if I had been the one lying on the ground. Zhang Chen nodded without hesitation, so I told him not to overthink it and that we would split the elixir equally. Zhang Chen agreed, but asked me to keep them for him for now and to help him deal with the spiritual herbs later. I didn't refuse again and directly released my martial soul to put the spiritual herbs in the hall, along with the medicine shelves, into my martial soul space. Zhang Chen was completely stunned. He guessed that I had already activated my martial soul space, an ability usually possessed only by martial lord level experts. I could only nod vaguely, since my martial soul space seemed to have existed since I arrived in this world. My second senior brother looked at me with admiration, but I took the opportunity to become smug, which made him shake his head in annoyance. Soon, the hall that was originally filled with spiritual herbs became empty. I asked him to wait for me for a moment, and my consciousness went directly into the martial soul space. Looking at the piles of spiritual herbs on the ground, I walked towards the furnace-shaped vortex. Since it could absorb martial arts techniques for me to learn and spirit stones to aid my cultivation, could spiritual herbs also be refined into pills? I casually tossed in a spiritual herb, but the vortex didn't react. After a moment's thought, I took out a handful of spirit stones and threw them in. Sure enough, the vortex immediately began to vibrate, and 3 breaths later, a pill emitting a green glow fell to the ground. I picked up the pill and smelled it, overjoyed. This furnace vortex could actually refine spiritual herbs into pills. However, I quickly calmed down. Not knowing the effects of the pills, I dared not consume them casually. It seems I'll have to collect more pill formulas in the future, otherwise I'll just be wasting spiritual herbs. This pill was made with healing herbs, so it shouldn't be harmful. I took it back to the outside world and gave it to the injured Zhang Chen to take. Although Zhang Chen was puzzled, he didn't doubt me and directly swallowed the pill to refine it. After a dozen or so breaths, his pale face regained its rosy color, and his aura became much stronger, clearly indicating that his injuries had healed considerably. He asked me in surprise where the pills came from, and I told him I refined them myself. Zhang Chen didn't believe me at all until I confessed that I didn't know how to refine pills and had just randomly produced them using some method. His expression immediately changed. It turned out that what he had just taken was the first pill I had ever refined, and even its efficacy was uncertain. Zhang Chen was furious and scolded me for using my senior brother as a guinea pig. I could only smile and comfort him. At least the result proved that the medicine could indeed heal injuries. Upon learning that possessing the pill formula might allow him to refine the corresponding elixir, Zhang Chen suddenly took out 3 crumpled pieces of yellow paper. They were actually pill formulas, which he had discovered by chance in his master's room years ago. Zhang Chen said that he initially thought it was just waste paper, but later, after learning that his master was an alchemist, he understood its preciousness. I took the pill formula, my heart pounding with excitement, and immediately re-entered the martial soul space. I chose a recipe for the rejuvenation pill. My master had given it to me before, so I knew its effects well. This would be a good opportunity to verify whether the pills refined in the furnace vortex were reliable. Following the recipe, I added over a dozen second-tier spiritual herbs into the vortex, along with several hundred spirit stones. The furnace shook violently, and after 3 breaths, green pills began to fall from the bottom. I put away the 20 rejuvenation pills I had refined, returned to Zhang Chen's side, and handed him a white jade bottle containing 10 pills. Zhang Chen took one out to examine it. Its appearance and aroma were almost identical to those refined by his master. He smiled and said he would personally test the medicine this time, then swallowed the rejuvenation pill. After the pill entered his body, a warm energy surged throughout his body, eventually converging into his dantian, instantly filling his body with spiritual energy. Zhang Chen opened his eyes, his face full of excitement, and said that this time the elixir was even more effective than the one his master had given him. Hearing this, I was completely relieved. As long as I had spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and elixir recipes, I could continue to refine elixirs. My second senior brother immediately said that he would leave all the spiritual herbs to me from now on, and even jokingly told me to refine 100 or so rejuvenation pills first. We looked at each other and laughed heartily, both of us in the best of moods. After calming down, I asked Zhang Chen how he found this place. I came here with a white jade map, but Zhang Chun and the Azure Cloud Sword were also able to get here, so there must be another reason. Zhang Chun told me that after he dripped his blood to bind the blood jade to his master, a map also appeared in his mind. Only then did I realize that there was indeed a significant connection between the four major families of Yangcheng and Qingjun, the owner of the Martial Lord's tomb. I didn't press the matter further, but instead asked him if he knew the location of the next treasure trove. Zhang Chun nodded immediately, clearly understanding what I meant. Walk. Zhang Chun and I vanished from the main hall in an instant. Chapter 59, Crushing a Fourth Rank. In the dimly lit passage, a figure in white fled at breakneck speed, pursued closely by several others dressed in similar attire. The white-clad figure's aura was noticeably weaker than that of the pursuers, clearly indicating that he had been forced into a desperate situation. When Zhang Chun and I arrived at a dark corner, Bai Ruofeng was leaning against the wall, panting heavily. His breathing was disordered, and his eyes were fixed on the entrance to the passage, ready to fight at any moment. From afar came the shouts of pursuers. "Don't let him get away!" Immediately afterward, a young voice rang out coldly. "Bai Ruofeng, since you want to leave the family, then die in this great tomb." As soon as the sound faded into the distance, Bai Ruofeng breathed a sigh of relief, and I patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Bai?" He instantly retreated more than 10 steps, his aura suddenly exploding. Only after recognizing me and Zhang Chun did he restrain his aura and say with a wry smile, "So it's you two." I noticed he was constantly on guard, so I asked him what trouble he was in. Zhang Chun also looked around, worried that his pursuers might return. Bai Ruofeng, however, straightened his clothes and pretended to be nonchalant. "Nothing's wrong." But he clearly didn't want to involve us. Just then, a cold voice came from the end of the passage. "Is that so?" The four approached slowly. The young man in white at the head of the group had an eerie appearance, yet his eyes were both sinister and sharp. He glanced at Zhang Chun and me, noticing that we were at most 3rd rank, and his eyes were full of contempt. Bai Ruofeng, keep running. Bai Ruhu seemed to be enjoying watching his prey struggle. Behind him, 3 middle-aged men of the 4th rank also revealed their killing intent, saying that today was Bai Ruofeng's death day. Bai Ruofeng's face darkened, and he turned to let Zhang Chun and me leave first. He knew that the other side had 3 4th-rank officials, and he preferred to hold them off himself rather than implicate us. I said calmly, "Brother Bai, there's no need to be afraid of them." Bai Ruofeng immediately became anxious and ordered us to leave. Zhang Chun looked at me with a serious expression. "Junior brother, are you confident?" I smiled and said, "Second senior brother, when have I ever boasted?" Although I appeared relaxed, I wasn't careless at all. My opponent's cultivation was higher. Underestimating him would only lead to my death. Bai Ruhu laughed upon hearing this, while the 3 middle-aged men were filled with mockery. A mere 3rd-grade spirit martial realm cultivator dared to boast about dealing with them. It was like a child threatening a giant. I looked at the 4 of them and calmly said, "I don't care why you're chasing Brother Bai. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, the price of offending me will be your lives." After a brief silence, the 3 middle-aged men burst into laughter, and Bai Ruhu shook his head, saying, "Ignorance is bliss." Bai Ruofeng looked worried, and I turned to comfort him. "Brother Bai, don't worry, we'll be fine." Then, I looked at Bai Ruhu, "Since you're not leaving, then come on over. I hope you won't regret it." A middle-aged man snorted coldly and charged at me with a punch. Bai Ruhu and the other 2 stood still, clearly thinking that he alone was enough to deal with me. I channeled my power, a gray glow enveloping my entire body, and an ancient and powerful aura suddenly erupted. The next moment, I threw a punch to meet the attack. Boom! Fists collided, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and the 4th-rank middle-aged man was actually forced back more than 10 steps by me. I stood there, somewhat surprised. It turns out that not all 4th-rank individuals are as troublesome as Qin Yun's sword. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen as he drew his broadsword and slashed down again. The terrifying blade, light, tore through the air. I held back no longer, and a black martial spirit sniper appeared in my hand, unleashing 3 martial techniques in quick succession. Tiger Fist shattered the blade's edge first, followed by Grizzly Bear's giant paw striking the middle-aged man, and finally, a golden halberd pierced through the air, carrying an all-piercing sharpness. A scream rang out. The middle-aged man was sent flying by the bear's paw, the halberd piercing his right chest in the process. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, his breath fading, completely incapacitated. Bai Ruofeng stood frozen in place, while Zhang Chun, though he had witnessed my strength before, still stared warily at Bai Ruhu. As for the two middle-aged men opposite, the mockery on their faces had long since turned into shock and anger. They stared at each other, gritted their teeth, and charged at me simultaneously. They couldn't beat me one-on-one, so they tried to wear me down by working together. But they had no idea that what I feared least was attrition. Faced with their combined attack, I didn't even get close. Instead, I unleashed 3 more martial arts techniques. The violent energy filled the entire passage. Each of them blocked one attack, but were ultimately swept into the air by the Gale Fist. When their aura dissipated, the two landed heavily, looking disheveled, and their energy was disordered. Their strength was less than half of what it used to be. They looked at me, and fear finally appeared in their eyes. 3 fourth-rank officials had been crushed one after another by me, a third-rank official. The two of them looked at Bai Ruhu, trembling, unable to even finish a sentence. Bai Ruhu, however, just stared at me coldly, her expression terrifyingly calm. Bai Ruofeng was still in shock when Zhang Chun was ready to strike. We all knew that although Bai Ruhu was only a third-rank cultivator, he was the most dangerous person here. I met Bai Ruhu's gaze, concealed my aura, gripped the black martial soul sniper tightly, and prepared to strike. Chapter 60. The Bai family of Desolate State defeats Bai Ruhu. Looking at the 3 people lying on the ground, Bai Ruhu coldly cursed them as trash, then stared at me. Lin Chen, you have completely angered me, and the consequences are beyond your ability to bear. I scoffed. I had already given them a chance to leave, but they didn't appreciate it. Since Bai Ruhu wants to kill us, I naturally won't hold back anymore. You don't need to worry about my fate, but I've already seen yours. My voice turned cold, just like the 3 of them. Bai Ruhu laughed in fury, his aura suddenly surging. Although his cultivation was comparable to mine, his oppressive presence far surpassed that of the previous 3, clearly indicating that he was a truly formidable opponent. The next moment, he instantly appeared in front of me and threw a punch. I didn't dodge. I met the punch with all my might. The 2 fists collided, a dragon's roar reverberated, and a violent shockwave crashed against the walls of the passage. After the attack, Bai Ruhu retreated 5 steps, while I retreated 6, revealing that I was slightly weaker in strength. I cultivate the Divine Dragon technique, and my physical body far surpasses that of other martial artists at the same level. I never expected that this person could actually overpower me. Bai Ruhu was equally shocked. His punch was delivered with all his might, and almost no one in the same realm could withstand it, yet I was only slightly at a disadvantage. My strength clearly exceeded his expectations. Without further ado, we engaged in close combat once more. Our fists clashed repeatedly, and it wasn't until after a dozen or so rounds that we retreated. Bai Ruofeng watched from the sidelines, his face filled with shock. He knew best how terrifying Bai Ruhu was. Bai Ruhu is a top genius of the Bai family in the Desolate State, with extremely strong physical combat skills, even capable of fighting across borders. But now I'm actually able to fight him head-on to this extent. Bai Ruhu stared at me, her tone still confident. You are the first person who has been able to hold out against me for so long. You have reason to be proud. I curled my lip. I'd like to say that to you too. You're the first person who can slightly beat me in close combat, but unfortunately, you messed with the wrong person. Bai Ruhu's eyes were icy cold, clearly indicating that he was determined to kill. He would not allow someone whose talent was no less than his own to continue living, and he did not want Bai Ruofeng's story to get out. A phantom of a 9-tailed fox appeared behind him, and an eerie aura enveloped me. Bai Ruofeng hurriedly reminded me that Bai Ruhu's strongest technique was not her physical body, but the illusionary arts of her 9-tailed fox martial soul. I had already sensed the danger, so I immediately took out my martial soul sniper and fired 4 attacks in succession, heading straight for Bai Ruhu. Bai Ruhu completely disregarded my attacks. With a sweep of his 9-tailed fox tail, all 4 attacks vanished instantly. He sneered, saying that no matter how many times I attacked, I couldn't hurt him. But seeing the pale green smoke rising from the 9-tailed fox's tail, I felt a sense of relief. During the attack, just now, I had secretly used a fragmented poison technique that I hadn't used in a long time. Once Bai Ruhu is poisoned, his connection with his dantian will gradually weaken. At that point, No matter how strong his physical body is, he won't be able to withstand my continuous barrage of martial arts techniques. Bairuhu seemed to sense something was wrong, but he didn't know what the problem was. He was unwilling to delay any longer, and with a sweep of all 9 tails, pale red smoke instantly filled the entire passage. He thought I would soon fall into the illusion and be at his mercy. But as I stood in the red smoke, I found that although I inhaled the smoke, my consciousness was completely unaffected. I looked down and was immediately stunned. The hallucinogenic smoke was being absorbed by the martial soul sniper. It turned out that the martial soul had neutralized the illusion for me. I walked straight through the red smoke and stood in front of Bairuhu, chuckling lightly, "Sorry, your illusions don't work on me." Bairuhu's expression finally changed. Even the 9th-rank spirit martial realm cultivator and his family was affected by his illusions. Yet I was able to walk out unscathed. This was completely beyond his comprehension. But he remained defiant, saying that even if the illusion was ineffective, I was no match for him. I didn't argue and immediately unleashed 5 martial arts techniques in succession. After the 9-tailed fox blocked the first 4 attacks, the 5th finally caused the phantom to dim violently. Bairuhu's expression changed drastically, but I did not stop and fired 3 more attacks. After the roar subsided, the 9-tailed fox phantom was so weak that it could dissipate at any moment. Bairuhu dared not let her martial soul withstand the attack any longer and could only immediately withdraw it. Just then, he suddenly froze. He was horrified to discover that the connection between himself and his dantian was rapidly weakening. He had clearly been poisoned by me. Without the protection of his martial spirit, and with his mind in disarray due to fear, Bairuhu was no match for my attacks. I unleashed 5 more martial techniques, the violent power instantly sending him flying. Several attacks struck him squarely, and Bairuhu crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, completely losing his fighting ability. He stared at me, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. I thought it would take more effort, but unexpectedly, his mind went blank, and I defeated him in 1 strike. It seems that in a battle between strong individuals, while strength is important, mental state also determines the outcome. As the red smoke dissipated, Bairuofeng and Zhang Chun recovered. Seeing Bairuhu lying on the ground, both were stunned, especially Bairuofeng, who couldn't believe he had truly defeated Bairuhu. I looked at Bairuofeng and asked him what his relationship was with these people. Bairuofeng was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "We are all from the Bai family of Huangzhou." Upon hearing this, I immediately understood that there was more to the story, so I handed over the decision-making power to him. Bairuofeng gave me a grateful look and walked up to Bairuhu. "I'll let you off this time, out of consideration for our shared Bai family background." Bairuofeng said coldly, "I don't want to get involved in the Bai family's affairs, and don't provoke me again in the future." Bairuhu's eyes were filled with resentment, yet he couldn't even stand up. 2 middle-aged men helped him up, neglecting even his dying companion, and hurriedly left the passage. Before leaving, the murderous intent in Bairuhu's eyes did not escape my notice. He clearly wouldn't let this go, but I didn't care. If I could defeat him today, I could take his life next time. Zhang Chun asked Bairuofeng if he wasn't afraid of Bairuhu's future revenge. Bairuofeng sighed and said that their relationship was too deep, and he ultimately couldn't bring himself to kill her. When Zhang Chun pressed for an explanation, Bairuofeng simply said, "He is my second uncle's son." Neither Zhang Chun nor I asked any further questions. Bairuofeng's identity was clearly not simple, but everyone has their own secrets, and he would naturally tell us when he was willing. Zhang Chun quickly smiled and said, "Let's go, brother Bai, my junior brother, and I will take you to a good place." Bairuofeng calmed himself down and followed us with a hint of curiosity. Zhang Chun and I exchanged a smile, then quickly led him away. Chapter 61 Weapon Hall Encounter. The area in front of the martial arts hall was now a ruin. Han Tianyu, the man in purple, looked at the rubble and then at Li Yuran, clearly waiting for an explanation. Li Yuran looked embarrassed and could only say that there was one last treasure trove on the map, the weapon hall, which might not have been claimed by anyone else yet. After 3 treasure halls had been emptied in succession, he was almost certain that Zhang Chun and I were the ones who had done it. He had hoped to gain favor with Han Tianyu using the map, but the spirit stones, martial arts techniques, and elixirs had all been snatched up by others. Han Tianyu, however, didn't care about those things. He only wanted to collect the white jade and enter the central hall. Li Yuran was convinced that Zhang Chun and I would go to the weapon hall. so she took Han Tianyu and rushed there. At that moment, Zhang Chun, Bai Ruofeng, and I had already stepped into that ancient hall. The hall was covered in cobwebs and dust, with swords and armor scattered around, most of them worn and still exuding a faint scent of blood. Most striking were the 9 orbs of light floating in the center. Each cluster of light concealed a weapon or piece of armor, shimmering with golden light and emanating a subtle, oppressive aura, clearly far more valuable than anything else in the hall. Bai Ruofeng looked around in shock. I told him that this was the weapon hall within the Great Tomb. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, exclaiming that he had struck gold again. I, however, did not rush to touch the 9 orbs of light. Instead, I let him and Bai Ruofeng try them out first while I walked towards the area where weapons were piled up against the wall. Most of these weapons were only Tier 1 or 2, a few reached Tier 3, and there were even a few that appeared to be Tier 4. But I didn't mind at all, and with a wave of my hand, I put them, along with the armor, into my martial soul space. The black martial spirit unleashed a powerful suction force, drawing in swarms of weapons, causing a clattering sound throughout the hall. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng were speechless. The most valuable items were clearly in the center, yet I wasn't even letting these ordinary goods go. For me, these weapons can be used to research the furnace in the martial soul space, and also brought back to the Lin family for use. The Great Tomb is fraught with danger, and I absolutely cannot leave empty-handed if I can gain even a little more benefit. After I finished collecting the things around me, the entire hall felt much more spacious. I looked back and saw that Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng were still struggling with the ball of light. Every time they were about to grab their target, the ball of light would automatically dodge. I couldn't help but ask them, "Have you not gotten a single one yet?" The 2 men, sweating profusely, smiled wryly and said that these orbs of light were extremely strange, but they had already figured out that the lowest level weapons inside were all Tier 5 weapons. More importantly, one of them was a 6-tier piece of armor. 5th-tier armor is used by Heavenly Martial Realm experts, and 6th-tier Monarch-level weapons are more likely to develop sentience and possess independent consciousness. This made my gaze instantly fall on the most dazzling light. Within the ball of light was a white dress, surrounded by flowing light, clearly the 6th-tier armor. Upon seeing it, a white-clad figure involuntarily appeared in my mind, and a smile crept onto my lips. Bai Ruofeng followed my gaze, her expression immediately turning strange, as if she had guessed who I wanted to give the dress to. Just as I was about to make my move, a voice suddenly came from the entrance of the passage. "You really are here." I turned around abruptly and saw 2 figures standing at the entrance. Li Yuran had a faint smile on her face, while Han Tianyu beside her remained calm, yet both of them exuded a sense of danger. I frowned and asked in a low voice who they were. Li Yuran called out my name and Zhang Chen's name directly, and then introduced herself as Li Yuran of the Li family. Upon hearing the name Li family, Zhang Chun and I immediately understood. If we were able to find this place using the white jade, the Li family must also possess the same thing, and the Wang family's white jade had probably already fallen into their hands. I stared at the 2 of them and asked them coldly what they wanted to do. Li Yuran smiled faintly, but it was chilling. "It's very simple. You and Zhang Chun hand over the white jade, and then leave the weapon hall." Han Tianyu remained silent, simply watching us calmly, as if the outcome was already predetermined. My heart sank. Li Yuran's strength was no weaker than Bai Ruhu's, but the pressure from Han Tianyu was even stronger. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng also became wary. If it came to a direct confrontation, the 3 of us might not have a chance of winning, but I would never hand over the white jade, and I even wanted to take the 2 pieces from Li Yuran's hands as well. I whispered to Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng that they should do whatever I said without hesitation. The 2 nodded, ready to receive my orders. Then I deliberately asked Li Yuran if he already knew the secret of the white jade, and if he had more than 1 piece. Li Yuran nodded nonchalantly, directly admitting that the Wang family's white jade was also in his possession. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on my lips. Now that both pieces of white jade had been presented to me, there was no need to get entangled with them any longer. I gave Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng a low shout. "Run!" Chapter 62 Escape. In an instant, Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng rushed towards the passage entrance. They knew that staying would only be a burden to me, so they decided to leave while I was holding Li Yuran back. "Run? You think you can escape?" Li Yuran dodged the 2, his aura surging. I coldly uttered 3 words. You can escape. Then I channeled my power and threw a punch at him. A gray fluorescent glow enveloped the fist, and a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the hall. This punch seemed capable of tearing through space, and Li Yuran, abandoning his initial disdain, met it with his own fist. Boom! A series of shockwaves erupted, and Li Yuran and I retreated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Chun tossed me a piece of blood jade. Junior brother, catch! I caught the blood jade, Zhang Chun nodded to me, and he and Bai Ruofen quickly slipped into the passage. Be careful! I'll leave a signal. A voice came from afar. Li Yuran watched them flee and sneered. Is this the person you're supposed to protect? They've abandoned you. I just smiled. He had no idea that Zhang Chun and the others staying behind would only distract me. With all 3 of them trapped here, it was better for me to cover their retreat. At least they would still have a chance to escape. Li Yuran stared at the 2 pieces of blood jade in my hand, her expression calm. Very well, the blood jade is all on you, saving me the trouble of chasing after them. At this moment, Han Tianyu walked to the center of the hall and stared at the ball of light that I had previously wanted to seize. He spoke calmly, revealing that it contained a monarch-level artifact, which was perfect for gifting. Seeing that Han Tianyu didn't attack me, I felt a little relieved. But Li Yuran asked me, as if deliberately showing off, do you know who he is? Looking at his respectful demeanor, I directly mocked him. The young master of the dignified Li family is willing to be driven by others, and even looks like he's doing it willingly. It's truly laughable. Li Yuran was not angry, only saying that I was ignorant. Han Tianyu was the youngest marquis of the Desolate dynasty, the overlord of the Desolate region. In any sense, he was enough to make Han Tianyu bow his head. I was shocked and finally understood why Li Yuran was so respectful. If Han Tianyu really wanted to deal with me, not only the Lin family, but probably the entire Yangshan would not be able to withstand his wrath. It seems the plan to seize the white jade from Li Yuran must be put on hold. Moreover, something so important has most likely already fallen into Han Tianyu's hands. My second senior brother and the others should be far away by now. I should also find a chance to escape. Li Yuran was still smug when I suddenly laughed and said, You'd better pray that the Marquis doesn't know that you even let go of the white jade that you had in your hands. Before I finished speaking, my aura suddenly exploded, and I threw another punch. Li Yuran's expression changed slightly, and he immediately countered. After their fists collided, I retreated 7 steps, while he retreated 5. His cultivation was 1 rank higher than mine, and his strength was not weaker than Bairu's. Li Yuran finally looked me in the eye. You were able to defeat Wang Feng with only the initial martial realm. You do have some skill. Then, a black ghost appeared behind him, its chilling aura instantly locking onto me. The ghost pounced, its claws aimed straight for my head. I summoned my martial soul sniper, unleashing 4 martial techniques simultaneously. The grizzly bear paw and tiger fist met the ghost's attack, while the azure halberd and frost sword aimed directly at Li Yuran's body. With several loud bangs, the ghost shattered the first 2 attacks and blocked the next 2 martial arts techniques. Li Yuran thought she had neutralized the attack, but when she looked up, she found that I had already disappeared. Damn it! He roared in fury. I used a series of attacks to draw his attention and rushed into the passage without hesitation. If Han Tianyu hadn't been so busy chasing the ball of light, I wouldn't have escaped so easily. Just then, Han Tianyu finally caught the ball of light and landed heavily on the ground. After the light shattered, a white dress radiating a strong aura fell into his hands, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Li Yuran felt a pang of panic. Han Tianyu turned around and calmly asked, We didn't get the blood jade? Li Yuran immediately knelt on one knee and said, I'm sorry, Lord Marquis. It was my incompetence that allowed Lin Chen to escape. Han Tianyu said calmly, You are not my subordinate, and I don't need a subordinate like you. Then he added that opening the central hall requires 4 pieces of blood jade, and we would definitely be going there, so we just need to wait. In the dimly lit passage, I moved forward at full speed, constantly scanning the walls, hoping to find any marks left by Zhang Chun. I was secretly relieved. Han Tianyu was clearly more concerned about the white dress, otherwise I would have had no chance of escape. Suddenly, I saw a familiar mark on the stone wall. My eyes lit up, and I immediately rushed in the direction the mark indicated. In another ordinary hall, Bai Ruofen couldn't help but ask Zhang Chun, Are we really just going to abandon Lin Chen like this? Zhang Chun said in a deep voice, I trust Junior Brother. If we stay, it will only distract him. Zhang Chun was filled with guilt. He had clearly decided to stand in front of me when danger was imminent, but this time, it was me who held off the enemy for them. He only regretted that he was too weak. I left a secret signal along the way, and I'll wait for you here, Junior Brother. Zhang Chun sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Bai Ruofeng sighed and sat down as well. They all know that the root cause of the repeated crises is insufficient strength. Now, they only hope that I can safely find this place. Chapter 63, Spirit Gathering Pill, Cultivation Improvement. Following the hidden marks left along the way, I quickly saw the light ahead and immediately sped through the passage. Inside the main hall, Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng were meditating cross-legged. Seeing that they had both escaped safely, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is the first time we've encountered an opponent that even I find difficult to handle. In the past, I could resolve any trouble, but this time I had to let them go first. Ultimately, it comes down to my insufficient strength. Sensing the movement, the two opened their eyes and jumped up excitedly upon seeing me. Junior Brother, Lin Chen, they had been waiting for me, but weren't sure if I would return alive. Now that they saw I was unharmed, they were finally relieved. Second Senior Brother, Brother Bai, I'm back. I scanned my surroundings and quickly confirmed my location. This hall was on the edge of the map, with only one entrance, far from the central hall, so it was safe for the time being. Han Tianyu and Li Yuran have most likely already gone to the central hall. With our current cultivation levels, going directly there would be tantamount to handing the white jade to Han Tianyu. To seize this opportunity, we must first improve our strength. Zhang Chun had clearly considered this as well, and suggested that we cultivate here first, and then go to the central hall after our strength has improved. In any case, without us, Li Yuran and the other two might not be able to open the hall. I nodded. That suited me perfectly. I asked Zhang Chun if he remembered the pill formula I had given him before. He thought for a moment and blurted out, Spirit Gathering Pill. I nodded. This pill contains a large amount of spiritual energy, which can not only accelerate cultivation, but also help one break through realms when nearing a breakthrough, making it perfect for us right now. As soon as I finished speaking, I entered the martial soul space. Bai Ruofeng stared in shock as I vanished into thin air, while Zhang Chun simply smiled and offered no explanation. My secret shouldn't be known to too many people yet. Inside my martial soul space, I took out the pill formula and, according to the instructions, gathered more than a dozen kinds of spiritual herbs, then threw them all into the furnace vortex. While others had to control the fire, perform hand seals, and pay attention to the order of the herbs when refining pills, I only needed to prepare the materials and leave the rest to the vortex. Then, I added a dozen more handfuls of spirit stones. Watching the spirit stones being consumed one by one still made me feel a little heartache. Although I had nearly 1 million spirit stones, at this rate, no matter how many I had, they wouldn't last long. With a few loud booms, the furnace vortex shook violently. Moments later, dozens of gleaming spirit gathering pills fell, their fragrance instantly filling the air. I divided the pills into 3 jade bottles and immediately exited my martial soul space. Zhang Chun was already impatient, so I handed the jade bottle to him and Bai Ruofeng respectively. Bai Ruofeng opened the bottle and froze on the spot after seeing the spirit-gathering pills inside, clearly filled with countless questions. I simply told him that these were spirit-gathering pills, enough for us to cultivate for a while. The most important thing right now is to improve his cultivation level, so as to prevent Han Tianyu and Li Yuran from coming after him first. Zhang Chun didn't waste any words and swallowed the pill to begin cultivating. Bai Ruofeng also suppressed his doubts and followed suit into meditation. I watched their thirst for power, smiled faintly, and swallowed a handful of spirit-gathering pills myself. An ordinary person would need to slowly refine even one pill at a time, but I wasn't afraid of the pills being too potent. My martial spirit absorbs excess spiritual energy, and the amount of spiritual energy I need far exceeds that of ordinary people. The pill entered my body, and a surge of violent spiritual energy rushed straight to my dantian. Its intensity more than 10 times greater than the spiritual energy my martial spirit usually released. My expression changed slightly. I had taken too much. A constant rumbling sound filled my body, like giant waves crashing against the shore, even startling Zhang Chun and the other person who were cultivating. Bai Ruofeng wondered why I was reacting so strongly, but Zhang Chun shook his head and said, Junior brother's spiritual energy is abundant. We can't hold him back any longer. After saying that, he swallowed another spirit-gathering pill. Bai Ruofeng nodded and continued cultivating. For the next month, we repeatedly refined the pills. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng would wake up every now and then and continue to take the pills, while I was constantly subjected to a large amount of spiritual energy, and my cultivation level was also increasing rapidly. A month later, I suddenly opened my eyes, a sharp glint in them. After this period of arduous training, I had broken through from the 3rd rank of the spirit martial realm to the 5th rank. If my spiritual energy hadn't been saturated, I could have continued to improve. Looking at Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng, they have both reached the 4th rank of the spirit martial realm. Zhang Chun rose 3 ranks from the 1st rank, while Bai Ruofeng rose 2 ranks from the 2nd rank. I suspect the difference might be related to the marrow cleansing pill they took back then. The two woke up one after the other, their faces full of excitement. Zhang Chun, feeling the power within him, laughed and said that if his body hadn't reached its limit, he might have already caught up with me. I told him that cultivation couldn't be about blindly rushing forward. Now he needed to adapt to the surge in power. Bai Ruofeng clenched his fist, his fighting spirit palpable, and asked, Lin Chen, shall we go to the central hall next? I nodded. He wanted to meet Li Yuran, and I, too, had long wanted to see Han Tianyu. The next moment, the 3 of us stood up at the same time and rushed towards the central hall. Chapter 64. First Encounter. Inside the empty hall, a strange stone door stood silently, its round opening radiating an oppressive aura that forced anyone who approached to retreat. Han Tianyu, Li Yuran, and Hong Yun stood guard at the door. Li Yuran kept glancing towards the back passage, clearly waiting for me. Hong Yun, however, was somewhat impatient and suggested either capturing me directly or stealing the bloodjade. Li Yuran sneered, telling him to try if he dared. I've fought him before, and he knows very well that Hong Yun's strength is similar to Li Yuran's. Trying to capture me is a pipe dream. Unless Han Tianyu personally intervenes, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Hong Yun was enraged by these words and was about to lash out when Han Tianyu said calmly, They will come. Just wait. The two immediately fell silent. Not long after, Han Tianyu's aura shifted slightly, clearly indicating he had sensed our arrival. I led Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng into the main hall. Li Yuran stared at me, her tone gloomy. Lin Chen, you've finally arrived. Hong Yun looked me up and down, his face full of disdain. You're Lin Chen? I really don't know how some people could let you get away. I simply smiled and looked at him, asking, What's your name, sir? Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng were both speechless. The fight was about to start, but I was acting like I was chatting with an old friend. However, Zhang Chun knew very well that whenever I acted like this, it meant the other side was in trouble. Hong Yun sneered. Yuho Mansion, Hong Yun. What? Are you here to beg for mercy? Hand over the bloodjade, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, once I take action, you will all die. Li Yuran was also poised to act, clearly not wanting Hong Yun to steal the credit. I shook my head. Why hurt feelings like this? Many people have said similar things to me before, but unfortunately, they are all dead now. Hong Yun's face darkened, and he charged at me first. Li Yuran followed closely behind, coldly saying, Lin Chen, the battle from last time isn't over yet. But as soon as the two of them moved, Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng blocked my way. Your opponent is us. They've both broken through to the 4th grade spirit martial realm and are looking for someone to test their strength. Hong Yun and Li Yuran are at the same cultivation level, making them suitable opponents. As for the strongest, Han Tianyu, I'll naturally handle him. Li Yuran and Hong Yun didn't take them seriously at all, and with a cold snort, they made their move. Zhang Chun unleashed his martial soul dust particles, which condensed into a yellow spear to meet Hong Yun's cloud spear. The spear's shadows clashed repeatedly, and spiritual energy rippled in all directions. On the other side, a blue storm raged behind Bai Ruofeng, interspersed with lightning, its aura violent. Li Yuran unleashed her ghostly, eerie forms, lunging out one after another to engage Bai Ruofeng in direct combat. Within a few breaths, the main hall trembled under the combined pressure of the 4 figures. A stalemate ensued, with neither side able to easily overpower the other. I didn't intervene, but instead looked at Han Tianyu, who remained calm. This person gave me a dangerous feeling, and even though I had already stepped into the 5th grade spirit martial realm, I still dared not be careless in the slightest. Han Tianyu looked at me and said calmly, "To be born in a place like this and to have achieved this much is truly remarkable." I laughed and said, "Is that a compliment? But I'd rather test just how strong you really are." The moment I finished speaking, I charged forward. Gray fluorescence enveloped my entire body, and all my power converged in my right fist. Faintly, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the hall. Han Tianyu chuckled lightly, his expression remaining calm. "Then I'll grant your wish." The next moment, their fists collided violently. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, forcing Zhang Chun and his companions to stop fighting. 2 dragon roars intertwined, as if 2 giant dragons were battling in the void, and the aftershocks forced everyone to retreat. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw me blocking Han Tianyu head-on. As long as I could hold Han Tianyu off, they weren't afraid of Li Yuran and Hong Yun. But Li Yuran and Hong Yun were completely stunned. They didn't know exactly how strong Han Tianyu was, but he was definitely far stronger than them. The fact that I could actually take a punch from Han Tianyu head-on was almost unbelievable to them. Li Yuran felt a chill run down her spine. Last time they fought, her strength was at most comparable to his, but now she was so powerful that he felt fear. Had she been hiding her true strength? Or had she improved too quickly these past few days? Hong Yun was secretly relieved. Luckily, he hadn't actually gone to find me. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be back by now. He glared angrily at Li Yuran, clearly feeling that the other had deliberately not warned him, intending to use him to eliminate a competitor. Li Yuran sensed Hong Yun's anger, but calmly said his strength before was indeed at most equivalent to mine. With a loud bang, Han Tianyu and I were both thrown backward. After regaining our footing, we looked each other over. Han Tianyu's eyes showed a hint of interest as he slowly spoke. "Your strength is not bad. I've changed my mind. I have 2 pieces of blood jade, and you have 2 too. Why don't we open the door first, and then deal with other matters after we go inside?" I smiled slightly and said, "Okay." That punch just now showed me Han Tianyu's strength. He's stronger than I expected, and I'm not entirely confident I can get Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng out unscathed. Entering the sect first is the best option right now. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng retreated behind me without asking any further questions. They trusted that I wouldn't let the other side take advantage of me. Li Yuran and Hong Yun returned to Han Tianyu's side, watching us warily. Since even Han Tianyu had chosen to compromise temporarily, they naturally dared not underestimate me anymore. Han Tianyu turned and walked towards the stone door, took out 2 pieces of blood jade, and embedded them into the round hole in the door. He wasn't really willing to stop, but he wasn't entirely confident he could defeat me. He then turned his head and smiled faintly. "Your turn." I arrived at the door and placed the 2 pieces of blood jade in my hand into the round hole. In an instant, intense blood-red light erupted, and the entire stone door shook violently, as if a long-dormant mechanism had finally been awakened. I turned to look at Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng and said in a deep voice, "After we go in, you 2 stay close to me. No one knows what's behind the door, but even if there's no danger, Han Tianyu and his companions must still be on guard." The 2 nodded and said, "Don't worry, we understand." The stone gate slowly rose, and gray gas seeped out from the cracks in the ground. An inexplicable sense of crisis instantly enveloped everyone. Chapter 65, The Spirit Guard Army. The gate slowly rose amidst everyone's vigilance, and gray gas surged out wildly, forcing us to retreat continuously. Hong Yun cursed incessantly, but Li Yuran stared intently into the gate, convinced that a great opportunity lay hidden in the central hall. With a loud bang, the door came to a complete stop, and thick, gray smoke rushed in like a tide. I immediately warned Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng not to inhale it. It wasn't until half an hour later, when the gray smoke dissipated, that the scene inside the door was revealed. It was an army of orange-armored warriors. They wielded weapons, had no faces, and no breath, like humanoid puppets that knew only slaughter. Each one exuded the aura of a spirit martial realm expert, and some of them were so powerful that I couldn't see through them. Bai Ruofeng was utterly shocked, but Han Tianyu laughed and said that these were spirit guards. Hong Yun seized the opportunity to mock Li Yuran, then explained that spirit guards were a guard composed of weapons possessing spirituality. They were neither living people nor corpses. After hearing this, I was equally shocked. The world of martial arts is indeed full of wonders. There was actually a spirit martial realm army hidden in this Qin Jun tomb. No wonder Han Tianyu was convinced that the central hall was not simple. Zhang Chun asked me worriedly how we were going to get in. These spirit guards would obviously attack anyone who stepped through the gate, and with our strength, once we were surrounded, we would have almost no chance to fight back. I nodded. The real danger had finally arrived since we entered the cemetery. But this was, after all, the tomb of a martial lord. It would be abnormal if things went smoothly. Hong Yun and the others all looked at Han Tianyu, waiting for his decision on whether to continue. Han Tianyu looked at me and proposed joining forces again. He said I definitely wouldn't be willing to leave like this. I didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Since Qin Jun had set conditions for entering the tomb, it was impossible for her to leave no way out for anyone. I noticed a circular area in the center of the spirit guard army. That might be where the hope of survival lay. Han Tianyu and I exchanged a glance, clearly thinking the same thing. I told Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng to hold the rear, then led the charge through the gate. Han Tianyu and the other four followed closely behind. As soon as we stepped into the main hall, all the spirit guards' eyes lit up, and they charged at us, weapons in hand. Han Tianyu and I were at the forefront, constantly blasting away the attacking spirit guards. Zhang Chun and the other three guarded the flanks and rear, responsible for repelling any enemies that slipped through. The low-level spirit guards were relatively easy to deal with, but when we encountered stronger ones, we needed to work together, making our advance extremely slow. Once inside, I discovered that the hall was far more vast than it appeared from the outside. It was surrounded by high walls, with a hazy gray ceiling overhead. There were thousands of spirit guards, and their strength increased the closer one got to the center. Near the circular area stood 6 terrifying spirit guards. Those 6 could easily crush us. Halfway there, the surrounding spirit guard were generally at the 4th rank, with occasional 6th rank ones appearing. Zhang Chun worried that if this dragged on, even if they reached the center, they would be worn down and killed. The spirit guards were impossible to eliminate completely. They would quickly return after being knocked back. Han Tianyu took the initiative to relieve the pressure at the front, letting me recover before taking over. I immediately retreated to the back, allowing Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng to recover as well. The two didn't understand why I wasn't resting, so I just told them not to worry. Hong Yun and Li Yuran were dissatisfied, feeling that by giving the recovery opportunity to Zhang Chun and the other two, I would put everyone in danger. I ignored them. They had no idea that the spiritual energy supply in my dantian had never been interrupted. At the current rate of consumption, I'm absorbing spiritual energy even faster. Since entering, I've actually been the most relaxed one. But I also understand that the situation will become increasingly dangerous as we go on. A quarter of an hour later, we were only 100 paces from the center. The number of spirit guards had decreased, but they were all 6th or even 7th rank. Zhang Chun and the other 3 could no longer get involved and could only remind Han Tianyu and me from the sidelines. Han Tianyu's face gradually paled, clearly indicating a significant depletion of his spiritual energy. I immediately stepped in, sending a 7th grade spirit guard flying with a single punch. After several shifts, I had also figured out his strength. Han Tianyu is a 7th grade spirit martial realm cultivator with extremely strong combat power. He has repelled most of the spirit guards along the way, including an 8th grade spirit guard who fell to his hands. If they turn against him after entering the center, he will be the biggest problem. The safest way is to exhaust his spiritual energy before reaching the center, and then escape with Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng. However, at this moment, my energy consumption is almost equal to my replenishment, and there are still more than 28th grade spirit guards ahead. I unleashed my martial spirit, unleashing 6 martial techniques at the 6 spirit guards in front of me. With a deafening roar, all 6 spirit guards were blasted away, clearing a path 50 paces ahead. I immediately withdrew my martial spirit and told Han Tianyu that I couldn't hold on any longer. Then I took out spirit stones and spirit-restoring pills to recover. I had to pretend to be short of spiritual energy in order to continue forcing him to attack. Han Tianyu looked at me with surprise, but didn't say anything. We took the opportunity to rush to a position 50 paces from the center, and he once again stood at the forefront, aiming to knock away the spirit guards with every attack and minimize his own energy expenditure. With the final blow, we were only a few steps from the center. All the spirit guards suddenly froze, their eyes extinguished, as if they had fallen back into slumber. Even the 6 strongest spirit guards did not move. I immediately suggested that we take down those 6 spirit guards in one fell swoop. I absolutely cannot let Han Tianyu recover here. Otherwise, we will be completely at a disadvantage once we enter the center. Han Tianyu gave me a cold look, clearly seeing through my plan. But he had no choice either. If I forced my way in, he would be dragged into it as well. The next moment, all 6 of us unleashed our power, preparing to take those final few steps and charge into the center area. Chapter 66, Entering the Small World. The 4 orbs of light within me communicated silently, worried that I would die here, and even doubting whether they had chosen the wrong person. But they also understood that, apart from choosing me, they could only continue to be sealed and obliterated. One of the voices said that I hadn't truly unleashed my power yet, mostly because I was wary of Han Tianyu. After discussing it, the group decided not to remind me for now, and to wait until I entered the central area. Outside, I winked at Bai Ruofeng and my second senior brother Zhang Chen, and charged towards the 6 spirit guards first. Getting past these spirit guards wasn't difficult. The challenge was getting them both along with me. Han Tianyu also moved. He released 2 beams of light to repel the spirit guards, clearly inspired by my earlier attack. Li Yuran and Hong Yun immediately followed behind him, preparing to seize the opportunity to rush into the central area. I raised my hand and unleashed a grizzly bear paw and a tiger fist, knocking the 2 spirit guards back, but they were unharmed. Fortunately, we didn't need to destroy them. Otherwise, we would have had no chance against something so indestructible. I whispered to Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng, "I'll open a breach later. You 2 just rush in and don't worry about me." The 2 nodded, gathering their strength. I unleashed 3 attacks in quick succession, repelling the spirit guards in front of me, and then shouted, "Run!" Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng instantly darted out. I continued to unleash my martial arts, forcing the spirit guards who had just regained their footing back again, and then added 2 more attacks, finally creating a passage for them. The 2 successfully entered the circular area, and the next moment, spirit guards blocked the entrance. It turned out that once inside the area, the spirit guards would cease their attack. Seeing that they were safe, I was completely relieved and turned to look at Han Tianyu, who was still fighting hard. Originally, I had planned to exhaust his strength outside, but now it seemed that perhaps a more interesting approach could be taken. Every time Han Tianyu repelled a spirit guard, another one would immediately take its place. His attacks were indeed stronger than mine, but he could only unleash 1 attack at a time, and there were always brief intervals between consecutive attacks. My martial arts skills can be unleashed in rapid succession, requiring almost no pause. This made Han Tianyu finally realize that my real challenge wasn't just strength. Seeing my smile, Hong Yun immediately shouted angrily, "Lin Chen, what do you want to do?" I first repelled the spirit guards in front of me, then looked at Han Tianyu and the other 2, and said with a smile, "Here's a gift for you." A golden halberd suddenly flew towards them. I said goodbye, then unleashed 3 martial arts techniques in quick succession to force back the spirit guards, while I took the opportunity to rush into the circular area. Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng came to greet me, and their worries finally disappeared when they saw that I had entered safely. A loud crash came from not far away. Li Yuran and Hong Yun were disheveled, their clothes torn and their breathing disordered, but they were not seriously injured. They had actually blocked that attack together. The 2 men wanted nothing more than to tear me to pieces, but Han Tianyu remained calm and continued to resist the spirit guards, as if nothing concerned him. I looked at him and smiled. "I was just testing their loyalty for you. You shouldn't mind, right?" Han Tianyu still has 2 pieces of white jade on him, so of course I won't let him die here. That attack, just now, was both a test of Li Yuran and the other person, and also an attempt to force out Han Tianyu's true strength. Han Tianyu merely chuckled, his aura suddenly surging. A massive orange light enveloped the sky, crashing down upon the 6 spirit guards with astonishing power. My heart sank. The power of this attack was threatening even to me. If I took it head-on, I might escape unharmed, but Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng would definitely not be able to dodge it. With a deafening roar, a surge of violent spiritual energy swept through, blasting all 6 spirit guards away. "Let's go." Han Tianyu halted coldly. The 3 of them burst into speed, rushing into the circular area in the blink of an eye. Han Tianyu's breathing quickened slightly, but Li Yuran and Hong Yun immediately stood guard beside him, watching us warily. Han Tianyu didn't say much, only scanning his surroundings as if searching for an exit. I appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly I became even more vigilant. The more composed a person is, the more dangerous they often are. Just then a voice came to my mind. Kid, this is a teleportation array. Stand in the center of the array and it will activate in a few breaths. I was stunned for a moment and cursed inwardly. Why didn't you say so earlier? This was a reminder from the 4 orbs of light within my body. With the soul-suppressing stone in my possession, they wouldn't harm me if they wanted to live, so I naturally believed them. Second senior brother, Brother Bai, come with me. I led the 2 of them straight to the center of the formation. Han Tianyu's gaze turned cold, and he immediately followed. He had clearly also realized that this was a teleportation array and wouldn't let me leave first. The 6 of us arrived at the center simultaneously, and a sudden burst of white light illuminated the area. A few breaths later, we all vanished from our original spot. After a dizzying spin, we found ourselves in an unfamiliar space. The sky was bright, birds sang and flowers bloomed all around, and the spiritual energy was incredibly rich, like a fairyland. I know we have inner small world. Small worlds are dependent on the main world. Although they're not large in area, they're often rich in resources and are treasure troves occupied by the strong. Just as I was wondering what the connection was between this place and the tomb of the martial lord, the voice inside me sounded again. This was the residence of the Green Lord back then, full of opportunities, and may even contain the legacy of the Green Lord. A thought struck me, and I immediately asked, then how can I obtain the inheritance? However, the other party reminded me that in order to obtain the inheritance, I must first pass through Dragon Blood Valley. It is extremely dangerous there, and the slightest carelessness could lead to my death. I said coldly, we've come this far. How could I possibly give up? Tell me everything about Dragon Blood Valley. After receiving the information from the small world, I opened my eyes and smiled faintly at Han Tianyu and the other 2. I know a way. If you're willing to trust me, then follow me. After saying that, I led Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofing away in one direction. Han Tianyu has 2 pieces of white jade. Perhaps activating the inheritance requires collecting all the white jade. I can't just take it by force for now. I can only plan slowly. Dragon Blood Valley is fraught with danger, but I have a relatively safe route that I can use to find an opportunity to take the white jade from Han Tianyu. Li Yuran asked Han Tianyu nervously if he wanted to follow, clearly still shaken by my scheme. Han Tianyu only said one word, go. He wasn't afraid of my tricks, because he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. If I could truly lead the way, it would save him time, as his only goal from beginning to end has been the inheritance of Qingjun. Li Yuran and Hong Yun exchanged a bitter smile, and in the end, they could only follow. They knew I might have other motives, but they dared not leave Han Tianyu's side for even a moment. Chapter 67 Dragon Blood Valley. Before me lay a blood-red valley, shrouded in eerie blood mist, the air thick with a stench and a palpable sense of terrifying pressure. The surroundings were deathly silent, barren of everything, and I felt an intense sense of danger the moment I approached. I learned from the memories of those 4 people that this place was originally just an ordinary valley. Later, Qingjun slew an evil dragon here, and the dragon's blood stained the earth red. The dragon's soul was immortal, which is why this extremely dangerous Dragon Blood Valley was formed. Li Yuran stared at the valley entrance, her face pale. Lin Chen, you brought us to a place like this? This place is clearly deadly. Hong Yin also frowned, but dared not disobey Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu looked at me and said calmly, the suppression here is extremely strong. It's clearly a dangerous place. Aren't you going to explain? I smiled faintly. Whether it's a dangerous place or not, you can tell for yourselves. As for whether to go in or not, it's up to you. Perhaps the legacy of Qingjun is inside. Han Tianyu values the inheritance most, so I'm not afraid he won't follow. After saying that, I led my second senior brother Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofing into the blood mist. Li Yuran and Hong Yin clearly sensed something was wrong and suspected I knew the path through the valley. Han Tianyu, however, followed directly, and even though Li Yuran worried that I was setting a trap, he simply said in a cold voice that he had his own way. Hong Yun whispered a reminder to Li Yuran to keep an eye on Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofing after entering the valley. As long as the 2 of them were still there, They would think I wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. But they didn't know that I had already thought of a way to escape. Upon entering the valley, the blood mist obscured our vision, and a heavy pressure immediately descended upon us. I quietly reminded my second senior brother and by Ruofeng that if they wanted to leave Dragonblood Valley, they either needed to be strong enough or have an unyielding will. But I know a side path where the suppression will be much weaker. This is my only chance to seize Han Tianyu's blood jade. Otherwise, once he collects all the blood jade, the three of us will inevitably be targeted by him sooner or later. After only a few steps, everyone felt as if they were carrying huge rocks, their steps incredibly heavy. Li Yuren couldn't help but shout angrily, questioning me whether this was what they called a road. I gave him a cold look. I didn't ask you to come along, so stop talking nonsense. For a moment, he was stunned by my killing intent. After that, everyone fell silent, desperately resisting the pressure in the valley. Half an hour later, we had only walked 100 paces, and apart from Han Tianyu, the others were already panting heavily. A pile of rocks appeared ahead, and I immediately gave Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng a wink. When we reached the pile of rocks, Li Yuran and Hong Yin were almost unable to hold on, so I told everyone to rest where they were. Han Tianyu also sat down, his expression remaining calm. I secretly took out 2 pills and gave them to the 2 of them. After they took them, the 3 of us stood up at the same time and flew off in another direction. By the time Li Yuran and the other person reacted, we had already vanished from the blood mist. Han Tianyu's face was grim. He clearly hadn't expected me to dare escape right in front of him. But he still told the 2 of them to hurry up and recover, and said coldly, "I can still get out without Lin Chen. That's good. It just shows that he knows about the Qing Jun inheritance. We can find him after we get out." After leaving them, we hurried along the path, and the pressure on us immediately lessened. Zhang Chun was full of amazement, while Bai Ruofeng couldn't help but asked me why I was so familiar with Dragonblood Valley. I casually explained that I had obtained some records in various halls, which happened to mention this small world. Zhang Chun immediately laughed and said, "My luck has always been extraordinary. Although I always encounter crises, I always manage to find a way out." Soon, we burst through the blood mist, and in the distance, 4 dark towers stood tall, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. I looked at the 2 of them and said in a deep voice, "I'm going back to try and snatch the white jade from Han Tianyu. We must collect all the blood jade pieces. This is our only chance. If I don't become stronger quickly, I won't be able to take his blood jade, let alone keep the one I have." I took out the blood jade that originally belonged to my second senior brother and handed it to them, asking them to explore the direction of the Black Tower first. Zhang Chan shook his head and refused. "Since I gave it to you, I have no intention of taking it back. It's more useful to you than to me." He told me to go back without worry, and even smiled as he reminded me to hurry up, lest I return before they had all found all the opportunities. I put away the blood jade, nodded to the 2 of them, and turned to disappear into the blood mist once more. Bai Ruofeng didn't understand why he didn't stay and wait for him. Zhang Chun sighed and said, "We are not strong enough. Staying will only be a burden to me. It's better for us to train on our own. We can't hide under my protection forever." Bai Ruofeng remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. The 2 then didn't head towards the Black Tower, but instead flew to the left. They understood that Han Tianyu would definitely head straight for the Black Tower after leaving the valley. Rather than vying for the inheritance, it was better to avoid direct confrontation and seek their own opportunities elsewhere. Chapter 68. Tempering the body with dragon blood, fighting Han Tianyu again. Amidst the billowing blood mist, I sped towards the direction where Han Tianyu and the other 2 had been. But suddenly, an ancient gray light emanated from within me, and a dragon's roar made me halt in my tracks. This state was exactly the same as when I used the Divine Dragon technique, the difference being that this time the technique was operating on its own. At the same time, the 4 orbs of light within my body also completely exploded. They were shocked by the dragon roar emanating from my body, and immediately realized that I was cultivating the Divine Dragon technique, which was also practiced by Qing Jun. I immediately became alert, as I had clearly found this technique in the Lin family's treasury. I initially cultivated it simply to enhance my defense, and many members of the Lin family knew it, so it wasn't exactly a secret. The fact that Qing Jun's 4 heavenly generals recognized it suggests there's more to the story. I asked them directly about the origin of the Divine Dragon technique, and the answer I received made my heart pound. It turned out that this technique originated from Qingjun, but the version I obtained could only be cultivated up to the spirit martial realm. The Divine Dragon technique has saved my life countless times. If it weren't for its protection, I probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move from Han Tianyu, and I might have lost both the blood jade and my life. Since the Qingjun inheritance likely contains the complete Divine Dragon technique, I cannot let this inheritance slip by. Then, I asked the most crucial question: why is this blood mist lamb my treasure trove? The man told me that the Divine Dragon technique is closely related to dragons, and anything related to dragons can be an aid during cultivation. This valley is filled with dragon blood and still retains dragon souls. As long as I activate the Divine Dragon technique, I can use the dragon blood here to temper my physical body. The reason they warned me was simply because my safety was related to their survival. Without further hesitation, I sat cross-legged on the spot and began to fully circulate the Divine Dragon technique. The gray fluorescent light grew increasingly dazzling, and the surrounding blood mist seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, surging wildly into my body. The howling blood energy whipped up a gale, even stirring up the dried bloodstains on the ground. 90% of the blood energy that entered my body was filtered, leaving only the purest part to circulate throughout my body. The blood and energy continuously tempered my muscles, bones, and flesh, even cleansing my internal organs. Finally, the remaining power gathered near my dantian, condensing into a tiny crimson blood bead. An hour later, the blood droplet had grown to the size of a thumb. I was still absorbing the blood mist. Then a voice within me warned me, saying that this was the blood of an evil dragon, its malevolent energy too strong, and that continuing to absorb it would affect my mental state. I could only stop, gazing at the still, boundless blood mist, feeling quite regretful. However, feeling the explosive power within my body, I quickly suppressed my regret. Now that I have reached the peak of the second level of the Divine Dragon technique, my physical strength has increased dramatically. Even if I face Han Tianyu again, I will no longer be afraid. I am determined to obtain the complete Divine Dragon technique and the Qingjun inheritance. I rose and looked ahead, my fighting spirit surging. Blood Jade, here I come. On the other side, I quickly discovered that Han Tianyu and the other two were still moving forward through the blood mist. Li Yuran and Hong Yin were already pale, and their steps were heavy, clearly on the verge of collapse. Han Tianyu told the two to leave, not allowing them to continue hindering the operation. After they left, the composure on his face finally disappeared, clearly showing that even he was under pressure here. But he gritted his teeth and sped up, clearly determined to obtain the Qingjun inheritance. Just then, he suddenly sensed my presence and coldly demanded to know who I was. I emerged from the blood mist, covered in blood. Han Tianyu was visibly taken aback when he saw me. He had assumed I had already gone deep inside, and he hadn't expected me to turn back. He immediately guessed my purpose, assuming that I had come to seize the blood jade and that I wanted to use this blood mist to suppress him. So he took a desperate gamble. I didn't deny that I came for the blood jade, but I told him that was just part of the previous plan. Now, I no longer need to rely on the suppression here to win. My aura suddenly erupted, aimed directly at Han Tianyu. Anger flashed in Han Tianyu's eyes, and he also released a powerful aura, claiming that he was just about to retrieve the blood jade from my body. The next moment, we charged out simultaneously, our fists colliding violently. With a deafening roar, the surrounding blood mist was shattered, and the ground beneath our feet instantly cracked. We each took 10 steps back, and we were evenly matched. I was shocked. My physical body, at the peak of the second level of the Divine Dragon technique, was actually unable to overpower Han Tianyu in terms of strength. It seems he really didn't go all out when we punched each other last time. Han Tianyu stared at me, his expression turning completely serious. In a short time, my power has become comparable to his. We both understand that if we don't seize his blood jade today, things will only get more difficult in the future. Within the blood mist, Han Tianyu and I locked onto each other, neither of us moving, yet our auras had reached their peak. Chapter 69, The Battle of Dragon Blood Valley. Han Tianyu and I charged out at the same time, our fists colliding violently. A violent gust of air swept in all directions, as if two giant dragons were tearing each other apart in midair. The ground exploded one after another, blood and soil gushed out, and a strong, pungent stench filled the air. In a short while, we had exchanged more than a dozen blows. With a hard-hit clash, we both retreated, our chests heaving, our stamina quite depleted. Han Tianyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, stared at me, and said, "Lin Chen, I'll remember you. You're the first person whose name I'll remember." I smiled faintly. That would truly be my honor. I knew he was a marquis of the Desolate Dynasty, and that he was someone of great importance, but I had no idea how powerful a so-called marquis really was. Han Tianyu regained his composure, his tone full of authority. "Hand over the blood jade, and I may spare your life. Your life is unimportant, but the blood jade must belong to me." He wants to collect all the blood jade and obtain the Azure Monarch's inheritance. I, too, will not back down. The secrets of the Divine Dragon technique may very well lie hidden within that inheritance. So I looked at him and said directly, "That's what I should be saying to you. Hand over your blood jade, and I might let you go." Han Tianyu's expression darkened. An orange spiritual energy immediately rose around him. A ball of orange flame rushed towards me, its heat astonishing, as if it would burn everything to ashes. I immediately unleashed my martial spirit, unleashing a simultaneous attack with my grizzly bear paw and tiger fist. But the moment the two attacks touched the flames, they vanished without a trace, as if they had encountered their nemesis. I refused to believe it and fired another fireball. But an even stranger thing happened. My fireball was directly devoured by the opponent's flames, which only made the orange flames grow even stronger. My heart sank. Han Tianyu's martial skill was not only terrifyingly powerful, but it could also absorb fire attribute attacks to enhance itself, making it virtually impossible to attack. He looked at my pale face, his expression full of confidence. "My flames will make you remember this day forever." As the flames drew closer, I dodged to the side, simultaneously unleashing 4 ice-based attacks: a blade, a spear, a sword, and a halberd. The 4 ice-based attacks collided with the orange flames, finally weakening their power somewhat. The flames crashed to the ground, blasting a deep, charred crater. The intense heat spread out, and the surrounding blood vapors emitted a strange, foul stench. Han Tianyu said casually, "Want to continue? Hand over the blood jade. I don't want to waste my time on you. The Qingjun inheritance is what I really want." I brushed the dust off my shoulders and slowly stood up straight. "I will not hand over the blood jade, but I am determined to take yours." Han Tianyu shook his head and sighed, as if regretting my choice. The next moment, a huge orange fireball condensed above his head, expanding continuously like a small, blazing sun. I've seen this move before. He used it when he killed the last spirit guard. But the fireball now is much larger, and the energy it emits is far more terrifying. The terrifying heat made it almost impossible for me to breathe. My clothes began to char and tear. The ground beneath my feet kept cracking. Even the blood mist in the air seemed to be burning fiercely. Han Tianyu raised his hand and flicked it, sending a giant fireball hurtling towards me. His face turned pale, clearly indicating that this attack had taken a heavy toll. The fireball magnified rapidly in my eyes, and the world seemed to consist only of flames. I knew very well that in terms of physical strength alone, I might be able to contend with Han Tianyu, but my cultivation and martial arts skills were ultimately far inferior. I couldn't withstand that attack. A sense of helplessness washed over me. Perhaps I shouldn't have rushed back in the first place. But now, all I could do was gamble on my tough body and that the Divine Dragon technique could save my life. Countless icy swords shot out wildly, forcefully tearing a gap in front of the fireball. At the same time, a gray fluorescent light appeared on my body, and an ancient aura instantly enveloped me. I passed through the passage carved by the icy swords, a giant fireball grazing my body before crashing into the distance. The ground was scorched, carving a wide path, and the blood mist was torn apart by the intense heat, leading directly to the exit. I stood up coughing. My upper body clothes were already burned, and black smoke was still rising from my body, but I was completely unharmed. The blood bead formed from dragon blood within my body had shrunk by nearly half. I felt both heartache and excitement. The Divine Dragon technique had indeed blocked Han Tianyu's strongest attack. This also means that as long as I continue to absorb the blood energy in Dragon Blood Valley, the blood bead can recover. I may not be afraid of his flames, and he is unlikely to use that kind of attack again in a short period of time. Han Tianyu was stunned to see that I was unharmed. He clearly couldn't understand why a move that was enough to turn anyone below the Yuanwu realm to ashes hadn't hurt me in the slightest. He took a deep breath and asked coldly, "How exactly did you do that?" I chuckled. "Just lucky. But it seems you've already overdrawn your resources, while I haven't." As soon as I finished speaking, I launched 3 attacks in quick succession, transforming into a blur as I charged towards Han Tianyu. He was currently low on spiritual energy. If I couldn't seize the Blood Jade now, I would be in for a tough fight once he recovered. Despite my offensive, Han Tianyu remained calm. "Trying to steal the Blood Jade while my spiritual energy is depleted? You're going to be disappointed." All my martial arts techniques struck him, followed by a full-force punch that landed squarely on his body. But after the explosion subsided, Han Tianyu only took a few steps back, his face completely unharmed. His body's surface shone with a dazzling golden light, and a powerful defensive aura spread out, making him look nothing like someone who had just exhausted his spiritual energy. Han Tianyu smiled faintly and said, "With this defensive armor, unless someone can defeat me in close combat, let alone someone at the Spirit Martial Realm, even someone at the Yuan Martial Realm or Xian Martial Realm cannot hurt me." He looked at me again and added, "Your physical strength is at most comparable to mine. Even if my Dantian is depleted, my physical body will still be there, so you can't take the Blood Jade away at all." I remained silent for a moment, then could only let out a helpless sigh. It turned out that from the very beginning, Han Tianyu was in an invincible position, while I could be defeated at any moment. I didn't linger and decisively turned to leave. Since I couldn't obtain his Blood Jade for the time being, I would find the Azure Monarch's inheritance before him. If I had the chance in the future, I would still take the Blood Jade. Han Tianyu watched my departing figure, his eyes still wary. He followed the path created by the fireball, but didn't tell me that his defensive armor could only withstand one more attack. If I had continued my attack 3 more times, he would have been in real danger. But at this moment, neither of us made a move. For the sake of Qingjuan's inheritance, for the sake of the Blood Jade, Han Tianyu and I advanced side by side in an eerie silence, each plotting our next move. Chapter 70, The Four-Sided Tower, 3,000 Techniques. Han Tianyu and I walked out of the valley, and the blood mist above the road behind us still hadn't closed, as if it had been severed by that attack. Even now, I'm still shocked by Han Tianyu's strength. To survive such an attack is unbelievable, even to myself. 4 enormous black towers stood out prominently in the distance, seemingly urging everyone to approach. On the left were the secret marks left by Zhang Chun and his companion. They hadn't followed, but instead left in the other direction. I understood. They didn't want to be a burden. Now that Han Tianyu and I had completely fallen out, having them around was indeed dangerous. Han Tianyu flashed forward and charged straight towards the black tower. I didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. Soon, a wide plaza appeared before us, with 4 black towers standing on the 4 sides, vaguely forming some kind of formation. On the boulder on the right side of the square, a line of words is engraved. The 4-sided pagoda has passed, and the Hall of Heritage has appeared. Han Tianyu and I both looked at the black tower, then each chose one and rushed towards it. The black tower's gate was pitch black and heavy, but there was a clear gap in the center. I took out the Blood Jade and couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Qingjuan's great tomb had relied on the Blood Jade for guidance from beginning to end. The blood-red jade was embedded in the notch, and a crimson light shone forth, causing the gate to slowly rise. An ancient and weathered aura wafted over, but the interior was shrouded in endless darkness. I stepped directly inside, and the stone door behind me immediately closed. There was no light, no direction, and I couldn't feel gravity. Suddenly, a point of light appeared, and countless colored rays of light continuously converged into a sphere. The sphere rapidly expanded, and the oppressive force it emitted filled me with despair, even more terrifying than when I faced Han Tianyu's strongest attack. The sphere eventually engulfed me. When I regained consciousness, a cluster of colorful light appeared before me, radiating various elemental auras. Just as I was about to approach, a clear, crisp voice suddenly rang out. "Is it you?" I stared at the ball of light, my face full of surprise. "You can talk. You've finally arrived, my destined one." The voice was filled with excitement. I couldn't help but frown and asked her why she was so certain I was her destined one. She replied that she only remembered the first person she saw, who would become the master she would follow. These words immediately put me on guard. The four orbs of light in the martial arts hall had almost tricked me before, and now this guy of unknown origin had appeared. I dared not trust him easily, but before I could refuse, the orb of light had already entered my body. My face immediately darkened. I haven't agreed yet. How can you just enter my body like that? She called out to her master with a wronged expression. I interrupted her directly, telling her to tell me everything she knew, or she would leave my body immediately. The ball of light called herself Lin, and apart from waiting for a master, she only remembered one martial arts technique. She had forgotten everything else. Upon hearing the words, martial arts techniques, my interest was immediately piqued. The next moment, a piece of information flooded my mind, recording the 3,000 techniques. Once I fully comprehended them, I could no longer contain my excitement. The 3,000 techniques grades are unknown, yet they can be fused with other martial arts techniques. This alone is already incredibly powerful. More importantly, Linger's participation is required to unleash the 3,000 techniques. I immediately changed my attitude, letting Linger temporarily reside within my body until she regains her memories. Linger happily agreed, saying she wouldn't go anywhere else. I nodded reluctantly on the surface, but inside I was overjoyed. Of course, I wouldn't turn down such a good thing that was offered to me on its own initiative. At this moment, the four ordinary orbs of light within my body were also secretly conversing. They seemed to recognize Linger, suspecting she was the mysterious object Qinjun had obtained from the ruins years ago. But Linger could actually hear their telepathic communication and innocently called them uncles, immediately silencing the four heavenly generals. I knew nothing about this and only wanted to leave the Black Tower, but I found myself still surrounded by darkness and unable to find an exit. Desperate, I could only ask Linger. She told me there was a staircase not far away and a large figure standing near it. I immediately headed in the direction she indicated. Soon after, two orange lights appeared in the darkness, a pair of eyes. The light illuminated the surroundings, and I saw a tall spirit guard, its body gleaming with a bronze hue, its aura stronger than the spirit guards in the central hall. This spirit guard possessed at least the peak of the spirit martial realm, and its combat strength was even comparable to a first-grade Yuan martial realm cultivator. Far from retreating, my fighting spirit surged. It was a perfect opportunity to test the power of my 3,000 techniques. Linger, I'm counting on you. I closed my eyes and sensed the changes in my dantian. Linger transformed into a colorful phantom, hovering above my dantian, drawing in over a dozen martial arts techniques that merged into it. With each merge, the phantom's aura intensified. When all the martial arts techniques were fully integrated, I was completely stunned. The phantom image had actually transformed into a bullet. My martial soul was originally a sniper rifle, and although I could fire martial arts techniques in the past, it never felt like true sniping. Now, this bullet felt like it was tailor-made for me. The guard charged forward mechanically, and I smirked. Take this shot. Bang! The bullet-shaped martial technique shot out instantly, without dazzling light or violent shockwaves, simply piercing through the spirit guard's chest with perfect calm. The next moment, a large hole appeared in the spirit guard's chest, and his body collapsed into pieces scattered on the ground. I stared at the pile of scrap metal, utterly shocked. A spirit guard at the peak of the spirit martial realm had been instantly killed by my attack, and with unbelievable calm. If I were to encounter Han Tianyu now, I would really want to immediately test whether these 3,000 techniques could actually harm him. Linger's illusory image flew back into my body, asking me triumphantly how powerful I was. I smiled and nodded. Indeed powerful. After dealing with the spirit guards, I looked at the steps ahead and stepped up. I wanted to see what else was hidden atop this square tower. Chapitre 71 Divine Dragon Technique, Divine Dragon Transformation. The dark staircase seemed endless. I don't know how long I climbed, my consciousness gradually fading as if I were about to fall into an endless abyss. Until a flash of light appeared, I suddenly opened my eyes, and the dim ground and the blood-red light in the distance came into view. I thought to myself how close I came to death. If I hadn't woken up just now, I probably would never have. The previous spirit guards were only the first layer of protection. This staircase was the real test. The air was thick with the scent of blood, strangely familiar, as soothing as soaking in a hot spring. I walked towards the crimson light, but the scene before me changed abruptly the moment I took a step, and I found myself in a battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The wounded soldiers charged in from all directions, some headless, some with severed limbs, their eyes filled only with a frenzied fighting spirit. The oppressive feeling of 1,000 troops pressed down on me, making it almost impossible to breathe. Suddenly, all the blood energy converged towards the center, and the charging soldiers stopped and turned to rush towards the center of the blood energy. The crimson light continued to expand, engulfing and pulverizing the soldiers, corpses, and the entire battlefield. I watched as a blood-red world crumbled, leaving only a fist-sized ball of light. After the illusion dissipated, I stood back in the same spot, gazing at the blood-red light, my emotions a complex mix. Something created at the cost of a world? I didn't back down and grab the ball of light directly. Apart from the illusion at the first step, there were no further obstacles, and the moment the ball of light touched me, it burrowed into my body on its own. It swarmed through the meridians like a headless fly, finally crashing into the blood bead beside the dantian. After the two merged, the black aura emanating from the blood bead disappeared, replaced by a faint white light, and its aura became even stronger. Immediately afterward, a piece of information flooded my mind. I first smiled bitterly, then felt a little expectant because it was actually the manual of the Divine Dragon technique, but unfortunately, it only had the initial martial arts level, which was exactly what I'd already mastered. However, this at least proves that Xingjuan's inheritance is indeed related to the Divine Dragon technique. There was a palm print on the stone platform. After I pressed it, a flash of white light appeared, and in the blink of an eye, I arrived at the top of the Black Tower. The moment I appeared, I sensed a sharp gaze. Han Tianyu stood atop the opposite Black Tower. He glanced at me, then headed straight for another Black Tower. I had no interest in engaging him now, and immediately rushed towards the last Black Tower. The tower gate still required the blood jade to open. I placed the remaining white jade into the gap, and the gate slowly rose. Inside the tower, I saw the familiar staircase and the black spirit guard sitting before it. The aura emanating from this spirit guard far surpassed that of a spirit martial realm cultivator. I took out my martial soul sniper rifle, had Linger fuse it with her internal martial arts technique, condensing it into a martial arts bullet, and shot it toward its chest. The bullet pierced the spirit guardian's chest instantly, but instead of falling apart, it was fully activated, and two beams of black light swept towards me. I gritted my teeth and fired another shot, finally shattering its upper body. Even with only half its body remaining, the spirit guard still charged forward. I punched it away, but only left a shallow mark on its outer shell. My spiritual energy was almost exhausted, so I had to give up the fight and take the opportunity to rush towards the stairs. The spirit guards unleashed dense clusters of light from their legs, all attacks exceeding those of the spirit martial realm. I dodged continuously, inwardly cursing Qing Jun. This was clearly a death trap prepared for martial artists below the spirit martial realm. I quickly discovered that no matter how strong its attacks were, it still needed a core to supply spiritual energy. So I kept it at bay until, after a quarter of an hour, its attacks finally weakened and it could only occasionally shoot out orbs of light. I circled behind it and punched it towards the tower gate, using the opportunity to step onto the stairs. Looking at the spirit guard that was no longer moving, I also remembered this humanoid weapon, which I might be able to study in the future using the weapon refining vortex. Upon reaching the second level, the dense spiritual energy almost condensed into a thin mist. Suddenly, a phantom of a blue dragon, carrying a terrifying dragon's might, pounced, causing me to cough up blood and throw my Dantian's spiritual energy into chaos. Once I regained my footing, the azure dragon had vanished, leaving only a ball of azure light hovering in front of me. I took a tentative step to confirm there was no illusion, then reached out and touched the ball of light, which flew into my brow. The information contained a martial art called Divine Dragon Transformation, which could only be used by those who cultivated the Divine Dragon technique. When cultivated to its peak, one could transform into a divine dragon and fight against heaven and earth. But I still smiled helplessly because the Divine Dragon Transformation also only has the first level, called Dragon Claw. Although it's incomplete, this martial art is perfectly suited to me, and its power is definitely not weak. Next is the Inheritance Hall. I hope it won't disappoint me in the end. I looked at the palm print on the stone platform, pressed it down, and in a flash of white light, my figure disappeared instantly. Chapter 72, Raging Dragons, Fury versus Divine Dragons Transformation, entering the Hall of Inheritance. When I reappeared, I was already standing outside the top of the Black Tower. Han Tianyu emerged from the Black Tower opposite me almost simultaneously, as if we had agreed to pass the test at the same time. He looked at me, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but his expression remained calm. The spirit guards in the Black Tower were extremely difficult to deal with. He encountered 2 spirit guards of the Yuanwu realm and fought them for a long time before finally stepping onto the stairs. In his view, I was only at the 5th grade spirit martial realm, and it was impossible for me to pass easily. But he didn't know that in the second round, I faced the same Yuanwu realm spirit guard, and I barely managed to pass after exhausting all my spiritual energy. Han Tianyu suddenly spoke up. The Inheritance Hall will appear soon. Before that, let me see what you obtained in the Black Tower. I sneered, my fighting spirit rising within me. If I could defeat him before the Hall of Inheritance appeared and keep him outside, the Azure Monarch's inheritance would be mine alone. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Han Tianyu, enveloping me. My gaze sharpened. His cultivation had actually reached the 9th rank of the spirit martial realm, a full 4 ranks higher than mine. Clearly, he had gained considerable opportunities within the Black Tower. Han Tianyu withdrew his imposing aura and said calmly, "Feel the gap? Withdraw now, and I can let you leave. If you're really confident you can win me over, why bother with all this nonsense?" I said casually, directly seeing through his thoughts. Han Tianyu's expression darkened slightly, and he charged forward with a cold snort. I activated the Divine Dragon technique, and gray fluorescence appeared around my body as I met his attack head-on with a punch. With a deafening boom, the 2 fists collided, sending a violent shockwave sweeping across the surroundings, cracking the ground beneath their feet. We both retreated simultaneously. This first clash had resulted in a draw. Han Tianyu's gaze was icy as he charged forward again, his fist wreathed in eerie black light. In my eyes, that punch seemed to transform into a black dragon, carrying a chilling aura of destruction. I gritted my teeth, activating the blood bead within my body, and the gray light intensified instantly. The Divine Dragon technique and the power of the blood bead erupted simultaneously, and I unleashed my strongest attack, the Divine Dragon Fist. The 2 fists collided, sending a terrifying shockwave sweeping across the plaza, accompanied by 2 deafening dragon roars. In mid-air, it seemed as if a divine dragon and a black dragon were clashing, their dragon might permeating the air, suffocating everyone present. Finally, I was thrown backward by the force of the impact, crashing heavily into the Black Tower's gate. When I landed, my breathing was somewhat disordered. Han Tianyu laughed. "Is this all the tricks you have?" That move just now was called Raging Dragon's Fury. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with arrogance. "If you can't come up with something stronger, I'll send you on your way right now." It turns out that he not only improved his cultivation by 2 ranks with the help of the spirit pool, but also obtained the wrath of the Mad Dragon. The power of the first level alone is already so domineering. No wonder he is so confident. I slowly straightened up, looked at him, and smiled. "Since you want to see it, then I'll show you properly." As the blood beads continued to be consumed, gray light surged around me, and I slowly raised my right hand. The next moment, my 5 fingers suddenly changed, and my entire hand transformed into a ferocious and sharp dragon claw. This is the first level of the Divine Dragon transformation, the Divine Dragon Claw. Although this is my first time using it, this time, I will definitely not be as pathetic as before. I flashed forward, my dragon clawing straight at Han Tianyu. Seeing the change in my right hand, he was first taken aback, then a greedy look appeared in his eyes, clearly already eyeing my methods. Raging Dragon Fist. Han Tianyu roared, unleashing his strongest punch with all his might. The phantoms of the Azure Dragon and the Black Dragon clashed and intertwined between us, their roars echoing endlessly. A fierce wind whipped up rubble. The ground shook violently. Stone bricks shattered one after another, and a giant crater instantly appeared in the center of the plaza. After a brief standoff, the breath finally dissipated, and we were both thrown backward, leaving deep furrows in the sloping ground. At this moment, the square, except for the four-sided tower, was almost entirely reduced to ruins. Han Tianyu's fist was dripping blood, his breathing was slightly disordered, and he stared intently at me. Not only was his full-force attack blocked by me, but he was even injured by my divine dragon claw. I remained outwardly calm, but inwardly I sighed. Even with the divine dragon transformation, I still couldn't defeat Han Tianyu. My right fist appeared unharmed, but in reality, it was numb and almost devoid of feeling. Han Tianyu's final punch was in no way weaker than the dragon claw. If my fist hadn't transformed into a real dragon claw, I would probably be the one bleeding and injured right now. We both held our breath and calmly sized each other up. Han Tianyu had already tested my trump card. Since he couldn't defeat me, he could only wait for the inheritance hall to appear before competing with me for the opportunity. Just then, the crater suddenly shook violently. We immediately retreated, and the four-sided tower slowly sank into the ground, its center torn open by a beam of white light. The blinding light was too intense to look at, and the ground trembled violently. An ancient and weathered palace slowly rose from the ground and steadily occupied the entire square. The main hall was carved from a single massive rock, exuding a primal aura. The doors were tightly shut, with a faint gray light shining through the cracks, clearly indicating the location of Qingjuan's legacy. Han Tianyu and I exchanged a glance and rushed to the door at the same time. We nodded in rare unison, each standing on one side, and pushed the door open with all our might. A series of creaking sounds rang out, the door incredibly heavy. Only after we channeled our spiritual energy could we barely push it open, revealing a green space before us. Yet our vision could not penetrate it. Without hesitation, Han Tianyu and I stepped inside. The scene before us suddenly changed. The greenery vanished, replaced by a peaceful and serene space. The ground beneath their feet was like jade, and the surroundings were vast and boundless. Not far away, a set of steps stood out conspicuously, and on the steps stood a figure in green robes. Chapter 73, Qingjun, 9-layer staircase. Seeing the figure in blue at the end of the steps, my heart skipped a beat. Could he be the legendary Qingjun? Han Tianyu clenched his fists, his expression excited, as if he had already confirmed the other party's identity. The man in blue opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the sun, moon, and stars. A sharp, oppressive aura swept over us, forcing Han Tianyu and me to retreat several steps. If he truly intended to kill us, we probably wouldn't even have had a chance to react. He turned around, revealing himself to be a handsome young man, yet his eyes held a world-weary look of having seen through everything. Han Tianyu immediately bowed deeply, his voice filled with fervor. "Greetings, Lord Qing." The man in blue smiled faintly. "You know me? However, I am merely a remnant of Qingjuan's will, not his true form." I was relieved and immediately asked him how he had obtained the inheritance. Han Tianyu gave me a cold look, but did not stop me. The illusory figure of Qingjun was not annoyed, but nodded with satisfaction. "You should have already experienced the methods of the Four Directions Tower. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words." He pointed to the 9-tiered staircase ahead. "Whoever reaches me first will receive the Azure Monarch's inheritance." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Tianyu and I rushed out at the same time, ready to step onto the stairs. The illusory figure of Qingjun warned us that stepping onto the stairs would trap us in an illusion, which we had to break to proceed. Failure could mean being lost forever. Yet, neither Han Tianyu nor I slowed down, and we both stepped onto the first step simultaneously. In an instant, the scene before my eyes changed drastically, and I found myself in a blood-red world. Humans, demons, monsters, and countless unfamiliar creatures were locked in a chaotic battle, the stench of blood filling the air, as if it were the end of the world. The moment I appeared, the entire world fell silent. Countless gazes locked onto me simultaneously, and then all living beings rushed forward in a frenzy, as if determined to tear this outsider to shreds. I immediately understood that the only way to break free from the illusion was to fight my way out. A gray light enveloped my entire body as I charged towards the endless array of enemies, shattering a group of early-stage martial realm beings with a single punch. "Kill him!" The roar echoed through the heavens and earth. More and more figures surrounded me. Corpses piled up, and multicolored blood flowed across the ground. I remained expressionless, continuing to throw punches as if tireless. In the blink of an eye, I had been fighting in the illusion for 7 days. The number of enemies had not decreased, but rather continued to increase. Although I knew it was all an illusion, my mind and body were still exhausted to the extreme. Han Tianyu was also trapped in this endless illusion. But in reality, only a moment had passed in the outside world. The illusory figure of Qin Jun looked at us, seemingly able to see everything, and smiled, saying that our aptitudes were not much different. Originally, the first level could be passed by simply persisting for 1 day, but this guy, in order to compare us, made us endure for 6 more days. He only resumed the normal assessment when he got bored. The next moment, the Crimson World collapsed, and countless enemies vanished in blood. Han Tianyu and I awoke simultaneously, our faces grim, but without pausing, we stepped directly onto the second level. The second level was still an endless battle, only now all the enemies had become spirit martial realm cultivators. I activated the Divine Dragon technique and charged into the enemy ranks. A day later, I awoke again and continued my ascent to the third level. Starting from the third level, our opponents become Yuanwu realm cultivators, and our cultivation is also raised to the same level by the illusion. After that, with each level we pass, our opponents advance a major realm, and we must fight a full day of battles within the illusion. By the time I reached the 7th floor, I had fought 7 consecutive bloody battles, and my opponent had become a martial king. At this moment, I stood on the 7th floor, my face pale, my breathing heavy, and my body and mind at their limits. The illusory figure of Qin Jun then spoke, revealing that besides the illusion, the steps also exerted increasingly intense pressure. No wonder my body felt like it had undergone brutal training. The fatigue wasn't just an illusion. He said that reaching the 7th floor at least proved we had the potential to become martial kings. I looked at the remaining 2 steps, and a thought struck me. Could it be that reaching all 9 floors would grant us the qualifications to become martial emperors? Not bad. The illusory figure of Qin Jun nodded. Martial emperor. That was an existence standing at the pinnacle of the continent. Han Tianyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, his whole body trembling, clearly wanting to use this to prove his talent. I also composed myself, my eyes blazing with fighting spirit. The illusory figure of Qin Jun had informed me beforehand that there was only one opponent on the 8th floor, but their strength was at the martial emperor realm. Moreover, this time it wasn't just about lasting a day. I had to defeat them. Without hesitation, Han Tianyu and I stepped onto the 8th step simultaneously. Before the illusion even descended, a muffled sound came from within our bodies, and terrifying pressure crashed down as if we were carrying a mountain on our backs. My body trembled slightly, but Han Tianyu was in even worse shape. Once we managed to regain our footing, the familiar illusion enveloped us once more. To reach the 9th level, one must not only defeat the martial emperor opponent as soon as possible, but also withstand the pressure of the 8th level. Otherwise, even if one wins, their physical body will be completely crushed first. The illusory figure of Qin Jun looked at us with satisfaction. 2 promising talents, perhaps both have a chance to reach the 9th level. But the next moment, his gaze suddenly locked onto me, and his expression changed drastically. Why is this kid's soul so strange? He discovered that my soul was missing a part. Ordinary people cannot survive without a missing soul. But I not only live, I can also cultivate, and my talent is astonishing. The illusory figure of Qin Jun remained silent for a moment, then its interest grew stronger, unless protected by a powerful treasure. It seems this kid's identity is not simple. Interesting, truly interesting. Chapter 74, The Martial Emperor and the Illusion. As I stepped into the illusion of the 8th step, my vision instantly transformed into a blood-red world. A monstrous dragon, its wings blotting out the sky, spread its enormous wings, its scarlet eyes fixed on me, and a raging killing intent pressed down upon me like a tidal wave. This is a martial emperor-level demonic beast. Although I am in an illusion, I have also gained the cultivation of a martial emperor. Feeling the unprecedented power within my body, my fighting spirit is boiling. The martial emperor realm truly has a domineering aura that overlooks the world. Without hesitation, I released my martial soul and unleashed several martial techniques. A true martial emperor demon dragon was not someone I could fight for long. To reach the 9th level, I had to finish this quickly. With the enhancement of his martial emperor cultivation, even ordinary martial arts techniques unleashed astonishing power. A barrage of attacks rained down, forcefully slamming the demonic dragon into the ground, causing the entire blood-red world to tremble violently. The demonic dragon roared, and the surrounding blood energy surged wildly into its body, condensing into a strange, blood-red sphere of light. That sphere of light tore through space, carrying an aura of devouring everything, and crashed head-on towards me. I leaped into the air, instantly draining my spiritual energy and fusing all my martial arts techniques into a single strike. Reaching the martial emperor realm, standing in mid-air, is effortless, and I no longer need the colorful light or to unleash the 3,000 techniques. The moment the 3,000 techniques were unleashed, my entire body glowed with a gray light. My right hand transformed into a dragon claw, and I charged towards the demonic dragon. The massive energy blast shattered the blood sphere and pierced directly through its crimson eyes. The demonic dragon roared in pain, opening its massive jaws to swallow me whole. A deep dragon's roar echoed within me, and I clenched my dragon claws into fists, slamming them hard into its forehead, sending its enormous body crashing to the ground. I activated the blood bead and swooped down again, punching the demonic dragon. The violent power ripped the earth apart, and it shot into the ground like a cannonball, leaving only a bottomless, pitch-black hole. As the smoke cleared, I floated above the cave entrance. The demonic dragon was completely lifeless, but my face was deathly pale, my breathing was erratic, the blood bead in my body was reduced to the size of a single drop, and the spiritual energy in my dantian was almost completely depleted. If my martial spirit hadn't been constantly replenishing my spiritual energy, I probably would have lost my fighting ability after unleashing the 3,000 techniques. Although the battle ended quickly, this body was practically ruined. The blood-red world shattered like a mirror, and when I regained consciousness, I was back on the stairs. The pressure from illusion hadn't dissipated when an even more terrifying pressure from reality suddenly descended, almost crushing me to my knees. I was panting heavily, sweat dripping onto the steps, but I gritted my teeth and stepped onto the final 9th floor. The moment I landed, everything went black, and the immense pressure forced me to kneel on one knee. The illusory figure of Qingjun looked at me with admiration on his face. He said that the results of the first 8 levels were already determined, but the trials of the 9th level were all different and were the most difficult. Whether I could pass them depended entirely on my aptitude. Not long after, Han Tianyu also woke up from the 8th level of the illusion. His face was deathly pale, and the bones in his right leg were crushed by the pressure, but he still stared at me on the 9th level, taking the last step with a fierce look in his eyes. The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously. Han Tianyu was almost pressed against the ground, but he finally steadied himself and entered the 9th level of the illusion. The illusory figure of Qingjun nodded in satisfaction, saying that if he could pass through, he also had the potential to become a martial emperor. My 9th layer of illusion was a blank space. A beautiful figure in white stood quietly in front of me, seemingly unfamiliar, yet somehow incredibly familiar. When she turned around, revealing an innocent smile, and softly called my name, I froze on the spot, my eyes instantly welling up with tears. I will never forget that face. Xuea. I reached out my hand, but never took that step. The past of the Monster Mountain range floated into my mind, and the surrounding scenery transformed into mountains, clear springs, green lawns, and young boys and girls under the sunlight. At the same time, the same white-clad figure appeared in Han Tianyu's illusion. Qingjun's illusory figure saw through everything and couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. It turned out that the two of us were thinking of the same person. A moment later, I was the first to wake up, feeling so weak that I felt like I could die at any moment. But with my last shred of willpower, I forced myself to step onto the 9th floor, whereupon I completely lost consciousness. 15 minutes later, Han Tianyu also woke up. He glanced at me, and with his last bit of consciousness, stepped onto the 9th floor, immediately collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness as well. In the end, we all overcame the layers of illusions and immense pressure to reach the 9th level, but I did so before Han Tianyu. Qingjun's illusory figure stood up and placed 2 pills into our mouths respectively. When we woke up again, neither Han Tianyu nor I asked about the inheritance. Instead, we stared at each other, the air thick with hostility. He had clearly learned about what happened between Schwerer and me from the illusion. Han Tianyu coldly warned me that I had better forget about Schwerer. Otherwise, once the dynasty's scheming people found out, not only me, but also the Lin family and Yangsheng would be completely wiped out. These words reminded me of the person who took Schwerer away. I coldly told him, if you like someone but don't dare to pursue them, what's the point of living? Han Tianyu said arrogantly, I can't even surpass him now. He was the youngest marquis in the Desolate Dynasty, the youngest genius, and the person closest to Schwerer. I simply asked calmly, do you think I'm worse than you? Han Tianyu remained silent. He knew very well that my talent was no less than his, perhaps even more terrifying. Yet he still spoke coldly, saying he could wipe out the Lin family and destroy Yangsheng at any time. My gaze turned icy, my killing intent undisguised. If you dare do this, I will wipe out your entire family. Han Tianyu was slightly taken aback, as if he was seeing me for the first time. He snorted coldly and said that Schwerer was his, and no one could take her away. I smiled faintly and looked him straight in the eye. Schwerer won't be interested in you, because the person she likes is me, and besides, I'm better than you. The illusory figure of Qing Jun suddenly laughed and said, it seems that Qing Jun's inheritance is not as attractive as a little girl. Han Tianyu immediately composed himself and respectfully stated that the inheritance was naturally important. I also turned to look at the illusory figure of Qing Jun, awaiting the final recipient of the inheritance. Chapter 75, The Final Battle with Han Tianyu. The illusory figure of Qing Jun looked at Han Tianyu and me, and slowly spoke, saying that we both possessed the potential to become martial emperors. However, he had already set a rule that only those who ascended the 9 steps first could inherit the legacy, so the legacy belonged to me. I had expected this, and I was still somewhat pleased to hear the result. Han Tianyu's face, however, instantly darkened. The illusory figure of Qing Jun didn't let him leave empty-handed, allowing him to take a martial skill with him, and he chose Mad Dragon's Fury without hesitation. The green light entered Han Tianyu's brow, and upon obtaining the complete martial skill, his eyes immediately blazed with wild joy. It was actually an emperor-level martial skill, its complete power far surpassing the top martial skills of the Desolate Dynasty, enough to allow him to dominate the Desolate domain in the future. But he was ultimately unwilling to let the inheritance fall into my hands, so he immediately proposed to the illusory figure of Qing Jun that he wanted me to share the inheritance with him. The illusory figure of Qing Jun did not answer, but turned to ask me what I thought. I told him directly that I was superior to Han Tianyu, and the inheritance should belong to me. Han Tianyu immediately challenged me to a duel, wanting to prove who deserved the inheritance more. I laughed, however. The 9-tiered staircase had already said it all, and I had no need to prove anything. Seeing that I refused to fight, he used Schwerer to provoke me, saying that the princess's heart belonged to someone who was afraid of challenges. Those words really struck a chord with me. I looked at him and smiled, saying, since you want to fight, I'll fight you. But I never waste my energy, especially since I can't kill him directly. So I set a condition. If he loses, he has to hand over all the weapons he obtained from the weapon hall. Han Tianyu, his face full of anger, asked me what would happen if he lost. I calmly replied that he had lost, and that was that. After all, it wasn't me who initiated the challenge. He turned ashen with anger, and I immediately had Qing Jun's illusory figure send him away. Han Tianyu finally couldn't contain his rage and gritted his teeth, agreeing to the bet. A ball of light flew out, inside which was a white dress made of a 6th-grade monarch-level artifact. I immediately understood his intentions. Fortunately, he hadn't taken the dress, otherwise he would most likely have given it to Schwerer. Only after putting away the ball of light did I agree to start the battle. This battle was not only about inheritance, but also a contest between Han Tianyu and me. We charged out at the same time. I activated the Divine Dragon technique, my right hand transforming into a dragon claw, and threw a punch. Han Tianyu also unleashed the Mad Dragon Fury, his fist striking like a dragon. With a deafening boom, the two fists collided, a terrifying force sweeping through the hall, like 2 giant dragons tearing at each other. Though the fists didn't separate, the sounds of impact continued incessantly, and finally, we were both sent flying backward to blow a draw. Han Tianyu stared at me, his heart pounding. He took a deep breath, and a strange flame appeared above his head. He said in a deep voice, "Lin Chen, let's decide the outcome with one strike." I looked at the fireball, my expression also becoming solemn. Back in Dragon Blood Valley, his ultimate move forced me to use my blood pearl to block it. Now that he's reached the 9th rank of the spirit martial realm, this attack is even more powerful. But I'm not afraid, because I also have my trump card, the 3000 techniques. As the martial soul landed in my hand, I calmly replied, "As you wish." The fireball above Han Tianyu's head grew larger and larger, like a small sun fallen to earth. He roared, and the young god heaven and earth was unleashed with a thunderous roar. The power within me surged wildly into the colorful light, condensing into a bullet which I fired. The bullet rapidly expanded from the size of a thumb, reaching a point of equal strength with the fireball. The two martial arts techniques collided, and the world fell into an eerie, deathly silence. The intense shock wave instantly cleared everything around me. When the energy dissipated, I remained calmly standing in the same spot. Han Tianyu, however, was deathly pale, almost completely exhausted, staring intently at me with disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't accept that his emperor-level martial skill had been blocked head-on by me, especially since my cultivation level was lower than his. This meant that my martial skill was at least as strong as the young god heaven and earth, and might even be stronger. The illusory figure of Qing Jun was equally shocked. He stared at the colorful ball of light emerging from my body, his expression excited. That was something he had left in the Black Tower, something even he himself couldn't control, yet I had truly managed to do it. I withdrew my martial spirit and looked at Han Tianyu. Want to continue? He no longer had the strength to fight, but I could still unleash the 3000 techniques. He snorted coldly and said he looked forward to seeing me in the desolate region. Before leaving, he still shouted unwillingly that he would never abandon Schwerer. Qing Juan's illusory figure casually flicked a green light, and Han Tianyu vanished instantly. I clenched my fists and gazed into the distance. The desolate dynasty? Schwerer, wait for me, it won't be too late. Then I looked up and saw the green-robed phantom looking at me with a smile on its face. Chapter 76 Inheritance, Departure. The illusory figure of Qing Jun gazed at me, seemingly moved by the struggles of the young. I, however, had no interest in listening to his reminiscences and directly reminded him that the inheritance he was owed to me should be fulfilled. He chuckled softly, raising his hand to send a ball of blood-red light and a ball of green light into my mind. After digesting their contents, I was overjoyed. The complete Divine Dragon technique and Divine Dragon transformation were actually Emperor-level profound arts and Emperor-level martial arts, respectively. Qing Jun then asked me where the second level of the Divine Dragon technique came from. The Four Directions Tower clearly only had the first level left, but what I used before was clearly the second level. I told him the truth. The first two levels of the Divine Dragon technique came from the Lin family, and then asked him what his relationship was with the Lin family. The four great families all possessed the white jade key to open the tomb of the monarch, which clearly indicated a connection to him. Qing Jun seemed to remember something and told me that the Lin, Zhang, Wang, and Li families were originally the guardians of this tomb. Opening the tomb required the blood of the descendants of the four families to stain the white jade, but due to the passage of time, they had probably long forgotten their mission. Only then did I realize that the sudden opening of the martial lord's tomb must have been orchestrated by either the Wang or Li families. But they probably never imagined that the opportunities within the martial lord's tomb were beyond the control of the four major families. I tentatively inquired whether the inheritance consisted only of the Divine Dragon technique and the Divine Dragon transformation. Han Tianyu's Mad Dragon Fury was incredibly powerful, and since they were both dragon-based martial arts, I naturally didn't want to miss out. Qing Jun smiled and said, "Everything in the tomb is mine." A sudden gust of wind arose, and 8 orbs of light flew in from afar. They were the 8 heavenly extreme weapons in the center of the weapon hall. Including Han Tianyu's weapon, I took all 9 of them. Immediately afterward, 3 dark figures appeared before me. They had no aura, yet they instinctively gave me a sense of danger. Upon closer inspection, I was overjoyed. They were actually 3 spirit guards at the 9th rank of the Yuanwu realm. With these 3 spirit guards, the patriarchs of the 4 major families in Yangcheng are no longer a threat. Qing Jun then brought up the Mad Dragon's Fury, saying that it and the divine dragon transformation are opposing martial arts techniques, and I can only cultivate one of them. I immediately, shamelessly offered to find a successor for him, even if I couldn't master it myself. Qing was quite annoyed by me, but in the end, she still passed on the mad dragon fury to me. However, this martial art could only be passed on to one person before disappearing. A gray ball of light entered my mind, but I didn't examine it. I knew that once I began cultivating, I would lose the right to pass on my knowledge to others. Right now, I was merely a vessel for the raging dragon. Having handed over most of the inheritance, Qing told me to stay in the tomb to cultivate. He said the Four Directions Tower had a spirit pool, Dragon Blood Valley was suitable for cultivating the divine dragon technique, and the third level was a place to hone my combat skills. He would only let me leave when he was satisfied. I was speechless. Heaven knows how long I'll be trapped. I still need to go to the Desolate State Academy, to the Desolate Domain, and to the Desolate Dynasty, but I have no other choice right now. I can only focus on improving my strength first. A year has passed in the blink of an eye, and I am now 18. The four towers have merged into one giant tower. On the third floor, I am covered in blood, holding a long spear, facing a group of Yuanwu realm demonic beasts alone. I was only at the first level of the Yuanwu realm, but I had no intention of retreating. With a furious roar, I charged directly into the beast horde, my spear flashing and my violent power sweeping in all directions, causing one monster after another to fall. The battle ended quickly, leaving behind a ground littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. I stood there, gun in hand, looking up at the illusory figure of Qing in midair. He looked at me, his face full of satisfaction. In less than a year, I not only broke through to the Yuanwu realm, but also cultivated the divine dragon technique to the third level of perfection. Qing asserted that with my current strength, it would be difficult for anyone in the Yuanwu realm to contend with me. Throughout the year, I constantly traveled between the Spirit Pool, Dragon Blood Valley, and the third level. A huge blood bead condensed within my body. If it weren't for the malevolent energy contained in the dragon blood, I could have continued to absorb it and even attempted to break through to the fourth level of the divine dragon technique. If I truly reach that level, even if I'm only at the first rank of the Yuanwu realm, my physical strength will be comparable to that of the Xuanwu realm. But I understand that rapid power increases aren't necessarily a good thing. A solid foundation is key. Qing told me that the spirit pool had dried up, and the Dragon Blood Valley could no longer absorb blood. There was nothing left in this tomb that could help me, so I could finally leave. I bowed to thank him. He said there was no need for gratitude. If I truly cared, I could express it when I met the real person in the future. These words startled me. Could it be that Qing hadn't died at all? Upon receiving an affirmative answer, my heart was filled with turmoil. If he was still alive, why build a tomb for him? Qing calmly explained that building the tomb was merely a way to find a successor, and also a source of amusement during his long life. He said, "When I reach the pinnacle of this world, I will naturally understand. As for where the true self is, even his consciousness is unsure. He can only be certain that the true self is no longer in this world." My heart was filled with longing, but I quickly suppressed any distracting thoughts. My current goal remains the Desolate State and the Desolate Dynasty. As for the realm of Qing, it is still too far away from me at my current level. Before parting, Qing told me that he had left behind more than one tomb in this world, and whether I would encounter it in the future depended entirely on my fate. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy in the tomb began to dissipate rapidly. Before I could finish thanking him, a white light enveloped me. In the dizzying moment, I heard Qing last words. "If fate allows, we will meet again in the future." With a deafening roar, the entire tomb began to collapse, as if the end of the world had arrived. Moments later, everything returned to nothingness, and the illusory figure in blue robes vanished completely. Chapter 77, The Humiliation of the Lin Family. When I returned to Yangcheng, I had no idea what kind of humiliation the Lin family was going through. Outside the Lin family's gate, a servant in gray, having just finished beating the gatekeeper, laughed arrogantly. "So what if I hit you?" Standing beside him was a young man in brocade robes, with an arrogant expression. He was Li Yuyun, the second son of Li Hong, the head of the Li family. The gatekeeper angrily shouted, "The Li family, don't push your luck." Li Yuyun sneered, "I'm here today to bully your Lin family. Why don't you go and inform Lin Nantian that my Li family has come to visit?" Just as the two dared not refute, Lin Dao rushed out. He was dressed in green, and his sword intent was sharp. When a gatekeeper saw him, it was as if he had finally found someone to rely on. Lin Dao stared at Li Yuyun and said coldly, "The Lin family does not welcome you." Li Yuyun didn't take it seriously, and his servant even uttered arrogant words. "Does the Lin family still have a place in Yangshan? If you anger my young master, the patriarch will wipe out your Lin family at any time." Lin Dao's eyes surged with killing intent, but he could only force himself to suppress it. Since the incident at the tomb of Wu Jun, the Li and Wang families have dominated Yangsheng, relentlessly suppressing the Lin and Zhang families. The industries and mines that I once won for the Lin family have all been seized by these two families. Even more strangely, the Wilderness Academy made no response, leaving the Lin family with no choice but to remain silent and endure the situation. Lin Dao gritted his teeth and finally led Li Yuyun into the family square. Li Yuyun stopped and ordered, "Go and summon Lin Nantian and everyone in the Lin family. I have something to say." Lin Dao finally snapped, "Don't go too far. If you really want to die, I can grant your wish." "Then go ahead and do it," Li Yuyun said, deliberately sticking out her neck with a provocative look on her face. Lin Dao snorted coldly and left. Li Yuyun, however, smiled at the servant and said, "Don't worry, I won't destroy the Lin family today. I'm just here to let them experience humiliation." Soon after, the entire Lin family gathered in the square, all staring angrily at Li Yuyun and his companion. Li Yuyun, on the contrary, thoroughly enjoyed the gaze. Ignoring Lin Dao, he looked at his father, Lin Nanting. "Patriarch Lin, I have nothing else to do today but challenge the younger generation of the Lin family. Since the Four Great Families competition hasn't been held, I will test the strength of your juniors on your behalf." The Lin family members' anger surged, eager to pounce. However, their father waved his hand to suppress their rage, coldly asking, "Li Yuyun, is your Li family really pushing this too far?" He wanted to kill this kid more than anyone else, but Li Hong had already entered the Yuanwu realm, and the Lin family simply couldn't afford to offend him. For the sake of his clansmen's lives and the future of the Lin family, he had no choice but to endure it. "Patriarch Lin, you misunderstand," Li Yuyun said with a smile. "Isn't my Li family very harmonious? Chief, kill him. We're going to war with the Li family." The tribesmen roared incessantly, their long-suppressed humiliation finally erupting. But the father shouted sternly, "Shut up. I am the clan chief. You all listen to me." He knew that while resistance was exhilarating, the price would be the destruction of the Lin family. Li Yuyun said with a mocking smile, "The weak are only fit to shout a few powerless slogans." After saying that, he leaped onto the dueling platform and scanned the crowd. "Didn't you want to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Who dares to come up?" A young man from the Lin family couldn't resist rushing onto the stage. Li Yuyun unleashed his aura as a first-grade spirit martial realm cultivator, blasting the man away with a single punch, knocking him unconscious. "Is this all the Lin family is capable of?" These words ignited the crowd's fury. One after another, people rushed onto the stage, only to be defeated by Li Yuyun in a single move. After more than a dozen young members of the Lin family collapsed, severely injured, the others gradually regained their senses. The absolute disparity in strength left them feeling utterly powerless. Nowadays, among the younger generation of the Lin family, apart from Lin Dao, no one can stop Li Yuyun. All eyes fell on Lin Dao. Just as he was about to go on stage, his father and Lin Nanfeng grabbed him, saying, "You're not allowed to go." Lin Dao said in a deep voice, "Father, uncle, I know what I'm doing." Their concern wasn't that Lin Dao would lose, but rather that if something happened to Li Yuyun at the Lin family's residence, the Li family would definitely seize the opportunity to cause trouble. In the end, the two let go of each other's hands. As Lin Dao stepped onto the dueling platform, the servant immediately shouted, "If anything happens to my young master, the Lin family will be wiped out." These words infuriated everyone. Li Yuyun had clearly come to humiliate the Lin family, yet she forbade them to retaliate. Lin Dao unleashed the aura of a third-grade spirit martial realm cultivator, coldly staring at Li Yuyun. "You are no match for me. Admit defeat." Li Yuyun scoffed. "Does higher cultivation level guarantee victory?" The next moment, a dark cloud appeared above his head, with lightning and rain intertwining, pressing down on Lin Dao. "Feel the despair brought by my martial spirit." Lin Dao merely sighed, and his greatsword martial spirit manifested above his head. A cyan blade of light cleaved through the dark clouds and struck Li Yuyun fiercely. Bang! Li Yuyun was blasted off the stage and coughed up blood. The Lin family members were stunned for a moment, then erupted in a deafening cheer. Lin Dao! Lin Dao! The humiliation that had been building up for so long seemed to be released at this moment. But Lin Dao's face showed no joy. He had held back, but he hadn't expected to still hurt Li Yuyun. He stepped off the stage, bowed to his father, and said, "I'm sorry, I've caused trouble for the Lin family." After a long silence, the father said with a complicated expression, "It's not your fault." Li Yuyun was helped up by the servant, his face contorted with rage. "Lin Dao, how dare you hurt me? The Lin family has gotten itself into big trouble this time." Lin Dao stepped forward. "I'm the one who injured him, so blame me if you want." Li Yuyun suddenly laughed. "Fine, as long as you stand there obediently and let me beat you until I'm satisfied, I won't tell father, and the Lin family will remain safe and sound." "Okay." Lin Dao nodded directly. "No." The father firmly stopped him. Lin Dao turned his back to everyone, his voice firm. "I will take responsibility for the trouble I caused. After you're done fighting, leave the Lin family." Li Yuyun revealed a cruel smile and suddenly rushed out, punching Lin Dao in the chest. Bang! Lin Dao was sent flying backward, spitting out blood, his face deathly pale. Just as he was about to get up, Li Yuyun threw another punch. Then, punch after punch followed. Lin Dao did not resist and could only let his opponent trample on him. Lin Nanfeng's eyes were red, and he trembled with heartache, but for the sake of the entire Lin family, he suppressed the urge to take action. The father watched Lin Dao on the verge of death, his body trembling uncontrollably. He, the clan leader, couldn't even protect a single member of the clan, and could only watch helplessly as his junior bore the humiliation for the Lin family. All the Lin family members lowered their heads, and some even shed tears. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, but that the Lin family was too weak. So weak that even when their dignity was trampled on, they dared not resist. "Enough!" the father finally roared. Li Yuyun stopped what she was doing and said with a sinister smile, "I'm not done yet. If I let him go, and I accidentally tell my father that I was humiliated by the Lin family, do you think the Lin family will do something?" The father's face instantly turned ashen, as if he had aged decades. "Let go of Lin Dao. Let me take his place." The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the father, unable to believe that these words would come out of his mouth. Li Yuyun paused briefly, then burst into excited laughter. "All right, I haven't taken my anger out on the head of a family yet. Patriarch Lin, let's begin." "No, Chief Dine." The Lin family members were completely devastated, their anger and rebellion almost uncontrollable. Lin Dao struggled and whispered, "Clan leader, no." Before he could finish speaking, he fainted. To save the Lin family, the father was prepared to sacrifice his own dignity. At his command, everyone would rush forward and fight Li Yuyun to the death. But he couldn't, because he carried the life and death and future of the entire Lin family on his shoulders. Just as Li Yuyun was walking toward her father, a voice suddenly came from afar. "Father, stop." The sound froze everyone instantly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure in white slowly approaching. The young man had a faint, wicked smile on his face, but his eyes were extremely sharp. That person was me, Lin Chen. Chapter 78, Those who insult the Lin family shall be killed. A year has passed since the tomb of the martial lord was opened, and most of those who entered did not come out alive. The Lin family has still not heard from me, and everyone assumes I died in the tomb. Now I return dressed in white, and the entire place is silent. My father, Lin Nantian, has red eyes and his body is trembling slightly, as if he cannot believe what he is seeing. Chenia. Looking at the white hair in my father's temples, my heart ached. He looked so much older than before he was buried. I stepped forward, took his hand, and whispered, "Father, I'm back." "Good, it's good that you're back." The father fought back tears and finally smiled. At this moment, Li Yuyun looked me over and said with amusement, "You're Lin Chen? I thought you died in the tomb of the martial lord a long time ago." I looked at the unconscious Lin Dao, then swept my gaze over the humiliated members of the Lin family, and the smile on my face vanished completely. "I'll only ask you once. Did you do all this?" Li Yuyun, with his hands behind his back, laughed nonchalantly. "So what if it is?" The Lin family is almost wiped out now. What can you do to me? The Lin family members were filled with anger, but none of them dared to move. Li Yuan clearly enjoyed this feeling, mocking Lin Dao and his father, saying it was ridiculous that they were all vying to take the blame for the Lin family's anger. I didn't respond. I just walked towards him step by step. 10 steps, 5 steps, 1 step. Looking at my gloomy face, Li Yuan still laughed recklessly. What? You want to stand up for your father? Too bad. I'm not interested in playing with you right now. I took a deep breath and looked up at him. A chilling, killing intent instantly descended upon him. The next moment, I raised my right fist and threw a punch. Bang! Li Yuan didn't even have a chance to react before being sent flying backward, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, his breath weak. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that I would dare to use such a heavy hand against the second young master of the Li family so soon after I returned. The gray-clad servant was startled awake and rushed to Li Yuan's side to help him up. Li Yuan coughed up blood, staring at me with venomous eyes. You're dead. Everyone in the Lin family must die. I remained expressionless and walked toward him again. The gray-clad servant's expression changed drastically. Lin Chen, what do you want to do? You killed the second young master. The Li family will never let the Lin family off the hook. Fear finally surfaced in Li Yuan's eyes. He clearly didn't understand why I dared to act so recklessly. I didn't explain, and another punch landed. Boom! Blood splattered as I smashed Li Yuan's head with a single punch, leaving his headless corpse lying on the ground. He would never understand, even in his death, that some people are simply not to be insulted, and that some bottom lines, once crossed, lead only to certain death. The gray-clad servant trembled all over, his face ashen. He looked at the corpse on the ground, then at me, his eyes filled with nothing but fear. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I still didn't say anything, and with a casual punch, I sent him to the underworld as well. Only 20 breaths have passed since I finished speaking with my father. Yet the entire Lin family fell into a deathly silence. Even my father and the elders were too shocked to speak. I slowly turned around, looked at all the members of the Lin family, and spoke calmly. Those who insult the Lin family shall be killed. These words struck everyone like a thunderbolt. After a brief silence, the Lin family members' eyes turned bloodshot, their blood boiling, and they roared in unison. Those who insult the Lin family shall be killed. Those who insult the Lin family shall be killed. The shouts grew louder and louder, as if they were trying to unleash all the humiliation that had accumulated over the past year. Seeing this scene, the father seemed to finally understand that the Lin family would rather die in battle than continue to endure the humiliation from the Li family. Lin Nanfeng asked in a deep voice, Brother, what do we do now? The father's expression calmed down. What else can we do? The Lin family and the Li family have no way out. He looked at me, his tone devoid of any blame. Chener, you did the right thing. The elders didn't blame me either. The Li family had gone too far. The Lin family had long since had enough. I smiled faintly. Father, I was just about to ask, what exactly is happening in Yangqing? What crisis is the Lin family facing? My father sighed and told me what had happened over the past year. After we entered the tomb of the martial lord, the Wang and Li families sided with a mysterious force and came to demand the white jade. For nearly a year, the two families have been constantly suppressing the Lin and Zhang families, seizing Yangqing's resources and making it difficult for us to breathe. After hearing this, the murderous intent in my eyes grew even stronger. In the tomb of the martial lord, I encountered Li Yuran and Han Tianyu, so I naturally knew who stood behind the Wang and Li families. The power of the Desolate dynasty was such that even the Desolate State Academy dared not easily provoke them. Both of them deserved to die. I said coldly. The father said worriedly, You killed Li Hong's second son. It won't be long before the Li family comes knocking on our door. Chener, why don't you go back to the Wilderness Academy to avoid them? My heart warmed. Even at this stage, my father's biggest worry was still me. Father, don't worry. The Lin family will be fine. Even if the Li family doesn't come, I will still visit them, and the same goes for the Wang family. The father sighed, clearly still unable to find peace of mind. Without another word, I summoned 3 spirit guards. The moment the 3 metal figures appeared, their auras, those of the 9th rank of the Yuanwu realm, swept across the entire area. The father and several elders were all stunned. The father himself was a ninth-grade Yuanwu realm expert, and now with 3 more experts of the same level, the Lin family had at least the strength to fight the Li family. Then, I briefly recounted my experience in the tomb of the martial lord, omitting some of the secrets. After listening, a glimmer of hope finally appeared in my father's eyes. He ordered the bodies to be disposed of, the crowd to be dispersed, and the Lin family to prepare for war with all their might. Before leaving, I took out a green pill and handed it to Lin Nanfeng. Elder, give this to Lin Dao. Lin Nanfeng and I had some conflicts in the past, but they have long been resolved. Besides, Lin Dao stood up for the Lin family today, so he can accept this pill. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback for a moment, then took the pill and said solemnly, "Thank you." The father smiled and said, "Come on, tell me all about what you've been through this past year." With the 3 spirit guards, father finally felt some relief. The Lin family and the Li family were destined for war. Since it couldn't be avoided, they would face it head-on. At the same time, inside the Li family's secret chamber, a middle-aged man opened his eyes, and the aura of the Xuanwu realm burst forth. My cultivation has finally stabilized. It's time to wipe out the Zhang and Lin families. At this moment, a dark figure knelt down and reported, "Master, the second young master died after going to the Lin family." The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and a violent aura instantly swept through the secret room. After a moment, he suppressed his anger and gave a cold order. "Summon all spirit martial realm and Yuan martial realm cultivators. In 1 hour, follow me to exterminate the Lin family." The shadowy figure acknowledged the order and withdrew. The head of the Li family gazed into the void, his eyes filled with madness and ambition. The first step to dominating the desolate state will begin in Yanqing. The Lin family and the Zhang family will soon be a thing of the past. Chapter 79: Lin Chen's Grand Gesture, the Li family's attack. After the Lin family members dispersed, their emotions gradually calmed down, but the determination in their eyes remained. My words were etched into their hearts. The Lin family could not be humiliated. Even knowing that the Li family could attack at any moment, they were unwilling to return to a life of swallowing their pride. Some said that even dying in this battle would have been worthwhile. At least they felt immense satisfaction when Li Yuyan died. Many others realized that after this year, I was no longer the boy who kept a distance from the Lin family, but had truly integrated into their community. The clansmen still harbored worries. The Li family was too powerful, and the Lin family might only be able to survive this calamity through a miracle. But for some reason, when they thought of me, they felt a sense of peace, as if I could truly bring about a miracle. Inside the main hall, my father, Lin Nantian, solemnly reminded me that although I had brought back 3 spirit guards and the Lin family was no longer powerless, Li Hong had already broken through the Yuanwu realm and entered the Xuanwu realm. The patriarchs of the 4 major families were originally all at the 9th rank of the Yuanwu realm, unable to break through for many years, which was why they were able to maintain a balance. Now that Li Hongxian has taken this step, the Li family has the qualifications to dominate Yang City, while the Lin family situation remains dangerous. I was initially surprised, but then I understood. Li Yuran had allied herself with Han Tianyu, so it wasn't surprising that Han Tianyu, given his status, would offer something to help Li Hong break through his cultivation level. My father guessed that Li Hong's delay in taking action was to consolidate his cultivation. I reassured my father that even if Li Hong completely stabilized his Xuanwu realm cultivation, I might not be afraid of him. Although my cultivation level was only at the 1st rank of the Yuanwu realm, my physical strength was already comparable to the peak of the Yuanwu realm. With my father and 3 spirit guards, protecting the Lin family would not be a problem. Thinking of this, I took out a spatial ring and handed it to my father, asking him to distribute its contents to the clansmen. My father was stunned when he reached into the ring. It was filled with weapons and armor. Most of these are Tier 1 or Tier 2, which is sufficient for the Lin family now. Even if high-tier weapons were given to the clansmen, they would find it difficult to unleash their full power. On the contrary, these equipment can greatly enhance everyone's combat strength and survival ability. My father asked me if all of these items came from the tomb. I nodded in admission. Aside from a few materials, I had no use for the rest, so I figured I might as well give them all to the Lin family. If we could hold off Li Hong, the others would have equipment and suffer fewer casualties. My father was overjoyed and was about to leave to distribute the items when I called him back, took out several third-tier weapons and armor, and handed them to him and the elders. With these items, they would naturally have more confidence when facing the Li family. Looking at the equipment before him, my father bowed to me, saying he wanted to thank me on behalf of the entire clan. I quickly helped him up and told him that I was not only his son, but also a member of the Lin family. My father laughed heartily, saying that having me as his son was the greatest fortune of his life. Soon, everyone in the Lin family received weapons and armor. Even ordinary people, the elderly, and children had protective gear. Their initial worries were instantly replaced by a fighting spirit. Everyone eagerly awaited the Li family's arrival to fight. My father and I stood in front of the square, Lin Dao behind me, and Lin Nanfeng following my father. Looking at the fully armed members of the Lin family, Lin Nanfeng had only 2 words in his mind: wealth. My actions this time directly caused the Lin family's overall strength to surge. Lin Dao's injuries had stabilized. He looked at my retreating figure, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had once bullied me and extorted resources from me, yet now he held me in respect. The tribespeople in the square also turned their gazes to me, their trust in me greater than ever before. The father surveyed the crowd and said in a deep voice, "This battle will determine the future of the Lin family. Let us create a new future together." He had gathered everyone because he had just received news that the Li family was already gathering martial artists. Roar! The tribesmen roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. But just then, a sarcastic voice came from outside the door. "It seems I've arrived just in time. You are all prepared to welcome me." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man slowly stepping into the Lin family compound. His gaze was sharp, his aura powerful, and the gate behind him shattered with a deafening roar, followed closely by a group of Li family experts. The father gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words: "Li Hong." I looked at him calmly, but thinking of the humiliation the Lin family had suffered over the past year, I couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. Li Hong swept his gaze over everyone, finally looking at his father, and said domineeringly, "My son came to the Lin family, and now he's dead. I've come to seek justice." The father coldly replied, "Your son insulted the Lin family. He deserves to die." Li Hong was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting his father, who always considered the bigger picture, to be so tough today. So the Lin family wants war? Li Hong skufa. His son's death was merely a pretext. His true purpose today was to annihilate the Lin family. The father roared, "The Li family has oppressed the Lin family, seized resources, and now they want to wipe us out? The Lin family will gladly oblige. Will gladly oblige." The Lin family roared in unison, their fighting spirits soaring. The Li family, on the other hand, looked uncertain. They couldn't understand why the Lin family dared to be so forceful, knowing that Li Hong had already reached the Xuanwu realm. Did they really have some trump card? Li Hong sensed his subordinate's fear and felt displeased. What he wanted was not to rely on a group to surround and kill the Lin family, but to crush the Lin family single-handedly and let everyone witness his power. He then glanced at me, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "As long as you hand over the murderer who killed my son, I will leave immediately with my men and guarantee that I will never cause trouble for the Lin family again." As soon as those words were spoken, the Lin family's momentum faltered, while the Li family's eyes lit up. Everyone knew that Li Hong would not let this go easily today. He was clearly trying to dismantle the Lin family from within. Chapter 80. The War Begins. As soon as Li Hong finished speaking, Lin Square fell into dead silence. The Li family members were filled with anticipation, waiting to see the Lin family fall into internal strife because of him. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Don't believe the Li family's nonsense." The one who spoke was a resolute-looking young man who had previously spoken ill of me in private. But now, under the gaze of everyone, he loudly questioned, "Have you forgotten how Li Yuyun humiliated us?" Everyone's expression changed. At that time, Lin Dao was willing to suffer humiliation for the sake of his people. If I hadn't arrived in time, even the clan leader Lin Nantian might have been forced to bow his head. The young man became more and more agitated as he spoke. "The Li family has oppressed us for a year, robbing us of resources and dignity. I've had enough of this." Although Lin Chen is not a member of the Lin family, he won everything back for us in the competition, and now he stands with us. He deserves to be a member of the Lin family more than anyone else. Are we going to hand him over and suffer humiliation again just because of a provocation from the Li family? As soon as the words were spoken, the aura of the Lin family members completely changed, and a deafening roar resounded throughout the square. I won't pay. Va! Lin Nantian and the elders secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even if what Li Hong said was true, they would never hand me over. The Lin family had not split apart. On the contrary, they were more united than ever before. Looking at these people, a sense of warmth welled up inside me. Even though I am not of the Lin family bloodline, I felt a sense of belonging here. I looked at Li Hong, whose face was gloomy, and laughed. Your son used every means to humiliate the Lin family, and you, as the father, did the same. You really are a family. No matter how sorry the Lin family is, we will never be like your Li family, relying on others and willingly becoming dogs. As one of the 4 great families, my Lin family disdains to associate with you. Li Hong flew into a rage, unleashing a powerful aura. What do you know? Joining the Yu Marquis mansion is the only future for the Li family. I calmly retorted, what kind of family is it if it becomes someone else's vassal? Li Hong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I originally wanted to leave behind a glorious record of my annihilation of the Lin family in front of everyone. Since that's the case, the Lin family will be destroyed today as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed out and threw a punch straight at me and Lin Nantian, clearly intending to kill the strongest patriarch of the Lin family first. Lin Nantian unleashed the aura of a 9th-grade Yuanwu realm cultivator, throwing a punch to meet the attack while shouting, "Kill!" The Lin clan members immediately pounced on the Li family. Having received the weapons and armor I provided, their fighting strength greatly increased, and they were no longer afraid of the Li family. They were like tigers unleashed from their cages. The Li family members were stunned. They had thought that as long as Li Hong made a move, the Lin family would be doomed, but who knew that these people would fight so bravely? Before they could react, screams of agony rang out one after another. Lin Dao charged into the crowd with his broadsword, and Lin Nanfeng led the elders into the battle. The Li family had brought not only ordinary members, but also many elders, who needed to be restrained. On the other side, Lin Nantian and Li Hong had already exchanged blows several times. Lin Nantian held a giant axe, his body shimmering with light, his aura far surpassing that of an ordinary 9th-grade Yuanwu realm cultivator. I immediately released 3 black spirit guards, activated the formation within them, and then rushed towards Li Hong. Li Hong noticed my movement, punched Lin Nantian back, and turned to face me. I transformed my right hand into a dragon claw and unleashed a powerful dragon fist. Bang! My fists collided, and a dragon's roar erupted from within me. Li Hong was actually knocked back by my punch, and I also staggered back several steps, the violent force blasting a deep crater into the plaza. The battlefield fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Lin Nantian was utterly shocked. He knew I had entered the Yuanwu realm, but he never expected that I could cross such a large realm and directly repel Li Hong, who was in the Xuanwu realm. The Lin family members were both surprised and delighted. The stronger I am, the greater their chances of surviving today. The Li family members were as if they had seen a ghost. Apart from the dean of the Wilderness Academy, Yangcheng only had Li Hong, a Xuanwu realm expert, yet now their patriarch had been defeated by me. Li Hong remained silent for a long time before staring coldly at me. So, this is your source of confidence. Although he was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. You haven't broken through to the Xuanwu realm. No matter how strong that attack was, it was only the power of a 9th-grade Yuanwu realm cultivator. In his view, unless I am at the Xuanwu realm, I am doomed to die today. I smiled and said, I could kill you even if you weren't at the Xuanwu realm. In fact, my cultivation level has not even reached the 9th rank of the Yuanwu realm. What truly gives me such power is a physical body comparable to the peak of the Yuanwu realm. Lin Nantian and 3 spirit guards arrived at my side simultaneously, their 4 auras of being at the 9th rank of the Yuanwu realm locking on Li Hong. Li Hong looked at the 3 spirit guards and instinctively sensed danger. But he still said coldly, the Lin family will be destroyed today, and no one can stop it. He raised his aura to its limit and attacked fiercely. I activated the Divine Dragon technique and the blood bead in my body, and used the Divine Dragon Claw to counterattack. Lin Nantian swung his giant axe down, while 3 spirit guards surrounded and attacked from different directions. The roar was deafening, and the violent shock waves whipped up clouds of dust, making it almost impossible for anyone to see us. Kill! Lin Dao's roar startled the Lin family members. Now that Lin Nantian and I have held Li Hong back, they'll take this opportunity to kill everyone in the Li family. As the battle continued, the Lin family, armed and armored, gained a decisive advantage. Members of the Li family fell one after another, and their formation quickly collapsed. After a dozen or so breaths, all the members of the Li family were rendered incapable of fighting. Some were dead, while others collapsed to the ground. Although some members of the Lin family were injured, none of them died, demonstrating the full effectiveness of the armor. Everyone looked in our direction again. As the dust gradually dissipated, we saw that Li Hong was surrounded by me, Lin Nantian, and 3 spirit guards. Looking at all the fallen members of the Li family around him, Li Hong's face was ashen. He looked at Lin Chen and Lin Nantian and said in a cold voice, "Even if you kill all the members of my Li family, as long as I'm still alive today, the Lin family will still not escape the fate of destruction." The Lin family members were stunned. Although they were reluctant to admit it, Li Hong was telling the truth. As long as Li Hong was still alive, he could fight all of them alone. This was absolute confidence in his strength. The entire Li family is dead. Even if you win in the end, so what? In the end, the Li family will truly belong to you alone. Lin Chen said slowly, speechless. So what? As long as I'm still here, the Li family will still exist. Li Hong sneered, his eyes filled with obsession. Seeing Li Hong's expression, Lin Nantian sighed. "Li Hong, why are you doing this? Destroying my Lin family will do you no good." He really couldn't understand Li Hong. Now that most of Yangqing's resources were concentrated in the Li and Wang families, why did he have to destroy the Lin family? What do you know? Destroying your Lin family is just the first step. Li Hong's eyes were filled with arrogance and fantasy, his face radiating domineering arrogance and a strong desire for control. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Lin Nantian were stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening and were filled with intense anger. Quite ambitious, but your Li family can't afford your ambition. Lin Chen sneered, his aura instantly escalating, his eyes filled with killing intent. Whether you can bear it or not is not something a junior like you could discuss. Today you will all die. Li Hong's eyes turned cold, and the aura emanating from his body was even stronger than before. Sensing the danger Li Hong was in, Lin Nantian was astonished. Had Li Hong not used his full strength just now? I just broke through to the profound martial realm. Even though I've stabilized my strength, I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. Just now, I only displayed strength close to that of the profound martial realm. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be able to stand in front of me now? After speaking, Li Hong instantly rushed towards Lin Nantian with astonishing speed and directly punched Lin Nantian. Bang! After a violent impact, Lin Nantian was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, his face pale, and he lost his fighting ability. "Father!" Lin Chen shouted, his eyes filled with worry. His gaze fell upon Li Hong, who had regained control of his body, and an unprecedented killing intent surged within him. "You don't need to shout anymore. It'll be your turn soon." Li Hong sneered, then rushed towards Lin Chen. "Watch out!" Lin Nantian shouted as he regained his balance, his eyes filled with worry. No one knew what kind of blow he had just taken. If it weren't for the Tier 3 armor given to him by Lin Chen that protected him from most of the attack, he would probably have been killed by Li Hong. Lin Chen's cultivation level is at most the same as his, and he can't stop Li Hong at all. Heavens! Are you really going to destroy my Lin family today? Lin Nantian looked up and sighed inwardly. He thought that with Lin Chen's 3 9th grade Yuanwu Realm Spirit Guards, plus himself and Lin Chen, they could fight Li Hong. It seems he was too naive. The Xuanwu Realm is really too strong for the Yuanwu Realm. Boom! A collision sound rang out, and Lin Nantian looked up sharply to see Lin Chen flying backward, leaving deep scratches on the ground. Seeing that Lin Chen was unharmed, Lin Nantian felt a sense of relief and then returned to the group of Lin family members. Now that he has lost his fighting ability, the chances of the Lin family defeating Li Hong have become even smaller. "I'll go help Lin Chen." Lin Nanfeng helped Lin Nantian up and then said resolutely, "Come back. With your cultivation level, you won't be able to help Lin Chen, and you'll only distract him. Lin Nantian grabbed Lin Nanfeng directly, his voice firm. Lin Nanfeng's cultivation level was only at the 7th rank of the Yuanwu realm. He was the strongest fighter in the Lin family besides Lin Chen, but his combat strength was several times weaker than Lin Chen's. He was not capable of playing a role and would only become a burden to Lin Chen. Lin Nanfeng was speechless for a moment, his face filled with anger. It wasn't that he was discouraged by Lin Nantian, but rather that he was angry because he was too weak to help. Looking at the white-clad youth not far away, Lin Nanfeng felt a complex mix of emotions. Not long ago, the youth was someone his son bullied, someone he didn't even notice. Now, however, the youth was stronger than him and was saving the Lin family from crisis. Li Hong looked at Lin Chen, who was completely unharmed, and was surprised. He knew from his previous encounter with Lin Chen that Lin Chen's strength was at most at the 9th rank of the Yuanwu realm, but his attack just now was a full-force attack from Xuanwu realm. He didn't expect Lin Chen to block it safely. It seemed you're the first person to stop me from annihilating the Lin family. Li Hong's lips curled up slightly, and interest appeared in his eyes, completely forgetting the dead and wounded members of the Li family on the ground. I originally thought that destroying the Lin family today would be an easy task, and I would feel no sense of accomplishment. That's why I brought people here. I didn't expect such an unexpected turn of events. Well, it's fine. If I had just wiped out your Lin family, it wouldn't have shown my strength. Li Hong's face was contorted with rage and madness. At this moment, he didn't resemble a human being at all, but rather a perverted demon, utterly devoid of humanity. I thought people your age would be more mature, but I didn't expect you to be so childish. Lin Chen said slowly, with a sigh on his face. If you want to be taught a lesson, go to hell. Li Hong sneered, then charged at Lin Chen again. Seeing this, Lin Chen directly controlled 2 spirit guards to meet Li Hong, while his martial spirit appeared in his hand, and a colorful light ball hovered in the air in his dantian, with more than a dozen martial skills around him quickly converging and merging. Bang! Bang! Li Hong, unleashing his full power, was incredibly strong. With a single attack, he sent the spirit guard flying and directly attacked Lin Chen. Although the spirit guard's strength was at the 9th rank of the Yuanwu realm, his combat power was not even close to that of a 9th rank. However, his defense was stronger than that of an average 9th rank spirit guard. The spirit guard who was knocked away only suffered minor damage. Just as Li Hong was about to reach Lin Chen took aim and, with a soft thud, a bullet was fired from the Martial Soul sniper rifle, heading straight for Li Hong. Feeling the bullets growing larger and stronger in his eyes, Li Hong instantly sensed a crisis. He gathered all his energy into his fist and unleashed a punch. Click, click, click. The bullet, like a sharp knife, struck the fist directly, continuing to penetrate deeper, piercing through Li Hong's right arm. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. The bullet dissipated, and Li Hong's right hand was shattered, a cloud of blood mist spreading out. In an instant, Li Hong roared in pain, clutching his right shoulder with his left hand, his face showing unbearable pain. The screams of pain echoed in the ears of everyone present, leaving them stunned for a long time. How could someone so incredibly powerful have their right arm crippled by Lin Chen? Just how strong is Lin Chen? Although they sensed destructive power from that bizarre bullet-based martial art, Li Hong was still a Xuanwu realm expert who could cripple Lin Nanshan's combat power with a single blow. Lin Chen took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He then looked at Li Hong with a cold gaze, ready to strike. He could only use the 3,000 techniques twice, and not consecutively. Although he had anticipated Li Hong's cultivation level, he was still somewhat surprised that Li Hong only lost one arm. Only he knew the power of the 3,000 techniques best. It was a martial art that could even block Han Tianyu's Yangshan heaven and earth, yet had only a slight effect on Li Hong. It seems that even with powerful martial arts skills, a difference of one major realm makes them difficult to deal with. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Lin Chen was surprised, while Li Hong, who had regained his composure, was shocked. His punch, delivered at full power by a Xuanwu realm cultivator, not only failed to block Lin Chen's attack, but also crippled his arm. Humiliation. This is profound humiliation. He was determined to kill Lin Chen. That was his only thought at the moment. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a blood-red hand appeared behind Li Hong, solidifying continuously and exuding a terrifying aura. Lin Chen, you forced me to this. Everyone here today will die a horrible death. Li Hong bit his finger, and blood dripped continuously, flowing into the giant blood-red hand behind him. As the blood was absorbed, the giant hand became more solid, almost like a physical entity, and its aura grew increasingly terrifying. Lin Chen's eyes were serious, and a sense of crisis instantly arose in his heart. Seeing the giant hand growing larger and larger, Lin Chen suddenly shouted to everyone present, "You all need to get out of here." He sensed a destructive aura from Li Hong's move. If this move were to be unleashed, everyone present would likely be affected. "Let's go." Lin Nantian ordered the group, and they immediately moved away from the square. Seeing this, Li Hong, whose face had already turned pale, became crazed and ferocious. "Lin Chen, if they can escape, then you're going to die." Whoosh! The giant crimson hand hurtled towards Lin Chen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. "That one isn't certain," Lin Chen said calmly, but his eyes held a fighting spirit. Immediately, all the martial arts techniques in his dantian converged once again into a colorful ball of light, forming a bullet. Whoosh! Lin Chen fired without hesitation. At the same time, 3 spirit guards converged in front of Lin Chen from 2 directions, preparing to block the attack. Lin Chen's body also emitted a gray light, and the divine dragon technique was activated to the extreme, causing the blood beads in his body to be consumed frantically. Bang! A violent impact rang out. The bullet pierced through the giant palm. Half of its energy dissipated and flew towards Li Hong. The blood-red giant hand, apart from having a large hole in its palm and a slightly weakened aura, still charged towards Lin Chen. Bang! The giant palm, carrying immense power, instantly shattered the 3 spirit guards, and its aura dissipated by half, yet it still hurtled towards Lin Chen. Bang! Another violent collision sounded, as if a tornado had swept through the surrounding space. The ground was as if it had been hit hard, forming a huge crater. Lin Chen was then sent flying backward. At this moment, Lin Chen's aura was disordered, his face was pale, and the gray light emanating from his body was weakening. But he still managed to block Li Hong's fatal blow. Li Hong, who was not far away, collapsed to the ground with a large hole in his chest and was on the verge of death. The Lin family members standing at a distance were stunned for several breaths. Then their faces lit up with excitement. He won. Lin Chen won. He defeated Li Hong, who was at the Xuanwu realm. Roar! 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 The victory came so suddenly that everyone couldn't help but shout, and then the crowd echoed. Seeing that Li Hong had clearly lost his fighting ability and the 2 huge craters in front of him, Lin Chen struggled to get up and slowly walked towards Li Hong. Upon seeing this, the members of the Lin family all stepped forward and stood behind Lin Chen. Chapter 82, Li Hong's Death. Looking at Li Hong's current appearance, Lin Chen's eyes were cold. Recalling the final blow just now, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Hong's blood-red giant palm was first pierced through by his martial arts, then passed through the incredibly defensive spirit guard, and finally landed on him. Even though he had activated the divine dragon technique to its limit, he was still injured. It's hard to imagine that if it weren't for the delay provided by the 3 spirit guards, he would probably be lying on the ground like Li Hong right now. Due to the depletion of his dantian and the injuries he sustained, he now felt a strong sense of weakness. Lin Chen approached Li Hong, his voice cold. "Li Hong, you've lost." The voice, like a divine pronouncement, struck Li Hong and the Lin family members behind him, echoing continuously. As for the Li family, Li Hong's attack nearly ripped the ground off, and all members of the Li family, whether alive or already dead, are now completely gone. This shows just how powerful and domineering Li Hong's final strike was. Cough, cough. Li Hong coughed incessantly, each cough accompanied by spitting out blood, his face deathly pale. His final attack was a top-tier 4th-order martial skill he obtained from Li Yuran. His Xuanwu realm cultivation had only just stabilized, and he also needed the support of his essence blood when using the martial skill. Even without Lin Chen's powerful final attack, he would have been extremely weak after using it. "I lost, but I didn't lose." Li Hong looked at Lin Chen with a vicious gaze, mixed with a stubbornness and disbelief. "Don't you believe that you, with your Xuanwu realm cultivation, would be defeated by someone like me, a Yuanwu realm cultivator?" Lin Chen sneered, then his entire body was filled with killing intent. It doesn't matter, because all you need to do is die. Putting aside everything Li Hong did to the Lin family before today, just based on Li Hong's actions and intentions today, Li Hong deserves to die. Feeling the murderous aura coming towards him, and looking at the barren surroundings, Li Hong was stunned for a moment, and then unwillingness appeared in his eyes. He had lost. He had actually lost. His goal today was to destroy the Lin family, but he never expected that the Lin family would not be destroyed, while the Li family would be almost wiped out, and even he would eventually be defeated by Lin Chen. How dreamlike and unreal this is. If what he was seeing was a dream, he wished he could wake up as soon as possible. He didn't want to face the fear of failure. Lin Chen, you can't kill me. After regaining his senses, Li Hong spoke slowly, his tone firm and domineering. Hee, it seems you came here today to destroy my Lin family, right? Now that you've suffered a crushing defeat, you actually utter such ridiculous words. Do you think I'll let you off? Lin Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. The Lin family members behind him also had murderous intent on their faces. After nearly a year of humiliation and everything the Lin family had experienced today, Li Hong had to die. Lin Nantian, on the other hand, had doubts and worries in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. You also know that my son has pledged allegiance to Marquis, and the Marquis family is someone that even the Academy of the Wilderness doesn't dare to offend, let alone your Lin family. Li Hong looked fearless, his voice filled with inexplicable smugness, and his eyes brimming with confidence. The Lin family members were stunned for a moment. Although they did not know what kind of power the Yuho mansion was, if it was someone that even the Huangzhou Academy dared not provoke, then their Lin family definitely could not afford to offend it either. Thinking of this, they wondered why Li Hong's cultivation had suddenly broken through, why he dared to suppress their Lin family, and why the desolate State Academy didn't care, since Lin Chen and Lin Jian were both members of the Academy. Looking back now, it seems that the Wilderness Academy wasn't indifferent, but rather afraid to intervene. Lin Nantian sighed. There were many things that only he and the elders of the Lin family knew, and they had not announced them, because that would only make the Lin family members more desperate. Imagine this. The Lin family is no match for the Li family in terms of strength, and the Li family has powerful backers. What can a Lin family do? They don't even have the courage to resist. Looking at the expressions of the Lin family members, Li Hong had a satisfied look on his face turned to one side, with the expression of a victor. Chinner, how about? Lin Nantian had barely opened his mouth when Lin Chen interrupted him. Father, there's no need to say more. I have my own decision. Looking at the carefree Li Hong, Lin Chen smiled faintly. First of all, even if your son joins the Yu Marquis mansion, they can't possibly care about your Li family. Your Li family is nothing more than an ant in the Yu Marquis mansion. So why would they care? Li Hong was instantly furious. Before he could speak again, Lin Chen continued to attack. Secondly, the Yuho mansion is in the desolate region, far from Yangcheng. They won't bother with matters concerning your Li family at all. The resources they would consume would be more than what your son created. Li Hong was furious again, his face turning grim. Last and most importantly, there's something you probably don't know. Your backer is your son. Your son's backer is the Yuho mansion, and the master of the Yuho mansion is Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu and I are enemies. Even if I offend Han Tianyu after I kill you, so what? Lin Chen smiled faintly, but in Li Hong's eyes, that smile was so evil and terrifying. Li Hong was stunned, as were the Lin family members. The amount of information was overwhelming, making them afraid to think any further. Lin Chen actually knows the master of the Li family's backer. Not only do they know each other, but they are also enemies. As the saying goes, if you have too many lice, you won't feel itchy. Since he has already become enemies with Han Tianyu, why would Lin Chen care about the Li family? Li Hong snapped out of his daze and shouted instantly, his face filled with madness and disbelief. Impossible! How could you possibly know the Marquis? Even if you did, how dare you offend him? Besides, you're still alive. Who is Han Tianyu? He is the youngest Marquis of the Great Wilderness Dynasty, the #1 genius, and is very likely to become the #1 person in the wilderness region in the future. As for Lin Chen, he is just an ordinary person from the Lin family in Yangcheng, and an ordinary person who was adopted. No matter how talented or extraordinary he is, how can he compare to Han Tianyu? Why is it that someone who offended Han Tianyu is still alive and standing in front of him? Shouldn't they be dead and torn to pieces? Seeing Li Hong's crazed expression, Lin Chen smiled faintly. You think I'm still alive after offending Han Tianyu? It's simple, I'm stronger than him. With a splash, Lin Chen's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last embers of Li Hong's obsession and causing his faith to crumble in an instant. The Lin family members, however, felt proud and honored and deeply admired Lin Chen. It's obvious without even thinking that the Marquis is absolutely extraordinary, but Lin Chen is stronger than him. Lin Nantian felt a surge of pride and satisfaction, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hong's question was also his question, but the fact that Lin Chen was stronger than that Marquis, and that he was still alive and well even after becoming enemies, showed that Lin Chen was not afraid. Impossible, impossible, how could this be? Li Hong muttered to himself, his eyes glazed over. Ooh, seeing Li Hong's expression, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then threw a punch, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped Li Hong's entire body. No matter the reason, or how much they deserve sympathy, if they want to destroy the Lin family, then death is the only option. Bang! Li Hong fell to the ground, and the patriarch of the Li family, one of the 4 great families of Yangcheng, died. Lin Nantian looked at the corpse on the ground with a sigh in his eyes. But if it were him, he would still kill it. Regardless of the forces behind the Li family, if Li Hong wants to destroy the Lin family, then he will not let Li Hong go. Lin's smile appeared on everyone's faces, as if the gloom that had shrouded their hearts for a long time had suddenly dissipated. Perhaps it was because everyone was under humiliation and pressure for a long time. Lin Nantian arranged for everyone to dispose of Li Hong's body and repair the potholes in the square, and then left with Lin Chen. In the clan hall, Lin Nantian looked at Lin Chen with a worried expression and said, Chener, tell me honestly, can you deal with Li Yuran now? Father, you're worried about Li Yuran's revenge, aren't you? Lin Chen glanced at Lin Nantian's expression and instantly guessed what he was thinking. Lin Nantian nodded. Indeed, the Yuho mansion and Han Tianyu might not care about the Li family's affairs, but Li Yuran definitely will. Don't worry, I'm not even afraid of his master. Why would I be afraid of him? Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Are you really at odds with that, Marquis? Is there no way to resolve this? Lin Nantian continued to ask. It wasn't that he didn't believe Lin Chen, but rather that what Lin Chen said was too unbelievable. Although he had believed him in the square before, he still hoped to get Lin Chen's affirmation again. After all, Lin Chen was a big shot, and offending him would ultimately be detrimental to Lin Chen. Father, do you think it's possible for rivals to resolve their conflicts? Lin Chen smiled faintly, and then left the main hall. Lin Nantian stood there stunned, only coming to his senses after Lin Chen left, muttering to himself, Good, well done. At the same time, the news of what happened at Lin Square reached the ears of everyone in Yangcheng. In an instant, Yangcheng was like an earthquake, with discussions constantly rising. In the main hall of the Wang family, Wang Tianjue sat at the head, his face calm, but the worry in his eyes was evident. After his son Wang Feng's death at the Wujun tomb, he became more composed and less domineering than before. After the tomb of the martial lord, due to the death of Wang Feng, and after his earnest pleas, Han Feng, a subordinate of Han Tianyu, finally took his second son, Wang Yun, to the desolate region. Otherwise, the Wang family might have fallen into ruin. Patriarch, the Li family members who went to the Lin family have all been wiped out. We have been bullying the Lin family and seizing resources for nearly a year. Now it seems that it will soon be the turn of my Wang family to suffer. An elder of the Wang family spoke slowly, with worry in his eyes. I never expected that Lin Chen, who should have died, would miraculously return after only a year, and his strength has greatly increased. He was even able to kill Li Hong, who was in the Xuanwu realm. It seems that many unexpected things happened in the martial lord's tomb. Wang Tianjue thought to himself. He harbored a certain expectation. If Lin Chen could come back, what about his son, Wang Feng? If he knew that his son Wang Feng had been killed by Lin Chen long ago, I wonder what he would think. Patriarch, what do we do now? Another elder asked. If the Lin family could defeat the Li family, defeating the Wang family would be a piece of cake. They couldn't possibly wait for the Lin family to come knocking on their door. Prepare a gift for me tonight, and come with me to the Lin family. Wang Tianjue said, looking at the 2 elders. Yes. After everyone left, Wang Tianjue looked in the direction of the Lin family, his eyes filled with thought. The most direct reason he did this was that the Wang family was no match for the Lin family, so it was better to take the initiative to show goodwill, so that at the very least, they could avoid the disaster of extermination. As long as the Lin family is appeased for the time being and the Wang family is protected, once his son gains a foothold in the Marquis's mansion and his strength increases, the Wang family will no longer be afraid of the Lin family. At that time, the Wang family might not even need to take action themselves. Li Yuran will come to Lin Chen and the Lin family, and the Wang family can just watch the show from the sidelines. Once the Lin family is destroyed, the Zhang family will inevitably be destroyed as well, leaving only the Wang family in Yangshan. He. Thinking of this, Wang Tianjue couldn't help but sneer. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, the Zhang family also prepared to head to the Lin family's residence. Chapter 83. The Wang family apologizes and leaves. Late at night, the Lin family welcomed guests. In a spacious hall, Lin Chen stood beside Lin Nantian, with Wang Tianjue, the patriarch of the Wang family, and Zhang Shan, the patriarch of the Zhang family, sitting on his left and right sides respectively. Behind each of them were two middle-aged men with extraordinary strength, clearly indicating their important status in their respective families. Brother Lin, please forgive me for disturbing you so late at night. Wang Tianjue stood up and looked at Lin Nantian with a faint smile, his voice as casual as if he were talking to an old friend. Zhang Shan, who was standing to the side, also stood up to signal, but did not speak, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Nantian gestured to Zhang Shan, then glanced at Wang Tianjue, and then closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Upon seeing this, Wang Tianjue was stunned for a moment, and then a surge of anger welled up in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He came here with something to do, and even if he was very angry, he had to finish it before going back. After all, the Wang family was no match for the Lin family. Ahem, Brother Lin, you look tired and seem to be feeling unwell, so I'll get straight to the point. Wang Tianjue coughed, and then slowly began. I've come to the Lin family specifically to apologize. Chinner, please take good care of the two patriarchs for me. I'm exhausted these days, both physically and mentally, and I really can't take it anymore. Lin Nantian opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Chen, and then got up and left the main hall. Zhang Shan glanced at Lin Nantian and Wang Tianjue, then at Lin Chen's gesturing look before standing up and slowly saying, It's late at night, perhaps I should come another day. After speaking, he followed Lin Nantian and left. The spacious hall fell silent in an instant. Wang Tianjue, who had been watching this scene intently, instantly darkened his expression, looking extremely ugly. He had come to the Lin family with sincerity, yet Lin Nantian simply ignored him. From the last glances of Lin Chen and Zhang Shan, he knew that Zhang Shan hadn't left at all, but had gone to find Lin Nantian alone. Who, after taking a deep breath and trying to suppress his anger, Wang Tianjue looked at Lin Chen and forced a smile. Forcing a smile in front of a junior was the most humiliating thing he had ever done. And what's worse, he had no choice but to do it. Why was the Lin family able to wipe out the Li family? Why is the Lin family so powerful? Why is he coming to the Lin family to apologize today? It's all because the Lin family has Lin Chen. This junior whom he once looked down upon has actually grown to a level that he can no longer help but respect, and has even directly affected the future situation of Yangshan. Before Lin Chen appeared, Yangshan was dominated by the Li and Wang families, while the Zhang and Lin families were practically extinct. But as soon as Lin Chen appeared, the situation immediately reversed. The Li family was wiped out, and the Wang family will probably have to live the same humiliating life that the Lin family endured for almost a year for a long time to come. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Tianjue, whose gaze was constantly shifting, and suddenly smiled, deliberately saying, Patriarch Wang, if I remember correctly, our two families are sworn enemies, aren't we? Were you serious about what you just said? Are you really here to apologize? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianjue's gaze suddenly turned cold, his lips twitched, and then he said with a look of resentment, Of course, I'm here today to apologize. Lin Chen's words were clearly an insult to him. What did he mean by, I'm not mistaken? The Wang family and the Lin family are sworn enemies. That's common knowledge. This is putting me in a bit of a bind. I haven't been to the Lin family for almost a year and don't know what has happened in the past year. I really don't know what the Wang family head owes the Lin family. Why don't you tell us? Wang family head. Lin Chen smiled, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Lin Chen, don't be so arrogant. Wang Tianjue finally couldn't hold back his anger and burst out. Lin Chen was clearly humiliating him on purpose. As the head of the family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Upon seeing this, Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly, "Ha, so Patriarch Wang can get angry too. You must have had a hard time humiliating yourself." Wang Tianjue's gaze was icy. If it weren't for Lin Chen's current strength, he would have rushed up and killed Lin Chen to vent his anger. Your feelings just now reflect how the Lin family has felt under the attacks from your Wang and Li families over the past year. I'm just letting you, Patriarch Wang, experience it. Lin Chen said slowly, his expression calm. As expected, heroes emerge from among the young. Speak frankly, what do you want to do? Wang Tianjue stood up, his gaze turning cold, and his tone unfriendly. Although he came to show weakness, even a mouse will bite a cat when cornered. He wouldn't let himself be humiliated for no reason, especially by a junior. That actually depends on what the Wang family had plans to do. Lin Chen said calmly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. My Wang family will return everything that your Lin family originally possessed. I hope your Lin family will not go too far. Wang Tianjue said directly, his eyes filled with determination. What the Wang family lacks most right now is time to grow. Once his son has established himself in the Marquis mansion, will he still be afraid of Lin Chen and the Lin family? In fact, the Wang family was not afraid of the Lin family and Lin Chen from the beginning. It was just that Lin Chen's killing of Li Hong had a great impact on him. If Lin Chen dared to kill Li Hong, he would dare to kill him. Although he did not know what Lin Chen had the confidence to confront the Marquis mansion, he dared not gamble. Is Patriarch Wang threatening me? Lin Chen suddenly smiled wickedly. What else do you want? I advise you not to go too far. My son is currently in the Yuho mansion. Wang Tianjue said angrily. I'll get straight to the point. Lin Chen spoke slowly, his voice eerily calm. Hand over everything that originally belonged to the Lin and Zhang families. Impossible. Wang Tianjue refused in an instant. He could accept handing over everything from the Lin family, since the Lin family had Lin Chen, who could pose a crisis to the Wang family. But what did the Zhang family have? Why should he hand over those resources? After handing over everything from the Lin family, the Wang family would still have some resources left. But if they were to hand over even the Zhang family's assets, the Wang family would likely be back to a time when they had nothing. He absolutely would not allow that to happen. I will not return anything belonging to the Zhang family. Fine. You don't even have to return everything from the Lin family. As long as you're willing to follow the same path as the Li family, I'd really like Patriarch Wang to do that. Lin Chen smiled faintly, but in Wang Tianjue's eyes, that smile was like a demon from hell, making one's heart tremble. In an instant, Wang Tianjue's expression changed. Just a moment ago he looked determined, but now he was hesitant. It was obvious that Lin Chen was threatening him. Can you tell me why? Wang Tianjue looked at Lin Chen and asked word by word. Why did Lin Chen target the Zhang family? What did the Zhang family have that made Lin Chen want to help them? I'll generously tell you a secret. Zhang Chen is my senior brother. Lin Chen smiled faintly, a figure appearing in his mind. Zhang Chen has probably grown to a level in the Desolate State Academy that I don't even know. I wonder what it will be like when we meet again. That's all. Just my senior brother. Wang Tianjue was stunned, even more puzzled. Someone as profit-driven as you wouldn't understand. Lin Chen said dismissively. Fine, as long as you spare my Wang family. I will return all the resources belonging to your two families. Wang Tianjue looked tired, but he was thinking about other things. Once his son returns, everything in Yangcheng will belong to the Wang family. Let Lin Chen be arrogant for now. Furthermore, all the profits your Wang family gained this year by seizing the resources of the Zhang and Lin families will also be returned. Lin Chen continued, his face cold. If Wang Tianjue hadn't come to the Lin family today, he would have gone directly to the Wang family tomorrow. He had no pity for the Wang family, who bullied the Lin family, seized the Lin family's resources, and were sworn enemies of the Lin family. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Tianjue's expression changed instantly. He wanted to say something, but after seeing Lin Chen's resolute gaze, he ultimately remained silent. Phoenix. Wang Tianjue uttered a single word with difficulty, his eyes filled with unspeakable anger and hatred towards Lin Chen. After speaking, Wang Tianjue waved his sleeve and turned to leave. He vowed that he would destroy Lin Chen in the future to avenge today's humiliation. Sensing the fleeting killing intent in Wang Tianjue's eyes, Lin Chen sneered inwardly. If the Wang family didn't provoke him in the future, that would be fine, but if they dared to, the Wang family would be the next Li family. A moment after Wang Tianjue left, Lin Nantian and Zhang Chun appeared in the main hall. "Chener, how is it?" Lin Nantian looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with relief. He knew that the Lin family's current situation was all thanks to Lin Chen. Otherwise, they would probably have been wiped out by the Li family. Therefore, he didn't want to get involved in today's matter and let Lin Chen make all the decisions. The Wang family will return the original resources to the Lin and Zhang families, including the profits from the past year. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. "What did you say?" "My Zhang family is one too." Zhang Chen was stunned when he heard Lin Chen's words, and then his eyes showed excitement. He came to the Lin family today, hoping that Lin Chen would help the Zhang family and get the Wang family to hand over some of their resources. But before he could even speak, Lin Chen had already solved everything he never dared to dream of. "Uncle Zhang, the Wang family has returned everything that belongs to the Zhang family." Lin Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the excitement in Zhang Shan's eyes. From the moment Zhang Shan arrived at the Lin family, he was prepared to help the Zhang family reclaim everything that was originally theirs. Thank you. Zhang Shan came up to Lin Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude, and his hands were visibly trembling. The Lin family had suffered humiliation for almost a year, and so had the Zhang family. Now that everything had returned to what it was a year ago, how could he not be agitated? "Uncle Zhang, there's no need for further words. Zhang Chun is my senior brother." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Ah, that kid is truly blessed to have a junior brother like you." Zhang Shan laughed, tears welling in his eyes, as if he were thinking of someone. "Second senior brother must be very outstanding at the academy. Uncle Zhang, don't worry." Lin Chen comforted him. "Haha, I'd be satisfied if that kid were half as good as you." Zhang Shan laughed loudly. "All right, it's late. I won't disturb you any longer." Zhang Shan glanced at Lin Chen and Lin Nantian, then left. When he left, he wore a smile on his face that was different from the bitterness he had shown when he arrived, and his whole demeanor had changed, as if the heavy burden he had carried for so long had disappeared. "Chener, I never imagined that you would grow to such a level in less than 2 years. I'm truly proud of you." Lin Nantian looked at Lin Chen, his eyes slightly narrowed, his face full of satisfaction. "It's all thanks to my father's good teaching." Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Nanchen's expression turned serious. He looked into the distance and couldn't help but sigh. "Chener, are you leaving?" Lin Chen's expression returned to calm, and he nodded silently. He only returned to the Lin family on the way. His original plan was to visit the academy to find out some information and then leave directly for the Wilderness State Academy. No matter where you go, remember that there's a home in Yangcheng, and you can come back anytime. Lin Nantian said slowly, his eyes filled with the kindness of an elder. "I will remember." Lin Chen nodded silently, his heart filled with complex emotions. "When are you leaving?" "Let's do it first thing tomorrow morning. Your future is far ahead. Go and explore it." A fleeting hint of reluctance flashed in Lin Nanchen's eyes before he put on a smile. After speaking, he disappeared. Lin Chen stood silently in place, looking up at the sky outside the hall, his mind filled with various memories of the Lin family. At dawn, Lin Chen quietly left. On a high platform in the Lin family compound, a slightly weary figure gazed in the direction Lin Chen had left, his expression complex, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 84. Lin Chen returns. As the year draws to a close, a grand event is about to be held at the inner gate of Huangzhou Academy. The top 3 will have the opportunity to go to Huangzhou Academy for a test. This is the annual Huangzhou annual meeting. Everyone looked on with anticipation, and at the same time, they discussed the top 3 candidates for this grand event. Who do you think will be the top 3 at this year's annual meeting? I can't be sure about the rest, but Zi and Tian from the 10th Mountain will undoubtedly be number 1. As for the other 2 spots, there are many contenders. Upon hearing the name Zi and Tian, everyone's eyes instantly conjured up an image of a handsome young man dressed in purple, their eyes filled with deep admiration. Zi and Tian is undoubtedly the strongest person recognized by the Wilderness Academy in the past year. If it weren't for the incident at the tomb of the martial lord last year, Z and Tian might already be a member of the academy. There's something I don't know if you know. Xianxun was defeated by Lin Chen of the 11th Mountain more than a year ago. Lin Chen is that the genius who, after only 1 year of enrollment, can be compared to the representative figures from various mountains. That's right. Lin Chen used to be my idol. Because his senior brother was beaten up by a group, he went to the 10th Mountain to challenge him alone and defeated everyone except Wang Feng, the representative of the 10th Mountain. In the end, it was only by the combined efforts of the 6 white-clad men that he was barely defeated. I know that. In the end, it even caused a major battle between the representatives of the 10th Mountain and the 11th Mountain. Such a genius was envied by heaven and died in the tomb of the martial lord. What a pity. That's not true. Now even Xianxun has Lin Chen's flair. Z and Tian is undoubtedly number 1, but I'm really looking forward to his amazing performance at the annual meeting. Just then, a young man in white passed by with a wicked smile on his face. He looked at the crowd with interest in his eyes. This is Lin Chen, who came all the way from Yangcheng. Z Yundian, huh? His strength is indeed formidable. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Who are you? Why do you have to comment on senior brother Z? A young man not far away heard Lin Chen's words, his eyes narrowed, and he looked disdainful. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at the young man with a strange look in his eyes. And who are you? Do I need the qualifications to talk about others? Lin Chen asked, somewhat amused. Ahem, you ask who I am? Listen carefully, senior brother Z and I are both disciples of the 10th Mountain. So who do you think I am? The young man said proudly. When the people who had been discussing Lin Chen saw his face clearly, they instantly looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had seen Lin Chen either in the outer courtyard or in the inner courtyard. How could they not be shocked to see Lin Chen standing alive in front of them now? Wasn't Lin Chen supposed to have died in the tomb of the martial lord? How did he reappear? Did something unexpected happen? Blue Mountain is probably in for trouble this time, someone muttered to himself. Lan Shan has only been in the academy for a short time and doesn't know Lin Chen at all. This is going to be interesting. The group tacitly avoided revealing Lin Chen's identity, instead watching the young man who was mocking Lin Chen with great interest. So you're just someone from the 10th Mountain. I thought you were some kind of illegitimate son of the dean. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently, preparing to leave, clearly having no interest in getting entangled with the young man. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone around burst into laughter, all looking at the young man, named Lan Shan, with great interest. Feeling the strange looks from the people around him, Lan Shan's face instantly darkened. He never expected that this simpleton, who had only recently entered the inner courtyard, would dare to humiliate him like this. You're courting death. Lan Shan released an aura of the spirit martial realm, then looked at Lin Chen with a vicious expression and said, if you kneel down and apologize, maybe I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, no one can protect you today. Lin Chen's expression turned cold in an instant, and his tone was indifferent. Do you want to die? After speaking, a murderous intent surged towards Lan Shan. Sensing the murderous intent rushing towards him, Lan Shan was stunned for a moment, then became even more furious. You're courting death. He was the one threatening Lin Chen, but now Lin Chen dares to threaten him back. How can someone who is respected by everyone all the time stand this? Lan Shan moved with incredible speed, charging directly towards Lin Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent. Sai, why bother? Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a little regretful. He really shouldn't have talked so much. If he could have solved it with his hands, he should have just used his hands. Whoosh! Just as Blue Mountain was about to make contact with his body, Lin Chen threw a punch. A mournful cry rang out, and Lan Shan's body flew backward, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in midair. The commotion immediately drew everyone's attention, and they all stepped forward to look. When they saw Lin Chen's face, they were all surprised and shocked. He then glanced at the dying Blue Mountain on the ground, his eyes filled with a strange and mocking look. Although Lan Shan is a rare genius in the academy, having broken through to the Tao spirit martial realm before the age of 20, making him a shoe-in for the top spot in the academy next year, he is nothing compared to Lin Chen, who has already made a name for himself. Lin Chen broke through to the spirit martial realm a year ago. Now that a year has passed, no one knows what level Lin Chen's cultivation will reach, but with Lin Chen's talent, His progress in strength is absolutely terrifying. How dare Lin Chen provoke Lin Chen? Is he out of his mind? It's not surprising that he doesn't recognize Lin Chen. We can certainly enjoy watching this show. Lin Chen is always causing trouble and has offended a lot of people. It seems that this is karma coming to him. The dying Lin Chen on the ground didn't hear the whispers of the crowd, nor did he care about his injuries. Instead, he glared at Lin Chen with a vicious look. Let me tell you, you've got yourself into trouble. You think you're good enough to cause me trouble. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently, then said, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't mess with me, or next time I won't care about the Academy's rules and will just kill you. After speaking, Lin Chen turned around and shook his head. How familiar this scene was. If he were weak now, he would probably have been beaten to the ground. And it was all because he talked about Ziyuntian. You really don't take my 10th mountain seriously enough, do you? You're just going to run away after beating someone up? Just then, an unfriendly voice came from behind Lin Chen. 6 figures in white appeared simultaneously, their eyes flashing with rage when they saw Lin Chen lying on the ground, barely alive. Senior brother. Upon seeing the 6 people, Lin Chen was overjoyed and put on a face that looked like he had been bullied terribly. It's all right, your senior brothers are here. They will stand up for you. The white-clad figure at the head of the group looked kind and helped Lin Chen up. When the surrounding crowd saw the 6 people in white appear, their eyes became even stranger. These 6 people were the 6 white-clad warriors who had fought against Lin Chen together on the 10th mountain. The 6 white-robed disciples are all at least at the 3rd rank of the spirit martial realm. If they join forces, they can even contend with Ziyuntian, who is at the 6th rank of the spirit martial realm. They are considered the 2nd strongest in the Academy. You've bullied a disciple of my 10th mountain. Aren't you going to do something about it? A man stepped forward, coldly scrutinizing Lin Chen's back, releasing a murderous intent. Hearing the familiar voice and sensing the slight killing intent coming from behind, Lin Chen slowly turned around, looking at the 6 people with a faint smile, without saying a word. With a whoosh, just as everyone expected, when they saw Lin Chen's face, the 6 men in white were first startled. Then panic appeared in their eyes, their aura became disordered, and their breathing became rapid. An eerie silence fell over the room. Everyone could hear each other breathing. Sensing the strangeness around him and the eerie gazes of his 6 senior brothers, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding arose within him. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be here? One person stammered. A year ago, they did not enter the tomb, and Lin Chen did not come out after entering the martial lord's tomb. Everyone in the academy thought that Lin Chen had died in the tomb, but now he is alive and well in front of them. Long time no see, Lin Chen said slowly, looking at the 6 people. He once challenged the 10th mountain alone because Zhang Chun and Lin Jian were bullied by the group. In the end, he was defeated by the 6 of them. Now, seeing the 6 of them again, he couldn't help but sigh. Long time no see. The 6 people stood up, their faces serious. After the duel between Wang Feng and Chu Kuangren, they realized their mistakes and even felt guilty towards Lin Chen. Senior brother, is he Lin Chen? Upon hearing the 6 people's words, Lin Chen was stunned. He recalled all the information about Lin Chen in his mind, and his heart was filled with hope. He hoped that it was all a lie, that the person in front of him was not Lin Chen. Of course. However, the 6 people's words immediately dispelled his illusions. How could this be? How could this be? Lin Chen froze for a moment, fear filling his eyes. Lin Chen's name resounded throughout the academy. All the people in Xianshan were once defeated by Lin Chen. It's laughable that he still mocked Lin Chen for not being worthy to talk about Xianshan. The leader snorted coldly at Lin Chen, who was staring blankly at him, and then threw him down. He looked at Lin Chen and sighed. Lin Chen, let him go. Now it seems that Lin Chen has offended Lin Chen, and given Lin Chen's temper, it's already incredibly lucky that Lin Chen isn't dead. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Chen and smiled without saying a word, then looked at the 6 people. I have something to do, goodbye. After speaking, he turned and left without ever showing any sign of anger towards Lin Chen. Perhaps as one's strength increases, one's perspective and mindset have changed, just as an eagle only looks down at ants on the ground and doesn't care what the ants are thinking. In his eyes, Lin Chen's actions angered him, but upon closer reflection, they seemed ridiculous. It was quite strange that a spirit martial realm person would dare to spout such nonsense in front of him, a Yuan martial realm person. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, the six of them felt a mixture of regret and anticipation. Just how powerful had Lin Chen become now? Could the six of them, working together, still defeat him? Brother, what do you think about us now? Maybe we can win, or it'll be a one-sided crushing victory for him. Which scenario do you think is more likely? The six remained silent, feeling immense pressure from Lin Chen. Even if they joined forces, they probably couldn't defeat him. Looking down at the blue mountain on the ground, the leader spoke up. From now on, don't call us senior brothers anymore. We don't have a junior brother like you. After speaking, the six people left directly. The people around Lin Chen looked at him with schadenfreude and mockery. You really think you're so great? Of all people to mess with, you had to go and provoke Lin Chen. You're lucky he didn't kill you. A sarcastic voice rang out from the crowd, and everyone sneered. Lin Chen glanced at the crowd around him, his eyes filled with malice. You all knew he was Lin Chen all along, and you were just deliberately trying to make a fool of me, weren't you? The crowd did not respond to him, but silently dispersed. Damn it, you people just wait. Seeing this, Lin Chen was furious. He then struggled to his feet and slowly left. Ironically, he never intended to retaliate against Lin Chen. Instead, he vented his anger on the onlookers. Perhaps he subconsciously knew that he couldn't afford to offend Lin Chen. Soon after, the news of Lin Chen's return alive spread throughout the academy, and everyone's discussion shifted from the annual meeting to Lin Chen. At the summit of the 10th mountain, a figure in purple stood upright, gazing at a certain point in the void, his eyes filled with an inexplicable fighting spirit. Then, his figure vanished instantly, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Lin Chen appeared at the top of the first mountain. Chapter 85 Farewell to the Dean, Zi Yuntian's Despair. The inner courtyard of Huangzhou Academy, at the summit of the first mountain. As soon as Lin Chen arrived, an old man in a white robe appeared instantly, scrutinizing Lin Chen as if trying to discover something. Lin Chen's gaze was calm, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Dean, it's been a long time. The person before me is none other than the Dean of the Academy. Yes, it's been a year since I last saw you. The old man snapped out of his reverie, his eyes filled with reminiscence. I remember the last time I saw Lin Chen was before entering the Wujun tomb. I never expected that a year would have passed in the blink of an eye. I thought Lin Chen was dead, but he actually reappeared. I'm sorry about what happened in Yangcheng. Looking at Lin Chen's calm demeanor, the old man sighed, his eyes filled with guilt. How could he not know what the Li and Wang families of Yangcheng had been doing in the past year? But there was nothing he could do. The Li and Wang families were backed by top forces in the desolate region. Not to mention him, even the desolate State Academy probably wouldn't dare to interfere. Understand. Lin Chen smiled faintly, showing no sign of taking it to heart. He certainly understood the Academy's difficulties. After all, Han Tianyu was no simple person and not someone anyone dared to mess with. I never expected that your strength would improve so quickly in just 1 year. Even Li Hong, who has broken through to the Xuanwu realm, is no match for you. It truly amazes me. Recalling the news that came from Yangcheng yesterday, the old man's eyes immediately showed amazement. He already knew about the series of events that happened in Yangcheng yesterday. He was already surprised enough by Lin Chen's appearance, but Lin Chen's direct elimination of Li Hong, who had already broken through to the Xuanwu realm, surprised him even more. This boy, who has only been at the academy for almost a year, has already grown to a level that he never dared to imagine. The dean is well informed and knows that I only managed to kill Li Hong by luck. Lin Chen shook his head, still wearing a pleasant smile on his face. To be honest, Li Hong is definitely stronger than him. He can't kill Li Hong at all. And of course, Li Hong can't kill him either. The reason he ultimately killed Li Hong was simply because he withstood Li Hong's final blow, which exhausted all of Li Hong's spiritual energy, and Li Hong happened to be hit by his martial skill that combined 3,000 techniques. Luck played a big part in all of this. The process is important, but the result is more important. Now you're probably not even afraid of me, are you? The old man looked Lin Chen up and down, and was curious about Lin Chen's specific strength. Li Hong's cultivation level was at the first rank of the Xuanwu realm, and his cultivation level was also at the first rank of the Xuanwu realm. Even though he dared to confidently say that he was definitely stronger than Li Hong, he didn't dare to say that he could definitely defeat Li Hong. But Lin Chen did it. In particular, He received news that Li Hong's final blow was devastating on a small scale, something even he might not have been able to withstand, but Lin Chen did. Dean, you flatter me. I still have a lot to learn. Lin Chen shook his head, his tone serious. After the incident at the tomb of the martial lord, his vision was no longer limited to one place. Deep down, he yearned for the kind of strength that Qing Jun possessed, the strength to break through a realm. Young and promising. No wonder your brother, Jian's disciple. Looking at Lin Chen's serious expression, the old man sighed, his eyes taking in the image of a disheveled old man carrying a wine jug at all times. Upon hearing this, the old man's image appeared in Lin Chen's mind, and he was filled with emotion. In the blink of an eye, it's been more than a year since the eldest brother and eldest brother, Master, left. I'm afraid the second senior brother, Zhang Chun, has made great progress at the desolate State Academy. Lin Chen, tell me honestly, what level has your cultivation reached now? The old man looked at Lin Chen with doubt in his eyes. He didn't sense any Xuanwu realm aura from Lin Chen, and even the Yuanwu realm aura was very weak. Although he knew the process and result of Lin Chen defeating Li Hong, he still had doubts about Lin Chen's cultivation level. Well, just as Lin Chen opened his mouth, a figure appeared instantly, and an aura directly pressed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen and the old man were both stunned for a moment, then looked at the newcomer. Dressed in purple, with a handsome face and sharp eyes. Who else could this be but Ziyun Tian from the 10th mountain? A year has passed, and the representatives of each mountain have all changed. The representative of the 10th mountain is now Ziyun Tian. Lin Chen looked at him with interest in his eyes. More than a year ago was his first and last fight with Ziyun Tian. At that time, he was at the 7th level of the initial martial realm and fought against Ziyun Tian, who was already at the 9th level. Although the process was a little difficult, he still won in the end. Now that he sensed the aura of a high-level Ziyun Tianling martial realm cultivator, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. His current Yuanwu realm cultivation was achieved by soaking in the spirit pool every day in the martial lord's tomb. However, even if Ziyun Tian cultivated every day in the outside world, he would find it difficult to make such progress from the 9th grade of the initial martial realm to the high level of the spirit martial realm. Ziyun Tian glanced at the old man behind Ling Qi and bowed slightly, saying, Dean. After speaking, he looked directly at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with a frenzied fighting spirit. He had been resentful of his defeat to Lin Chen and felt resentful. It wasn't that he couldn't accept defeat, but rather that he instinctively wanted to fight Lin Chen again and defeat him completely. Lin Chen, it's been a long time. Long time no see. Lin Chen smiled faintly. After my defeat against you last time, I have been in seclusion and cultivating diligently. Now, no one in the entire academy is my match. Even if the 6 white-robed disciples who once defeated you joined forces, I could still defeat them. So what? Lin Chen asked, his eyes showing interest. The 6 white-clad warriors once defeated you when they joined forces, and I defeated their combined strength. But I was once defeated by you. So today I want to prove whether the 6 white-clad warriors have become weaker or whether I've become stronger, strong enough to defeat you. Ziyun Tian's expression was firm, his eyes filled with seriousness and fighting spirit. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen paused for a moment, then nodded. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You are no match for me now. The flames of war that had just ignited in Ziyun Tian's eyes were instantly extinguished by Lin Chen. The old man behind him sighed inwardly, clearly acknowledging Lin Chen's words. Lin Chen is now qualified to fight him, the dean, let alone Ziyun Tian, who is only at the 6th level of the spirit martial realm. Although Ziyun Tian is currently the top student in the academy, compared to Lin Chen, he is world apart. They are simply incomparable. Observing the dean's expression, Ziyun Tian frowned slightly, feeling even more displeased and more eager to fight Lin Chen. He was very confident in his current strength. Even if he might lose to Lin Chen again, at least he wouldn't lose too badly. Seeing Ziyun Tian's unpleasant expression, the old man sighed, and then slowly said to Lin Chen, why don't you give him some pointers? It's clear that Ziyun Tian came here today to fight Lin Chen again, and it's unlikely he would be persuaded to leave. Although the result was certainly a blow to Ziyun Tian, it was also a valuable experience for his martial arts journey. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ziyun Tian's face darkened instantly, and he felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Guidance? Zi Yuntian actually needs someone younger than him to give him guidance? Although he might lose to Lin Chen again, the dean is really underestimating him. Although he was burning with anger, he did not explode. He was determined to prove everything to the dean in his upcoming battle with Lin Chen. Seeing the seriousness in the dean's eyes, and then the determination in Zi Yuntian's gaze, Lin Chen nodded. Okay. I hope you won't regret it. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. If he were to fight Zi Yuntian now, wouldn't that be bullying him? If he were to defeat Zi Yuntian in one move, he would probably ruin Zi Yuntian's future. Whoosh! Zi Yuntian released boundless energy, and a halberd appeared in his hand. He then charged towards Lin Chen. Although the dean's words were somewhat insulting to him, they undoubtedly showed that Lin Chen was very strong. Since that was the case, he didn't need to hold back and directly unleashed his strongest combat power. The terrifying halberd seemed capable of cleaving through anything. Yet Lin Chen remained standing still, his aura concealed, showing no sign of fighting spirit. Crack! Just as the halberd was about to touch Lin Chen gently raised his right hand and grabbed it, stopping the devastating blow. In an instant, the terrifying aura vanished like a misfired gun, leaving only the image of Lin Chen gripping the halberd. Seeing this, the old man shook his head, feeling surprised by Lin Chen's strength while also feeling sorry for Zi Yuntian. Zi Yuntian entered the inner courtyard earlier than Lin Chen and was older than Lin Chen. A year ago, his cultivation was stronger than Lin Chen's, but now he was ruthlessly crushed by Lin Chen. If it were him, his state of mind would not be unmoved. What's even more disheartening is that Lin Chen probably didn't even unleash 1/10 of his strength just now. While Zi Yuntian used all his power, Zi Yuntian gripped his halberd, staring at the bizarre scene before him, his eyes filled with despair and his heart with shock. A feeling of resentment welled up within me, along with a sense of heartbreak. That last attack was his full strength, yet Lin Chen took it so lightly. Although he knew Lin Chen was strong, why was Lin Chen so strong? So strong that it made him despair. He had been training hard ever since he lost to Lin Chen last time, but why is the gap between him and Lin Chen even greater now than before? Could it be that Lin Chen is really more talented than him? No, this is no longer a matter of talent. Even if someone has exceptional talent, it's impossible for them to surpass him by such a large margin. Sensing the wavering of Zi Yuntian's resolve, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, then smiled faintly. You are very strong. I'm just luckier than you. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words of comfort, Zi Yuntian immediately raised his head, his tone unfriendly. I don't need your comfort. Guessing that Lin Chen might have been cultivating in the martial lord's tomb for the past year. Although he was still extremely disappointed and unwilling, he no longer had the mental breakdown he had experienced before. Reluctantly sheathing his halberd, Zi Yuntian looked at Lin Chen with unwavering determination and stubbornness in his eyes. One day, I will catch up with you and defeat you. After speaking, Zi Yuntian turned and left. If you looked closely, you would see that his body was trembling and his eyes were dull. Although his mental state had not collapsed, he was obviously very shocked. It would probably take him a while to recover from today's battle. I'll be waiting. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Meanwhile, at the same time as Zi was on the first mountain, everyone gathered at the foot of the first mountain. Thinking that Lin Chen was also on the first mountain, and that Zi and Lin Chen had fought before, everyone discussed it. Chapter 86 Discussion, Leaving. At the foot of the first mountain, discussions continued. Why did you say that Ziyun Mountain is the #1 mountain in the sky? A year ago, he entered the inner courtyard twice, and soon after, he had a conflict with the 10th mountain. In the end, Ziyun Tian took action, but he was defeated by Lin Chen, whose cultivation was only at the 7th grade initial martial realm. Now, Ziyun Tian probably wants to compete with Lin Chen again. Do you think Ziyun Tian is a match for Lin Chen? Although Ziyun Tian is undoubtedly the #1 student in the academy right now, I feel that Lin Chen is stronger. That's not necessarily true. Although Lin Chen defeated Ziyun Tian before, who knows if he neglected his cultivation during the year he disappeared. Even if he improved, it probably wasn't as much as Ziyun Tian's progress. I think Lin Chen might lose this time. I heard that Lin Chen's cultivation level was only 1st grade of the spirit martial realm a year ago, while Ziyun Tian's cultivation level is now 6th grade of the spirit martial realm. Even if Lin Chen improves very quickly, It is impossible for him to reach the 6th grade of the spirit martial realm like Z and Tion. Keep in mind that it has only been a year. Hehe, have you forgotten that Lin Chen could defeat Z and Tion even when he was in the initial martial realm, despite being 2 minor realms apart? Do you think Lin Chen is even below the 4th rank of the spirit martial realm now? I don't believe it. Everyone had their own convictions, but most people sided with Z and Tion, since Z and Tion had been too prominent in the academy this year, while Lin Chen had simply disappeared for a year. Brother, who do you think is stronger, Lin Chen or Z and Tion? In one spot in the crowd, 6 figures in white stood straight, and one of them asked the leader. Among the 6, he had the highest cultivation level, reaching the 5th rank of the spirit martial realm. In terms of talent, he was no less than Z and Tion. However, Z and Tion's strength was too great, and his martial spirit was too domineering. Only by joining forces could the 6 of them have a fighting chance. Both are very strong, but I prefer Lin Chen. The man in white said calmly and seriously. He and Z and Tion were both on the 10th mountain, so he naturally knew Z and Tian's true strength very well. However, not long ago, Lin Chen put more pressure on him than Z and Tion. Although he was surprised, perhaps Lin Chen is really strong now. Just then, a purple figure slowly descended the mountain, his face calm, but upon closer inspection, one could see the disappointment in his eyes and the exaggerated aura. Look, it's purple cloud heaven. I didn't expect him to end his contest with Lin Chen so quickly. I wonder who won and who lost. Everyone recognized the newcomer instantly, their eyes filled with anticipation and confusion. It seems that Senior Brother Z has won. I knew it. Senior Brother Z's talent is exceptional, 1 in a million. How could little Lin Chen be a match for him? Senior Brother Z's defeat to Lin Chen before was just because Lin Chen was lucky, someone shouted. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to look, and when they saw who was speaking, their eyes revealed disdain. The speaker was none other than Lin Chen, who had been defeated by Lin Chen earlier. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with malice, but his face remained serious. He completely ignored everyone's gaze and walked towards Z and Tion with a smile. The 6 men in white in the crowd looked at this scene with disgust. Before they even knew the outcome, Lin Chen started smearing Lin Chen. Those who knew the inside story could naturally guess the malice behind Lin Chen's actions. Although we've broken off relations with him before, let's pretend he never existed. He said slowly. The other 5 nodded, their eyes looking towards Blue Mountain, all with expressions of disgust and displeasure. When Lin Chen spoke, the others who were defending Z and Tion also chimed in with praise, their eyes filled with admiration. Hearing the shouts of the crowd and seeing their expressions, Z and Tion stopped his dazed state, feeling even more humiliated and resentful. If he had defeated Lin Chen, he would have naturally enjoyed everything before him, but he lost. Lin Chen easily caught his attack. Lin Chen didn't make a move from beginning to end. He just casually made it clear to him the huge gap between them. Recalling their previous encounter, his feelings were now even more complicated. How much of his strength did Lin Chen use? Was it 20%? Shaking his head, Z and Tion stopped thinking about it and turned to leave. Senior Brother Z, Lin Chen caught up with him. Get out. Looking at Lin Shan's delighted face, Z and Tion felt incredibly ironic. His gaze swept over the crowd, and Z and Tion slowly spoke. I have lost. The 3 short words instantly silenced the crowd, and by the time they came to their senses, Z and Tion had already disappeared. Lin Chen stood there, stunned, unable to come to his senses for a long time. He's lost. The mighty Z and Tion has actually been defeated. The goal he's pursued all this time has been lost. Those who had previously defended Z and Tion also looked incredulous, but the facts were right in front of them, and Z and Tion himself admitted it. Those standing on Lin Chen's side looked at Lin Chen in front of them with strange expressions and a hint of sarcasm on their faces. Feeling the strange looks from everyone, Lin Chen's face turned as red as a pig's liver, and he was furious. Lin Chen, damn it, damn it! A weak roar rang out, and Lin Chen's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Although he wished he could kill Lin Chen with his own hands to avenge the previous humiliation, Z and Tion had already lost, so what else could he do? Soon, the crowd dispersed, and the result of the battle between Z and Tion and Lin Chen instantly spread to every corner of the academy. Lin Chen once again became the topic of discussion among the academy students. On the other side, at the summit of the first mountain. Dean, how is the 11th mountain now? Lin Chen asked the old man. I temporarily arranged for your master to stay at 11 Mountain. Now that your master is no longer here, naturally no disciple will be able to join 11 Mountain, the old man said slowly. Even my first mountain has no disciples joining it now, the old man continued to lament. It's just that the dean is unwilling to accept it. Lai Si smiled faintly, understanding the meaning behind the words. It's likely that no disciple has ever been accepted into the first mountain, and Luo Qingyi is the only exception. She was originally the dean's disciple. Ha ha! The old man laughed, then looked into the void, his face filled with longing. Qingyi and second senior brother should be diligently cultivating at the academy now. If they knew you were still alive, they would definitely be surprised and happy. There's nothing I can do about it. It's all due to my personal charm. Lin Chen laughed shamelessly in an instant. You still look familiar with this shameless face, the old man chuckled. What do you think of Qingyi? She seems to care about you quite a bit, the old man suddenly asked. Dean, you're not going to play matchmaker again, are you? I already have someone I like, Lin Chen said with a serious face. Forget it. I, an old man, don't care about your affairs as young people. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, the old man shook his head and didn't mention it again. A long silence fell over the space, both of them gazing into the distance, speechless for a long time. When are you leaving? The old man asked first. According to the rules for those who came to the academy before, as long as they survived entering the martial lord's tomb, they could directly join the desolate state academy. Lin Chen is probably here to say goodbye to him now. Right away, Lin Chen smiled faintly. His trip back to the academy was to say goodbye. He was just passing through Yangshan. After a year, he really missed his second senior brother Zhang Shun and Bai Ruofeng, who were far away at the academy in Huangzhou. The annual meeting is tomorrow. Can't we stay a few more days? Once the three are selected at the annual meeting, I will personally take you to the academy. This way, your safety can be guaranteed. The old man looked at Lin Chen and said in a slightly hurried voice, No, I can't enter the Wilderness Academy without passing the assessment, and the dean has to consider all the matters concerning the three people he is taking with him, so it would be somewhat inconvenient to bring me along. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Although the journey to the desolate state is fraught with danger, it's also a good opportunity to hone my skills. Lin Chen continued. Since you insist on this, then I won't try to persuade you anymore. Take care. See you in the desolate state. The old man sighed, then smiled. Goodbye. Lin Chen bowed slightly, then turned and left. Looking at the white-clad youth straight back, the old man's vision blurred slightly, and he felt as if several years had passed. In nearly 2 years, from awakening his martial soul to now being able to rival him in strength, the boy has grown to a level he never dared to imagine. An image of a disheveled old man holding a wine jug appeared in his mind. The old man muttered to himself, Brother Jian, you've certainly taken on a good disciple. Shortly after Lin Chen left, a gray figure appeared behind the old man, making no attempt to conceal his powerful aura. The old man turned around in an instant and was stunned when he saw who it was. If Lin Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this person. This was the elder of the Outer Court Martial Arts Pavilion he had met in the outer courtyard. However, the old man who was as slovenly as his master in his memory now had sharp eyes and an extremely powerful aura. As the dean of the academy, the old man naturally recognized the old man's identity and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The elder of the Martial Arts Pavilion in the outer courtyard existed before he came to the academy to become a dean. Since the old man was only in charge of guarding the Martial Arts Pavilion, and his strength was not considered strong, he rarely inquired about or investigated it. Now, sensing that the old man's aura was even stronger than his own, he had to take it seriously. Seemingly aware of the old man's doubts, the old man spoke directly. I'm the inspector of the academy, responsible for overseeing everything within the academy. With just one sentence, the old man suddenly realized something, and many things came to mind at once. The Wilderness State Academy has academies in all 36 cities. Not only are deans assigned, but supervisory elders are also secretly dispatched to infiltrate and handle matters that the deans cannot deal with, and to indirectly protect the safety of the academies. The dean is in the open, while the supervisory elder is in the shadows. Greetings, Elder Inspector, the old man said respectfully. The deans of the 36 cities are only outer elders in the academy, their status far lower than that of the supervisory elders who are deep within the inner palace. No need for formalities. The old man gestured with his hand, then slowly said, I have been secretly observing Lin Chen for some time. This boy has exceptional talent and came out alive from the tomb of the martial lord. He should be admitted to the academy. It's time for me to go back and report on the situation. I'll also secretly protect him on his journey to the desolate state. Seeing the old man's hesitant expression, the old man continued, Don't worry, I won't report your affair with that person from 11 Mountain to the academy. Thank you, elder. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Jian Wuji's identity is sensitive. He wasn't worried about the academy finding out about this and punishing him, but rather that it would expose Jian Wuji's identity. All right, see you at the academy, the old man said casually, preparing to leave. As if remembering something, the old man suddenly asked, Elder, since you've been in the shadows all along, what about what happened in Yang City? Given the old man's status and strength, interfering with the Wang and Li families and protecting the Lin and Zhang families should have been a piece of cake, but the old man acted as if he didn't exist and never appeared from beginning to end. I've been observing from the shadows. As long as the Lin and Zhang families aren't wiped out, I won't make a move, the old man said calmly before leaving. Watching the old man's departing figure, a smile spread across the old man's face, and his guilt towards the Lin and Zhang families lessened considerably. At the end of the year, the college's annual meeting was held as usual, and it was very lively. But Lin Chen had already embarked on a new journey and started a new adventure. Chapter 87 Brother-in-Law. Half a month later, in a mountain forest, several black figures flashed by. They did not deliberately hide their auras. Judging from their auras, these people were all at the Yuanwu realm. Not far from the shadowy figure, a short girl with an innocent, childlike face was running frantically, seemingly trying to escape the group of people in black behind her. Quick, don't let her get away. The leader of the shadowy figures shouted, his voice urgent. The little girl's eyes were filled with panic as she jumped around frantically, trying to shake off the shadowy figures. However, her body was too small, and she couldn't keep up with the group of shadowy figures. The presence behind her was getting closer and closer. Wah, I should never have run away alone. A few tears welled up in the little girl's clear eyes. It was clear that her face was slightly pale and her breath was weak, indicating that she was exhausted, and it was only a matter of time before the group of shadowy figures caught up with her. Just as the dark figure behind her was about to approach, a figure in white appeared in her line of sight. He instantly perked up, a mischievous look appearing in his eyes, and then quickened his pace. The group of shadowy figures also spotted the figure in white and sped up, trying to catch up with the little girl before the figure in white noticed them. The figure in white was none other than Lin Chen, who had come from Yangqing. After a half-month journey, his cultivation level has not improved, but his aura has become increasingly powerful and restrained, and his strength has significantly improved compared to before. As he turned his head, Lin Chen instantly noticed the little girl coming from the left and a group of men in black behind her. Shaking his head, Lin Chen selectively avoided the situation and prepared to leave. It's obvious this is a chase, but he's no good guy. He won't do anything to save people. Without knowing the strength of the men in black, or whether he was capable of saving them, he knew that even if he did save the little girl, he would soon be embroiled in another conflict. In Yangqing, he could do whatever he wanted, but in Huangzhou, his strength was worthless. He had to play the coward, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. Besides, who is right and who is wrong is still up for debate. What if the little girl he saved turns out to be the bad guy? The little girl panicked when she saw Lin Chen trying to run away and screamed, "Brother-in-law, save me!" With a whoosh, Lin Chen froze on the spot for a moment, feeling as if 1,000 giant horses were galloping through his heart, and he had an urge to strangle the other person. The men in black stopped when they heard the little girl's words, watching as she ran up to Lin Chen, her gaze fixed on him with murderous intent. Phew, I'm exhausted. After arriving at Lin Chen's side, the little girl patted her chest and panted heavily. Looking at the delicate-looking little girl in front of him, Lin Chen's expression turned ugly. Whose child are you? He had originally intended to observe from the shadows, but the little girl's words pushed him to the opposite side of the men in black, directly drawing him into a conflict he was unaware of. Regardless of the outcome today, he has been drawn into a conflict. Hee hee, What are you saying, brother-in-law? I'm your most beloved aunt. Have you forgotten? The little girl said innocently. Don't you want me anymore? Don't you hate your sister anymore? Wah! The little girl burst into tears, looking incredibly heartbroken. Seeing this, Lin Chen covered his forehead, speechless. There were actually people in this world more shameless than him, and they were just little kids. Lin Chen glanced at the 6 masked men in black, sighed, and then slowly said, I think you can tell that what she said is a lie, right? The 6 men in black remained unmoved. On the contrary, their killing intent grew stronger. Brother-in-law, I never thought you really wouldn't acknowledge me as your aunt. You actually abandoned my sister. Tell me, are you having an affair? The little girl shouted, instantly breaking the eerie and heavy atmosphere. Shut up, I'll talk to you later. Lin Chen said coldly, showing no mercy despite the other party's young age. It's clear that no matter what he says now, the 6 men in black won't give up. Even if they know the little girl is telling the truth, they'll probably still try to silence him. Wah, brother-in-law, you're mean to me. The little girl cried incessantly, her voice filled with sorrow. Go, kill them all. The leader of the men in black finally spoke, issuing the order directly. Whoosh! The 6 men instantly surrounded Lin Chen, their terrifying killing intent pressing directly towards the 2 of them. Their mission was to kill the little girl. Since Lin Chen had appeared, they didn't care whether Lin Chen was related to the little girl or not. They just had to kill them all. The 6 men instantly produced various weapons and immediately attacked Lin Chen. Their cultivation levels were all at the Yuanwu realm. Since Lin Chen had just explained to them, he was definitely no match for them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered talking to them. If Lin Chen knew what the 6 were thinking, he would be so angry he would vomit blood. He wasn't afraid of the 6, but rather of the trouble that would ensue after dealing with them. Boom! A violent aura filled the entire area, and all the attacks hit Lin Chen directly. Lin Chen stood straight in place, while the little girl hugged Lin Chen's leg, trembling with fear. After everything dissipated, Lin Chen appeared, unharmed except for slightly torn clothes. Upon seeing this, the 6 people were completely stunned. Their attacks were incredibly powerful, but Lin Chen actually withstood them with his bare body. Just how strong is Lin Chen? Although they were puzzled, the 6 of them instantly realized that they were no match for Lin Chen. They looked at Lin Chen with thoughtful expressions in their eyes. The little girl clinging to Lin Chen's leg was wide-eyed with surprise when she saw that Lin Chen was unharmed. Her eyes then lit up with a sharp light. Looking at the little girl in her strange posture, Lin Chen slowly asked, How much longer are you going to hold her? Hearing Lin Chen's words and looking at her current state, the little girl's face instantly turned red. Realizing her embarrassment, she immediately let go and landed on the ground. That brother-in-law is so amazing, the little girl said, then turned her head away, not daring to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed and thought to himself, what a terrible thing. I've actually gotten myself involved in this mess. At this moment, 6 men in black gathered. The leader looked at Lin Chen and said coldly, We believe what you just said. You really have nothing to do with her. We only want her. Please do not interfere. It seems they can't deal with Lin Chen now, but they still have to complete the task of killing the little girl. They just hope Lin Chen won't interfere. No, brother-in-law. Seeing Lin Chen's calm face, the little girl panicked instantly. Her tone was no longer innocent, but became somewhat pleading. Lin Chen's heart softened slightly, and he immediately asked, What is your relationship with them? I don't know them. They're here to kill me, the little girl blurted out, her eyes filled with pleading. Understand. Lin Chen sighed, then shielded him behind him, having already made up his mind. Looking at the 6 people, Lin Chen said coldly, You obviously didn't care whether I had a relationship with her or not, and you wanted to kill me too, didn't you? The 6 people remained silent, clearly convinced that Lin Chen had hit the nail on the head. I didn't want to get involved at first, but now I do. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and then a terrifying aura was released. I advise you not to get involved. You can't afford to offend the people who gave us the orders. Do you really want to get dragged into a conflict for no reason? Sensing the stronger aura they had, the leader of the men in black spoke slowly and calmly. Thinking back to Lin Chen's strange behavior before, he now understands that the reason he distanced himself from Lin Chen the previous 2 times was probably because he didn't want to cause trouble. Twice, his face was resolute and his expression cold. Either get out or die. From the moment he decided to save the little girl, He was already mentally prepared to get involved in a bigger conflict. Hesitation appeared in the eyes of the 5 men in black, and then they looked at the leader of the men in black. Without a doubt, they are no match for Lin Chen. Fighting Lin Chen would mean certain death. The leader of the men in black had a cold look in his eyes. He made a decision in an instant and then said firmly, "Whether we go back or not, we will die." A resolute look flashed in the eyes of the 6 men, and they shouted in unison, "Kill." A terrifying aura assaulted Lin Chen once more, as the 6 attacked from 6 directions in an instant. Seeing the expressions in the eyes of the 6 people, Lin Chen shook his head and sighed, "Sigh, why bother? Isn't it better to be alive?" After speaking, Lin Chen became resolute in an instant, and a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the 6 people. Boom! 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 The sounds of impact continued to echo. Lin Chen did not use his martial soul, nor did he activate the divine dragon technique. He simply threw out his fists. After each punch, one person would fall down. In less than 10 breaths, all 6 people fell down and stopped breathing. The little girl, watching from afar, stood frozen in place, her face filled with shock, her mouth agape. Lin Chen glanced at the 6 corpses on the ground, his expression calm and his heart unmoved. The martial arts world is incredibly cruel. If he were weak today, he would probably be the one who dies. Looking at the dazed little girl, Lin Chen slowly said, "You can leave now." After speaking, Lin Chen turned around and prepared to leave. "Hey, wait a minute, sis. Where you going?" The little girl asked in an instant after snapping out of her daze. "What business is it of yours where I go?" Lin Chen asked impatiently. "Thank you for saving me," the little girl said earnestly. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, then farewell." Lin Chen said calmly and left. "Hey, are you really just going to leave me like this?" Seeing Lin Chen's resolute expression, the little girl stomped her foot, clearly a little angry. "Otherwise what?" Lin Chen's voice came from afar. "Umph." The little girl snorted coldly, her eyes darting around, and then she followed Lin Chen directly. Lin Chen ignored the little girl the whole way and continued on his way, while the little girl kept making noise, which matched her innocent appearance perfectly. "Are you going to the wasteland?" "What a coincidence. I'm going to the wasteland too." Seeing that Lin Chen had no reaction, the little girl continued, "By the way, you're so powerful and so young. Are you a core disciple of some major power? If you don't tell me, that means you agree. Now tell me, where are you from?" The little girl tugged at Lin Chen's arm, looking coquettish, her face adorable and innocent, making it impossible to hate her. Lin Chen was really annoyed and said directly, "You called me brother-in-law before, right? If you keep yelling like that, I won't be your brother-in-law anymore. I'll become your husband." "Husband?" The little girl was puzzled at first, but then she understood what it meant in an instant. She immediately let go of Lin Chen's arm, hugged herself, and said in a panicked tone, "How dare you?" Hee hee. Lin Chen chuckled without saying a word. But to the little girl, his laughter was like that of a demon from hell, filling her with terror. The rest of the journey was much quieter. The little girl kept her distance from Lin Chen, and whenever she looked at Lin Chen's back, she was filled with fear and curiosity, feeling extremely strange. Unbeknownst to them, the two arrived in front of a huge city. Chapter 88, Desolate State City, the Arrogant White Mark. Huangzhou City, located in the center of Huangzhou, is adjacent to Huangzhou Academy, the #1 power in Huangzhou. At the same time, it is also home to many other forces and families. It is the most prosperous place in the entire Huangzhou and the place with the most martial arts experts. In a tall restaurant in the city, a boy in white and a 10-year-old girl sat by a window on the 2nd floor, with a table full of various foods. Watching countless foods flow into the little girl's mouth, Lin Chen was shocked. He couldn't help but look at the little kid he had met on the way again, his heart filled with curiosity. "Phew, I'm so full." After a hearty meal, the little girl patted her round belly, looking completely satisfied. "You haven't gone without food for a year, have you?" Lin Chen asked curiously. How could that be?" The little girl waved her hand, then habitually added, "It's only been half a month." Lin Chen remained silent, raising his glass to drink while gazing out the window at the scenery, though he listened intently to the surrounding chatter. At a table not far away, several burly men were discussing excitedly. "Have you heard? The entrance exam for the Wilderness State Academy is in 3 days. This assessment will likely see the major families of Huangzhou City stand out once again, having nothing to do with those from other places. That's right. Although not only people from the major families of Huangzhou City participate in each assessment, most of those who remain in the end are still from those major families. Although people from the 36 cities also participated in the assessment, only about 1 in 100 passed each time. Hehe, what nonsense are you spouting? Where does that leave the idea of universities setting up colleges to select talent? Ha ha ha. Although their chances of passing the exam are extremely low, didn't many lucky students join the university last year? Hehe, you're talking about what happened after the tomb of Lord Wu, right? That is indeed a stroke of luck for the people of the 36 cities. Otherwise, they would probably never have the chance to cultivate at the academy in their entire lives. All the major powers made their moves at the Wu Jun tomb in the end, and it's anyone's guess who will ultimately reap the greatest rewards. The academy must have benefited the most, since most of those who safely emerged from the tomb have joined the academy. Lin Chen raised his glass and drank it down, preparing to get up and leave. He had almost gotten the information he wanted. Given his qualifications, he could have directly entered the academy, but it would have been better to enter after the assessment 3 days later, which would also allow him to familiarize himself with the vast wasteland city beneath his feet. Just then, a handsome young man dressed in a blue robe came to the table, looked at the little girl, and smiled faintly. I am Bai Hen of the Bai family. May I ask this young lady's name? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then sat down calmly, as if nothing had happened, and looked at the little girl with interest. The little girl was also taken aback, her gaze falling on the young man in blue. Bai Hen, her voice clear and crisp. Why do you ask my name? What are your intentions towards me? After speaking, the little girl hugged herself, looking pitiful and frightened, which made people feel sorry for her. Upon seeing this, a hint of surprise and greed flashed in Bai's eyes, but he immediately put on a serious face and said, Don't be afraid, young lady. I just want to get to know you. Everyone on the second floor of the restaurant turned their gazes toward Bai Hen and the little girl, their eyes filled with strange expressions. Rumor has it that Bai Hen of the Bai family has strange fetishes. Although he is a teenager, he likes young girls, preferably around 10 years old. Seeing this scene now only confirms everyone's guesses. That little girl is in trouble. She actually ran into Bai Hen. Alas, yet another flower destroyed before it even fully matures. The crowd sighed inwardly, as if they could already see the little girl's future, their eyes filled with sympathy. Bai Hen is a strong contender for first place in this academy's assessment. Not to mention that he has the Bai family backing him up. Just based on his talent alone, I doubt anyone would dare to refuse him. You do not say. I think the young man sitting opposite that girl also has a rather extraordinary air about him. I wonder what his relationship is with her. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Bai Hen's lips curled up slightly, and his gaze began to unabashedly scrutinize the little girl's entire body, his eyes burning with desire. Upon seeing this, the little girl showed a look of disgust for a moment. But instead of the panic and helplessness that everyone expected, she did not. Lin Chen was surprised when he heard the name of the young man in green, and his mind was filled with memories of meeting Bai Ruhu and Bai Ruofeng in the tomb of the martial lord. If he remembered correctly, Bai Ruhu seemed to be a member of the Bai family. He just didn't know if the Bai family Bai Ruhu mentioned was the same one as the Bai family behind Bai Hen. Looking at Bai Hen's expression, Lin Chen felt an indescribable disgust and an urge to teach him a lesson. But reason told him he couldn't. He has just arrived in Huangzhou City and doesn't know anything yet. It wouldn't be good to cause trouble for no reason. However, he didn't want to cause trouble, but Bai Hen didn't think so. Who are you, and what is your relationship with this young lady? Bai Hen looked at Lin Chen with a disdainful expression. In a desolate city, he could do whatever he wanted. Regardless of the relationship between Lin Chen and the little girl, he could get whatever he wanted. Cough, cough. Lin Chen didn't speak, but the little girl said directly, Husband, you have to save me. This person looks so scary, so frightening. The little girl looked pitiful, as if she really was Lin Chen's wife. Her eyes were crystal clear, and her voice was crisp. But everyone around understood that the little girl was deliberately drawing hatred towards Lin Chen, and they couldn't help but look forward to seeing how Lin Chen would handle the situation. Lin Chen glanced at the little girl, feeling a bit of a headache. The way the little girl keeps calling him brother-in-law and husband is a bit too casual, making it seem like he's interested in a little kid. Although he was displeased, Lin Chen still slowly said, "What he said is obviously a lie. My relationship with him—" Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, Bai Hen interrupted, "I don't care what your relationship is. Leave her now, or you'll suffer a terrible fate." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze instantly turned cold, his voice icy and filled with killing intent. "Then I'm rather curious to see just how miserable my fate will be." Hee-ha! Seeing Lin Chen's stubborn and determined appearance, Bai Hen laughed heartily, as if he hadn't encountered such a thing in a long time. The people around held their breath, their gazes towards Lin Chen filled with regret and sympathy. No matter how high Lin Chen's status is, it's definitely not as high as Bai Hen's. No matter how strong Lin Chen's talent is, it's definitely not as strong as Bai Hen's. No matter how strong Lin Chen's strength is, it's definitely not as strong as Bai Hen's. Reality is cruel. If Lin Chen had left quietly, he might have avoided trouble and survived. But after saying that, he probably won't live much longer. Ignorance truly knows no bounds. After laughing loudly, Bai Hen pointed to a person in the crowd. "You come out here." An ugly, short man scurried out, bowing respectfully, and said, "Young Master Bai. Judging from his appearance, he seems like an outsider. He made me feel better today, so please introduce me to him properly." Bai Hen said slowly, looking very happy. "Yes, young Master Bai." The man looked at Lin Chen with disdain and said, "Listen up, you bumpkin. This is young Master Bai Hen, whose status in the Bai family is second only to Bai Ruhu. Whether it's his status, talent, or strength, he's far beyond your reach." "Bah, I misspoke. He's someone you wouldn't even dare to dream of." Lin Chen was speechless, inwardly thinking, do all the rich young masters of families these days like to show off like this? They even have someone introduce them to someone. "I already knew all that, but so what?" Lin Chen said calmly. Upon hearing Bai Ruhu's name, he felt somewhat relieved. He had already offended Bai Ruhu, so why would he care about Bai Hen, who was even inferior to Bai Ruhu? So what? The man froze on the spot, unsure of what to say next. The people around were taken aback when they heard Lin Chen's words. Then they looked at Lin Chen more carefully. But no matter how they looked at him, Lin Chen did not seem to be a member of a big family. This person is either fearless or want to show off before he dies. Otherwise, he wouldn't do this, the crowd whispered among themselves. "Get lost." Bai Hen stepped forward and shoved the man aside. Then he looked at Lin Chen with disdain and said, "Judging from your appearance, you're probably here to participate in the Academy's assessment as well. How dare you be so arrogant?" Lin Chen remained silent, his expression still calm. "I will definitely enter the Academy, and I will enter the Academy with the highest score, while you will probably be eliminated directly. Now you should know what to choose, right?" Bai Hen said slowly, with a calm expression. Lin Chen remained silent, his eyes showing the expression of someone watching a fool perform. Seeing Lin Chen's blank expression, Bai Hen's lips curled up slightly, his face full of mockery. If there weren't so many people around, making it difficult for him to act directly, he would have simply killed Lin Chen and taken him away long ago, without needing to waste any more words. However, now that Lin Chen understands the gap between them, he can legitimately take the little girl away. Looking at the little girl, Bai Hen smiled faintly. "Girl, come with me, I won't treat you badly." The little girl looked at Lin Chen with pitiful eyes, as if waiting for something. Lin Chen raised his glass, took a sip of wine, and then his gaze turned cold. "Either get out or die." Bai Hen froze. Then a surge of anger rose within him, as if he were about to engulf Lin Chen. Who is he? And who is Lin Chen? How dare Lin Chen speak to him like that? Doesn't he know that being alive is a blessing from him? The people around him were also stunned, and they all looked at Lin Chen strangely, speechless. I've seen arrogant people before, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as Lin Chen, who actually dared to threaten Bai Hen. Phew, it seems you've chosen the latter. Lin Chen slowly raised his head, and then released a terrifying aura that directly sent Bai Hen flying. "This is your last chance. If you don't leave now, Bai Hen will never exist again." Lin Chen's voice was cold, like a judgment from the heavens, which immediately stunned everyone present, including Bai Hen. Bai Hen glanced coldly at Lin Chen, his previous smugness gone, replaced by a deep sense of unease. He sensed Lin Chen's power and appropriate killing intent from the aura he had just received, and he had no doubt that Lin Chen had the strength and courage to kill him. Although they felt deeply humiliated, they dared not say another word. After slowly rising to his feet, Bai Hen glanced at Lin Chen and said in an unfriendly tone, "I hope you will participate in the Academy's assessment in 3 days." After saying that, he turned and left. He vowed that the next time he saw Lin Chen, he would make Lin Chen regret what he had done today. Everyone stared blankly at Bai Hen's departing figure, at a loss for what to do. That arrogant and domineering genius just left like that? Where did his haughty and invincible demeanor go? What no one knew was that if Bai Hen had the ability to defeat Lin Chen, would he have left in such a humiliating manner? Bai Hen will definitely target that boy during the Academy's assessment in 3 days. He's in big trouble. Yes, although they managed to repel Bai Hen for a time, their strength and talent are definitely superior, but ultimately their status is no match for the Bai family. As long as Bai Hen has people targeting them, even the strongest person can't withstand it. It's a pity he was the only one who could defeat Bai Hen in this assessment. Everyone sighed deeply. Lin Chen, who was not far away, remained calm, but found it somewhat amusing. He wasn't even participating in the assessment, so how could he be targeted? If he didn't want to clash with the Bai family right now, he would have killed them already. If Bai Hen doesn't provoke him again, fine, but if he does, he'll only be dead. If you've seen enough, it's time to go. Shaking his head, Lin Chen looked at the innocent-looking little girl opposite him, speechless. "Oh, okay." The little girl snapped out of her daze, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. A slight feeling stirred within her, and she asked, "Where to?" "I heard there are chambers of commerce in the city, and I happen to need some things." Lin Chen said casually, then got up and left. After the incident at the tomb of the martial lord, his strength increased significantly, but he still has many shortcomings, such as martial arts skills. He also needs a large number of pill formulas and weapon formulas to experiment with the furnace vortex of the martial soul space. And the Merchant Guild will have these. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, the crowd looked on with curiosity. What do you think their relationship is? Could they really be husband and wife? Hee, who would know? Someone said with a knowing look in their voice. After what just happened, I'm even more curious whether he'll participate in the Academy's entrance exam. I can't wait. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lin Chen could enter the Academy without even needing to take the exam, and they would likely be disappointed again. Chapter 89 Luo Family Chamber of Commerce by Tide. In the city of Huangzhou, a magnificent building stands tall, with 4 large, eye-catching characters on its exterior. Luo Family Chamber of Commerce. Through the main entrance, one can clearly see all sorts of people coming and going inside, their eyes searching for and examining something they like. At that moment, a boy and a little girl arrived outside the tall gate. It was Lin Chen and his companion. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the bustling streets and the diverse crowds around him, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Compared to Yangcheng, Huangzhou City is terrifyingly large, with various families and other forces scattered throughout. You can't tell which faction each person walking on the street belongs to. "Brother-in-law, I want to buy a dress." The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw the 4 prominent characters above her head. She tugged at Lin Chen's arm, her voice clear and her expression affectionate. Lin Chen sighed, speechless. "Can you please stop calling me brother-in-law? It makes me uncomfortable, and I'm not used to it. If word gets out, your sister's reputation will be ruined." "Hee, you should be grateful. So many people want to be my brother-in-law, and I haven't accepted any of them. You're lucky." The little girl pouted, with an innocent smile on her face. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go." Lin Chen shook his head and walked directly into the room. If this topic isn't stopped, the little girl might keep arguing with him. So be it. He won't suffer any loss anyway. Right now, he only has one person in his heart. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, the little girl's eyes sparkled, and then she skipped and hopped after him into the doorway. As soon as they entered, a young man dressed as a greeter appeared before them, sporting his habitual smile and speaking in a clear voice. "What do you two need? I can do it for you. Formulas for pills, martial arts techniques, and weapon crafting." Lin Chen stated his purpose concisely. The young man smiled faintly and gestured for them to follow him. "Please come with me." Turning around, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. People like Lin Chen, with such clear goals, are usually either indifferent to money or complete country bumpkins who know nothing. Judging from the aura emanating from Lin Chen and the little girl, the first type is highly likely. The two followed the young man to a row of shelves filled with scrolls, all of which appeared to be extraordinary, judging from their appearance and the faint aura they emitted. This is the martial arts area. Do you see anything you like? The young man asked Lin Chen. Judging from the behavior of Lin Chen and his companion, it is clear that Lin Chen is the one in charge. Lin Chen casually picked up a scroll and flipped through it, then shook his head. Are there any more advanced ones? Lin Chen asked. Most of the martial arts techniques before him were third tier, with a few being fourth tier, but they were rather ordinary and did not meet his expectations. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the Yuanwu realm, he can freely use third-order martial arts techniques and fourth-order martial arts techniques. Although he only needs to absorb them to learn, the key to martial arts techniques is quality, not quantity. After all, the spiritual energy stored in the dantian is limited. The higher the level of the martial arts technique, the more powerful it is with the same amount of spiritual energy consumed. These martial arts techniques are too rubbish. They're all third and fourth tier. Is your merchant guild just trying to fool people? The little girl put her hands on her hips, looking disgusted. Lin Chen was speechless. Although he also looked down on these martial arts techniques, it would be a bit wrong to call them trash. After all, compared to first and second tier martial arts techniques, these were treasures. The young man's face darkened instantly, and he gave the little girl a cold look. He had worked in the Chamber of Commerce for many years. These martial arts techniques were expensive and held unparalleled appeal for him and most people in Huangzhou City. However, the little girl simply dismissed them as trash, and one can imagine her anger. The crowd browsing around them instantly focused on Lin Chen and the little girl, clearly having overheard what the little girl had just said. Many people shared the same gaze as the young man. The martial arts skills they dreamed of seemed rubbish to the little girl. Was the little girl mocking them? A clear, sharp voice rang out from the crowd. Where did this wild girl come from, daring to speak so arrogantly? Following the sound, everyone looked and saw a little girl, about 10 years old, wearing a red dress, slowly stepping forward, her face radiating arrogance and strong self-confidence. Lin Chen stared blankly for a moment, then looked at the little girl beside him with a strange look in his eyes. When everyone saw the little girl in red, their eyes lit up with interest. The little girl in red is named Bai Tide. She is the younger sister of Bai Ruhu, the number one genius of the Bai family. Due to Bai Ruhu's reputation in the desolate state, Bai Tide has also become the object of secret attention from many forces. Furthermore, Bai Tide's status in the Bai family is second only to Bai Ruhu, and with Bai Ruhu's favor, no one in the entire Huangzhou city is willing to provoke her. Miss Bai Tide. Several well-dressed young men approached her directly, their faces full of flattery. Get lost, or I'll tell my brother someone is harassing me. Bai Tide said with a look of disgust and a cold voice, a stark contrast to her innocent appearance. Fine, let's get out of here. Upon hearing Bai Tide's words, a figure instantly flashed through their minds, and their eyes revealed terror. And then, incredibly, he actually rolled out of the building. Everyone who saw this scoffed and sneered. Countless people wanted to associate with Bai Tide, but with just a word from her, they would be sent flying, not daring to disobey. This was the extent of Bai Shi's status in Huangzhou City, or rather, the status of Bai Ruhu and the Bai family in Huangzhou City. Lin Chen paid close attention to everything, and couldn't help but become curious about Bai Tide's identity. The little girl, standing nearby, became unhappy upon hearing Bai Tide's words. She put her hands on her hips, stared straight at Bai Tide, and said arrogantly, "Who are you? How dare you insult me? Don't you want to live?" Lin Chen was speechless. He thought Bai Tide was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect there to be someone even more arrogant. This little girl's attitude was absolutely the most outrageous. Seeing the little girl's even more arrogant attitude, Bai Tide was stunned for a moment, then said disdainfully, "I am Bai Tide. All you need to know is to ignore people you can't afford to offend." As people around them discussed the matter, Lin Chen and the little girl soon learned Bai Tide's identity. Someone I can't afford to offend? There's no one in the entire wasteland I can't afford to offend. Who do you think you are? The little girl stood with her hands behind her back, exuding a natural aura of authority. Lin Chen felt a strange sensation in his heart. It seemed that the little girl's identity was not simple. Phew, that makes sense. If he were just an ordinary person, why would he be hunted down? Lin Chen thought to himself, relieved. And so, under the silent watch of the crowd, the two girls, around 10 years old, put on a verbal battle, neither willing to concede. The onlookers, like old people watching young people fight, found it inexplicably amusing. Lin Chen shook his head, tugged at the little girl, and said in a calm tone, "Stop talking. We didn't come here to debate." The little girl took a breath, glanced at Lin Chen with helpless tears in her eyes, then pouted and turned her head away, no longer arguing with Bai Tide, her face clearly showing resentment. "All right, I'll buy you a dress later, okay?" Seeing this, Lin Chen's heart softened slightly, and then he sighed. It really wasn't easy to coax a child. "Okay, hee." The little girl's face lit up with an innocent smile, and she glanced at Bai Tide with a smug look. Upon seeing this, Bai Tide's face instantly turned ugly. Then, her eyes darted around, and she said disdainfully to Lin Chen, "You think you can afford a dress here? Do you even know how much a dress costs?" It's laughable that someone who can't even afford martial arts techniques dares to say such things. I thought it would be enough if the little one agreed to your request, but even the older one is like this. Sigh, people these days are so hypocritical. Bai Tide deliberately glanced at the little girl and said with a smug look on her face. He clearly understood what Lin Chen and the young man in charge had said. Lin Chen's attitude was not that of someone who could afford martial arts techniques. He had seen many people like Lin Chen who pretended to look down on things when they clearly couldn't afford them. The surrounding crowd's eyes instantly locked onto Lin Chen and the little girl, their faces full of mockery. They had the same thought as Bai Tide. Feeling the gazes of everyone, the little girl's eyes instantly reddened, and she was just one step away from bursting into tears. It was clear that Bai Tide's words had caused her great psychological damage. Seeing this, Lin Chen's smile vanished instantly, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Bai Tide, his tone indifferent. "Little girl, don't say things carelessly. It's not good for you." "Did I talk nonsense?" The man in white said dismissively, his gaze serious. "I'm just stating the facts. Can you afford it? Sister, brother-in-law, you." The little girl stared straight at Lin Chen, looking helpless and pitiful, her voice weak. Seeing the little girl's helpless eyes and pitiful expression, Lin Chen sighed. Then his gaze swept over everyone before landing on Bai Tide, and he said firmly, "I can afford it." "Ha ha ha." Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, everyone burst into laughter, as if they were watching a fool putting on a show. At this moment, the young man who had been watching everything came up to Lin Chen and said calmly, "The martial arts techniques here are for sale. Our guild does have more advanced martial arts techniques, but they need to be sold by the guild leader himself. I don't have that authority. In addition, the formulas for pills and weapons also require the guild leader to personally meet with us before selling them." Although she harbored great suspicions about Lin Chen, as a receptionist for the Chamber of Commerce, she still had to do her job well. What if Lin Chen was the opposite of what everyone thought, and really didn't care about the martial arts techniques on the shelf in front of her? Lin Chen said calmly, "Then you should go and inform your guild leader." The young man looked Lin Chen up and down again, then said seriously, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Lin Chen nodded. "All right, you wait." The young man then quickly left. The man in white, who had been watching everything closely, sneered, "Is this what they call being driven to the brink, wanting to go down a dark path?" Everyone looked at Lin Chen with strange eyes. Like Bai Tide, they thought that Lin Chen was just putting on a brave face. "Just watch and see," Lin Chen said calmly. The little girl's eyes scanned Lin Chen, glancing at Bai Tide every now and then. An eerie silence fell over the room as everyone eagerly awaited what Lin Chen would face next. Chapter 90, The Bet, Chairman Luo. A moment later, the young man who was supposed to be receiving guests still hadn't appeared, and everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Chen with a sarcastic expression. More and more people gathered, and after learning about Lin Chen and Bai Tide's situation, they all chose to stay and watch. Although the result would definitely be that Lin Chen would be kicked out of the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce, proving that he was just talking big, they really wanted to witness that scene. "What's your name?" Bai Tide asked Lin Chen with a bored expression. "Lin Chen, I think you will remember this name very clearly in the future." Lin Chen said slowly, with other thoughts in his mind. Back then, in the tomb of Wu Jun, he let Bai Ruhu go because of Bai Ruofeng. At that time, he sensed killing intent in Bai Ruhu's eyes, and he was afraid that he would inevitably have to fight to the death when he met Bai Ruhu again. Lin Chen glanced at the little girl beneath him, and when he saw her calm and expectant gaze, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had heard that people's hearts are extremely vulnerable during childhood, and he was genuinely afraid that Bai Tide's few words would cast a shadow on the little girl's heart. Unconsciously, he began to worry about the growth of this somewhat unfamiliar little girl, which seemed unbelievable upon closer reflection. Seeing Lin Chen's worried expression, Bai Tide felt a surge of jealousy and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, "Lin Chen, right? I hope you can stay calm later." My brother-in-law will give you a big surprise," the little girl said slowly to Bai Tide, her face serious. Hee, it's certainly going to be a big surprise. Everyone here is waiting to be surprised. Bai Tide looked at the little girl with a faint smile. Yes, we're all waiting to be surprised, waiting for the moment you get kicked out of the Chamber of Commerce, or for angering Chairman Luo and getting crippled. Ha ha. Everyone echoed with laughter. If you ask me, it's fine if you slink away now, but if Chairman Luo really comes later, you might not be able to leave even if you want to. Bai si moket. Lin Chen remained calm. A group of people with low cultivation levels and a little kid were mocking him. If it weren't for the psychological impact on the little girl, he would have left without saying a word with the young man who had greeted him earlier. He wouldn't have bothered arguing with these people. If you don't trust my brother-in-law at all, how about we make a bet? Looking at Lin Chen's calm expression, the little girl looked at Bai Tide with a devilish expression. Oh, a bet? How do you want to bet? Bai Tide asked with interest. If what my brother-in-law said is true, then you'll be our maid for free, the little girl said casually, with a defiant look on her face. With a whoosh, Bai Tide froze, as did everyone around her. Even Lin Chen gave the little girl a strange look, and when he saw the cunning glint in her eyes, he couldn't help but feel regret. The little girl in front of him was no longer the fragile little girl he once was. At that moment, he felt as if he had been genuinely deceived by her. After regaining her senses, Bai Tide looked at Lin Chen's deep expression and recalled everything Lin Chen had done before. Then she confidently nodded and smiled. Okay, I promise you. If what he said is really true, I'll be your maid. But if it's proven he's lying, I don't need you to be my maid. Just kowtow 3 times in front of everyone and call me grandma. Kowtowing? Calling me grandma? Do you dare answer if I call you that? This time it was the little girl's turn to be stunned. What? You don't dare? Bai Tide said sarcastically. Of course I dare. I hope you won't regret it if you lose. The little girl smiled faintly, revealing a maturity and smugness beyond her years. Those who witnessed it all felt as if they were dreaming, and their hearts were screaming. She's gone mad. This little girl has gone mad. How dare she make Bai Tide her maid? Doesn't she know what serious consequences this will cause? Bai Tide has gone mad too. She actually agreed. The thought of the conditions Bai Tide had just stated left everyone speechless. Being young means being mischievous. I can understand kowtowing and humiliating the little girl and Lin Chen, but why call her grandma? Is this some kind of special fetish of Bai Tide? Lin Chen now felt a little sorry for Bai Tide, who had been mocking him. The thought of having a little brat maidservant by his side soon filled him with a strange sense of anticipation, but also a bit of a headache. Bai Shi is Bai Ruhu's younger sister and the most beloved person in the Bai family besides Bai Ruhu. If Bai Ruhu and the Bai family knew everything, they would probably want to kill him. Forget it, we've already offended Bai Ruhu and indirectly offended the Bai family too. So what's the harm in causing more trouble? Lin Chen shook his head, looking completely unconcerned. Brother-in-law, we'll have maids to serve us from now on. The little girl looked at Lin Chen with an innocent and adorable expression, clearly very happy. Was that pitiful look you were putting on an act? Lin Chen asked in a low voice, speechless. No, that's just how I am. The little girl instantly blushed, giving me goosebumps. If it were his first time seeing it, he would definitely think the expression was real. Sigh, life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. Lin Chen couldn't help but think of a saying from Earth, and sighed in his heart. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, the young man who had gone to report came down from upstairs and walked directly up to Lin Chen. The president says he wants to see you. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. Just as the little girl was about to follow, the young man who was there to greet her stopped her. The chairman said he wanted to see him. Not you. Wait for me here. Lin Chen instructed, then followed the young man upstairs. After watching Lin Chen go upstairs, the little girl turned her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone, and said in a clear voice, Well, now it proves that what my brother-in-law said was true, right? The crowd snapped out of their daze and fell silent, wondering what President Luo wanted to see Lin Chen for, and whether what Lin Chen said was true. But whether it's true or not, it seems they've underestimated Lin Chen. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he's not someone anyone can just meet, yet Lin Chen managed to do so. Could Lin Chen have some extraordinary background? Bai Tide was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's too early to say who will win or lose. Who knows what President Luo wanted to see Lin Chen about? Let's wait until he comes out to talk about it. He might come out missing an arm or a leg. After all, the consequences of making fun of Chairman Luo are dire." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Hee, my future little maid, just you wait." The little girl smiled faintly, her eyes filled with an inexplicable trust in Lin Chen. On the other side, Lin Chen followed the young man all the way up to the 6th floor. Outside, the young man looked at Lin Chen. "The president is inside." After speaking, he turned around and went downstairs to leave. Lin Chen's expression turned serious. He then gently pushed open the door and went inside. The room was filled with all sorts of valuable items, and a pleasant fragrance filled the room, making one feel refreshed and invigorated. Not far away, a handsome middle-aged man sat with his eyes closed, dressed in a magnificent blue robe, exuding an extraordinary air. Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's arrival, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, looked Lin Chen up and down, a flash of surprise in his eyes before he slowly spoke. "So, you're the one who wants to buy the pill formula and weapon formula?" Lin Chen didn't say much, he just nodded slightly. He sensed immense power emanating from the middle-aged man, power that was countless times greater than when he faced the Academy Dean in Li Hong. "There are 4th-tier martial arts techniques on the 1st floor. I heard you look down on them and even call them trash. This is an insult to my Luo family chamber of commerce. Do you know the consequences of doing this?" The middle-aged man continued, his tone devoid of any emotion. "It's true that I don't think much of it." Lin Chen nodded, admitting it directly. "Hee, you do have the courage to admit it." Seeing Lin Chen's fearless admission, the middle-aged man's usually calm face suddenly broke into a smile, and the aura he had been releasing instantly subsided, revealing a kind and gentle demeanor. "Lin Chen, right? Tell me what you need," the middle-aged man asked. "The formulas for pills, the formulas for weapons, and the martial arts techniques must all be the best, and the more the better," Lin Chen said directly. The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard Lin Chen's words. "You want the best of everything, and the more the better?" Lin Chen was teasing him. Did he know how much a pill formula was worth, how much a weapon formula was worth, or how much a scroll of the best martial arts technique was worth? Also, does Lin Chen have the financial resources? The middle-aged man sized Lin Chen up again, then disappointment flashed in his eyes. He couldn't see any trace of a powerful force in Lin Chen, meaning Lin Chen was simply boasting and making fun of him. "You can leave now while I'm in a good mood," the middle-aged man sneered, then closed his eyes. In all his years as president, he'd seen arrogant customers like this, but he'd never seen anyone as arrogant as Lin Chen. Seeing the middle-aged man's indifferent expression, Lin Chen instantly understood what he was thinking. He then calmly said, "I didn't expect that as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, you would judge people by their appearance. Farewell." After speaking, Lin Chen turned around and wanted to leave. The middle-aged man frowned, clearly provoked by Lin Chen's words. Although he was somewhat angry, he still slowly said, "Wait. What you want is complicated. You need to prove you have enough money to buy it," the middle-aged man continued. Lin Chen turned around, his face calm. "Is 1,000,000 spirit stones enough?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the middle-aged man looked incredulous and scrutinized Lin Chen again, trying to find something different about him. This boy, who is not even 20 years old, actually has 1,000,000 spirit stones to his name. Wait a moment. Without further hesitation, the middle-aged man got up and walked directly outside. After a few breaths, he returned to the room. "What you need isn't readily available in the Merchant Guild. You'll have to get it from the Luo family," the middle-aged man said slowly, as if explaining something. Lin Chen remained expressionless, glanced at the chair beside him, and sat down without any ceremony. The middle-aged man didn't say anything more when he saw this, and the two of them fell silent, creating an eerie silence in the space. At this moment, the middle-aged man was constantly thinking about Lin Chen's identity. There were only a handful of young men in the entire desolate state who could produce 1,000,000 spirit stones, but he did not have any memory of Lin Chen. Could Lin Chen be a disciple specially trained by some unknown and mysterious force? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and his curiosity about Lin Chen grew stronger. Lin Chen was also pondering this question. What is the relationship between the Luo family and Luo Qingyi? Chapter 91, Luo Shuihan's Speculation. A moment later, hurried footsteps sounded outside the house, and Luo Shuihan immediately got up and left the room. A short while later, Luo Shuihan returned to the room, a spatial ring appearing in her hand. There are several pill and weapon recipes of different levels here, the highest of which can be used to refine 4th-grade pills and 4th-tier weapons. Luo Shuihan looked at Lin Chen, who was sitting quietly, and said in a calm voice, "As for martial arts skills, there are 3 4th-tier martial arts skills among them. Although they can't be considered top-tier, they are still considered advanced. In short, each item is of extraordinary value, totaling 500,000 spirit stones." Luo Shuihan finally stated the price directly. Lin Chen nodded, said nothing more, and directly tossed out a spatial ring filled with 500,000 spirit stones. After receiving the spatial ring, Luo Shuihan infiltrated it with her consciousness to confirm the number of spirit stones. She then handed the spatial ring containing martial arts pill formulas and weapon formulas to Lin Chen, and the transaction was completed. Taking the spatial ring, Lin Chen casually took out a scroll of martial arts techniques, glanced at its contents, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. This martial arts manual is more exquisite than the one downstairs. Although both are at the 4th level, their power in battle is vastly different. Lin Chen channeled his thoughts into the ring, quickly browsing through the remaining 2 volumes of martial arts techniques and pill and weapon recipes. While delighted, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. These few items alone cost him 500,000 spirit stones. Although he obtained 1 million spirit stones from the tomb of the martial lord, it was still not enough for him to spend them like this. Cultivation is indeed very expensive. Looks like I need to find a way to make money. Otherwise, I don't know if the remaining less than 500,000 spirit stones will be enough for the next expense. Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's distress, Luo Shuihan smiled faintly, instantly dispelling the awkward atmosphere between the two. Whether it's the formula for pills or the formula for weapons, or even more exquisite martial arts techniques of the same level, these are all things that can only be encountered by chance, so spending so much is only natural. Lin Chen nodded, understanding Luo Shuihan's meaning. On the Tianyuan continent, there are 2 extraordinary forces, known as the Pill Pavilion and the Weapon Pavilion. Apart from a small number of pill recipes and weapon recipes that come from ancient tombs and a few geniuses, 99% of all pill recipes and weapon recipes in the world come from these 2 forces. Every pill recipe and weapon recipe is a crystallization of wisdom and is of extraordinary value. Exquisite martial arts skills are rare and hard to come by. After all, some low-level martial arts skills are more valuable than high-level ones. Ordinary people at the Yuanwu realm can usually only cultivate 3rd-tier martial arts techniques. Occasionally, geniuses can cultivate 4th-tier martial arts techniques, but they will not be able to use them many times because forcibly using advanced martial arts techniques will damage their dantian. If a sophisticated 3rd-tier martial skill appears at this time, it can allow a person to unleash the highest level of combat power in the Yuanwu realm without damaging their dantian. Therefore, sometimes a 3rd-tier martial skill may be many times more valuable than a 4th-tier martial skill. It is obvious that the 3 4th-tier martial arts scrolls that Luo Shuihan gave him all had similar effects, but they were not the top-tier 4th-tier martial arts. Firstly, the Luo family might not have any, and secondly, even if they did, they wouldn't sell them, as they represent the powerful foundation of a clan. Shaking his head to stop thinking about it, Lin Chen prepared to leave. He has achieved his purpose in coming to the Chamber of Commerce, and there is no need for him to stay any longer. Luo Shuihan had been watching Lin Chen's expression closely. Seeing that Lin Chen wanted to leave, she seemed to remember something and quickly said, "What you want is the limit of the Chamber of Commerce for now. If you want more, perhaps you can participate in the auction held by the Chamber of Commerce tonight." Lin Chen stopped and turned around, his eyes filled with doubt and interest. This auction is quite special. Some of the items are things that the Chamber of Commerce already owns, while others are being auctioned off temporarily. In short, people will be consigning things, and most of these things will have extraordinary origins. Some of them might even exceed your expectations. Luo Shuihan explained. Lin Chen suddenly realized, and his heart was filled with interest and anticipation. Among the items being auctioned by the Dark Merchant Guild, are there any pill formulas, weapon formulas, or martial arts techniques as exquisite as those 3 scrolls of martial arts just now? Lin Chen asked slowly. I don't have any pill formulas or weapon recipes, since although these things are extremely valuable, they aren't very useful for martial artists. But I do have a martial arts manual that you might like, a high-level 5th-tier martial arts manual. Luo Shuhen's eyes held a look of reminiscence. I'll pass on a 5th tier. Lin Chen shook his head, then added, but I'll come to the auction. Although he will definitely need to use the advanced 5th-tier martial arts skills in the future, it is not something he is considering right now. This is like someone who's still learning to walk thinking about running. It's completely unnecessary. What might require a lot of effort to achieve now, he might obtain in an easier way later. In short, spend money where it's needed and improve your capabilities as quickly as possible. Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, Luo Shuehan was satisfied and said, why don't you stay here until the auction starts, and then you can participate directly when the auction begins. Although he didn't know Lin Chen's background, given Lin Chen's wealth, there must be a terrifying force behind him. This could be considered as him indirectly befriending Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then didn't refuse. Then I'll have to bother you. No need be so polite. Luo Shuehan smiled gently, then ordered towards the door, someone prepare a room. Yes, came a voice from outside. Sit down, it should be fine in a moment. Luo Shuehan gestured to Lin Chen, then hesitated before continuing. Lin Chen took his seat and, seeing Luo Shuehan's conflicted expression, smiled faintly. President Luo, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will answer them if I can. After only a brief encounter, he felt a strange sense of goodwill towards the middle-aged president before him, who was no longer as unapproachable as before. Moreover, Luo Shuehan had just shown him kindness, and he would feel bad if he treated him coldly. Luo Shuehan looked at Lin Chen and said directly, I can understand you buying martial arts techniques, since martial arts techniques are essential for martial arts practitioners. But why do you need to buy pill formulas and weapon formulas, and in such an irregular quantity? Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting Luo Shuehan to ask such a question. His expression immediately turned serious, and he said calmly, President Luo, would you believe me if I said I am an alchemist and a weapon refiner? Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, it was Luo Shuehan's turn to be surprised. Hee, young friend Lin, you're quite the joker. Luo Shuehan smiled faintly, clearly not believing him. Lin Chen is not even 20 years old yet, and he doesn't look like an alchemist or a weapon refiner at all, let alone someone who has both identities. How can he believe him? If Lin Chen said that he had an alchemist and a weapon refiner teaching him, he could understand it. After all, pill formulas and weapon formulas are not only worthless to martial artists, but also extremely expensive. Those who buy pill formulas and weapon formulas are usually alchemists and weapon refiners. Thinking about this, he became even more certain that it was not hard to understand why Lin Chen had such wealth, having an alchemist and a weapon refiner as his masters. If Lin Chen knew what he was thinking, I wonder what his expression would be. Even Chairman Luo doesn't believe it? Actually, I don't believe it either. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. He doesn't know how to refine pills or forge weapons, but he has a heaven-defying martial soul. The furnace vortex in his martial soul space is a magical object that can mechanize the processes of refining pills and forging weapons. Luo Shuehan was puzzled. Was Lin Chen teasing him? He, the president of the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce, was being ridiculed by a junior. Strangely, he hadn't even lost his temper. By the way, President Luo, could you please prepare 100 portions of the medicinal herbs listed above for me? Lin Chen said to Luo Shuehan, taking out a prescription for a 3rd-tier rejuvenation pill. Although the rejuvenation pill is a basic pill and its price is much cheaper than other pills of the same grade, its advantage lies in the large demand. If you want to make money, the best choice is the rejuvenation pill. There's an auction tonight, so you can take this opportunity to sell them. Luo Shuehan showed no surprise. After all, if Lin Chen really had alchemists and weapon refiners behind him, it would be understandable that he would need some medicinal herbs to practice alchemy. However, when he saw the large number of 2nd-tier medicinal materials and the small number of 3rd-tier medicinal materials on the prescription, he was stunned, surprised, and puzzled at the same time. This is clearly a 3rd-tier pill formula. Given Lin Chen's age, Shouldn't he have just started learning alchemy? Why would he need third-tier medicinal herbs? Could Lin Chen really be an alchemist? Or even a third-grade alchemist? No, impossible. How could there be such a young alchemist? Especially a third-grade alchemist. Even in the context of the desolate region, there probably isn't such a young third-grade alchemist. Seeing Luo Shuhen's blank expression, Lin Chen asked with a puzzled look, "Is there a problem? Does the Chamber of Commerce not have these medicinal herbs?" "No, no problem. Yes, of course." Luo Shuehan snapped out of her daze and spoke in an instant, carefully examining Lin Chen before instructing her servants to prepare. A short while later, another spatial ring appeared in Luo Shuhen's hand. "No need for the money. Consider a bonus for what you bought before." Luo Shuehan tossed out the ring with a faint smile. Regardless of whether Lin Chen is an alchemist or a weapon refiner, considering his mysterious master, he is worth befriending and getting close to in the Chamber of Commerce. Although Lin Chen was puzzled, he could naturally sense Luo Shuhen's good intentions, and without hesitation, he accepted the ring. If he knew that Luo Shuhen's actions were entirely due to the alchemists and weapon refiners behind him, I wonder what he would think. He really doesn't have any alchemy masters or weapon crafting masters. Just then, a voice came from outside. "President, the room is ready. By the way, President Luo, I have a friend downstairs. Could you please have someone prepare a room for her as well?" Lin Chen suddenly asked, as if he had just thought of something. "Being alone for so long, I've almost forgotten about that little girl." "All right." Luo Shuehan smiled faintly, then ordered people to prepare. "Thanks," Lin Chen said gratefully, then turned and headed downstairs. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Luo Shuehan instructed someone outside the house. "Your task for today is to follow him. Just agree to whatever he asks for. If you can't make a decision, then report to me." "Yes." The person who answered was the young man who had bumped into Lin Chen earlier. At this moment, he was extremely shocked and puzzled. Who exactly was Lin Chen? How could he receive such high treatment from the president? Chapter 92, Call Me Master. On the first floor of the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce, surrounded by a crowd, two short figures stood in the center, forming a stark contrast with the people around them, creating an eerie atmosphere. They've been gone for so long and haven't come out yet. Could it be that Chairman Luo has already broken their legs and secretly disposed of them? Bai Tide said, hands on her hips, looking at the little girl with certainty and a provocative gaze. Given Chairman Luo's temper, there are probably no more than 2 young people in the entire desolate state city who would dare to make fun of him. If you can't afford martial arts skills, yet you say they're not good enough, that's what happens when you try to show off. Everyone immediately chimed in. Exactly. It's really foolish to lose your life for the sake of saving face. Hearing the crowd's discussion, the little girl remained surprisingly calm, her face showing no sign of grief, only stubbornness in her eyes. She believed that Lin Chen wouldn't make empty promises, much less risk his life for the sake of saving face, as everyone said. What's your hurry? My brother-in-law hasn't come out yet, has he? Sensing Bai Tide's serious provocation, the little girl spoke calmly, her face showing confidence. It seems you trust him more than most people. In that case, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Hurry up and go find your so-called brother-in-law, or you might never see him again. Bai Tide said calmly, a cold smile in her eyes. Just as the little girl was about to say something, a loud voice came from the stairs. Looks like someone's been talking about me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the little girl's eyes lit up with excitement. She then looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure in white slowly appear. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. The little girl ran straight to Lin Chen, opened her arms, and hugged his leg, looking very happy. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine and was speechless. Although the other person was a 10-year-old kid, he just couldn't get used to the physical contact between them. He always felt like something was clinging to him, and he couldn't shake it off. Looking at the astonished crowd and stunned by she, Lin Chen smiled faintly. I didn't expect so many people to be waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Judging from his previous attitude, how could he not know what everyone was thinking? They were all waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Everyone remained silent, clearly convinced that Lin Chen had hit the nail on the head. They were very puzzled. Logically speaking, Lin Chen shouldn't be here. He had offended Chairman Luo. How could he have returned safely so easily? Could it be that Lin Chen was really just talking big, that he really looked down on those 4th-tier martial arts techniques, and that he even went to meet with President Luo separately to buy a more exquisite martial arts technique. This idea was immediately dismissed by everyone who held a great deal of disbelief in it. Bai Tide snapped out of her daze, as if she had thought of something, and then looked up at Lin Chen, her tone unfriendly. I didn't expect President Luo to be so magnanimous as to let you go. That's quite a surprise. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, and they felt more and more that what Bai Tide said made sense. This was the only explanation for everything that had happened. The little girl's confident and cheerful smile froze instantly. She then slowly raised her head, looked at Lin Chen with a questioning gaze, and asked in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, is that so? Did she trust the wrong person?" Before Lin Chen could speak, Bai Shi revealed a smug smile, looked at the little girl, and said in a disdainful tone, "Hee, since that's the case, why don't you come over and kowtow to me and call me grandma?" The surrounding crowd looked at them strangely, and the originally serious scene instantly became eerie because of the words grandma. But without a doubt, it seems that Lin Chen really talked big now. Although fortunately, President Luo did not punish Lin Chen. Bai Shi won the bet between the little girl and Bai Shi. Looking at the two little girls in front of them, who were at least half their age, everyone felt a mix of emotions, including amusement and wonder what they were doing at that age. Seeing the little girl's unmoved expression, Bai Tide became even more smug and pleased, her tone arrogant. "What? Can't you accept defeat? You were the one who proposed the bet, and there are so many witnesses here." "Yes, we witnessed everything." Most people were just watching the show, and only a few voiced their support for Bai Tide. These people all had one thing in common. They looked at Bai Shi with an unusually sharp gaze, as if they had ulterior motives. Seeing Bai Tide's arrogance and the others' agreement, a hint of panic and fear flashed in the little girl's eyes, and she clung to Lin Chen's leg even tighter. Feeling a slight tremor in his thigh, Lin Chen glanced at the group of people who had made a sound, memorized their faces, and said in an icy voice, "Do you want to die?" Sensing the faint killing intent emanating from Lin Chen, the group immediately shut their mouths and lowered their heads. Although Lin Chen might be bluffing them, they didn't dare to gamble. What if Lin Chen really dared to kill them? Lin Chen then looked at Bai Tide and said in a calm tone, "You're so arrogant and sure you've won. I wonder if you can handle the blow if the result is reversed." He didn't care about other people's opinions or the bet with the little girl Bai Tide. In his eyes, it was just a child's game, and he had no interest in it whatsoever. But since Bai Tide was so arrogant, he didn't mind slapping her in the face, even if she was just a 10-year-old girl who didn't interest him at all. The result is reversed. If you really weren't exaggerating and could afford a more advanced martial arts technique, you probably would have said so the moment you appeared. Bai Tide said with a disdainful look. Everyone nodded, clearly agreeing with Bai Tide's words. "I didn't say because I wasn't interested in your bet. Since you want to know the result, then I'll show you the result." Lin Chen said calmly, his expression still serene. With a whoosh, a scroll appeared in Lin Chen's hand, its appearance clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. This is a 4th-tier martial arts technique. With your status, you should be able to tell whether this technique is more refined than the other series of techniques. After speaking, Lin Chen threw it directly at Bai Tide, without any intention of preventing others from watching because of its exquisite martial arts. Bai Tide took the martial arts scroll, paused for a moment, and then opened it immediately. At first glance, she knew that this scroll of 4th-tier martial arts techniques was more exquisite than the row of martial arts techniques not far away, and what Lin Chen said was true. Seeing Bai Tide's serious expression, everyone instantly understood that what Lin Chen said was true. Could it be that Lin Chen really looked down on those martial arts techniques before? Who exactly is he? Everyone wondered. In the entire desolate state, there are only a few young people who look down on those martial arts techniques. So where did this Lin Chen come from? Could he be a disciple trained by some mysterious force? Everyone was thinking about it, but they clearly believed what Lin Chen had said earlier. Lin Chen hadn't boasted. He really could afford more advanced and exquisite martial arts techniques. Although Lin Chen's actions embarrassed them and made them slightly unhappy, they dare not show it. After all, Lin Chen's identity had become mysterious, and they could no longer treat him the same way as before. With a whoosh, Bai Shi tossed the martial arts scroll back, staring directly at Lin Chen, her tone skeptical. "Humph, can you prove everything with just one martial arts scroll?" Who knows if this is a martial arts scroll you got by sheer luck, or one you bought from the merchant guild? Everyone was stunned. Lin Chen and the little girl were also stunned. They clearly did not expect that the little girl, who was at most 10 years old, would be so cunning and deny it outright. Although everyone knew Bai Tide did it on purpose, they were relieved. After all, Bai Tide's identity is what it is, and a single martial arts scroll doesn't really prove anything. Even if they believe in Lin Chen, as long as Bai Shi doesn't believe in him, Lin Chen and his companion will still lose in the end. Although Lin Chen could have presented the Chamber of Commerce president's testimony or produced another equally exquisite martial arts manual to prove everything, he clearly lacked the qualifications and financial resources. Given Chairman Luo's status, would he really get involved in such a trivial matter? As for producing another copy of the same martial arts technique, that's even more impossible. Exquisite martial arts techniques are ridiculously expensive. Lin Chen would be lucky to buy one copy, let alone two. Seeing the regretful looks on everyone's faces and Bai Shi's smug expression, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Like a demon from hell, his voice slightly wicked. Then what do you think of these two scrolls of martial arts techniques? Two more martial arts scrolls appeared in Lin Chen's hand, and he threw them at Bai Tide without hesitation. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their hearts pounding as if 1,000 horses were galloping through their minds, and they remained speechless for a long time. Bai Tide was stunned, so much so that she didn't catch the martial arts scroll. With a soft sound, the martial arts scroll landed and unfolded, revealing a corner. Even from just one corner, everyone could clearly recognize that this was definitely a high-level martial arts technique. But this is precisely why people find it even harder to accept. Who exactly is Lin Chen, and why does he have such terrifying wealth? These 3 volumes of 4th-tier advanced martial arts techniques must cost at least 300,000 spirit stones, right? The little girl looked at Lin Chen in surprise, as if what Lin Chen did was beyond her expectations. Everyone could see it, and Bai Tide could see it too. After regaining her senses, Bai Tide slowly turned her gaze to Lin Chen, her face showing indescribable indifference and coldness. She had thought that Lin Chen would only buy one high-level martial arts manual, which was why she dared to be so resolute. But she didn't expect Lin Chen to slap her in the face in an instant and throw out 2 more equally exquisite martial arts manuals. Is Lin Chen going to confront him head-on? Is he trying to make her admit defeat completely? Seeing Bai Tide's unpleasant expression, everyone had strange looks on their faces. Without a doubt, everyone knows that the little girl next to Lin Chen has won the current situation. Bai Tide was just proud of winning the bet. But in the blink of an eye, just as Lin Chen said, the situation has reversed. Bai Tide isn't really going to become their maid, is she? The crowd whispered. Hee, that's hard to say. Bai Tide's status and position are what they are. Even if Bai Tide really admits defeat, if those two really dare to do that, they probably won't live past tomorrow. Moreover, given Bai Tide's arrogant and domineering nature, she'll probably refuse to honor the bet no matter what. Right? The crowd whispered among themselves, but their voices gradually carried over, and Lin Chen, Bai Tide, and the others could hear them clearly. Lin Chen remained calm, awaiting Bai Tide's reaction. The little girl suddenly looked at Bai Tide and slowly said, "So I won this time, right?" Everyone, including Lin Chen, remained calm and tacitly silent, watching the 2 little girls' reactions. Bai Tide's face turned ugly. Instinctively, she wanted to renege on her promise, but seeing the calm and strange looks from everyone, she couldn't bring herself to say such a thing. If she really dares to renege on her debt, the Bai family and her reputation will be ruined in no time. So what if you won? Even if I really honor the bet, would you dare to accept it? Bai Tide suddenly smiled wickedly, a hint of coldness and disdain flashing in her eyes. Since he couldn't deny it, he might as well admit it directly. Given her status and position, he didn't believe that Lin Chen and the other man would really dare to make her maid. The little girl paused for a moment, clearly understanding the implication of Bai Tide's words, but then burst into laughter. "Since I dare to bet with you, I'm not afraid of any consequences." Lin Chen glanced at the little girl with slight surprise, clearly not expecting her to be so bold. Her status might even be higher than Bai Tide's. Making Bai Tide his maid would definitely cause quite a stir, but he wasn't afraid at all. After all, he had already offended Bai Ruhu and indirectly offended the Bai family. Offending them a little more wouldn't be a big deal. The fact that the little girl was so bold can only mean that she's not afraid of the Bai family because of her status and position. Brother-in-law, what do you think? The little girl turned to Lin Chen with an innocent smile. Whatever you want. Lin Chen shook his head, looking completely unconcerned. Since that's the case, my little maid, why don't you come and greet your master? The little girl deliberately showed the same smug expression as Bai Tide before, her tone arrogant. Everyone looked at Bai Tide with strange expressions, their emotions complicated. Is Bai Tide, the little princess of the Bai family, the younger sister of the genius Bai Ru, who is usually high and mighty, really going to become someone's maid? The thought of what was about to happen filled everyone with a strange sense of anticipation, even though reason told them they shouldn't think so boldly. Seeing the little girl's smug expression, Bai Tide felt an indescribable anger and shame. Although I lost, let's see how long you can last. Bai Tide coldly uttered, then walked directly to the little girl, her face full of resentment, and said, Master! Whoosh! Everyone was stunned, their jaws dropping as if they couldn't believe their ears, and they instinctively made an expression as if they wanted to hear it again. This is my brother-in-law. What should you call him? As if knowing what everyone was thinking, the little girl suddenly pointed at Lin Chen and looked at Bai Tide with a wicked expression. Everyone perked up their ears instantly, as if she wasn't calling for Lin Chen, but for them. Some young people even showed lewd expressions, and the atmosphere instantly became strange. Hearing the little girl's words, Bai Tide gritted her teeth in hatred, the sound echoing continuously, her anger on the verge of exploding. His gaze swept over the onlookers, and the white-clad man's voice was as cold as ice from the heavens, chilling to the bone. Either get lost, or I'll tell my brother you've been bullying me. As soon as he finished speaking, regret was seen in everyone's eyes, but it quickly faded away. They dared not act recklessly like Lin Chen, and dared not offend Bai Ruhu and the Bai family. Seeing the crowd disperse, Bai Tide looked at Lin Chen and said coldly, I guarantee you're all close to death. Lin Chen chuckled without saying a word. How dare you speak to your master like that, you maid? Don't you want to quit? The little girl retorted angrily. Master! I'm sorry, Bai Tide said through gritted teeth, her whole body trembling violently. Anything else? The little girl put her hands on her hips and glanced at Lin Chen. Greetings, master. Bai Tide bowed slightly and addressed Lin Chen respectfully. Lin Chen remained calm, speechless. Bai Tide's show of weakness might be enjoyable for the little girl, but he felt nothing at all. Come on, come with me, Lin Chen said slowly to the little girl, then turned and went upstairs. Hey, brother-in-law, wait for me. The little girl quickly followed. Bai Tide stared venomously at the two figures from behind, her small fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but she still quickly followed. After the three went upstairs, the crowd quickly gathered together again. Their expressions varied, and they began to discuss amongst themselves. The Bai family will surely find out about this soon, and the two of them probably won't make it past tomorrow. To have Bai Tide as my maid, I'd be happy even if I died. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Aren't you curious about their identities? People who can afford 3 exquisite 4th-tier martial arts manuals can't be ordinary people, can they? Besides, they just went upstairs. Don't you think anything of that? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then understood. Although the Bai family is powerful, Lin Chen's identity is also mysterious and unpredictable. What kind of conflict will occur between the two is something that everyone is really looking forward to. At the same time, 2 pieces of news spread throughout Huangzhou City, sparking discussions among the people. First, Bai Tide is to serve as a maid to a boy who is not yet 20 years old. Second, the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce will be holding a special auction tonight. Chapter 93, the Bai family head consigning pills. As night approached, the desolate city transformed into a bustling metropolis, and many important figures, rarely seen on ordinary days, began to arrive outside the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce. Look, that's ZMO, the head of the Z family. I didn't expect him to come to the auction. It seems that this auction hosted by the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce is no ordinary event. Even the head of the Z family, one of the 7 major families in Huangzhou City, has come. Apart from the Luo and Qing families, the heads of the other 4 families will probably also arrive. There are only 2 major merchant guilds in the entire Huangzhou City, the Luo family and the Qing family. The Luo family is probably being pressured by the Qing family to hold this auction, otherwise they wouldn't be so eager. I felt it too. Although the Luo family's auction this time seemed natural, upon closer inspection, it was actually quite urgent. Only a rival like the Qing family would make the Luo family act like this. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, their eyes filled with thoughtful consideration. Just then, a group of figures dressed in uniform red slowly approached, their powerful and scorching aura directly enveloping the crowd. When they saw who it was, everyone was shocked again. It's the fire sect of the 5 great powers. Immediately afterwards, a group dressed in green arrived. This was the wood sect, one of the 5 major forces in the desolate state, along with the fire sect. Before anyone could react, the gold sect, water sect, and earth sect slowly began to speak. The 5 major powers of the desolate state have gathered here. It seems the Luo family has some extraordinary treasures at this auction. Besides the dominant wilderness state academy, the 5 major powers and 7 major families are the strongest in wilderness state. Now that all these powers have gathered at the Luo family auction, it's likely to cause another stir. Someone muttered to themselves, a strange sense of anticipation in their eyes. After the people from the 5 major forces entered the gate, the 2 groups of people slowly began to speak. One of the leaders was a middle-aged man dressed in white with a resolute face, exuding an aura of authority and domineering power. The other was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe with a shrewd look on his face. He exuded an air of wealth, and it was clear at a glance that he was someone who dealt with money frequently. It's Bai Tianwu, the head of the Bai family, and Qing Baiwan, the head of the Qing family. Everyone recognized the 2 instantly, their eyes filled with undisguised surprise. Whether it was ZMO, the former head of the Z family, or the people from the 5 major forces, or the heads of the Bai and Qing families in front of them, they were all people who talked about and paid attention to in their spare time. Now that they saw them all at once, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. At the same time, a question arose in everyone's mind. What exactly happened at the Luo family's auction that made all the major powers in the desolate state mobilize? Especially the Qing family, who were the Luo family's mortal enemies. The fact that Qing Baiwan could actually lower himself to come to the Luo family's Chamber of Commerce is a chilling thought. Brother Bai, I heard that your daughter lost a bet at the Luo family Chamber of Commerce today and became someone else's maid. Is that true? Qing Baiwan squinted at Bai Tianwu with a playful tone. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively pricked up their ears, as if afraid of missing something. Pointing out the Bai family scandals directly in front of them, I'm afraid only the Qing family head, Qing Baiwan, would dare to do that. If it were them, they probably would have collapsed and died before they could even finish a single sentence. Bai Tianwu's gaze turned cold, and his face turned somewhat ugly. He then snorted coldly, "Humph, Qing Baiwan, don't treat me like an idiot. Do you think I can't understand what you're trying to say?" Qing Baiwan deliberately mentioned the Luo family Chamber of Commerce to make him vent his anger on the Luo family, thus indirectly siding with the Qing family. How could he let Qing Baiwan have his way? Hee, Brother Bai, you're joking. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just concerned about that girl Bai Tide. Qing Baiwan smiled faintly, which was as gentle as a spring breeze. Poor little Bai Tide. She has suffered so much at such a young age. She will probably be traumatized in the future. Qing Baiwan shook his head with a sigh, as if he felt very sorry for Bai Tide. The people around instantly admired Qing Baiwan's shrewdness. Anyone would feel bad if they heard that their daughter had become someone else's maid. That girl is used to being arrogant and domineering. This time, she will learn a lot from her mistakes. Bai Tianwu said slowly, without the anger and humiliation that everyone expected on his face. Qing Baiwan was taken aback, clearly surprised by Bai Tianwu's reaction. Then, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he said in a calm voice, "That little girl Bai Tide is probably hoping you'll help him get revenge. If you, as her father, don't do something, I'm afraid things will get worse in the future. It's good to teach that girl a lesson, but it's not up to some unknown brat." Bai Tianwu's expression suddenly changed, and a faint killing intent appeared in his eyes. No matter who that kid is or what his background is, if he dares to make my daughter a maid, he's destined to live a short life. Everyone could clearly feel the strong goodwill and anger emanating from Bai Tianwu, and couldn't help but feel sorry for the legendary Lin Chen. To have Bai Tide as his maid, even in death, is enough for him to be proud of. I don't know what's gotten into Lin Chen, daring to actually make Bai Tide his maid. His reputation has just risen, and now it's about to fall. Qing Baiwan smiled faintly, his gaze shifting as he continued. I heard that Lin Chen lives in the Luo family chamber of commerce, which clearly means he's under the protection of the Luo family. I'm afraid the reason he dared to do that is because he has the Luo family backing him up, or maybe it was even the Luo family's doing. Suddenly, everyone froze, holding their breath. Although I knew that the Qing family chamber of commerce and the Luo family chamber of commerce were mortal enemies, I didn't expect Qing Baiwan to be so ruthless in framing Lin Chen, directly dragging the Luo family into the mess. Bai Tianwu looked at Qing Baiwan with disdain and said in an unfriendly tone, Qing Baiwan, I'll say it again, don't treat me like one of those idiots you've cheated. If you want to deal with the Luo family, do it yourself, don't drag my Bai family into it. Everyone could understand Qing Baiwan's implied meaning, so how could he not? Although things are definitely not as Qing Baiwan said, just the fact that Lin Chen lives in the Luo family chamber of commerce means that Lin Chen and the Luo family must have some kind of relationship. Seeing the thoughtful look in by Tianwu's eyes and the slight furrow in his brow, Qing Baiwan's lips curled up slightly, revealing an expression of satisfaction at achieving his goal. When will brother Bai Shi return? Qing Baiwan continued, looking worried, as if Bai Tide was not Bai Tianwu's daughter, but his own. Since he's staying at the Luo family's residence, I'll give the Luo family some face. After the auction, I'll let everyone know what happens to those who dare to bully the Luo family. Bai Tianwu said calmly before entering the Chamber of Commerce. The Bai family members followed closely behind. Qing Baiwan smiled slightly, a strange glint in his eyes, and then led the Qing family into the Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the two important figures enter the Chamber of Commerce, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then their faces showed a strange expectation. They all had a feeling that after the auction, something big would happen in Huangzhou City that would shock everyone. People continued to enter the Chamber of Commerce, signaling that the competition at tonight's auction would be exceptionally fierce. On the other side, on the fourth floor of the Chamber of Commerce building, in a simple, old-fashioned room, sat two little girls, no more than 10 years old. Who told you to sit? You should remember you are my maid. The little girl spoke slowly to Bai Tide in front of her, her face full of domineering authority. Bai Tide was stunned for a moment, then stood up with a grim expression and stood behind the little girl. I'm Festi. Bai Tide stepped forward, poured a glass of water, and placed it on the table. My shoulders are sore. Bai Tide's face grew even more gloomy, but she still placed her hands on the little girl's shoulders and massaged her with unfamiliar and unskilled techniques. If anyone in the desolate city witnessed this scene, they would be utterly astonished. Is this still the arrogant and domineering Bai Tide? When did she become so obedient? The little girl wore an expression of enjoyment, muttering to herself, I only said those martial arts techniques were trash, so why did you get so worked up? Bai Tide spoke coldly and mechanically. I just can't stand the trashy martial arts techniques you mentioned. Hee, those martial arts techniques are clearly trash in your eyes, aren't they? The little girl continued to mutter to herself, her eyes closed. Bai Tide remained silent, increasing the pressure on her hands. Oh, that feels so good. The little girl instantly showed a look of enjoyment, and then continued. You're not criticizing me because of my martial arts skills, but because you're jealous, right? Bai Tide remained silent, but her expression had clearly changed, as if someone had spoken her mind. You've been with us since Lin Chen and I entered the Chamber of Commerce. You saw a little girl your age receiving such meticulous care and became jealous. That's why you were so agitated after I said your martial arts were trash. No, why would I be jealous of you? Bai Tide exclaimed excitedly. Hee, the bet you made with me after that is proof. The little girl opened her eyes, her tone calm, yet mature beyond her years. Given your status, would you agree to a bet that's obviously designed to trap you? Only jealousy has clouded your judgment, and even made you a little foolish. Bai Tide's hand stopped abruptly. Her face turned ugly, and her tone became icy. Were you testing me when you made that bet with me? Half the reason is, and the other half is because I really want a maid. The little girl suddenly smiled, revealing a smug look. Bai Tide's face was extremely pale at this moment, her heart filled with humiliation and inexplicable resentment. Hee, you don't need to look like that. Many people want to be my maid but aren't qualified yet. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. The little girl suddenly smiled, as if stating a fact, her tone extremely certain and natural. Bai Tide was numb. No matter what the little girl said, all she felt was humiliation and anger. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure in white appeared on the bed, not far away, and sat cross-legged on it. Brother-in-law! The little girl was overjoyed and rushed forward, her eyes shining. Looking at the little girl in front of him and Bai Tide, standing blankly at the table not far away, Lin Chen was stunned and speechless. He had the Chamber of Commerce prepare a separate room for the little girl. So how come the little girl and Bai Tide are both in his room now? Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's confusion, the little girl tugged at his arm like a clingy kitten, saying in a casual tone, "Brother-in-law, I don't want to stay in the room alone. It's too stuffy and boring." Lin Chen looked uncomfortable all over and glanced at Bai Tide not far away. "Don't you have a maid to serve you? But I have to keep an eye on my brother-in-law. What if he cheats on me? Wouldn't I be a sinner? I know the Chamber of Commerce offers certain services, and you seem to have close ties with them. So, I have to be careful," the little girl said earnestly, her face unusually serious. If Lin Chen hadn't known her temperament, he probably would have been fooled by her serious appearance and thought the little girl was telling the truth. Lin Chen patted his forehead, inwardly screaming, "What a disaster! Whose child is this? Why is his mind full of strange and bizarre ideas that even he doesn't understand?" Putting aside whether he would cheat on her, just consider the matter of the little girl's brother-in-law. He knew nothing about the little girl's sister from beginning to end, and had never even met her. Although he was used to hearing the word brother-in-law, he really didn't want to be one. Heaven have mercy, there's only one person in his heart right now. Your sister is incredibly unlucky to have a sister like you. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed. He even felt a little sorry for the fairy girl's older sister. Brother-in-law is wrong. My sister is lucky to have a sister like me. I even found her a good husband. The little girl let go of Lin Chen's arm, looked up at the sky with a smug expression. Lin Chen shook his head and then said, "All right, let's stop here. Let's not talk about this anymore." Every time this topic comes up, the little girl becomes incredibly talkative, and he's starting to get a little scared. Indeed, children are the most difficult to deal with. Time is almost up, and the auction is about to begin. Lin Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. He was really looking forward to the upcoming auction. If any pill formulas or weapon recipes appeared, he would definitely buy them. As for anything else that caught his eye, he wouldn't let it go either, simply because he was now considered very rich. Lin Chen pushed open the door, and the young man who had greeted him earlier appeared in front of him. The young man asked respectfully, "Young Master Lin, is there anything I can do for you?" Lin Chen handed over a spatial ring and then slowly said, "These are some pills. Let the Merchant Guild help with the auction later." A hint of surprise and doubt flashed in the young man's eyes. He then took the spatial ring and left. His task was to follow Lin Chen and obey any orders Lin Chen gave him. Although he was curious about the grade and quantity of the pills Lin Chen was consigning, he did not intend to ask, nor did he dare to probe his spatial ring with his mind to check. He left everything to the Chamber of Commerce or its president to decide. After watching the young man leave, Lin Chen said calmly to the little girl, "All right, it's time for us to head to the 5th floor for the auction." A glint of light flashed in the little girl's eyes, and her face lit up with excitement. "Brother-in-law, I want a pretty dress." Okay, I'll buy it for you." Lin Chen nodded. The ring he gave the young man contained 1,000 grade 3 rejuvenation pills, worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones, enough to buy whatever he wanted at the auction. The furnace in the martial soul space is really useful. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh as he thought of this. Luo Shuihan gave him the materials for 100 grade 3 rejuvenation pills. Most alchemists would be considered very successful if they could refine a few dozen pills, but he refined 1,000 pills in one go, without spending any time or effort, and only spending 10,000 spirit stones. I obtained such a large quantity of pills. If those old monsters who refined pills knew about this, they would probably die of jealousy. "Thank you, brother-in-law. I knew you loved me the most." The little girl jumped up instantly, her voice clear and bright. Sigh. Lin Chen was speechless. With Bai Tide by his side, Lin Chen and the little girl headed towards the 5th floor where the auction was being held. Chapter 94 Auction. Poor? The Luo Family Chamber of Commerce has a total of 6 floors. Except for the 1st floor, which is the sales area, the 2nd to 6th floors are not open to the public. Lin Chen and Luo Shuihan met on the 6th floor before, and this auction will be held on the 5th floor. The entire 5th floor consists of only one large hall, resembling a small, enclosed plaza. In the center is a tall, circular platform surrounded by tiered seating, with more than a dozen separate rooms above it, clearly prepared exclusively for the most powerful individuals. At this moment, the 7 major families and 5 major forces were all present. In addition, there was an unknown mysterious figure who was also alone in a room, while Lin Chen was sitting in an ordinary seat around the square. Looking down at the white-clad boy and the 2 little girls by Tianwu, who was in the room, clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and his face showed obvious anger. As the head of the Bai family, one of the 7 great families of Huangzhou City, there is probably no one else but Lin Chen who could anger him to this extent. Patriarch, should I go and teach that brat a lesson right now and bring the little girl back? An old man dressed in elder's robe spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, a faint killing intent emanating from him. This isn't the Bai family's place. You can't do whatever you want here. Let's talk about Bai Tide after the auction. The most important thing right now is to win that item. Let that girl suffer a bit more. It'll be a good opportunity to train her. Bai Tianwu suddenly calmed down, his expression returning to calm, no longer showing the anger he had just displayed. The fact that she could remain calm the moment her daughter was treated like a servant by someone else shows her strong mental fortitude. The old man stared blankly at Bai Tianwu in front of him, then nodded, deeply admiring him. As expected of the head of the Bai family, he is indeed extraordinary and far superior to the previous head of the family. The image of a middle-aged man had just appeared in his mind when the old man extinguished it instantly, muttering to himself, "What am I thinking? He's dead." The current head of the family is Bai Tianwu. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Lin Chen, sitting in the lower seat, glanced in Bai Tianwu's direction, a guess forming in his mind. In today's desolate city, if anyone cares about him, it's undoubtedly the Bai family. Looking at Bai Tide beside him, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. "Looks like you don't hold a very high position in your father's heart. He didn't even take you back with him after we came." Bai Tide froze for a moment, then looked in the direction Lin Chen had been looking, and a strange sense of loss instantly arose in her heart. Then, as if remembering something, she glanced at Lin Chen and said, "Your arrogant days will soon be over. Once the auction is over, your life will be over too." Her eyes held a strong sense of certainty. "My little maid, is this how you talk to your master?" The little girl suddenly pinched Bai Tide's fair ear with a mischievous grin. The pain in her ear made Bai Tide jump up instantly, her body trembling, her face pale, and her voice icy. "Master, I was wrong." "Yes, that's right." The little girl let go of her hands, put her hands on her hips, and smiled. Bai Tide's eyes were vicious, and her expression was cold. Once the auction was over, she would return the humiliation she had suffered today to Lin Chen, especially to the little girl. "Hee, if you're thinking about revenge, I advise you to give up. You can't afford to mess with us." As if seeing through Bai Shi's thoughts, the little girl suddenly smiled, her face relaxed and disdainful. "All right, the auction has begun." Lin Chen shook his head, then looked at the central platform. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in a magnificent light blue robe appeared on the central platform. The surrounding noise stopped abruptly, and all eyes turned to him. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The middle-aged man was none other than Luo Shuihan, with whom he had previously made a deal. The figures from various factions in the room above the square were also taken aback for a moment, but then they understood. After all, the highlight of the night was that item, so it was normal for Luo Shuihan to preside over the auction. Luo Shuihan's gaze swept over the crowd, and then he spoke in a bright voice. "I presume you all already know my identity. This auction is hosted by Luo Mao, so please strictly abide by the rules of the auction." After speaking, Luo Shuihan glanced at the crowd again and continued. "Enough with the nonsense. The auction is now starting." After speaking, a small round platform slowly rose up beside Luo Shuihan, with a ball of light on it and a scroll floating in the ball of light. The first item up for auction is a 6th-tier martial arts manual suitable for fire tribute martial artists to cultivate. The starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones. Luo Shuihan gave a brief introduction and then stood quietly. As soon as Luo Shuihan finished speaking, the crowd erupted in a commotion with constant chatter. I didn't expect the opening move to be a 6th-tier martial skill. Besides the 7 major families and 5 major powers, very few people probably possess 6th-tier martial arts skills. You could count the 6-tier martial arts skills in the entire desolate state on one hand. It's truly astonishing that the Luo family actually brought out a 6-tier martial arts skill to sell this time. The Luo family excels in water-based martial arts. Although 6-tier martial arts techniques are extremely valuable, since they cannot be practiced, it's better to exchange them for something else. Furthermore, it's possible that this martial arts manual wasn't put up for sale by the Luo family, but rather consigned for sale by some mysterious person or force. Perhaps, the fire sect excels in fire-based attacks, maybe. In a room above the crowd, a middle-aged man with a flushed face and radiating intense heat instantly revealed greed and desire when he saw the martial arts technique within the ball of light. Take a picture of it. You absolutely must take a picture of it. Although the fire sect has 6-tier martial arts techniques, there are only 2, and given his status, it would be impossible for him to learn them. However, he has been given an opportunity. It was worth it to come out this time. The man clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. People from various factions also showed interest when they saw the ball of light below. Although some of them were not members of the fire sect, others were skilled in fire-based attacks, and the 6-tier martial arts techniques before them were undoubtedly very attractive to them. Rapid breathing could be heard around Lin Chen, clearly showing that the 6-tier martial arts technique was extremely attractive to everyone. Seeing Lin Chen's calm expression, the little girl asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, don't you think this martial arts scroll is good?" Although this martial arts scroll is extremely valuable, it is useless to me at the moment, since I can't cultivate it anyway. When I am able to cultivate it, I guess I won't even want this martial arts scroll anymore. Lin Chen shook his head, looking calm. 5th-tier martial arts techniques are currently useless against him, let alone a 6th-tier martial arts technique that is clearly not exquisite. If it were a 9th-tier emperor-level martial arts technique, he might consider it, since emperor-level martial arts techniques are rare on the continent, while there are plenty of 6th-tier martial arts techniques. The little girl nodded innocently. "I see. So you're just like me? You don't like it either?" "TCH, sour grapes. That's exactly what you people are like. You clearly want it but can't afford it. Yet you make such a boastful statement." An unfriendly voice rang out. Lin Chen turned his gaze and saw that the speaker was a young man with lewd eyes, exuding a listless aura. "Brother Wu, don't bother with these poor guys. It's beneath your dignity." The beautiful woman sitting on the young man's lap glanced at Lin Chen and the other 2 with a light smile. "Haha, so you're just like me, looking down on it too." The young man looked at the little girl, his tone exactly the same as before, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Lin Chen's face instantly turned icy, and he glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. "Do you want to die? Oh, you're actually so fierce." The beautiful woman suddenly smiled, and then her soft and charming voice rang in the young man's ear. "Brother Wu, look at this kid. He actually dares to be fierce to me. It's fine if he can't afford it, but why is he being fierce to me? I was just telling the truth." As she spoke, tears suddenly welled up in the girl's eyes, and she looked aggrieved. The soft, alluring voice immediately ignited a burning passion in the young man, making his blood boil, his eyes redden, and his breathing rapid. "Hee, little darling, don't stoop to the level of a bunch of poor people. Come on, let Brother Wu give you a kiss." The young man leaned closer to the woman's beautiful face. Seeing such a disgusting scene, the little girl stood up immediately, but Lin Chen stopped her by patting her head. "It's not worth getting angry with someone like that," Lin Chen said slowly, a smile on his face. "But brother-in-law, they laughed at you, and I couldn't stand it." The little girl looked so pitiful that it was hard to resist her plight. "Hee, you'll get used to it. As long as you're doing well, who cares what others say?" Lin Chen shook his head, looking calm. Moreover, dealing with these kinds of people requires practical means. Talking is useless. Taking concrete actions to slap them in the face is the only way. The little girl paused for a moment, then looked at Bai Tide with a strange expression. A bright smile instantly appeared on her face, and her previous anger vanished. "Yes, let's prove them wrong with our actions." The little girl clenched her fist, looking like a little devil. Bai Tide stared blankly at the 2 of them, her body trembling. Does Lin Chen's statement about being slapped in the face include her? Thinking back on everything that had happened, Bai Tide glanced at the young man and the beautiful woman, her expression one of disgust. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that the 2 of them would probably be humiliated by Lin Chen, just like she had been before. Soon, The first item was successfully auctioned off to the fire sect for 500,000 spirit stones. Such a terrifying amount of spirit stones is something that only major powers would spend so casually. The next few items were either weapons or martial arts techniques. And although some were high level, Lin Chen didn't like any of them. I thought you were going to prove something, but I didn't expect you to be really poor. You can't even afford a 4th tier martial skill, let alone a 6th tier one. Just as I expected, you're all talk and no action. At this moment, the young man who had just finished with the beautiful woman glanced at Lin Chen, his face flushed, panting heavily, looking completely exhausted. You're dressed like someone important, so it seems I was overthinking it. Big shots don't have that many. Seeing the woman's admiring gaze, the young man became even more smug. I didn't expect a poor wretch to sneak into the auction. The Luo family has really regressed. Lin Chen glanced at the two people who were coiled around each other like two snakes, his expression calm, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Luo Shuihan in the center slowly introduced the items to be auctioned. This is a 4th tier defensive armor, which, as you can see, is a dress. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. The little girl jumped up instantly, grabbed Lin Chen's arm, and said anxiously, "Brother-in-law, the pretty dress." Lin Chen turned around and smiled faintly. "Okay, I'll buy it for you." After speaking, Lin Chen looked at the young man and the beautiful woman again and said in a calm tone, "Haven't you said we're poor time and time again? Well then, open your eyes wide and take a good look." If you can afford it, I'll write my name backwards," the young man said with a disdainful look. "Brother Wu, I want one too." The beautiful woman spoke slowly, her voice captivating. "Okay, Brother Wu will buy it for you. Let some ungrateful, poor people see what real rich people are like. Let them understand that not everyone can come to a place like this." Hearing the woman's soft and charming voice and seeing her delicate and anxious face, the young man instantly became aroused. He glanced at Lin Chen and spoke with disdain. Bai Tide silently watched the scene before her, sighing inwardly. She was afraid that soon she would be the one to be proven wrong. Chapter 95, The Fox Spirit. A 4th tier suit of armor, with the exterior resembling a dress, would undoubtedly be a favorite among women. 20,000. As soon as Luo Shuihan finished speaking, a female voice rang out. 22,000. 23,000. Soon, the price rose to 40,000 spirit stones, and the noise gradually subsided, as if it were coming to an end. At this moment, the young man slowly spoke. 45,000. I'll take this dress." The arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire venue, silencing the previous bidders. Ordinary 4th tier armor is worth only 7 or 8,000 to 10,000, but because of the appearance of this armor, the price has been raised to 10,000 spirit stones. Even so, it couldn't stop people from vying for it, but 40,000 spirit stones was already the limit. Adding a little more would probably be enough to buy an ordinary 5th tier defensive armor. "Kid, you wanted to prove it, didn't you? Come on, prove it." "Ha ha ha." The young man glanced at Lin Chen, laughed heartily, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. "Brother Wu, I'll follow you for the rest of my life." The beautiful woman hugged the man's neck, her eyes filled with deep affection. The man's lower body instantly became hot. If they hadn't been in an auction, he probably would have relieved himself on the spot. Now you know how good your Brother Wu is, right? Your Brother Wu isn't like some people who just talk big. They're clearly poor, but they pretend to be all high and mighty. The man spoke slowly, glancing at Lin Chen every now and then, his face full of mockery. "Any higher prices?" 45,000 once, 45,000 twice. A loud voice came from a central round platform. "Brother-in-law, if you really can't afford it, then forget it." The little girl looked at Lin Chen, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Lin Chen had previously purchased 3 exquisite 4th tier martial arts manuals, which must have cost him a considerable amount. It wouldn't be fair for him to insist on it now. What are you saying, little girl? As long as you like it, I'll... Lin Chen was about to continue when he stopped. "Ahem, as long as it's within my tolerance, I'll satisfy you. It's just a dress, you wait." Suddenly Lin Chen spoke, his voice loud. 50,000. The smiling young man froze instantly, his face turning ugly. 50,000, 100,000. He then said slowly, the sound of clenched teeth clearly audible. 55,000. Lin Chen said calmly, looking completely unconcerned. "Don't go too far." The young man roared at Lin Chen. What? Didn't you just say we were poor? Why are you so angry now? Lin Chen deliberately feigned ignorance. The little girl beside her had her eyes slightly narrowed and a look of satisfaction on her face, while Bai Tide remained calm, her eyes showing only an expression of having expected this. The young man's face was extremely gloomy, but he was speechless because Lin Chen had cornered him. 55,000 was his limit. He couldn't raise the price any further. Not only was it not worth spending more than 55,000 on a dress, but even if it were, he couldn't afford that much money. Seeing the young man's ugly face and his unwavering determination to raise the price, the beautiful woman slowly spoke up. What's wrong, Brother Wu? Raise the price. We can't let this poor bastard get away with this. Seeing the woman's arrogant expression, the man's eyes flashed, and then he smiled. Honey, since he wants it, let's be generous and give it to him. Maybe there will be even prettier dresses next. TCH, they were just saying we were pretending to be high-minded even though we couldn't afford it. Now we've proven we weren't pretending, but someone else is pretending to be high-minded instead. The little girl said slowly, her face full of mockery. The young man's gaze instantly turned cold as he stared directly at the little girl, releasing a faint aura. Shut up. Do you want to die? Sensing the powerful aura approaching, Lin Chen, whose expression had been calm, suddenly turned cold. A terrifying killing intent emanated from him and pressed directly towards the man and woman, his voice icy. I think you're the one who wants to die. Feeling Lin Chen's aura and pressure far exceeding his own, the young man was instantly stunned, a trace of fear appearing in his eyes. This is an auction, not a place for you to run wild, the young man said weakly. Drink? Of course I know. Otherwise you'd be a corpse by now. Lin Chen's gaze was cold, and he stopped looking at the two of them. Luo Shuihan, standing on the central circular platform, had been watching everything Lin Chen did, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. 55,000, is there anything higher? Luo Shuihan asked calmly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd around him. Everyone remained silent, and then Luo Shuihan directly announced that the 4th-tier defensive armor belonged to Lin Chen. The auction continued, but something interesting happened to Lin Chen. Seeing the young man's fearful expression towards Lin Chen, and sensing Lin Chen's immense strength, the beautiful woman suddenly stood up, left the young man, and headed towards Lin Chen. Seeing this, the young man's face instantly turned ashen, his anger barely contained. What are you trying to do? Hee, what I do is none of your business, the beautiful woman said, revealing an attitude that was quite different from before. Upon approaching Lin Chen, the woman gazed at him with tender affection, her voice filled with shyness and charm. This servant greets you, young master. Please don't take what happened earlier to heart. If you are still angry, feel free to vent it on me. After speaking, the woman revealed her fair and fragrant shoulders, her face flushed with a soft and alluring blush, looking as if she were at his mercy. Anyone else would probably find it hard to resist. Before Lin Chen could speak, the little girl suddenly stood up, blocking Lin Chen's way, and glared at the beautiful woman with a hostile expression. You vixen, don't even think about seducing my brother-in-law. Bai Tide was stunned, as were the people around her, and Lin Chen was naturally stunned as well. This girl really thinks I'm her brother-in-law. Is it really necessary? Does she not trust his resolve or his judgment? The people nearby, though calm, looked at the young man and Lin Chen with strange expressions, as if watching a show. At this moment, the young man was on the verge of exploding. If it weren't for his reason telling him that he couldn't beat Lin Chen, he probably wouldn't care that he was in the Chamber of Commerce, and would have rushed up and killed Lin Chen and the beautiful woman together. You bastard! With a sigh, the young man uttered only 2 words before turning and leaving. He was utterly mortified. If he stayed any longer, the stares of the people around him would probably tear him apart. The woman who was just saying she would follow him left without a second thought, and even went to the opposing side. This is more humiliating than being cuckolded. Looking at the alluring and beautiful woman, Lin Chen smiled faintly. You just said something like you wanted to be with him for life, right? You're putting me in a difficult position. Lin Chen deliberately feigned a troubled expression. Wah, I was deceived by him too. A man like you is the kind of person I can only dream of. I hope you won't despise me. I will definitely serve you well, and will follow you forever. Seeing Lin Chen's somewhat troubled and hesitant appearance, a hint of pride and self-righteousness flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. She was confident in her beauty and figure. So how could Lin Chen, who was not even 20 years old, resist her temptation? Seeing Lin Chen's hesitant expression, the little girl panicked and said urgently, "Brother-in-law, are you really going to forgive this vixen?" By the end, the little girl looked aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Bai Tide, who had been watching closely, was stunned and filled with doubt. Did Lin Chen really want to forgive the other party? It seems all men are the same. Bai Tide thought to herself, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Not only did the little girl despise the beautiful woman, but she also despised her. Although the matter had nothing to do with her, the feeling of disgust was real. "Young master," the beautiful woman continued softly, her clothes falling even lower. "Enough." Lin Chen's hesitant expression suddenly changed, and he said in an icy tone, "Either get out or die." Seeing Lin Chen's sudden change in temperament, the beautiful woman was stunned for a moment. Then a nameless anger rose within her. She looked at Lin Chen, forced a smile, and said in a soft, seductive voice, "Young master, do you mean what I said doesn't exist?" Lin Chen asked coldly. The beautiful woman suddenly erupted, her face contorted with rage and bewilderment. With her charm, countless men would fall for her. So why was Lin Chen so decisive, looking so disgusted? Although she didn't know what the little girl's older sister looked like, she was confident that she was prettier than her. So why did Lin Chen reject her? Seemingly noticing the doubt in the woman's eyes, Lin Chen said disdainfully, "Don't compare yourself to the person I like. That would tarnish her. You're not worthy to be compared to her." Kid, don't be so arrogant." Upon hearing this, the woman snorted coldly, her face extremely ugly. After speaking, he turned and left, in the same direction as the young man who had left earlier. After the woman left, the little girl turned her gaze to Lin Chen, her face beaming with joy. "Brother-in-law, I thought you had been bewitched by that vixen." Looking at the little girl in front of him, whose speech was completely out of character for her age, Lin Chen was speechless. "Is that kind of person in your eyes?" "It looks like it." The little girl nodded seriously. "There's something I need to make clear to you. I have someone I like, so please don't call me brother-in-law anymore. Just call me by my name." Lin Chen said to the little girl with a serious expression. "What? You actually have someone you like? Who is it?" The little girl was stunned, then tears welled up in her eyes. "I don't care. You're my brother-in-law. I want to see who dares to steal my sister's man." As she spoke, a strange determination appeared in the little girl's eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was even more speechless, wondering when he could finally get rid of this tormenting trouble. "Go back as soon as you meet your family." Lin Chen sighed. Bai Tide felt a strange sensation as she watched the two talking. Lin Chen has someone he likes, and that person is clearly not the little girl's sister. The little girl always calls Lin Chen brother-in-law, and Lin Chen treats the little girl very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to buy her a dress worth 55,000 yuan. This relationship seems a bit complicated. Bai Tide suddenly became interested, as if she had discovered a new continent, completely forgetting that she was still Lin Chen's maid. The auction proceeded smoothly, with each bid sparking fierce competition, but for Lin Chen, it was tedious and boring. A moment later, when several yellow papers appeared on the auction stage, Lin Chen immediately became interested. Below is a set of second-tier pill formulas that can be used to refine second-grade pills. Luo Shuihan said slowly. Chapter 96, Elder Mu Yunting of the Wood Sect. Upon hearing Luo Shuihan's introduction, most of the people present instantly lost interest. Pill recipes are invaluable to alchemists, but they are useless to ordinary martial artists. What they need are martial arts techniques, weapons, or other resources to enhance their strength. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the set of pill formulas on the auction stage. Although it's only a second-tier pill formula, he urgently needs to collect it. Even though he no longer needs second-tier pills in his current situation, he can still refine them and sell them. Seemingly noticing the boredom in everyone's eyes, Luo Shuihan slowly spoke up. "Although this set of second-tier pill formulas can only produce second-grade pills, I believe you will all be interested in the pills produced." Everyone instantly locked their gazes on Luo Shuihan, their eyes filled with curiosity. If you take all the pills made from this set of pill formulas together, they will have the effect of a fourth-grade pill or even a fourth-grade breakthrough pill. Luo Shuihan said calmly, a hint of mystery in his eyes. "What? A breakthrough pill? and a fourth grade one at that. The crowd erupted in excitement. The breakthrough pill is one of the most difficult pills to refine. It has strict requirements for the selection of medicinal materials and the alchemy process. The formula itself is also extremely valuable. Even the formula for a first-grade breakthrough pill is often only in the hands of a few powerful forces, and ordinary people have no way of knowing it. If I buy the set of pill formulas on the auction stage, I might be able to learn the specific method for refining the breakthrough pill from them. At this moment, even those who knew nothing about alchemy became excited. There was no doubt that this set of pill formulas was of extraordinary value. Even if it was useless to them, they could sell it for a high price or find an alchemist to use the formulas to build relationships and secure their future path in martial arts. Lin Chen was stunned, a look of surprise in his eyes. He thought it was just an ordinary second-tier pill formula, but it turned out to be an unknown treasure. He wasn't interested in the specific contents of the so-called pill formula. He was only interested in being able to refine fourth-grade pills. Seeing the scene instantly heating up, Luo Shuian spoke up at the opportune moment. This set of pill formulas consists of 5 sheets, with a starting price of 1,000 spirit stones. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone in the crowd shouted, 2,000, 3,000. In an instant, the price jumped to 7,000 spirit stones, and the bidding became fierce. Ordinary second-tier pill formulas cost at most 100 or so spirit stones, while rare ones can reach 1,000 or so. This is the limit. The research on this set of pill formulas is of extraordinary significance, so the Chamber of Commerce set the starting price directly at 1,000 or so spirit stones. However, everyone still bid fiercely without hesitation. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice came from the room where the people from the upperwood sect were. 10,000 yuan. I'll take this pill formula. I don't think anyone has any objections. Everyone was taken aback, and then a middle-aged figure appeared on the platform above them. He was wearing a long robe for alchemy and exuded a faint medicinal smell, clearly someone who often dealt with pills. It's Elder Mu Yunting of the Mu sect. I heard he's a third-grade alchemist. Perhaps he bought the pill formula hoping to learn how to advance to the fourth-grade alchemist, someone speculated. However, once Mu Yunting speaks, those alchemists at the same time probably won't dare to compete with him. After all, he has the Mu sect as his backer. As expected, as soon as Mu Yunting spoke, everyone fell silent, clearly having tacitly agreed to give up the pill formula. Several people present gritted their teeth, clearly dissatisfied with Mu Yunting's domineering attitude, but they were helpless. They were all amateur alchemists who had not received formal training and were all self-taught. They had finally come across a pill formula with research value, but it wasn't that they couldn't afford it. Rather, they dared not compete with Mu Yunting for it. Hateful. Luo Shuihan, sitting on the central round platform, frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Although Mu Yunting offered a high price, once the price was set at one price, others dared not bid due to their status, which seriously affected the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. After all, the Wood sect was one of the 5 major powers, and he had to give them some face. Thank you all. If there's anything I can do to help you in the future, please feel free to come to the Wood sect to find me. Looking at everyone's expressions, Mu Yunting was very satisfied, and then said in a clear voice. He thought this set of pill formulas would be worth at least 100,000 spirit stones, but he got it for only 10,000. He was very pleased with himself. This was the benefit of having a certain status. Just then, Lin Chen's untimely voice rang out calmly. 15,000 spirit stones. With a whoosh, everyone was stunned for a moment, then their eyes locked onto Lin Chen, revealing surprise. I thought the person who dared to compete with Mu Yunting would be someone from one of the 5 major powers or one of the 7 major families, but I never expected it to be an unknown young man. Is he courting death? How dare he try to steal something from Mu Yunting? Who knows? Maybe he has no idea how powerful the so-called Wood sect and Elder Mu Yunting are. Ignorance is bliss. This is going to be interesting. Everyone looked at him strangely, and Yin Zhong showed a strange interest. Apart from the 7 major families and 5 major forces, no one has ever dared to offend the Wood sect. They're actually looking forward to how things will develop. Despite the gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen remained calm and unmoved. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Mu Yunting snapped out of her daze and locked her gaze on Lin Chen, her voice unfriendly. Is Lin Chen trying to take it from him? How dare Lin Chen? Doesn't he know that with his status and position, killing Lin Chen would be a piece of cake? Lin Chen smiled faintly, showing no fear. I know, I'm bidding. Just because you open your mouth doesn't mean I can't bid. This is an auction, not a sale. Whoever bids the highest wins. Lin Chen rarely showed a mocking expression, his voice disdainful. If you can't afford it, just give up. You're courting death. Mu Yunting was stunned for a moment. Of course, he knew the principle that whoever offered the highest price would get it. But why did Lin Chen dare to go against him? Shouldn't he be allowed to obtain the pill formula? 16,000. Mu Yunting's face was grim, but he still slowly quoted the price. Although he was very unhappy with Lin Chen's bidding, which made him spend more money, he was determined to get this set of pill formulas, as it would help him advance to the 4th grade alchemist. 17,000. Lin Chen immediately interjected as soon as Mu Yunting finished speaking, as if he didn't care about the money at all. In fact, Lin Chen still cared about money, but he had a price expectation in mind. He would stop bidding once the price was exceeded. The expected price for this set of pill formulas was 100,000 spirit stones. Therefore, if Mu Yunting wanted to acquire the pill formulas, he would have to exceed this price. 18,000. Mu Yunting continued through gritted teeth. 20,000. Lin Chen remained unmoved, his expression indifferent. 25,000. After making the bid, Mu Yunting said to Lin Chen, word by word, if you raise the price again, you'll suffer a terrible fate after the auction ends. It wasn't that he couldn't offer a higher price, but rather that he now harbored immense hatred for Lin Chen. This was the first time he had ever hated a teenager so much. In the desolate state, many people treated him with the utmost respect, but Lin Chen showed no respect whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt a hint of disdain. He felt an unprecedented sense of contempt and insult. Everyone had been watching everything closely, and seeing Mu Yunting's angry expression, they felt a strange sense of satisfaction, especially those who wanted the pill formula but were hindered by Mu Yunting's status. They all looked at Mu Yunting with mocking expressions. Is Elder Mu threatening me? Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but his voice was slightly cold. You can think of it this way. In the desolate state, not many people dare to offend me. You should think this through. Mu Yunting's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lin Chen's expression. As an alchemist, he was a celebrity throughout the entire desolate state. Although he couldn't compare to those geniuses, he was still quite popular. Moreover, he was the Grand Elder of the Wood Sect. He didn't even need to lift a finger to kill Lin Chen. With just a word, many people would be willing to serve him. I've thought it through. Lin Chen deliberately made a sighing gesture. That's right. You'll be very grateful for your decision to give up now, because it saved your life. A hint of disdain flashed in Mu Yunting's eyes, and his voice was extremely smug. 60,000 spirit stones. Lin Chen suddenly grinned wickedly and announced the price right in front of Mu Yunting's smiling face. Mu Yunting's face darkened instantly. He now understood that Lin Chen had clearly been deliberately toying with him. Everyone showed interest. There were probably only a handful of people in the entire desolate state who dared to play tricks on Mu Yunting. Lin Chen was so good that even if he died later, he would still be remembered. At the same time, everyone had doubts in their hearts. Why did Lin Chen look so fearless of the wood cloud vine? Did Lin Chen have some unknown mysterious identity? And was he so powerful that he was not afraid of the wood sect at all? The other 4 sects of the 5 major powers and the members of the 7 major families present all looked at Mu Yunting with strange expressions. This was the first time they had ever seen someone dare to oppose the 5 major powers, and so openly at that. They didn't care about Lin Chen at all, because Lin Chen would soon disappear from the desolate state. What they care about is the stigma and ridicule that will spread after today's events. Unlike the people from the various major forces, Bai Tianwu looked at the calm-faced, white-robed youth below, but his heart was filled with doubts and thoughts. Why is Lin Chen so calm? Does Lin Chen have some mysterious background? No, impossible. If she really had some kind of background, she wouldn't be so ordinary. Bai Tianwu shook his head, but his eyes still held contemplation and doubt. He originally planned to get rid of Lin Chen after the auction, but it seems he has to make other plans. What if he offends someone he can't afford to offend? Wouldn't that bring trouble to the Bai family? At this moment, Mu Yunting had erupted. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched so tightly they cracked, and his whole body was filled with killing intent. People from various factions in the nearby rooms could also clearly feel this killing intent, which showed how angry Mu Yunting was. Since you want it, then keep it for me for a while. After his anger subsided, Mu Yunting snorted coldly, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Lin Chen will die after the auction ends. Suddenly, Mu Yunting entered the room. Looking into Mu Yunting's final gaze, Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but inwardly he sneered. Mu Yunting was fine if he didn't provoke him, but if he dared to provoke him, he would die. In the end, Lin Chen won the pill formula for 60,000 spirit stones, and the atmosphere in the room became strange. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with pity, as if they could see the tragedy that would happen after the auction ended. Luo Shuihan naturally noticed the atmosphere in the room, but he remained silent. Others might not know, but he knew that Lin Chen had a mysterious background and could casually take out 1,000,000 spirit stones. Was he an ordinary person? These people are really worrying for nothing. Luo Shuihan said speechlessly, glancing at Lin Chen with a smile on her face. If Lin Chen knew that Luo Shuihan always believed that he had an alchemist or weapon refiner behind him, I wonder what he would think. He is truly all alone now. Next up is a set of artifact formulas. Shaking his head, Luo Shuihan coughed and then announced in a loud voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen showed interest again. Chapter 97 Fire Breaks Through the Clouds. Luo Shuihan's words successfully shifted everyone's attention to the items being auctioned. When they saw the artifact and the ball of light on the auction stage, most people instantly lost interest. Like pill formulas, weapon formulas are of no value to ordinary martial artists, unless they are the kind of pill formulas that can attract weapon refiners, allowing ordinary martial artists to establish a relationship with weapon refiners through them. Any artifact that can be auctioned must be extraordinary. It might be something remarkable, someone commented. Having witnessed the example of the pill formula being auctioned off earlier, some people showed interest in their eyes. This set of materials can be used to forge a set of 4th-tier weapons and armor. The starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones. Luo Shuihan said slowly. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone froze, their eyes wide with surprise. While most crafting techniques can forge a part of a weapon or armor, it is rare to find a crafting technique that can forge a complete set of equipment. The words had barely left his mouth when someone else spoke up. 110,000. The one who spoke was an old man. Although he was sitting in an ordinary seat, someone who could take out 110,000 spirit stones was certainly not an ordinary person. Everyone understood the value of this set of artifacts, but no one spoke up. The price of 100,000 spirit stones directly blocked their entry. 120,000. An aged voice came from the direction of the fire sect, and then an old man in a fire-colored robe appeared on the platform above them. It's Huapatian, the Grand Elder of the Fire Sect. Everyone recognized the old man. Huapatian is the Grand Elder of the Fire Sect and a 4th-grade weapon refiner. He must have high expectations for such a valuable weapon formula. I wonder what that old man's background is. He doesn't seem like a simple person. Someone looked at the old man who had made the previous bid below, with questions in their eyes. It looks like Yin Ju, that 4th-grade independent weapon refiner. Someone recognized the old man, their eyes filled with surprise. Hee, this is getting interesting. Just now Mu Yunting got the short end of the stick, and now it's the fire sect. This time it's a tough nut to crack. Yin Ju is not someone to be trifled with. Everyone's eyes showed interest. Yin Ju, this artifact is of extraordinary value. How about we each compromise and buy it together, then watch and practice it together? Huapatian, the Grand Elder of the Fire Sect, slowly spoke to Yin Ju. Yin Ju's status is not that of an ordinary person. Although he is the Grand Elder of the Fire Sect, people are not willing to offend Yin Ju because of this. Even if he gets the artifact formula by bidding against it, it will cost him a lot of spirit stones. Although he can afford it given his status, he came to this auction with a mission, to win the last item. Therefore, he cannot spend spirit stones casually. Mu Yunting, who had previously bid against Lu, was probably like him. It wasn't that he lacked money, but rather that he dared not spend too much, just so that he would have enough financial resources to compete with the major powers for that item. Yin Ju's eyes showed a thoughtful look, then he nodded and smiled. Since Brother Hua has honored me with his presence, I will naturally accept. He didn't want to spend too many spirit stones. Although he didn't lack those spirit stones, who would turn down spirit stones. It would be best to spend as little as possible. Moreover, he still had to give Huopoyan face, and unlike other martial arts techniques or weapons that cannot be shared, weapon techniques can be shared, and he didn't mind if one more person knew about them. Brother Yin is so kind. Our fire sect welcomes you anytime. Huopoyan was clearly pleased to receive Yin Ju's affirmative reply. He definitely. Yin Ju nodded, then sat down and stopped making offers. Everyone had been watching closely and admired Huopoyan's shrewdness. This solution allowed him to get what he wanted at the lowest possible price. Moreover, the relationship between Huopoyan and Yin Ju had improved as a result, and Yin Ju might even join the Hui sect in the future. It was a win-win situation. Just when everyone thought that the artifact would be auctioned off to Huopoyan for 120,000 spirit stones, an inappropriate yet familiar voice rang out in the hall. 130,000 spirit stones. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became incredibly strange. Everyone stared blankly at the speaker, their faces filled with bewilderment and shock. The person who made the offer was none other than Lin Chen. In an instant, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Who exactly is he? Why is he making these repeated offers? It's one thing to offend Mu Yunting earlier, but now is he going to offend Huopoyan and Yin Ju as well? Judging from his calm demeanor, could he be backed by some powerful force? If he has a powerful backer, that's fine, otherwise he might suffer a terrible death after the auction. He has offended both the Wood sect and the Fire sect, as well as a well-known weapon refiner in Desolate State City. I'm afraid even a god descending from heaven couldn't save him. Huopoyan looked at Lin Chen, his brows furrowed, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This white-robed youth, whom he had just ignored, was now so arrogant and ignorant. Offending the Wood sect was bad enough, but he actually dared to compete with him for the weapon formula? Did he really become so emboldened that he didn't care about him at all? Yin Ju's gaze also fell on Lin Chen. When he saw Lin Chen's calm expression, he couldn't help but wonder, what is this kid's background? Why does he dare to offend people like this? He didn't care about Lin Chen's bid, since it would only cost him a little more spirit stones. But he was curious about Lin Chen's actions. Knowing Lin Chen's and Huopoyan's identities, why did he still dare to bid? Kid, think carefully before you speak. Don't offend someone you can't afford to mess with. Huopoyan said slowly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. What? Am I not allowed to bid? Lin Chen said with a fearless smile. He naturally heard the discussions and knew the identities of Huopoyan and Yin Ju and the power behind them. But so what? In a few days, he will be a disciple of the Desolate State Academy. As the dominant force in the Desolate State, why would he be afraid of the Fire sect and the Wood sect? What's more, he has other trump cards up his sleeve. Looking at Lin Chen's annoying face, Huopoyan felt an indescribable anger. Only now did he truly understand Mu Yunting's feelings. If they weren't still in the auction, he would have disregarded his status and rushed up to kill Lin Chen to vent his anger. Fiend. Fine. Since you want to play, I'll play along. Huopoyan's gaze turned cold, his tone unfriendly, and then he slowly said, 150,000. 16,000. Lin Chen slowly replied, as soon as Huopoyan finished speaking. 170,000. Huopoyan's expression returned to calm, and he continued. 180,000. Lin Chen said slowly. Seeing that Lin Chen remained calm, Huopoyan's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Then he smiled faintly. 200,000. Seeing the strange glint in Huopoyan's eyes, Lin Chen slowly said, 250,000. Hee. Since that's the case, I won't argue. Otherwise, people will say I'm bullying the young. Huopoyan smiled faintly, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen naturally understood that Huopoyan was deliberately raising the price to make him spend more spirit stones, but 250,000 spirit stones was still within his budget. Old turtle, you say you have to let the young man have his way just because you can't win the bid? Does my brother-in-law need you to let him have his way? Lin Chen remained calm, but the little girl who had been watching silently was a bit indignant. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, the entire place fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to the little girl and Huopoyan, whose face was dark. Mu Yunting, who was still furious with Lin Chen, stepped forward and looked at everything before him, feeling a sense of relief. Where did this little brat come from, daring to be so insolent? Huopoyan roared angrily, and a powerful aura rushed towards Lin Chen and his companions. Elder Hua, please be mindful of the rules of my Luo family chamber of commerce. Just then, Luo Shuehan, who had been silently observing everything, suddenly spoke up, releasing an aura that neutralized Huapoyan's aura. Huapoyan paused for a moment, glanced coldly at Lin Chen and the little girl, then smiled faintly at Luo Shuehan. Excuse me. After speaking, he turned and went directly into the room. If Luo Shuehan hadn't stopped them, Lin Chen and the other two would probably have been either dead or seriously injured. Sensing the killing intent in Huapoyan's aura just now, Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but a killing intent rose in his heart. No matter what, Huapoyan was destined to die. Brother-in-law, did I say something wrong? Seeing the strange atmosphere in the room, the little girl tugged at Lin Chen's arm, looking pitiful. You're right. Lin Chen patted the little girl's head with a faint smile on his face. But I feel like that old turtle is going to kill you. Should we run away now? The little girl's eyes were serious, and her voice was clear. Don't worry, no one can kill me right now. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Really? The little girl asked innocently and doubtfully. Certainly. Sitting behind the two, Bai Tide's eyes held doubt and contemplation. Lin Chen has offended enough people to kill him countless times. Where does Lin Chen get the confidence that no one can kill him? No matter what, my father will not let you off the hook after the auction. I really don't know where you get your confidence. As she looked at Lin Chen, her voice filled with sarcasm. I have a brilliant plan. Lin Chen chuckled. Seeing the confidence on Lin Chen's face, the light of the green jade pendant in the little girl's hand dimmed instantly. It was then quietly put away, but no one noticed. Bai Tianwu looked at Lin Chen again, his doubts growing stronger. His intuition told him that Lin Chen's identity was not simple. Everyone silently made a mental note of Lin Chen. No matter what, Lin Chen had overturned their expectations today. With no one bidding, Lin Chen eventually won the artifact formula for 250,000. Soon after, someone delivered both the pill formula and the artifact formula to him. This is your 4th tier armor, along with the pill formula and weapon recipe. The speaker was the same young man who had greeted them earlier. Thanks, please secretly give this note to Chairman Luo. Lin Chen took out a note that seemed to have been prepared in advance and handed it to the young man. Yes. Although the young man looked puzzled, he still took the note and left. Here, this is yours. Lin Chen handed the skirt of the 4th tier armor directly to the little girl, then put away the pill formula and weapon formula. Thank you, brother-in-law. The little girl's eyes were filled with excitement as she looked at the pretty dress in her hands. Bai Tide, standing behind him, looked on with inexplicable jealousy, then lowered her head and remained silent. The little girl carefully examined the dress before reluctantly putting it away. If it weren't for the inconvenience here, she probably would have put it on right away. By the way, brother-in-law, what did you write on that note? The little girl suddenly asked. It's a secret. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, then said casually, but that can guarantee our safety after the auction. Oh, the little girl nodded, looking confused. The auction continued, and everyone's attention was quickly drawn to the dazzling array of items. Items that made it to the auction were naturally of high value, and many people made a considerable profit, but Lin Chen was extremely bored. Finally, when he saw the familiar white jade bottle appear on the auction stage, Lin Chen's eyes lit up with interest once again. The grade 3 rejuvenation pill he consigned has made its appearance. Chapter 98 Top Grade Pills. Seeing everyone showing interest in the 10 white jade bottles beside him, Luo Shuehan looked satisfied and glanced meaningfully at Lin Chen before slowly saying, this is a set of grade 3 rejuvenation pills, with 10 in each bottle, for a total of 100. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones. As soon as Luo Shuehan finished speaking, someone asked, what's so special about these grade 3 rejuvenation pills that they're up for auction? Is it just because there's so many of them? The rejuvenation pill is the most commonly used pill among martial artists, and therefore the most widely available. Naturally, it is also the cheapest among pills of the same grade. Generally speaking, a grade 3 rejuvenation pill is worth 500 spirit stones. Therefore, everyone was satisfied with the starting price mentioned by Luo Shuehan. These pills are indeed quite special. Luo Shuehan nodded naturally and then introduced, every single rejuvenation pill here is of the highest quality and in perfect condition. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, I have seen many top-grade pills, but none of them can compare to any of these. What? All of them are top-grade pills. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with deep doubt. Top-grade pills are not something that alchemists can refine at will. Even the most advanced alchemists cannot guarantee that they can refine even the lowest grade, first-class top-grade pills with 100% success rate. Seeing the suspicious looks from everyone, Luo Shuihan had a faint smile on his face. He was also shocked when he saw it before. He was not surprised at all that Lin Chen could sell third-grade rejuvenation pills, but Lin Chen actually took out 1,000 of them at once, and each one was of the highest grade. This was quite frightening. Is there really anyone in the world who can refine top-grade pills with 100% accuracy? Recalling the scene when Lin Chen demanded materials for 100 sets of grade 3 rejuvenation pills, and Lin Chen's earlier joking claim that he was an alchemist, his feelings were now extremely complicated and apprehensive. What if Lin Chen really was? No, impossible. Even if he really is an alchemist, how could 100 sets of materials possibly produce 1,000 rejuvenation pills, and all of them be top grade? Luo Shuihan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. He then glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Seeing is believing. Everyone please take a look." Luo Shuihan poured out a green pill, its color bright and its fragrance faint. Without a doubt, this was the quality of a top-grade pill. It's truly a top-grade elixir. The crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone present was wealthy enough to attend the auction. They certainly didn't lack grade 3 rejuvenation pills, but grade 3 rejuvenation pills were extremely rare. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Qing Baiwan, the current head of the Qing family, emerged from the room above. His eyes swept over the crowd before locking onto the white jade bottle on the auction stage. He declared domineeringly, "I, Qing Baiwan, want this set of top-grade rejuvenation pills. I would appreciate it if you all would do me the honor." Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then quickly chimed in. "Since it's Patriarch Qing who has spoken, we certainly won't be rude." The Qing family and the Luo family are the two strongest families among the 7 major families. Although everyone wanted to obtain this set of top-grade rejuvenation pills, they did not dare to act recklessly like Lin Chen. They dared not offend the Qing family. Seeing everyone's reactions, Qing Baiwan had a faint smile on his face, his eyes slightly narrowed, clearly very satisfied. His gaze fell upon the white jade bottle on the auction stage, and his eyes instantly gleamed. The city of Huangzhou has 2 major merchant guilds, the Luo Family Merchant Guild and the Qing Family Merchant Guild. The Qing family naturally has no shortage of grade 3 rejuvenation pills, and can even be said to have abundant reserves, but they do not have a single grade 1 rejuvenation pill. Top-grade rejuvenation pills are not something ordinary people would sell. No matter how powerful the Qing family is, they could never obtain them. Now that 100 top-grade rejuvenation pills have appeared at once, and they are even grade 3, he naturally wants to take them. Not to mention storing them in the Qing Family Chamber of Commerce. After buying them, he can hand them over to the Qing family's professional alchemists to study them. Perhaps he can even glimpse the mysteries of top-grade pills. He would never believe there wasn't a secret behind the appearance of 100 top-grade pills. Seeing that everyone was not interested in bidding, Luo Shuihan, who was standing on the central circular platform, frowned slightly, looking rather unsightly. If no one bids, the Chamber of Commerce will earn less profit. More importantly, he also disapproves of Qing Baiwan obtaining this set of top-grade pills so easily. Lin Chen, who had been silently observing everything, glanced in Qing Baiwan's direction. When he saw Qing Baiwan's slightly familiar face, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "All right, when we were in the tomb of the martial lord." Lin Chen suddenly paused, as if he had thought of something, and then his gaze became strange. In the tomb of the martial lord, he met a young man who called himself the Azure Cloud Sword, and he eventually killed him. Could it be his son? Lin Chen stroked his chin, his face showing an indescribable strangeness. Just when everyone thought the pill was about to be won by Qing Baiwan, a familiar voice rang out again in the hall. 100,000 spirit stones. Everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on the speaker, and when they saw Lin Chen's face with a faint, wicked smile, they all showed strange expressions. Having already offended the Wood Sect and Fire Sect twice before, as well as Yin Zhu, are they now planning to offend the Qing family as well? Luo Shuihan also gave Lin Chen a strange look, feeling both puzzled and slightly pleased. Others might not know who the pill came from, but he certainly did. Now he really hoped that Qing Baiwan and Lin Chen would bid against each other. The higher the better. It wasn't just because of the Chamber of Commerce's interests, but also because he wanted to see Qing Baiwan suffer a setback. Seeing the strange looks from everyone and feeling the eerie atmosphere in the hall, Qing Baiwan frowned, his face turning somewhat grim. He had naturally witnessed Lin Chen's previous dealings with the Fire Sect and the Wood Sect, but he never expected that Lin Chen would clash with him again. Why was Lin Chen so bold? Young man, do you know your current situation? Qing Baiwan looked at Lin Chen with a cold gaze and spoke in an unfriendly tone. My situation? Lin Chen asked, feigning confusion. The girl sitting behind you is from the Bai family, right? And with the elders from the Fire Sect and Wood Sect from before, who do you think can protect you after the auction? Qing Baiwan's eyes flashed with a cold glint, his tone unfriendly. I don't know who can protect me, but shouldn't we be in the bidding stage now? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Or is it that the Qing family head, as the patriarch of the 7 great families, is afraid to bid against a junior? Are the 7 great families so poor now? As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, a sense of oppression emanated from all the rooms above the hall, clearly indicating their dissatisfaction with his words. Qing Baiwan stared blankly, clearly not expecting Lin Chen to be so ruthless. If he gives up now, wouldn't that be exactly as Lin Chen said? The Qing family would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. You're quite the talker, but I wonder how much longer you have to keep up your verbal sparring. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Qing Baiwan's eyes before he slowly spoke. 120,000. Lin Chen suddenly smiled, feigning that he couldn't offer any more money, and said in a gentle tone, since Patriarch Qing is so wealthy, I, a junior, have no choice but to concede defeat. Congratulations, Patriarch Qing. After speaking, Lin Chen sat down, looking regretful. Qing Baiwan waved his sleeves and then turned and went into the private room. Even if Lin Chen has immense power, he will still die after the auction ends. Sensing the fleeting killing intent in Qing Baiwan's eyes, Lin Chen sneered inwardly. The pills were consigned by him, and Qing Baiwan wanted to buy them at a simple price. Wasn't that ripping him off? As for Qing Baiwan's killing intent, he cared even less. In any case, he had already offended the Fire Sect, the Wood Sect, and the Bai family, so adding the Qing family was nothing. Luo Shuihan glanced at Lin Chen, made a decision in her heart, and then announced the ownership of the pills. In the end, Qing Baiwan obtained 100 top-grade, third-rank rejuvenation pills for 120,000 spirit stones. Just when everyone thought the next item was about to appear, the 10 white jade bottles from before were still on the auction stage. Luo Shuihan's voice was like thunder, striking straight to everyone's hearts. Ahem, I forgot to mention earlier, there are a total of 1,000 grade 3 supreme rejuvenation pills, which will be auctioned in 10 groups of 100 each. So, if you want them, there's no need to rush. After speaking, Luo Shuihan deliberately glanced in the direction of the Qing family, a smile on her face. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by a moment of surprise. Besides the Qing family, other major forces also showed strange expressions. Although they were puzzled about the source of the pills, they still had to make the purchase immediately. The major powers were naturally very interested in top-grade pills. If it weren't for the Yu family's power and their inability to offend Qing Baiwan, they wouldn't have remained silent just now. They thought there was only one set of pills, so they couldn't compete with the Qing family for them. But now, 9 more sets have appeared, and they can buy them too. The crowd erupted in excitement, but Qing Baiwan's face turned grim. If he had known there were 10 sets of pills in total, would he have competed with Lin Chen? After all the money was saved to buy that last item. If they lose even a penny now, they'll be in more danger when competing with the major powers in the end. After all, the major powers are not to be underestimated. Their wealth is not much less than that of the Qing family. Damn it, Luo Shuihan must have done it on purpose. Qing Baiwan's fists clenched so tightly that they cracked, his face extremely ugly as he glanced down at Luo Shuihan. Seemingly noticing Qing Baiwan's gaze, Luo Shuihan returned the smile with a strong sense of sarcasm on her face. But this is fine too. If I were the only one buying, I might not be able to compete with the major families in the end. Now that there are 10 sets of pills, each major force can get 1 set. So we're even. Qing Baiwan's eyes shifted, and his expression finally improved a lot. Thinking of this, Qing Baiwan reappeared before everyone, saying in a calm tone, 10,000 spirit stones. I'll take this set of pills. Everyone froze for a moment, then looked at Qing Baiwan and sighed. The Qing family is wealthy and powerful. If Qing Baiwan wants to buy, they cannot and dare not bid against him. Everyone remained silent, but the various factions were anything but calm. Bai Tianwu, the head of the Bai family, was the first to step forward. Your Qing family has already won a set of pills. Do you still want to snatch them? Your behavior is far too unseemly. Bai Tianwu looked at Qing Baiwan coldly, his tone unfriendly. Hee, Brother Bai's joking. These top-grade pills are rare. Who would complain about having too many? Qing Baiwan said naturally. Qing Baiwan, don't go too far. At this moment, other major forces also spoke up, all dissatisfied with Qing Baiwan's actions. Although the Qing family is powerful, they cannot monopolize everything, nor will they allow it. Even disregarding the rarity of top-grade pills, they wouldn't miss the opportunity if they came across them. Their organization also has alchemists. If the Qing family wants to research pills, they will naturally do the same. Hee. What that ignorant youth said earlier was right. Are all the major powers really that poor these days? Qing Baiwan said calmly, giving Lin Chen a strange look. Good, very good. The various factions gritted their teeth. Now, they all understand that Qing Baiwan wants them to spend the same amount of money as the Qing family, thus expending their resources in preparation for the final item. However, even knowing Qing Baiwan's purpose, the major powers were not prepared to miss out on the pills. This set is bought by my Bai family. The rest are up for discussion. Bai Tianwu said instantly, then offered 120,000. The major powers clearly tacitly approved of Bai Tianwu's actions. Ultimately, the Bai family won the bid for the second set of grade 3 rejuvenation pills. Lin Chen, who had been watching everything closely, had a thoughtful look and a hint of doubt in his eyes. In his plan, even if Qing Baiwan didn't raise the price, he would have taken the initiative to raise it to 100,000 spirit stones, but Qing Baiwan's attitude clearly had some purpose that he didn't know. What could it be? Lin Chen stroked his chin, having many guesses in his mind. In the end, apart from the Fire Sect and the Luo family themselves, all the major forces won a set of pills at a price of 120,000 each. During this period, some forces wanted to bid for the pills at a low price, but other forces clearly did not allow it. In addition, not every force could obtain a set of pills, so the final price was the same for all of them. In Huazong's room, Huapotian's eyes held a hint of regret. Huazong originally wanted a bid, but considering that he had already spent a considerable amount of money to buy something, he ultimately gave up on the pill for the sake of the last item. At this moment, the little girl grabbed Lin Chen's arm and asked with a puzzled look, "Brother-in-law, I saw you also want a set of pills, but why didn't you bid on them later? Did you run out of money?" Hee. What if those pills were originally mine? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. The little girl froze for a moment, then immediately understood Lin Chen's earlier actions, and a strange smile appeared on her face. "Brother-in-law, you're so mean. If they knew you deliberately bid against me, I wonder if they'd be furious." Hee, perhaps. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He wasn't concerned with the reactions of the various factions when they learned the truth, but rather with their purpose in gathering here. It's impossible for a regular auction to gather all the major powers of the wasteland, unless something extraordinary appears. It seems that preparing to consign pills in advance is a definite decision. I'm afraid something extraordinary will appear soon. Lin Chen muttered to himself. When Bai Tai behind him heard that the pill itself belonged to Lin Chen, she was stunned. Her heart was like a stormy sea, and she could not calm down for a long time. What is Lin Chen's true identity, and why does he possess so many top-grade, third-rank rejuvenation pills? If it were the Bai family, they wouldn't sell even a single top-grade pill, because top-grade pills are truly rare and hard to come by. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, she felt increasingly mysterious. What kind of mysterious background did Lin Chen have? And how many secrets did he hold? The auction proceeded in an orderly manner. 15 minutes later, the auction came to an end, and people from various forces had appeared in everyone's sight at some point, all looking towards the auction stage with seriousness and inexplicable anticipation in their eyes. Everyone could naturally sense the eerie atmosphere in the room, and some people even showed the same serious and expectant look. Here it comes, the final item. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation and interest. Chapter 99 Map of Qingjuan's Tomb. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a yellow scroll wrapped in a white ball of light appeared on the auction stage. Even from a distance, everyone could still tell from its appearance that this item was extraordinary. Luo Shihin's gaze swept across the crowd, his face showing unprecedented seriousness and focus. His voice was calm. I think most of you here know what this is. Many of you have gathered at the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce today because of this. I'll just say it simply. This is a map related to Qingjuan's tomb. After speaking, Luo Shuihan stood quietly, seemingly waiting for something. Sure enough, everyone present was stunned upon hearing Luo Shuihan's words, followed by surprise and excitement. Who Qingjun is not important. What is important is that this is a map of the graveyard of a martial lord. The strongest in the desolate state barely reaches the martial lord realm, and their numbers are pitifully small. To put it bluntly, every martial artist aspires to become a martial lord. The tombs of martial lords usually contain extraordinary treasures, which may contain mysterious items that allow one to ascend to the highest realm and give everyone present a chance to reach the martial lord realm. Looking back at history, countless geniuses have soared to great heights after obtaining the treasures of the martial lord's tomb, and they too aspire to be among those who soar to great heights. The more they thought about it, the more intense their gazes became towards the ball of light on the auction stage, and their breathing became rapid. However, someone extinguished everyone's hopes in an instant. Qing Baiwan spoke first, looking at Luo Shuihan with urgent tone. Does this map really record the location of a martial lord's tomb? As one of the 7 great families, he naturally knew the value of a map to a martial lord's tomb. It was a huge treasure that could make an unknown family rise to power. He didn't believe that the Luo family would be so generous as to sell it directly instead of secretly exploring the tomb. The other representatives also looked at Luo Shuihan with puzzled expressions. Although they gathered here tonight for the map in front of them, upon closer examination, Luo Jiai's actions are truly intriguing. If their forces had obtained the map, they would definitely not have leaked any information and would have secretly explored the tomb. Seemingly anticipating the question, Luo Shuihan smiled faintly and said, "This map is somewhat incomplete, and although is still extremely valuable, my Luo family is more willing to exchange it for tangible benefits. Most importantly, as one of the 7 great families, my Luo family does not want to keep anything secret." The crowd erupted in cheers. The Luo family truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 7 great families. Their magnanimity and breadth of vision are something we can't even begin to compare to. That's right, if it were the Qing family who got the map, they probably wouldn't have leaked a single word about it. Compared to the Qing family, the Luo family is undoubtedly more suitable to lead the desolate state city. Everyone was talking about it, their eyes filled with admiration for Luo Jiai. Upon hearing that the map was incomplete, the major powers remained calm and relieved. The Luo family's reluctance to keep the map private is probably not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability. By auctioning the map now, they can not only make an extra profit, but also take the opportunity to mobilize all forces in the desolate state to search for the next map. You've certainly got a good plan. Qing Baiwan's eyes gleamed, completely ignoring the murmurs of the crowd. Lin Chen, who had been paying close attention to everything, felt both excited and joyful, but also somewhat regretful. He had seen Qingjun in the Qingjun tomb in the Monster Mountain Range, and from that Qingjun's will, he learned that there was more than one Qingjun tomb on the continent. Now that the map of Qingjun tomb has reappeared, it would be impossible not to be excited. After all, he had just gained a huge improvement from a Qingjun tomb. I wonder how much of this map is missing, and whether it can help me find the approximate location of Qingjun's tomb? Lin Chen pondered. At that moment, Lin Chen heard the murmurs of the crowd. I heard that a martial lord's tomb appeared in Yanqing last year. People from all the major forces in the desolate state, including the Desolate State Academy, set out that time. And that martial lord's tomb seems to be called the Azure Lord's tomb. Are you telling the truth? That's strange. Who exactly is this Qingjun, that he could possibly have 2 tombs dedicated to martial lords? The representatives of the various factions held memories in their eyes. A year ago, the tomb of the martial lord in Yancheng was opened. They all sent people in, but in the end, they either suffered heavy losses or gained nothing, leaving them disappointed. The most tragic case was that of the Qing family, whose patriarch Qing Baiwan's son, Qing Yunjian, died in the tomb. Everyone stared at the map on the auction stage, their eyes filled with thoughtful hesitation. If it's a complete map, they'll get it no matter the cost. But if it's incomplete, they'll have to think twice, since buying it might not guarantee they'll find the location of the martial lord's tomb. Moreover, the Luo family must also have a copy of the same map, which means that no matter what, they can only share the map content with the Luo family. At this moment, Qing Baiwan looked at Luo Shuihan and said in a calm tone, "Your Luo family sold the map. Does that mean you have no further connection with this martial lord's tomb, even if the people who bought the map find the tomb?" Everyone turned to look at Luo Shuihan, waiting for his answer. Without a doubt, Qing Baiwan had voiced their thoughts. If the Luo family is planning to get involved in the cemetery matter, then the map will be worth the price of a merchant. Hee, everyone, you've all worried too much. As you all bear witness, after the Luo family sells the map today, we will have no further connection with the cemetery recorded on the map. Luo Shuihan called out, as if he had expected this, and answered naturally. All right, in that case, let's begin. Qing Baiwan paused for a moment, then spoke loudly. Starting price, 500,000, with each bid increasing by no less than 100,000. Luo Shuihan revealed a fox-like smile, his voice calm. With a whoosh, everyone was instantly stunned by the starting bid announced by Luo Shuihan. Although most of the people present were not short of money, very few could afford to offer 500,000 yuan right off the bat. In an instant, while everyone shook their heads and sighed, their gazes involuntarily rose to look at the representatives of the various forces. They can't afford it, but the major powers definitely can, and a big reason why all the powers have gathered here today is because of the map. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Shuihan finished speaking, Qing Baiwan slowly opened his mouth and said, 600,000. 700,000, the Bai family exclaimed. 800,000, the Z family exclaimed. 900,000, Huazong exclaimed. 1 million, Muzong said. In just a moment, the price jumped to 1 million. In a desolate state, apart from a few individuals, only the major powers can casually produce 1 million spirit stones. Is the map to the tomb of the martial lord really that tempting? 1 million, that's a million. I probably won't earn 1 million in my entire life, someone muttered to themselves, all deeply shocked by the extravagant spending of the various powers. While the major powers slowly raised their prices, Lin Chen calmly observed the situation. Brother-in-law, this map is extremely valuable. If you have the means, you must buy it. Seeing Lin Chen remain calm and unmoved, the little girl surprisingly showed a serious expression. Why? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised to see the little girl with such a serious expression for the first time. Because this is a map of Qingjuan's tomb. The little girl uttered a few words calmly, her gaze unusually serious. Lin Chen was taken aback, then looked at the little girl with a strange expression, lost in thought. It seems this girl knows Qingjun. Shaking his head, Lin Chen smiled faintly. I want this map too, but looking at the attitudes and resources of the major powers, it's clear I can't possibly win against them. What a pity. If my brother-in-law had gotten the map, he might have been able to soar to great heights. The little girl's eyes showed regret. However, we don't need to argue with them. Don't forget that the map was provided by the Luo family. Although the Luo family promised not to get involved in the cemetery, I shouldn't be considered a member of the Luo family. He smiled faintly, his eyes thoughtful. Brother-in-law, did you make some kind of deal with the Luo family? The little girl suddenly realized something, her eyes filled with doubt. The deal hasn't been finalized yet, but I think Chairman Luo won't refuse my proposal. Lin Chen said slowly, thinking of the note he had asked the young man to deliver earlier. I knew my brother-in-law had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The little girl suddenly realized, recalling Lin Chen's bold actions earlier. Bai Tide, standing behind him, was even more puzzled. What kind of deal did Lin Chen make with the Luo family? Could it be that the reason he dared to offend the fire sect, the wood sect, and Yanzhou before was because of a special deal with the Luo family? Soon, the price of the map reached 2 million, and all the major powers slowed down their bidding. It's not that they're short of money, but rather that they're considering whether it's worth paying a higher price for a damaged map. 2,100,000. Qing Baiwan's expression remained calm, his voice indifferent, exuding an air of wealth and arrogance. Lin Chen looked at him strangely and muttered to himself, "It seems that Qing Baiwan's bidding against me before was just a joke. He's so rich. Why would he care about my raising the price of pills? No, it's probably because they're so sure they can get the map that they're being so careful and not daring to spend money recklessly." Lin Chen suddenly understood Qing Bai's purpose. With Qing Baiwan's final bid, all the major forces stopped bidding, and the map was ultimately won by the Qing family. The auction has come to an end. Thank you all for participating in tonight's auction, hosted by the Luo family. Farewell. Luo Shuhen's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice as clear and bright as ever. Farewell. Apart from the people from various major forces, everyone got up and left. At the same time, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin Chen and the other two who had been sitting quietly in place, the closest being by Bai Wu, the head of the Bai family. Huo Poyan, the grand elder of the Fire sect, and Mu Yunting, the Wood sect, also turned their gazes toward Lin Chen, their faces indifferent. Qing Baiwan and Yin Ju watched everything with great interest, as if they were waiting for something. Lin Chen could naturally feel so many unfriendly gazes focused on him, but his face remained completely calm. To everyone's surprise, Luo Shuehan walked to Lin Chen's side, looked at Bai Tianwu and the others, and said in a calm voice, "Everyone, please allow me to discuss some things with this young man." After speaking, Luo Shuehan led Lin Chen and the other two away, completely ignoring the ugly expressions on Bai Tianwu's and Huo Poyan's faces. Bai Tide and the little girl looked at Lin Chen's expectant gaze, their hearts filled with doubt and curiosity. What exactly was the relationship between Lin Chen and Luo Shuehan? What do you want to talk to Lin Chen about alone again? Following Luo Shuhen's footsteps, Lin Chen and the other two arrived at the 6th floor and entered the place where Lin Chen and Luo Shuehan had previously made their transaction. Chapter 100, Luo Shuhen's Invitation. Luo Shuhen's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Chen, her voice serious. "Lin Chen, I've read the note you sent me. Is what you're saying true?" After the auction, he received a note from a young man who was hosting him, which led to the scene before him. "Of course." Lin Chen nodded, his eyes seeming to have expected this. "How can you prove it?" Luo Shuehan stepped forward and pressed, her tone filled with tension and disbelief. "Aren't those 10 sets of top-grade pills perfect proof?" Lin Chen smiled. "Very well. The guild leader can have someone prepare some alchemy materials and corresponding formulas. I think that's easy to prove." Lin Chen suddenly spoke up, changing the subject. The note he gave to Luo Shuehan contained only one sentence. "He is a 3rd-grade alchemist." The little girl and Bai Tide were both confused by the conversation between the two, but they did catch something in their minds. It was related to the contents of the note Lin Chen had given them earlier. Luo Shuhen's gaze lingered on Lin Chen for a long time before she instructed her servants to prepare a set of alchemy materials and a formula. Soon, a set of alchemy materials and a grade 3 pill formula appeared in front of Lin Chen. "I don't want to be disturbed when I'm refining pills. Please forgive me, Guild Master." Lin Chen smiled faintly at Luo Shuehan. "Understand." Luo Shuehan was taken aback, then turned and left the room. Although he had 1,000 doubts and anxieties in his heart, he still had to see how Lin Chen performed in the end. If what Lin Chen said was true, then he didn't know how to face Lin Chen. After seeing Luo Shuehan leave the room, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the little girl and Bai Tide, and the expression on his face said it all. "Brother-in-law, I want to see. What if you're doing something shameful behind my back?" The little girl's face was stubborn and innocent, her voice firm. Lin Chen flicked the little girl's forehead and said with amusement, "What do you think about all day?" He was now somewhat impressed by the little girl's imagination. She was even more imaginative than him. Ouch! The little girl instantly covered her forehead, her face contorted in pain. "Okay." Bai Tide glanced at Lin Chen, inwardly scoffing. "Lin Chen can refine pills?" After everyone left, Lin Chen was left alone in the room. In an instant, the alchemy materials, the formula, and Lin Chen himself vanished. Lin Chen appeared in the martial soul space, a smile on his face as he looked at the furnace vortex not far away. Although he doesn't know how to refine pills, as long as he can produce pills, that's enough. Following the instructions in the prescription, Lin Chen threw the medicinal herbs directly into the furnace, and then took out a small pile of spirit stones and threw them into the furnace as well. A miraculous reaction occurred. After the furnace shook, 7 or 8 pills fell out from below. Although it wasn't the first time Lin Chen had witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but marvel at the furnace's wonder. This was no martial arts world. Even pills could be mass-produced. If other alchemists knew about the furnace's existence, they would probably be furious. You study and practice your whole life, only to end up being no better than a furnace. The pills shone with a bright luster and emitted a captivating medicinal fragrance, making them even more exquisite than the top-grade pills refined by those legendary alchemists. After picking up the pill, Lin Chen quickly disappeared from the martial soul space. Let's wait a bit. If we go too early, we might arouse suspicion. Lin Chen glanced at the door, a thoughtful look in his eyes. 15 minutes later, Lin Chen called out to the door, and Luo Shuihan and the little girl entered the room. Lin Chen handed the white jade bottle containing the pills directly to Luo Shuihan, his voice calm. "President Luo, take a look." Looking at the white bottle in his hand, Luo Shuihan's breathing became rapid. He was about to witness everything. Is what Lin Chen said true? Is Lin Chen really an alchemist? The little girl and Bai Tide held their breath, especially Bai Tide, whose eyes were fixed on the bottle in Luo Shuihan's hand. Her eyes filled with panic and a hint of hope that something would not happen, but she was ultimately going to be disappointed. Luo Shuihan opened the bottle, and 2 bright red pills appeared in her hand, instantly filling the space with a unique fragrance. Smelling the enticing fragrance of the pills, Luo Shuihan stared intently at the 2 pills in her hand, her expression fiery and her gaze vacant, clearly still reeling from the shock. A top-grade 3rd-rank pill. It's a top-grade 3rd-rank pill. In an instant, Luo Shuihan shouted out, as if only in this way could he vent the shock in his heart. Upon hearing this, Bai Tide's expression froze instantly. Her heart pounded like 1,000 horses galloping through her chest, and she trembled violently. She sat down on the ground and slowly turned her gaze to Lin Chen, her face blank. Surprise, shock, disbelief, and shock. No words could describe her feelings at that moment. The person she once looked down on turned out to be an alchemist, a 3rd-grade alchemist at that, who had even refined top-grade pills. Whichever one of them, it would probably be enough for her to pursue for a lifetime. The little girl's gaze froze for a moment. Then she looked at Lin Chen with adoration, her eyes sparkling as she uttered infatuated Mandarin. "My brother-in-law is so amazing." Lin Chen rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't stand the little girl's reaction. "President Luo, what do you think?" Lin Chen smiled faintly as his gaze turned to Luo Shuihan. "Great, absolutely fantastic." Luo Shuihan snapped out of her daze and instantly became excited, but disbelief still lingered in her eyes as she asked, "Did you really make this?" Although the pills in his hand explained everything, he still felt that everything in front of him was so unreal. A boy not even 20 years old is a 3rd-grade alchemist, and he even refined a top-grade pill with just 1 set of materials. If word got out, probably no one in Desolate State City. No, I'd have to believe it. What does Chairman Luo think? Lin Chen smiled faintly, but felt somewhat embarrassed. If you really look into it, he doesn't even know anything about alchemy. So how could he possibly be an alchemist? Upon receiving Lin Chen's affirmative reply, Luo Shuihan's expression instantly changed, becoming respectful as if he were addressing a great figure. "Lin Chen, oh no, young friend Lin, in the name of the future patriarch of the Luo family, I sincerely invite you to become an external elder of my Luo family." Lin Chen was stunned, as were Bai Tide and the little girl. Lin Chen revealed his identity as an alchemist for 2 reasons. First, to obtain the map of Qingjun tomb that the Luo family had just auctioned, and second, to ensure his and the little girl's safety before entering the Desolate State Academy. But to his utter surprise, Luo Shuihan directly invited him to become an elder of the Luo family. The little girl clenched her fist, looking happy for Lin Chen. "Brother-in-law is so amazing. Brother-in-law is so amazing." Bai Tide, on the other hand, was even more terrified and shocked. As a member of the Bai family, he naturally knew what the so-called outer elders were. They were a group of people who were independent of the family, but also served the family. They had supreme freedom and great power. Those who can serve as outer elders of the 7 major families are either well-known old monsters or people who have been in seclusion for a long time, possess great strength, but are eager to obtain cultivation resources. Lin Chen is not even 20 years old yet, but he was invited by Luo Shuihan to be an elder of the Luo family. It's important to know that even those people mentioned above had to actively approach the 7 major families in past tests to become outer elders, while Lin Chen was directly invited. Lin Chen instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it for a moment, his eyes showing hesitation. Seemingly understanding Lin Chen's doubts, Luo Shuihan slowly spoke. After becoming an external elder of my Luo family, young friend Lin will still be free. You can come to the Luo family whenever you want. To put it simply, it's just a title. As for your contribution to the Luo family, it all depends on your mood. Upon hearing this, Bai Tide was startled again, looking at Luo Shuihan with disbelief, wondering if the person standing in front of him was really the successor of the Luo family patriarch and the president of the Luo Family Business Association. When did the Luo family become so easy to talk to? Is it just because of Lin Chen's age and status as an alchemist? Since Chairman Luo has said so, it would be unfair of me to refuse. Lin Chen nodded and smiled upon hearing Luo Shuihan's words. As long as his freedom is not restricted, it's not a big deal for him to take on the position of an outer elder. This can be considered a new identity for him when he first arrives in the desolate state. Haha, okay. Luo Shuihan burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement. By the way, there's something I need to inform President Luo. The assessment will be held at the Wilderness State Academy in 2 days, so I'm afraid I'll be leaving soon. Lin Chen suddenly said. Second senior brother Zhang Chun, along with Bai Ruofeng, Luo Qingyi, and others are already at the academy. Now he misses them a little. Elder Lin is exceptionally talented, and it's a certainty that he'll enter the academy. But as I said before, the Luo family won't restrict your freedom. Luo Shuihan paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Given Lin Chen's talent and age, it is only natural that he should enter the Desolate State Academy, since the Desolate State Academy is the holy land of martial arts in the entire Desolate State. Thank you for your understanding, President Luo. Also, please just call me Lin Chen. Elder Lin sounded a bit strange. Lin Chen said with a smile. Okay, Lin Chen. Luo Shuihan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled faintly. Calling someone younger than himself an elder was a bit awkward even for him, so Lin Chen's actions suited him perfectly. By the way, President Luo, please don't tell anyone that I've become an external elder of the Luo family. I don't want to be bothered by others outside. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Luo Shuihan nodded, clearly aware of Lin Chen's concerns. If others knew that this elder was so young, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. All right, you can stay at the Chamber of Commerce for the next few days. As for those people downstairs, I'll handle them. Luo Shuihan said slowly, his eyes serious and earnest. As the person in charge of the auction, he naturally knew that Lin Chen had offended many people. Some of the various forces outside were there to cause trouble, while others were there to watch the show. Leaving aside Lin Chen's exceptional talent, which makes him worthy of the Luo family's friendship, Lin Chen has now become an outer elder of the Luo family and belongs to the Luo family. So naturally, he cannot ignore him. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then said, I think I'll go out with President Luo. Downstairs are the gathering places for all the major forces in the desolate state. If all the pressure is put on the Luo family, they will probably suffer as well. This, Luo Shuihan initially wanted to refuse, but seeing the determination and confidence in Lin Chen's eyes, she nodded. All right. He naturally understood what Lin Chen was thinking, and the fact was just as Lin Chen thought. The Luo family alone could not withstand the pressure exerted by all forces. I'm going to. The little girl instantly came to Lin Chen's side and grabbed his arm. Lin Chen nodded. Bai Tide remained seated on the ground, her face blank. Oh, my little maid, do you want to stay here alone? Don't you want to go back to the Bai family? The little girl's melodious and clear voice came from afar. Bai Tide was taken aback, then got up and quickly followed. Chapter 101 Disciples of the Desolate State Academy. On the 5th floor of the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce, after the auction ended, most people had already left the chamber, but people from various major forces were still lingering, as if waiting for something. Among them, the Bai family, the Mu clan, the Ho clan, and the Qing family were the most extreme, all with relaxed faces but with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. The fact that all the major powers have gathered together for the sake of a young boy is probably a first in the history of the desolate state. That boy named Lin Chen is famous enough even if he dies. making the White Clan chief's daughter a maid, competing with the Fire sect and with sect for things, deliberately inflating the price of the Green Clan chief. Any one of these actions is enough to kill that kid hundreds of times over. As they talked, everyone couldn't help but look towards the Fire sect, the Wood sect, the Qing family, and the Bai family, their gazes filled with strange expressions. Qing Baiwan, Mu Yunteng, and Huo Poyan were all right, but Bai Tianwu's face instantly darkened, and he glanced at the direction for which the voice came with murderous intent. Are all the people from the water sect a group of people who like to gossip about others behind their backs? Hee hee, you old fool. Are you taking your anger out on my water sect? A clear voice came from the direction of the water sect. In an instant, another voice rang out. Master Bai, please forgive me. I was young and ignorant. The main problem with the water sect is that they can't control their daughters. I'd be happy to help. Bai Tianwu sneered, then turned his head away. But everyone present knew that if Lin Chen were to appear next, the first person to cause trouble for him would probably be Bai Tianwu. Just then, 4 figures appeared. It was Lin Chen and Luo Shuian. Upon seeing the 4 appear, Bai Tianwu immediately spoke up. You brat, your name is Lin Chen, right? Behave yourself and kowtow to apologize, then commit suicide, or I can't guarantee you'll have a whole corpse later. His domineering and arrogant tone immediately intimidated the people from various forces present. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with the same gaze they would give a dead man, and sighed with disbelief. Lin Chen is probably the first person in history to take the daughters of the heads of the 7 major families as his maids. Lin Chen's gaze was calm, and his voice was indifferent. What if I don't? No? Ha, then you die. After speaking, Bai Tianwu's aura instantly surged, and he flew directly into the air, his terrifying presence pressing towards Lin Chen. Whoosh! Just then, Luo Shuihan released a gentle aura that directly neutralized it. Luo Shuihan looked at Bai Tianwu coldly. Bai Tianwu, don't forget where you are. This is not a place where you can make a move at will. One sentence made Bai Tianwu stop in his tracks. He glanced at Luo Shuihan with a slightly puzzled look, but the killing intent in his eyes toward Lin Chen did not diminish in the slightest. Making Bai Tai a maid is a disgrace to him and to the Bai family. No matter what, Lin Chen must die today, otherwise the Bai family will probably only be ridiculed in the future. Mu Yunteng, Huo Poyan, Qing Baiwan, and the others silently observed everything and couldn't help but wonder about Luo Shuin's attitude. They didn't have much of a grudge against Lin Chen. Given their status, if Lin Chen offended them, they would have to respond, or they would be ridiculed. But with Bai Tianwu in front of them, they didn't need to take action. The strangest thing right now is Luo Shuin's attitude. Considering that Luo Shuihan took Lin Chen away after the auction, many thoughts and speculations arose in everyone's minds. Bai Tianwu's gaze was cold, and his tone was unfriendly. Luo Shuihan, you must have heard about what happened. I won't ask what your relationship is with Lin Chen. I'll just ask you one question. Are you going to help him? Hee, since you ask, I might as well be frank. Luo Shen's gaze swept over the people from various forces, and then his voice was loud and domineering. No matter what grudges you have with Lin Chen, please accept them for the sake of the Luo family. Otherwise, the Luo family will have no choice but to play along. With a whoosh, everyone was stunned in an instant, their hearts pounding with shock. Luo Shuhin's words were clear. The Luo family wanted to protect Lin Chen. Bai Tianwu was stunned for a moment. Then his face showed calmness and thought. Luo Shuihan, what is the relationship between Lin Chen and your Luo family, or rather with you? Why are you doing this? He wouldn't have made such a choice if he were in the same situation as the Bai family, or even the Wood sect and the Fire sect, for the sake of an unknown teenager. Hee, there's no reason. Everyone here is a reasonable person. Some things are best left unsaid, and there's no need to delve into them. Luo Shuhin's gaze swept over everyone, especially Qing Baiwan, Mu Yunteng, and Huo Poyan. Hey, you accepted it. Bai Tianwu sneered instantly. You can accept someone else's daughter as a maid? At this moment, Lin Chen, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke up. During the day, your daughter looked down on people and lost the bet. She was just fulfilling the bet. How can you talk about accepting or not accepting it? Now, that patriarch Bai is pressuring us so much. Could it be that the Bai family can't afford to lose? Lin Chen asked calmly, his gaze sweeping across his face. You. Bai Tianwu's gaze turned cold instantly, but he didn't know how to refute it. Does he have to admit that the Bai family can't afford to lose? At this moment, Qing Baiwan, who had been watching the show, turned his gaze to Lin Chen and said in an unfriendly tone, "What a sharp-tongued brat. Is it wrong for Patriarch Bai to do this for his beloved daughter?" "Yes, you used despicable means to make the Bai family head's daughter lose the bet, and now you still have the nerve to say that?" Mu Yunting spoke slowly, his tone dismissive. Lin Chen is too inexperienced to fight them. If they want Lin Chen dead, there's no way he can live. Lin Chen glanced at Qing Baiwan and Mu Yunting, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. These two were clearly trying to kill him by speaking like that on purpose. Then, Lin Chen looked at Bai Tide behind him and said coldly, "Tell me yourself, did I win by despicable means?" Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Bai Tide. "No." Under everyone's surprised gaze, Bai Tide shook her head. "Girl." Bai Tianwu was stunned. If Bai Tide nodded, he would have 100 ways to kill Lin Chen. "Father, I lost the bet, so I have to fulfill the bet and become their maid. I don't want a Bai family to be laughed at, so I hope you can understand and stop bothering him." Bai Shi seemed to have made a decision in her eyes, and then she spoke to Bai Tianwu with a firm expression. Everyone was stunned. What exactly did Lin Chen do to Bai Tide? Why was Bai Tide so devoted to him? This was obviously very strange. Bai Tianwu looked on in disbelief. Was this really the daughter he knew? Or had his usually arrogant and domineering daughter gone? Although seeing her daughter's mature appearance brought her some comfort, she wondered why now, and why it was for Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Tide with some surprise. He thought Bai Tide would indirectly retaliate against him, but he didn't expect that not only did she not retaliate, but she also spoke up for him. "Hee, you've done a good job as a maid. Follow me closely from now on, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." The little girl patted her chest, looking quite satisfied. Everyone was speechless. They had only been paying attention to Lin Chen, but when they saw this little girl who looked to be no more than 10 years old, they couldn't help but find it amusing. No matter what, you're going back to the Bai family today." Bai Tianwu shouted coldly, then turned his gaze to Lin Chen. "And you must die too. Bai Tianwu, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't forget where you are." Luo Shuihan spoke slowly, his face resolute. "Luo Shuihan, does your Luo family intend to become enemies with the Bai family, the Fire sect, the Wood sect, and my Qing family?" Qing Baiwan slowly spoke, a cold smile on his face. "Originally, I just wanted to watch the show. Although things have developed to this point, it is unexpected, but it is developing in a direction that is beneficial to the Qing family. The Luo family will protect Lin Chen, and indirectly, the Bai family, the Mu sect, and the Hoi sect will side with the Qing family." An enemy? Qing Baiwan, there are no fools here. Don't think others don't know your purpose. Luo Shuihan looked coldly at Qing Baiwan with a sneer. The scene fell into an eerie stalemate. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at Bai Tide and said slowly, "We don't need you as a maid anymore. You can leave." Regardless of what Bai Shi said, Lin Chen's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Bai Tianwu and Qing Baiwan, and he said slowly, "There's something I want to tell you all. I have another identity." "Another identity? Even with many identities, you can't protect yourself." Huopoyan sneered. "Really? What about the identity of a disciple of the Desolate State Academy?" Luo Shuihan smiled faintly. "The identity of the elder of the Luo family cannot be revealed, but the disciples of the Desolate State Academy can." Although he was reluctant to admit it, the identity of a disciple of the Desolate State Academy was clearly more intimidating than his identity as an elder of the Luo family, especially now. Everyone froze for a moment, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Just as Huopoyan said, no matter what Lin Chen's identity is, no one can protect Lin Chen, but the disciples of the Desolate State Academy can. Although the Academy of the Wasteland is an academy that dislikes fighting, it still cannot prevent it from becoming the dominant force in the Wasteland. Although the major powers may be fearless, they can only retreat when it comes to matters related to the Desolate State Academy, and it is best not to get involved. The crowd looked on with surprise and realization. No wonder Lin Chen dared to be so bold. Bai Tianwu, Qing Baiwan, Huopoyan, and the others looked grim. With Lin Chen's status as a disciple of the Desolate State Academy, they couldn't do anything to him. Seeing everyone's reactions, Luo Shuihan's eyes held a sense of reminiscence. On the way back, Lin Chen revealed his identity, which startled him. Although many people from various families had entered the Desolate State Academy, becoming a disciple of the Desolate State Academy was still an honor. It was a place that not just anyone could enter. Who would believe what you say? What if you just made up an identity? Who would know? Qing Baiwan suddenly smiled, a dangerous glint in his eyes. For some reason, he felt uneasy and threatened by Lin Chen. His intuition told him that he had to get rid of Lin Chen today. The Desolate State Academy, huh? Bai Tianwu suddenly sneered. Are the disciples of the Desolate State Academy so great? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized. The Bai family, produced by Ru, who not only entered the Desolate State Academy, but also became one of the few in the Desolate State to achieve this. It's no wonder that Bai Tianwu has such confidence. It's nothing special. It's just that you don't dare to kill. Lin Chen suddenly laughed, silencing everyone with a single sentence. Looking at everyone's reactions just now, he didn't expect that the identity of a disciple of the Desolate State Academy would be so intimidating. If he had known this earlier, he would have revealed it from the beginning. Bai Tianwu was seething with hatred. Lin Chen's words hit his sore spot. Not to mention him, even his son Bai Ruhu wouldn't dare to kill a disciple of the academy in private. The scene then turned eerie. I've certainly seen a good show tonight. The Jin sect will not disturb you any longer. Farewell. A group of people bowed to Luo Shuihan and then left. Soon, all the major factions also left. They only stayed to watch the show, and now that the show is almost over, it's time for them to leave. So what if you're a disciple of the Desolate State Academy? Our various forces also have disciples studying at the academy. If you run into them, you'll die sooner or later. Mu Yunting and Huopoyan glanced at Lin Chen and made a harsh statement. After speaking, the people from the Wood sect and the Fire sect also left. It's clear that once the Desolate State Academy is mentioned, all the major powers are trying to distance themselves and avoid getting involved. Qing Baiwan gave Lin Chen a meaningful look and then left. Let's go. Bai Tianwu knocked Bai Tide unconscious and left with the Bai family members. The major powers that had gathered just moments before left immediately upon hearing the words Huangzhou Academy, demonstrating just how important Huangzhou Academy is to Huangzhou. Luo Shuihan sighed. He had thought he could rely on the Luo family to protect Lin Chen, but it turned out that Lin Chen had to rely on himself. But it's finally over. The Bai family, the Qing family, the Wood sect, and the Fire sect, you better not mess with me in the future. Lin Chen said coldly as he watched the various forces leave. Chapter 102 Before leaving. Lin Chen turned his gaze to Luo Shuihan, his tone filled with gratitude. Lin Chen thanks President Luo. Although everyone ultimately left because of his status as a disciple of the Desolate State Academy, the Luo family's protection of him may also have played a part. You don't need to say anything more, or I'll feel incredibly ashamed. They left because of your status, not because of me. Luo Shuihan smiled faintly, a relaxed expression on her face. To be honest, if the people from all the major powers had left satisfied in the end, it would have been hard to say whether he could have protected Lin Chen today. The Luo family is currently in a weakened position. Hopefully, this auction will alleviate their predicament. Thinking of this, Luo Shuihan's eyes showed contemplation and slight worry. As if remembering something, Lin Chen suddenly asked, President Luo, there's something I'd like to ask you. You say, may I ask what the relationship is between Luo Qingyi and the Luo family? Lin Chen asked slowly, his eyes filled with doubt. He only arrived in Huangzhou today, and although he has a general understanding of the situation in Huangzhou City, it is only a general understanding. He had wanted to ask about it when he traded martial arts pill formulas and weapon formulas with Luo Shuihan before, and now he finally had the chance. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Luo Shuihan was taken aback at first. Then her gaze instantly locked onto Lin Chen, and her tone was deep. Why do you ask that? Seeing Luo Shuihan's strong reaction, Lin Chen smiled faintly. To be honest, I am from Yangcheng. I was previously at the Huangzhou Academy in Yangcheng, so I would say I was a fellow student with Luo Qingyi. Seeing Luo Shuihan's reaction, it was clear that he recognized Luo Qingyi, which surprised him somewhat. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Luo Shuihan suddenly realized, and then sighed, to be honest, Qingyi is my daughter. This was Lin Chen's turn to be surprised. He had thought that Luo Qingyi had a close relationship with the Luo family, but he never expected that she was actually Luo Shuihin's daughter. I wonder why Luo Qingyi ran to Yangcheng. Logically speaking, Huangzhou City is much better than Yangcheng, right? Lin Chen wondered. Seemingly understanding Lin Chen's doubts, Luo Shuihan slowly said, "Some things are a long story. In short, Qingyi left the family in a fit of anger, and I only found out a year ago that she had been staying in Yangcheng all along." Seeing Luo Shuihan's worried and bitter expression, Lin Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since Luo Shuihan didn't say anything, he was too lazy to ask. Anyway, he was just asking out of curiosity. Luo Shuihan glanced at Lin Chen, her eyes flashing with a sharp light. She then carefully examined Lin Chen, her face growing increasingly satisfied. This Lin Chen is not bad either. He's a good match for Qingyi. Looking at Luo Shen's strange gaze and expression, Lin Chen felt uncomfortable all over, and a sense of foreboding arose spontaneously. The little girl suddenly stepped between the two, put her hands on her hips, looked up at Luo Shuihan, and said in an unfriendly voice, "Let me tell you, my brother-in-law has someone he likes, so don't get any bad ideas." Seeing the little girl's serious expression, Lin Chen and Luo Shuihan were both taken aback, then burst into laughter at the same time. Luo Shuihan gave Lin Chen a strange look, and then the idea that had just sprouted in her mind was instantly extinguished. Lin Chen also keenly sensed this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Qingyi is undoubtedly a great beauty, but she's really not to his taste. He's genuinely afraid that Luo Shuihan will end up like Dean Xiao, randomly pairing up people. It's getting late. You two can stay at the Chamber of Commerce for the next 2 days. I'll personally escort you when the assessment at the Wilderness State Academy begins. Luo Shuihan glanced at Lin Chen and the other man, gave him instructions, and then left. Thanks. Lin Chen nodded. The two headed towards the 4th floor. The next morning, a figure appeared in Lin Chen's room. Looking at the familiar young man who was greeting him, Lin Chen had a question in his eyes. "Elder Lin, this is something the guild leader asked me to bring to you." The young man who was receiving the guests handed over a spatial ring with an extremely respectful attitude. Although Luo Shuihan did not reveal that Lin Chen had become an elder of the Luo family, most people in the Chamber of Commerce already knew about it. When he learned that Lin Chen had become an elder of the Luo family, he was extremely surprised and astonished. Although he knew that Luo Shuihan treated Lin Chen exceptionally well, he did not expect that Luo Shuihan would directly make Lin Chen an elder of the Luo family. He never imagined that the person he looked down on yesterday would become someone he would never dare to imagine himself with in the blink of an eye. Thinking back to his initial attitude towards Lin Chen, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gunai. Lin Chen's thoughts seeped into the spatial ring, and when he saw the mountain of spirit stones and a familiar, incomplete map inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. He had at least 300,000 spirit stones, and the map was something he had bought at last night's auction, which was also what he wanted. Seeing Lin Chen's surprised expression, the young man in charge of reception slowly said, "These are the president's wishes." The president said that although Elder Lin is not short of resources, this is his heartfelt gesture, and he hopes that these can help Elder Lin. "Please thank Chairman Luo for me." Lin Chen didn't refuse and simply put the ring away. "Okay." The young man who was receiving us nodded. "Elder Lin, please feel free to give me any instructions." "Wait, does the Chamber of Commerce have any pills in urgent need right now? I think I can help," Lin Chen suddenly said. The young man paused, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "The Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any urgently needed pills. If I had to say, it would be the rejuvenation pill, since it can restore a martial artist's spiritual energy and injuries, and there will always be a shortage of it. All right, go prepare the materials. I happen to have some free time, so I'll refine some the next couple of days." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Okay." The young man who was receiving the receptionist was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. As the young man who had been hosting him left, Lin Chen pondered something. He felt uneasy accepting Luo Shuihan's kindness directly, but since refining pills was easy for him, he might as well help the Luo family's business association. A little girl suddenly appeared beside them, staring intently at Lin Chen, her voice strange. "Brother-in-law, have you taken a fancy to someone's daughter? Why are you being so attentive? What's going on in your head all day?" Lin Chen flicked the little girl's forehead, looking speechless. "I don't care," the little girl shouted instantly. "Phew!" Lin Chen took a deep breath, then said seriously, "Girl, I'll say it again, I'm not your brother-in-law, and don't call me that. You're making things difficult for me. People who don't know the situation might really think I'm your brother-in-law, which will cause misunderstandings. Wah, brother-in-law, are you going to abandon me and my sister?" The little girl burst into tears in an instant, looking pitiful. Seeing this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked bitter. It's good to be young. You can easily gain the sympathy of adults. The worst thing is that he knew the little girl was doing it on purpose, but he just couldn't refuse her. "All right, stop crying." Lin Chen sighed, patting the little girl's head with a comforting expression. "Then aren't you my brother-in-law?" Yes, is that not enough?" Lin Chen was speechless. Hee, brother-in-law. The little girl's expression changed instantly, her pitiful look vanishing in a flash, replaced by an innocent smile. Soon, the young man who was supposed to be receiving guests reappeared and handed Lin Chen another spatial ring, which was filled with countless medicinal herbs. After the young man left, Lin Chen looked at the little girl and said in a calm tone, "Go back to your room quickly. I have things to do." Is brother-in-law secretly refining pills? The little girl asked mysteriously. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then thought of the scene he saw when he came out of the martial soul space and saw the little girl, and by she, he couldn't help but wonder, could this girl have seen through it? As if sensing Lin Chen's thoughts, the little girl slowly spoke up. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I won't tell anyone your secret. It's just the martial soul space, isn't it?" Lin Chen instantly covered the little girl's mouth, his gaze subconsciously sweeping around the surroundings. Ugh! The little girl's face instantly turned red, and she looked like she was panting. Seeing this, Lin Chen released his hand, but his face remained serious. The matter of the martial soul space is neither a big deal nor a trivial matter. If others find out, he might encounter some trouble he doesn't know about. Huff, brother-in-law, what are you doing?" The little girl gasped for breath, glaring at Lin Chen with a wronged expression. "Don't talk about this, understand?" Lin Chen said seriously. I know. Now my brother-in-law won't have to kick me out, right?" The little girl nodded and smiled. Lin Chen vanished in an instant, not wanting to continue the conversation at all. "My sister will probably like the husband I found for her. He's much better than Han Tian." Watching Lin Chen disappear, the little girl's eyes flickered, and she muttered to herself, Tiske, he opened his martial soul space so early, he really has extraordinary talent." The more she thought about it, the more satisfied she became. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Chen left the martial soul space. He spent very little of the 2 days refining pills, or more precisely, adding medicinal herbs and spirit stones, and then collecting the pills. He spent the rest of his time cultivating, and his cultivation level has now reached the 2nd rank of the Yuanwu realm. Soon, Luo Shuihan appeared in the room, her gaze sweeping over Lin Chen. When she noticed Lin Chen's improved cultivation, she couldn't help but smile faintly. "I didn't expect your martial arts talent to be so outstanding. You've actually improved in less than 2 days." He was naturally able to sense Lin Chen's cultivation level. Previously, he was at the 1st rank of the Yuanwu realm, but now he was at the 2nd rank. He wouldn't be surprised by a normal improvement, but 2 days ago Lin Chen's cultivation level was clearly only at the Yuanwu realm. "Just lucky." Lin Chen smiled. He then handed over a spatial ring, saying in a calm tone, "This contains some pills, which can be considered as my contribution to the Luo family as an elder of the Luo family." In less than 2 days, even with Lin Chen's skill, he couldn't refine many pills. Therefore, Luo Shuihan didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the ring. He had learned from the young man who was receiving him that Lin Chen had asked for pill refining materials, so this scene wasn't unexpected. But when he sensed the 10,000 grade 3 rejuvenation pills in his spatial ring, he was stunned. His heart was filled with turmoil, and he could not calm down for a long time. In less than 2 days, Lin Chen produced 10,000 grade 3 rejuvenation pills, all of them of the highest quality. Most importantly, Lin Chen also broke through his cultivation level during this period. Any one of them alone would have been enough to surprise him. But when they were all put together, they were simply devastating to his soul. If he hadn't refined top-grade rejuvenation pills twice before and actually held the pills in his hand, he would have doubted that he was dreaming. If he knew that it only took him less than a quarter of an hour to refine 10,000 top-grade, 3rd-rank rejuvenation pills twice, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. "Lin Chen, this is too much. Luo Shuihan handed the ring back, her face serious and earnest. He might gladly accept a small amount of pills, but such a large quantity would make him think twice. Hee, I'm an elder of the Luo family. It's only right. Lin Chen smiled faintly at Luo Shuihan's refusal. Before Luo Shuihan could say anything more, Lin Chen continued. All right, President Luo, you don't need to refuse. I might need the Luo family's help in the future. Not to mention that Luo Shuihan had helped him a lot before. Although these pills were extremely valuable, it would only take him less than a quarter of an hour to prepare them. Seeing Lin Chen's resolute expression, Luo Shuihan was taken aback, as if she had made a decision in her heart. She then put away the ring and said, All right, I'll accept the pill. If you ever have any difficulties in the future, just let me know. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Chen smiled. Goodbye then. I almost forgot that today is the day of the assessment at the Desolate State Academy. Luo Shuihan patted his forehead. Let me take you there. No need. I don't think anyone will lay a hand on us. Lin Chen shook his head. In the past, he certainly wouldn't have refused Luo Shuihan, but now that the major powers know his identity, they can't openly deal with him, and his safety is guaranteed. It has to be said that the identity of a disciple of the Wilderness State Academy is really useful. All right, goodbye. Luo Shuihan sighed. With the little girl in tow, Lin Chen quickly left. Chapter 103 on the Day of the Assessment by Hen Spits Blood. In the center of the Desolate State stands a large city called Desolate State City. 100 miles outside the city lies a massive mountain range, on which sits a powerful force known as the Desolate State Academy. The Wilderness State Academy is the strongest force in Wilderness State, producing countless heroes. It can be said that the strongest people in Wilderness State in every era of history came from the Wilderness State Academy. At this moment, countless young talents gathered outside the Academy's massive gate, for today was the Academy's assessment day. As soon as Lin Chen arrived, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd and walked towards it. Ziyuntian, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Lin Chen smiled faintly. What lies before us is the purple cloud heaven of the 10th mountain. Lin Chen. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Ziyuntian's eyes showed surprise. What are you doing here? Lin Chen is someone who came out alive from the tomb of the martial lord, so naturally he doesn't need to participate in the so-called academy assessment like him. Logically speaking, Lin Chen should already be in the academy by now. Seemingly understanding Ziyuntian's doubts, Lin Chen smiled and said, The academy's gates are usually closed, so even if I wanted to go in, I couldn't. Today is the only day the gates are open, so I can take this opportunity to familiarize myself with Huangzhou City. I see. Ziyuntian exclaimed in realization. By the way, where is Dean Xiao? Lin Chen looked around, a question in his eyes. He had heard that the old man was going to bring 3 people to the academy, so why has he disappeared now? The dean has already entered the academy, so the upcoming assessments are just our business. Ziyuntian smiled. Since losing to Lin Chen again at the first mountain, he has begun to reflect on his actions. Now, he no longer feels the hatred and jealousy he once did towards Lin Chen. On the contrary, he has even started to see Lin Chen as his role model. This change in his mindset is something he probably hasn't even realized. Brother-in-law, who is he? The little girl looked at Ziyuntian with a puzzled expression. Ziyuntian was stunned for a moment, and instead of looking at the little girl, he gave Lin Chen a strange look. Brother-in-law? Did he hear that right? When did Lin Chen become someone's brother-in-law? He's only been away from Yangcheng for less than a month, right? Sensing the strange look in Ziyuntian's eyes, Lin Chen said awkwardly, This is a girl I met on my way to Huangzhou. Don't listen to her nonsense. I haven't even met her sister yet. Understood. Ziyuntian gave Lin Chen a knowing look, making it even harder for Lin Chen to explain. Hey, brother-in-law, you haven't introduced him yet. The little girl grabbed Lin Chen's arm and shook it repeatedly. Hello, I am Ziyuntian. Ziyuntian looked at the little girl and said in a calm tone. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the little girl gave him a very special feeling. Hello, I'm Hua. The little girl smiled innocently, her smile radiant. Lin Chen was stunned. This was the first time he had heard the little girl's name. He hadn't asked her name before. Thinking of this, a beautiful figure in white flashed into my mind, and I couldn't help but look at the little girl strangely. Could it really be her sister? No, how could that be? Shaking his head, Lin Chen instantly dismissed the idea. Just then, a shrill voice came from not far away. Hey, long time no see. I didn't expect you to actually dare to participate in the assessment. Lin Chen and the other two immediately looked in the direction of the sound. A figure in white walked out from the crowd, glanced at Lin Chen with disdain, and then greedily looked at the little girl, swallowing something repeatedly. Brother-in-law, this person is disgusting. The little girl showed her disgust and moved closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze was cold. The person in front of him was Bai Hen, whom he had met when he first arrived in Huangzhou City. Lin Chen, is it? I hope I haven't forgotten your name. I thought you wouldn't dare to participate in the Academy's assessment, but I didn't expect you to actually dare to come and die. Bai Hen spoke slowly, his face full of mockery and disdain, with undisguised killing intent flashing in his eyes. Previously, he had chosen to leave the restaurant in humiliation because he was no match for Lin Chen. This was a disgrace for him for the rest of his life. Now that he has guards by his side, he no longer needs to fear Lin Chen. What, do you want to die? Lin Chen's gaze was indifferent, and his tone was icy. He had been somewhat considerate of the Bai family when they were at the restaurant, but now that he had completely offended them, he no longer needed to worry about anything else. If Bai Hen dared to provoke him, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Bai Hen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Chen's indifferent expression and deliberately glanced to the side. Two Xuanwu realm guards stepped forward instantly, staring at Lin Chen with murderous intent. Bai Hen slowly stepped forward and whispered in Lin Chen's ear, his tone arrogant. Although you're stronger than me, if I want you to die, you have no choice but to die. After speaking, his gaze turned to the little girl and instantly became fervent. Miss, I left in a hurry earlier, so let's get to know each other again. I am Bai Hen of the Bai family, the top scorer in this year's Academy assessment. Bai Hen. May I ask your name, young lady? The little girl hugged Lin Chen's leg tightly, her eyes showing disgust, but also a hint of inexplicable fear. Do you want to die? Feeling a slight pain in his thigh, Lin Chen looked at Bai Hen with an icy tone, and a murderous intent was instantly released. TSK, clearly lacking strength, yet acting all high and mighty. It's disgusting. Bai Hen said slowly, his face full of disdain. If you leave her now, maybe I'll be in a good mood and not hold it against you for what happened before. Otherwise, you'll not only die a horrible death, but she'll also become my plaything. Bai Hen's face instantly twisted and became ferocious, as if he had lost his last bit of patience. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Chen shook off the white marks and swiftly threw a punch. Bang! Two tall figures appeared instantly, blocking Lin Chen's attack, but they were also knocked back by Lin Chen's punch. Looks like you want to die. Fine, I'll grant your wish, Lin Chen said calmly, then threw another punch. Bai Hen froze on the spot. He had only been trying to scare Lin Chen. This was outside the gate of the desolate State Academy. How could he dare to make a move? But Lin Chen didn't care at all and attacked him directly. Had Lin Chen gone mad? Wasn't he afraid of being blamed by the desolate State Academy? What surprised him even more was that his two Xuanwu realm guards were no match for Lin Chen's single punch. What was Lin Chen's cultivation level now? Could he also be at the Xuanwu realm? But how could that be? Bang! With just one punch, Lin Chen sent two more guards flying, then punched Bai Hen, sending him flying backward instantly. Slap! Before Bai Hen could react, Lin Chen swiftly stepped on Bai Hen's face, the sound of bones cracking ringing out. From the moment Lin Chen made his move, the entire process took less than 3 breaths. By the time the surrounding crowd reacted, they only saw Bai Hen being trampled under Lin Chen's feet, struggling incessantly, but like a powerless kitten, ultimately unable to escape. Why aren't you saving me? His eyes turned red, and he erupted in anger, shouting at the two guards. Before they could even move, Lin Chen coldly shouted, "If you dare to move, he will die right now." The two guards froze instantly, not daring to make a move. They were sent by the Bai family to protect Bai Hen. If Bai Hen was really killed by Lin Chen, even if they killed Lin Chen and returned to the Bai family, they would not survive. Bai Hen glared at Lin Chen with a furious expression, his voice filled with boundless rage. "Let me go." Looking at the mocking and strange looks from everyone, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. This was the shame of his life. "Ha! Weren't you quite arrogant just now? What's wrong with you now?" Lin Chen sneered. "This is the gate of the desolate State Academy. If you dare to kill me, Not only will you not be allowed to enter the Desolate State Academy, but the Desolate State Academy itself will not let you go. Bai Hin threatened. Crack! Lin Chen increased the force, and a crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Then, all everyone heard was Bai Hin's wail. Just by looking at this scene, everyone could feel how much pain Bai Hin was in. If it were me now, I wouldn't threaten you. I would beg for mercy. Lin Chen's voice was icy. What do you want? Bai Hin's eyes were filled with painful tears. Just a moment ago, he had truly felt Lin Chen's killing intent. Lin Chen is actually not afraid of the Academy's retaliation. Apologize to her. Lin Chen looked at the little girl, his voice cold. Impossible. Bai Hin blurted out instinctively. In an instant, Bai Hin let out another wail, and Lin Chen's foot pressed even harder. I won't kill you, but I can cripple you. I think the Academy should understand. Lin Chen's voice was extremely calm. Okay, I apologize. Please stop stepping on me. Bai Hin shouted instantly. He was afraid he would die if Lin Chen stepped on him any harder. Looking at the little girl not far away, Bai Hin immediately said, Girl, I'm sorry, I was wrong. If you look at me like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out. The little girl revealed a cold expression that was rarely seen on her face, and her voice carried a hint of authority. You're very lucky. You've offended me twice and are still alive. Don't let it happen a third time, or you really will die. Lin Chen said coldly. After speaking, he raised his foot and kicked Bai Hin away. With a muffled groan, Bai Hin was sent flying backward, only to be caught instantly by 2 guards. Young master, are you all right? The 2 guards asked with concern in their eyes. Useless trash, get out. Bai Hin roared angrily, then spat out a mouthful of blood essence, his face turning deathly pale. Bai Hin glanced coldly at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with endless malice and killing intent. You'd better not run into me during the assessment, or you'll die a horrible death, even if you're stronger than me. Although Lin Chen is stronger than him, most people will obey his orders as long as he gives the command. At that time, he will wear Lin Chen down to avenge today's humiliation. Looks like you want to die right now. Lin Chen's smile was extremely eerie and cold. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, which resembled that of a demon from hell, Bai Hin dragged himself away quickly, genuinely afraid that Lin Chen would kill him right now. Young master, slow down. 2 guards instantly supported Bai Hin, glanced at Lin Chen with murderous intent, and then left. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. If he could kill people here, the 3 of them would already be dead based on their behavior. I forgot to tell you something. I'm not here to take the exam. I'm a disciple of the Academy. So your plan is probably going to fall through. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Bai Hin, who was not far away, suddenly went limp and spat out another mouthful of blood essence. He was so angry that he fainted. He had always thought Lin Chen was there to take the exam, and he'd been planning how to kill Lin Chen during the exam for the past 3 days. Now he was told that Lin Chen was originally a disciple of the Academy. How could he accept this? So what was the point of all his efforts and thought over the past 3 days? Lin Chen was probably just watching him make a fool of himself from the start. Young master. Upon seeing Bai Hin unconscious, the 2 guards panicked instantly. Turning his gaze back to the little girl beside him, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Are you all right? Brother-in-law, thank you. The little girl immediately hugged Lin Chen's leg, looking like a little kitten. Ziyun Tian, who had been paying close attention to everything, looked at him with a strange expression. Chapter 104 The Greedy Examination Elder. Lin Chen glanced at the little girl and then asked, Little girl, I'm going to enter the Academy. Are you still going to come with me? Of course, if my brother-in-law goes to university, I want to go to university too. The little girl nodded, looking very serious. But you can only enter the Academy by passing the exam. But looking at your strength, Lin Chen looked the little girl over and shook his head. He had witnessed the little girl's skills when they first met, and she possessed at least the low-level spirit martial realm cultivation. Although this was astonishing for a girl her age, it would probably be difficult for her to pass the Academy's test. After all, the assessment is based on ability, not talent. Brother-in-law, do you think if I directly report my talent to the Academy's assessment elders, they will allow me to join the Academy directly? The little girl smiled mysteriously. Lin Chen nodded. With the little girl's terrifying talent, the assessment elder might not necessarily allow it, and might even report it to the Academy. Just then, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky outside the huge mountain gate. The crowd stopped talking and stared at the old man. If everyone's guess is correct, this is the elder who presided over the assessment. The old man's gaze swept over the crowd, and he said slowly, "I'm the elder in charge of the Academy's assessment. I won't waste any more words. You will now enter a small world where you will compete. The 1,000 who remain will join the Academy." After speaking, the old man waved his hand, and a gray vortex gate appeared. Everyone understood the old man's meaning and then went inside. "I'll be going now. See you at the Academy." Zi and Tian glanced at Lin Chen, then headed towards the vortex. Soon, the once bustling area outside the mountain gate was reduced to just Lin Chen and the little girl. The assessment elder glanced at Lin Chen and his companion, his brows furrowing slightly. "Why aren't you two going in? Aren't you here to participate in the entrance assessment?" "Elder, I am a disciple of Yangsheng Huangzhou Academy. I have been a disciple of the Academy for a year," Lin Chen said respectfully. A year ago, when the Huangzhou Academy went to Yangsheng, it was clearly stated that as long as one entered the martial lord's tomb and did not die, one would be considered a disciple of the Academy and would not need to take any tests. He understood that the reason why the Wilderness State Academy did this was to bring all those who survived after entering the tomb of the martial lord into the Academy, and indirectly, the gains from the tomb of the martial lord would also be gained by the Academy. This was also an important reason why he joined the Wilderness State Academy. At first, he did want to enter the Desolate State Academy. After all, the Desolate State Academy was the holy land of martial arts in the Desolate State. Only by entering it could he become stronger and have the opportunity and strength to venture into the desolate domain. But with his current qualifications, even without attending an academy, he is still confident that he will soon be eligible to go to the wilderness. Joining the academy now is partly to avoid being remembered by the academy, and partly because I believe that my second senior brother Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng are still in the academy. A year ago, the assessment elder was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something, his gaze instantly locking onto Lin Chen, his tone urgent. "Could it be that you are also someone who entered the martial lord's tomb and came out alive?" A year ago, the Huangzhou Academy went to Yangsheng to explore the tomb of the martial lord. Due to special reasons, they could only send disciples into the tomb. Anyone who entered the tomb and came out alive would become a disciple of the academy without any conditions. The entire academy knew about this, and he was no exception. "Then why are you only reporting now?" the assessment elder asked suddenly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The tomb of the martial lord was mysteriously closed a month after it was opened. Even if Lin Chen really came out of the tomb alive, why didn't he return to the academy with Elder and immediately? He remembered that Elder and brought back a lot of disciples, which shocked many people. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Something came up during that time. The fact that he spent a year in the tomb of the martial lord must never be revealed. In fact, everything about his time in the tomb of the martial lord must never be told. Leaving aside the fact that he killed the Qing family's Qingyun sword, made an enemy of the Bai family's Bai Ruhu, and even his finds in the tomb, just mentioning any one of these things would be enough to bring him to his death, something he simply cannot handle with his current strength. Now, what a delay. You're already so arrogant and presumptuous before even becoming a disciple of the Desolate State Academy. It's quite an eye-opener for me." The reception elder spoke slowly, his eyes filled with disdain. What does Elder mean by this? Lin Chen keenly sensed the other party's ill intentions and was both puzzled and extremely vigilant. "I don't mean anything by it." "Very well, follow me." The old man glanced around, then waved his hand, and the vortex gate below disappeared. He then turned and headed towards the gate. Upon arriving at the gate, the old man looked at Lin Chen with an arrogant tone. "This is the martial arts holy land of the Desolate State, a place that everyone dreams of joining." Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but he was also deeply moved. "By the way, Elder, although this girl is weak, she has exceptional talent. I think she should be able to join the academy, right?" Lin Chen pointed to the little girl beside him and spoke slowly. The old man glanced at the little girl, but showed no interest. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen. "You want to go in, right?" The old man looked at Lin Chen, his voice calm. "Certainly. This world is fair. You have to lose something to gain something. Since you want to enter the academy, you naturally have to pay a price." The old man spoke slowly, his tone full of profound meaning. "What does Elder mean by this?" Lin Chen frowned, his eyes filled with wariness. "Sai, why can't young people these days understand what I'm saying?" The old man shook his head, then glanced around as if trying to confirm something. Since there's no one here, I'll be frank. It's very simple for you to enter the academy. Didn't you come out of the martial lord's tomb alive? Hand over everything you obtained from the tomb, and I'll take you in. The old man, like a fox revealing its tail, gleamed with a sharp light in his eyes. His cultivation had just broken through to the heavenly martial realm. If he didn't have a special opportunity, he would probably only be able to stay at this level for the rest of his life. But if he had the opportunity that Lin Chen obtained from the martial lord's tomb, he might be able to make further progress in the future. He dared not touch the living people in the tombs of the martial lords in the academy, but no one knew about Lin Chen. Even if Eldarin discovered it, he could say that Lin Chen died outside. If he knew that Elder and was unaware of Lin Chen's survival, he would probably be even more reckless. Lin Chen and the little girl retreated instantly, their eyes warily scanning the old man, their bodies poised to strike. Elder, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the academy if you dare to be so bold? Lin Chen's voice was icy. He was only concerned with what would happen after entering the academy, but he overlooked the allure of the tomb of the martial lord to everyone. Even the elders of the desolate state academy were eyeing what he had, even though they didn't know what he had obtained in the tomb. Why be like this if I were afraid? The old man looked disdainful as he sensed the aura released by Lin Chen. I never imagined that you would reach the Yuanwu realm at such a young age. This must be one of the rewards from the martial lord's tomb, right? Sensing Lin Chen's cultivation level, the old man's eyes burned with even more fervor and greed, and his breathing became rapid. It's hard to imagine that an elder at the heavenly martial realm would show such an attitude in front of a young man. Damn it! There's no way I could be a match for this old man. Seeing the burning desire in the old man's eyes, Lin Chen knew he was in trouble. Now it seems that even if he said he found nothing in the tomb of Wu Jun, the old man would never believe him. The little girl standing nearby couldn't help but sneer. A dignified elder of a prefecture, actually coveting his disciples' things. How shameless. No matter how harsh your words are, it won't change your fate today. The old man scoffed, then sneered. Let me tell you the truth. Even if you hand over what you've gained from the martial lord's tomb today, you'll only face death. I'm not the kind of person who leaves behind trouble. This is the gate of the academy. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee I will alert the people of the academy. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold, his tone unfriendly, and his face extremely serious. You think you could take me on? The old man laughed heartily, as if he had heard a joke. In front of a heavenly martial realm expert like him, Lin Chen dared to be so arrogant and confident. He was quite curious as to why Lin Chen was so confident. Of course it's me, Lin Chen said coldly. Furthermore, as long as I don't die today, I will personally send you on your way one day. Lin Chen continued coldly. Seeing Lin Chen's seriousness, the old man was stunned. Although his face still showed disdain, deep down he couldn't help but feel that Lin Chen could keep his word. Thinking of this, the old man instantly said coldly, Unfortunately, the moment you said that as long as you don't die, you'll never have another chance. After speaking, the old man appeared in front of Lin Chen in an instant, his voice as swift as the wind, and grabbed Lin Chen's neck with one hand. Where's your trump card? Weren't you quite arrogant and confident just now? The old man laughed heartily. By the way, if you have any trump cards, they must have been obtained from the tomb of the martial lord. I'd like to see what kind of trump cards you have. It would be better if they were powerful. Then I would be even more satisfied. In any case, they will all be mine in the end. The old man's face was somewhat ferocious, and his eyes were a little red, as if he had been holding back for too long for this moment. Brother-in-law, the little girl's eyes were filled with panic, and her voice was somewhat hurried. Hurry up, Lin Chen managed to say. No, I won't go. The little girl suddenly became stubborn, her eyes seeming to have made a decision. A green jade pendant appeared in her hand as she chanted some kind of incantation. Then, the jade pendant gradually emitted a green light. Upon seeing this, the old man instantly realized something was wrong. Although he didn't know what the little girl was trying to do, his intuition told him that he had to stop everything. The old man thrust out a palm strike, sending the little girl flying backward, but strangely, she was completely unharmed. How is this possible? The old man was stunned upon seeing this. His attack, which was at the heavenly martial realm, was actually blocked by a girl who was at most at the spirit martial realm. It seems you have quite a few secrets too. After calming down for a moment, the old man looked at the little girl with the same fervor he had shown when he discovered some treasure. Damn it! The little girl panicked even more when she saw her spell interrupted. Ha ha! Upon seeing this, the old man burst into laughter. The old man's body flew out instantly, grabbing directly at the little girl. At that very moment, a figure appeared outside the gate, his gaze instantly locking onto the old man and Lin Chen in the air. Sensing this extremely powerful aura, the old man froze for a moment, and panic instantly appeared on his face. Chapter 105 Elder Jujian enters the mansion. Elder Baiyun, what are you doing? A slightly angry voice came from behind. Then, the old man released Lin Chen and slowly turned around to look at the newcomer, a faint smile on his face. So it's Elder Jujian, brother-in-law. The little girl rushed to Lin Chen's side in an instant, her face full of worry. I'm Fina. Lin Chen coughed, then looked up at the person who had come, his eyes showing surprise. The newcomer was dressed in a gray robe with two prominent characters, supervisor, embroidered on it. He exuded a faint sense of authority. However, when Lin Chen saw the familiar wine pot and the slightly lazy face, he was stunned. This was actually the guardian elder of the martial arts pavilion of the Outer Academy of Yangsheng Huangzhou Academy. It seems I really didn't think much of it back then. This old man is indeed extraordinary. Now it seems he is also a member of the academy. I wonder why he appeared at the academy back then. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with memories and speculation. Elder Baiyun hasn't answered my question yet. Jiao Jian's eyes flashed, his usual lazy expression completely different from his usual demeanor, and his voice carried an unfriendly tone. He had escorted Lin Chen all the way to Huangzhou City, and he thought Lin Chen would arrive at the academy soon. But Lin Chen didn't show up until today. He knew without a doubt that Lin Chen was in danger just now. If he had arrived any later, it was hard to say whether the academy would even have Lin Chen left. Ah, you mean him? Baiyun straightened his robes, then smiled faintly. Elder Jian also knows that as the elder of this assessment, I naturally cannot easily let go of anyone who deliberately disrupts the assessment, which is why Elder Jian just witnessed what happened. Disrupting the assessment? How did he disrupt the assessment? Jiao Jian's gaze turned cold as he directly questioned him. He roughly understood Lin Chen's temperament. There was no way he could or would need to disrupt the assessment. Baiyun was clearly talking nonsense. Even though he knew Baiyun was talking nonsense, he could only ask him about it one by one, since he had no authority to manage the assessment. This seems to be my responsibility as the assessment elder. Does Elder Jiujian, as the supervisory elder, also have to interfere? Baiyun Jiujian was stunned for a moment, then naturally understood the deliberate targeting in Baiyun's words. At this moment, the little girl who had been watching everything suddenly started yelling, her face full of indignation. You're lying. We didn't disrupt any order at all. It's clearly because you want what my brother-in-law got from the tomb of the martial lord that you want to arrest us. You greedy old bastard. How could you be so shameless? It's a disgrace to the desolate state academy to have an elder like you. The little girl became angrier as she spoke, and in an instant, she unleashed all the anger she had suffered. Shut up, Baiyun shouted angrily, his face turning ugly. If it weren't for Jiao Jian's arrival, he could have taken Lin Chen and the little girl away without anyone noticing. If what just happened really gets out, he'll probably be in big trouble. Is what she said true? Jiao Jian suddenly fixed his gaze on Baiyun, his face filled with murderous intent. Putting aside how Baiyun treated Lin Chen, which angered him, the fact that Baiyun's behavior tarnished the academy's reputation was enough to infuriate him. As the #1 power in Huangzhou and the holy land of martial arts in Huangzhou, the more glamorous the Huangzhou Academy's appearance, the more it needs to be maintained. Baiyun's gaze shifted, and he sneered. Does Elder Jiao Jian prefer to believe an outsider rather than an academy elder like me? If the academy finds out about your actions, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Jiao Jian said coldly, his face full of hostility. Elder Jiao Jian need not worry about that. Baiyun sneered, then prepared to leave. Wait, Lin Chen, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, his expression surprisingly calm. Now, what else do you want? Baiyun stopped and turned his gaze to Lin Chen, a sneer on his face. As an assessment elder, you should be grateful that I haven't punished you for disrupting the assessment. Don't make a fool of yourself. Although he really wanted to take Lin Chen and the other person away, with Jiao Jian present, he ultimately couldn't make a move. Hee, I don't want anything. It's just that some things are better said clearly. Lin Chen smiled faintly, showing no trace of his previous embarrassment. I came to the academy with respect for it, but I never expected to encounter some despicable people who coveted what I had obtained from the martial lord's tomb. Surprisingly, one of these despicable people is actually an elder of the academy. How laughable! As Lin Chen finished speaking, Bai Yin looked at the indifferent Jiao Jian and smiled faintly. You're saying this so that he'll punish me, right? Too bad. Although he saved you temporarily, he doesn't dare to punish me at all. Ah! Bai Yin suddenly burst into laughter. You can't prove anything with just words. Even if what you say is true, so what? Ask him if he dares to report it to the academy or punish me directly. Bai Yin glanced at Lin Chen with a mocking look, his face full of disdain. Lin Chen glanced at Jiao Jian, and when he saw Jiao Jian's ugly expression, he couldn't help but sigh with regret. He didn't want Jiao Jian to punish Bai Yin on the spot, but everything before him told him that Jiao Jian clearly couldn't. Now he only regrets his weak strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to rely on a wine sword, but would have rushed up to kill Bai Yin directly. Bai Yin slowly approached Lin Chen, his voice low and defiant, and said, Welcome to the academy. I won't give up what you've gained. After speaking, he turned around and smiled faintly. I still need to supervise the assessment, so I won't chat with Elder Jiu Jian any longer. As Bai Yin walked to Jiao Jian's side, his gaze shifted, and he said indifferently, You can only protect him for a while. After saying that, he laughed loudly and left. Lin Chen and Jiao Jian both had indifferent expressions, while the little girl stomped her feet and kept muttering, That old turtle deserves to die. I'm sorry, Lin Chen. I know you're disappointed, but I really can't do anything about it. Jiao Jian came up to Lin Chen, his tone tinged with bitterness and apology. Looking at the familiar figure before him, Lin Chen said calmly, Elder, there's no need to apologize. If it weren't for you, we would probably be taken away by now. There are several factions within the academy, and the one behind him has the most power. Even if I report what happened today, it won't cause any trouble. Jiao Jian explained while sighing. I see. Lin Chen nodded, but there was a faint killing intent in his eyes. Bai Yin is doomed to die. Seemingly knowing what Lin Chen was thinking, Jiao Jian smiled faintly. Indeed, with your talent, you will become a strong man in the desolate state sooner or later. At that time, even without relying on the academy, you will probably be able to take revenge on your own. He had always stayed at the Yangqing Wilderness Academy, so he naturally knew Lin Chen's talent. Lin Chen's future would never be in wilderness, but in the vast and boundless wilderness domain. Brother-in-law, that old turtle hit me so hard. You have to avenge me someday. The little girl tugged at Lin Chen's hand and shook it repeatedly, her voice clear and bright. Don't worry, it won't be long before I personally send him off to leave this world. Lin Chen's voice was calm, but his eyes were resolute. Let's go. I'll lead you into the manor. Seeing the determination in Lin Chen's eyes, Jiao Jian spoke calmly, a strange sense of anticipation rising in his heart. Can she also enter the manor? Lin Chen looked at the little girl beside him and asked. Each academy disciple may bring one servant into the academy. Jiao Jian laughed. Understood, let's go. Hey, brother-in-law, I'm not your servant, the little girl said suddenly, looking aggrieved. So, are you going to join the manor or not? Lin Chen chuckled. Fine, you can have it. The little girl looked dissatisfied, but eventually gave in. After passing through the massive mountain gate, the three were greeted by a landscape of towering mountains shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland on earth. On each mountain range, one can see distinct houses and grand halls, and just one glance is enough to feel their grandeur. As expected of the martial arts holy land of the desolate state, it is indeed magnificent. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. That's all. The little girl pouted, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Let's go. I'll take you to get your identity badges. Jiao Jian said. Heading in one direction, the three soon arrived outside a grand hall. The main hall was magnificent and imposing, exuding a sense of authority, with three prominent characters standing above it. The Hall of Surveillance. Jiao Jian led the two inside quickly and brought them to a counter. Hey, swordsman, I didn't expect you to come to the main hall. A fat man's sleeping eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Enough with the small talk. Get those two identity badges processed. Jiao Jian said lazily, reverting to his usual demeanor. The fat man glanced at Lin Chen and the other man, a hint of surprise in his eyes. For someone as lazy as Jiao Jian to personally take action, he must have an extraordinary status or talent. He became quite curious. Name and identity, the fat man asked. Lin Chen and the little girl were stunned for a moment, looking at Jiao Jian with puzzled expressions. Outer disciples and their maids. Jiao Jian spoke slowly, then looked at Lin Chen and his companion. You can state your names yourselves. Lin Chen. Fire. The two of them spoke. The fat man took out 2 jade slips, then closed his eyes. The jade slips gradually emitted light and returned to calm after 3 breaths. All right, here you go. The fat man opened his eyes and handed over the jade slip. The two accepted the jade slip, their thoughts seeping into it. Their names and identities instantly appeared on the jade slip, and a general map and information about the academy, as well as their respective addresses, also appeared in their minds. The little girl looked indignant, her voice filled with grievance. I could have gotten into the academy on my own merit. Why did I have to become a maid? Humph, it's all my brother-in-law's fault. All right, we're already inside anyway. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Now that they're done, I'll take them with me. You can't continue. Jiao Jian glanced at the fat man, his tone indifferent. Hey, you just leaving like this? Aren't you going to thank me at all? The fat man shouted. We'll talk about it when we have time. Jiao Jian said casually, then left. Chapter 106 Ancient Acts News. Outside a slightly dilapidated courtyard, Lin Chen and the little girl appeared, looking at the scene before them with some surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect that old man to leave so early, without even showing us around properly. The little girl spoke slowly, her tone full of dissatisfaction with Jiao Jian. They said they had urgent business to attend to, so you can't blame them. Lin Chen glanced at him and smiled faintly. After leaving the surveillance hall, Jiao Jian suddenly received an urgent message, instructing them to come here and find someone to show them around the outer palace. That's why the two of them appeared here. Humph. Of all times, something had to happen at that moment. It was obviously intentional. The little girl continued to grumble, but her anger had clearly subsided somewhat. Forget it, they did save us, didn't they? Otherwise, we would be dead by now. Lin Chen said, his eyes filled with reminiscence. When Bai Yun grabbed him, it was the first time he felt a sense of crisis and a deep sense of powerlessness. With his current Yuanwu realm cultivation, he was like an ant in front of the Tianwu realm, powerless to resist. That's not necessarily true. We'll still be safe if he doesn't show up, and that old turtle, Bai Yin, might be dead by now, the little girl said calmly, her face resolute. He then seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing and shut up instantly. Lin Chen gave the little girl a strange look, with many guesses in his mind. Tell me honestly, what powerful force is behind you? Lin Chen asked calmly. The little girl had been with him for a period of time that was neither too long nor too short. He naturally knew that the little girl had an extraordinary background, but he didn't know the specifics of it. Someone who dares to kill an elder of the academy must be very powerful, right? Lin Chen wondered. Perhaps even more terrifying than the desolate state academy. It's a secret. You'll find out when you really become my brother-in-law. Although you're very outstanding, it might be a bit difficult. The little girl smiled mysteriously, clearly unwilling to reveal her identity. With such an impressive background, I really don't dare to be your brother-in-law. Lin Chen joked. A white-clad figure flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and he sighed inwardly. Is any great dynasty as great as the desolate dynasty? Shuai, are you all right now? Seeing Lin Chen's gaze, the little girl's eyes flickered. Brother-in-law, are you thinking about someone? You talk too much. Lin Chen flicked the little girl's forehead, shook his head, and smiled faintly. With my brother-in-law's talent, he only got the title of outer disciple. This desolate state academy is really blind. The little girl covered her forehead, quickly changed the subject, and said with a dissatisfied look, I was able to enter the academy as an outer disciple without even participating in the assessment, which is already quite good. Lin Chen shook his head. Every year, the Wilderness State Academy holds an entrance examination. Those who pass the examination can join the academy. Those with better rankings can directly become outer disciples. Ordinary people can only start as menial disciples and have the opportunity to be promoted to outer disciples only if they pass the monthly examination. Normally, being able to become an outer disciple directly through the matter of Wu Jun's tomb is something many people dream of. And that old turtle Bai Yun was so arrogant. I wanted to beat him up. That old man Jiu Jian was such a coward. He knew Bai Yun's greed and ambition, but just ignored it. It makes me so angry. This damn desolate state academy. I don't know what so many people are doing here. The little girl became more and more disdainful and indignant as she spoke, clearly still resentful about Jiu Jian letting Bai Yun go. If someone were to hear someone belittling the martial arts holy land of the desolate state as worthless, I wonder what their reaction would be, or how horrified they would be. Elder Jiu Jian has his reasons. We should understand. Lin Chen said speechlessly. Having grown up in the Lin family since childhood, he naturally understood the internal struggles within the clan. If the Lin family of Yangshan was like this, how much more so the Huangzhou Academy, the largest power in Huangzhou? Bai Yin was extremely arrogant before, but Jiu Jian was still helpless. It is not hard to see that the internal struggle within the academy is probably even more intense. Only a good person like you, brother-in-law, would do this. If it were me, even if the academy begged me to join, I probably wouldn't even give them a second glance. The little girl put her hands on her hips and spoke indifferently. There's no other way. I've been to the tomb of the martial lord. If I don't join the academy, they probably won't let me off the hook. Lin Chen said calmly. Besides, my second senior brother is still in the academy. I'll have to see him. With his current strength, he can't even deal with Bai Yun, let alone the desolate state academy. As long as the academy knows that he is the one who entered the martial lord's tomb, he can only join the academy no matter what, unless he can fight against the academy alone. To be able to fight against the academy, one must at least be at the martial lord realm, right? Lin Chen felt a bitter taste in his mouth. So, my brother-in-law has a senior brother? Is he handsome? The little girl's eyes lit up with curiosity. What's going on? Lin Chen was speechless at the little girl's focus. Forget it. Let's go in and see the person Elder Jiu Jian asked us to meet. Shaking his head, Lin Chen looked at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity. After pushing open the gate and entering the courtyard, the two were greeted by a handsome young man with a resolute face, dressed in simple gray clothes. The boy exuded an aura that emanated from his body as he wielded a giant gray axe, continuously chopping wood. Sensing the arrival of Lin Chen and his companion, the young man stopped what he was doing. The giant axe in his hand vanished instantly. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at the two of them, asking, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Lin Chen smiled faintly. "This is Lin Chen. This is Hua. We came to find you on the orders of Elder Jiu Jian." The boy glanced at Lin Chen and the little girl, his gaze momentarily blank before he said calmly, "I see, I understand. Sit down." The boy pointed to a stool not far away. The two sat down and waited for the boy to continue. "You must be newcomers to the manor?" the young man asked as he sat down to the side. "Yes, I am Gu Fu, a disciple of the outer court. Ask me anything you wish to ask," the young man said calmly. "That old man Jiu Jian said you were supposed to show us around the academy. Why are you acting so arrogant?" The little girl spoke up in an instant, clearly dissatisfied with Gu Fu's somewhat indifferent attitude. "I don't need anyone to arrange things for me," Gu Fu said coldly, glancing at the little girl. Lin Chen could naturally sense the coldness in his voice, and then slowly said, "Since senior brother Gu doesn't have time, I only want to ask about one thing. Please tell me in detail." He learned a lot about the academy from the nameplate and was able to find the address on the map. Since the other party had no intention of doing so, he didn't force the issue. Gu Fu glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, before slowly saying, "Ask away." "Senior brother, do you know the address and situation of Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng from the outer mansion?" Lin Chen asked slowly, his eyes filled with urgency. It has been more than a year since he was separated from Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng after the Wu Jun tomb incident. One of the reasons he joined the academy was because of the two of them. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gu Fu's calm expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Chen and the little girl carefully, his eyes filled with suspicion. "What is your relationship with senior brother Zhang Chun and senior brother Bai?" Gu Fu asked urgently. "Zhang Chun is my senior brother, and Bai Ruofeng is my friend," Lin Chen said slowly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Judging from the respectful tone Gu Fu used when he heard Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng, it's easy to see that Gu Fu's relationship with Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng must be quite close. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gu Fu was stunned, quite surprised, and then delighted. "So your senior brother Zhang Chen's junior brother?" Are you Lin Chen? Gu Fu stood up and came directly to Lin Chen, his face full of excitement. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Senior brother Zhang often mentioned that he has a junior brother named Lin Chen with exceptional talent. And now that I've met him, he truly is extraordinary. Come with me. I'll take you to see senior brother Zhang Chen. Gu Fu's eyes were filled with urgency. Senior brother Zhang Chen will be very happy to know that you've come to the academy. Thanks. Lin Chen stood up with a faint smile and followed the little girl. During the journey, Lin Chen inquired about Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng's situation at the academy. After learning the details, Lin Chen's face was filled with boundless anger and killing intent. Because of the connection between Bai Ruofeng and the Bai Alliance often caused trouble for Bai Ruofeng. Zhang Chen couldn't stand seeing Bai Ruofeng being bullied so often, so he stepped in to help. Unexpectedly, this aroused the Bai Alliance's hatred, and they were both seriously injured. Junior brother Lin, please don't act impulsively. Those people from the White Alliance are not to be trifled with. Senior brother Zhang Chen and senior brother Bai are powerful, but they were still injured by them. What about you? Gu Fu advised, seeing the anger on Lin Chen's face. If Luo Qingyi hadn't intervened at the last minute, the two of them would probably have been beaten to death. The White Alliance is courting death. They dared to injure my senior brother. I will destroy the White Alliance. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his face filled with boundless rage. What is the relationship between the White Alliance and the Bai family? Why did Bai Ruofeng offend the White Alliance? Lin Chen's expression instantly returned to calm, and he asked, most of the members of the White Alliance are from the Bai family of Huangzhou City. The number one member of the White Alliance used to be Bai Ru, who was on the Huangzhou ranking. However, Bai Ru entered the Inner Palace early on. The current number one member is Bai Wuhan. Gu Fu introduced. Bai Ru, the Bai family. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. No wonder the White Alliance often causes trouble for Bai Ruofeng. Back in the Wujun tomb, Bai Ru was defeated by him, and Bai Ruofeng and Zhang Chen were present at the scene. Even if Zhang Chen doesn't help Bai Ruofeng in the end, the Bai Alliance will probably still come after Zhang Chen because of Bai Ruhu. Thinking of this, Lin Chen became even angrier. It's always the Bai family. It seems the Bai family really loves to provoke me. What is Bai Wuhan's status in the Bai family? What is his relationship with Bai Hen? Lin Chen continued to ask. When he first arrived in Huangzhou City, he encountered Bai Hen, and now another Bai Wuhan has appeared. It's obvious that they are connected. Bai Wuhan's status in the Bai family is equivalent to the second genius of the Bai family, but I heard that his talent is not as good as his younger brother Bai Hen. I heard that Bai Hen will also participate in this entrance examination. Gu Fu's eyes were filled with memories, clearly knowing everything about the Bai Alliance. So that's how it is. Are they brothers? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Whether it was Bai Hen, Bai Wuhan, or Bai Ruhu, they were all dead in his heart at this moment. Don't be impulsive. Let's wait until we've met senior brother Zhang Chen and senior brother Bai before we start doing business. Gu Fu was surprised as he sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Lin Chen. He was almost at the 9th rank of the spirit martial realm, yet he actually sensed power from Lin Chen's killing intent just now. If Lin Chen's killing intent had been directed at him, could he have stopped Lin Chen? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Chen nodded. The three quickened their pace and soon disappeared from sight. Chapter 107. Get out or die. Outside an ordinary courtyard in the outer palace, a group of people were gathered around. The leader was a young man dressed in a long robe with white and light blue stripes. The crowd surrounded him, their faces filled with respect and admiration. Do you think Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng will come out? Is it really appropriate for us to block them here? Senior brother Bai's intentions are our target. Regardless of whether Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng come out or not, we'll stay here. They certainly won't stay cooped up in the courtyard forever. That's true. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. This was Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng's residence. They've offended our White Alliance. They're lucky to have survived this long. If Luo Qingyi hadn't intervened, they would probably be dead by now. I wonder what their relationship is with Luo Qingyi. You can't say that. If they had died long ago, how would our brother Bai Yishui have performed? Someone glanced at the young man in the lead, their eyes gleaming. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then after thinking about it carefully, they suddenly realized. Because of the relationship between Bai Ruofeng and Bai Ruhu, the Bai Alliance specifically targeted Bai Ruofeng, and then dragged Zhang Chen into it as well. As an important member of the Bai Alliance, Bai Yishui naturally needed to make a good impression on Bai Ruhu, even though Bai Ruhu had already left the Bai Alliance and entered the inner palace. The young man at the head of the group raised his hand, and everyone immediately stopped talking, turning their attention to him and waiting for him to speak. We'll just stay here all day. As long as they come out, we'll teach them a good lesson, unless we kill them. Bai Yishui's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice indifferent, as if he were talking about something trivial. Understood. Everyone immediately agreed. The academy has a clear rule that disciples must not be killed at will, so there's probably another reason why Bai Yishui said this. If Bai Ruofeng and Zhang Chen were to die early, what would they have to show for themselves in the future? That's why they set a bottom line of not killing them. Looking at everyone's performance, Bai Yishui had a satisfied look on his face. Although he didn't have much power, the feeling of being supported and recognized was really wonderful. Just then, 3 figures slowly appeared. It was Lin Chen and his 2 companions who had arrived. Looking at the crowd and Bai Yishui outside the courtyard, Lin Chen frowned slightly, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. When Gu Fu saw Bai Yishui, who was leading the group, he froze, a hint of fear and panic flashing in his eyes. These are all people from the White Alliance, and the leader is Bai Yishui. Gu Fu said, each word distinct and his face full of anger. I didn't expect the White Alliance to be so bullying, actually blocking senior brother Zhang Chen and senior brother Bai's courtyard. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression instantly turned icy cold, and a faint killing intent permeated his entire body. Seeing Lin Chen about to step forward, Gu Fu hurriedly said, don't be impulsive. The leader, Bai Yishui, is a 9th grade spirit martial realm cultivator. He is extremely powerful, and we are no match for him. Although his intuition told him that Lin Chen was strong, he was no match for Bai Yishui. Moreover, there are dozens of members of the White Alliance here. If they attacked together, they would definitely get beaten up. Damn it, what do we do? Gu Fu's eyes were filled with thought and helplessness. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Lin Chen looked at the ancient axe and said calmly, it's all right, I'm not afraid. After speaking, Lin Chen slowly stepped forward directly in front of everyone, and then stepped into the courtyard, blocking their way. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, then settled on Bai Yishui, who was at the head of the group, and he said in an icy tone, either get out or die. His words were astonishing, and Gu Fu froze on the spot, while the little girl was instantly captivated by Lin Chen's domineering aura, her eyes shining. Bai Yishui and the others stared blankly at Lin Chen, falling into an eerie silence, before bursting into laughter. Who is this guy? Did a donkey kick his head? I don't know. Judging from the situation, it should be a helper that Gu Fu invited. I just didn't expect him to be an idiot, someone said with a mocking expression. Isn't that right? Either get out or die. It's absolutely hilarious. How could he say something so shameful? Everyone looked at Lin Chen with mocking expressions. Idiot, do you know who we are? We are from the White Alliance, the alliance of the top 10 disciples from the Outer Palace. How dare you say such things in front of so many of us? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? The crowd continued to laugh, as if they hadn't met someone like Lin Chen in a long time who could make them laugh like that. Also, do you know who this guy next to us is? His name is Bai Yishui. Bai Yishui. Someone looked at Bai Yishui with admiration, then spoke to Lin Chen with disdain. Senior brother Bai's cultivation is at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. He might not be the best in the outer sect, but he can definitely be ranked in the top 10. How dare you, an idiot, think you can kill us? After he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter again. And one more thing, the academy forbids disciples from killing each other. You still say you want to die? I'm not bragging. I'll stand right here and let you kill me. Do you dare? Someone continued, looking disdainful. Everyone burst into laughter again. Without a doubt, Lin Chen instantly became a fool in everyone's eyes, ignorant of their identities and the rules of the academy, making him a laughingstock. Despite the ridicule and disdain of the crowd, Lin Chen remained indifferent, his icy voice ringing out once more. I'll say it one last time. Either get out or die. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter again. I can't believe it. This is hilarious. I've never seen such an idiot before. He doesn't even know his own limitations, yet he dares to speak so arrogantly. It's impossible not to laugh. Gu Fu, standing not far away, shook his head and sighed. Sigh. I told you not to be impulsive. Now, look what happened. We're probably going to get a beating from the White Alliance again. Sigh. Gufu sighed and stepped forward, clearly prepared to face the situation together with Lin Chen, even if the result was to be taught a lesson by everyone. The little girl glanced at Lin Chen's terrifyingly calm expression and Gufu Na's slightly tense yet determined look and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Brother-in-law isn't even afraid of Yuanwu realm cultivators, let alone these small fry. There's more to come. With a quick glance, the little girl sat down to the side, adopting a watchful look, her eyes filled with anticipation. Looking at Gufu beside Lin Chen, the crowd was stunned for a moment, then mocked. Gufu, you said you have no relation to Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng, so why are you standing with them and getting bullied for nothing? Humph. Senior brother Zhang and senior brother Bai have been incredibly kind to me. Even if I die, I will stand with them. The panic on Gufu's face vanished instantly, and his gaze became even more resolute. Ha ha. That's truly touching and admirable, the crowd laughed. They also knew some of Gufu's past deeds. After all, they were interested in learning about people who were associated with Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng. When Gufu first entered the academy, he was bullied by others. It was Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng who helped him settle down. Later, he was promoted to an outer disciple and completely said goodbye to his life of being bullied. It can be said that Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng had a great influence on the ancient acts. We understand your respect for Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng, but you can't send an idiot to block us, can you? Everyone looked at Lin Chen beside them and burst into laughter. We can understand if you find a strong person, but you brought an idiot to humiliate us? If that's the case, then you've achieved your goal. Someone looked at Lin Chen and Gufu with disdain and ridicule. Gufu frowned slightly, his expression turning somewhat grim, but then his resolve hardened in an instant. Putting aside the fact that Lin Chen is Zhang Chen's junior brother, the fact that Lin Chen was able to stand up shows that he has courage that Zhang Chen never had. At least Lin Chen dared to face the people of the White Alliance head-on, while Zhang Chen still had a trace of fear. Just then, Bai Yishui, who hadn't spoken from the beginning, stepped forward, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then looked at Lin Chen with a hint of disdain in his eyes and smiled faintly. Since you can stand here, it means you have some strength. Very well, let me test your skills. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of anticipation, imagining that Liu would soon be severely punished. The thought of Lin Chen's tragic and sent a chill down everyone's spine, as if they were contemplating some terrible horror. Brother-in-law, go for it. A little girl nearby clenched her fist and shouted, her voice clear and crisp. Bai Yishui, who was about to make a move, paused and looked at the little girl. When he saw the little girl's exquisite face and her small, barely visible figure, his breathing quickened and a hint of greed and desire flashed in his eyes. Some people noticed Bai Yishui's gaze and couldn't help but feel strange. After taking a closer look at the little girl not far away, everyone couldn't help but feel amazed. Even though the little girl was still young, it didn't stop everyone from knowing that she would definitely be a stunning beauty in the future. No wonder Bai Yishui showed that slightly beastly and abnormal reaction. Hee, I should thank you, Gufu, for bringing me such a good thing. Bai Yishui looked at Gufu with a faint smile. After I've taught you a lesson, I'll take her away. Sooner or later she'll become my plaything. Ha! Everyone immediately echoed. Senior brother Bai is awesome. Don't worry, when I get tired of it, there will still be some for you. Bai Yishui looked at everyone with a wicked smile. Oh. The crowd instantly became excited, their eyes brimming with indescribable excitement. They would glance at the little girl not far away from time to time, their hearts burning with anticipation at the unspeakable things that would happen in the future. The little girl, who was not far away, felt the evil gazes of the crowd and the greed in Bai Yishui's eyes. Hearing Bai Yishui's humiliating words earlier, a murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and her whole body was filled with a cold aura. However, she immediately restrained herself and became calm. Brother-in-law, they humiliated me. Kill them. The little girl looked at Lin Chen, her voice filled with an irresistible plea and sorrow. Lin Chen's expression was cold and filled with murderous intent. Even without the little girl saying it, Bai Yishui had already been added to Lin Chen's kill list the moment he uttered those insulting words. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression indifferent, his voice as cold as ice. I originally thought that only a few people in the Bai family liked to provoke me, but it seems I was overthinking it. I've already given you a chance. It seems you've chosen to die. Lin Chen's gaze is suddenly locked onto Bai Yishui, and he instantly unleashed a murderous aura. After speaking, he rushed out and headed straight for Bai Yishui. Chapter 108 The Devil Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen make the first move, everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with surprise. Bai Yishui's cultivation level is the 9th grade of the spirit martial realm, ranking among the top 10 among the outer disciples, so his combat strength is naturally extremely powerful. The fact that Lin Chen, this unknown figure who appeared out of nowhere, actually dared to make a move, and even made the first move, completely refreshed their understanding of what an idiot is. Sensing the strong aura coming towards him, Bai Yishui remained calm, with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, clearly not taking Lin Chen seriously. You're too arrogant. With my absolute strength, I can defeat you in one move. Bai Yishui slowly raised his right hand, gathering spiritual energy, while his left hand was simply behind his back. His eyes were filled with disdain for Lin Chen and a strong confidence in his own strength. Defeated in one move. Defeated in one move. Defeated in one move. Hearing Bai Yishui's confident words, everyone couldn't help but agree, their eyes filled with anticipation. Gufu glanced at the imposing Lin Chen, hesitated briefly before making a move, and wanted to see just how big the gap was between Lin Chen and Bai Yishui. After all, his intuition told him that Lin Chen was stronger than him. Defeat me in one move? Heh! Hearing the crowd's voices, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer, then clenched his right fist and threw a punch. In an instant, a huge water sphere appeared in Bai Yishui's right hand and headed directly towards Lin Chen. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chen punched through the water sphere and hurtled straight toward Bai Yishui. Bai Yishui, a 9th grade spirit martial realm cultivator, unleashed a powerful attack formed from gathered spiritual energy, which Lin Chen completely ignored as if passing through cotton. This scene is breathtaking. Bai Yishui stood frozen in place, but in less than a breath, Lin Chen's fist struck his body directly. Bang! A soft sound was mixed with a muffled groan, and Bai Yishui was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence in midair. After collapsing to the ground, he immediately became weak and pale, clearly having lost his fighting ability. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned, their eyes filled with surprise and fear. The members of the White Alliance even looked at Lin Chen with a hint of fear in their eyes. Bai Yishui, a 9th grade spirit martial realm cultivator, was crippled by Lin Chen with a single punch. It's ridiculous that Bai Yishui said he could cripple Lin Chen with one blow, but now it's Bai Yishui who's been crippled. Whom were they cheering for? And for whom were they hoping to emulate the defeat they just witnessed? Bai Yishui? Yes. But reality slapped them hard in the face. Lin Chen defeated Bai Yishui. This unacceptable outcome was laid bare before them. Gu Fu froze on the spot, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, utterly shocked. He knew Lin Chen was stronger than him, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. That was Bai Yishui, one of the top 10 figures in the Outer Palace, and he was defeated by Lin Chen in a single blow. In his imagination, Lin Chen should be able to withstand Bai Yishui's attack, but his overall strength was still far inferior to Bai Yishui's. Today, they were destined to be taught a lesson. However, reality was so unpredictable and ridiculous, surprising and unexpected. The little girl not far away grinned, as if she had expected this scene, and muttered to herself, "What exactly is the limit of my brother-in-law's strength? Why can't I ever see through him?" Bai Yishui, who had fallen not far away, struggled to his feet, looked up at Lin Chen, whose face was cold and indifferent, his eyes filled with fear and utter disbelief. How can you be so strong? His strength was at the 9th rank of the spirit martial realm. There were only 9 people in the Outer Palace who could defeat him, but he was certain that Lin Chen was not one of those 9. He thought he could defeat Lin Chen in one blow, but reality slapped him in the face. He was defeated by Lin Chen. Once this happened, he would lose face and be ridiculed for the rest of his life. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak and you've messed with me, so you're going to die. Lin Chen's tone was as cold as ice from the heavens, plunging people into a deep winter. Hearing Lin Chen's domineering, cold, and murderous words again, everyone felt a sense of agreement. It's laughable that they used to mock Lin Chen as an idiot who only talked big, but reality has shown them that Lin Chen wasn't just talking big. He really does what he says. Thinking of what Lin Chen had said earlier, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. That command, as if from the heavens, now echoed in their minds. Either get out or die. He's not really going to kill senior brother Bai Yishui, is he? Someone asked in a panic, glancing at Bai Yishui and Lin Chen not far away, their voice low. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen swiftly appeared before Bai Yishui, grabbed him, and coldly seized him. Seeing Lin Chen holding him up like a chick filled by Yishui with indescribable shame and embarrassment, and his face turned red. What are you going to do? Seeing the coldness and killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes, Bai Yishui panicked instantly. What am I supposed to do? Didn't I just say? Either get out or die. What do you think I'm supposed to do? Lin Chen said coldly, with a hint of malice in his tone. Bai Yishui froze for a moment, his eyes wide with terror. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their hearts screaming. Could Lin Chen really dare to kill someone? Leaving aside whether the White Alliance would let Lin Chen go, the Academy would not allow disciples to kill each other. Is Lin Chen really going to offend the White Alliance? Or even risk breaking the rules and offending the Academy? Just as Lin Chen was about to make his move, Gu Fu's urgent voice rang out. Lin Chen, no. Approaching Lin Chen, Gu Fu looked at Lin Chen, whose face was filled with murderous intent, and said in a tone of persuasion, Lin Chen, you can't kill him. Lin Chen glanced coldly at Gu Fu without saying a word. Gu Fu sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. We are not yet able to deal with the White Alliance's retaliation. Even if we could, we would not escape the Academy's punishment, since the Academy does not allow disciples to kill each other. Although he wished he could just kill Bai Yishui and be done with it, he had to consider the consequences. If the Bai Alliance was determined to take revenge, even if Lin Chen was strong, he probably couldn't stop the Bai Alliance members. Moreover, there are the rules and regulations of the Academy. For a long time, killings among disciples have occurred frequently in the Academy, but without a doubt, those who did so were dealt with by the Academy. At best, their cultivation was crippled, leaving them with no chance for martial arts in their lives. At worst, they were executed. He didn't want Lin Chen to become one of them because of his impulsiveness. Lin Chen remained indifferent, while Bai Yishui laughed heartily, his face showing relief and smugness. Now you know the consequences, right? You can't and dare not kill me, ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Chen stop, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried that Lin Chen would kill him, which would change the nature of the situation. At the same time, through Lin Chen's cold expression and killing intent just now, they also thoroughly felt Lin Chen's decisiveness in killing. If it weren't for the ancient axe, Bai Yishui would probably be dead by now. Let me go, Bai Yishui continued arrogantly. You'll have a bad time if you offend the White Alliance and the Academy. Realizing that Lin Chen wouldn't dare to use assassins, he breathed a sigh of relief while simultaneously letting out a cold laugh. Reality is so cruel. No matter how much you hate me and want to kill me, you just don't dare to do it. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd. Then he looked at Bai Yishui in his hand and instantly grinned wickedly. I really won't kill you right now. Then why don't you let me go right now? Bai Yishui shouted angrily. Being held captive by Lin Chen like a chick made him lose face and feel utterly humiliated. He vowed to take revenge in the future. To everyone's astonishment, a punch landed squarely on Bai Yishui's face, and instantly, Bai Yishui let out a wail. Pala! Bai Yishui landed directly on the ground. Lin Chen withdrew his hands and looked at Bai Yishui with a cold expression. Although I won't kill you, you won't have an easy time either. After speaking, Lin Chen continued to throw punches, each one perfectly timed, not killing Bai Yishui, but severely punishing him. No one dared to watch what was about to happen. All they could hear was Bai Yishui's constant howling. Even if they didn't want to watch, they knew how miserable Bai Yishui was at that moment. The wailing lasted for a quarter of an hour, and everyone experienced firsthand what true fear was. They had never seen anyone as frightening as Lin Chen. He was simply a devil from hell. Someone glanced at Bai Yishui, who was lying on the ground barely alive. When they saw Bai Yishui's miserable state, they became even more certain that Lin Chen was a demon from hell. At this moment, Bai Yishui has probably lost all his cultivation, his dantian is shattered, and all his meridians are broken. He will be able to spend the rest of his life as a cripple. This is even more cruel than killing him. However, something even more frightening happened. A green pill appeared in Lin Chen's hand, its quality clearly extraordinary. Lin Chen then stuffed the pill directly into Bai Yishui's bloodshot mouth, forcing her to swallow it. Soon, Bai Yishui's breathing improved, his complexion improved, and his injuries also improved significantly. But he felt no joy whatsoever, only despair and helplessness. From now on, he will be a disabled person. Forget about martial arts. He will even have a hard time living like an ordinary person. Lin Chen's pills were clearly meant to teach him a lesson once again. At this moment, in his eyes, Lin Chen was an absolute devil. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone turned their heads away, unable to bear watching what was to come. Lin Chen's devilish image became even more deeply ingrained in people's minds. 15 minutes later, a body lay on the ground, its features indistinguishable, but clearly still alive. Lin Chen took out another pill, this time of which was of a significantly higher grade than the last one. He then expertly placed it into Bai Yishui's mouth. The crowd dared not look any longer. Lin Chen was a devil, an absolute devil. They had decided that from now on, no matter what, they would avoid Lin Chen and never want to see him again. Surprisingly, Lin Chen didn't continue to teach Bai Yishui a lesson this time. Instead, he kept patting various parts of Bai Yishui's body. Soon, Bai Yishui's complexion improved, his breathing recovered considerably, and all his meridians were repaired, but his dantian was still shattered. He was destined to be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone icy. Take him and get out of here. Don't let me see you again, or your fate will be even worse than his today. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then left with Bai Yishui, who was now a cripple. From beginning to end, they did not dare to look at Lin Chen even once. Watching Lin Chen teach Bai Yishui a lesson was torture for them, but they dared not run away. Now that they were finally able to leave, they vowed never to see Lin Chen again and to leave the White Alliance as soon as they returned, so as not to have anything to do with Lin Chen. That's terrifying. Lin Chen is absolutely terrifying. Bai Yishui stared coldly at Lin Chen, his face contorted with rage. Lin Chen, you wait. Brother Bai Wuhan will definitely avenge me. Your fate will be 10 or 100 times worse than mine. You'll all be 10 or 100 times worse off than me. He would be a cripple from now on, which was worse than death. And Lin Chen, in the end, forcibly used pills to make him like a normal cripple, clearly not wanting him to die, but wanting him to live a good life as a cripple. No one could understand such humiliation. Shut up, someone in the crowd shouted angrily, then quickened their pace and left. Bai Yishui is clearly a cripple, yet he still wants to provoke that devil Lin Chen. He clearly wants them to be unable to leave him. Lin Chen's gaze was cold, and his tone was icy. Even if your White Alliance doesn't come looking for me, I will come looking for you. Ever since the White Alliance injured second senior brother Zhang Chen, the White Alliance was destined to be destroyed by him. Gu Fu returned to his senses, staring blankly at Lin Chen. The image of Lin Chen teaching Bai Yishui a lesson was still in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. Terrifying. Lin Chen is absolutely terrifying. Shaking his head, Gu Fu looked at Lin Chen with a hint of worry in his eyes. The White Alliance has many people and great power. Their leader, Bai Wuhan, is even a Yuanwu realm cultivator, one of the top 3 experts in the Outer Palace. If they come to retaliate, we're probably in big trouble. No, Bai Yishui has been taught a lesson so badly. The Bai Alliance will definitely retaliate. The little girl came to the two of them, glanced at the ancient axe, and said with a relaxed and playful smile, "What's there to be afraid of? No matter how many come, we'll just teach them a lesson again like before." "Right, brother-in-law." The little girl smiled faintly as she looked at Lin Chen, who had a calm expression. "Yes, teach them a lesson no matter how many come." Lin Chen nodded, his eyes cold. Seeing the two of them looking completely indifferent, Gu Fu shook his head and sighed. "Let's go in and see senior brother Zhang Chen and senior brother Bai first. I wonder how the 2 senior brothers are doing now." He now understood that neither the little girl nor Lin Chen were normal people. It's a bit strange that they didn't come out despite the commotion outside. Given the temperaments of the 2 senior brothers, they should have definitely come out to face Bai Yishui and the others, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression instantly turned grim, and he had a bad feeling. "Let's go in." The three of them pushed open the gate to the courtyard and went straight in. Chapter 109 Reunion. As soon as the three entered the courtyard, they saw two bodies lying on the ground in a starfish shape. Who else could it be but Chang Zheng and Bai Ruofeng? Senior brother Bai, senior brother Zhang. Upon seeing this, Gu Fu rushed forward instantly, his face full of worry. Seeing the card deck and two familiar figures, Lin Chen's eyes welled up with tears, and his body trembled slightly. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen sighed with emotion. But when he saw the obvious injuries on the two men, his expression turned cold and murderous. He knew without a doubt that it was the White Alliance who did it. He quickly came to the two of them, helped them up, and after carefully examining them, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two had obvious injuries, they were not seriously hurt. They had fainted simply because they were too tired. No wonder the two did not appear, even though Bai Yishui and the others made quite a commotion outside. Looking at the traces of the battle on the ground and the loose spiritual energy fluctuations around him, Lin Chen guessed that the two of them had probably fought quite a bit last night. They're fine, just exhausted, Lin Chen said slowly to Gu Fu, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although one could sense the respect that Gu Fu showed to Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng, no one expected that Gu Fu would care so much about the two of them. Recalling the scene when he faced Bai Yishui and the others, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Gu Fu should also be someone worth getting to know better. After taking out 2 grade 3 rejuvenation pills and giving them to the two of them, Lin Chen helped them to a seat not far away. A moment later, the two gradually woke up. When they saw Gu Fu and Lin Chen in the courtyard, they were first startled and then instantly became excited. Lin Chen, the weariness from a moment ago vanished instantly, and the two were full of energy and excitement. Second senior brother Bai, it's been a long time. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his tone slightly wistful. Yes, it's been a long time since we last saw each other after the Wu Jun tomb. Almost a year now. Bai Ruofeng said, his eyes filled with reminiscence. I thought you'd been defeated by Han Tianyu and had disappeared. I was worried for nothing. You owe me my tears, Zhang Chun said helplessly, but his eyes showed undisguised concern and worry. I'm sorry to have worried my second senior brother. Lin Chen sighed. Having spent nearly a year in the tomb of Lord Wu, anyone would guess that he was dead. Zhang Chen's actions warmed his heart and made him feel slightly guilty. Actually, I spent a year in the tomb. Lin Chen slowly began, then recounted the events in the Wu Jun's tomb and the time after they parted ways. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that in the end, it was junior brother who received the inheritance. No, only junior brother can receive the inheritance. Han Tianyu is not worthy to compete with junior brother. After listening to Lin Chen's story, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Bai Ruofeng was also happy that Lin Chen had obtained the inheritance. Back then, they had been bullied by Han Tianyu quite a bit. If it weren't for Lin Chen's protection, they might have left the martial lord's tomb much earlier. Second senior brother Bai, what about you? Lin Chen asked, his eyes filled with doubt. After passing through Dragon's Lair Valley, he parted ways with the two, and now they meet again. He's also curious about what the two have gone through. After we separated from you, we discovered a mineral vein in the small world and found some strange ores. Although we didn't know exactly what they were, our intuition told us they must be extraordinary. While we were collecting the ores, the small world shook, and then we inexplicably appeared in the outside world. Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with reminiscence. After that, we bought you half a month of time. Seeing that you were still not showing up, Eldarin took us away from the academy and brought us to the university. Nearly a year has passed, Bai Ruofeng said with a wry smile. When Lin Chen didn't appear at first, they thought he had died in the tomb of the martial lord. Now that they see Lin Chen again, it's impossible not to be overjoyed. And what about this year at the academy? Lin Chen asked. It's all right. Nothing too turbulent, just daily cultivation. The two instantly looked embarrassed, their eyes darting away. They spent most of the year fighting against the White Alliance. Although they were covered in wounds every time, they managed to survive, and their cultivation and strength improved significantly. Second senior brother Bai, and senior brother Gu Fu have already told me, so you don't need to hide it anymore, Lin Chen said slowly, his face serious. The two men immediately turned their gazes to Gu Fu, looking at him with reproach. Ahem, it's rare for you all to get together, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go get you some dishes and wine. After speaking, Gu Fu headed straight for a room. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng exchanged a glance, then sighed and began to recount their nearly year-long struggle against the White Alliance. It's all my fault. Brother Zhang was just implicated because of me, Bai Ruofeng said with a look of guilt in his eyes. How could that be? It's just that I can't stand them. Besides, even without you, based on the fact that we offended Bai Ruhu back then, the Bai Alliance would never let me off the hook, Zhang Chun said with a dissatisfied expression. After listening to their words, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Just as he had thought, the White Alliance was deliberately targeting the two of them because of Bai Ruhu's incident. Ironically, it was he who defeated Bai Ruhu back then. I am sorry, Lin Chen. It's because I let Bai Ruhu go back then that this happened. Bai Ruofeng looked at Lin Chen with a guilty expression. It's nothing. Since I let you make the choice back then, I'm not worried about the future. I just didn't expect that Bai Ruhu didn't make a move, but instead the people from the White Alliance did. It seems that the White Alliance really shouldn't exist. Lin Chen shook his head, and an indescribable killing intent welled up in his heart when he thought of the White Alliance. The leader of the White Alliance is Bai Ruhu now, and Bai Wuhan is powerful. We can't afford to offend them right now. Zhang Chun hurriedly spoke up, sensing the killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes. He understood Lin Chen's temperament. Back then, when he and Lin Jian were bullied by the people of the 10th Mountain, Lin Chen went straight to the 10th Mountain without saying a word and challenged the entire mountain by himself. Now that he and Bai Ruofeng were being bullied and oppressed by the White Alliance, he was really afraid that Lin Chen would impulsively run to the White Alliance to challenge them. The White Alliance is no match for the 10th Mountain. Although Lin Chen is very strong, he might be able to deal with a few individuals, but he is definitely no match for the members of the White Alliance. Seeing Zhang Chen's anxiety and worry, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Second senior brother, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I don't believe you for a second. If you really trusted me, you shouldn't have come to the academy. You should have been secretly cultivating and waiting to find master, senior brother, and third junior brother when you were strong enough. Zhang Chun said angrily. Ahem, second senior brother. Do I look like the kind of person who would engage in lewd cultivation? Lin Chen said, speechless. Zhang Chun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Lin Chen really wasn't that kind of person. Well, since we're already here, let's focus on improving our strength and leaving the desolate state as soon as possible. Zhang Chun sighed, three figures flashing through his mind. To this day, he will never forget what the old man said to him and Lin Chen when he left. They must at least become famous in the wilderness before they will have a chance to see the old man again. He's been working hard for this. Seeing Zhang Chen's expression, Lin Chen also sighed. How could he not want to see the old man and his elder brother Lin Jin again? By the way, who is this young lady? Lin Chen. Bai Ruofeng looked at the little girl who hadn't spoken yet, his eyes filled with doubt. In his memory, Lin Chen was a person who liked to be alone, so why would he have a little girl by his side? Zhang Chen also looked at Lin Chen, his face full of doubt. Hello everyone. My name is Horror, and I'm Lin Chen's aunt. The little girl straightened her clothes and spoke formally. Lin Chen was stunned. When did this little girl become so well-behaved? Shouldn't she be standing with her hands on her hips, looking arrogant? Upon hearing the little girl's words, Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng exchanged a glance. Then both looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions, revealing a mischievous curiosity. Lin Chen, is she really your aunt? They had heard long ago that Lin Chen had someone he liked, and now seeing the little girl claiming to be Lin Chen's aunt, they felt inexplicably strange. Seemingly sensing what the two were thinking, Lin Chen said awkwardly, It's not what you think. I met her on my way to Huangzhou. We haven't known each other for more than a few days, and she's not my aunt. Brother-in-law, how could you do this? The little girl looked indignant, as if she had been abandoned, and tears streamed down her face. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the two suddenly understood, but then became even more puzzled. There must be some secret behind calling Lin Chen brother-in-law after only knowing him for a few days. All right, you need to understand one thing. I have someone I like, and it's impossible for me to become your brother-in-law. Lin Chen patted the little girl's head and said seriously. Before the little girl could say anything more, Lin Chen interrupted her immediately. Stop. We can talk about this later. He was actually a little afraid of this little girl. Every time they talked about this topic, she would chatter on and on, making him feel like he had no choice but to surrender. The little girl froze, then looked aggrieved and pouted. Okay. Just then, a person suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and a familiar fragrance instantly filled the space. Bai Ruofeng stared blankly at the newcomer, looking completely lost. Lin Chen turned his head, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A woman in green dances gracefully, her fragrance filling the air, yet a chilling aura emanates from her. Who else could it be but Luo Qingyi? He now knows that Luo Qingyi is a member of the Luo family in Huangzhou City, and the daughter of Luo Shuian. He doesn't know why she went to Huangzhou Academy in Yanqing back then. Although Rinluo Shuihan said it was due to some conflicts, there must be other hidden reasons behind it. Qingyi, you've come. Bai Ruofeng murmured to himself, his face filled with infatuation. Luo Qingyi ignored Bai Ruofeng and instead looked at Lin Chen beside her. Her eyes showed surprise and delight, but her expression remained cold and aloof. Long time no see. Lin Chen smiled faintly, sensing Luo Qingyi's gaze. Long time no see. To Lin Chen's surprise, Luo Qingyi spoke slowly. After speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, Qingyi, won't you sit down for a bit? Bai Ruofeng suddenly stood up and blocked Luo Qingyi's path, looking both anxious and embarrassed. No need, I just came to see if you've been bullied too much, Luo Qingyi said calmly. Lin Chen glanced at the white jade bottle of pills in Luo Qingyi's hand, his eyes filled with surprise, admiration, and gratitude. Gufu had told him that every time Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng were on the verge of death, it was Luo Qingyi who stopped the Bai Alliance people. Otherwise, the two would have died long ago. Qingyi, are you worried about me? Oh no, are you worried about us? Bai Ruofeng asked excitedly when he saw the bottle of pills in Luo Qingyi's hand. Get lost, Luo Qingyi shouted coldly, directly knocking Bai Ruofeng away and leaving in an instant. Lin Chen, who was not far away, sensed a hint of panic from her, especially when Bai Ruofeng expressed her concern. Zhang Chun whispered in Lin Chen's ear, you probably don't know, but although we've been bullied quite badly for the past year, someone's actually enjoying it, just because someone always comes along. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, and his gaze turned strange. Looks like Bai Ruofeng has improved. Lin Chen chuckled. That's right, it's just a pity that I have to suffer, having to help out, and also be a third wheel. Zhang Chun sighed, his eyes full of envy. If you ask me, junior brother, you should have taken Luo Qingyi back then, so that Bai Ruofeng wouldn't be enjoying himself every day. Zhang Chun said speechlessly. Come on, Luo Qingyi is a great beauty, but she's too cold. Not to my taste. Lin Chen shook his head. But she likes you, Zhang Chun said indignantly. So what? Just because she likes me doesn't mean I have to like her back. Lin Chen was speechless, then looked at Bai Ruofeng with a faint smile and a weak voice. Besides, her liking for me was only in the past. Recalling the slight hesitation that flashed in Luo Qingyi's eyes when she saw him, and the firm look in her eyes when she looked at Bai Ruofeng, he knew that everything was in the past. Sigh, sometimes I really don't understand you, junior brother. Zhang Chun sighed, understanding what Lin Chen meant. If I had your charm with women, junior brother, I wouldn't still be single. Zhang Chun said with envy. Lin Chen was speechless. Then a scene suddenly flashed through his mind, and he instantly laughed strangely. Second senior brother, don't say I didn't help you. Zhang Chen hadn't yet figured out Lin Chen's words when he saw Lin Chen glance at the little girl beside him and say with a wicked look, Little girl, didn't you ask me what my senior brother looks like? Now take a look and see if he suits your taste. The little girl was stunned for a moment, then exchanged a glance with Zhang Chun, and an awkward atmosphere instantly filled the room. Brother-in-law, you're so naughty. The little girl averted her gaze instantly, her face turning red. Zhang Chun looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. A moment later, the ancient axe appeared, and several dishes and a pot of wine appeared on Table Mountain. Everyone drank heartily, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. On the other side, Bai Meng was furious upon learning that Bai Yishui had been crippled by Lin Chen, and a powerful figure was heading towards the courtyard where Lin Chen and his group of 5 were. Chapter 110 by Wu Wei, the second member of the White Alliance. After Lin Chen and his friends had been drinking for a while, the sound of a door being kicked open suddenly rang in their ears. They were stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure in white appear inside the door. This was a white-clad youth with a languid expression and an eerie demeanor. His eyes and brows were filled with a faint aura of death, making anyone who looked at him feel extremely uncomfortable. When Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng saw the newcomers, surprise flashed in their eyes, and their expressions immediately became tense. Bai Wuwei, what are you doing here at our residence? Don't you know that the Academy forbids trespassing on disciples' residences? Zhang Chun frowned, his face showing a bad expression, and his tone was tinged with panic and fear. Second senior brother, who is he? Lin Chen glanced at Bai Wuwei, his eyes filled with doubt and a hint of displeasure on his face. Judging from Bai Wuwei's behavior, he clearly came with ill intentions. His name is Bai Wuwei, the number 2 figure in the White Alliance, and the strongest in the White Alliance besides Bai Wuhan. Bai Ruofeng's face was solemn, and his tone was clearly filled with fear. People from the White Alliance. In an instant, Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, and his whole body was filled with killing intent. The White Alliance has come knocking on our door so quickly, faster than I expected. But that's fine. It's good to teach them a lesson one by one. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Wuwei for a moment, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Which of you is Lin Chen? Bai Wuwei ignored Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng and looked directly at Lin Chen with a faint smile and a scrutinizing gaze. I am Lin Chen. What do you want? Lin Chen stepped forward, his expression calm. He wanted to see what tricks the White Alliance was up to this time. Bai Wuwei glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and said mockingly, so it's you. You don't look like much at all. I really don't know how that good-for-nothing Bai Yishuang managed to lose to you. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng were puzzled by the conversation between the two, and then looked at Gu Fu beside them with questioning eyes. Senior brother Bai, senior brother Zhang, when I brought junior brother Lin here, we happened to encounter Bai Yishuang from the White Alliance blocking the door. Then junior brother Lin crippled Bai Yishuang all by himself. And that's how this situation came about. Gu Fu slowly spoke, recalling Lin Chen's cruel methods towards Bai Yishuang, which still made him afraid to think about it carefully. Hearing Gu Fu's words, the two were stunned. So, such a thrilling thing had just happened not long ago. The two men's eyes immediately fell on Lin Chen, who had a calm expression. They felt grateful and a touch of warmth in their hearts. Lin Chen is avenging them. Seeing the expressions on Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng's faces, Bai Wuwei looked at them with disdain and said in a calm tone, I'm here to see Lin Chen. I have no interest in playing with you. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Bai Ruofeng and Zhang Chun exchanged a glance, then nodded and went directly to Lin Chen's side, their faces resolute. If you want to cause him trouble, you'd better ask us if we agree first. Lin Chen is facing all of this because of them. How could they let Lin Chen face it alone? Bai Wuwei glanced at the two of them with disdain, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then said dismissively, think it through. He crippled Bai Yishuang and offended our Bai Alliance. His fate will be grim. Bring it on, the two said in unison, their expressions resolute. Bai Wuwei, as the number 2 figure in the White Alliance, had already entered the 9th rank of the Spirit Martial Realm a long time ago, and now there is a high probability that he has entered the Yuan Martial Realm. Although they knew they were no match for Lin Chen, they had to face him together. The worst-case scenario was that they would be taught a lesson, but since the Academy forbade the killing of its disciples, Bai Wuwei would never dare to lay a hand on them. I really admire your courage. You know you're just throwing your lives away, yet you still choose to die. How touching. Bai Wuwei laughed, looking at Lin Chen and the other two with a mocking gaze, feeling an indescribable disgust in his heart. Do you know my strength? Can you stop me? Bai Wuwei's gaze suddenly turned cold, and an aura of the first rank of Yuanwu realm directly pressed towards Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty cruelty. Sensing Bai Wuwei's aura, despair and helplessness flashed in their eyes for a moment. Although they guessed that Bai Wuwei's cultivation level was already at the Yuanwu realm, they were still shocked to feel it. The aura of the Yuanwu realm was even stronger than they had imagined. It all started because of me. Don't cause them any trouble. I'll go with you to the White Alliance. Bai Ruofeng sighed. It all started because of him. Although Lin Chen and Zhang Chun wouldn't be killed, they would inevitably suffer a near-death experience. All of this was because of his grudge against the Bai family. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt towards Lin Chen and Zhang Chun. Bai Ruofeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Chun shouted angrily in an instant, then turned to Bai Wuwei and said, if you have the guts, then come and cause trouble for us. Don't make things difficult for my junior brother. Lin Chen was dragged into this because of them, and he had just entered the academy with a bright future ahead of him. He shouldn't have to suffer all of this. They can take responsibility for everything. Seeing Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng rushing to block Lin Chen, Bai Wuwei looked at them strangely, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, I really admire you too. Lin Chen was speechless. He looked at the two people in front of him, feeling both warm and amused. With his current strength, why would he be afraid of a mere Bai Wuwei? Second senior brother, Brother Bai, you don't really need to do this, Lin Chen said to the two of them earnestly. Junior brother, I know you are very strong, stronger than all of us, but this time you must listen to me and not interfere in our affairs with the White Alliance. You are no match for the White Alliance. Zhang Chun looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression, his eyes filled with persuasion. We'll take responsibility for whatever happens to Lin Chen. You don't need to get involved, Bai Ruofeng echoed, her eyes full of advice for Lin Chen. The little girl, who had been silently observing everything, looked at Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng with a strange gaze, thinking to herself, my brother-in-law is so strong. Why do you need to take on any responsibility? At this moment, Bai Wuwei's expression suddenly changed, his aura subsided, and he looked at Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng as if they were monkeys. I'm not going to make a move. What are you panicking about? Zhang Chun and his companion were stunned for a moment, then looked at Bai Wuwei with anger and questioning in their eyes. Then what are you doing here? Bai Wuwei ignored the two of them and looked at Lin Chen, who had a calm expression. He said in a low voice, in response to Lin Chen's deliberate harm to Bai Yishui, a member of our White Alliance, the White Alliance hereby issues a challenge to Lin Chen. We will meet at the Outer Court Life and Death Arena in 3 days. After speaking, Bai Wuwei threw out an envelope with 3 large, eye-catching characters on it. Life and Death Arena. Like Yancheng Huangzhou Academy. Since the academy prohibits the killing of its disciples, it naturally sets up a competition arena to resolve life and death conflicts, a place where only one side can resolve the conflict. The Life and Death Arena. Bai Meng is determined to fight you to the death. I hope you won't back down in 3 days. Bai Wuwei looked at Lin Chen with a disdainful expression. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng spoke immediately, their faces urgent. Don't agree. Since the White Alliance has proposed a life or death contest, they must have made thorough preparations to kill Lin Chen. Not to mention that the White Alliance has many experts, Bai Wuwei and Bai Wuhin, the #1 expert in the White Alliance, are enough to kill Lin Chen instantly. If Lin Chen really agrees, he will be courting death. Lin Chen glanced at the envelope in his hand, then looked at Bai Wuwei, his expression remaining calm. I accept this challenge. With a whoosh, Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng were stunned for a moment, followed by deep worry and confusion. Lin Chen should have known the situation and the danger. But why did he agree? Even if he didn't agree, the White Alliance couldn't do anything to them. At most, they could only injure them, but wouldn't dare to actually kill them. But Lin Chen's immediate agreement had serious consequences. Bai Wuwei was also surprised by Lin Chen's quick agreement, and then burst into laughter. You actually dare to accept? Do you know who you're going to fight to the death with? It's me. Before Lin Chen could even ask, Bai Wuwei spoke up instantly, looking at Lin Chen with the same gaze one would give a dead man. Is it you? Lin Chen looked at Bai Wuwei, a slight smile playing on his lips, showing no fear whatsoever. Upon hearing that Lin Chen's opponent was Bai Wuwei, Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng's hearts sank to the bottom. If the opponent were someone else, it would be fine. After all, Lin Chen was able to cripple Bai Yishui, which shows that he is still very strong. There are only a very few people in the White Alliance who are stronger than Bai Yishui. Lin Chen has a chance to win the life or death competition. But if the opponent is Bai Wuwei, then Lin Chen will have no hope and can only wait to die. Even if Lin Chen were stronger, he could never surpass the Yuanwu realm cultivation level. Seeing Lin Chen's terrifyingly calm expression, Bai Wuwei frowned slightly, feeling an indescribable displeasure. When others heard that his opponent was him, they would probably be scared out of their wits. But Lin Chen looked completely indifferent. Was he looking down on him? All right, the matter with the White Alliance is temporarily settled. Now let's talk about your grudges with the Bai family. Bai Wuwei's gaze was fixed on Lin Chen, his face full of hostility. Although Bai Meng wants me to completely eliminate you in 3 days, you won't have an easy time now. You dare to cripple my Bai family, so you'll get to experience the despair that Bai Yishui suffered before. Bai Wuwei released his aura and directly approached Lin Chen, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel killing intent. Sensing the intense aura approaching him, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and he sneered, "Actually, our battle doesn't need to wait 3 days. I can finish you off right now, since you're not worthy to compete with me on a life-or-death arena." Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofing were stunned, while Gu Fu looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression and a strange expectation in his eyes. He had personally witnessed Lin Chen defeat by Yi Shui, and Lin Chen's true strength was definitely extremely strong. Perhaps he could really defeat Bai Wuwei. Bai Wuwei instantly flew into a rage. "How dare you speak so arrogantly? You're courting death." He was actually underestimated by Lin Chen. "My strength ranks among the top 7 in the outer prefecture. You were able to defeat Bai Yi Shui, but you think you could defeat me? You're dreaming," Bai Wuwei coldly retorted. After speaking, Bai Wuwei moved swiftly and grabbed Lin Chen, his eyes filled with boundless rage. "You'll find out soon enough," Lin Chen sneered, then charged forward and calmly threw a punch. Sensing the terrifying aura in Lin Chen's fist, Bai Wuwei was surprised. He immediately changed his gripping posture to a fist strike, and in an instant, his fist collided with Lin Chen's. Bang! A terrifying aura filled the surroundings. A muffled groan was heard, and Bai Wuwei's body flew backward and crashed to the ground. Bai Wuwei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, and his aura weakened, causing him to lose his fighting ability. But he seemed oblivious, slowly raising his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, his voice deep and resonant. "Why are you so strong?" Chapter 1:11 One Man Against the White Alliance. Seeing Bai Wuwei, the second-ranked member of the White Alliance, and one of the top 7 in the Outer Palace, defeated by Lin Chen in a single blow, Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofing were shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could someone with the cultivation of the Yuanwu realm be defeated by Lin Chen with such a light and effortless strike? How strong is Lin Chen? Is he also at the Yuanwu realm? Thinking back to how the two of them had been vying to stand in front of Lin Chen, hoping that Bai Wuwei would let Lin Chen go, they couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen must have been utterly speechless at that moment. Recalling Lin Chen's earlier words about knowing his limits, the two blushed even more, as they had been worried about him at the time. And then there was the fear and helplessness the two felt when Lin Chen agreed to the life-or-death competition and learned that their opponent was Bai Wuwei. Thinking about it now, it's really funny. They were worrying for nothing. With such strength, why would Lin Chen fear Bai Wuwei? He probably just wants to see Bai Wuwei make a fool of himself. Seeing their stunned expressions, Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, "Second senior brother, Brother Bai, I told you long ago that you didn't need to worry. Now you should believe me." The two nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically as he looked at Bai Wuwei not far away, his voice turning icy. "Tell me, why am I so strong?" "You're wrong. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak. Being weak is one thing, but you shouldn't have provoked me," Lin Chen said slowly, his body moving closer to Bai Wuwei. For a moment, Bai Wuwei felt as if a dream had shattered, his eyes glazed over, as if his faith had suddenly vanished. Is he really weak at the Yuanwu realm? He's among the top 7 in the outer court and the second strongest in the White Alliance. How could he be weak? But why did Lin Chen say he was weak? Perhaps Lin Chen's initial comparison target was not the outer disciples, but the top geniuses of the inner sect, or even that he no longer compared himself with people of the same age, but with people of the older generation. For example, Bai Yun, whom I met before entering the academy. Lin Chen was really not strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been held like a chick by Bai Yun, feeling powerless. I said before that there's no need to compete in 3 days. After all, you're not worthy to compete with me. Lin Chen continued indifferently. Bai Wuwei was stunned again, then felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He used to mock Lin Chen for being arrogant, but now it seems that he was the one who was arrogant all along. He has now been ruthlessly defeated by Lin Chen, and in a single move at that. Perhaps it is because of the Academy's rules that he is able to survive. If he were to have a life-or-death duel with Lin Chen 3 days later, death would likely be his only fate. Thinking about this, he actually felt a sense of relief. It was both laughable and somewhat shameful. All right, considering your previous attitude and your status as a member of the White Alliance, although I can't kill you, to borrow what you just said to me, you won't have an easy time either. Lin Chen slowly raised his right fist, a cold smile on his face. Seeing Lin Chen's devilish smile, Bai Wuwei felt an indescribable fear and dread, and now he regretted his previous actions. Why not just deliver the envelope and leave? Why bother causing trouble for Lin Chen? The thought of Bai Yishui's condition sent a chill down his spine, fear gripping his eyes. Would Lin Chen cripple him like he did Bai Yishui? Let me go, please, please. Under the astonished gazes of Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng, Bai Wuwei immediately begged for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly on the ground, completely abandoning the composure he had when he first arrived at the courtyard. The two looked puzzled and confused. Was Lin Chen really that scary? Gu Fu, standing to the side, understood Bai Wuwei's actions. He had personally witnessed Lin Chen's treatment of Bai Yishui, especially the last 2 green pills, which are the most deadly. If Lin Chen had been more ruthless and used the pills to restore Bai Yishui's health several times before striking again, Bai Yishui would probably have gritted his teeth and begged for death on the spot. That was torture that no ordinary person could endure. Even Bai Wuwei, the second in command of the White Alliance, was no exception. Hee, I will definitely let you go, but not now. Lin Chen revealed a devilish smile, which made Zhang Chun and the other person, who were seeing such an expression for the first time, shudder. The screams of agony continued to rise. The few people present witnessed Bai Wuwei's miserable state firsthand, which was simply unbearable to look at. A moment later, Bai Wuwei could no longer make a sound. He was barely clinging to life. Seeing this, Lin Chen took out a green pill and put it directly into Bai Wuwei's mouth. Upon witnessing all this, Gu Fu was instantly jolted and turned his head away, unable to bear watching what was about to happen. Strangely, Lin Chen did not make any further moves, but calmly waited for Bai Wuwei to recover. After a short while, Bai Wuwei had recovered considerably. Although he was covered in injuries and his aura was still weak, he was clearly much better than before. Looking at Lin Chen, who stood calmly before him, Bai Wuwei dared not meet his gaze, his heart filled with deep fear. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Lin Chen is a demon from hell. Before he could even ask Lin Chen why he had saved him, Lin Chen slowly said, "Normally, according to my temper, anyone who dares to mess with me would die instantly, but due to the rules of the academy, I will not kill you. Even so, knowing my temper, I'll still torture you a few times, at least to the point of being as cruel as Bai Yishui." Bai Wuwei's heart sank, but at this moment a sense of relief arose. At least his cultivation had not been destroyed, and he could still be a normal martial artist. You should be grateful that you still have value. Lin Chen said slowly, his expression indifferent. He then continued, "Go back and tell Bai Meng and Bai Wuhin that I, Lin Chen, will definitely be there on time at the Outer Palace Life and Death Arena in 3 days. I hope the people of Bai Meng will not back down, especially Bai Wuhin. Also, tell everyone in the White Alliance that the White Alliance has offended me, Lin Chen. I have no intention of making things difficult for anyone. As long as they withdraw from the White Alliance from now on and name the people who have laid a hand on my second senior brother and brother Bai, I will thank them one by one. If anyone doesn't withdraw from the White Alliance, I will assume that he once attacked my second senior brother and brother Bai. Then we'll meet on the Life and Death Arena in 3 days. I won't kill them then, but I'll let them experience the despair and helplessness that Bai Yishui once felt." Lin Chen said slowly, his eyes filled with thought and indifference. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Bai Wuwei was stunned, but he still nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he couldn't open his mouth right now. At the same time, he also planned to leave the White Alliance after returning, and he saw in Lin Chen's eyes a murderous intent that was irreconcilable against the White Alliance. Through everything that just happened, he had truly experienced Lin Chen's terror. He was not afraid of Lin Chen's powerful strength, but rather he was terrified by Lin Chen's methods of torturing people. He still regrets it now. Why did he provoke Lin Chen? All right, get lost. I hope we never see each other again. After Lin Chen uttered those words, Bai Wuwei, with a burst of strength from who knows where, fled in a panic. Lin Chen didn't want to see him again, and he didn't want to see Lin Chen again either. Lin Chen was really too scary. Watching Bai Wuwei leave, Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng still felt a sense of unreality. The Bai Wuwei who was so arrogant not long ago, the second in command of the Bai Alliance, just ran away like that? Considering the fear in Bai Wuwei's eyes at the end, the two of them strangely felt that Bai Wuwei's choice was right. Gu Fu, who had witnessed everything, remained silent, looking at Lin Chen with fear, but also a trace of admiration and a strange sense of security. At least he's on Lin Chen's side. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng came to Lin Chen's side. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar Lin Chen, the two felt no fear, only deep worry. Junior brother, are you really sure you can do it? That's the White Alliance. Bai Wuhan is really strong. Zhang Chun said with a serious expression. Lin Chen, how confident are you of winning? Bai Ruofeng looked at Lin Chen with doubt in his eyes. Having witnessed what had just happened, he also realized that Lin Chen's strength was at least at the Yuanwu realm level. Coupled with his understanding of Lin Chen's personality, he wasn't too worried. However, considering Bai Wuhan's reputation as the #1 person in the White Alliance and one of the top 3 in the Outer Palace, I was still somewhat worried. Second senior brother, Brother Bai, don't worry. Even if the Bai Alliance attacks together, I can handle it. Lin Chen smiled faintly at their worried expressions. He could even kill Li Hong, who was at the Xuanwu realm, let alone Bai Wuhan, who was only at the Yuanwu realm. My brother-in-law is very powerful. You don't need to worry. He took care of 6 people at the Yuanwu realm who were chasing me. No matter how powerful Bai Wuhan is, can he deal with 6 assassins at the Yuanwu realm? At this moment, the little girl who had been watching the show looked at Zhang Chun and said with a smile. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng were stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Chen with questioning eyes. Don't worry, with me here, the White Alliance will definitely be defeated in 3 days and will disband afterwards. Lin Chen said with great confidence. Forget it. Let's wait 3 days before discussing anything. Now I know that junior brother is very strong, much stronger than me. Zhang Chun shook his head and smiled wryly. And I'm supposed to be your senior brother, yet I haven't improved as fast as you. Hee hee. Don't you even know who my master is? Who my senior brother is? And who am I? Lin Chen revealed a shameless narcissistic expression. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter instantly. At the same time, news of Lin Chen's instant defeat of Bai Wuwei and crippling of Bai Yishui reached the ears of everyone in the outer mansion. The news that Lin Chen would challenge the White Alliance alone 3 days later also spread, causing a great shock and excitement in the outer mansion. Everyone was curious about who this Lin Chen was and why he had such great strength to defeat Bai Yishui and Bai Wuwei. They were also curious about the life and death arena competition 3 days later. In addition, details of Lin Chen's battle against Bai Yishui have also been released, and everyone can imagine Lin Chen's devilish actions. Upon receiving the news, Bai Meng was furious, and several high-ranking members made a stern statement, vowing to kill Lin Chen on the balcony of life and death 3 days later. Some observant people noticed something strange. After the news of Lin Chen's life-or-death duel with the White Alliance spread, many members of the White Alliance secretly withdrew from the alliance, and as time went by, the number of people leaving increased. In a secluded courtyard, the dozen or so new members of the White Alliance were discussing amongst themselves. I've heard that Lin Chen is a devil. If we don't back down, he'll treat us like the people who dealt with Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng, and he'll take action against us. Yes, we joined the White Alliance seeking protection, not to be retaliated against by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's methods are too cruel, and I don't want to run into him. Absolutely. I heard that Bai Yishui was beaten to the point of near death, and then Lin Chen actually took out a pill to save Bai Yishui. After that, he continued to punish him just to keep him from dying, repeating this cycle dozens of times. Just thinking about that scene is terrifying. If I were Bai Yishui, I probably would have gone crazy by now. TSK. If I were Bai Yishui, I would have bitten my tongue and committed suicide. That would require Lin Chen's permission, too. Who knows if he has any other life-saving pills. I made up my mind. I want to leave the White Alliance. Me too. Me too. Everyone echoed, and then left the courtyard, heading towards the location of the White Alliance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the news of this unnamed event spread throughout the outer prefectures, with everyone gathering at the battle arena. Chapter 112, Going to Your Death on Stage? A crowd gathered around a life-or-death arena in the central square of the outer prefecture. Today was the day of the life-or-death arena duel between Lin Chen and Bai Meng. On one side of the life-or-death arena, a dozen people, led by a young man in his 20s dressed in white, all looked at him with respect. However, upon closer inspection, one could occasionally see a hint of regret and fear on their faces. When the people around saw this group and the young man in white, their eyes lit up with anticipation. I didn't expect the White Alliance to arrive so early. The one leading them must be Bai Wuhan, one of the top 3 strongest in the Outer Palace. He seems even more powerful than I imagined, someone exclaimed in amazement. Hee, shouldn't your focus be on why the White Alliance only has so few people? Someone said in a strange tone. Hee, I heard that many members of the White Alliance have left in the past 3 days. I'm afraid the White Alliance is now only left with its leader, Bai Wuhan, and a dozen or so people around him. It seems the White Alliance still has some tough nuts to crack. TCH, do you think those dozen or so people around Bai Wuhan don't want to quit? They just can't quit. Lin Chen said 3 days ago that he would not hold those who were not involved against him accountable for their past actions, but he would not let go of those who had targeted Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng. So that's how it is. Bai Meng really had a lot of bad luck to mess with Lin Chen, that devil. A group of people said sympathetically. Everything depends on today's life or death arena match. Bai Wuwei, the second strongest in the White Alliance, was defeated by Lin Chen. I'm afraid that only Bai Wuhan in the entire White Alliance has a chance to defeat Lin Chen. Today's life or death arena match may seem like Lin Chen is fighting the White Alliance alone, but in reality, it's just a match between Lin Chen and Bai Wuhan. A shrewd person continued to analyze. The white-clad youth, Bai Wuhan, who was not far away, could naturally hear the discussions of the crowd. His face was extremely grim, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they cracked, clearly showing his anger. Lin Chen will die today. After uttering these words calmly, Bai Wuhan regained his composure and glanced around, as if waiting for something. The dozen or so people around him chimed in. Lin Chen is doomed to die for offending our White Alliance. These dozen or so people all had indignant and impassioned expressions, as if they were born to be members of the White Alliance and would die to be ghosts of the White Alliance, and were as loyal as could be. Bai Wuhan's gaze was indifferent, and his tone was cold. Besides shouting, what else can you do? The people around him spoke righteously and passionately, but when it came to actually competing with Lin Chen, they would still have to rely on him. In fact, he understood that the reason these people were still there was because they would be in a worse situation if they left the White Alliance. Not to mention that they were used to bullying others. They would definitely face retaliation once they left the White Alliance. Moreover, the first person who would not let them go was Lin Chen. Ahem, senior brother Bai, you have to understand us. Lin Chen can even defeat Bai Wuwei. So what can we do? One of them said awkwardly. Don't worry, we will stand by Bai Meng's side until death. We are loyal to Bai Meng. The group shouted immediately, their faces resolute. Phew, we'll find out after the life or death competition. Bai Wuhan shook his head, looking on with a sigh. The once glorious White Alliance was reduced to a mere dozen rats in just 3 days because of the sudden appearance of Lin Chen. It's impossible not to feel heartbroken. After all, the White Alliance was his life's work. Lin Chen, you must die. After today, the White Alliance will surely regain its former glory. Bai Wuhan's eyes were filled with determination and killing intent. Just then, 5 figures slowly arrived. The leader was a young man in white with a wicked smile on his face that made people feel comfortable, and he exuded an extraordinary aura. Those are Zhang Chun, Bai Ruofeng, and Gu Fu, so the leader must be Lin Chen, someone exclaimed in surprise. So this is Lin Chen. He's truly extraordinary. All eyes were instantly fixed on Lin Chen, filled with curiosity. 3 days ago, he crippled Bai Yishui, a top 10 expert in the Outer Palace with a cultivation level of the 9th grade of the Spirit Martial Realm, in one move. Then, he defeated Bai Wuwei, a top 7 expert in the Outer Palace with a cultivation level of the Yuan Martial Realm, in one move. After that, he even challenged the Bai Alliance on his own. I never expected that this person would be an 18-year-old boy. Everyone sighed and was surprised. This Lin Chen is comparable to those prodigies on the Desolate State ranking, someone couldn't help but exclaim. The Wasteland ranking is a list that ranks people in Wasteland based on their talent and strength. Those on the list are all geniuses and future overlords of Wasteland. Among them is Bai Ruhu, the former number 1 of the White Alliance, and now an inner disciple. Everything is unknown. We'll only know after we've tried. Someone shook their head, then looked at Bai Wuhan, whose face was dark, and muttered to themselves, at least Lin Chen has to defeat Bai Wuhan first, but I'm afraid that will be quite difficult. As one of the top 3 strongest individuals in the Outer Palace, Bai Wuhan's cultivation had already reached the Yuanwu realm long ago, and his current strength was unfathomable. Although Lin Chen's performance a few days ago showed that he was indeed remarkable, the outcome of the battle against the already famous Bai Wuhan was still uncertain. Bai Wuhan's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Chen, his voice cold. "You are Lin Chen?" "That's me." Lin Chen nodded, a wicked smile still on his face. "You crippled the cultivation of my White Alliance members, bullied my White Alliance members, and brought shame upon my White Alliance. As the #1 member of the White Alliance, I will seek justice for the White Alliance today." Bai Wuhan spoke slowly, his face filled with anger and killing intent. The crowd around him echoed, their faces filled with righteous indignation. "Justice! Justice! Justice!" Lin Chen's gaze swept over Bai Wuhan and the dozen or so people around him, his expression instantly turning cold, his voice indifferent. "Fairness? Your White Alliance needs fairness. You only know that I'm targeting your White Alliance, but why don't you think about why I'm targeting your White Alliance? When your White Alliance targeted my second senior brother, and Bai Ruofeng, why didn't you think about what would happen today?" Lin Chen spoke slowly, each word like a sharp sword piercing the hearts of the White Alliance members. Enough nonsense. Let's settle this in a life-or-death arena." Bai Wuhan's expression turned slightly ugly, and he immediately stepped onto the life-or-death arena. He knew perfectly well that Bai Meng was in the wrong, but so what? As the #1 member of Bai Meng was his life's work. Since Lin Chen had targeted Bai Meng, turning the once glorious Bai Meng into a mere dozen rats, he could not let Lin Chen go. Lin Chen was doomed to die today. Looking down at Lin Chen, Bai Wuhan stood with his hands behind his back, his face cold and calm, his voice echoing across the square. "Lin Chen, come up here to die. Sending them to their deaths. Sending them to their deaths. Sending them to their deaths." In an instant, the members of the White Alliance shouted, their eyes filled with provocation and disdain for Lin Chen. As members of the White Alliance, they knew Bai Wuhan's strength best. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, he couldn't possibly be stronger than Bai Wuhan. As long as Lin Chen died, the White Alliance would still be the same as before, and they wouldn't feel any psychological pressure. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the members of the White Alliance, then turned to Bai Wuhan, and he sneered, "I'll grant your wish. Let me see how you're going to send me to my death." After speaking, Lin Chen stepped directly onto the life-or-death arena, his gaze fixed on Bai Wuhan, his face calm. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up instantly, filled with anticipation. The fact that Bai Wuwei, who was among the top 7 in strength in the Outer Palace, could defeat Bai Wuwei in a single move speaks volumes about his strength. As the #1 member of the White Alliance, and among the top 3 in strength in the Outer Palace, Bai Wuwei had an even greater reputation. Once they step onto the life-or-death arena, one of them will inevitably die. Today, they're about to witness everything. Will Lin Chen defy their expectations, or will Bai Wuhan forcefully annihilate Lin Chen? Zhang Chen, Bai Ruofeng, and Gu Fu all showed signs of worry. Although the White Alliance is very strong, and Lin Chen had told him not to worry before, the White Alliance is powerful and Bai Wuhan has been famous for a long time. Even if Lin Chen wins in the end, a fierce battle is probably inevitable. On the stage, when Bai Wuhan saw Lin Chen step onto the life-or-death arena, he felt a strange sense of relief. If Lin Chen takes the stage, he will surely die today. "I was worried you'd be too scared to go on stage, but now I can finally kill you fair and square and avenge the White Alliance," Bai Wuhan said with a faint smile, his eyes brimming with confidence. "You have bullied many members of my White Alliance, causing it to fall apart and almost disband. As the #1 member of the White Alliance, today you can only wash away everything with your death. Prepare to die," Bai Wuhan said coldly, and then released his aura instantly, directly pressing towards Lin Chen. Sensing Bai Wuhan's aura approaching the 3rd rank of the Yuanwu realm, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. "I only need 1 strike to defeat you. I really don't know where you get the confidence to kill me and avenge yourself. Ha ha ha, defeat me? What a joke." Bai Wuhan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You think I'm some kind of trash like Bai Wuwei? Lin Chen might be able to easily deal with Bai Wuwei, but he would be no match for him, let alone defeat him. However, your suggestion is not bad. Today I will kill you in 1 blow." Bai Wuhan's face instantly turned cold, and then a violent aura was generated. A huge bluish-gray crack solidified and flew directly towards Lin Chen, as if it wanted to devour Lin Chen. Sensing the powerful aura approaching, Lin Chen shook his head. Why bother? After speaking, he raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and then rushed out, heading straight towards the huge crack. Just when Bai Wuwei and the others thought Lin Chen would be swallowed up by the crack, a strange scene unfolded. Lin Chen's fist directly broke through the crack, and the crack disappeared in an instant. Lin Chen's fist struck Bai Wuhan directly. Bang! A loud collision was accompanied by a muffled groan. Bai Wuhan was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. His aura was weak and his face was deathly pale. Seeing that Bai Wuhan was about to fly off the life-or-death platform, Lin Chen was even faster than before, instantly arriving at the edge of the platform and kicking Bai Wuhan's body. With another soft thud, Bai Wuhan's body rolled back to the center of the stage. Everything happened too fast. When everyone reacted, all they saw on the stage was a white-clad youth standing straight, and Bai Wuhan, who was on the verge of death and unable to fight, in the center of the stage. Everyone was stunned, deeply shocked, and unable to calm down for a long time. Bai Wuhan is among the top 3 in strength in the Outer Palace and the number 1 in the White Alliance. Whether in terms of reputation or strength, he is one of the few people who stand at the top in the Outer Palace. As for Lin Chen, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He became famous 3 days ago by defeating Bai Yishuwei and Bai Wuwei, but upon closer inspection, he wasn't that impressive. It was thought that Lin Chen could hold off Bai Wuhan in this battle, but the reality was quite the opposite. Bai Wuwei was killed instantly by Lin Chen's attack. That arrogant Bai Wuwei has been defeated just like that? Someone murmured to themselves, their eyes filled with a strong sense of unreality. Zhang Chun, Bai Ruofeng, and Gu Fu were all shocked. Although Lin Chen had told them several times not to worry, how could they not be worried? That was Bai Wuhan, the number 1 person in the White Alliance. The scene before them now completely tells them that they were worrying for nothing. The members of the White Alliance stared blankly at Lin Chen and Bai Wuhan on the stage, their eyes filled with shock, panic, and fear. The strongest members of the White Alliance have already been defeated by Lin Chen, so what will happen to them? They were the ones who targeted Bai Ruofeng and Zhang Chun before, so how could Lin Chen let them go? An eerie silence fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed on the 2 vastly different figures on the stage, each lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 113. From this day forward, there will be no more White Alliance. After collapsing to the ground, Bai Wuhan spat out another mouthful of blood essence, his aura even weaker. But he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, his face filled with shock and confusion. Why are you so strong? As one of the top 3 disciples in the Outer Palace and the number 1 in the White Alliance, he naturally knew the strength of the entire Outer Palace very well. But Lin Chen was too strong. Even the number 1 disciple in the Outer Palace might not be able to withstand a single blow from Lin Chen. This was his most direct feeling after taking Lin Chen's attack. Strong. Lin Chen was too strong. Lin Chen looked at Bai Wuhan on the ground with a calm expression. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. With a crash, in an instant, Bai Wuhan felt as if something in his heart had shattered, and he stared blankly at Lin Chen. Is he just too weak? Is he really too weak? At the age of 23, his cultivation level is already at the 2nd rank of the Yuanwu realm, and he will soon break through to the 3rd rank. Among his peers, apart from those monstrous talents on the desolate state, ranking and very few people stronger than him. Who else can crush him? Is he weak? No, he is not weak. It's just that Lin Chen is too strong. Lin Chen glanced at them and said indifferently, there's one more thing. Do all you White Alliance members only ask, why am I so strong? I'm tired of hearing that. Bai Yishuwei does it, Bai Wuwei does it, and even you, the number 1 in the White Alliance, do it. It's really fitting to see you all like that. Bai Wuhan remained silent, his gaze still blank. I told you, it only takes 1 blow to defeat you, and now it seems that's indeed the case. Lin Chen looked at Bai Wuhan with cold eyes, his voice resounding in everyone's ears. When Lin Chen said this before, everyone just laughed. After all, it was already good enough that Lin Chen was able to survive Bai Wuhan's attack, let alone defeat Bai Wuhan. Bai Wuhan is far superior to Bai Yishuwei and Bai Wuwei. But what actually happened? Lin Chen really did it, once again overturning their expectations and defeating Bai Wuhan in one fell swoop. This is the arena of life and death. Since someone has to die, then go in peace. Suddenly, Lin Chen released a strong killing intent, which rushed straight towards Bai Wuhan in the center of the arena. Putting aside everything Bai Wuhan did to Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng in the past, just considering Bai Wuhan's previous murderous intent towards him. He would never let Bai Wuhan go. Sensing Lin Chen's killing intent, Bai Wuhan's eyes instantly widened in terror. This was the arena of life and death. Lin Chen was truly capable of killing. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Bai Wuhan suddenly found strength from nowhere and started kowtowing to Lin Chen repeatedly. In the face of life and death, he gave up everything. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh in dismay. For the number one figure in the White Alliance to suffer such a humiliating defeat suggests that the White Alliance is likely facing even greater danger in the future. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chen moved with incredible speed, delivering a single punch that shattered Bai Wuhan's head. Begging for mercy is useless. The moment you provoke me, you will die. Lin Chen said coldly, his voice as cold as ice from the heavens, penetrating to the bone. If he were to be defeated today, he too would not escape the fate of death. In the world of martial arts, life is so fragile. After everyone came to their senses, they looked at the headless corpse on the stage, their faces filled with shock. Bai Wuhan, the number one member of the White Alliance, and one of the top 3 in strength in the Outer Palace, is dead, just like that? Lin Chen really dared to kill him. Lin Chen killed Bai Wuhan, which is tantamount to offending the Bai family. Isn't he afraid of the Bai family's retaliation? Even though he's in the academy, isn't Lin Chen afraid of Bai Ruhu's revenge from the inner court? And what about the academy's high-ranking elders who are connected to the Bai family? How could they possibly let Lin Chen go? Everyone could foresee that after today, Lin Chen's name would surely reach the ears of everyone in the Outer Palace, and even the Inner Palace. The crowd seemed to be witnessing the rise of a new star. However, some people are not optimistic about Lin Chen. After killing Bai Wuhan, Lin Chen has offended many people and will face many dangers in the future, making it difficult for him to move forward in the academy. Zhang Shun and Bai Ruofeng looked at the upright young man in white on the stage with admiration. The boy who was once behind them in cultivation has now left them far behind and grown to a level they can only look up to. From the beginning, when Lin Chen might have needed their protection, to now, when Lin Chen stands directly in front of them and becomes their protective umbrella, everything has changed too fast. Lin Chen slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the remaining members of the White Alliance, his voice still icy cold. Bai Wuhan is dead. Now, it's your turn. Whoosh. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the entire room fell silent again. Was Lin Chen determined to wipe out the White Alliance? When the members of the White Alliance saw Lin Chen's cold, murderous expression and the headless corpse on the stage, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Someone walked directly to Zhang Shun and Bai Ruofeng, knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Brother Bai, we were all instigated by Bai Wuhan to attack you. Please, have mercy on us. Upon seeing this, the remaining members of the White Alliance immediately followed suit, kowtowing and begging for mercy with extremely sincere voices. It's laughable that they were all shouting that they would stand with the White Alliance to the end, but as soon as Bai Wuhan died, everyone instantly rebelled. Poor Bai Wuhan was unaware of this scene, and even if he had, he wouldn't have been so angry that he would have come back to life. Those around the arena of life and death, witnessing this farcical scene, were filled with disdain and indignation. Seeing the White Alliance members who had once dealt with them kneeling before them, Zhang Shun and Bai Ruofeng exchanged a glance, both looking on with sighs and regret. Everything was brought about by Lin Chen. Otherwise, they might still be bullied by these people in the future. The two looked at Lin Chen, clearly indicating that they were leaving the matter to him. Lin Chen coldly said, "It's no use begging for mercy. In a life or death contest 3 days ago, I challenged the White Alliance, not just Bai Wuhan alone." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then understood. They had all heard the news. Although Bai Wuhan was the strongest in the White Alliance, Lin Chen's words were correct. Lin Chen was indeed challenging the White Alliance. Panic and fear gripped the White Alliance members. Even Bai Wuhan was no match for Lin Chen. So how could they possibly be? They were destined to be killed by Lin Chen the moment they stepped onto the stage. Lin Chen continued, his gaze coldly fixed on the White Alliance members. I said 3 days ago that I didn't want to involve irrelevant people. Except for those who had dealt with my second senior brother and Bai Ruofeng, I would forgive and forget them. Since you haven't withdrawn, then you can only be the people I'm looking for. Lin Chen, let us go. We were just bewitched, someone said, looking indignant. That bewitching. If you've been bewitched, then you should be coming up to avenge Bai Wuhan instead of begging for mercy right away. Lin Chen sneered. He could naturally see that these people, in order to save their own lives, were directly making Bai Wuwei take the blame and pinning everything on him. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come at me all at once, and I'll take care of you all at once. Lin Chen beckoned to the crowd, his eyes filled with killing intent. The members of the White Alliance exchanged glances and instantly formed an alliance. The group stood up, and one of them looked at Lin Chen with malice. Lin Chen, don't be too arrogant. Although we are no match for you individually, we can definitely kill you together. Yes, kill you. The crowd immediately echoed. Most of them were at the 8th level of the spirit martial realm, and a few were at the 9th level. Although they were not as strong as by Yishui, they were still powerful. If they attacked together, they would definitely have a chance to kill Lin Chen. Then come on then. Lin Chen sneered. Kill him, the crowd shouted in unison, and then stepped onto the life or death arena, surrounding Lin Chen. Today, either Lin Chen dies, or they all die. Sensing the approaching ferocious aura of the crowd, Lin Chen sneered and immediately launched an attack. In an instant, all that could be heard was the sound of groans echoing across the stage. Then, members of the White Alliance fell one after another. In less than a breath, all the White Alliance members, who had been full of fighting spirit just moments before, collapsed to the ground, losing all their fighting ability. The crowd below the stage was astonished. Although they knew that Lin Chen would eventually defeat them, they did not expect it to be so fast, taking less than 10 breaths. Did Lin Chen use his full strength when he dealt with Bai Wuhan before? This huge question instantly took deep root in everyone's hearts. Just as Lin Chen was about to deliver the killing blow, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up. Junior brother, no. Lin Chen stopped and looked at Zhang Chen's resolute yet worried expression, then sighed. Second senior brother, you're too kind. Let them go just because of their previous attitude? Anyway, they didn't dare to kill us when they were dealing with us before. Zhang Chen said with a faint smile. Bai Ruofeng nodded, clearly not wanting Lin Chen to commit more murders and offend more people. Lin Chen has already offended the Bai family, Bai Ru, and the Bai family elders who are high-ranking members of the academy. If he offends others as well, the consequences are hard to imagine. They really can't bear to see Lin Chen do this for them. Second senior brother, the reason they didn't kill you wasn't out of mercy, but because the academy's rules wouldn't allow it. They also wanted to keep you alive to impress Bai Ruhu. If they killed you directly, what would they use to impress others in the future? Lin Chen spoke slowly, his face cold and filled with killing intent. Forget it, we're all fine now. You've already taught them a lesson, so let's just let it go. Zhang Chen sighed. Let's do as my senior brother says. Lin Chen shook his head. Actually, he only wanted to kill one person as a warning to others, so that no one would cause trouble in the future. He did not intend to kill all the members of the White Alliance. After all, even if it was a life-and-death arena, the Academy would not tolerate it. At the moment, he doesn't want to attract the attention of the university. Lin Chen glanced at the crowd on the life-or-death stage and coldly shouted, You should all be grateful to my second senior brother. Otherwise, you would all be in the same situation as Bai Wuhan now. Get out. After he finished speaking, the people on the stage suddenly seemed to find strength from somewhere and quickly got up and left. They swore they never wanted to see Lin Chen again. After everyone left, Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd below the stage, and his voice was clear and bright. From today onwards, there will be no more White Alliance. After speaking, he led Zhang Chen and the others away. The crowd remained stunned for a long time. They had witnessed two incredible feats of one person fighting against the White Alliance today. Even seeing the headless corpse on the life-and-death arena, they still felt a sense of unreality. Lin Chen suddenly appeared in their field of vision, and then his domineering demeanor made him unforgettable. In their minds, Lin Chen was even comparable to those prodigies on the Desolate State ranking. I really look forward to his future, everyone thought to themselves. In a corner of the crowd, a pair of malevolent eyes stared at Bai Wuhan on the stage, a cold and eerie voice saying, You killed Bai Wuhan. The Bai family will not let you off. If someone were to take a closer look, they would surely discover that this is actually Bai Yishui, who was crippled by Lin Chen. Above the plaza, a pair of eyes watched the direction Lin Chen and his group had left, their faces filled with greed and murderous intent. Lin Chen, you dare to kill members of the Bai family, you will die. However, to possess strength comparable to the peak of the Yuanwu realm at this age, one must have obtained a great opportunity in the martial lord's tomb. If I were to obtain it, my strength would surely reach an even higher level. In an instant, the person who spoke vanished as if they had never existed. Unbeknownst to him, two figures stood not far from him. One of them was none other than Elder Jian, whom Lin Chen knew well. "Master, what do you think of Lin Chen?" Jian asked the old man in front of him slowly, with a respectful expression. "So far it's not bad." The old man nodded, a hint of satisfaction on his face. "Then do you think he can?" Jian suddenly spoke excitedly, as if he had finally found something he had been searching for a long time. "Stop. Let's wait until he can join the inner court and face the Bai family's revenge safely." The old man interrupted the sword-wielding man, his voice calm. "All right," Jian said dejectedly. It's hard to imagine that the usually lazy elder Jian would be so respectful to someone, even showing a childlike expression. A gentle breeze swept by, and the two disappeared without a sound. Chapter 114, Lu Fei's Invitation. Outside the courtyard where Lin Chen lived, many people couldn't help but want to catch a glimpse of Lin Chen's prowess after he killed Bai Wuhan on the life and death arena and single-handedly destroyed the Bai Alliance. The ordinary courtyard was now crowded with people, as if they were looking at something extraordinary. Lin Chen refused all the visits. He had no time to deal with them. This Lin Chen is really arrogant, refusing to see us. He's too conceited. Outside the courtyard, someone looked at the tightly closed gate with a dissatisfied expression. TSK, if you had half his achievements and fame, you might be even more aloof than him, someone joked. Someone like Lin Chen wouldn't care about the opinions of ordinary people like us. After all, we might never cross paths with him in our lives, and even if we do, it would just be us asking Lin Chen for a favor, someone sighed. But he did kill Bai Wuhan, after all, offending the Bai family and those people in the Bai Family Academy. In the future, he may just be a shooting star that falls rapidly, soon leaving this world and being forgotten by everyone, someone pondered. TSK, at least it was glorious once, someone chuckled. Just then, a faint fragrance filled the air. Everyone turned around and saw a woman in a green dress, with a slender figure, delicate features, and about 18 years old, slowly approaching with a captivating smile on her face. The woman glanced at the crowd, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then, she slowly pushed open the courtyard gate and entered, passing right through the stunned crowd. The woman only appeared for a few breaths, but she left a deep impression on everyone, one that they could not forget. After regaining their senses, someone muttered to themselves, "My God, could that have been Lu Fei, the #1 person in the Outer Palace, the #1 person in the Lu Alliance, and the little flower of the Lu family's twin beauties? Quick, someone wake me up. Let me see if this is a dream or not. I actually saw the legendary goddess." Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief, their face showing a dreamlike expression. There are two beauties in Huangzhou City, both of whom are the Lu sisters. The elder sister, Luya, is gentle, virtuous, and approachable, yet she is also very powerful. She is an inner disciple and a person on the Huangzhou ranking. Meanwhile, her younger sister Lu Fei is proud and beautiful, like a little woman, and her strength is the #1 in the Outer Palace and the #1 in the Lu Alliance. It can be said that the two sisters are the dream lovers of many geniuses in the desolate state. Marrying one of them is a blessing and would make everyone in the desolate state envious. Even as disciples of the academy, they could only catch glimpses of Lu Fei's true face occasionally, while Luya, the elder sister, never had the chance to meet her. Even those talented individuals within the inner court can't see Luya at any time. Perhaps only a few people on the desolate state ranking have the opportunity to see her frequently. I wonder what brings the goddess here. Someone stared intently at the closed courtyard gate, their face filled with doubt, envy, and even jealousy. Could it be because Lin Chen's reputation is so great that even goddesses have come to visit him? Someone said in an unfriendly tone. Pa, don't talk nonsense. Maybe the goddess came here for nothing more than ordinary matters. To make the goddess look at you differently, Lin Chen is not worthy, someone said angrily, but his expression and eyes told everyone that he was just trying to comfort himself. With Lin Chen's current reputation, it's enough for Lu Fei to pay him a visit. Outside the courtyard, There was much discussion, but inside, the scene was quite different. These past few days, Lin Chen and Zhang Chen have been drinking and laughing every day, completely relaxing and ignoring their cultivation. As soon as Lu Fei entered the courtyard, 5 pairs of eyes immediately locked onto her. When Lin Chen saw Lu Fei's stunningly beautiful yet somewhat arrogant face, he was momentarily stunned. Without a doubt, Lu Fei was definitely a great beauty. Bai Ruofeng and Gu Fu glanced at the scene, showing only surprise and no other expression. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, stared intently at Lu Fei, as if he had discovered some incredible treasure. His eyes held not only shock, but also a strange other emotion. Hem in. The little girl's disdainful voice broke the silence, and the group looked away. Lu Fei glanced at the 5 people present, then slowly spoke, her voice calm. Which of you is Lin Chen? I am. And who is this young lady? Lin Chen stood up, a faint smile on his face. Her name is Lu Fei, and she is the leader of the Lu Alliance. Lu Fei sized up Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, before introducing him. Hearing Lu Fei's name, he remained calm, while Zhang Chen, Bai Ruofeng, and Gu Fu looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with horror and surprise. You're Lu Fei? Zhang Chen could barely speak, his eyes shining as he looked at Lu Fei. Seeing the expressions on the 3 people's faces, Lu Fei remained calm, feigning disdain, but there was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Given her reputation, status, and unparalleled beauty, the reactions of the others were normal. After all, it wasn't the first time she had seen people react this way. Seeing the surprised looks on Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng's faces, Lin Chen was a little puzzled. He hadn't been at the academy for long and only knew the general outline of many things. He had absolutely no idea about the woman's identity or background. Bai Ruofeng whispered in Lin Chen's ear, she is the #1 person in the outer court, and also the Lu family, in the desolate city. Soon, Bai Ruofeng told Lin Chen all the information about Lu Fei, but he was somewhat surprised and puzzled. Despite his past as a member of the Bai family, he had never seen the true faces of the Lu sisters, Lu Ya and Lu Fei, which is why he was somewhat surprised and astonished when he heard their names. Why is Lu Fei coming to see Lin Chen now? After listening to Bai Ruofeng's introduction, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt. He had not expected Lu Fei to have such a status and background. Lin Chen spoke slowly, a faint smile on his face. Miss Lu Fei, may I ask what brings you to my humble courtyard? Lu Fei glanced at Lin Chen and said arrogantly, I heard that you killed Bai Wuhan on the life and death arena, so your strength must be extremely high, at least among the top 3 in the Outer Palace. Let me be blunt. I'm here to invite you to join our Lu Alliance. Bai Ruofeng and Zhang Chen, who were standing beside him, were stunned for a moment, then understood. Given Lin Chen's abilities, it's quite reasonable that he received Lu Fei's invitation. Join your Willow Alliance? Lin Chen pretended to ponder, then looked Lu Fei up and down with an innocent smile. Why should I join the Willow Alliance? What benefits would joining the Willow Alliance bring me? As if she had expected this, Lu Fei looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression and said, You have offended the Bai family and their people in the academy. They will not let you off easily, but if you join our Lu Alliance, the Lu Alliance can protect you and keep you safe. How was it? I treated you pretty well, didn't I? Lu Fei said with a faint smile. That sounds really good. Lin Chen nodded. Before Lu Fei could even feel happy, Lin Chen changed the subject, his tone indifferent. But even if I don't join the Lu Alliance, I'm not afraid of the Bai family or their people in the academy. Besides, even if the Bai family doesn't cause me trouble, I will. The feud between him and the Bai family is not something that can be easily resolved. If the Bai family wants to deal with him, he will deal with the Bai family in return. At least based on Bai Ruhu's vicious intent towards him in the Wu Jun tomb, and by Tianwu's murderous intent towards him at the auction, he will not let the 2 of them go. Anyone who wants to kill him should be prepared to be killed in return. Lu Fei was stunned when she heard Lin Chen's words. He refused. Lin Chen actually refused. Not to mention the excellent conditions. Even if someone wanted to join the Willow Alliance, they would have to go through some tests, and, in the end, it would depend on whether she was willing to let them join. She personally invited Lin Chen today, and Lin Chen actually refused. How could Lin Chen refuse her? Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng, who were standing next to Lin Chen, looked at him with puzzled expressions. Lu Fei's offer was definitely not low and was very sincere. They really couldn't understand why Lin Chen would refuse. As for Lin Chen's statement that he was not afraid of the Bai family, they just smiled. Lin Chen might not be afraid in the future, but for now, he was. If any high-ranking elder of the Bai family deliberately causes trouble, even if Lin Chen doesn't die, he won't have an easy time at Xia Academy. But joining the Lu Alliance can avoid all of this. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lu, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Fei's eyes, but then her gaze hardened, as if she had forgotten about Lin Chen's rejection. At this moment, Zhang Chen chuckled and looked at Lu Fei with a slightly evasive gaze. Miss Lu, my junior brother doesn't want to join the Lu Alliance, so what do you think of me? Lin Chen and Bai Ruofeng were stunned for a moment, and gave Zhang Chen a strange look. Then they looked at each other, and both had knowing expressions on their faces. Looks like my second senior brother's spring has arrived. Lu Fei was also taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Zhang Chen and said in a flat tone, "You're barely passable, but if you want to join the Lu Alliance, you must pass the Lu Alliance's test. Go to the Lu Alliance for the test another day, and we'll talk about it after you pass." Lu Fei looked completely unconcerned, showing no regard for Lin Chen's attitude. Okay. Although a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, Zhang Chen's gaze instantly hardened, as if he had found a goal that he had to conquer. Lu Fei looked at Lin Chen again, her tone tinged with regret, and then slowly said, "Although it's a pity you didn't join the Lu Alliance, I'm here for another reason." "What is it?" Lin Chen and the others asked with a mixture of doubt and interest. Suddenly, an invitation appeared in Lu Fei's hand and flew directly into Lin Chen's hand. "My sister's 20th birthday is in half a month. My sister will be holding a banquet at Lu Family Restaurant, the largest restaurant in Huangzhou City. This is the invitation. Although I don't know why my sister would post something for someone like you, I still hope you'll go," Lu Fei said, then turned and left the courtyard. Lin Chen, Zhang Chen, Bai Ruofeng, and the others all looked surprised and shocked. "Liu Jia, birthday party, invitations." Lin Chen actually managed to get an invitation. Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng both gave Lin Chen strange looks, their tone filled with curiosity and teasing. "Tell me honestly, when did you get involved with the great beauty of the desolate state?" Lin Chen was also completely bewildered. He didn't even know Lu Fei, let alone Luya, who was even harder to meet. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't know what happened?" Lin Chen looked at the two of them with a wry smile. "Yes, of course I believe you." The two nodded firmly, but their faces clearly showed disbelief. "Oh my junior brother is really lucky with women. Every time he goes to a new place, a beautiful woman comes to visit him. TSK, TSK. Zhang Chen looked at Lin Chen with a smile, making random remarks. "So, do you think I should go or not?" Lin Chen suddenly looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Whether he went or not didn't really matter to him. Although he was invited by the beauties and wanted to see the two most beautiful women in Huangzhou City, it was just out of curiosity. After all, he only had one person in his heart right now. "Go, of course I'll go. Not only will I go, but I'll also take my senior brother with me," Zhang Chen said excitedly. Lin Chen and Bai Ruofeng were stunned for a moment, then remembered the look Zhang Chen had given Lu Fei earlier, and their expressions became strange. "Ahem, second senior brother, have you fallen for Lu Fei?" Lin Chen asked jokingly. Bai Ruofeng also glanced at Zhang Chen with a gossipy expression. No way, no way." Zhang Chen immediately shook his head in denial, speaking righteously, but his expression told Lin Chen and the other that Zhang Chen was clearly saying one thing and meaning another. "Okay, let's go together." Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly noticed the little girl who hadn't been looking at him. Seeing her pale face and angry expression, Lin Chen asked calmly, "Little girl, who upset you? Why do you look so bitter and resentful?" The little girl looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you had someone you liked? Why are you still thinking about other people? I heard that Lu Ye is the most beautiful woman in the desolate state." Lin Chen was taken aback. "Don't you always make up stories about having someone you like to appease me? Why are you acting like you're looking forward to seeing a pretty girl now?" The little girl continued indignantly. Girl, let's talk about this later. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng, who were standing to the side, looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions and then shook their heads. Soon, news spread that Lu Fei, the second most beautiful woman in the desolate state, had personally visited Lin Chen, causing an uproar in the academy. Although Lin Chen was incredibly strong and could even kill Bai Wuhan instantly, many people were smug and filled with jealousy, wishing they could just kill Lin Chen outright. However, another major piece of news soon came out. Luya, the most beautiful woman in Huangzhou, will hold a birthday party at the Liu family restaurant in Huangzhou City in half a month. The moment this news broke, the sensation caused by Lin Chen was instantly overwhelmed, like ripples on a wave. The entire academy and even the desolate state were shaken by Luya's matter. It is conceivable that not only the outer court, but also the inner court, other major forces, and various families in the desolate city will send their younger generation to the event. This is not a grand event, but it is even grander than a grand event. What would it be like if someone could win the heart of the most beautiful woman in the desolate state at her birthday party? Countless geniuses and prodigies had their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 1:15 Grand Event. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Outside a tall and magnificent restaurant in the center of Huangzhou City, countless young figures with strong auras gathered, all looking like they wanted to see what was inside through the restaurant's doors. Like the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce and the Qing Family Chamber of Commerce, the Liu family, one of the 7 major families, has its largest business in Huangzhou City, the Liu family restaurant. The restaurant is upscale and luxurious, with a wide range of prices. If you have enough money, you can enjoy the best service and lifestyle in the entire wilderness. The gates of the Huangzhou restaurant are closed today, clearly indicating that it is not going to open for business. This is because today is a special day, the birthday of the eldest daughter of the Liu family, the most beautiful woman in Huangzhou. The huge restaurant will soon welcome its special guests. A powerful gatekeeper stood outside the restaurant. Judging from the aura he exuded, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Yuanwu realm. It's hard to imagine that even a gatekeeper has such cultivation. How strong must the Liu family be overall? The crowd gathered 10 steps away from the restaurant's entrance, not daring to take another step forward, because there was only one condition for entering the restaurant: an invitation. I wonder who these people who received the invitations are, someone asked, their eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Hee. Of course it's those prodigies on the desolate state ranking. Otherwise, do you think ordinary people are qualified to receive an invitation? Someone chuckled and said matter-of-factly, it's not necessarily all people on the desolate state ranking. I'm afraid all the major families and forces will receive at least one invitation, someone said, after thinking for a moment. That's true. We should still give them the face they deserve, someone nodded in agreement. But even if those people come, they'll probably just be there to highlight the geniuses on the desolate state ranking. It would be better if they didn't come at all, so they don't lose face, someone said with a mix of anticipation and amusement in their eyes. Just then, a young man dressed in white with a slightly handsome face suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. He then slowly walked towards the entrance of the restaurant with a slight smile on his face. Everyone gasped in surprise upon seeing this person. It's Bai Ruhu, the son of the Bai family patriarch, who's on the desolate state ranking. Bai Ruhu glanced at the crowd, a slight smirk playing on her lips, and then produced an invitation, handing it directly to the burly man guarding the gate. Young Master Bai, there's no need to check the invitation. Please come inside, the burly man said respectfully with a smile on his face. No, we still need to verify it. What if the invitation is fake? Bai Ruhu shook her head, her eyes unusually firm. Young Master Bai is too kind. The burly man pretended to inspect the place, then said respectfully, Young Master Bai, please come in. There's really no need to check the invitations, since he can recognize anyone who comes at a glance and determine whether they have an invitation or not. Not to mention being the number one among the younger generation of the Bai family, Bai Ruhu is qualified to be included, even just as a prodigy on the desolate state ranking. As for verifying the authenticity of the invitations, sorry, he really couldn't tell or imagine that anyone would create fake invitations, or that anyone would dare to create fake invitations. After all, this banquet is so grand that most people wouldn't dare to attend. After Bai Ruhu entered, others quickly followed suit. Whenever someone appeared and entered the restaurant, everyone was surprised, their eyes filled with envy as well as a sense of entitlement. These people are all destined to become the overlords of the desolate state. Those who just entered include Bai Ruhu from the Bai family, Luo Qingyi from the Luo family, Zi and Tian from the Zi family, Lei Dong from the Lei family, and Feng Ji from the Feng family. These are not only representatives of the younger generation of various families, but all of them, except for Luo Qingyi, are on the desolate state ranking, someone exclaimed. If the Qing family hadn't sent the Qingyun sword to the martial lord's tomb last year, it would probably be there right now, someone sighed, reminiscing. Hee, it's just that the Qing family was too unlucky. They only had one son, Qingyun Jian, and he died in the end, someone commented. The Qing family head, Qing Baiwan, is still young. He might even have an heir, someone said in a strange tone. That one is uncertain. Even if it could produce a son, so what? They would still be far behind the major families. It's a pity that the Qing family had just begun to resemble the head of the 7 major families when the death of Qingyun's sword brought them back to their original state. Exactly. If I were Qing Baiwan, I'd probably be incredibly frustrated. Those present were all heroes from the desolate state. Although they were somewhat afraid of Qing Baiwan, they dared to discuss the Qing family's affairs directly in private. Who among ordinary people would dare to do that? Look, it's the young representatives of the 5 major sects. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in amazement as they looked at the young Wu Dao who had appeared. That's Jin Xie from the metal sect, Mu Feng from the wood sect, Xue Wen from the water sect, Huiyun from the fire sect, and Saturn from the earth sect. They are also among those listed on the desolate state ranking. Those attending this banquet probably represent almost half of the people on the wilderness ranking, someone remarked slowly, their tone filled with awe. Just then, 4 figures slowly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. The leader was a young man in white, with a wicked smile on his face, giving people a strange yet approachable feeling. These were Lin Chen, Zhang Chen, Bairofeng, and the little girl who had come from the academy. Everyone looked at the 4 unfamiliar people with puzzled expressions. Who are these 4 people? They seem to be going into the restaurant as well. How could that be? I guarantee that these 4 people are not listed on any of the major powers or the desolate state ranking. Otherwise, how could we not recognize them? Someone said with certainty. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen led the 3 of them forward slowly, took out the invitation, and handed it to the gatekeeper, saying in a calm tone, "This is the invitation." Upon seeing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. What did they see? Lin Chen, this kid who appeared out of nowhere, actually had the invitation they had been dreaming of. The burly gatekeeper was also taken aback, his eyes filled with doubt and suspicion. As the gatekeeper of the restaurant today, he naturally knew many outstanding young talents in the desolate state, but none of them were like Lin Chen in front of him. After opening the invitation and glancing at the words on it, the burly man muttered to himself, Lin Chen, why does he seem so familiar? His intuition told him that he had definitely seen Lin Chen somewhere, or heard of Lin Chen, but after carefully searching through the names of various families and powerful figures, as well as the list of prominent figures in the desolate state, he was certain that Lin Chen was not among them. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel curious and suspicious about Lin Chen's identity. Recalling the scene when he faced Bairu, he couldn't help but wonder, could this invitation really be fake? Upon seeing this, the burly man looked at Lin Chen and said seriously, "I'm sorry, but only one person can enter with one invitation, and I suspect your invitation is fake." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. Fake? He actually dared to try to sneak in with a fake invitation. The crowd was instantly filled with indignation and anger, and several powerful auras even pressed directly towards Lin Chen and his group, creating a sense of oppression. Seeing this, Lin Chen coldly swept his gaze over the crowd, then looked at the burly man in front of him, his voice icy. "Take a good look. This is your Liu family's invitation." The burly man asked resolutely, "How can you prove it?" His job was to guard the entrance and receive guests. He didn't want to let anyone without an invitation into the restaurant due to negligence. "How can you prove it?" Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing, then said coldly, "Don't you think it's ridiculous to ask an outsider like me to prove the authenticity of your Liu family's invitation?" The big man was stunned for a moment, and what Lin Chen said made sense. But he really can't tell if the invitation is real or fake. How is he supposed to verify it? "I'll just say one thing. Will your Liu family let me in or not?" Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and his initial anticipation for the banquet vanished instantly. Seeing Lin Chen's determined expression, the big man was somewhat troubled. He dared not let Lin Chen into the restaurant, but he also dared not let Lin Chen leave. What if Lin Chen's invitation was genuine? The crowd looked at Lin Chen and his companions with mocking expressions, as if they were looking at scoundrels, their eyes filled with disdain. Just then, two figures walked out of the door and smiled faintly when they saw Lin Chen and his group of four. In blue, Lu Fei, Bai Ruofing, and Zhang Chun spoke immediately, their faces filled with excitement. The newcomers were Luo Qingyi and Lu Fei, who were holding hands, clearly indicating a close relationship. What's going on? Lu Fei asked the burly man, sensing the eerie atmosphere. Miss, the burly man then explained the situation directly. Lin Chen was a guest specially invited by my sister. How could you treat him so disrespectfully? Lu Fei said angrily after hearing the big man's explanation. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, the burly man instantly showed panic and fear and was also taken aback. Why would the young lady invite Lin Chen, a guy who appeared out of nowhere? So what exactly is Lin Chen's identity? Numerous questions filled his mind, but he dared not dwell on them at the moment. Instead, he went directly to Lin Chen, bowed, and said, I'm sorry, young Master Lin. I was foolish. I hope you will forgive my ignorance. Lin Chen glanced at the burly man, then at Lu Fei, his face still showing some displeasure. Lin Chen, give me some face and let it go. Seeing Lin Chen's displeased expression, Lu Fei sighed, then directly approached Lin Chen, bowed, and spoke. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't say much, but his expression improved considerably. Before he could even speak, Zhang Chun instantly stepped in front of Lin Chen, a faint smile on his face. Hee, Miss Lu Fei, don't take my junior brother seriously. He's just putting on an act. He's not actually angry at all. After speaking, he winked at Lin Chen. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen was stunned, looking at him like he was a complete stranger. Is this still his honest second senior brother? Bai Ruofing chuckled to himself, clearly knowing something, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he walked up to Luo Qingyi, looking as bewildered as a child. Get out, Luo Qingyi shouted coldly, then turned around and entered the restaurant. Upon seeing this, Bai Ruofing immediately chased after him inside. Brother-in-law, your senior brother seems to be... The little girl looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. Sigh, senior brother has already forgotten about his junior brother before he's even succeeded. Lin Chen shook his head, but his eyes showed joy for Zhang Chun. Let's go in. Lin Chen smiled as he glanced at the little girl. It wasn't until Lin Chen and his group entered the restaurant that the onlookers finally came to their senses, their eyes filled with disbelief. I didn't see wrong just now, did I? That's the second young lady of the Lu family, the second most beautiful woman in the desolate state. Someone murmured to themselves. Absolutely. So beautiful. If I could just look at Miss Lu Fei one more time, I wouldn't mind even losing a few years of my life. Did you hear what Miss Lu Fei said just now? Someone asked. What? Those four people were invited by Lu Ya. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, their eyes filled with anger and jealousy. What has that kid done to deserve this invitation? Many people exclaimed. The burly gatekeeper only slowly raised his head after seeing Lin Chen and his group enter the restaurant. He straightened his clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this young Master Lin didn't blame anyone, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Outside the building, people were discussing the matter animatedly, but inside, the scene was quite different. Chapter 116 by Ruhu's Thoughts, Hui Yun's Provocation. As soon as Lin Chen and his group entered the restaurant, the first thing that caught their eye was a large table surrounded by a pool of water and covered with lotus flowers. Without looking at the surrounding decorations, it looked like an outdoor scene. Judging from the seats arranged around the stage on the second floor, the stage was undoubtedly used for performances or competitions. As soon as the group appeared in the restaurant, they were immediately locked onto by several pairs of eyes, and low murmurs arose. On the second floor, Bai Ruhu, dressed in white, turned cold the moment he saw Lin Chen and Bai Ruofing appear at the same time. The sound of his fists hitting each other showed the anger and killing intent in his heart. He would never forget the time Lin Chen defeated him in the tomb of the martial lord of Yangcheng. It was a disgrace to his life. Fortunately, no one from other forces saw it at the time, otherwise he would probably be the subject of everyone's gossip by now. Given Lin Chen's recent actions in the outer palace, his killing intent towards Lin Chen was now extremely intense. If it weren't for the fact that the location didn't allow it, and the rule that academy disciples couldn't kill each other, he would have loved to go down and kill Lin Chen right now to wash away the shame in the martial lord's tomb. Lin Chen, you will die by my hand sooner or later, and so will you, by Ruofeng. Having made a decision in her heart, Bai Ruhu raised her cup and drank it down without thinking any further. Looking at Huiyun, the fire sect leader, and then at Lu Fei and Luo Qingyi beside Lin Chen, Bai Ruhu's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. She then smiled faintly at Huiyun and said, Brother Hua, I heard that you're not interested in the number one beauty of the desolate state, but you are in love with the second most beautiful woman in the desolate state. Who is she? After speaking, Bai Ruhu pointed in Lin Chen's direction. Huiyun first looked up at Bai Ruhu in front of him, then looked in the direction of Lin Chen. When he saw Lu Fei's figure, his breathing became rapid and his eyes were filled with an indescribable fervor. Seeing Huiyun's gaze and expression, Bai Ruhu's lips curled slightly, and she said in a calm voice, Since ancient times, beauties have been paired with heroes. I think Brother Hua and Miss Lu Fei are a perfect match. Huiyun withdrew his gaze and glanced at Bai Ruhu. Although his expression was calm, he was clearly very satisfied with Bai Ruhu's praise. Bai Ruhu continued, I don't know where these Tom, Dick, and Harry come from, all wanting to lay a finger on Miss Lu Fei. This is clearly an insult to Miss Lu Fei, and even more so a provocation to Brother Hua. Huiyun's gaze turned cold as he stared directly at Bai Ruhu, his voice indifferent and slightly unfriendly. What do you want to say? As a prodigy on the desolate state ranking and a young representative of the fire sect, he naturally understood the hidden meaning in Bai Ruhu's words. Brother Hua, did you see the person behind Miss Lu Fei? Judging from Miss Lu Fei's attitude, she clearly has some affection for him. If Brother Hua doesn't hurry, he might miss out on this beauty for the rest of his life. Bai Ruhu said calmly, looking on with a sigh for Huiyun. Upon hearing this, Huiyun looked back at Lin Chen, or more precisely at Lu Fei and Zhang Chen behind her. The look in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Chen contained a hint of murderous intent and a faint, inexplicable jealousy. If it were someone else pursuing Miss Lu Fei, that would be one thing, but that kid is clearly just an ordinary person. He actually dares to try and have his cake, and eat it too. He clearly doesn't respect Brother Hua. Bai Ruhu continued to add fuel to the fire. It's quite unpleasant. Huiyun's gaze was indifferent, and his voice was low. As a prodigy on the desolate state ranking, he didn't even have the chance to speak with Lu Fei. How could he allow an ordinary person to be closer to Lu Fei than him? Turning his gaze away, Huiyun looked at Bai Ruhu, who had a faint smile on her face, and said in an unfriendly voice, Although that person is despicable, how could Lu Fei possibly be interested in someone like that? Lu Fei is a beautiful woman from the desolate state, with countless suitors. He simply doesn't believe that Lu Fei would fall for Zhang Chen. Speak, Bai Ruhu. Do you have some grudge against them, and that's why you're deliberately provoking me? Huiyun glanced at Bai Ruhu with a disdainful look. As a prodigy on the list of geniuses in the desolate state, he knew Bai Ruhu's temperament to some extent, so why would he consider things for him? Bai Ruhu nodded awkwardly, her voice still calm. Oops, I've been seen through. Actually, that person offended my Bai family and is now an outer disciple of the academy. Although I really want to teach them a lesson, my status and the rules don't allow it. Bai Ruhu sighed. I knew it. Huiyun sneered. But Brother Hua, are you really not angry at all? That's Lu Fei, the second most beautiful woman in the desolate state. Although the probability of Lu Fei taking a liking to that boy is almost zero, what if something unexpected happens? Aren't you worried at all, Brother Hua? Bai Ruhu suddenly spoke up, looking concerned for Huiyun. Of course I'm not worried. I have confidence in myself. Huiyun's gaze was firm and his tone was deep, but Bai Ruhu still caught a trace of worry in his eyes. Bai Ruhu chuckled without saying a word. He has achieved his goal. While the two were talking, Lin Chen and his group went directly to the second floor, chose an empty table, and sat down. From here, one can clearly observe everything on the first floor platform and the entire first floor scene. However, Lin Chen's gaze was not on the scene at all. Instead, he looked speechlessly at Zhang Chen and Bai Ruofeng in front of him, finding it somewhat amusing. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Luo Qingyi and Lu Fei also sat down at this table, meaning that there were now 6 people sitting at this table. Qingyi, would you like some tea? I'll pour it for you. Bai Ruofeng asked cautiously, like a child. Shut up. Luo Qingyi only uttered 2 words. Miss Lu Fei, would you like some tea? Zhang Chun looked at Lu Fei with a respectful expression, like a servant. Pour moi à glace. Lu Fei paused for a moment, then adopted a haughty and aloof demeanor, speaking in a nonchalant tone. All right. Zhang Chun jumped up excitedly and immediately picked up the teapot to pour tea. Second senior brother, I'm thirsty too. I want to drink too. Lin Chen feigned helplessness. Go away, why are you thirsty? Zhang Chun said seriously, then looked directly at Lu Fei. Sigh. He's forgotten his junior brother now that he has a girlfriend. I'm going to tell Master. Lin Chen said deliberately, but his face still showed that he was happy for Zhang Chun. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Chen's face turned red instantly, and he secretly glanced at Lu Fei. When he saw that Lu Fei was calm, he felt inexplicably relieved. At this moment, the little girl tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and asked with a grin, Brother-in-law, how are you feeling? How does it feel? Lin Chen asked subconsciously. How does it feel to be a third wheel? The little girl whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then said righteously, It's all right, it's all right. Although I felt envious, the thought of a beautiful woman in white in my mind instantly brought a strange, happy smile to my lips. Not far away, Bairu saw Lin Chen and the others sitting together with Lu Filuo in green, and couldn't help but look at Hui Yun again, a faint smile on her face. How are you, Brother Hua? Are you feeling all right? Shut up. Hui Yun's face was ugly, and his body released a strong aura fluctuation, clearly indicating that he was very agitated. Let me see where he gets the audacity to even think about eating swan meat. Hui Yun shouted coldly, then stood up and slowly walked towards Lin Chen and the others. Watching Hui Yun's retreating figure, Bairuhu's lips curled up slightly, her eyes filled with disdain and a cold smile. You're nothing special, even though you're both prodigies on the desolate state ranking. Fine, let them test my strength. Bairuhu glanced at Lin Chen, not far away, and sneered. Lin Chen, enjoy the opponent I found for you. Sensing the slowly approaching fire cloud, Lin Chen and the others immediately turned their gazes to it. I'm Hui Yun of the Hua sect. I greet Miss Lu Fei and Miss Luo. Hui Yun ignored Lin Chen and the others, and instead focused his gaze on Lu Fei and Luo Qingyi with a faint smile. What is it? Lu Fei nodded, then spoke coldly, clearly having no desire to talk to Hui Yun. Luo Qingyi glanced at Hui Yun indifferently, then immediately looked away. As powerful figures in the desolate state, they naturally knew Hui Yun's name. Even without the Hui sect, his name on the desolate state ranking alone was enough for many people to know Hui Yun's name. Seeing Lu Fei's cold attitude, and recalling Lu Fei's previous attitude towards Zhang Chun, Hui Yun felt instantly angry. As a prodigy on the desolate state ranking, he has both strength and status. How could he be inferior to an ordinary person? Hui Yun turned his gaze directly to Zhang Chun, his face full of disdain and mockery. A toad trying to eat swan meat. Doesn't he even know his own limitations? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze instantly locked onto Hui Yun, his eyes filled with extreme indifference and a faint killing intent. The expressions of the others also turned slightly unpleasant. Zhang Chen looked at Hui Yun calmly and said, I may be a toad now, but I definitely won't be in the future. Ha ha, you actually admitted it. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Hui Yun burst into laughter. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Lu Fei, but upon seeing Lu Fei's calm expression, his laughter abruptly ceased. He looked at Zhang Chen again, his voice extremely cold. You won't have a future. You're a toad now, and you'll only ever be a toad. Zhang Chen said calmly, clearly not wanting to say another word, with an expression that said, do whatever you want. Seeing this, Hui Yun was even more furious. Was he being underestimated? How dare someone treat him like this? When he saw a hint of surprise flash in Lu Fei's eyes as she looked at Zhang Chen, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart, as if something had been forcibly taken away from him. In a fit of anger, Hui Yun directly addressed Zhang Chen. Heck kid, do you dare to have a match with me? Now all he wanted to do was teach Zhang Chen a lesson. He didn't care about the difference in status, the difference in strength, or other people's jokes. He just wanted to teach Zhang Chen a lesson himself, and make everyone present look bad in front of Lu Fei. Lin Chen, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, looking directly at Hui Yun with a cold expression. You, a person on the desolate state ranking, are actually competing with someone who hasn't even reached the Yuan Wu realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Hui Yun ignored Lin Chen, and paid no attention to the expressions of the people in front of him or Lu Fei, or even the surprised expressions when he proposed the contest in the restaurant. Instead, he stared straight at Zhang Chen with a determined look. "I'm asking you if you dare?" Under the astonished gazes of Lin Chen and the others, Zhang Chen simply smiled faintly. What is there to be afraid of? Chapter 117, The Desolate State Ranking, is nothing special. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, all eyes in the entire restaurant instantly locked onto him, and different auras were released, as if trying to test the depth of Zhang Chen's abilities. Not far away, Bai Ruhu's eyes flickered with disappointment, but then her expression hardened, and she muttered to herself, "Forget it. There will always be a chance. After Zhang Chen has taught a lesson, I don't believe you, Lin Chen, won't make a move." People sitting throughout the restaurant also looked in Lin Chen's direction with interest, their eyes filled with inexplicable anticipation. Those present were either representatives of various powerful forces or prodigies on the Desolate State ranking, so they naturally knew that Hui Yun liked Lu Fei. Not only Hui Yun, but many people present also liked Lu Fei. After all, it was too difficult to win the title of the most beautiful woman in the Desolate State, so it was better to set their sights on the second most beautiful woman, Lu Fei. When they saw Lin Chen and the others appear with Lu Feluo in green, besides Hui Yun's anger and jealousy, many others present felt the same way, but unlike Hui Yun, they didn't erupt and go looking for trouble. They have their pride, the pride of being representatives of their respective forces, so why would they bother with an unknown person? Now, things have turned out differently. Hui Yun has fulfilled their wish by taking direct action. Without a doubt, Zhang Chen would soon be taught a lesson by Hui Yun. This was the consensus of everyone. Bai Ruofeng looked at Zhang Chen with understanding and deep concern in his eyes. As a prodigy on the Desolate State ranking, Hui Yun's strength is beyond question and is definitely not something Zhang Chen can match at present. Lu Fei glanced at Zhang Chen, a hint of confusion and curiosity flashing in her eyes. Then, as if thinking of something, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. Hearing Zhang Chen's decisive words, Hui Yun was stunned, clearly not expecting Zhang Chen to agree so quickly. Then his tone was filled with killing intent. "Hey, you've got guts. I know I'm no match for you, but so what?" Zhang Chen smiled faintly, his tone calm. "Second senior brother, you're no match for him, or else I—" Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, Zhang Chen interrupted him abruptly, staring intently at Lin Chen with a serious expression. "Junior brother, I know you're doing this for my own good. Normally, I would let you do it. I wouldn't bother to lift a finger. But this time is different. I'll do it myself. Don't worry. At worst, I'll just get a beating." Zhang Chen smiled calmly, looking completely at ease. After speaking, Zhang Chen got up and headed downstairs. Watching Zhang Chen's resolute back, Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a sense of gankai, a complex emotion encompassing both admiration and regret. He knew perfectly well what Zhang Chen was thinking at that moment. He would probably be just as stubborn if he were in Zhang Chen's shoes. This competition was not about winning or losing, but about saving face and Zhang Chen's pride. But Hui Yun is very strong, many times stronger than normal, and he is very worried about normal safety. "Second senior brother, wait." Lin Chen quickly came to Zhang Chen and took out a spear and a suit of armor. "For you." Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment. Then, without any hesitation, he took the armor directly. "Make do with this tier 3 spear and this tier 3 armor for now. Good luck." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Your senior brother is still your senior brother. Even if he loses, he will lose with dignity." Zhang Chen grinned, a faint smile on his face. After speaking, he turned and headed straight for the first floor. TSK, you think you can help him with a set of tattered armor and lousy weapons? How laughable. Seeing what had just happened, Hui Yun came to Lin Chen's side and said with a mocking smile, "I heard you're quite famous at the Desolate State Academy. Once I cripple him, you might be next." Thinking of what Bai Ruhu had said earlier, Hui Yun looked at Lin Chen with a targeted tone. Although the armor and weapons Lin Chen provided posed no threat to him, he just couldn't stand Lin Chen's blatant opposition to him. He's clearly a nobody, yet his expressions and actions are more eccentric than those of the prodigy on the Desolate State ranking. Why is that? An involuntary feeling of dislike for Lin Chen rose within him. Lin Chen's gaze was cold, and his voice was icy. "You should be grateful that my second senior brother insisted. Otherwise, if it were me, you would be dead today." Furthermore, if you voluntarily admit defeat on stage, fine. But if you dare to harm even a hair on my senior brother's head, you'll suffer a terrible death. After speaking, Lin Chen brushed past the fiery cloud without uttering another word. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Huiyun was completely stunned. In this desolate land, how dare anyone threaten him like this? How dare they mock him like this? After regaining his senses, Huiyun glanced coldly at Lin Chen's back, his fists clenched, his anger rising. You are the first person who has ever dared to speak so arrogantly in front of me. Now I have changed my mind. In a moment, he will not only survive, but he will also be tortured to a state worse than death. I'd like to see what you'll do then. After speaking, Huiyun also headed towards the first floor platform. Looking at Huiyun's retreating figure, Lin Chen's eyes held an indescribable coldness. As if sensing a strange gaze, Lin Chen turned his head, and Bai Ruofeng's figure came into view. Bai Ruofeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a smug smile on his face. Lin Chen, have fun. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen instantly thought of many things. He looked at Bai Ruhu coldly and said in a low voice, Bai Ruhu, you're courting death. After returning to their seats, Lin Chen's gaze immediately fell on the table below, as did Bai Ruofeng and the others. Without a doubt, Zhang Chun is destined to lose. The only question is how long he can hold out. Lin Chen, is Zhang Chun alright? Bai Ruofeng glanced at Lin Chen and asked casually. Don't worry. The Tier 3 armor can at least protect his safety. Lin Chen said slowly, naturally understanding Bai Ruofeng's concerns. There was another half sentence he didn't say. If Zhang Chun were injured, Huiyun would definitely face his challenge and retaliation today. Looking down at Zhang Chun, who remained calm, Lu Fei's eyes flashed with worry, and her fists clenched slightly. On the stage, looking at Zhang Chen's calm expression, Huiyun felt inexplicably displeased. His aura exploded instantly, and he directly pressed toward Zhang Chun. Bang! 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 The battle began immediately, the sounds of collisions echoing throughout the restaurant, and everyone watched the scene with great interest. It's quite rare to be able to watch a competition before the hostess, Luya, appears, although this competition is rather boring. Huiyun is really something, actually bullying an unknown person himself. TSK. Don't you want to teach him a lesson yourself? You know this guy is quite close to Lu Fei. A toad trying to eat swan meat. Doesn't he even know what kind of people are pursuing Miss Lu Fei? Someone said disdainfully. In just one round, Zhang Chun was instantly knocked back by the fiery cloud. If it weren't for his armor protecting him, he would probably be seriously injured by now. Even so, he was still feeling unwell. His internal organs were trembling, and his body was extremely uncomfortable. With your current strength, you can't even withstand one of my attacks. What are you talking about in the future? Huiyun said with a mocking expression as he looked at Zhang Chun. How about this? As long as you beg for mercy and voluntarily give up leaving Lu Fei, I will be magnanimous and spare you. How about it? Huiyun said with a faint smile. Zhang Chun sneered, then immediately restored Huiyun with action, gripping his spear and charging directly at Huiyun. Stubborn fool, there are some things you can't even dream of. Huiyun sneered, his voice mocking. Whoosh! Huiyun's figure moved swiftly, and he threw a punch directly. Bang! A violent impact rang out, and Zhang Chun took the punch directly, but the spear pierced Huiyun's arm. In an instant, the power of the fist exploded, and Zhang Chun was sent flying backward, leaving deep scratches on the ground. But he had a smile on his face. The desolate state ranking is nothing special. Feeling the pain in his arm and hearing Zhang Chen's words, Huiyun's face was filled with boundless rage. He was actually injured by a piece of trash who hadn't even reached the Yuanwu realm. This is a disgrace. With so many eyes watching, how can he ever face anyone again? He will become a disgrace on the list of the desolate states. Just as Huiyun had predicted, everyone looked surprised, with interest and a hint of inexplicable anger in their eyes. They had thought Huiyun could finish off everyone present in one blow, but now, not only did he fail to defeat Zhang Chun, he was also injured by Zhang Chun. In particular, Zhang Chen's words, "The desolate state ranking is nothing special," enraged them. He was angry at Zhang Chun and also at Huiyun. All because of Huiyun, the desolate state ranking was looked down upon, and those who were proud to have their names on the desolate state ranking were looked down upon. Not strong at all, but big mouths, someone sneered. Hui Yun on the stage naturally felt the angry and hostile gazes of the crowd. He then looked directly at Zhang Chen with a ferocious and furious expression. You actually look down on the desolate state ranking? Then I'll show you just how terrifying the desolate state ranking you look down on really is. Suddenly, a huge fiery cloud material condensed above Hui Yun's head, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and expanding until it was enough to engulf a person in the blink of an eye. I only used 1/10 of my strength to test you just now. Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Hui Yun's eyes were bloodshot, his face was cold, and his whole body was filled with killing intent. Whoosh! A massive cloud of fire rushed directly towards Zhang Chen. Its terrifying power felt even by everyone present. Zhang Chen slowly stood up, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. A cloud of earth instantly condensed behind Zhang Chen, and apart from its color, its appearance was exactly the same as the large cloud of fire released by Hui Yun. Bang! The two cloud-like masses collided, instantly unleashing a terrifying aura. A beam of light flashed, obscuring everything from view. The air was filled with the smell of burnt soil, and the aura of the two martial arts techniques gradually dissipated, allowing everyone to see the situation on the stage. Zhang Chen stood by the platform, his body covered in burns and his breath weak. On the ground near him was a huge, blackened mark and a smaller, yellowish-brown mark. Hui Yun, who was not far away, was stunned and stared at Zhang Chen, his heart filled with surprise and deep questions. It was blocked. His martial arts technique was actually blocked, and the person who blocked, it was someone whose cultivation level was far lower than his. When everyone saw the two on the stage, they felt a complex mix of emotions and shock. Hui Yun, a young representative of the Hui sect and a monstrous figure on the desolate state ranking, actually failed twice against a weakling who was not even at the Yuanwu realm. This is not only a disgrace to Hui Yun, but also a disgrace to them. Doesn't this just prove that Zhang Chen said before that the desolate state ranking is nothing special? Bai Ruhu looked at the two people on the stage, a flash of surprise in her eyes, then looked in Lin Chen's direction, her expression inscrutable. That's great, Brother Zhang blocked it, Bai Ruofeng said excitedly. Lin Chen, however, remained calm, though a faint killing intent emanated from his body. Although Zhang Chen managed to block Hui Yun's attack, he was now exhausted, while Hui Yun was completely unharmed. If Hui Yun were to make a move now, Zhang Chen would either die or be severely injured. Sometimes what you think about most is what happens. Just as Lin Chen came to his senses, he saw the fiery cloud on the stage suddenly release a strong aura, slowly walking straight towards Zhang Chen with a cruel killing intent on its face. He was determined to kill Zhang Chen today, no matter what. Although he couldn't salvage his reputation, he could at least reduce some of the negative publicity. If Zhang Chen hadn't died, he couldn't imagine how everyone would have viewed him in the future. Chapter 118 Lin Chen makes a move. Looking at Zhang Chen, whose breath was weak, Hui Yun felt both immense pleasure and immense anger. You deserve to die. Hui Yun let out a cold shout, and then his body released a burst of violent spiritual energy. A terrifying and huge cloud of fire rushed directly toward Zhang Chen, its power several times stronger than before. It is foreseeable that if Zhang Chen were to withstand this attack head-on, he would either die or be crippled. Feeling this unprecedentedly intense aura rushing towards him, Zhang Chen grinned, his smile resolute and cheerful. The desolate state ranking is nothing special. After speaking, he dragged his already severely injured body forward and thrust out his spear to meet Hui Yun's ferocious attack. Bang! A loud impact rang out, and Zhang Chen's body flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair before collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness. Oof, you want to faint? That won't do, you must die today. Seeing Zhang Chen collapse, Hui Yun's eyes turned cold, and he continued walking towards him without stopping. On the second floor, the moment Lin Chen saw Zhang Chen unconscious, Lin Chen and Bai Ruofeng cried out in alarm, their faces filled with worry. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the two rushed downstairs at top speed and blocked Zhang Chen's path just as Hui Yun was about to approach. Brother Zhang, Bai Ruofeng helped Zhang Chen up, his voice filled with worry. Lin Chen stared coldly at Hui Yun, his entire body radiating a powerful killing intent that seemed capable of devouring a person at any moment. After arriving at Zhang Chen's side and checking his body, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Chen had simply fainted from exhaustion. Although there is no serious injury, the physical injury is quite severe and it will probably take several days of rest to fully recover. After giving Zhang Chen a rejuvenation pill, Lin Chen said to Bai Ruofeng in a low voice, "Brother Bai, please help my senior brother upstairs to rest. I still have some things to do." But Bai Ruofeng hesitated for a moment, then spoke immediately, but halfway through her sentence, she looked at Lin Chen's determined gaze and couldn't help but sigh. "Be careful." Of course he knew what Lin Chen wanted to do. Back when they were at the Yangqing Wilderness Academy, Lin Chen thought the people from the 10th Mountain were bullying Zhang Chen and Lin Jian, so he directly blocked the 10th Mountain to challenge them. Now that Zhang Chen has been injured by Hui Yun, Lin Chen will definitely not ignore it. But knowing what Lin Chen wanted to do made him a little worried. After all, Hui Yun's strength was undeniable, and even if Lin Chen was strong, he would still be at a disadvantage against Hui Yun on the Desolate State ranking. After watching Bai Ruofeng lead Zhang Chen away, Lin Chen slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on Hui Yun, his eyes filled with coldness. TSK, you look really angry." Looking at Lin Chen's ugly expression, Hui Yun felt a strange sense of satisfaction, even more so than when he had taught Zhang Chen a lesson earlier. Lin Chen's face was cold, and he walked slowly forward. Hui Yun glanced at Bai Ruofeng and his companion who were going upstairs, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. "He's your senior brother, isn't he? He's clearly pitifully weak, yet he wants to be a toad trying to eat swan meat. It's utterly laughable. Doesn't he even realize that there are certain things he can't possibly have his hands on?" After speaking, Hui Yun glanced at Lu Fei on the second floor and smiled deliberately. But when he saw Lu Fei's icy expression, he instantly lost interest and felt a slight doubt. Lu Fei usually acts like a proud and arrogant young lady, so why would she put on such a submissive look? Could it be because of Zhang Chen? In an instant, a bad thought arose in his mind, startling him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Impossible! How could it be that good for nothing? Hui Yun comforted himself. Lin Chen's expression remained as cold as ice, without any change. His gaze did not leave Hui Yun, and the distance between them gradually closed. What? You want to avenge your senior brother? Upon seeing this, Hui Yun's gaze shifted, his voice filled with disdain and contempt. 10 steps away from the fiery cloud, Lin Chen suddenly stopped, his voice icy. "You've been calling my senior brother a toad from the beginning, so what are you then?" What am I?" "Of course. I am a huge goal that you can never reach in your entire lives, the object you will pursue your whole lives." Hui Yun said matter-of-factly, his face full of pride and confidence. He is the representative of the younger generation of the Fire Sect, a prodigy on the Desolate State ranking, and the future overlord of the Desolate State. How can nobody like Lin Chen compare to him? An unattainable goal? That's a fitting description, but you've got it backwards. It's my senior brother, and all of us who will be your unattainable goals in the future. Lin Chen spoke slowly, his voice firm and confident, making everyone who heard it unconsciously believe that he was telling the truth. "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. You think you can do this?" Hui Yun burst into laughter, giving Lin Chen a disdainful look. "Although you may be a little stronger than your good-for-nothing senior brother, that's all. You're like the king of ants among a group of ants. No matter how strong you are, you're still an ant. How could you be my match?" Hui Yun continued to mock. Lin Chen's gaze was firm and cold, completely ignoring Hui Yun's words, and he coldly asked, "Do you still remember what I told you before?" "What did you say?" Hui Yun asked instinctively. "If you dare to hurt my senior brother, I'll kill you." Lin Chen suddenly grinned, his smile extremely eerie and evil. Hui Yun was stunned for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter. "Everyone, listen to this. Is this what a human being says? He actually wants me dead." In an instant, the crowd erupted in uproar, their eyes filled with disdain. Hui Yun has been famous for a long time and is also a person on the list of the Desolate State. Even if Lin Chen is strong, how could he be stronger than Hui Yun? In their view, Lin Chen was just talking tough now, and when it came to actually doing it, he would probably be the second Zhang Chen, getting beaten unconscious by Hui Yun. Hui Yun's gaze immediately shifted to Lin Chen, his expression instantly changing, his voice turning cold. "I heard you're quite famous in the outer courtyard of the Desolate State Academy, and you've even offended the Bai family. It seems you've become arrogant just because you're still alive and well, and you no longer take anyone seriously. Fine, you want revenge, don't you? Come on, I'll stand right here. What are you going to do about it? Hui Yun sneered, making a provocative gesture. Lin Chen still didn't pay attention to Hui Yun's words and calmly and slowly stepped forward. Seeing this, everyone present showed interest. Without a doubt, what follows will be a repeat of what just happened, and Lin Chen will inevitably be taught a lesson by Hui Yun and forced to lie on the ground, just like Zhang Chun. Bai Ruhu looked at the two on the stage, her eyes flashing. Holding a small cup, she muttered to herself, Lin Chen, let me see just how strong you really are now. After his defeat at Wujuan Tomb by Lin Chen, he went into seclusion at the academy, hoping to improve his cultivation and strength as soon as possible and then return to Yangcheng to take revenge. However, when he came out of seclusion, he heard that Lin Chen had joined the outer academy and killed Bai Meng and Bai Wuhan. He knew Bai Wuhan's strength. He was at least at the second rank of the Yuanwu realm. Since Lin Chen was able to kill Bai Wuhan, his strength must also be at least at the second rank of the Yuanwu realm. Even though he has a high chance of defeating Lin Chen with his current strength at the fifth rank of the Yuanwu realm, he doesn't dare to underestimate Lin Chen. Who knows if Lin Chen used his full strength to kill Bai Wuhan? He doesn't want to cause trouble for Lin Chen without absolute certainty. If he is defeated by Lin Chen again, he may not have another chance. Because one of them, him or Lin Chen, is destined to die. On the other side, Zhang Chun, who had taken the pill, had already woken up. Looking at Lin Chen on the stage, he felt a mix of emotions, including a touch of warmth. Junior brother, why did you have to do this? He naturally understood what Lin Chen wanted to do, but he was somewhat worried. Having personally faced the fire cloud, he naturally knew its power very well. Although Lin Chen was also keeping a low profile, there was still danger in facing the fire cloud. Don't worry, Lin Chen won't do anything impulsive. Since he was able to face the fire cloud head-on, he must be confident. Bai Ruofeng glanced at Zhang Chun and spoke slowly. I hope so. Zhang Chun shook his head. Hey, is he really okay? At this moment, Luo Qingyi, who rarely spoke, suddenly spoke up, glancing at Lin Chen on the stage. Qingyi, you know Lin Chen's strength best. With his temperament, he would never do something he's not sure of. Bai Ruofeng's expression changed instantly, replaced by a faint smile. Luo Qingyi nodded, and as she recalled the time she spent with Lin Chen, the slight worry in her heart instantly dissipated. It seems you all really believe in him. Is he really that powerful? You have to remember, he was facing Hui Yun. Lu Fei suddenly spoke up, her eyes showing interest. Of course I believe him. Zhang Chun nodded, forcing a smile despite the pain in his face. Looking at Hui Yun's bruised and swollen face, a strange light flashed in Lu Fei's eyes, and she was slightly moved. She then said calmly, Why did you agree to compete with Hui Yun? You'll only get humiliated if you go on stage. I have to agree to this, even if I know I'll be tortured. Zhang Chun scratched his head, looking completely honest. Lu Fei paused for a moment, then seemed to realize something, and said in a low voice, Actually, you don't have to do this. What? Zhang Chun asked earnestly, wanted to hear what Lu Fei had said. It's nothing. Come find me at Lu Alliance after the banquet. Lu Fei said calmly, then turned her gaze to the table below, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Hearing Lu Fei's words and seeing the faint blush on her face, Zhang Chun was stunned for a moment. Then his heart was filled with excitement. If he hadn't been injured and unable to move, he probably would have jumped up. Seeing this, Bai Ruofeng looked on with envy and silently wished him well, sighing. Others are just progressing faster than him. After glancing at the icy Luo Qingyi, Bai Ruofeng smiled and looked at Lin Chen on the platform below, his eyes filled with anticipation. The conversation between the group lasted only a few breaths, and, at the same time, Lin Chen on the stage was only 2 steps away from Hui Yun. The two locked eyes, and an eerie silence filled the space. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Chapter 119, The Fiery Clouds of Collapsed Beliefs, Lu Yaxian. Hey, come on, make your move. Hui Yun looked at Lin Chen, who was right in front of him, with disdain and a mocking expression on his face. With his strength, even if he were to take a direct hit from Lin Chen, he would not be seriously injured. This would also make everyone present understand that the previous attack on Zhang Chun was just an accident, and he lived up to his reputation on the Desolate State ranking. I've never heard of such a shameless request. Lin Chen shook his head, a wicked smile on his face. Whoosh! Before Hui Yun could react, Lin Chen threw a punch, knocking Huiyun to the face. With a faint sound of bones breaking and a loud wail, Huiyun's body flew out and crashed heavily to the ground. You're asking for death. The moment he fell to the ground, Huiyun instantly got up, glaring angrily at Lin Chen. What? Didn't you tell me to come? Lin Chen put on an innocent expression. Oops, did I go too far? Upon hearing this, Huiyun felt even angrier, as if a volcano was about to erupt. He didn't want to withstand Lin Chen's attack head-on, but he was knocked down by Lin Chen's punch before he was ready. Not only did he fail to achieve his expected performance, but he also made everyone laugh at him again. He knew without looking that everyone was probably laughing at him in whispers, calling him a fool. And that was indeed the case. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then they all chuckled softly. They could understand that Huiyun wanted to show off in front of them, but when they thought about what Huiyun had said before and looked at Huiyun's current appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. Anyone who didn't know better would think Huiyun is an idiot. Absolutely, especially that line. I'm standing right here, come on. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. On the stage, Huiyun looked at Lin Chen, who had a cold expression, and said in an icy voice, You're courting death. Whoosh! The fire cloud moved incredibly fast, not only attacking Lin Chen directly with its right fist, but also a huge fiery cloud appeared above its head, rushing towards Lin Chen at the same time. Let me see just how valuable the desolate state ranking really is. Lin Chen sneered, showing no fear whatsoever. An ancient and weathered aura instantly emanated from Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen raised his right fist and directly met the attack. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen's fist broke through the fiery cloud and collided directly with it. All that was heard was a wail, followed by a violent gust of air that swept outwards. Huiyun's body was sent flying again, while Lin Chen stood calmly in the center of the stage. Thump! A deep thud sounded as Huiyun's body appeared on the ground. Huiyun spat out a mouthful of blood essence, his aura weakened, his face pale, clearly having lost his fighting ability. Everyone present was deeply shocked. Huiyun, rank high on the desolate state ranking, was actually defeated by Lin Chen with a single punch despite using all his strength. Who would believe that? Who could possibly believe it? That's Huiyun. He's a representative of the younger generation of the Hui sect and the future overlord of the desolate state. As for Lin Chen, he was an unknown figure who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And just like that, everything was overturned by their imagination. Huiyun, who should have won easily, was knocked out of the game by Lin Chen's punch, while Lin Chen, who should have been taught a lesson, stood straight in the center of the stage, looking at Huiyun with a cold and domineering gaze. I must be dreaming. That's a fiery cloud, he murmured to himself. Looking at Lin Chen, who stood as straight as a pine tree on the stage, Bai Ruhu crushed the cup in her hand, her face filled with inexplicable anger. It wasn't because Lin Chen defeated Huiyun that she was angry, but because of the strength Lin Chen displayed. After nearly a year of seclusion, I originally thought that no matter how much Lin Chen improved, he would still be no match for me. But I never expected that the strength he showed now would be so strong that he could even defeat Huiyun in one blow. Although his strength has greatly improved and he is much stronger than Huiyun, he cannot defeat Huiyun in one blow, while Lin Chen can. That is the comparison. Lin Chen is still stronger than him. Damn it, Bai Ruhu couldn't help but shout coldly. Luckily, I didn't do it myself, otherwise I'd probably lose again. Bai Ruhu's gaze shifted to Lin Chen and Huiyun on the stage, her eyes gleaming as if she were plotting something else. On the other side, Bai Ruofeng and Zhang Chun were also stunned for a moment, but after realizing what was happening, they were all overjoyed. Although they knew Lin Chen wouldn't do anything that involved controlling the appearance, they were still a little worried about him. Now, seeing this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's strength. When Lin Chen defeated Bai Wuhan before, they thought that Lin Chen's strength was at most at the peak of the outer palace level. But now that he has defeated Huiyun, doesn't that mean that Lin Chen is qualified to be on the desolate state ranking? It seems Lin Chen has been hiding his true abilities quite well, Bai Ruofeng said with a faint smile. He even kept it from me, his senior brother. He really deserves a good lesson. Zhang Chun said with a smile, his eyes clearly showing his delight at Lin Chen's strength. If we had known this would happen, we wouldn't have worried unnecessarily. Bai Ruofeng said with a bitter expression. Forget it. We don't need to worry about it anymore. With Lin Chen around, we can finally relax. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofing exchange a glance, both giving each other knowing looks. In blue, fair. The two turned their heads at the same time, revealing similar expressions. Seeing the strange attitude of the four people in front of her, the little girl stared straight at Lin Chen on the stage, her eyes sparkling, and whispered, "Maybe it wouldn't be bad to have him as my brother-in-law, but I don't know if my sister would like it." "Never mind. I'll introduce him to my sister later." The little girl clapped her hands on her thighs, her eyes squinting, clearly very happy. On the stage, Lin Chen slowly walked towards the fire cloud, his killing intent undiminished. Hua Yun was completely oblivious to the murderous intent and intense aura emanating from him. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Lin Chen, his eyes questioning, "Why are you so strong?" He had lost his fighting ability at this moment, and even speaking was difficult for him, but he still seemed to be in a dream. He actually lost, and he lost to Lin Chen, who wasn't even on the desolate state ranking, and was defeated in a single blow. What a disgrace. Why is Lin Chen so strong? Doubt, resentment, anger, and humiliation filled his heart, causing his resolve to waver. "It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak." Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then grinned. "Impossible. How could I be weak?" Hui Yun roared in an instant. The young representative of the powerful fire sect, the prodigy on the desolate state ranking, Hui Yun, known to everyone in the desolate state. "How could I be weak?" Looking at the almost frenzied fire cloud, Lin Chen simply uttered a sentence. "My second senior brother once said that the desolate state ranking is nothing more than this." In an instant, Hui Yun's soul trembled and his faith collapsed. His proud achievement of being listed on the desolate state ranking was actually looked down upon by someone who was even stronger than him and left him helpless. How ridiculous and pathetic was that? Am I really that weak? Hui Yun muttered to himself, his eyes glazed over. If he weren't still breathing, he would probably be dead by now. Seeing this, Lin Chen paused, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, and said in a calm voice, "Originally, if you dare to hurt my senior brother, I would definitely kill you. You should be glad that my second senior brother's injury was not serious, and be grateful that it happened here, Lu Family Restaurant. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse." After speaking, Lin Chen turned around, glanced at the crowd around him, lingered on by Ruhu for a few breaths, and then gracefully stepped off the stage. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Hui Yun quickly came to his senses, his eyes gradually filling with a sharp light, as if he had suddenly reaffirmed his beliefs. "Damn it, Lin Chen, you deserve to die. One day I will kill you with my own hands." Hui Yun muttered to himself, his eyes filled with malice and killing intent. He then struggled to his feet and slowly walked off the stage. The competition came to a complete end, and everyone sighed with regret, some even feeling sorry for Hui Yun. Today, they witnessed a competition that defied expectations. Some of them were stronger than Hui Yun, while others were weaker. If they were Lin Chen, could they defeat Hui Yun in one blow? If theirs were a fiery cloud, could it withstand Lin Chen's attack? Upon realizing this, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Lin Chen, a sense of vigilance and intense threat washing over them. Without a doubt, they can't stop Lin Chen. From today onwards, Lin Chen's name will likely resound throughout the desolate state, he said, as if sighing, his eyes filled with contemplation. He rose to power by riding on a cloud of fire. I'm afraid there will be one more person on the desolate state ranking in the future, and that person is Lin Chen. Perhaps Lin Chen replaced one of them. As if speaking, his gaze turned to Hui Yun, who was heading directly towards the entrance of the restaurant. It's normal to feel ashamed to stay after losing. In fact, it might make you feel better, someone remarked. Hey, shall we go and get to know this Lin Chen? In front of Zi Yuntian, a young man dressed in a golden robe looked at Lin Chen with great interest in his eyes. Eager, Zi Yuntian smiled, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. Back then, his cultivation level was higher than Lin Chen's, and his strength was not far behind Lin Chen's. But now he has been left far behind by Lin Chen, and there is no hope of catching up. Wait, just as the two stood up, Zi and Tian saw Lin Chen's indifferent expression and went upstairs directly towards Bairuhu. Perhaps there's more to see. Let's wait and see. Zi and Tian smiled faintly, then sat down again. All right. After going up to the second floor, Lin Chen did not return to his previous seat, but instead headed directly towards Bairuhu, his face calm and indifferent. Long time no see, have a seat. Bai Ruhu smiled faintly as she watched Lin Chen slowly approach, then pointed to the chair that Hui Yun had been sitting in. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and sat down directly, his gaze fixed on Bai Ruhu, his voice calm yet icy. You instigated Hui Yun, didn't you? He would never forget Bai Ruhu's expression and what Hui Yun had said on stage. Although he could tell that Hui Yun's main reason for causing trouble was Lu Fei, he was definitely also instigated by Ruhu. Hee, as expected of you. It was me who instigated it. Bai Ruhu nodded calmly, admitting it directly. Do you know what? I'll kill you the next time we meet. Lin Chen picked up one of the teacups and drank it down in one gulp. I know, because that's what I'm planning to do too. Bai Ruhu said calmly. See you there. See you there. Lin Chen left immediately and returned to his original seat. However, the scene of his conversation with Bai Ruhu just now shocked everyone present, and they began to speculate. Their gazes toward Lin Chen became even more intense and wary. What's the relationship between Lin Chen and Bai Ruhu? Judging from their expressions, something seems to be going on between them. I don't know, but Hui Yin was sitting at the same table as Bai Ruhu before. Hui Yin was willing to go so far as to provoke her, so might have been Bai Ruhu's doing. After all, don't you know Bai Ruhu's personality? TSK, there might be something between the two of them that we don't know about. Perhaps, someone said with curiosity in their eyes. Watching Lin Chen return his seat, and then glancing at Bai Ruhu, not far away, Bai Ruofeng sighed, looking guilty. Lin Chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. If you hadn't let Bai Ruhu go back then, this situation probably wouldn't have happened today. No need to talk about this anymore. Since I entrusted it to you back then, I'm naturally not afraid of what's happening today. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Besides, even if you hadn't let him go back then, given what I've done, the Bai family wouldn't have let me off the hook. Brother Bai, you don't need to blame yourself. Junior brother's words make sense. Zhang Chun said calmly. Lin Chen, Zhang Chun, thank you. Bai Ruofeng smiled faintly. Luo Qingyi and Lu Fei were completely bewildered, both looking utterly confused. Fei, back then, Zhang Chen's expression changed immediately, and he recounted what happened with Bai Ruhu in the Wujun tomb. After listening, both women looked at Lin Chen calmly, but they were extremely surprised and shocked. They really didn't expect that Lin Chen had already defeated Bai Ruhu so early. Doesn't that mean Lin Chen already had the strength to be on the desolate state, ranking a long time ago? Thinking about this, the shock of Lin Chen defeating Hui Yun just now was instantly reduced by a lot. Brother-in-law is so amazing. The little girl grabbed Lin Chen's arm, her face full of innocent smiles. The two women gave Lin Chen and the little girl a strange look before shifting their gaze. A delicate fragrance instantly filled the entire restaurant, and everyone showed expressions of enjoyment. Just as Lin Chen was wondering what was going on, Lu Fei looked down at the table and said in a low voice, "Sister has arrived." Following the gaze, one could see a graceful figure in green on the central platform on the first floor. Her figure was alluring and her proportions were perfect. Even just looking at her from behind was enough to captivate anyone. The woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, with delicate, snow-white cheeks, slightly narrowed eyes that resembled crescent moons, and an aura of gentle charm that was pleasing to the eye and prevented any other thoughts from arising. A look of astonishment flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He sensed a gentle and virtuous aura emanating from the woman, an aura that made people unconsciously want to get close to her. At the same time, he also sensed a hint of confidence from the corners of her mouth and between her brows. That's a strong sense of self-confidence that doesn't need to rely on anyone. The woman's gaze swept over the crowd on the second floor, her voice clear yet polite. I am Luya. Thank you all for coming. Chapter 120 Gift. Upon seeing Luya appear, the entire restaurant instantly fell silent. The sound of breathing filled the space, and all eyes were focused on Luya. Those present were either representatives of various forces or prodigies from the desolate state ranking. Many had seen Luya's true face before, but seeing her again still brought an indescribable shock. Truly worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in the desolate state. Even Lin Chen, who had remained calm throughout, couldn't help but exclaim. He also felt a sense of awe, as if the creature were otherworldly, yet it evoked a feeling of closeness in people. Of course, don't you know who my sister is? Lu Fei said proudly. I almost forgot. There's a beauty from the desolate state right in front of me. Lin Chen glanced at Lu Fei, then at Zhang Chun, and then smiled faintly. Serve the food, Luya ordered to those around her. After he finished speaking, many people suddenly appeared in the building to serve dishes. Soon, all the tables were filled with various dishes, which made people's appetites just by looking at them. Luya's gaze swept over the crowd, a slight smile on her face, her voice clear and pleasant. Luya would like to thank you all again for coming. To express my gratitude, I will perform a dance on the spot. I hope you will not find it offensive. Hey, Miss Luya, why be so modest? When it comes to dancing, who in the entire wilderness state can compare to you? Someone laughed heartily, their eyes clearly filled with anticipation. You do not say. We are already satisfied to see Miss Luya's true face today, but we never expected to see her dance. We are truly fortunate to have such a sight to behold. Someone raised his glass, laughing and excitedly. The crowd immediately started discussing, all looking on with anticipation. Without a doubt, it was a great privilege for everyone to witness Luya's dance. As the music began, a graceful dance instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, Luya seemed to have transformed into a celestial maiden, her dance captivating and soul-stirring, causing everyone to hold their breath and gaze, not wanting to miss a single second. The silent space was filled only by the background music, and the appetite that had just been aroused in everyone was immediately extinguished, as they were now completely immersed in Luya's dance. If I could keep watching Miss Luya dance, I would have no regrets even if I died, someone murmured to himself. Me too. Luya is so beautiful. Someone's eyes flickered, clearly thinking about other unspeakable things. The dance ended. The music faded, but everyone remained immersed in it, unable to tear themselves away. Looking at Luya on the stage, Lin Chen snapped out of his reverie, his heart still unsettled. Could there really be such amazing people in this world? People who are both unattainable and inspiring a desire to be close to them. Without a doubt, Luya is that kind of person. If everyone doesn't start eating soon, the food will get cold. Feeling everyone's gaze, Luya covered her face and smiled. Miss Luya is right. A handsome young man in a blue robe suddenly spoke up. We are honored to be invited to this banquet by Miss Luya today, and even more fortunate to have the pleasure of watching her dance. It would be inappropriate for us not to express our gratitude. The young man stood up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a confident and relaxed expression on his face. Upon hearing the young man's words, everyone instantly understood what he wanted to say. Since it was a birthday party, they naturally prepared gifts. Before anyone could speak, the young man spoke first. Miss Lu, this is a gift from me, Mu Feng. Please don't find it offensive. A white jade bottle appeared in Mu Feng's hand, and then flew directly towards Luya. Taking the white jade bottle, Luya opened it and poured out several green pills. These are grade 3 rejuvenation pills that my Mu sect bought at an auction a few days ago. Although the grade isn't high, they are still top-grade pills. They can be useful for Miss Lu, who hasn't broken through to the Xuanwu realm yet. Mu Feng said slowly, with a strange sense of pride and satisfaction in his eyes. Everyone looked surprised and astonished upon hearing this. They were aware of the top-grade pills that were auctioned off a few days ago, since all the major forces had acquired some, and they themselves carried a few with them. Without a doubt, top-grade pills are of extraordinary value, and their medicinal effects are several times greater than those of pills of the same grade. They weren't surprised that Mu Feng gave Luya top-grade pills. What surprised them was the quantity of pills he gave her. Judging from the size of the white jade bottle in Luya's hand, there must be at least 20 pills inside. The total number of pills auctioned by all the major forces was only 100. The fact that Mu Feng was able to obtain 20 of them only shows how important Mu Feng is to the Mu sect. However, the fact that he directly gave them to Luya shows just how generous Mu Feng is. Each of these top-grade pills is a treasure. Young Master Mu has given me so many at once. I'm afraid I can't accept them. Luya put the pills back into the bottle, looking apologetic, and tried to return them to Mu Feng. Miss Lu, you are overthinking this. These pills are precious, but they're a token of my goodwill. I hope you'll accept them. Mu Feng said calmly, his voice generous, though a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. All right. Luya hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly. Thank you, young Master Mu. Seeing Luya accept the pill, Mu Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he looked at everyone present with a smug expression. his eyes revealing an inscrutable look. Of everyone present, only he had the ability to give away so many top-grade pills. Even if others had the ability, they didn't have the preparation. Today, he was destined to be the second protagonist of the banquet. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen, who was sitting at the same table as Luya not far away. When she saw Lin Chen's calm appearance, she looked extremely disdainful. He had seen Lin Chen's performance just now. Although Lin Chen's strength might be comparable to, or even surpass, those on the desolate state ranking. So what? In terms of power and background, Lin Chen was no match for him. He can casually give away 20 top-grade pills, but Lin Chen can't. It's even uncertain whether Lin Chen can give away a gift at all. I wonder how someone like this could even get an invitation. Mu Feng chuckled, then returned to his seat, but his gaze remained fixed on Luya, a hint of greed on his face. Starting with Mu Feng, everyone presented gifts, but because the pills Mu Feng gave were truly exceptionally valuable, even if others presented valuable gifts afterward, their glory could not compare to Mu Feng's. Luya accepted all gifts, but she never accepted them herself. Instead, she had someone else do the task, and she would smile and thank each person who gave her a gift. Everyone gave gifts, even Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng who came with Lin Chen, and even the little girl gave gifts, leaving Lin Chen sitting alone in his seat. Everyone caught this scene perfectly and looked at Lin Chen with amusement. They had witnessed Lin Chen's performance before Luya appeared. His strength was undeniable. He was definitely a top-tier fighter on the desolate state ranking, but his identity and background left everyone guessing. Since Lin Chen was able to receive an invitation, it must be somewhat related to Luya. When they saw Lu Fei, everyone was even more convinced of this. This kid didn't prepare a gift, did he? Someone asked curiously. Hee, this is getting interesting. Someone glanced at Mu Feng not far away with a strange look in their eyes. Without a doubt, they had all seen Mu Feng's performance just now. He definitely wanted to become the second main character at today's banquet, and now was his chance to show off. Mu Feng slowly stood up, leaned against the railing, and looked at Lin Chen, who had a calm expression. He said in a light voice, "Your name is Lin Chen, right? Everyone else has given their gifts. Why haven't you given yours yet?" Before Lin Chen could speak, Mu Feng mocked, "Let me think. Didn't you prepare a gift?" "Oh dear, this is awkward. I suppose you must have some other outstanding qualities to have received an invitation, but it's a bit much that you didn't prepare a gift. Isn't this letting down Miss Lu Ya's good intentions?" Mu Feng deliberately spoke loudly so that everyone in the building could hear him. He glanced at Lu Ya in the center of the stage, a hint of smugness and shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "Young Master Mu, please take a seat. Everyone here today is a guest. Do you think I'm the kind of person who asks you all to bring gifts?" Liu Jia frowned, clearly displeased. Miss Luya is certainly not that kind of person. It's just that this person has the audacity to attend the banquet without bringing a gift. I simply can't stand it. Noticing the displeasure in Luya's eyes, Mu Feng immediately smiled and said, "This is Miss Lu Ya's banquet. If I say anything more, I will be overstepping my bounds and causing trouble. I apologize, Miss Lu Ya." After speaking, Mu Feng glanced at Lin Chen with a mocking expression. Seeing Mu Feng return to his seat, Lu Ya breathed a sigh of relief. She invited Lin Chen here today, not for the so-called gift, but for other important matters. If she offended Lin Chen because of Mu Feng, she would rather not have invited Mu Feng at all. Just then, Lin Chen, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up, went directly to the railing, looked in Mu Feng's direction, and said calmly, "It seems that the people of the Mu sect really like to provoke me. TSK, are you angry because of what I said?" Mu Feng stood up and stared at Lin Chen without backing down, a glint of shrewdness flashing his eyes. "No." Lin Chen suddenly grinned wickedly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Before Mu Feng could speak again, Lin Chen slowly said, "Didn't you say I didn't prepare a gift? Did you prepare this? Then why don't you take it out?" Mu Feng smiled faintly, his eyes filled with disdain. "I really wasn't prepared," Lin Chen said calmly. In an instant, everyone wore expressions of disappointment. They had thought Lin Chen was going to pull out something amazing to slap Mu Feng in the face. Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "I thought you could do something, but I didn't expect you to be like this. It seems I overestimated you. Apart from being strong, you're useless in every other way, such as your status and wealth." Mu Feng shook his head, looking bored, and prepared to turn around and return to his seat. Why are you panicking? I didn't prepare a gift, but why would I need to prepare one? Lin Chen smiled faintly. I can give them away any time I want. Lin Chen said with a serious and confident expression. How dare you? Then show us what you've got. Mu Feng stopped and looked at Lin Chen with a sneer. The worse your gift is, the more it will highlight me. Do you understand? Everyone nodded in approval upon hearing Mu Feng's words. As things stand, the 20 top-grade gems that Mu Feng gave away were undoubtedly the most valuable gift of the day. Even if Lin Chen prepared a gift, it couldn't overshadow Mu Feng's brilliance. How could the gift he casually took out now compare to Mu Feng's? On the contrary, the more Lin Chen acted like this, the more it revealed his clownish behavior and the more it highlighted Mu Feng's dazzling brilliance. Luya, standing in the center of the stage, was also stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression, harboring some kind of guess in her heart. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen produced a white pill bottle that was exactly the same as the one Mu Feng had given him before. As expected, Luya sighed, glancing pityingly at Mu Feng upstairs, while still somewhat anticipating what would happen next. Chapter 121 Mu Feng, who was so angry he vomited blood. When everyone saw the white pill bottle in Lin Chen's hand, they were all stunned, filled with immense speculation and shock. The scene of Mu Feng giving away top-grade pills was still fresh in their minds. Was Lin Chen going to do the same and give away pills too? But can Lin Chen compare to Mu Feng? Mu Feng gave away top-grade pills, a terrifying 20 in total. And Lin Chen, let alone 20 top-grade pills, he probably couldn't even produce a single one. It should be noted that the last time top-grade pills appeared in large quantities was at the Luo family auction, and all the top-grade pills that appeared that time were occupied by various forces. How could Lin Chen possibly have a large number of top-grade pills? If Lin Chen had given any other gift, at least he wouldn't have been completely outmatched. But giving Mu Feng pills as a gift is exactly what Mu Feng wanted. Mu Feng originally wanted to gain Luya's favor and attention by humiliating Lin Chen, but now, Lin Chen has delivered it directly to him. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Mu Feng with a strange and envious gaze. It seemed that Mu Feng was about to show off his skills. As everyone expected, when Mu Feng saw the white pill bottle in Lin Chen's hand, he burst into laughter. Haha, I thought you were going to take out something else, but it's just pills. It is indeed a pill. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Haven't you heard the saying, there's no harm without comparison? Mu Feng glanced at Lin Chen with a sneer, his eyes filled with confidence and smugness. I gave Luya 20 top-grade pills before. If you had given her some other gift, it wouldn't be so awkward. But now Are you so confident that the gift you give is the most valuable? Lin Chen asked with a strange look. Isn't that right? Mu Feng said matter-of-factly. Then take a look at what this is. Lin Chen shook his head, then smiled. After speaking, Lin Chen poured out a green pill, its color bright and clear, its fragrance enticing, clearly a top-grade pill. With a whoosh, everyone present looked as if they had seen a ghost the moment they saw the pill in Lin Chen's hand. Top-grade pills. Lin Chen's pills were also top-grade pills. Just like the ones Mu Feng had taken out before, they were also grade 3 top-grade rejuvenation pills. In an instant, numerous questions arose in everyone's minds. Where did Lin Chen get his pills? Does Lin Chen have any more? If so, how many? At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the white pill in Lin Chen's hand, their eyes wide open, wishing they had X-ray vision to see how many pills were left in the bottle, and whether they were all top-grade pills. Upon seeing the top-grade pill in Lin Chen's hand, Mu Feng was momentarily stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He had assumed that the pills Lin Chen had given out would be of a very high grade, perhaps a 4th-grade pill, but definitely not a top-grade pill. However, the truth was the same as the ones he had given out before. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face? Thinking back to Lin Chen's strange expression earlier, he suddenly realized what had happened. It's likely that Lin Chen deliberately sent him the same kind of pills, and even deliberately sent him top-grade pills, just to make him look bad at this moment. Do you think that's enough? I gave away a full 20. With a quick glance, Mu Feng regained his composure. I thought it was some kind of extraordinary pill, but it turns out it's the same as the one I gave you, also a top-grade pill. Mu Feng glanced at Lin Chen, looking completely indifferent. I gave away a full 20, but how many could you give away? I'm afraid even this one you have wasn't easy to come by, is it? TSK. forcing yourself to do this just to save face. It's quite an eye-opener. Mu Feng said with a disdainful look, his voice full of sarcasm. Everyone nodded silently in agreement, except for Lin Chen and his group and Lu Fei in the center of the stage, who all wore faint smiles. Mu Yang looked at Mu Feng with pity. Someone actually looks down on junior brother. What bad luck. Zhang Chun glanced at Mu Feng, a faint smile and anticipation on his face. Yes, this is probably Lin Chen's forte. Bai Ruofing nodded. That guy named Mu Feng is doomed. He actually dared to show off in front of his brother-in-law. He's asking for trouble. The little girl nodded, looking expectant. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand, Lu Fei asked, looking at the group with a puzzled expression. Ahem, Fei-er. All you need to know is that what follows is your junior brother's face-slapping moment. Zhang Chan said with a faint smile. Who is your Fei-er? Lu Fei glared at her and turned her gaze away. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen looked at Mu Feng, his voice laced with mockery. You ask me how many I have? I don't know either, but I have more than you. He poured all the refined pills into a bottle, and he really didn't know how many were in the bottle. Now, what a boastful statement. Mu Feng scoffed upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Everyone looked on in disbelief. They might believe Lin Chen if he said there were only a few more, but they simply wouldn't believe it if he said there were more than 20. It's really rare to find top-grade pills. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, and then, to everyone's astonishment, poured out the pills. All everyone heard was a clattering sound as top-grade green rejuvenation pills were poured out continuously, quickly exceeding 20 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 50, 51. Someone muttered to himself, looking like he had seen a ghost. An eerie silence fell over the building once again. All eyes were on Lin Chen, or more precisely, on the pills that were being poured out. Soon, Lin Chen stopped what he was doing, and no more pills were poured out of the bottle. The number of pills that had already been poured out was a terrifying 99. How could this be? How could Lin Chen have so many top-grade pills? Someone muttered to themselves, their eyes glazed over. Those present were all representatives of various powerful forces and future overlords of the desolate state. Yet they displayed such limited knowledge, which was enough to prove how shocking Lin Chen had been to everyone. Zhang Chen was all right. After all, he knew some of Lin Chen's secrets. As long as he had the materials and the pill formula, refining pills was no problem for Lin Chen at all. But Bai Ruofing and the others were completely shocked. Luya Yi on the stage looked shocked and became even more certain of something, her eyes filled with an inscrutable expression. How could this be? How could you have so many top-grade pills? Looking at the terrifying number of pills floating in the space in front of Lin Chen, Mu Feng looked sickly and muttered to himself. He thought that Lin Chen giving him the pills would only make him look good, but reality slapped him hard in the face. Not only did Lin Chen not make him look good, but now he was the one making Lin Chen look good. He gave away 20 top-grade pills, while Lin Chen gave away 99, a difference of nearly 5 times. There's no harm without comparison, was what he said to Lin Chen before, and now it seems so ridiculous. Well, did you count how many there are? Lin Chen looked at Mu Feng with a faint smile. The bland smile seemed incredibly ironic to Mu Feng, leaving him speechless. Feeling the strange and pitying gazes of the people around him, Mu Feng clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, but he was helpless. He can't compare. He can't compare to Lin Chen. What a cruel reality. The crowd glanced mockingly at Mu Feng, then looked at Lin Chen and the top-grade pills in the space in front of him, their hearts filled with speculation and anticipation. Lin Chen wouldn't give all these pills to Luya, would he? Those are all top-grade pills. Lin Chen might actually do it to please the beauty. Mu Feng was just arrogant and smug, looking down on everyone, but now Lin Chen is much more generous than him. Hearing this from not far away, Mu Feng's face turned even uglier. He glared at Lin Chen with venomous eyes and said in a cold voice, Lin Chen, we'll see. After speaking, he turned around and returned to his seat, his face extremely gloomy. Seeing this, Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, completely unconcerned. After glancing at the pills in front of him, Lin Chen quickly put them away. Then, in front of everyone, he flew the pills directly to Luya on the table. Upon seeing this, everyone present was stunned. Even Luya herself was stunned, to the point that she almost missed catching the pill bottle. He really gave it away. Lin Chen really did. That's a full 99 top-grade pills, someone exclaimed. Everyone was astonished. They had all expected Lin Chen to give away pills, but when he actually did it, they couldn't help but be amazed. Those were 99 top-grade pills, a rare and precious commodity. Just what is Lin Chen's background? Not only did he take out 99 top-grade pills, but he also gave them away so generously. Someone muttered to themselves, their eyes filled with speculation and doubt. It seems we'll need to find out more about Lin Chen's background afterward. Everyone had a plan in mind. A person whose strength surpasses even Hui Yun on the desolate state ranking. A person who is generous and casually produces top-grade pills. These are people they should all inquire about and understand carefully. Damn it! Seeing Lin Chen hand over all the pills without batting an eye, Mu Feng cursed angrily, feeling both resentment and envy. If he had so many top-grade pills and had only given away a portion of them, Luya might have had a very good impression of him, and might have even fallen for him. But Lin Chen stole all of that away. Looking at the card deck and the heavy elixir bottle in her hand, Luya stared blankly, then looked at Lin Chen and bowed slightly. Young Master Lin's presence at the banquet is already a great honor for Luya, but Luya must not accept such a valuable gift from young Master Lin. Please take it back. Miss Luya is joking. How can a gift that has been given be taken back? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Besides, I didn't prepare a gift specifically for Miss Luya's banquet, which was already inappropriate. I hope Miss Luya won't take it to heart. Luya dares not. But, Miss Luya, there's no need to say anything more. Just accept it. Before Luya could finish speaking, Lin Chen quickly interrupted. Anyway, this is nothing to me. The wine that had just entered their mouths was immediately spat out by everyone, who all looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. Nothing? 99 top-grade pills are nothing? What about them? They can't even produce 10 top-grade pills. Given Lin Chen's previous performance, the crowd was skeptical, harboring even greater curiosity and speculation about him. Luya paused for a moment, as if she had thought of something, then accepted the pill bottle and said to Lin Chen with gratitude, I appreciate your kindness, young master. I thank you very much, young Master Lin. Mu Feng, who was watching all of this, trembled all over, especially when he saw the unusual look in Luya's eyes as she looked at Lin Chen. He felt even more depressed and jealous. Puff! With a muffled groan, Mu Feng was so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Chen, I won't let you get away with this. Mu Feng's voice was low and full of malice as he looked at Lin Chen, who had a faint smile on his face. His fingernails were embedded in his palm, which showed how angry and resentful he was. Chapter 122, A Beauty Accompanying Wine. Halfway through the banquet, Luya slowly walked down the stage to the second floor and headed directly towards Lin Chen. Sister. Looking at the person who came, Lu Fei looked puzzled and surprised, with a ridiculous guess in her heart. Little sister. Luya looked at Lu Fei, then at Zhang Chen beside her, her eyes filled with an inscrutable expression. Young Master Lin, you don't mind me sitting here, do you? Luya bowed slightly and smiled while covering her face. Of course I don't mind. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled faintly, a hint of doubt in his mind. Seeing this, Zhang Chen, Bai Ruofeng, and the others all gave Lin Chen a strange look and couldn't help but marvel at how lucky Lin Chen was with women. Brother Zhang, how about we change tables? It's a bit too crowded here. Bai Ruofeng glanced at Zhang Chen and gave him a meaningful look. Ah, right, it's too crowded. Let's change tables. Zhang Chen paused for a moment, then gave Lin Chen a knowing look and left with Bai Ruofeng. Luo Qingyi and Lu Fei glanced at Luya, nodded, and then left. Seeing the group leave, the little girl froze, looking at Lin Chen with an innocent expression, her voice clear and pitiful. Brother-in-law, you wouldn't? Before she could finish speaking, a pair of large hands swept her away. Don't disturb junior brother's good time. Zhang Chen covered the little girl's mouth, looking at Lin Chen and Luya with curiosity and anticipation. Watching the group leave one by one, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and a feeling of embarrassment involuntarily arose in his heart. Miss Lu, please have a seat. Lin Chen smiled, instantly calming the turmoil in his heart. Luya picked up the wine pot, poured a cup for Lin Chen, and then looked at him curiously, her voice light. I just heard that young lady call you brother-in-law. Does that mean you already have someone you like? Lin Chen spat out the wine he had just taken a sip of, glanced at Luya with a surprised look, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. After calming down, Lin Chen smiled faintly, That girl and I haven't known each other for long. So how could I be your brother-in-law? Luya was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise and realization flashing her eyes. It seems to be a child's prank. Looking at the almost perfect, breathtaking face before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the creator, and the calm lake in his heart was stirred with ripples. And so, one side kept pouring wine, while the other kept drinking. The space was silent, the scene quiet yet filled with a kind of comforting tranquility. When Luya came to Lin Chen's side, everyone in the building locked their eyes on the two of them. Their breathing became rapid, their eyes turned red, and their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. As the most beautiful woman in the desolate state, how could everyone not harbor thoughts of winning her heart? Even if everyone tried to hide it, there was no doubt that they liked Luya. And now, the beauty they admired stood beside Lin Chen, like a personal maid or a virtuous wife, constantly serving him wine. If Luya were serving me wine right now, I would have no regrets even if I died. It was like raising a cup. The wine was strong, but at this moment it had no taste. Luya, as the most beautiful woman in the desolate state, the pearl of Luya, and a prodigy on the desolate state list, is respected for her strength, status, and identity. However, all of this will probably be irrelevant to us in the future, he sighed. I wonder what Lin Chen's background is, that he could win the heart of such a beauty. Her eyes held a mixture of envy and curiosity. Upon entering the restaurant, Lin Chen decisively defeated Huiyun, demonstrating his overwhelming strength on the desolate state ranking. Afterward, he casually gave away 99 top-grade pills. With each of Lin Chen's performances, everyone's impression of him deepened, and they became increasingly eager to learn everything about him. The fact that he was able to get an invitation to come here, and that Luya is even serving him wine, shows that he and Luya are definitely old acquaintances, and their relationship is definitely not shallow. He said in a deep voice, his eyes sharp as lightning. Regardless of his circumstances, everything that happened between him and Luya today makes him our enemy. Someone shouted angrily, his face filled with envy and jealousy. Yes, even if someone surpasses us in strength and has an unusually mysterious identity, so what? We still have a chance to compete for the title of the most beautiful woman in the desolate state. Right. Hearing the intermittent murmurs of the crowd, he came over, looked at the beautiful woman before him, and said with a faint smile, Miss Luya personally served the wine. I wonder how many people will envy her, especially since everyone present is a future great figure of the desolate state. I'm glad you like it, young master. Luya smiled, covering her face, not feeling restrained at all. But after today, I fear I, Lin Chen, will become the rival of many talented men in the desolate state. Lin Chen said calmly, his eyes showing no emotion. Is young Master Lin afraid? Luya squinted her eyes and continued to pour wine. Of course I'm not afraid. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Luya stared straight at Lin Chen, then suddenly laughed. This laugh could captivate an ordinary person, leaving them unable to extricate themselves. Lin Chen shook his head, then stopped paying attention to the gazes around him and looked at Luya, his voice calm. There's something I'm curious about. I've only been in the desolate state for a short time, and I've only just joined the academy. I have no status and no reputation. Why did Miss Luya invite me here? This was the first time he had met Luya, even though she was the most beautiful woman in the desolate state, which made him somewhat tempted. Many doubts still lingered in his mind. Young Master Lin is joking. Although you haven't been in the desolate state for long, who says you have no status? Who says you have no reputation? Luya smiled faintly, poured wine, and sat down directly opposite Lin Chen. For example, Lin Chen's gaze froze for a moment. Then he asked with great interest. For example, you decisively defeated Huiyun before, and just now you casually produced a top-grade pill that no one else could produce. Luya smiled faintly, her eyes filled with determination. Defeating Huiyun is enough to prove that you have the strength to be on the desolate state ranking, and producing top-grade pills can prove that your identity is mysterious and powerful. Based on these 2 points, it is enough to prove that I did not invite the wrong person. Luya continued, but all of this is what I did when I came to the restaurant. If I were really just an ordinary person, wouldn't Miss Luya have a problem with her judgment? Lin Chen looked at Luya with interest. Even if what you say is true, so what? From the moment I invited you, everything was already destined. Besides, I believe I won't misjudge you. Luya smiled fondly. Moreover, Luya glanced at Lin Chen, then hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. What else? Lin Chen asked subconsciously. Luya stood up, her fragrant lips close to Lin Chen's ear, her voice low and deep. Besides, young Master Lin is an outer elder of the Luo family. How bad could my judgment be? Young Master Lin, you flatter me. After saying this, Luya returned to her seat. The scene just now stunned everyone in the building. They were all filled with resentment, their eyes blazing with jealousy. What do they see? Luya actually leaned close to Lin Chen's ear. Did she whisper something intimate? Or did she secretly kiss Lin Chen? Regardless of which reason it was, at this moment they all had the urge to kill Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen was stronger than them and his status was probably no worse than theirs, they just couldn't suppress their anger. That was Luya, the most beautiful woman in the desolate state, and she did this unbelievable thing right in front of them. So, how far has Luya and Lin Chen's relationship progressed? Damn it, I must kill Lin Chen if I get the chance. Yes, even if I'm no match for her, I'll still kill her, someone said angrily. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng, who were not far away, were also stunned. Zhang Chun muttered to himself, Junior brother is really amazing. We had no idea that he and Luya had already gone this far. Brother Lin is indeed a role model for us, Bai Ruofeng said with admiration. Luo Qingyi and Lu Fei glanced at Luya and Lin Chen with suspicion, their hearts filled with curiosity and speculation. Only the little girl stared at Lin Chen, muttering something unpleasant about him. Lin Chen snapped out of his daze and glanced at the beautiful woman in front of him with a look of surprise and curiosity. Luya actually knew he was an outer elder of the Luo family. You have to know that his promise to Luo Shuihan to become an outer elder of the Luo family was kept extremely secret, and very few people even knew about it. How did Luya find out? Seemingly noticing Lin Chen's confusion and bewilderment, Luya smiled faintly and said, I found out about this by chance. I wasn't sure at first, but I was certain when you gave me a large quantity of top-grade pills just now. Looking at Luya's mischievous grin, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed to have been too flamboyant. Indeed, casually taking out such a large quantity of top-grade pills was bound to arouse suspicion. Miss Lu is impressive. You even managed to find out my identity. Lin Chen said calmly, a smile on his face. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about your identity. Luya smiled slightly. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. Although his identity had been revealed, it didn't affect him much now. As long as he joined the academy, everything would be protected by the academy. Actually, besides my birthday banquet, there's another main reason I invited you here, young master. Luya continued to serve wine to Lin Chen. What is it? Lin Chen asked curiously. After the banquet, please visit the Lu family, Mr. Lin. My father has something to ask of me. Luya said slowly, her eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness. The atmosphere suddenly changed, and Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment before nodding and saying, okay. Although he didn't know why the Lu family wanted to see him, his intuition told him that the Lu family wouldn't target him. Besides, he was now a disciple of the academy, and no force would dare to openly target him. The banquet ended, and everyone dispersed. But the scenes of today still lingered in everyone's minds, and a brand new figure was deeply imprinted in their hearts. That was Lin Chen. Lin Chen not only became the second main character of the banquet, but also drank with Luya, receiving the treatment that everyone dreamed of. Most importantly, Lin Chen's identity and strength are both shrouded in mystery. Of course, besides these two, there are two people whose reputations are destined to be ruined after today. Hui Yun and Mu Feng. One was crushed by Lin Chen's strength, and the other was crushed by Lin Chen's wealth. You guys go back first. I have something to do. Lin Chen said calmly, looking at the group of people in front of him. Zhang Chun and Bai Ruofeng glanced at Luya beside Lin Chen, both with strange expressions. Zhang Chun said calmly, good luck, junior brother. Keep it up. Bai Ruofeng also gave him a knowing look. Sister, I'm not going back. Lu Fei said softly to Luya. Goodbye, sister Luya. Luo Qingyi said calmly. Before the little girl could even speak, Zhang Chun forcibly took her away. Everyone left, leaving Lin Chen and Luya behind. Young Master Lin, let's go. Luya gestured to Lin Chen, her voice indifferent. Good. Chapter 123, The Lu Family. 7 major families occupy the entire city of Huangzhou, while the Liu family is located in the western corner of the city with its back against the city wall. The magnificent gates displayed the foundation and strength of the 7 great families. 2 powerful figures guarded the gate, and, judging from their auras, both of them were at the peak of the Yuanwu realm. If this were in Yangsheng, he would definitely be a patriarch of one of the 4 major families, but in Huangzhou City, he would only be a gatekeeper. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Luya appear outside the door, the 2 immediately stepped forward, their attitude respectful. "Miss." "Okay." Luya nodded, then led Lin Chen through the gate. Looking at Lin Chen's retreating figure, the 2 men's eyes held a mixture of confusion and surprise. "Who is this kid? How come he's getting so close to Miss?" "I don't know, but judging from his calm expression, he should be that monstrous talent on the desolate state ranking. I heard it's Miss's birthday banquet today. This person probably came directly from the banquet with Mississippi. I wonder what brings him to the Liu family. It's a pity I can't be a gatekeeper at the restaurant. Otherwise, I would love to admire the young lady's beauty a few more times." "Come on, if the higher-ups heard you saying that, you wouldn't live long. Miss, you can only admire from afar. Don't think about it." Upon entering the gate, Lin Chen's vision came into view of a huge plaza with an artificial mountain in the center. Around the artificial mountain was a small pond filled with various spiritual herbs that exuded rich spiritual energy, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. The square is surrounded by tall buildings, revealing the heritage and grandeur of the 7 major families of Huangzhou City. "The Liu family is all right, isn't it?" Luya glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes, but it wasn't intentional. As expected of the 7 great families, they are truly impressive. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Let's go. I'll take you to see father." Luya smiled, then walked straight ahead towards a grand hall not far away. From a moment Lin Chen entered the Liu family, many members of the Liu family noticed his presence, and soon everyone gathered together, discussing the matter animatedly. "Did you see that? That person actually came back with Mississippi. Could it be that Miss has already chosen her other half?" "Don't talk nonsense. Who is Miss? She is the most beautiful woman in the desolate state. How could you be so casual?" "But I think Miss's attitude towards that young man is a bit too nice, and the way she looks at him is also very strange. Not at all like her usual calm." Everyone fell silent for a moment. Luya is not only the eldest daughter of the Liu family, but also their belief and dream goddess. Even though they know they can only watch her from afar for the rest of their lives, they still can't help but think about her in certain ways. Seeing Luya bring people back to the Liu family, how could they not be shocked? This was the first time Luya had ever brought people back to the Liu family. "Miss wouldn't do that. She definitely wouldn't. How could Miss?" someone said in disbelief. In the main hall of the Liu family, just as Lin Chen and Luya arrived, a figure appeared silently in the hall. "Father." Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Luya stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Lin Chen looked at the person in front of him. He was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe, with a resolute and somewhat handsome face. His temples were also slightly gray, revealing a vicissitude that was obviously inconsistent with his age. "Greetings, Patriarch Liu." He bowed slightly and said in a calm voice. He had seen Liu Yuxing at the last Luo family auction, but at that time his attention was focused on the Bai family, the Fire sect, the Wood sect, and the Qing family, so he didn't pay much attention to the middle-aged man in front of him. "The last time I saw you was at the Luo family auction. I never imagined that you would actually be a disciple of the Desolate State Academy in the blink of an eye. It hasn't been that long." Liu Yuxing smiled faintly, his eyes filled with reminiscence as he looked at Lin Chen. The last time he saw Lin Chen at the auction, it was when various forces were lingering at the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce, preparing to deal with Lin Chen. Now, recalling the ugly expressions of the various forces when Lin Chen mentioned the disciples of the Desolate State Academy, he still couldn't help but sigh. He never expected that the boy he thought would be wiped out by various forces would still be active in front of him, and had even become a disciple of the Wilderness State Academy. Moreover, according to the information he had just received, Lin Chen not only killed Bai Wuhan, the genius of the Bai family, in the Outer Mansion, but also disbanded the Bai Alliance, directly confronting the Bai family. Such actions demonstrate Lin Chen's attitude, strength, and immense talent. Adding to the news that came from the Liu family restaurant not long ago, he was even more optimistic about Lin Chen's future. The young man in front of him already possessed the strength to overpower the desolate state, ranking, and also had a mysterious and unknown identity, so much so that he now had to ask Lin Chen for help. Master Lu, what brings you here? Lin Chen asked directly. Judging from Lu Ya's expression in the restaurant at the time, the Lu family must have something to ask of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited him like that. Based on Lu Ya's information that he was an elder of the Luo family, Lu Yuxing must also know his identity. Therefore, the only thing the Lu family could ask for from him is his alchemy skills. Sure enough, Lu Yuxing's expression turned serious again, and his voice was low and solemn. Since young friend Lin is so direct, then I don't need to hide anything anymore. Actually, I invited young friend Lin here to meet your master. Oh, my master? What? Lin Chen was stunned, puzzled. The Lu family wasn't looking for him, after all. But he only had one master, the old man, and the old man had been gone from him and Zhangchun for a long time, so he hadn't had a chance to see him. How could he possibly have met Lu Yuxing? Someone in my Lu family is seriously ill and urgently needs a pill to cure him. I know that young friend Lin is an alchemist, and with young friend Lin's talent and alchemy skills, there must be a highly skilled senior alchemist behind him. Therefore, I would like to meet young friend Lin's master. Lu Yuxing said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly realized something. Could it be that Patriarch Lu has concluded that I have a high-level alchemist behind me, just because I produced a top-grade pill? Lin Chen asked slowly, his tone strange. Of course, the fact that so many top-grade pills are available for auction shows how skilled your master, young friend Lin, is in alchemy. Only your master could refine the pill that my Lu family needs. Lu Yuxing nodded. He already knew that the pills that appear at the auction were brought out by Lin Chen, and that Lin Chen later became an outer elder of the Luo family. Hearing this, Lin Chen was even more speechless. Everyone seems to think that he has a high-level alchemist behind him because he took out a huge number of top-grade pills. As for whether he has a high-level alchemist master behind him, the answer is yes. You should know that back in Yangsheng, the old man from the mountain range personally refined a 6th-grade marrow cleansing pill for him and his fellow disciples. That was a monarch-level pill, and the process of refining it would produce extraordinary phenomena. But none of this has anything to do with him taking out top-grade pills. Well, it's good that some people think that way. Otherwise, it might cause trouble sooner or later. I'll just pretend I really do have an alchemist master. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Looking at Lu Yuxing, Lin Chen said calmly, Patriarch Lu, my master is usually elusive and rarely seen, so I rarely get to meet him. Why don't you tell me what kind of pill you need? Maybe I can help you. The furnace vortex in his martial soul space can refine pills as long as he has the materials and the pill formula, and they're all top-grade pills. No matter what pill Lu Yuxing needs, he can refine it. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Yuxing's eyes. Would Lin Chen help him? Absolutely not. At Lin Chen's current age, the most monstrous and heaven-defying talent he could be was a 2nd-grade alchemist, but what he needed was a 5th-grade pill. How could Lin Chen help him? Seeing the disappointment and doubt in Lu Yuxing's eyes, Lin Chen suddenly asked, Patriarch Lu, I have a question. As one of the 7 great families, the Lu family must have alchemists under its command. At the very least, it could seek alchemists from other forces to refine pills. I don't believe the Lu family can afford it. Given the Lu family's status in the desolate state, refining pills would be extremely easy for them. Why would they seek help from a master who doesn't even exist? There must be some other secret behind it. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Yuxing sighed. The Lu family naturally has alchemists, but this time they are refining 5th-grade pills. The most skilled alchemist in the Lu family is only 4th grade, so they're simply unable to refine them. As for finding alchemists from other forces, that's unrealistic. Not to mention whether other forces have 5th-grade alchemists. Even if they do, I wouldn't dare let them refine them. Lu Yuxing's eyes were filled with helplessness. Oh what? Lin Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. The major powers are all in competition with each other, and the pill I need is an antidote. Not to mention what harsh conditions the major powers will offer to refine this antidote, even if they really agree to refine it for me. What if they tamper with the pill? Wouldn't that be even worse? Lu Yuxing continued. Lin Chen suddenly realized and understood Lu Yuxing's concerns. This was the competition between powerful forces, where no one could be trusted except one's own people. If we can't trust any of the major powers, can we trust my master? Lin Chen asked with interest. It's better than trusting the major powers. After all, the Liu family and your master have no conflicts or competition. Liu Yuxing spoke slowly, his eyes serious. Lin Chen smiled, then said seriously, Patriarch Liu, I might actually be able to refine the 5th grade pill you requested. Liu Yuxing was taken aback for a moment, then immediately assumed Lin Chen was joking. If Lin Chen's master were here, he might believe it, but Lin Chen, a boy who is not even 20 years old, actually said that he could refine 5th grade pills. I'm afraid no one would believe it if he said it out loud. Seemingly aware of Liu Yuxing's doubts and disbelief, Lin Chen slowly spoke. Patriarch Liu, are you in dire need of the elixir? Of course it's urgent. We desperately need it. Liu Yuxing nodded instantly. That's more like it. You can't find anyone to refine pills for you anyway, so why not let me give it a try? You won't lose anything. Lin Chen said indifferently. I'm not at a loss. Do you know that the ingredients for those 5th grade pills are extremely rare? It took me a long time to collect them. Liu Yuxing said angrily. Don't worry, I won't waste your materials. If I do waste them, I'll make you a replacement, okay? You don't trust me, but as your master, you should at least trust me, right? Lin Chen said slowly. This, upon hearing Lin Chen mention his master, Liu Yuxing hesitated for a moment. Father, let him try. Although he will surely fail, we won't lose out. If he fails, we can wait for his master to refine pills for us. Luya, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke to Liu Yuxing, her gaze turning to Lin Chen with a strange expression. All right. Hearing Liu Ya's words, Liu Yuxing nodded and said, consider this as advance payment for your master's alchemy work. He had no hope whatsoever for Lin Chen's alchemy skills, and probably no one else would either. Lin Chen was not even 20 years old, and to refine a 5th grade pill, one would need to be at least a 5th grade alchemist. Could Lin Chen possibly do that? The answer was no. Hey, don't be so distrustful of me, okay? This will dampen my enthusiasm. Lin Chen said speechlessly, looking at the disbelieving expressions on the father and son's faces. If you can really refine a 5th grade pill, the Liu family will satisfy whatever you want. Even if you want my daughter, I might be worthy of giving her to you. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuxing slowly spoke, a smile on his face, his eyes flashing with a fox-like glint. Anyway, Lin Chen will fail, so any more conditions are unnecessary. Even if an unprecedented miracle happens and Lin Chen really refines the 5th grade pill he needs, he won't lose out. He also benefited from having a 5th grade alchemist who was not even 20 years old as his son-in-law. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Luya looked at Liu Yuxing for a moment, her face full of anger and slightly flushed. Lin Chen gave Liu Yuxing a strange look, then glanced at Luya and said in a calm voice, Patriarch Liu, I hope you won't regret this. Hee, a promise is a promise. Liu Yuxing smiled faintly. After Lin Chen's failure, as Luya said, if Master Lin Chen appears again, the reward for alchemy will be saved. At worst, he could just search for another batch of alchemy materials. In that case, Patriarch Liu, please bring out the materials and the pill formula. I want to see what kind of pill it is. Lin Chen shook his head, his face serious. No rush. Come with me first. Liu Yuxing shook his head and walked straight forward toward the outside of the main hall. Lin Chen looked at Luya with a puzzled expression, but Luya simply shook her head and said in a calm voice, Let's go. The three left the main hall and headed towards another main hall of the Liu family. Chapter 124 Refining Pills to Save Lives. The three arrived at a grand hall. The main hall was simply furnished, with only a large ice bed in the center, emanating a faint chill. The surrounding space was filled with a strong medicinal smell, mixed with eerie black energy, making one feel uneasy just by being there. Lying on a large ice bed was a stunningly beautiful middle-aged woman who looked no more than 30. Her eyes were closed, and her face was serene. She bore a striking resemblance to Luya. Looking at the surroundings and the woman on the bed, Lin Chen had a guess in his mind. The three of them stepped forward and came right up to the woman, and Lin Chen could see everything clearly. Mother! Luya exclaimed instantly upon seeing the middle-aged woman in front of her. Although Luya tried her best to restrain herself, Lin Chen still saw the sadness in her eyes, and his voice became urgent. Why did your mother become like this? Lin Chen looked at Luya, who had a sad expression on her face, and asked slowly. Given the Liu family status in the desolate state, Such a situation should not have occurred at all. There must be some hidden story behind it. Let me tell you, it's a long story. Lu Yuxing looked at the woman in front of him, his eyes filled with tenderness and a faint sense of reminiscence. Madame was once the most beautiful woman in the desolate state. Just like you. Countless men pursued her, and I was no exception. Although I don't know what Madame saw in me, she ultimately chose me. Lu Yuxing said with pride. The tone shifted abruptly, Lu Yuxing's face turning cold and murderous. Among my suitors back then was Qing Baiwan. After Madame chose me, Qing Baiwan, driven by love, turned to hatred, resorted to underhanded tactics, secretly poisoning me. At first, the poison's effects were not apparent, and the lady appeared perfectly normal. But after giving birth to Lu Ya and Lu Fei, the symptoms suddenly appeared. At first, she was just unable to move, but eventually she fell into a deep sleep. And all of this was thanks to Qing Baiwan. Lu Yuxing clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent when he mentioned Qing Baiwan. I see. It seems the Lu family and the Qing family aren't on good terms either. Lin Chen exclaimed, his face full of sympathy, though he had other thoughts on his mind. He had just arrived in the desolate state when he made enemies with the Bai family because of Bai Shi, and then he offended the Fire sect, the Wood sect, the Bai family, and the Qing family because of the auction. There was probably no one in the desolate state who was more miserable than him. This was only because Qing Baiwan was unaware that he had killed his son, Qing Yunjian. If he had known, the Qing family probably would have already disregarded any notion of being a powerful force and killed him to avenge him. Although he was not afraid of the Qing family, the fact that the Lu family and the Qing family were enemies was not a bad thing for him. After that, I searched everywhere for a cure and finally found a way to break the poison. That is, I refined a 5th-grade poison-removing pill formula that could cure the lady's poison. However, Lu Yuxing slowly began to speak. We've found a solution, but we can't find an alchemist to refine 5th-grade pills. Lin Chen smiled faintly. As Lu Yiyu said, the Lu family is one of the 7 major families in Huangzhou City and one of the major forces in Huangzhou. They have competitors and enemies everywhere. Only a few major forces have 5th-grade alchemists, but they are completely untrustworthy and unreliable. Even if Lu Yuxing didn't agree to help refine the so-called antidote pill, he still wouldn't believe it even if he actually helped. Yes, Lu Yuxing nodded. Afterwards, I received some news from the Luo family that all the top-grade pills that appeared at the auction came from you. That's why I invited you here at Lu Ya's birthday banquet, hoping that you could introduce me to your master. But I didn't expect sigh. Lu Yuxing couldn't help but sigh at the end. If the lady hadn't been on the verge of collapse, if the poison wasn't detoxified soon, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to agree to such an absurd thing as having Lin Chen refine a 5th-grade pill. Hey, why sigh, Patriarch Lu? You should at least have some faith in me, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Yes. Lu Yuxing nodded listlessly, his attention not on Lin Chen at all, but staring blankly at the woman on the ice bed, even though he was immersed in sadness and urgency. Have confidence in Lin Chen? Is that even possible? Forget it. Just let me see the ingredients and the formula. The longer it drags on, the worse it will be for your wife. Shaking his head, Lin Chen directly asked about the formula and the medicinal herbs. He could also see the woman's condition. If it weren't for this icy bed, her condition would probably be even worse. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuxing immediately took out a pill formula, dozens of 4th-grade medicinal herbs, and more than a dozen 5th-grade medicinal herbs. In an instant, the entire space was filled with rich spiritual energy and the aroma of medicine, the unique scent of high-grade spiritual herbs. Looking at everything before him, Lin Chen was filled with shock. Although he had obtained a lot of spiritual herbs from the tomb of the martial lord, including some 4th and 5th-tier spiritual herbs, he was still surprised and shocked to see Lu Yuxing take out so many 5th-tier spiritual herbs at once. After taking the prescription from Lu Yuxing, Lin Chen glanced at the contents and suddenly understood. The poison-breaking pill refined from this formula can not only remove the poison that Madame has been afflicted with, but it can also improve her constitution. This can be considered the only benefit Madame can receive. However, everything depends on being able to refine the pill, Lu Yuxing said slowly, with a strange expectation in his eyes. This was a pill formula that he had obtained through all the means of the Lu family, all to save his wife. Don't worry, Patriarch Lu. The miracle you're hoping for will definitely happen. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his eyes filled with comfort. For him, with the formula and the medicinal herbs, alchemy was a piece of cake. I hope so. Lu Yuxing sighed. Although it was obviously foolish to place his hopes on Lin Chen, he still genuinely hoped for a miracle. It wasn't because he had taken a liking to Lin Chen, but because he desperately wanted his wife to wake up. You two should leave now. I don't want to be disturbed while I'm refining pills, Lin Chen said to the two of them, his expression calm and mysterious. You're refining pills right here? Lu Yuxing was taken aback, then asked with a look of surprise. Okay, Lin Chen nodded. Sigh, forget it. What am I even expecting? Looking at Lin Chen's serious expression, Lu Yuxing shook his head and then left the main hall. Luya glanced at Lin Chen and finally couldn't help but ask, Lin Chen, can you really refine pills? And even fifth-grade pills? Hee, of course. Lin Chen chuckled, a shameless smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Luya was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, Sigh, I hope a miracle happens. I haven't spoken to my mother in so long. Oh, Miss Luya really wants me to succeed. It seems she's taken a liking to me, Lin Chen said with a strange expression. Upon hearing this, Luya instantly remembered the conditions Lu Yuxing had promised Lin Chen, and her cheeks flushed red as she said with a hint of annoyance, You're just being cheeky. But I really hope you can succeed. Looking at the middle-aged woman with a serene, almost dead expression, Luya shook her head and then turned and left. Don't worry, you'll be jumping for joy soon. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly as he watched Luya's retreating figure. He then looked at the woman on the ice bed with envy. No matter how miserable Luya and Lu Yuxing were, at least they were a family together. But he had never even met his biological parents. This was true when he was on Earth, and it was true when he was reborn into this world. I wonder what it's like to have parents? Lin Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Shaking his head, Lin Chen stopped thinking about it and took the pill formula and all the medicinal herbs with him before his body disappeared instantly. Inside the martial soul space. As soon as it appeared, Lin Chen added the medicinal herbs into the furnace vortex in order and finally added several thousand spirit stones. In the past, the pills would fall out from under the furnace within a few breaths, but this time there was no reaction at all. Is it because we don't have enough spirit stones, or is there a problem with the pill formula? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Lin Chen then added several thousand more spirit stones, but the furnace remained unresponsive, as if it had completely lost its function. It can't be this bad, can it? If I make such a big promise, and it turns out to be a lie, that would be so embarrassing. Lin Chen's face twitched as he looked at the scene before him. I refuse to believe it. Lin Chen frantically added spirit stones into the vortex furnace. When the number of spirit stones reached 100,000, the furnace finally began to shake, just like before. Phew. As expected of a fifth-grade pill, it takes so many spirit stones just to refine it. If I do this a few more times, I won't have enough spirit stones to spend. Looking at the furnace returning to normal, Lin Chen sighed and felt a pang of heartache. Although 100,000 spirit stones are nothing to him right now. Even if he had a lot of spirit stones, he couldn't afford to spend them like this. Forget it. We'll figure out a solution for the spirit stones later. Shaking his head, Lin Chen looked down at the bottom of the stove, his face full of anticipation. With a few soft, rustling sounds, 3 black pills fell out. Seeing this, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and the heartache in his heart lessened considerably. He had spent so many spirit stones, and if he had only managed to refine 1 poison-breaking pill, he would have cursed his mother. Picking up the pills and keeping 2 of them, Lin Chen instantly disappeared from the martial soul space and reappeared in the outside world. The time is too short. If we let them in now, they might become suspicious. Lin Chen glanced at the entrance of the main hall, a thoughtful look in his eyes, before sitting down and beginning to cultivate. Outside the main hall, Lu Yuxing and Luya glanced at the hall's entrance from time to time, their eyes filled with anticipation. Although the facts told them that Lin Chen was bound to fail, and that everything would be in vain and a waste of alchemy materials, they still couldn't help but think that Lin Chen would succeed. They were both looking forward to Lin Chen successfully refining the pill, but couldn't help but sigh at the harsh reality. What do you think of Lin Chen? Lu Yuxing suddenly stopped and looked at Luya. What does father mean? Luya asked, puzzled. Lin Chen's current strength is enough to crush most people on the desolate state ranking, and his identity is even more mysterious. He has a high-level alchemist behind him and is an alchemist himself. His future prospects are limitless. Perhaps his stage will not be in the desolate state, but in the center of the desolate domain where martial arts are flourishing. Lu Yuxing said slowly with a faint smile on his face. I don't understand what father means. Lu Ya's gaze froze for a moment. Then she spoke calmly. She knew what her father said was true, but so what? What did it have to do with her? If I were to give you to him, would you object? Lu Yuxing suddenly asked, his face serious. Regardless of whether Lin Chen succeeds in refining the pill or not, based on his current performance, he is qualified enough to consider marrying Lu Ya. If Lin Chen really does have a miracle and really refines the elixir, he will be even happier, not only because of the conditions he promised Lin Chen before, but also because he will be able to wake up his wife soon. Lu Ya froze on the spot, staring at her father in astonishment, her voice stammering. Father, what are you thinking? You wouldn't really be going to— Lin Chen is qualified. At least he's good enough for you. Lu Yuxing nodded with a smile. But Lu Ya couldn't speak. Thinking of Lin Chen's somewhat wicked yet approachable smile, her cheeks unconsciously flushed slightly, and her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Forget it. Let's talk about these things later. Let's see if Lin Chen can pull off a miracle. Looking at Lu Ya's expression, Lu Yuxing smiled, filled with anticipation. Does father hope for a miracle? Lu Ya suddenly asked, looking at the entrance to the main hall. Of course. Lu Yuxing nodded matter-of-factly. Then the conditions you mentioned to Lin Chen before were— Lu Ya looked uneasy, and her tone was somewhat flustered. That's perfect. I couldn't be happier. Lu Yuxing laughed heartily. If Lin Chen really succeeds, then marrying Lu Ya to Lin Chen would be a win for him. He would not only indirectly cure the wife he had been longing for, but also gain Lin Chen, a young fifth-grade alchemist son-in-law. This was something he never dared to dream of. Lu Ya looked at her father speechlessly, but she could understand his eagerness to save her mother, because she felt the same way and hoped to see her mother wake up as soon as possible. Thinking of this, and looking at the tightly closed doors of the main hall, she couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 125, Obedient Son-in-Law. In the silent hall, sensing that the time was almost up, Lin Chen stopped cultivating, then stood up, straightened his clothes, and called out to the outside of the hall, inviting Lu Yuxing and Lu Ya to enter. Outside the hall, the two who heard Lin Chen's voice immediately entered, their eyes filled with urgency and anticipation, but their faces also showed a resigned expression, making their expressions extremely complex. Although they hoped for a miracle and that Lin Chen wasn't just talking casually, but could actually refine a grade 5 poison-breaking pill, reason told them that it was impossible. Lu Yuxing approached Lin Chen, his gaze fixed intently on him, his voice filled with seriousness, trepidation, and urgency. How is it? Lu Ya, standing to the side, also looked at Lin Chen with anticipation, her eyes filled with a myriad of emotions, extremely complex. Hehe, I'm lucky. Lin Chen chuckled, and a fragrant, brightly colored pill appeared in his hand. Judging from its appearance, its quality was top grade. The moment they saw the pill, the two froze on the spot, their breathing quickened, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief, as well as excitement and ecstasy. Such a complex mix of emotions appeared on their faces at the same time, causing their expressions to change constantly. Is this really a grade 5 poison-breaking pill? Lu Ya murmured to herself, her voice filled with complex emotions but also with obvious excitement. Lu Yuxing missed her mother, and how much more so did she? But if the pill in front of him is really a 5th-grade poison-breaking pill, wouldn't that mean Lin Chen is a 5th-grade alchemist? But how could that be? Lin Chen is not even 20 years old yet. Who would believe that an alchemist who is not even 20 years old? Young friend Lin, is this really a grade 5 poison-breaking pill? Or did you just refine it? Lu Yuxing asked slowly, his voice filled with trepidation, doubt, and a strange expectation. Patriarch Lin should have carefully read the formula for the grade 5 poison-breaking pill and know what the finished grade 5 poison-breaking pill looks like, right? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Lin Chen then glanced at the middle-aged woman on the ice bed and smiled again. Besides, whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try it. After speaking, Lin Chen handed the pill directly to Lu Yuxing, entrusting him with the task of administering the pill to the woman. He could naturally see Lu Yuxing's excitement and trepidation at this moment, which was just right to satisfy Lu Yuxing's desire to personally wake up the middle-aged woman. After receiving the pill and carefully examining it in his hand, Lu Yuxing trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with surprise, shock, and excitement. Without a doubt, the pill was the grade 5 poison-breaking pill he needed. Moreover, Lin Chen gave him a top-grade poison-breaking pill. Doesn't this mean that Lin Chen is a 5th-grade alchemist? And an alchemist who is not even 20 years old? As long as he gives the woman the elixir, he can immediately revive the person who is so close, yet whom he longs for so dearly. With this in mind, Lu Yuxing put aside his many doubts about Lin Chen and directly gave the pill to the woman. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 men, a quarter of an hour passed, and the woman's pale face gradually regained its color. Her breathing became smoother, and her brows furrowed as if she was trying her best to get rid of something. In an instant, the woman opened her eyes and saw the 3 figures. Yafei. The moment he saw the woman wake up, Lu Yuxing rushed forward and helped her up, his face full of excitement. Seeing Lu Yuxing, who had been calm just moments before, now with tears welling in his eyes, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, a sense of melancholy and regret. Yu Yusheng. Looking at the familiar man in her eyes, the woman managed a weak smile, but she was clearly still somewhat weak, and her voice was not very strong. Yafei, that's great. You're finally awake. I thought. Lu Yuxing was like a child at this moment, even crying a little. The woman smiled gently, and Bai Zhan touched Lu Yuxing's somewhat weathered face. Everything was self-evident. As if realizing something, Lu Yuxing pulled Luya over and gave the woman an innocent smile. Yafei, this is our year. Look, she's as beautiful as you were back then, or rather, as beautiful as you are now. Upon hearing Lu Yuxing's words, the woman looked at Luya and smiled gently. Era. Mother. Luya knelt down immediately, grabbed the woman's hand, and tears streamed down her face. Looking at the family of 3 reunited as if they had survived a great ordeal, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved and even a little envious. Shaking his head, Lin Chen quietly left the main hall, leaving the 3 of them to reunite. A quarter of an hour later, Luya walked out of the main hall and brought Lin Chen into the main hall. Looking at the still harmonious family of 3 before him, Lin Chen smiled slightly, then looked at Lu Yuxing and asked in a calm voice, "What brings Patriarch Lu here?" Lu Yuxing did not speak, but looked at the middle-aged, beautiful woman who had returned to normal, as if it was the woman's idea to let Lin Chen enter the hall. Luya also lowered her head, her gaze somewhat evasive, not daring to meet Lin Chen's eyes. The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Chen with gentle eyes and said in a calm voice, "Yuxing told me everything about you. Thank you for saving me." After speaking, the woman bowed deeply, her face filled with respect and gratitude. "Oh, Madam Lu, you mustn't." Lin Chen stopped the woman in an instant, caught off guard. The woman looked up at Lin Chen, her face serious and earnest. "There's nothing wrong with that. You saved me, so you should accept this courtesy from me." Lin Chen looked helpless and could only watch the woman bow. "Lin Chen, thank you for saving my wife. Don't worry, I will keep the promise I made to you," Lu Yuxing said slowly from side, his face serious. Upon hearing Lu Yuxing's words, Lin Chen's expression changed instantly. He froze on the spot, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, and his heart began to beat faster for no apparent reason. Luya lowered her head even further, her cheeks flushed. Yafei, who was standing to the side, kept looking at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with increasing satisfaction, and various emotions flashed in her eyes. "That Lu family head, let's forget about what happened before. I never even considered the conditions you mentioned. Besides, they were too frivolous." Lin Chen regained his composure and then said with an embarrassed expression. He was indeed a little annoyed when the father and daughter doubted him, but he really didn't intend to take it seriously. Although Luya had stirred his heart, he only had a slight liking for her now. As for Lu Yuxing's previous statement about giving Luya to him, he just took it as a joke. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were stunned for a moment, all looking at Lin Chen with surprise. Luya raised her head, her expression instantly returning to calm, a hint of surprise mixed with disappointment flashing in her eyes, something even she found hard to believe. Seeing Lin Chen's attitude, Lu Yuxing instantly became extremely serious, his face solemn. "Hey, young friend Lin, you're joking. A man's word is his bond. If you refuse, how can I, the head of the family, live my life. He was joking. Now that he had a clear understanding of how terrifying Lin Chen was, how could he let Lin Chen leave so easily? Since Yafei has woken up, it means that there is no problem with the pills that Lin Chen refined. But this is terrifying because it means that Lin Chen really refined a grade 5 poison-breaking pill. This shows that Lin Chen's alchemy skills have reached an unprecedented level of a 5th grade alchemist. Putting aside the conditions he had made for Lin Chen, and the fact that Lin Chen was terrifying in every aspect except alchemy, just the fact that Lin Chen was a 5th grade alchemist at such a young age, let alone betrothing Luya to Lin Chen, he would be willing to give both of his daughters to Lin Chen. In any case, he now has to win over Lin Chen, and the best thing would be to make Lin Chen a member of his Lu family. Yafei, standing to the side, glanced at Lin Chen with a gentle smile. You think my daughter isn't pretty enough and isn't good enough for you? That's not how it is, Madame Lu. Miss Lu Ya is exceptionally beautiful. Anyone who sees her would be captivated. Lin Chen shook his head. Then what is your reason for not accepting it? Yafei asked slowly, her eyes filled with doubt. After Lin Chen left, Lu Yuxing told her the whole story. Like Lu Yuxing, she was extremely satisfied with Lin Chen. Firstly, out of gratitude to Lin Chen for reviving her, and secondly, because of Lin Chen's abilities and unknown identity. Even disregarding these factors, judging from the talent Lin Chen has shown so far, he is undoubtedly her ideal son-in-law. Father, mother, isn't it wrong for you to force people like this? Luya, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly spoke up, her face calm, without the previous evasive gaze, and her eyes showing no ripples. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at Lu Yuxing and Yafei with a faint smile. Gentlemen, matters of the heart are between two people. Perhaps Miss Luya might not like me if you act like this. Do you like Lin Chen? Lu Yuxing and Yafei were stunned for a moment, then looked at Luya at the same time and asked directly. For a moment, Luya was stunned, not knowing how to answer, and regretted interrupting the three of them. Seeing Luya's hesitant expression, Lin Chen felt a surprise and a slight unease, but he quickly suppressed it. Looking at Lu Yuxing, Lin Chen said directly, Patriarch Lu, to tell you the truth, I already have someone I like, so it's best not to delay Miss Luya. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yuxing and Yafei's eyes. Who could possibly compare to their daughter, Luya? After all, Luya was currently recognized as the most beautiful woman in the desolate state. Luya was also stunned for a moment, and a trace of disappointment flashed inexplicably in her eyes. Then Lu Yuxing's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed. Hey, it's not a bad thing for a man to marry several women if he has the ability. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Can you really play like this? To be honest, he did feel a slight attraction to Luya, but he didn't dare to think about it too much at the moment, nor did he want to. At this moment, he only had a somewhat blurry image of a beautiful woman in white in his mind, and had no time for anything else. Seeing Lin Chen's dazed expression, Lu Yuxing revealed a sly smile. All right, it's decided then. From now on, you'll be the son-in-law of the Lu family. Good son-in-law, why don't you go and greet your mother-in-law? Yafei said, squinting her eyes. Lin Chen and Yafei looked at the two of them with completely unfamiliar expressions. Lin Chen was stunned and sighed inwardly. How could someone be so domineering? He had made his point so clear, yet he still insisted on this? What kind of parents would treat their daughter like this? Luya looked at her parents with the same expression she had when looking at strangers. Were these really her parents? Something felt off. She glanced at Lin Chen again, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. All right, you two don't need to say anything more. You can handle your own relationship issues. In short, from now on you will be my Lu family's son-in-law. Lu Yuxing declared in one breath, then burst into laughter. It just so happens that today is yours 20th birthday, and also the day you saved your mother-in-law's life. It's a double celebration. The Lu family should also have a celebration tonight. Or should I announce this news in front of everyone in the Lu family? After speaking, Lu Yuxing helped Yafei leave the main hall, leaving Lin Chen and Luya standing there, still not having reacted. Lin Chen, you don't need to take father's words to heart. As for me, Luya looked at Lin Chen's handsome face and said in a low voice. No. Lin Chen said awkwardly, and at this moment he didn't dare to look Luya in the eye. The space fell into an eerie silence once again. Chapter 126, Son-in-Law and Doubts. At night, a grand banquet was held in Liujia Square. Several tables and chairs were placed on the high platform in the center of the square, which were seats for the Liu family's senior members and important young people. Except for one table and chair in the center of the stage that was still empty, all the other members of the Liu family had arrived and taken their seats. Today is the young lady's birthday. I never expected that we would also be able to benefit from this and be given a seat. The people around the stage began to discuss. That's right. None of the previous birthday banquets have ever been like tonight, with the whole clan feasting together. I wonder who will marry the young lady in the future. The person who can marry the young lady is truly blessed. If it were me, she murmured to herself, a certain fantasy in her eyes. Now, don't overthink it. Even if you reincarnate 8 times, it's still impossible, he said dismissively. Just then, several figures slowly approached from not far away. It was Liu Yuxing and Lin Chen, along with 3 others. Patriarch! Everyone stood up instantly, their faces full of respect. Seat! Liu Yuxing looked at everyone with a smile on his face, clearly very happy. He then led Lin Chen and the other 2 to sit down at the central table. When they saw Yafei standing next to Liu Yuxing, some of them gasped for breath, their eyes filled with surprise and astonishment, as well as a strange excitement. They knew Yafei. She was the matriarch of their Liu family. In their memory, Yafei never appeared in the Liu family side again after giving birth to Liu Fei. Although Liu Yuxing did not explain to the Liu family, they all thought that Yafei had died long ago. Now that Yafei has reappeared alive in front of them, how could they not be surprised? They thought tonight's banquet was just to celebrate Liu Ya's birthday, but Liu Yuxing gave them such a huge surprise. Those young people who were seeing Yafei for the first time fixed their gazes on Lin Chen, their eyes filled with doubt and great speculation. Although the fact that Yafei appeared with the family head, Liu Yuxing suggests that there must be information they don't know. At this moment, they're more concerned about Lin Chen and Liu Ya than about Yafei. The fact that Lin Chen and Liu Ya ended up sitting at the same table as Liu Yuxing speaks volumes about their concerns. It's easy to imagine that Lin Chen is definitely not simple. Liu Yuxing stood up, glanced at everyone present, and then said calmly, "Today is Your's birthday. Everyone, drink and eat to your heart's content." "Thank you, Patriarch," the crowd exclaimed immediately, their voices filled with respect and excitement. Liu Yuxing changed the subject, his voice pausing. "I have 2 things to say to you all." In an instant, the entire square fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze toward Liu Yuxing. Most people glanced at Yafei, harboring their own guesses, while a few looked at Lin Chen beside Liu Ya with unfriendly eyes, their thoughts unknown. Liu Yuxing glanced at everyone's expressions and then laughed. "As you can see, your mistress has returned." After speaking, Liu Yuxing took Yafei's arm, his face beaming with a happy smile. Yafei glanced at everyone, her face amiable, and nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, the majority of people shouted in unison, "Greetings, matriarch!" The crowd then began to discuss it, and some people who didn't know about Yafi quickly learned everything afterward, and they all sighed with admiration. I never imagined that the mistress was once the most beautiful woman in the desolate state. No wonder the young lady is so beautiful. That's right, the patriarch is truly remarkable. Among so many talented individuals, he actually managed to win over the matriarch in the end. He truly lives up to his title as the patriarch, someone exclaimed with admiration. I wonder where the mistress has been all these years, and why she has only appeared now. Could it be that she really has been in a coma since giving birth to the second young lady, and only woke up now? Someone muttered to themselves, their eyes filled with speculation. If the patriarch doesn't want to say, then we shouldn't speculate wildly. As long as the patriarch is happy, that's all that matters, someone laughed. That's right, this is the first time I've seen the patriarch so happy. Soon, everyone stopped talking and turned their attention back to Liu Yuxing, their eyes filled with curiosity. At this moment, Liu Yuxing pulled Lin Chen over, looked at everyone, and said with a faint smile, "His name is Lin Chen. From today onwards, he is a member of the Liu family, Ye's fiancé, and my son-in-law." With a whoosh, Liu Yuxing's words fell silent, and even breathing seemed to stop. Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with surprise, confusion, speculation, and intense jealousy. "Son-in-law? Did I hear that right?" Someone muttered to themselves. looking incredulous. You heard right. That's what the patriarch just said. Someone came to their senses, nodded, and looked at Lin Chen with a calm gaze, trying to see what made Lin Chen different. There is no doubt that Lu Yuxing's announcement was a complete shock to them. They were just discussing who would be lucky enough to marry Luya in the future, and now Lu Yuxing has directly announced this news. How could they not be surprised? How could they not be astonished? That's Luya, the most beautiful woman in the desolate state. And the marriage is arranged just like that? Shouldn't they have been more careful? Also, who is Lin Chen? Why would Lu Yuxing choose Lin Chen? It seems like there's no one like Lin Chen among the younger generation in the entire wasteland, right? How could Lin Chen be worthy of Luya, the most beautiful woman in the wasteland? At this point, people started talking about it. Isn't he the same person we saw at the Lu family's gate before? How come he's suddenly become the son-in-law? Someone muttered to themselves. He's only been in the Lu family for a short time. How did he become our son-in-law? Some people had strong doubts and speculations, as well as deep jealousy. Soon, news spread that Lin Chen had recently accompanied Luya to the Lu family, causing even greater excitement among the crowd. Why him? Miss is so perfect. How could he be worthy of her? Someone muttered under their breath, deliberately keeping their voice under control. That's right, we know a little about the desolate state ranking. If it were a prodigy from the desolate state ranking who became our son-in-law, I could understand. But he's not even on the desolate state ranking. How could the patriarch have taken a liking to him? Someone said indignantly. At this moment, on the central platform of the square, not far from Lin Chen, a young man stood up, his gaze fixed directly on Lin Chen, and said calmly, "I'm not convinced." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately echoed his sentiments, venting their dissatisfaction and jealousy. "We're not convinced." Although they were not good enough for Luya, as members of the Lu family, Luya was their faith. Now that their faith had become the fiancé of an unknown young man, it would be strange if they felt comfortable. There was one thing they dared not say. Lu Yuxing would have been better off choosing any one of them than choosing Lin Chen. Of course, this was just out of jealousy, and they didn't dare say it out loud in front of Lu Yuxing. The young man is a genius of the Lu family named Lu Yuchan. He is 22 years old, and his cultivation has reached the 3rd rank of Yuanwu realm. Although he cannot compare with the prodigies on the desolate state ranking, he is considered the most talented person in the Lu family besides Lu Ye and Lu Fei. As the most talented young male in the Lu family, it would be absolutely impossible for him not to have any feelings for Lu Ye and Lu Fei. As the saying goes, being near the water tower makes it easy to get the moon first. He never expected that he, who was so close to the water tower, would not have any news yet, but Lin Chen, this kid from who knows where, suddenly became the son-in-law of the Lu family. How could he tolerate this? Therefore, he had to test Lin Chen's identity and strength. If Lin Chen was not as good as him, then things would get interesting. Everyone present, especially the younger generation, looked at Lu Yuchan with anticipation. Without a doubt, they would rather support Lu Yuchan than see their young lady become Lin Chen's fiancée. At this moment, they couldn't wait for Lin Chen to be taught a lesson. Without much thought, they knew what was going to happen next. Lu Yuxing glanced at Lu Yuchan, seemingly having anticipated this scene. He smiled but didn't say anything. Then, he pulled Yufei down to sit, looking like he was watching a good show. Seeing this, Lu Yuchan became even bolder, walking directly up to Lin Chen, her voice calm, yet full of confidence. "I am Lu Yuchan. May I ask the identity of the son-in-law?" Upon hearing the jarring and slightly sarcastic term son-in-law, Lin Chen glanced at Lu Yuchan and said calmly, "Lin Chen, an outer disciple of the Desolate State Academy." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the Lu family members were all taken aback. They clearly hadn't expected Lin Chen to be a disciple of the academy, but considering that Lin Chen had come with Lu Ye, they could understand. Upon hearing Lin Chen's introduction, Lu Yuchan looked surprised, but inwardly she breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Lin Chen was just an outer disciple with a simple identity, so he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Since Lin Chen is an outer disciple, his strength is naturally not that high. With his current strength, he is confident that he can take down Lin Chen directly. Thinking of this, Lu Yuchan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly, and a plan came to mind. "Since you were chosen by the family head to be the son-in-law of the Lu family, you must have extraordinary strength. I am not capable, but I am willing to test the son-in-law's strength on behalf of the Lu family." since Lin Chen's strength is not great. If he agrees to the competition, and if he defeats the so-called son-in-law in front of everyone in the Liu family, wouldn't he be? He dared not think any further. Now, all he felt was trepidation and anticipation. As soon as Liu Yuchan finished speaking, everyone shouted, "Let's have a match." They also wanted to see just how strong Lin Chen was, and why he was chosen by Liu Yuxing. After all, according to what Lin Chen had just said, he only had the background of being an outer disciple of the academy, which was not a remarkable status at all. The only thing left was to see how strong Lin Chen really was. Without a doubt, the Liu family members at this moment desperately wanted Lin Chen to be taught a lesson by Liu Yuchan, and it would be even better if this would make Liu Yuxing change his mind. Despite the crowd's expectations and agreement, as well as Liu Yuchan's obvious provocation, Lin Chen seemed oblivious, turning around and sitting down with a bored expression, completely ignoring Liu Yuchan. To him, using his current strength to deal with Liu Yuchan would be bullying. Even if he could see that Liu Yuchan had other motives, so what? He had absolutely no interest in it. This is like an eagle facing the provocation of an ant. It doesn't even need to think, it can simply ignore it. If he were facing the provocation of another eagle, he might have been a little annoyed and retaliated. But in his eyes, Liu Yuchan was just an ant, and he had no interest in her whatsoever. Seeing Lin Chen's dismissive expression, Liu Yuchan instantly roared, "What, you don't dare?" He could actually sense disregard from Lin Chen's eyes. How could this be? How dare Lin Chen? The cracking sound of his fist showed how angry he was, but he was helpless against Lin Chen. After all, as long as Lin Chen didn't make a move, there was nothing he could do. Liu Yuxing, who had been silently observing everything, suddenly stood up, looked at Lin Chen, and smiled faintly. Lin Chen, let them see just how big the gap is between them and geniuses. Otherwise, they'll still think they're invincible and comparable to the desolate state ranking. He could naturally see what Lin Chen was thinking. It was disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. But he asked Lin Chen to have a match, firstly to warn the Liu family members, and secondly to let the Liu family see Lin Chen's strength so that they could recognize Lin Chen's abilities. Of course, he was also curious about Lin Chen's strength. Upon hearing Liu Yuxing's words, the younger generation present all turned pale, their faces filled with resentment. Liu Yuchan unleashed her full power without any restraint, her violent aura directly pressing towards Lin Chen. Liu Yuxing actually spoke up for Lin Chen, and he even directly asked Lin Chen to test the Liu family's intentions. Was he being underestimated? How strong can Lin Chen, an outer disciple of the Desolate State Academy, possibly be? Why does Liu Yuxing look down on him so much? Lin Chen glanced at Liu Yuxing and instantly understood his intentions, but still looked reluctant. Isn't this inappropriate? Before Liu Yuxing could speak, Liu Yuchan suddenly spoke up, her face full of anger. "There's nothing wrong with it. Please give me some pointers, son-in-law." He emphasized the words son-in-law and guidance so heavily that it was clear he was feeling frustrated and angry. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with a strange anticipation in their eyes. They hoped that Lin Chen would be taught a terrible lesson by Liu Yuchan, so as to vent their frustration of being looked down upon by the family head and their jealousy at Lin Chen becoming the son-in-law of the Liu family. Seeing Liu Yuchan's determination and everyone's expectant expressions, Lin Chen glanced at Liu Yuxing. But Liu Yuxing picked up a glass of wine, drank it down in one gulp, and adopted a spectator's attitude. Seeing this, Lin Chen shook his head, then looked at Liu Yuchan and said in a calm voice, "Since you want to compete, I will grant your wish. I hope you won't regret it." To be honest, he really had no interest in competing with Liu Yuchan, but Liu Yuxing clearly wanted him to make a good impression in front of the Liu family in order to achieve some other purpose. "Don't worry, you'll be the one who regrets it," Liu Yuchan said coldly, her tone cruel, after Lin Chen agreed. Immediately, Liu Yuxing had the tables and chairs removed from the central competition platform in the square, leaving only Lin Chen and Liu Yuchan on them. The crowd looked on with curiosity and anticipation as they saw the two on stage. Chapter 127, Liu Yuchan. On the central competition stage of the Liu family, looking at Lin Chen standing calmly in front of her, Liu Yuchan was no longer angry as before, but had regained her composure. As long as Lin Chen agrees to the competition, that's fine. As long as he defeats Lin Chen, the temporary son-in-law of the Liu family, then even if he doesn't take his place, Lin Chen can forget about being the so-called son-in-law again. If he's lucky and Liu Yuxing changes his mind, Wouldn't he have a chance to become Lu's son-in-law? Thinking of this, Lu Yuchan couldn't help but turn her gaze to Lu Ye below the stage. Seeing Lu Ye's stunning beauty, graceful figure, and irresistible charm, his breathing quickened, and his eyes were filled with intense fantasies and greed. Without a doubt, he only had one thing to do at this moment: defeat Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen again, Lu Yuchan's expression was calm, as if she had already seen the outcome of the upcoming competition, with a hint of disdain and unease flashing in her eyes. Lin Chen, if I were you, I would never have stepped onto the stage so easily. After all, if you, the so-called son-in-law, lose, not only will you lose face, but I might also take away the title of son-in-law you just got. Lu Yuchan said slowly, with a light smile on her face. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood why Lu Yuchan was so eager to compete with him, and was speechless. He doesn't care about the title of son-in-law of the Lu family. He has no interest in that right now. Seeing Lin Chen's calm expression and seemingly indifferent gaze, Lu Yuchan felt instantly displeased. Her voice was low and cold. What are you pretending to be calm for? You, an outer disciple, could never be my match. His cultivation level was at the 5th rank of the Yuanwu realm. Although he couldn't compare to the prodigies on the desolate state ranking, his strength was still stronger than most so-called geniuses. As for comparing him to Lin Chen, he would absolutely crush him. After all, if Lin Chen were truly extraordinary, he wouldn't just be an outer disciple. Don't speak so confidently. I'm not interested. I just don't want to compete with an ant. Lin Chen spoke slowly, his tone calm, making it sound like the truth from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, that's arrogant enough. Lu Yuchan was stunned for a moment, then regained her composure. But inside, she was furious. He was already annoyed by Lu Yuxing's disdain, but now even Lin Chen dared to look down on him and compare him to an ant. You can imagine how angry he was. Don't accuse me of bullying you, son-in-law. You should make the first move. Suppressing his anger, Lu Yuchan spoke slowly in a low voice. Although he desperately wanted to rush up and teach Lin Chen a lesson, he had to hold back for the sake of his dignity after the victory. You should make the first move, otherwise I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to make a move. Lin Chen shook his head and said with a bored expression, Just kidding, if it weren't for Lu Yuxing's sake, he wouldn't even want to compete with Lu Yuchan. With his strength, he would be a complete stomp on Lu Yuchan. Fine, fine, fine. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Lu Yuchan could no longer bear it, and her anger erupted instantly, her strong and terrifying aura directly pressing towards Lin Chen. Suddenly, a giant green toad appeared behind Lu Yuchan, exuding a powerful aura, and then attacked Lin Chen directly. Upon seeing this, everyone from the Lu family held their breath, eager to witness what was about to happen. Lu Yuchan, the #1 genius among the men of the Lu family, possesses a strange toad as his martial soul. Anyone who has fought against him is either crushed or poisoned. Therefore, Lu Yuchan is also known as the poison toad among the younger generation of the Lu family, which shows his formidable strength. As an outer disciple of the Desolate State Academy, Lin Chen, no matter how strong his strength and talent, would never be a match for Lu Yuchan. Even if Lin Chen could block Lu Yuchan's attack, he would definitely be poisoned. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was almost certain that Lin Chen would lose this match. Of course, this is what they hope for. After all, they don't want to let the good stuff go to outsiders. Even if Lu Yuchan becomes the son-in-law of the Lu family, they would never want Lin Chen to become the son-in-law, unless Lin Chen is really strong enough for them to accept him. But that is obviously impossible. Lu Yuxing and Ye Fei stood together, their eyes filled with anticipation as they watched the two about to clash. Although they knew that Lin Chen had defeated Hui Yun on the Desolate State ranking and was powerful, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and had some doubts. The current competition was a good opportunity for them to see Lin Chen's true strength. Lu Ye, standing to the side, remained calm, but inwardly sighed for Lu Yuchan. No one knew Lin Chen's strength better than her. Lu Yuchan was no match for Lin Chen at all. He had secretly watched Lin Chen defeat Hui Yun, and the overwhelming power he displayed was still unforgettable. He even wondered if Lin Chen's strength had reached a level comparable to hers. Aside from the top 10 mysterious figures on the Desolate State ranking, the rest of the list has no specific ranking, and she is undoubtedly one of the higher-ranked people outside of those 10. But to be fair, she is not yet at the level to kill Hui Yun in one move, while Lin Chen has done it. Such a prodigy, He'll probably be able to rival those 10 people soon. I wonder where he comes from and why he suddenly appeared in the desolate state. The thought that Lin Chen was a 5th-grade alchemist made Luya look at the calm Lin Chen on the stage, her curiosity growing. Lin Chen, who exactly are you? And how many secrets do you still have? On the stage, as Lin Chen watched Lu Yuchan release her martial spirit, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his expression remained extremely calm. As the increasingly terrifying toad in his line of sight grew larger, Lin Chen seemed oblivious, standing motionless in place. Hee, scare out of your wits, aren't you? I won't hold back. Seeing Lin Chen's dazed look, Lu Yuchan sneered, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the giant toad crashed directly into Lin Chen, making a loud noise. Lin Chen was forced backward, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Lu Yuchan had assumed Lin Chen would be either dead or severely injured by the attack, but when she saw that Lin Chen was completely unharmed, she froze on the spot, muttering to herself, "How is this possible?" He knew the strength of his martial spirit. Anyone would be injured after being hit by it, but Lin Chen was completely unharmed, as if he had only been lightly touched. Many members of the Lu family knew about Lu Yuchan's move, and when they saw that Lin Chen was hit, but only had a groove left on the ground, while he himself was completely unharmed, their expressions were even more interesting than Lu Yuchan's. Is Lin Chen really that strong? Strong enough to completely ignore Lu Yuchan's attack? Suddenly, everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen, anticipating what would happen next. At this moment, they could no longer underestimate Lin Chen. Perhaps Lin Chen really could compete with Lu Yuchan. Thinking of this, everyone was both expectant and curious. This was a battle between masters, which would be beneficial to their martial arts. After her initial shock, Lu Yuchan quickly regained her composure, her previous contempt vanishing and replaced by extreme vigilance. I didn't expect you to be hiding your strength just to show off in front of everyone. Lu Yuchan sneered, her voice filled with anger. Lin Chen was taken aback and asked in a strange tone, "Do you think I need to show off?" Don't think you can defeat me just because you can withstand one of my attacks. You're still a long way off. Lu Yuchan sneered, and then the huge toad martial spirit instantly seemed to come alive, spitting out a strange green substance that directly attacked Lin Chen. The onlookers were instantly gripped by the sight, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. Only those who have fought Lu Yuchan know how deadly the toad's spit-out substance is. If Lin Chen were to take this attack head-on, his defeat would be virtually certain. As the strange object gradually expanded in his eyes, Lin Chen felt both curiosity and a sense of crisis, and then he threw a punch. A loud popping sound rang out, and the strange green substance was shattered into gas, spreading throughout the space around Lin Chen. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuchan burst into laughter. "Lin Chen, you're finished. You've been poisoned by me, and you're destined to lose this match." His poison has remained unsolved within the same realm to this day, and that is his trump card, the trump card to completely defeat any opponent. The thought of being cheered by the entire Lu family and the attitude of Lu Yuxing filled him with fantasies and longings. He absolutely must get Luya. Seeing the green smoke surrounding Lin Chen, the crowd couldn't help but sigh and discuss. It's over. The poison has been released, and the outcome is already decided. Although it's a bit of a pity, Lu Yuchan ultimately won this victory, and what happens next will be interesting. I wonder if the patriarch will directly depose Lin Chen, the new son-in-law, or stick to his own opinion and continue to let Lin Chen be the Lu family's son-in-law. Regardless of the outcome, after this battle, even if Lin Chen ultimately stays with the Lu family, his status will likely be far inferior to Lu Yuchan's. Hearing the murmurs around him, Lu Yuxing looked at the blurry figure in the green smoke, his eyes filled with curiosity and a strange sense of anticipation. Has this competition really ended just like that? He really couldn't believe that Lin Chen was only capable of what he had just achieved. As for the idea of crippling Lin Chen, he wouldn't even consider it. Just the fact that Lin Chen is a 5th-grade alchemist is enough for him to marry Luya to Lin Chen. His Lu family would be making a huge profit. Looking at the figure in the green smoke, Luya, who was standing to the side, had a look of worry in her eyes. Although Lin Chen's strength was undoubtedly greater than Lu Yuchan's, he had also heard of Lu Yuchan's poison, which was extremely domineering and would surely lead to defeat for anyone who was poisoned. Even if Lin Chen's poison would eventually be cured, he still felt inexplicably worried about taking her down alone. Even she didn't notice, but without realizing it, she had already begun to care about and be concerned about Lin Chen. Don't worry, he's an alchemist after all. No matter how strong or domineering this poison is, it can't be as strong as the poison I've been given, Yafei said with a smile, looking at her daughter's worried expression. Mother, I'm not concerned about him anymore. Luya realized something instantly, quickly calmed down, and kept explaining, but her voice was somewhat flustered. I know, Yafei smiled faintly, a glint of insight flashing in her eyes, revealing the expression of someone who had been through it all. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blurry figure in the green smoke on the stage, their eyes filled with trepidation and anticipation. Would Lin Chen be able to break free of the poison with a miracle? Or was it really as they thought, that everything was already destined and the competition had already ended? Chapter 128, Easily Crushed. The son-in-law is mighty. Within the green smoke, Lin Chen's body was numb, clearly indicating he had been poisoned. Even so, Lin Chen remained calm. The faintly visible martial soul sniper behind him was emitting an immense suction force, continuously absorbing the toxins in his body and the surrounding poisonous mist. After a few breaths, Lin Chen's body had recovered, and the poisonous fog that surrounded him gradually dissipated. Looking at Lin Chen surrounded by poisonous fog, Liu Yuchan felt extremely pleased and smug. Before long, Lin Chen would beg him in front of everyone, and he would reach the pinnacle of his life and become the most powerful person in the Liu family. Thinking about this, he began to fantasize about everything that would happen in the future, including the most important thing, Luya. Luya, you are usually so unapproachable. Today I defeated Lin Chen. Let's see what the patriarch will choose. Liu Yuchan muttered to herself, completely unaware that Lin Chen's body was gradually becoming visible and the poisonous mist had almost dissipated. He's out. Lin Chen actually came out. What's going on? The crowd below the stage watched as the poisonous mist around Lin Chen gradually disappeared, and they were all filled with fear. What exactly did Lin Chen do? Why did Duwu disappear? What they saw filled them with curiosity and fear. They had never seen anyone make the poisonous fog disappear silently. Even if Lin Chen had some means to be unaffected by the poisonous fog, it was still too incredible to make it disappear directly. Seeing the poisonous fog disappear and Lin Chen's body reappear with a normal complexion, Luya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Liu Yuchan across from him, who was lost in thought, Lin Chen coughed and said, "Hey, I'm out." Liu Yuchan snapped out of her daze in an instant. When she saw Lin Chen's calm appearance, she froze on the spot, her eyes filled with deep confusion and intense fear. How could Lin Chen emerge unharmed? Doesn't that mean the poisonous fog is ineffective against him? How did Lin Chen manage that? In the past, people who were poisoned needed him to give them the antidote to recover. But Lin Chen doesn't seem to have any signs of being poisoned at all. Was Lin Chen not poisoned at all from the beginning, or was he poisoned and then instantly detoxified? And the most terrifying thing for him was, even if Lin Chen was not afraid of the poisonous fog, where did the poisonous fog spewed out by his martial soul toad go? Although his poisonous mist was powerful, its production was limited. To put it bluntly, it was a disposable item. In the past, he would collect the poisonous mist after each use, but now, before he could collect it, the poisonous mist had disappeared. In an instant, Liu Yuchan stared intently at Lin Chen, her voice unfriendly. Where did my poison mist go? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then grinned wickedly and said, I ate it. After the poisonous gas was absorbed by his martial soul, it went directly into his dantian and gathered on a phantom of a poison pill, which was actually a good thing for him. The illusory image of the poison pill was formed from a martial art technique he had absorbed from the Lin family. He had even used this poison pill to defeat Wang Feng in the competition among the 4 major families of Yangchen. I never thought it would still be useful. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, feeling surprised and delighted. He also made a decision. He would search for some poison techniques to absorb, which might turn into a useful trump card. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Liu Yuchan's expression instantly turned ferocious. Give me back the poisonous mist. The poisonous fog is generated extremely slowly. Without it, he would lose a trump card, and his strength would decline significantly. He no longer cares about anything after winning against Lin Chen. What he wants is to retrieve the poison mist, which is his lifeblood. Lin Chen shook his head, his voice calm. Sorry, that's already mine. Before Lu Yuchan could speak, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Besides, this competition isn't over yet. After speaking, Lin Chen moved swiftly and threw a regular punch at Lu Yuchan. Seeing the fist in his eyes growing bigger and bigger, Lu Yuchan was stunned for a moment, then roared and threw a punch as well. Lin Chen, you can't look down on people like this. You'll regret it. As the #1 young male in the Lu family, with the strength of the 5th rank of the Yuanwu realm, how dare Lin Chen look down on him like that? He didn't even need to use his martial arts skills, and just threw a light punch at him. How much did Lin Chen look down on him? I regret. You're the one who's going to regret it. After speaking, their fists collided directly. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Yuchan was instantly knocked away, her body flying backward and crashing off the stage, while Lin Chen stopped and stood straight in the center of the stage, clearly showing the difference in their abilities. Upon landing, Lu Yuchan spat out a mouthful of blood essence, her face instantly turning deathly pale and her breath becoming weak. But he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the white-clad youth on the stage, his eyes filled with intense fear. In that clash of punches just now, he was certain that Lin Chen had only released his full power at the very end, meaning he was holding back. But at that moment, his fist felt like it had struck a mountain, and the powerful recoil sent him flying backward. In short, he was thrown back by his own force, while Lin Chen remained as still as a mountain. Feeling immense pain in her arm and the shattering of the bones in her right hand, coupled with her other injuries, Lu Yuchan collapsed and lost consciousness. Even while unconscious, his eyes remained fixed on Lin Chen on the stage. Looking at the unconscious Lu Yuchan, Lin Chen shook his head, his expression calm. Sigh, why invite trouble upon yourself? After speaking, Lin Chen stepped off the stage with an air of nonchalance, showing no joy or excitement at defeating Lu Yuchan. For him, this was an overwhelming competition from the very beginning. If it weren't for Lu Yuxing's sake, he probably wouldn't have even gone on stage. But this competition also yielded some gains. At least he obtained a cloud of poisonous mist from Lu Yuchan, which he may be able to use to develop new trump cards in the future. Seeing Lin Chen step down from the stage, everyone present instantly came to their senses, and their eyes were all fixed on Lin Chen. They had guesses and doubts in their hearts, and their eyes no longer showed the disdain and jealousy they had before. At this moment, there was a hint of admiration in their eyes. No matter the time, people will always admire the strong, especially those who are similar in age to themselves. This will become their short-term goal or even a lifelong pursuit. And Lin Chen is undoubtedly such a person in their hearts at this moment. Lin Chen has undoubtedly proven his strength through this competition and successfully gained the recognition of everyone in the Lu family. Seeing Lin Chen walk up to him, Lu Yuxing snapped out of his daze and burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems I found a good son-in-law. Although many messages came from the Luo family and the Huangzhou Academy indicating that Lin Chen had strong martial arts talent, and during the day, there was news from the Lu family restaurant that Lin Chen had defeated Huiyun, who was ranked on the Huangzhou list. In one move, he was still somewhat surprised to see Lin Chen display his strength in person. That was the 3rd strongest among the younger generation of the Lu family. Although he was not as outstanding as the prodigies on the Desolate State ranking, his strength was definitely not inferior. Lin Chen did not make a move, letting Lu Yuchan attack until the very end when he lightly threw a punch. That punch directly sent Lu Yuchan, who was at the Yuanwu realm, flying and rendering him unable to fight. Although Lin Chen displayed strength surpassing Lu Yuchan's, just how strong was Lin Chen? He clearly hadn't used his full strength just now, which was undoubtedly another question that piqued his curiosity. The thought that Lin Chen was a 5th-grade alchemist made Lu Yuxing sigh inwardly. There really are such people in the world who only exist in legends. Their martial arts and alchemy are beyond superhuman. This is probably the first time such a person has appeared in the history of the Desolate State. Luckily, he's now the son-in-law of the Lu family. Lu Yuxing muttered to himself, feeling more and more that his previous decision to marry Lu Ye was incredibly wise. Upon hearing Lu Yuxing mention the matter of his son-in-law, Lin Chen was speechless. Although he was somewhat attracted to Lu Ye, he had no intention of having such thoughts at all. This was a painful struggle, because he still had a beautiful woman in white waiting for him in his heart. How could he act recklessly now? I never imagined that even after transmigrating to another world, I still wouldn't be able to settle scores and seek revenge. Heh! Lin Chen chuckled bitterly. Yafei, who was standing to the side, was also increasingly satisfied with Lin Chen. She couldn't help but glance at her daughter Luya, but all she saw was Luya with her head down, as if she dared not look at Lin Chen. Lu Yuxing ordered his men to carry Lu Yuchan away for treatment, while the banquet continued as usual. Lu Yuxing stood up, raised his glass to the Lu family, and slowly said, "I know you have many complaints about the son-in-law after what I said earlier. What do you think now?" Very satisfied. In an instant, everyone echoed in unison, their faces full of sincerity. Without a doubt, Lin Chen's demonstrated strength was enough to earn their respect. Although there was still a trace of resentment in their hearts, they knew that it was due to their jealousy of Lin Chen. But in the end, they were just jealous. With the decision of the family head Lu Yuxing and the talent that Lin Chen had shown, everything was already destined, and they could only accept Lin Chen. Now you all know that there are always people more capable than you, and there's always a higher level to reach, right? Lu Yuxing, a cultivator, spoke, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his face serious. From now on, you all need to work harder and remember that you are all members of the Lu family. You absolutely cannot be lacking. The future of the Lu family depends on you. Yes, the crowd answered in unison, their eyes filled with unwavering conviction. In addition, there are two other things I haven't told you. The first is that your son-in-law defeated the young representative of the fire sect, a prodigy on the desolate state ranking, in one blow at the Lu family restaurant today. With a whoosh, the moment Lu Yuxing's words were uttered, the crowd erupted in excitement, all turning their gazes back to Lin Chen with expressions of astonishment. The desolate state ranking is a list that only prodigies of the desolate state can be listed on. Those on the list are all future overlords of the desolate state. Currently, only Luya from the Lu family is on the list, yet Lin Chen actually defeated Huiyun, and in one blow at that. This shows that Lin Chen's strength can crush some of the prodigies on the desolate state ranking. And look at how old Lin Chen is. Probably not even 20 yet. So young yet with such strength. His future is bound to be extraordinary, and it's only natural that he's a good match for Luya. No wonder Lu Yuchan was defeated in one blow. It's probably only because Lin Chen showed mercy that Lu Yuchan is still alive, someone muttered to themselves, suddenly realizing what had happened a moment ago. At this moment, everyone genuinely admired and recognized Lin Chen. The last trace of jealousy in their hearts vanished. On the contrary, the more they looked at Lin Chen and Luya, the more they felt they were a perfect match. Before everyone could fully process this, Lu Yuxing continued. The second thing is that I think many of you have been wondering why your mistress has been appearing in public all these years. I can tell you now, she has been poisoned and has been in a deep sleep. And the one who revived her was your son-in-law. Lu Yuxing changed the subject and then looked at Lin Chen, speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly understood many things and became even more grateful to Lin Chen. Someone spoke first, and then everyone shouted in unison, "Young master is awesome." Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces and hearing the sounds in his ears, Lin Chen stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Heaven have mercy. He really didn't want this to happen. Looking at everyone's reactions, Lu Yuxing was satisfied. Then he glanced at Lin Chen with a sly smile. The banquet proceeded amidst revelry, and Lin Chen, the son-in-law, gained the approval of everyone in the Lu family. Many young people also came to toast Lin Chen. 15 minutes into the banquet, Lin Chen could no longer bear the fervor of the Lu family and quietly left the banquet square. Chapter 129 Late Night Conversation, Leaving. In the Lu family's village, the moonlight shines brightly, and a clear spring flows over the rocks. Looking at the scenery before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. This must be the beautiful scenery described in ancient poems. Sensing the presence behind him, Lin Chen smiled but didn't turn around, remaining standing there by himself. "Is something troubling you?" A clear voice came from behind him, and Lin Chen immediately knew who it was. "No, I just think the scenery at your Lu family's house is quite nice." Lin Chen turned around and smiled faintly. Seeing the smile on Lin Chen's face, Lu Ya's gaze immediately darted away, and her voice was weak. "Just take father's words as a joke. Don't take them to heart." The moment she finished speaking, she felt a sense of relief. Her gaze became open, and she looked directly at Lin Chen. I know you have no intention of becoming a son-in-law of the Liu family, so you don't need to feel burdened. Just do as you please. Liu continued. Lin Chen was taken aback, a strange and curious feeling welling up inside him, but he still smiled faintly and said, "Thank you." He didn't know how to face Liu, so he decided to just let things take their course. The two remained silent for a long time, and the atmosphere became strangely awkward. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Liu asked first, her eyes full of curiosity. Plans? I don't think I have any plans. I just want to get stronger. Lin Chen smiled faintly. All he needs to do now is to increase his strength, to become strong enough to go to the center of the desolate region, and to see the white-clad figure in his mind as soon as possible, as well as the old man and his elder brother Lin Jian and the others. Seeing the hint of longing in Lin Chen's eyes, Liu felt a strange sense of loss. She then calmed her expression and slowly said, "The assessment for entering the inner palace from the outer palace will be in 3 months. Once you enter the inner palace with your talent, your strength will probably improve very quickly." Upon hearing the words, inner palace, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, feeling nothing at all. If he hadn't been afraid of the Wilderness Academy targeting him, he probably wouldn't have even entered the academy, since joining or not joining the academy wouldn't have been of much help to his martial arts path. Aside from temporarily escaping the Bai family's open retaliation, he gained no real benefits from the academy. Moreover, his conflict with the Bai family intensified considerably. Tell me about the benefits of joining the inner palace. Lin Chen asked immediately. Although he had no interest in the academy, it was, after all, the inner court, and perhaps it was different from the outer court. Moreover, he couldn't fight against the academy right now, so he could only stay in the academy. Seeing Lin Chen's interest, Liu slowly began to explain. The inner palace is different from the outer palace. Whether it's resources or cultivation techniques, the inner palace is overflowing with them, including many high-level martial arts techniques. Any one of them would be an invaluable treasure in the desolate state city. In addition, the inner palace contains most of the resources of the desolate state, including some unexplored secret realm maps. When necessary, the academy will allow disciples to explore them. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly became interested. He may not lack cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, and he can exchange spirit stones for pills, but he is still quite interested in secret realms. Most secret realms contain invaluable treasures, some of which can even grant the ability to soar to great heights. Just like the huge gains he made when he entered the tomb of the martial lord, if he were to cultivate in the spirit pool in Dragon Blood Valley a few more times, his strength could be greatly improved in a short period of time. Without a doubt, a great opportunity comes faster and more tangibly than ordinary cultivation. Furthermore, the core strength of the Wilderness State Academy is actually its inner disciples. Only by becoming an inner disciple can you have the opportunity to become a member of the academy in the future and gain a status that all forces must respect. Liu continued to explain. I have no interest in becoming a member of the academy. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He will definitely leave the desolate state in the future. Becoming a student in the academy is of no value to him. Liu was taken aback, a strange feeling creeping in her heart. Aside from those who are arrogant, which disciple of the academy doesn't want to become a member of the academy in the future? Lin Chen, however, seemed to have a somewhat disdainful air about him, which puzzled her. However, when she thought of Lin Chen's talent and strength, as well as his terrifying alchemy skills, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Perhaps Lin Chen's disdain stemmed from his own superior status compared to the academy of the desolate state. There's one more thing I think you need to know. Liu suddenly thought of something and then slowly spoke. What? Lin Chen asked subconsciously. You're probably familiar with the desolate state ranking, but what I want to tell you is that besides the people you know, there are actually 10 others on the desolate state ranking who are unknown to most people. Oh, Lin Chen's interest was piqued instantly. You'll probably meet those 10 people later. Let me tell you something, never mess with them. They're extremely strong, and their backgrounds are very mysterious. Liu's eyes were serious and earnest. Seeing Liu's expression, Lin Chen became even more curious. The people who could instill a sense of fear in Liu must be very strong and have a mysterious identity. It's likely that none of the 10 people belong to any of the major powers. Otherwise, given the temperament of the major powers, like Bairu, they would have already spread the word far and wide. Now I'd like to see these people for myself, Lin Chen said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Chen shifted his gaze and gave Luya a strange look, his voice somewhat shameless and narcissistic as he said, "Miss Luya, are you so wary of me because you care about me? Could it be that Miss Luya has really taken a liking to me?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Luya was stunned. Her face flushed red, and she said angrily, "That's not it. I just wanted you to enter the inner palace sooner or later. I was just mentioning it casually." After speaking, he turned around and left quickly, as if he was afraid to face anything. Looking at the graceful figure not far away, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. He had just been shamelessly testing Luya, and now he regretted it. If Luya hadn't meant it at all, he could have convinced himself not to think that way. But now Luya's behavior clearly showed that she wasn't entirely without feelings for him. Plus, he was already somewhat attracted to her, but he had suppressed it. Now his mind was in turmoil, and he felt a bit guilty. Sigh. Let nature take its course. With a deep sigh, Lin Chen left. Not far away, under the shadows of the trees, two figures stood, their gazes fixed on the spot where Lin Chen and Luya had stood. Judging from Lin Chen's expression, it seems he's not entirely indifferent to you, Lu Yuxing said slowly, a smile on his face. Fortunately, Yer also has some feelings for Lin Chen, otherwise I would really be scared. After all, Yer's happiness depends on herself, and I really can't bear to interfere. Yafei murmured to herself in Lu Yuxing's arms, looking relieved. They're both interested in each other, and that's enough. As their father, I'm satisfied. Lu Yuxing smiled. I wonder who Lin Chen is thinking about. I'm getting curious now. What kind of woman could make such an outstanding man like Lin Chen suppress his feelings? Yafei said slowly, recalling the words she had spoken in the main hall earlier. No matter how outstanding that woman is, she will never be as outstanding as our daughter, Lu Yuxing said firmly, his eyes filled with strong confidence. Forget it. As Yer said, let nature take its course. From now on, we shouldn't interfere with them anymore. We've had enough as it is. Yafei murmured to herself. I'll do whatever you say, Lu Yuxing said with a smile. The wind blew, and the two disappeared silently. The next day, most of the Lu family members gathered at the gate of the Lu family. Leading them were Lu Yuxing and Yafei, while Lin Chen and Luya stood in front of them. Lin Chen, come back and visit when you have time. Lu Yuxing looked at Lin Chen and smiled faintly. All right. Lin Chen glanced at Lu Yuxing and Yafei, and then at the Lu family members behind him. His heart was filled with complex emotions, but his expression remained extremely calm. After saying this, he turned and left. Father, mother, I'm leaving. Luya hugged Bao Yafei, and then left as well. A pair of malevolent eyes watched the two departing figures from the crowd. A low, murderous voice saying, Lin Chen, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Luya, I will soon make you my plaything. Lu Yuchan, what did you just say? Someone next to him asked, looking puzzled. It's nothing. I'm just about to do something earth-shattering. Lu Yuchan said with a ferocious expression, enduring her physical discomfort. TSK, come on. In your current state, you should focus on recovering from your injuries first, the man said with a disdainful look. Lu Yuchan sneered, her eyes filled with madness and malice. Then she also left the Lu family, her destination unknown. Not long after Lin Chen left, news spread from the Lu family that Lin Chen had become the Lu family's son-in-law and the fiancé of the most beautiful woman in Huangzhou. In an instant, Huangzhou City was in an uproar. The various families who learned the news were shocked, especially the younger generation, who all shouted slogans to destroy Lin Chen. In a room in the Luo family compound, Luo Shuihan looked towards the direction of the desolate State Academy, a faint smile on his face. So that's why I didn't like Qingyi. It turns out I already have Luya. If Lin Chen were here and heard this, he would be furious. The person he and Luo Shuihan were talking about was definitely not Luya. You come all the way to Huangzhou City, but don't even visit the Luo family. You're quite heartless, elder. But the Lu family got lucky, getting a prodigy son-in-law for nothing. Luo Shuihan felt a pang of envy. Lu Yuxing wasn't the only one who had the idea of making Lin Chen his son-in-law. He had also tested Lin Chen before. If Lin Chen hadn't been so uninterested, he would probably be the Luo family's elder brother or son-in-law by now. On the other side, After receiving the news, the Bai and Qing families, besides being shocked and amazed, focused more on Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen had offended them at the auction. If it weren't for his status as a disciple of the academy and the protection of the Luo family, he probably would have been killed by them back then. At this moment, in the main hall of the Bai family, Bai Tianwu, who was standing upright, had a look of shock and a sense of crisis in his eyes. Last time, Lin Chen had the Luo family's protection, and now he has the Lu family as his backer, making it even more difficult for the Bai family to deal with Lin Chen. Damn it! With that thought, Bai Tianwu released a powerful aura, and everything around him shattered instantly. First, he made Bai Xia maid, causing humiliation to my Bai family. Then he killed members of my Bai family. Lin Chen is audacious and reckless, but I can't do anything about him right now. Bai Tianwu was filled with anger and resentment, his eyes red. It's quite something that Lin Chen could anger the patriarchs of the 7 major families to this extent. Clan leader, calm down. Someone stepped forward to comfort him, then rolled his eyes and slowly said, although Lin Chen has powerful backers, my Bai family is not without options. Tell me about it. Bai Tianwu said slowly. The assessment for entering the inner palace will be held in 3 months, and Lin Chen will definitely participate. At that time, my Bai family will organize disciples to hunt down Lin Chen. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, he will definitely lose his life. Even so, Lin Chen is still alive. We'll have the elders in charge of supervision and assessment secretly take action. Unless someone is watching Lin Chen all the time, he's doomed. The speaker's eyes flashed with malice. Gee, not bad. Let's do it this way. Bai Tianwu breathed a sigh of relief, his expression instantly regaining its dignified air. Anyone who dares to provoke the Bai family must die. Less than a quarter of an hour after Lin Chen left the Lu family, 6 dark figures instantly followed. Chapter 130 Attack. 50 miles from the Wilderness Academy, 2 figures, like celestial beings, walked slowly across a 10-mile-wide plain to a grove of trees. The 2 were Lin Chen and Lu Ye, who had recently left Huangzhou City. Looking at the stunning beauty beside him, Lin Chen felt an indescribable discomfort. He enjoyed appreciating beauty, but the thought of Lu Yuxing's foxy smile filled him with a strange feeling. As if sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Lu Ye lowered her head slightly, deliberately looking away, and asked in a low voice, "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly changed the subject, awkwardly asking, "What is the status of Lu Yuchan, the one who competed with me yesterday in the Lu family?" After yesterday's competition, he clearly felt the malice and vengeful look in Lu Yuchan's eyes. It was a look he knew all too well. Without a doubt, Lu Yuchan would not let this go. Although he was not afraid of Lu Yuchan's revenge with his current strength, it was a bad feeling to be constantly on someone's mind. If he didn't know, it would be fine, but the problem was that he did. He is the grandson of an elder of the Lu family from the previous generation. Because that elder made many contributions to the Lu family, he was able to enter the core of the Lu family. With his extraordinary talent, he has now become the strongest person among the younger generation of the Lu family, besides my sister and me. Lu Ye said slowly, clearly very familiar with everything about Lu Yuchan. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ye with a strange smile and said, "Your Lu family doesn't have a single capable man left. All the burdens fall on you 2 sisters." As a member of the Lin family, he was naturally very familiar with how things were handled in a large family. Every large family had to cultivate a successor. For example, the Lin family successor was the eldest brother, Lin Jian. It was rare for a family to place such a task on a woman. That would not only be a dangerous gamble for the family, but also a huge pressure and tragedy for the woman. He now understands Lu Yuxing and most of the Lu family's attitude towards him. If he were Lu Yuxing, given the current state of the Lu family, and knowing that there was a young man with strength, talent, and a promising future, he would probably also betroth Lu Ye to someone else. Lu Ye glared at her and said angrily, "Are you looking down on us women?" No, of course not. Lin Chen chuckled for a moment, but a strange sense of sorrow welled up inside him. Seeing the sigh in Lin Chen's eyes, Lu Ye's expression softened instantly, her voice low and somber. "Sigh, if I had an older brother or younger brother or something, I would also—" I understand. Lin Chen smiled, his tone comforting. Lin Chen was about to speak when he suddenly felt several strong auras approaching, so he stopped and became alert. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures in black surrounded the 2. This change stunned Luya, who was lost in inexplicable memories and sighs for several breaths. After regaining her senses, she looked at the 5 figures in black with a wary expression, releasing a faint aura, ready to strike. Sensing the presence of the 5 people up close, Lin Chen felt a sense of vigilance in his eyes, but also a strange sense of relief in his heart. The 5 individuals possessed formidable auras, all at the peak of the Yuanwu realm, but thankfully not yet at the Xuanwu realm. If one of the 5 is at the Xuanwu realm, then he has no choice but to run now. Although he defeated Li Hong, who had just entered the Xuanwu realm in Yangsheng, that was an opportunity that came from a combination of various factors. If he were facing 5 people who had reached the Xuanwu realm, he would only be able to run away now. Lin Chen remained calm, but was interrupted by Luya just as he was about to speak. Luya's eyes were wary, and she exuded the aura of the peak of the Yuanwu realm. In terms of sheer presence, she was even stronger than the 5 men in black. Who are you people, and what do you want? Luya sized up the 5 people, her voice low. At this moment, she was not behaving like a woman at all. Instead, she was calmer than many men, exuding a coldness and indifference that was different from her usual gentle temperament. I've long heard that the eldest daughter of the Liu family is the most beautiful woman in the desolate state. Seeing her today, she is indeed extraordinary. A man in black stared at Luya with fiery and greedy eyes, constantly scrutinizing her. Today is truly our happy day. The most beautiful woman in the desolate state. I wonder what it will taste like. One of them looked at Luya with red eyes, rapid breathing, and swallowing saliva repeatedly. At this moment, the leader of the men in black suddenly shouted at the 2 of them, his voice filled with extreme indifference and coldness. Enough! Even if you complete this mission, you must remain in your positions, unless you want to be hunted down by everyone in the wasteland. The man in black's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly calming the 2 who had been burning with desire and greed. In an instant, they shifted their gaze away from Luya and turned to look at Lin Chen, whom they had previously ignored, releasing a strong killing intent from their bodies. The man in black looked at Lin Chen and Luya, coldly uttering a single word, kill. In an instant, the 5 people pounced on Lin Chen and his companion, or more accurately, they headed straight for Lin Chen. Be careful. Luya is among the top people on the desolate state ranking, so her strength must be considerable. Don't let her get caught off guard, but try not to hurt her either, the leader of the men in black instructed. Seeing the 5 people rushing towards them, and considering their brief conversation earlier, Lin Chen and his companion instantly guessed their purpose. It's obvious that someone hired someone to kill Lin Chen, and the employer has a relationship with Luya, which is why he said he wouldn't harm Luya. Lin Chen had a guess in his mind, but he couldn't say who it was. After all, he had offended quite a few people and forces. It could be the Bai family, the Qing family, or people from the Wood sect or the Fire sect. It could also be Lu Yuchan, whom he had just been talking about. Who could it be? Lin Chen wondered, but he remained unfazed by the 5 people's attack. At that moment, Luya pushed Lin Chen behind her, her voice calm and serious. Although your strength is not bad, you are not enough to deal with them. You stay behind me and wait for the right moment to either escape alone or escape with me. After all, judging from their words, they obviously dare not hurt me. Do you understand? Although Lin Chen killed by Wu Hin in the outer mansion and defeated Hui Yun in one move at the Liu family restaurant, no matter how strong Lin Chen is, he is no match for the 5 people in front of him. After all, even she could sense the danger from the 5 people. Lin Chen stared blankly at Luya's beautiful figure before him, wanting to shout in his heart to defend himself, but he held back in the end and could only sigh inwardly. It seems that I have been underestimated. Snap! Lin Chen gently patted Luya's shoulder, his voice calm yet filled with a strange strength. Don't worry, they can't kill me. Just kidding. If one of the 5 was at the Xuanwu realm, he would have to think twice, but since all 5 were at the Yuanwu realm, he wasn't afraid at all. Luya was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned her head to look at Lin Chen. When she saw Lin Chen's confident face and firm gaze, her heart trembled and her body inexplicably relaxed, as if she had found a safe harbor and suddenly felt a great sense of security. It was a feeling that she couldn't quite explain, a feeling she had never experienced before in her life. The 2 reacted and spoke in less than a breath, while the attack of the 5 men in black was already only 20 or 30 steps away from them. Even on the verge of death, you still want to show off in front of women and spout nonsense. How laughable! A man in black sneered, his voice carrying an inexplicable emotion. If you listen carefully and discern the tone, you'll hear jealousy and madness. As the attack and 5 dark figures drew ever closer, Lin Chen remained calm, his voice flat and cold. No matter who sent you to kill me, once you've made your move, there's no turning back. Still talking big even when death is imminent. The leader of the black men uttered indifferently, his body moving directly close to Lin Chen, his fist only a few steps away from Lin Chen, while the attacks of the other 4 were also approaching. Lin Chen, seeing Lin Chen's unmoved appearance, Luya behind him panicked instantly. Without a doubt, if this continued, Lin Chen would be killed by the 5 people. Boom! 5 violent impacts rang out simultaneously, and then the fists of the 5 men struck various parts of Lin Chen's body. The 5 people who thought Lin Chen was doomed were now filled with panic, their eyes filled with disbelief. The moment they struck Lin Chen, it felt as if they had struck not a person, but an indestructible mountain. The arms that threw the punches were either broken or dislocated, and there was blood on their fists. Lin Chen, however, showed no signs of injury. Just as the 5 realized the danger and tried to let go and retreat, Lin Chen raised his right fist and punched the leader of the men in black. Bang! A violent impact was accompanied by a deafening scream of pain. The leader of the men in black was sent flying backward and crashed 100 paces away. At the same time, the other 4 also took the opportunity to retreat into Lin Chen's attack range, their eyes no longer showing disdain, but full of vigilance. They never expected that Lin Chen, whom they could have easily ignored and killed, would be so strong. Not only did he knock their leader away with a single blow, but what was even more terrifying was that he was able to withstand the attacks of all 5 of them without any injury. Is this really Lin Chen, who the employer described as having the cultivation level of the 7th or 8th grade of the multiverse martial realm? Big brother. The 4 men quickly came to the side of the leader in black, helped him up, and at the same time remained vigilant for Lin Chen's attack. Without a doubt, they who were hunters just a moment ago have now become prey. Not only is there a high chance they won't be able to kill Lin Chen, but they may also be killed by Lin Chen in return. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the leader of the men in black instantly turned pale and became extremely weak. A man in black took out a green pill and stuffed it into the man's mouth. The pill's effects were powerful and obvious. After taking the pill, the black-clad man's complexion quickly became rosy, and his aura rapidly recovered. Although he was not as strong as before, he was no longer a burden with no fighting ability. Lin Chen simply watched everything calmly. He had the opportunity to stop the 5 men, but he didn't need to. The exchange just now clearly showed that the 5 men couldn't harm him. He could kill them whenever he wanted. Luya, who had been watching everything from behind, looked dazed, her eyes filled with surprise and astonishment. Lin Chen's strength was actually stronger than she had imagined. Even she felt intense pressure facing 5 black-clad men at the peak of the Yuanwu realm. But Lin Chen was able to withstand their attacks without getting injured. If it were her, she would have been seriously injured even if she didn't die. At this moment, she thought of her previous actions and instructions to Lin Chen, and her cheeks flushed red with shame. She actually let Lin Chen hide behind her just now, giving him a chance to escape. How shameful and ridiculous that is. After regaining her senses, Luya looked at the straight and inexplicably reassuring young man in front of her, feeling a mix of admiration and curiosity. Lin Chen, how many secrets do you still have? Whether it was defeating Hui Yun on the Desolate State ranking, refining a 5th grade pill, or his identity as an outer elder of the Luo family, Lin Chen exuded mystery in every way. Maybe marrying someone like that wouldn't be so bad. With that thought, Luya had an idea that seemed to come to her mind. In an instant, she forcibly suppressed the thought in her heart, looked up at Lin Chen. Her ears were red, and there was a strange smile on her face. At this moment, Lin Chen slowly walked towards the 5 people. Chapter 131 One Punch, One Kill, The Man Behind the Scenes. As Lin Chen approached, the 5 men's eyes simultaneously flashed with vigilance, and their auras fluctuated intensely, clearly showing a slight fear. "Brother, what should we do?" one of them asked in a low voice. Clearly, their employer and they themselves underestimated Lin Chen's strength. They thought it would be an easy assassination mission, with Lin Chen like a mouse to be killed at their mercy. But no one expected that Lin Chen would turn out to be a fierce tiger, biting them directly. Based on their years of assassination experience, the wise choice now is to escape quickly and absolutely not to fight Lin Chen again. The leader of the men in black had slightly cloudy eyes, clearly not fully recovered yet, but his gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with malice and unwavering determination. Going back now is the same as dying. Do you think that employer will let us go if he knows our mission failed? Upon hearing this, the other four were stunned for a moment, their eyes showing agreement, and then they became resolute, all their auras pressing towards Lin Chen, who was approaching. They only have one option now, to completely eliminate Lin Chen, otherwise they will die no matter what. All five people simultaneously locked their gazes on Lin Chen, and an unprecedented killing intent permeated the entire space. Even Lu Ye, who was a little further away from them, could feel the determination of the five people at this moment. Sensing the five people's determined gazes, he suddenly smiled faintly. You originally had a second chance to change your fate, but why didn't you seize it? That kid, don't talk big. We hadn't even used our full strength yet. Otherwise, do you think you could be standing here safely? The leader of the men in black stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot, his voice low and filled with hatred. Although they seemed to be at a disadvantage now, based on their brief exchange with Lin Chen, Lin Chen's current strength is not enough to make them run away. They still have a chance to kill Lin Chen. Didn't you use your full strength? Lin Chen stopped and looked at the five people, then said coldly, Then show me your full strength. You're courting death. The five shouted in unison. Then each released their martial spirits and attacked Lin Chen directly. In an instant, 5 different weapon spirits appeared directly behind the 5 people, and were then grasped by them, their aura at least twice as strong as before. He could have lived, but why didn't he seize the opportunity? Lin Chen shook his head, looking on with a sigh. Even though the 5 of them are currently displaying overwhelming momentum, he remains fearless. As long as they don't reach the Xuanwu realm, he cannot be defeated. The only difference is the length of time it will take. The divine dragon technique was unleashed, and a terrifying aura spread outwards, causing the 5 attackers to pause briefly. Whoosh! Lin Chen moved swiftly, and instead of using the divine dragon transformation martial art, he employed a primitive attack method, directly confronting the 5 people head-on. Bang, bang, bang! Terrifying impact sounds rang out continuously, and a bizarre scene unfolded. Lin Chen let the attacks of the 5 men land on his body, while his fists continued to strike the 5 men, one punch after another. After 5 punches landed, the 5 men were sent flying backward. Snap! A loud thud echoed as all 5 men coughed up a mouthful of blood, their faces turning deathly pale, their auras becoming chaotic, and their combat power dropping by at least 70 to 80%. But the 5 of them seemed completely at a loss, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen with fear in them. They were defeated. The 5 of them joined forces and unleashed their martial spirits to attack simultaneously. Yet they still couldn't harm Lin Chen in the slightest. Could it be that Lin Chen's body is truly made of steel and indestructible? It wasn't until this moment that the 5 realized just how powerful Lin Chen was, so powerful that he could completely ignore them. They had previously thought that if they joined forces and used their full strength, they would have a chance to kill Lin Chen. Now, thinking about it, how ridiculous and naive they were. Now, they were starting to regret it. They could have given up on killing Lin Chen and simply fled this dangerous place when they were first repelled, but they actually did. Now, even if they wanted to escape, they probably couldn't. Thinking back to what Lin Chen had said before, it was so ironic. Lin Chen wasn't just boasting. He truly meant what he said. Looking at the 5 weakened individuals, Lin Chen coldly declared, "Now you can all die. For those who want to kill him, as long as he lives, the one who wants to kill him will die." Sensing the coldness on Lin Chen's face and the intense and resolute killing intent emanating from him, the leader of the men in black remained calm, but the panic and fear that flashed in his eyes ultimately betrayed him. Today's defeat is because we failed to properly investigate your strength. Since you've lost, then make your move. Big brother. In an instant, the 4 of them were speechless, staring at the leader in black. Do you have to put on a show before you die? It's meaningless to me. Lin Chen sneered, his steps still slow. At that moment, one of them panicked and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. "Spare us. As long as you don't kill us, we'll tell you anything, We'll do anything for you. The other four men in black stared blankly at their brother kneeling and begging for mercy, their faces showing utter unfamiliarity. They begged for mercy. Their brother actually begged for mercy. Three of them had complicated expressions, then turned to look at their eldest brother, feeling a sense of gankai, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, often including regret or nostalgia. One moment his elder brother was acting as if he would face death with equanimity, and the next moment someone was kneeling down and begging for mercy from Lin Chen. Wasn't that a slap in the face? The leader of the men in black came to his senses, wanting to be angry and furious, but ultimately did not react at all, only sighing helplessly. When faced with life and death, even the strongest willpower is useless. If you are destined to die, you will still die. This fear will make you submit. Can I say anything? Lin Chen approached the five people, smiled faintly at the one who was begging for mercy, and spoke in a strange tone. Yes, anything is fine. Seeing the interest in Lin Chen's eyes, the man's eyes darted around as if he had thought of something, and then he said directly, "The one who hired us to kill you this time is Lu Yuchan from the Lu family." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen simply nodded slightly, showing a hint of surprise but not much reaction. He sensed Lu Yuchan's murderous intent when he was at the Lu family's residence, and now that it has become a reality, it was to be expected. Lin Chen remained calm, but Luya, who had been watching everything from a distance, lost her composure upon hearing Lu Yuchan's name. She went straight to the five people, her tone filled with accusation. "If you dare to slander my Lu family, I will personally kill you all." "There's no slander involved. It was Lu Yuchan who sent us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have focused solely on him." The man glanced at Lin Chen, his voice filled with fear, and continued, "Lu Yuchan is right behind us, waiting for news near a spring about 10 miles away. You can go and see for yourselves if you don't believe me." The other four nodded, tacitly agreeing to everything. Luya froze on the spot, still looking incredulous. She wanted to refuse to believe what she was seeing, but the facts were undeniable. Would the five people they had already disposed of lie? Would they dare to lie? How could this be? How could Lu Yuchan be like this? How dare he? Luya murmured to herself, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing Luya's reaction, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He could somewhat understand Luya's feelings at this moment. Being betrayed by someone from her family whom she had always trusted would be hard for anyone to bear. Lin Chen glanced at the five people, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Please let us go. We promise we'll never take on another killing mission again. Just tell us what you need, and we'll obey anytime, anywhere." Seeing Lin Chen's thoughtful expression, the man thought he had a chance, and quickly spoke up, kowtowing repeatedly and abandoning all dignity. The leader in black and the other three all had hope in their eyes. Though it was despicable, as long as they were alive, they still had hope. As for repaying Lin Chen and obeying his orders, that's impossible for them in this lifetime. As long as they leave safely today, they will definitely repay Lin Chen properly in the future. As for Lu Yuchan, as long as they leave the desolate state, can Lu Yuchan still hunt them down? Besides, all Lu Yuchan wants is to keep the secret. Their departure will have the same effect. The only regret is having to give up everything I've worked so hard for in Huangzhou City over the years. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile like that of a demon from hell, and his voice was cold and chilling. "I never said I was going to let you go." In an instant, the five people's hearts skipped a beat, and their whole bodies felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, extremely cold, with the chill emanating directly from their foreheads. Lin Chen had no intention of letting them go. "Scatter and run," the leader of the men in black shouted coldly. Suddenly, he seemed to find strength from nowhere and took off running in one direction. The other four people also fled in all directions in an instant. Now that Lin Chen wants to kill them, they can't stop him at all, and can only do so in exchange for a sliver of hope of survival. The five men were incredibly fast, but Lin Chen was even faster, instantly killing three of them and chasing after the remaining two. Because of his injury, Lin Chen quickly caught up with one of the men and killed him instantly, while the other man had already escaped within 100 paces. "Lin Chen, you wait, I will definitely take revenge." Seeing his brothers killed by Lin Chen, the leader of the men in black turned around and glanced at Lin Chen, his voice filled with malice. Now he is only 100 steps away from Lin Chen. He can escape from here directly. "Ah, you have no chance for revenge." Lin Chen sneered, and then his martial soul sniper appeared, unleashing a massive fireball. A deafening roar rang out, and a massive fire erupted 100 paces away. Accompanied by a deafening scream, the flames engulfed everything within moments, leaving only a cloud of black ash. That man probably never imagined that he would be killed by Lin Chen with a single blow when he was on the verge of escaping. Retracting his martial spirit, Lin Chen glanced at Luya, who had regained her composure, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent, and said in a calm voice, "I'm going back to kill Lu Yuchan. You should go back to the academy first. He will not let anyone who wants to kill him go, not even the Lu family." Luya glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of hesitation and a sigh on her face, but determination in her eyes. "I'll go with you." Lin Chen thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right, let me show you the difference between the Lu Yuchan you imagine and the real Lu Yuchan." The two moved with incredible speed, directly leaving the Desolate State Academy and heading towards Desolate State City. Chapter 132, Lu Yuchan's Revenge Plan. Dozens of miles from Huangzhou City, beside a clear pool, a young man dressed in green gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with trepidation and inexplicable excitement, as if waiting for something. With a whoosh, an old man in a gray robe appeared beside the young man. The young man was startled, and a strange fear appeared in his eyes. But when he saw the man's face clearly, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his expression returned to calm. "Second uncle, what are you doing here?" the young man asked slowly, his tone calm. The visitor was his second uncle, Lu Sanshi. Logically speaking, no one would notice if he left the Lu family, and his second uncle rarely showed up. He couldn't even remember the last time he saw his second uncle. Do you think I don't know what's going on in your mind?" Lu Sanshi glared at him, snorted coldly. Then his expression returned to calm, his voice indifferent. "So what if he lost the competition? Is it necessary for you to come out and hire people to hunt him down?" Lu Yuchan was stunned for a moment, clearly surprised. Her gaze softened, and then she said calmly, "It seems that second uncle knows." "That's right, I'm going to kill Lin Chen. I absolutely have to kill him." Lu Yuchan said firmly, her eyes filled with malice. "Because he embarrassed you? Or because of Luya?" Lu Sanshi asked calmly, as if he had expected this. He knew his nephew too well. To risk everything to hire someone to kill someone just because he was ashamed was definitely not Lu Yuchan's style. It was probably more out of greed for Luya. Whether you succeed or fail this time, you will inevitably face retaliation from the Lu family. Have you thought all this through? Lu Sanshi looked at Lu Yuchan and said in a low voice, "Second uncle will help me, right?" Lu Yuchan looked at Lu Sanshi with seriousness and certainty in her eyes. Seeing Lu Yuchan's determined gaze, Lu Sanshi couldn't help but laugh, then said calmly, "Since you've thought about the consequences, then your second uncle will accompany you on this journey." "Thank you, second uncle." Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Lu Yuchan nodded her thanks sincerely. "Our lineage originally had a certain say in the Council of Elders, but since your grandfather and your father died, our lineage has been completely abolished. I don't want to stay in the Lu family any longer, which has no future. Our lineage doesn't owe the Lu family anything." Lu Sanshi said slowly, with inexplicable resentment in his eyes. Imagining everything that happened to her parents in the past, Lu Yuchan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuchan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. "Second uncle, don't worry. After I kill Lin Chen this time, I'll kidnap Luya, then we'll make it a fait accompli. And I don't believe Lu Yuxing can do anything to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Sanshi suddenly realized, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face. "That's right. This move is brilliant. When you become the son-in-law of the Lu family, everything in the future of the Lu family will be yours alone." The two of them couldn't help but laugh to themselves, as if they had already imagined all the wonderful things to come. "I was afraid of something going wrong, so I didn't accompany those 5 assassins. Now that my second uncle is here, even if those 5 fail, with my second uncle's strength, the plan will be 100% successful." Lu Yuchan smiled faintly. He didn't accompany him not only because he was afraid something might happen that would prevent him from killing Lin Chen, but also because he was worried about his safety. Luya is a prodigy on the Desolate State ranking, and her strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary 9th grade Yuanwu realm cultivator. If the 5 of them fail while he is accompanying them, he will also die. If he stays here, he can guarantee his safety even if the 5 of them fail. Lu Sanshi instantly saw through Lu Yuchan's plan, but he didn't say much. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "After you take control of the Lu family, our branch will be the leader of the Lu family from now on, and I—" Lu Sanshi did not continue speaking, but instead looked at Lu Yuchan, as if waiting for something. Lu Yuchan was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes darted around, and she said calmly, "At that time, second uncle will be the great elder of the Lu family." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sanshi's gaze hardened instantly. "Come on, your second uncle will help you make things happen today." If anyone knew that the two were plotting against the Lu family, they would probably be shocked. They hadn't even succeeded yet, and they were already dividing up the spoils. Watching Lu Sanshi's retreating figure, Lu Yuchan inwardly cursed him as an old fox, but said nothing aloud. Once he became the head of the Lu family, wouldn't he be the one making the decisions? However, before the two could move, 2 auras instantly approached. 100 paces away, 2 figures moved with incredible speed, passing through the woods in an instant and arriving at the edge of the clear pool, where they faced each other. These are Lin Chen and Luya. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Luya appear, Lu Yuchan was initially surprised, but then a happy expression appeared on her face. Although he didn't know how Lin Chen and his companion escaped the 5 assassins, or how they got here, he might have been terrified before Lu Sanshi appeared, but now he was only happy, extremely happy. Lu Sanshi glanced at Lin Chen and the other two, a hint of surprise flashing his eyes. Then he looked at Lu Yuchan with an evil smile. He naturally recognized Luya and Lin Chen. After all, although Lin Chen hadn't been in the Lu family for long, he and Luya were the main characters at last night's banquet. "Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be able to find this place. It seems that those 5 not only lost, but also revealed my hiding place." Lu Yuchan said calmly, with his hands behind his back. Lin Chen remained calm, while Luya beside him was agitated, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Lu Yuchan, why did you send people to hunt us down?" The Lu family members she knew would never do such a thing, but Lu Yuchan's words just now clearly implied the truth. How could she accept it? "Did he hunt you down?" "No, not hunt you down, but hunt down Lin Chen and then kidnap you." Looking at Lu Ya's incredulous face, Lu Yuchan was very satisfied, his face full of inexplicable pleasure. "You kidnapped me?" Luya looked surprised and confused. Then, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly became cold, a stark contrast to her previous expression. Perhaps this was the real her. "Hee, it seems you've already figured it out." "That's right, killing Lin Chen is secondary. Kidnapping you is the main objective." Lu Yuchan chuckled, her face filled with greed and wickedness. "Once we've consummated our relationship, not only will you be mine, but the Lu family will also be mine in the future. Who knows, in the end, you 2 sisters might even be mine." Lu Yuchan became more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes seemingly filled with fantasies, and the sound of her swallowing saliva could be heard constantly coming from her throat. Lin Chen was stunned, speechless. He hadn't expected Lu Yuchan to have such a plan. He had to admit, aside from being a bit shameful, the plan was absolutely perfect. "Aren't you afraid the Lu family will find out and kill you?" Luya's gaze turned cold, her voice low and filled with murderous intent. "It's already a fait accompli. What am I afraid of? Do you think Lu Yuxing would kill his son-in-law and make you a widow carrying my child? Besides, who would want you if I died? Who would dare to want you?" Lu Yuchan curled her lips disdainfully, looking completely fearless. "I'll kill you." Luya's face was filled with rage, and the anger in her heart exploded. She never imagined that anyone in the Lu family could be so ambitious, so audacious, and so infuriating. "I advise you to give in to me, or you'll regret it." Despite feeling the immense pressure coming at her, Lu Yuchan smiled calmly, showing no sign of panic. Luya was stunned for a moment, then finally turned her head to look at Lu Sanshi next to Lu Yuchan. Her anger vanished in an instant, and her eyes showed vigilance and even a trace of panic. "I know you're strong, capable of killing those 5 peak Yuanwu realm assassins. You're a genius among geniuses, but so what? My second uncle is here, with his Xuanwu realm strength. Do you think you can kill me?" Seeing the wariness in Luya's eyes, Lu Yuchan's lips curled up slightly, her face full of smugness and joy. "If you had left directly, I'm afraid I would have come up empty-handed today. But you actually came looking for me. Thank you so much." Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you obediently submit to me, maybe I'll treat you well. Otherwise, I'm quite looking forward to what kind of punishment you'll receive. Lu Yuchan glanced at Lu Ye's graceful body, her eyes filled with evil. Give up on that idea. I'd rather die than let you have your way. Lu Ye said angrily, her eyes filled with determination. She ignored Lu Yuchan's evil gaze and provocative words, displaying a reaction unlike that of an ordinary woman. Death? Ha ha ha. Lu Yuchan laughed, then looked at Lin Chen, her voice strange and deep. If you obediently submit to me, I might let Lin Chen go. Otherwise, not only will you become my person today, but Lin Chen will also die. You? For a moment, Lu Yu was speechless. It's easy for her to die, but Lin Chen will also die, killed by her Lu family. To put it bluntly, Lin Chen was implicated by her. Does she really feel at ease letting Lin Chen die as well? Moreover, she still harbored a deep-seated longing for Lin Chen. Was she really willing to let Lin Chen die with her? I'm so conflicted, so incredibly conflicted. He really didn't want to make this choice. Her innocence, the future of the Lu family, and Lin Chen's death. Seeing the hesitation and struggle on Lu Ye's face, Lu Yuchan grinned wickedly, looking smug and feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Regardless of Lu Ye's choice, in his heart Lin Chen was doomed to die today. Glancing at Lu Sanshi beside them, the two laughed in unison. They hadn't even made a move yet, and with just words, they had already won. Toying with their opponent, getting a bit of satisfaction before the plan was even implemented, was unexpected. Seeing Lu Ye's conflicted expression as she relied on him, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of inexplicable heartache. As he slowly stepped forward, just as Lu Ye was about to speak, her eyes filled with unwavering determination, Lin Chen stopped her, smiling faintly. Why are you doing this? Can't you see their plans? No matter what you choose, I will die according to their plan. Feeling the warmth on her shoulder, Lu Ye froze for a moment, not knowing what to say. Before Lu Ye could ask for anything else, Lin Chen interrupted her, a confident yet reassuring smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm here. They can't kill me, and you don't need to make any choices. Lu Ye froze for a moment, looking at the young man in front of her. For the first time, she felt a strange sense of dependence, as if as long as the young man in front of her was there, no problem was a problem. Lin Chen stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuchan and the other man, a wicked smile on his face. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Yuchan looked at him and said disdainfully, you saw through me, but so what? What can you change? Even if he's found out, so what? As long as his second uncle is around, he has nothing to worry about today. With a wicked glint in his eyes, Lu Yuchan said, Lin Chen, as a reward, I'll kill you later and let you watch Lu Ye and I consummate our relationship. This is a great favor to you, something many people in the desolate state won't see. After speaking, Lu Yuchan burst into laughter. Lu Ye was filled with anger and shame, and was furious, but she held back when she saw Lu Sanshi next to Lu Yuchan. After all, she was no match for Lu Sanshi. Seeing that Lu Ye was clearly furious, but didn't vent her anger, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at Lu Yuchan, his voice filled with murderous intent. It's a disgrace to the Lu family to have a scoundrel like you. After speaking, Lin Chen stopped wasting words, unleashed his full aura, and charged forward. Now that he knows the inside story, it's time for him to kill with his own hands. If it weren't for considering Lu Ye's feelings, he would have taken action as soon as he appeared, instead of wasting words with Lu Yuchan. As Lin Chen attacked, Lu Yuchan remained calm, her eyes filled with disdain. If she were attacking, I might dodge a bit, but your words are superfluous. You probably don't even know what cultivation level my second uncle has. Whoosh! Lu Sanshi moved swiftly, blocking Lu Yuchan's path, and then threw a punch to meet Lin Chen's attack. Bang! Atirifayin oha imanated. Chapter 133, Destroying Lu Sanshi. With a powerful aura emanating from them, Lin Chen and Lu Sanshi were forced to retreat. The strong shockwave, combined with Lu Sanshi's impact, sent Lu Yuchan flying. With a soft thud, Lu Yuchan landed directly on the ground, then quickly got up. A hint of surprise and unexpectedness flashed in her eyes, along with a slight fear. But when she saw Lu Sanshi's slightly tall figure in front of her, she felt a sense of relief and security. Although Lin Chen's attack directly forced his third uncle back, Lin Chen was clearly at a disadvantage. As long as his third uncle was there, he was safe. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Luckily, his third uncle was here, otherwise he might have been doomed here today. Third uncle, take him down. Lu Yuchan said to Lu Sanshi, her tone filled with inexplicable anger and humiliation. Judging from Lin Chen's performance just now, Lin Chen clearly did not use his full strength in the match with him at the Lu family last night. However, even without using his full strength, Lin Chen still defeated him in one blow. How could he bear that? In an instant, his resolve to destroy Lin Chen became even stronger. Upon hearing Lu Yuchan's words, Lu Sanshi nodded slightly, clearly indicating that he shared the same intention. Lin Chen's attack just now surprised and amazed him. You have to know that he is a Xuanwu realm cultivator, while Lin Chen, who is not even 20 years old, was able to push him back. Where does he put his old face? Hee, I didn't expect you to be so strong at such a young age. It seems that killing you today was the right choice. Otherwise, if you grow up, you might cause us a lot of trouble. Lu Sanshi looked at Lin Chen, his voice low and undisguised, showing no sign of disdain. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, he will never be his match. Today is destined to be Lin Chen's death day. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Chen said indifferently to Lu Sanshi's words. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Looking at Lin Chen's even more arrogant expression than his own, Lu Sanshi couldn't help but snort coldly, his face full of displeasure. Whoosh! The aura in the space instantly became chaotic, and then 3 black stone shadows appeared above Lu Sanshi's head, instantly merging into Lu Sanshi's body, emitting a gray light and a strong and terrifying aura. It's been a long time since I've made a move. I never expected that I would be facing a brat like you again. It's a blessing you earned in your past life to die under my martial arts. Lu Sanshi's eyes turned red, and his entire body expanded to the size of a fist. His skin was covered as if it were made of stone, exuding explosive power. Seeing this, Lu Yuchan's eyes showed relief, a hint of ease, and a touch of anticipation. This is his third uncle's signature martial skill, which uses his martial spirit to cover his entire body, directly enhancing his body's defense and attack power. Just now, Lin Chen might have been able to barely put up a fight, but now that this move has been used, no matter how strong Lin Chen is, he is no match for his third uncle. If my martial soul were also made of stone, perhaps I could also possess such formidable physical strength. Lu Yuchan couldn't help but sigh. Sensing the intense aura and terrifying power approaching him, Lin Chen remained calm, but his body underwent inexplicable changes. The Divine Dragon technique was activated immediately, and a gray light accompanied by a powerful aura of antiquity emanated from Lin Chen's body in an instant. It resisted Lu Sanshi's aura and was not at a disadvantage. Lu Sanshi could naturally sense a powerful aura that was no weaker than his own, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange and surprised. Was he really facing a boy who was not even 20 years old? How come he could sense a hint of danger just from the aura Lin Chen was emanating? This is absolutely not a normal feeling. Your momentum is not bad, but I wonder if you can withstand my attack. Lu Sanshi said domineeringly and confidently, and then his body rushed out, his fist aimed directly at Lin Chen. That's what I want to know too. Lin Chen muttered to himself, directly addressing the question. To be honest, he was also very curious about just how strong his body was now, and he could let Lu Sanshi test it out. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Ye and Lu Yuchan, Lin Chen and Lu Sanshi's fists collided directly. The deafening collision, accompanied by a terrifying aura, spread outwards, causing the ground to cave in, water to surge, and the nearby forest to bend and bounce back. With another soft thud, Lin Chen and Lu Sanshi both retreated, but it was clear that Lin Chen took significantly more steps back than Lu Sanshi. In this clash, Lin Chen was once again at a disadvantage. Lu Sanshi stared intently at Lin Chen, glancing at the ground between them out of the corner of his eye, a sense of humiliation rising within him. Lin Chen was actually at a disadvantage against his full-force attack. How could he accept this? He was at the Xuanwu realm, while Lin Chen was at most at the Yuanwu realm, yet he managed to block his strongest attack. Lu Yuchan and Lu Ye were also stunned. Lu Ye was all right. She had at least witnessed Lin Chen fight 5 peak Yuanwu realm warriors alone. But the Lu Sancher in front of her was no ordinary person, not comparable to those Yuanwu realm assassins. He was a genuine Xuanwu realm warrior. Yet, Lin Chen managed to stop him, someone she thought was impossible to defeat. Thinking of Lin Chen's reassuring words and the lingering warmth on her shoulder, Luya gazed at the upright figure of the white-clad youth not far away and couldn't help but become somewhat infatuated. Is there still you? Perhaps there really is still you. Lu Yuchan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with even greater killing intent. Lin Chen blocked his third uncle's strongest attack, which speaks volumes. Lin Chen clearly possesses the strength to fight against someone at the early stage of the profound martial realm. Keep in mind that Lin Chen is not even 20 years old yet, and he already possesses such strength. What incredible talent must he have to be able to do that? I doubt even those on the Desolate State ranking who are hailed as prodigies of the Desolate State could achieve what Lin Chen has. Jealousy. At this moment, he was deeply jealous of Lin Chen. The white-clad youth before him not only easily obtained Luya, whom he had always dreamed of, but also possessed a terrifying talent that was beyond his reach. No wonder that old bastard Lu Yuxing chose you. It turns out he was attracted to your talent. Thinking this, Lu Yuchan gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes filled with thought. I wonder what his reaction would be if he knew that what Lu Yuxing valued most about Lin Chen was his terrifying talent for alchemy. On the other side, after the anger and shock subsided, Lu Sancher suddenly burst into laughter, his face full of mockery. Haha, I thought you were so strong, but you're nothing special. He was also somewhat jealous of Lin Chen's talent. But the more jealous he was, the more determined he was to kill Lin Chen today. If he didn't kill him, he was afraid that he would die soon. Fortunately, even though Lin Chen's current performance is terrifying, he is ultimately no match for him. If this continues, Lin Chen will eventually be killed by him. Facing Lu Sanchi's mockery and killing intent, Lin Chen seemed oblivious. Instead, he carefully examined his body and couldn't help but sigh. Is it true that physical strength alone is insufficient to defeat a Xuanwu realm martial artist? Shaking his head, Lin Chen looked up at Lu Sancher, his voice low and confident. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said just now, but it doesn't matter as long as you die. You're not qualified to kill me right now. Lu Sancher was stunned for a moment, then said angrily. After speaking, he immediately used the same martial skill again, attacking Lin Chen directly. Now, he only wants to kill Lin Chen, not only to vent his anger, but also to eliminate future troubles. I said I wanted you dead, and you have to die. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with determination and indifference, and his whole body exuded a terrifying killing intent. Whoosh! A black sniper rifle appeared instantly, its muzzle aimed directly at Lu Sancher, who was coming straight at him. Dozens of martial arts techniques within his dantian instantly merged into a bullet-shaped phantom, poised to be unleashed. Snap! A soft thud was heard, and then a plain, unassuming bullet was fired directly from the martial soul sniper rifle. Seeing the bullet collision martial arts technique rapidly expanding in his vision, Lu Sancher stopped abruptly, a strange sense of crisis rising in his heart. Damn it, where did this sense of crisis come from? Could it be him? No, absolutely not. Despite his doubts, he remained cautious and, unable to dodge in time, saw Lu Sanchi's body suddenly unleash an even stronger aura. At this moment, Lu Sancher gave the impression of being an indestructible mountain. This was his strongest defense. I like to see just how good your martial arts are. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound like two mountains colliding rang out, and the space was instantly filled with a strange and powerful aura. Bang! A loud impact rang out, and Lu Sanchi's body flew backward, crashing 100 paces away. Lu Sancher spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned deathly pale, his breath became weak, and his eyes were filled with deep surprise and fear. In that instant, the bullet-shaped martial skill unleashed terrifying energy upon contact with his body, directly breaking through his defenses. If he hadn't instantly gathered all his spiritual energy and defensive points in front of his chest, he would probably be dead by now. Lin Chen was incredibly terrifying. He was able to unleash such a powerful martial skill, directly injuring him severely. He couldn't have imagined it before, and he still can't imagine it now. Unbelievable, but the facts and the pain and discomfort in his body clearly told him that it was all true. Seeing this scene from not far away, Lu Yuchan looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief. Lin Chen was actually able to defeat his second uncle, the strongest combatant he relied on. After a brief moment of surprise and shock, Lu Yuchan was filled with fear and panic. If Lin Chen could defeat his second uncle, wouldn't that mean that not only could they not kill Lin Chen and kidnap Luya today, but they might also be directly killed by Lin Chen? Panic, an unprecedented sense of panic, instantly filled Lu Yuchan's entire body, to the point that she couldn't speak and her body trembled violently. Second uncle you. Before Lu Yuchan could finish speaking, Lu Sanshi, who was 100 paces away, decisively fled at an incredible speed. Lu Yuchan froze on the spot. His second uncle, whom he relied on, had actually abandoned him and run away. Watching Lu Sanshi flee, Lin Chen's expression was cold, his eyes filled with cruel killing intent. Do you think you can escape? Brush. The 3,000 techniques were unleashed once more, and a bullet-shaped martial skill shot out, flying directly towards Lu Sanshi in the distance at a speed invisible to the naked eye. With a loud crash and a wail, only a huge, charred black area remained on the ground in the distance, and Lu Sanshi's figure had vanished. Thus, a powerful Xuanwu realm expert fell. Lu Sanshi probably never imagined that he would be killed by a boy who was not even 20 years old, especially when he had a chance to escape. That must have been a moment more desperate than death. Looking at everything in the distance, Lin Chen remained calm. Those who wanted to kill him should be prepared to be killed by him. After putting away his martial spirit, Lin Chen slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the stunned Lu Yuchan, a wicked smile on his face that made him seem approachable. Those who want to kill him must not be left alive. Chapter 134, Lu Yuchan's Despair. Seeing Lin Chen smile, which seemed to come from hell, Lu Yuchan sat down on the ground with a thud, her eyes filled with deep helplessness and fear. His most relied-upon fighting force, his second uncle, is already dead. So how can he survive? In an instant, as if remembering something, Lu Yuchan knelt down in front of Luya, revealing an expression of extreme regret, and pleaded for mercy. Luya, please, I beg you, please be magnanimous and let me go. Now, if he wants to survive, he can only rely on Luya's unexpected concern and trust in the Lu family. Otherwise, he will surely die today. The ruthlessness and decisiveness Lin Chen had just displayed still echoed in his mind like a nightmare, making him afraid to even look up at Lin Chen. Luya snapped out of her daze and first looked at Lin Chen. When she saw Lin Chen's confident yet reassuring and approachable smile, her heart skipped a beat, a strange emotion welled up inside her, and her cheeks flushed. She then lowered her head. She had been savoring Lin Chen's performance. She knew Lin Chen was strong. He could kill 5 assassins at the peak of the Yuanwu realm, and even blocking Lu Sanshi's attack was enough to shock her. But Lin Chen was even stronger, severely injuring Lu Sanshi and finally killing the fleeing Lu Sanshi with a single blow. Is this really the white-clad youth she imagined? How could he be so unfamiliar and powerful? Just how many secrets is Lin Chen hiding that she doesn't know about? With strength powerful enough to annihilate a Xuanwu realm cultivator, how much of Lin Chen's power has he actually shown, and how much is still hidden? Thinking about all this, she became even more curious about Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen had an irresistible attraction for her, making her know that it was not good to be deeply involved, but she still went for it without hesitation. Looking down, she saw Lu Yuchan pleading for mercy. The excitement and all emotion she had felt earlier vanished instantly, replaced by deep anger and murderous intent on Luya's face. This very person, whom he trusted implicitly, actually wanted to obtain her through despicable means, and even wanted to use this to control the Lu family in the future, and even wanted to kill Lin Chen. Anger, confusion, regret. All her emotions were directly displayed on her face, making her extremely complex. Luya, I was bewitched by that old bastard of my second uncle. That was definitely not my intention. I've been in the Lu family for so many years, don't you know me? Sensing the slight killing intent in the space, Lu Yuchan hurriedly spoke, her tone urgent. Now that his second uncle is dead, he can pin everything on him. Knowing Luya as he does, as long as he appeals to her emotions, there's still a good chance he can survive today. If he survives today, he vows that one day not only will Lin Chen die, but Luya will also become his slave, and the Lu family will be his. As expected, upon hearing Lu Yuchan's words, Lu Ya's killing intent vanished instantly, and a look of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Looking at Lin Chen not far away, Lu Ya asked with a questioning expression, "He's from your Lu family. You deal with him first." Lin Chen smiled faintly. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Yuchan was overjoyed. He had been thinking about how to get rid of Lin Chen, which is why he immediately knelt down and begged Lu Ya for mercy. Now, Lin Chen has clearly handed over the decision to Lu Ya. He is now 100% certain he will survive. Haha, Lin Chen, one day you'll regret your decision today, Lu Yuchan murmured. Seeing the faint smile on Lin Chen's face, Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Yuchan in front of her with a struggle in her eyes, as if she was making a difficult decision. A glint of light flashed, and Lu Ya's resolve hardened instantly. She looked coldly at Lu Yuchan. "I will forgive your insults and despicable thoughts, but I will not tolerate your ambitions and designs on the Lu family today." Whoosh! A terrifying killing intent, accompanied by a powerful aura, was released, directly blasting Lu Yuchan away. The cultivation level of the 9th grade of the Yuanwu realm was so powerful for Lu Yuchan, who was not even at the 6th grade of the Yuanwu realm. The aura alone was enough to achieve such a level. Lu Yuchan, who had fallen to the ground, was stunned for a moment, staring intently at Lu Ya with an expression of disbelief. Is the woman in front of him still the Lu Ya he knows? Is she still the Lu Ya who always puts the interests of the Lu family first and thinks of the Lu family in everything she does? Why does it feel so unfamiliar now? Shouldn't he have begged for mercy, and then Lu Ya spared him because he was a member of the Lu family? Why was she about to kill him on the spot? The unfamiliarity and doubt vanished in an instant, replaced by fear and panic. Lu Ya was going to kill him now, so wouldn't he be doomed? Wait, Lu Ya, you can't kill me. You have no right to kill me. Lu Yuchan exclaimed in a panic. He would be absolutely unwilling to die now. Who would want to die if they could live? He'd rather drag it out as long as possible. As if thinking of something, Lu Yuchan quickly spoke up. The Lu family has rules that forbid fratricide. My grandfather and father both made outstanding contributions to the Lu family. If you kill me like this, won't your conscience hurt? Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned fierce, completely unlike her usual gentle and virtuous image. Her voice was low and cold. Ever since you started plotting against the Lu family, you have no longer been a member of the Lu family. I could kill a traitor without feeling any remorse. Lu Yu slowly walked towards Lu Yuchan, her aura growing stronger and her expression becoming increasingly resolute. Sensing the approaching killing intent, Lu Yuchan's face turned ashen, his heart filled with resentment and unwillingness. Was he really destined to die today? Looking at Lin Chen, who remained calm, not far away, Lu Yuchan's eyes were filled with jealousy and hostility. She shouted at Lu Ya, Why? Why can he do it? He and I both ended up in the same place. Both of us got you and the Lu family. But I'm the one who's wrong. I'm still a member of the Lu family, while he's just an outsider. Why should he, an outsider, who has done nothing for the Lu family, be able to obtain everything? I'm not convinced. I am not reconciled. Faced with Lu Yuchan's heart-wrenching words of resentment, Lin Chen slowly approached, his face cold and his voice calm. Because your methods are despicable. You could have performed better and caught the eye of the Lu family head. Then you could have gotten everything you wanted. But you try to forcibly take advantage of Lu Ya to gain everything from the Lu family. And that's your mistake. Lin Chen's voice, like thunder from the heavens, struck Lu Yuchan's heart directly, instantly making her scalp tingle and leaving her stunned. Lu Yuchan's face was contorted with rage as he muttered to himself, No, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I forgot to tell you something. Although the Lu family is a powerful force in the desolate state, they will never be my target. Therefore, I don't share your ambitions and ideas. Lin Chen said calmly, You're lying. You must think the same way I do, right? You must also want to ride Lu Ya around all day long. Lu Yuchan's face was contorted with rage, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. His gaze toward Lu Ya was filled with fervor and greed, as if he were fantasizing about some wondrous thing. With a whoosh, Lu Ya made her move in an instant. In front of Lu Ya, who was at the 9th level of the Yuanwu realm, Lu Yuchan had no chance to resist. Not to mention the powerful Lin Chen was also there. Lu Yuchan lost his breath and fell to the ground. It is a disgrace to my Liu family to have a scoundrel like you. Luya sneered, her eyes filled with indifference and grief. Turning to look at Lin Chen, Luya showed a guilty expression. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this today, and my Liu family has also let you down. Lin Chen was merely a secondary target of Liu Chan. In other words, he was innocently dragged into it and implicated by her. Most importantly, all of this was done by members of the Liu family. It's all right. It's already been resolved anyway. Lin Chen smiled faintly at Luya's attitude. To be honest, he was worried that Luya would release Liu Chan because of her connection to the Liu family, but now it seems he was overthinking it. Liu Chan is dead after all. He had witnessed Luya's behavior along the way. She was absolutely determined to protect the Liu family to the death. This unwavering belief in the family members naturally helps the family to become stronger, but Luya ultimately trusted the wrong person. There are always scoundrels in a family, and unfortunately, Luya encountered one. Thank you. Luya bowed again, her face full of gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Chen's appearance along the way, Liu Chan's plan would probably have already succeeded. After all, even if she could evade 5 assassins with peak Yuanwu realm cultivation, she couldn't escape Liu Sanshi. Without Lin Chen, she simply couldn't imagine her current situation. It was not only a devastating blow to her, but also to the Liu family. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take another fierce look at the already dead Liu Chan, filled with indescribable anger. No need to thank me. I just killed the person who wanted to kill me. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Luya paused for a moment, then nodded and remained silent. An eerie silence fell over the space. The two looked at each other, then turned their heads away in an instant. Let's go back to the academy. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, his fighting stance completely gone, replaced by a relaxed and peaceful demeanor. Okay, Liu Jianadiv. The two quickly left, heading towards the academy. Not long after the two left, several figures in black appeared, looking at Liu Chan, who was already dead on the ground, with expressions of surprise and confusion. Brother, isn't this Liu Chan from the Liu family? What you doing here? One of them asked slowly. You asked me how I would know? The leader of the men in black sneered. Then his eyes showed a thoughtful look, and his voice was slow. Judging from the look of this place, there was a fierce battle not long ago, but I wonder if it has anything to do with Lin Chen. The Bai family paid a hefty price to have us kill Lin Chen. I wonder what Lin Chen did to offend the Bai family, one person said. You don't know something that everyone in Huangzhou City knows, one person said disdainfully. Is it because Lin Chen made the Bai family's girl a maid? What else did you think? The Bai family's magnanimity is a bit too much. If you were Bai Tianwu, how would you feel if your daughter was treated like a maid? All right, we're here to kill, not to discuss the reasons. The leader of the men in black shouted coldly, and the crowd stopped talking. We haven't seen any trace of Lin Chen and Luya along the way, so it seems we're still some distance away from them. Let's go. It would be best to kill Lin Chen before he enters the territory of the Desolate State Academy. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until the inner court assessment. I don't think you want to waste time waiting. The leader of the men in black looked at the group and spoke slowly. After speaking, he immediately appeared and headed in the direction where Lin Chen and the other person had left. The people behind them exchanged glances and nodded, then quickly followed. Chapter 135, Hidden Power, by Yin questions him. In a small courtyard outside the outer hall of the Wilderness State Academy, Lin Chen, who had just returned to the academy, was drinking with Zhang Chen. Junior brother, tell me, what good things happened after yesterday? Zhang Chen asked with a gossipy look on his face and a keen interest in his eyes. As the most beautiful woman in the Desolate State, Luya left Lin Chen alone after her birthday banquet yesterday, which makes people have endless imagination. Actually, nothing much happened. I went to the Liu family after the banquet, then I refined pills to treat the illness, and that's how it is. Lin Chen pursed his lips, his eyes still filled with the scene of everything that happened at the Liu family yesterday. That's it. Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked incredulous and began to investigate thoroughly. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, and then recounted everything that had happened to the Liu family. Zhang Chen became more and more surprised as he listened, and finally a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, which was quite strange. I didn't expect Junior Brother's luck with women to still be so strong. Now even the head of the Liu family has taken a liking to you and wants you to be the Liu family's son-in-law. How enviable. Zhang Chen sighed, a strange look in his eyes. I don't dare to think that much right now. Lin Chen smiled, clearly not happy about becoming Lu Ya's fiancée, and even a trace of guilt and distress flashed in his eyes. Is it because of that woman you mentioned before? Zhang Chun was taken aback. Then his expression returned to calm, and he understood what Lin Chen was thinking. Lin Chen nodded. Actually, there's nothing to worry about. At worst, we can just marry both of them, and that'll be fine, Zhang Chen joked. I'm just asking you how you feel about Luya right now. I like it a little, but I still feel a bit guilty, Lin Chen said earnestly. Zhang Chen thought for a moment, then smiled faintly. I understand. Since you know your own feelings, that's enough. Let time do the rest. He understood Lin Chen's dilemma. On one hand, he was working hard for that unknown woman he had never met, and, on the other hand, he was attracted to Luya. Giving up Luya would be against his heart, but if he really chose Luya, Lin Chen would feel guilty towards that unknown woman. You have to understand that Lin Chen's short-term goal has always been to see the woman in his mind again. If he chooses Luya now, it will not only damage his mental state, but in severe cases his martial arts may come to an end. Although Lin Chen could choose both at the same time, it is clear that Lin Chen cannot accept such a choice at present. The two fell into a brief silence and drank in silence. Then Zhang Chun quickly changed the subject, smiling as he said, Actually, if you really choose Luya and become the Lu family's son-in-law, then I really won't know how to address you anymore. What? Lin Chen was taken aback, then seemed to realize something. His expression turned strange, and a series of familiar scenes flashed through his mind. He remembered that when he and Lin Jian entered and exited the inner courtyard of the Wilderness Academy, they had joked about the title of fellow disciples when they became disciples of the old man. Now, Zhang Chen's thoughts were so similar to those before. Although it's unclear how things are progressing between Zhang Chen and Lu Fei, there's been significant progress, which explains Zhang Chen's expression. Don't worry, we'll stick to our own way then. You'll call me Big Brother, and I'll call you Second Senior Brother. Lin Chen suddenly revealed a wicked smile, speaking in a slightly shameless manner. Get lost, Zhang Chun said instantly. No matter what, I can only call you Junior Brother, nothing else. Just kidding, Lin Chen is obviously taking advantage of this. Where is his dignity as the Second Senior Brother? Ha ha, Lin Chen laughed. His mood noticeably improved, and then asked in a calm voice, Seriously, how are things going between you and Lu Fei? That's none of your concern. I'm not as troubled as you are. I only have one favorite, Zhang Chun said smugly, glancing at Lin Chen with a hint of smugness. Second Senior Brother is actually quite envious of me, isn't he? At least my troubles are because I have too many, while yours are. Lin Chen chuckled, but he was still happy for Zhang Chun. You're living in a world of good fortune, but you don't know it. That's Luya. How can you be troubled by that? If the other geniuses of the desolate state knew, they'd probably want to beat you to death. Zhang Chen couldn't help but purse his lips, clearly agreeing with Lin Chen's words. All right, let's talk about something else. Shaking his head, Zhang Chen seemed to have thought of something, then said seriously, the assessment for outer disciples to become inner disciples will be held in 3 months. Normally, I know that with your current strength, Junior Brother, you will definitely be able to pass the test and become an inner disciple. But the situation has changed a bit now. What's changed? Lin Chen asked, noticing the hint of worry in Zhang Chen's eyes. Just yesterday, Bai Hen, who recently joined the Outer Academy, exaggerated your massacre of fellow disciples, which has attracted the attention of the Academy's higher-ups, Zhang Chen said slowly. And there's also a rumor that Bai Hen plans to kill you during the inner court assessment 3 months from now to avenge his elder brother Bai Wuhan and the Bai family. Zhang Chen continued, Bai Hen, I didn't expect him to dare to provoke me. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, a murderous glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and his voice was low. What was the reaction of the university's higher-ups? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. He wasn't worried at all about Bai Hen's plan to kill him during the inner court assessment 3 months later. After all, with his current strength, even if Bai Hen joined forces with several disciples to kill him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. The only thing he needed to worry about was the Academy's reaction. He would never forget the elder named Bai Yun he met before entering the Academy. As a member of the Bai family, he would definitely deal with him because of the Bai family. Moreover, Bai Yun coveted the martial lord's tomb that he possessed. If it weren't for Elder Jiujin's appearance, he would probably be dead at Bai Yun's hands by now. Regardless of strength or status within the Academy, Bai Yun is undoubtedly the most difficult enemy for him to deal with. and one that he simply cannot handle. I hope that Elder Jujian has enough of a deterrent effect on Bai Yun. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. We don't know how the Academy's higher-ups will react yet, but I think it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, you were in the life-or-death arena, which didn't violate any Academy rules, so no one will dare to do anything to you. Zhang Chen smiled. Lin Chen did not break the rules, which was what reassured him the most. Otherwise, he didn't know how Lin Chen would face the situation. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen asked, second senior brother, do any members of the Z family or the Lu family work at the Academy? How many people from the 7 major families are there like Bai Yun? I don't know about that, but since the Bai family has connections in the Academy, other families must have connections as well. Zhang Chen instantly understood the implication of Lin Chen's words, and his eyes showed a thoughtful expression. The Bai family might not dare to openly attack Lin Chen, but they might not be so sure about doing so secretly. However, if other families also have members holding elder positions in the Academy, such as the Lu family, given Lin Chen's current relationship with the Lu family, Lin Chen would have an invisible protective umbrella, making him much safer. It seems I should get to know the elders in the Academy better when I have time. Lin Chen sighed. If Master were here, we wouldn't be so worried. The Bai family is just a younger brother in front of Master, and they wouldn't dare to have any other thoughts about us. Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with memories and nostalgia. Yes, Lin Chen nodded, a picture of a disheveled old man always carrying a wine jug and drinking medicinal wine flashing through his mind. Once we improve our strength and head to the desolate region, we might be able to see Master then. Lin Chen smiled, his eyes filled with determination. Well, let's start by defeating all the geniuses in the desolate state. Zhang Chen said, a rare determination appearing in his eyes. I've heard that the inner palace's cultivation environment is comparable to a paradise on Earth, and there are countless resources in martial arts techniques. Once we enter, we might be able to become stronger and leave very quickly. Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with longing, and his fists were clenched. Let's go in together in 3 months. Lin Chen smiled. The two looked at each other and smiled. Just then, a powerful aura approached directly. The two looked up and saw a man with a strong aura, dressed in an elder's robe, appearing directly in the sky above the courtyard. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Chen's eyes instantly flashed with vigilance, and he had a bad feeling. The newcomer was none other than his most feared enemy, Bai Yun. Before either of them could speak, Bai Yun's gaze locked onto Lin Chen, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. His voice was low and his face was cold. Lin Chen, what crime have you committed? The enormous sound reverberated throughout the space, echoing in Lin Chen's ears. Lin Chen remained calm, his voice cold. What crime have I committed? I knew you would ask that, but I only have one purpose in coming here today, which is to take you to the Hall of Punishments. You can explain yourself properly there. Bai Yun sneered, seemingly having anticipated Lin Chen's reaction. Then, a powerful aura belonging to a heavenly martial realm martial artist directly approached Lin Chen, enveloping the entire courtyard. In an instant, Zhang Chen stood in front of Lin Chen, his face full of accusation. What crime did he commit? Why is he being sent to the Hall of Punishments? The Hall of Punishments is in charge of criminal law in the Academy. Few people who enter the Hall of Punishments can come out safely. To put it bluntly, the Hall of Punishments is the most feared place in the desolate State Academy. How could it allow Lin Chen to be taken away without any reason? Most importantly, the person in front of him is Bai Yun, a member of the Bai family. If Lin Chen really enters the Hall of Punishments, it will be difficult for him to get out. What crime did you commit? Indiscriminately slaughtering your fellow disciples. Is that enough? Bai Yun's lips curled into a wicked smile. That was a competition on the life-or-death arena. Lin Chen did not violate the rules. Even if you are an elder of the punishment hall, you cannot slander someone so casually. Zhang Chen retorted. Let's talk about it when we get to the Hall of Punishments. Bai Yun shook his head, his gaze sharp and his tone unfriendly, clearly not wanting to waste any more words and only wanting to take Lin Chen away. Zhang Chen stood firmly in front of Lin Chen, his eyes filled with determination, clearly determined not to let Lin Chen be taken away. Seeing this, Bai Yun couldn't help but sneer, as if he was looking forward to this scene. If you obstruct the work of my punishment hall, I have the right to take you away with me. You'd better think it over. What a load of bull. You're just using this to settle personal scores and get rid of Lin Chen for the Bai family. Zhang Shun said coldly, not backing down at all. Seeing Bai Yun's resolute expression and cold smile, he already had a guess in his mind. It's really ironic. Just a moment ago, the two of them were discussing the hidden crisis and how to deal with it. And now Bai Yun has come to their door to confront them. Just then, a hand patted Zhang Chen's shoulder. He turned around and saw Lin Chen's calm and smiling face. Second senior brother, don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his voice carrying a strangely reassuring power. But this old guy is clearly doing this for. Don't worry, he won't do anything to me. Lin Chen stopped Zhang Chen, then turned his gaze to Bai Yun in the sky, his expression turning cold in an instant, his voice filled with indifference and killing intent. I hope you won't regret everything you've done today, although it's no use regretting it now. Hee, there won't be such a day. Bai Yun chuckled, a glint of light in his eyes, lost in thought. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen was taken away by Bai Yun. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure in the air, Zhang Chen's eyes showed worry, and he muttered to himself, Junior brother, you absolutely cannot get hurt. Shortly after Lin Chen was taken away, another powerful aura descended. Upon learning that Lin Chen had been taken away, it quickly departed in the same direction that Lin Chen had been taken. Watching the figure leave in the air, Zhang Chen, who had been worried, breathed a sigh of relief, because the person who had just arrived was Elder Jiu Jian. Chapter 136, Soul-Breaking Needle, by Yun's Torture. The Hall of Punishments at the Desolate State Academy is a place that terrifies countless students of the academy. At this moment, in a room deep underground in the main hall, two figures stared at each other, their eyes flashing with a sharp light, seemingly lost in thought. Looking at Lin Chen, who was unable to move, Bai Yun sneered, his voice low and evil. Lin Chen, you have finally fallen into my hands. Last time, that old bastard Jiu Jian was there. This time, let's see who can save you. Bai Yun's eyes flashed with disdain and contempt, and he looked smug. Lin Shenlai remained calm, looking at Bai Yun with indifferent eyes, and said in a light voice, It seems you haven't given up yet, and you're still eyeing my things. You brought me here in the charge of murdering fellow disciples, but I'm afraid you haven't received permission from the academy's higher-ups yet. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, his gaze shifting. If he hadn't guessed Bai Yun's purpose, would he have calmly followed him to the Hall of Punishments? As long as Bai Yun's motives are not pure, he can't possibly be in any trouble. That's right, that's exactly it. Bai Yun nodded, admitting it frankly, and then smiled. Although you killed someone from my Bai family, it was ultimately within the rules of the academy. The academy can't do anything to you, but I'm taking revenge as a member of the Bai family. As long as you don't die, the academy should understand my actions. As he finished speaking, Bai Yun wore a wicked smile, his eyes filled with smugness and greed. I imagine you don't want to leave here without something, do you? If you honestly hand over what you got from the Wujun tomb, I might take pity on you and let you leave safely. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you experience what despair is. Bai Yun's voice turned cold and filled with indifference. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Yun and couldn't help but smile. I'm afraid I'll die even faster if I hand over everything. What? Are you refusing to cooperate? Bai Yun seemed to have expected this, and his expression didn't change much. Lin Chen remained silent. Just kidding. Even if he did hand over what he found at Wu Jun's tomb, Bai Yun would probably silence him. Putting aside what he obtained to keep secret, just considering his feud with the Bai family, Bai Yun would never let him go. With a whoosh, a thin gray needle appeared in Bai Yun's hand, emanating an eerie and extremely unsettling aura. This is the soul-breaking needle, specifically designed to target the soul. I think you'll feel very comfortable from now on. Bai Yun glanced at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with a perverse anticipation. Bai Yun thrust out the soul-breaking needle, which pierced Lin Chen's forehead as he was unable to move. In an instant, a terrifying scream of pain echoed throughout the room. A pain that seemed to penetrate to the very soul struck. Lin Chen's scalp was bulging with veins, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his entire body was soaked. He collapsed to the ground. If he weren't unable to move, he would probably be curled up right now. How does it feel? It hurts, doesn't it? If you could move, you could at least alleviate the pain with your body, but right now all you can do is scream, ha ha. Seeing Lin Chen's state, Bai Yun couldn't help but laugh, as if he were toying with a monkey, full of smugness and arrogance, completely forgetting the difference in their seniority and status. If outsiders knew that the inner elders of the Desolate State Academy would actually use the soul-breaking needle to torture a disciple, and even look smug about it, they would probably be shocked. Bai Yun, as long as I Lin Chen live, I will kill you in the future. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, but the pain from his soul instantly interrupted him. It was visibly painful to look at Lin Chen, whose eyes were bloodshot, blood was flowing from his mouth, and tears and snot were constantly streaming down his face. Ah, I told you won't have that day. Bai Yun sneered, then continued. Let me tell you something. The Bai family plans to eliminate you during the inner court assessment 3 months from now. Therefore, even if you do manage to leave the Hall of Punishments alive, you will never have the chance to take revenge on me. Why do you think I chose this time to bring you to the Hall of Punishments? Isn't it because I want to obtain your secrets before you die? Bai Yun's eyes flashed, revealing a plan in them. He received word that the Bai family wanted him to be a backup plan during the inner court assessment, and that he absolutely had to eliminate Lin Chen. Rather than let Lin Chen die in the assessment, it would be better for him to obtain Lin Chen's secret first. That way, he might be able to use Lin Chen's secret to advance his martial arts further. So that's how it is. I'll destroy the Bai family and you sooner or later. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and uttered a few words indifferently before a sharp pain struck him. You still can't see the situation even after all this? You have no future. Bai Yun sneered. My soul-shattering needle has only penetrated 1/5 of the way in. If I push it in any further, the pain will intensify. I'll say it again. Hand over what you got from the martial lord's tomb, and I'll give you a quick death. Bai Yun stared at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with greed and murderous intent. Having remained at the first rank of the heavenly martial realm for a long time, he must seek a breakthrough, even if it comes at a price. As long as he becomes stronger, he can overcome all his difficulties. You wouldn't dare kill me. Lin Chen uttered a few words, his tone absolutely firm. He can't die if he doesn't say anything, and Bai Yun won't allow him to die. But as soon as he speaks, he will truly have no choice but to die. Since you want to experience greater pain and despair, then I'll grant your wish. Seeing Lin Chen's determination, Bai Yun couldn't help but snort coldly. Immediately, a force pushed the soul-breaking needle into Lin Chen's forehead a little further. If he hadn't been worried that Lin Chen might not be able to endure it and die, he would have really wanted to pierce it completely. The moment the soul-shattering needle pierced through, Lin Chen let out a painful howl that echoed through the space, making anyone who heard it shudder. No one can endure the torment of my soul-shattering needles, so why are you doing this? Wouldn't it be better to just tell me obediently? Bai Yun said coldly, his voice carrying both persuasion and murderous intent. At this moment, Lin Chen could no longer make a sound. His face was distorted, making it difficult to recognize that this was the extraordinary young man. However, the determination in his eyes directly told Bai Yun that it was impossible. Upon seeing this, Bai Yun inexplicably flew into a rage and prepared to plunge the soul-breaking needle even deeper. For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I won't care anymore, go die. Bai Yun's eyes hardened, and his tone was unfriendly. Just as Bai Yun was about to make a move, the ground suddenly shook, and a loud noise came from not far away. Then, the door to the room was broken open, and an old man dressed in elder's robes appeared. When the old man saw Lin Chen lying on the floor of the room, barely recognizable as a human, he glared at Bai Yun and said in an unfriendly voice, Bai Yun, what have you done? You actually used such methods to torture a disciple of the academy. Aren't you afraid of the academy's punishment? Upon seeing the old man before him, Bai Yun was stunned, clearly not expecting this scene. The old man before them was none other than Elder Zhou Jian of the surveillance hall. Quickly regaining his composure, Bai Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm. I don't know what Elder Zhou Jian is talking about. Don't know. Zhou Jian pointed at Lin Chen on the ground and asked, Then let me ask you, what rules of the academy did he violate, and why were you brought here? He had been secretly watching Lin Chen. Apart from killing Bai Wuhan in the life-and-death arena, Lin Chen hadn't done anything significant since entering the academy. Even the killing of Bai Wuhan happened on the life-and-death arena, and he hadn't violated any of the academy's rules. Looking at Lin Chen, who was already unconscious on the ground, Zhou Jian went forward and helped him up. When he saw the soul-breaking needle on Lin Chen's forehead, his expression became even more grim. The soul-shattering needle was immediately pulled out and put away by the drunken sword. Then, his gaze turned to Bai Yun, who had a calm expression, and his voice was low and full of anger. He sneered, Good, you actually used the soul-shattering needle. That's great. Why is Elder Jiujin so angry? I'm just punishing those who wantonly kill their fellow disciples and break the academy's rules. Is it necessary to be so hostile? Bai Yun put on an innocent look with a slight smile on his lips. Wantonly slaughtering fellow disciples? Violating the academy's rules? Jiujin spoke each word with extreme anger in his eyes. Looking at Bai Yun's calm face and smug gaze, Jiujin gritted his teeth. This was the first time he had ever been so angry about something. Suppressing his anger, Jiujin took a breath and said in an icy tone, Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You actually did such a thing for what he had. You've utterly disgraced our desolate state academy. He had seen Bai Yun attack Lin Chen before Lin Chen entered the academy. He thought Lin Chen would be safer after entering the academy, but he didn't expect Bai Yun to be so bold as to attack Lin Chen again. Once I get out, I will definitely inform the Lord of the Palace about this matter. You can wait to be punished or die. Jiujin sneered, and then prepared to leave this place with Lin Chen. So what if you know my purpose? Don't forget, you are in the Hall of Punishments right now. You can't take him away without my permission. Moreover, anyone who trespasses into the Hall of Punishments, even if they are the head of the household, will be punished. Bai Yun sneered, his eyes filled with smugness. The Hall of Punishments has rules. No one other than the Hall of Punishments may enter without permission, except for the top student in charge of the academy. Otherwise, the Hall of Punishments has the right to punish them. Facing Bai Yun's smugness and sneer, Jiujin seemed to have expected it, and simply said calmly, When I came to inform my master to report to the head of the manor, did you think I would come here directly? Upon hearing this, Bai Yun, who had maintained a calm expression, finally changed her demeanor, but quickly regained her composure and looked coldly at Jiujin. Don't think you're the only one with powerful backing. My punishment hall is not to be trifled with. Jiujin sneered without saying a word, then took Lin Chen and left. Swordsman, you've won him over for now, but you can't save him forever. He'll still die in 3 months. Bai Yun threatened, watching the two figures disappear into the distance. As if oblivious, Jiujin disappeared with Lin Chen. Chapter 137 Academy Factions. In a small courtyard room in the outer mansion, Jiujin and Zhang Chen stood guard by the bed, closely observing the boy on the bed and the little girl beside the bed who was taking care of him. Their brows were furrowed and their expressions were rather unpleasant. Looking at the unconscious Lin Chen, Jiujin couldn't help but sigh. It's a miracle that he's been able to hold on this long after being hit by Yun's soul-shattering needle. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead by now. Damn the punishment hall. Damn Bai Yun. How dare they treat my junior brother like that? Don't let me catch them again, or I'll make sure Bai Yun begs for death. Zhang Chen cursed and cried out in anguish, his eyes filled with hatred. If it weren't for the fact that he's currently too weak to challenge Bai Yun, he wouldn't care whether Bai Yun is an elder of the academy or not. He might have already gone directly to Bai Yun to avenge Lin Chen. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Jiujin hurriedly said, You must not think too much. It's best to act within your capabilities. Don't worry, I won't be looking for Bai Yun right now. Zhang Chen said calmly. Seeing this, Jiujin breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention that Zhang Chen's current strength is far from enough to deal with Bai Yun. Even if he could, he would stop Zhang Chen, because this is not something that can be done simply by dealing with Bai Yun. Bai Yun has the punishment hall backing him up, and even their surveillance hall is very cautious about him, let alone Zhang Chen, who hasn't even reached the Yuanwu realm. I kindly let that old turtle named Bai Yun go last time, but now he dares to treat my brother-in-law like this again. I must kill him. The little girl, who had been silent all along, spoke coldly, revealing a murderous intent that was different from her usual innocent demeanor. Hearing this, Zhang Chen didn't react much. After all, the little girl had lived with them for quite some time, and they knew her personality and temperament to some extent. Like Lin Chen, he also guessed that there was a mysterious and powerful force behind the little girl. Otherwise, it would be impossible to often see the little girl showing that extraordinary majesty and temperament that was different from ordinary people. Upon hearing the little girl's words, Jiujin looked surprised and scrutinized her carefully. pondering to himself. Who are the people around Lin Chen? Zhang Chun is one thing, but even a little kid dares to threaten to kill Bai Yun. If Bai Yun heard this, wouldn't he be furious? Elder Jiu Jian, is junior brother all right? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Zhang Chun changed the subject and asked Jiu Jian directly. Don't worry, although he was tormented by the soul-breaking needle and his soul was damaged, it's not fatal. He'll wake up soon after taking the soul-nourishing pill given to him by my master. Jiu Jian smiled, clearly having great faith in the so-called soul-nourishing pill. In fact, he didn't trust the soul-nourishing pill, but rather his master. Just then, Lin Chen, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly twitched his brow and then slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the faces of the three people in front of him, Lin Chen was taken aback. What are you all doing here? The three of them were stunned for a moment. Then Zhang Chun and the little girl grabbed Lin Chen, looking excited. Junior brother, you're finally awake. Brother-in-law, you. Seeing the excited expressions of the two people in front of him, Lin Chen smiled gently, feeling a warmth in his heart. The events that had just occurred flashed through Lin Chen's mind. His gaze sharpened, and his killing intent was palpable, but then it dissipated like a gentle breeze. Looking at the drunken sword behind the two, Lin Chen stood up and said respectfully, Lin Chen thanks Elder Drunken Sword for saving my life. He clearly remembered everything that happened before he lost consciousness. If it weren't for Jiu Jian's arrival, he probably would have died from the torment of the soul-breaking needle. The thought that his soul was involuntarily aching because of the soul-breaking needle made him feel somewhat drowsy. Jiu Jian nodded, then seemed to think of something and said directly, the inner court assessment is in 3 months. If possible, you shouldn't participate, otherwise there might be great danger. Given Lin Chen's current relationship with the Bai family and Bai Yun, if Lin Chen participates in the assessment 3 months later, he will almost certainly die. After all, the Bai family is one of the 7 major families, and Bai Yun holds an important position in the academy. It would be extremely easy for them to kill Lin Chen by any means necessary. Lin Chen remained calm, his voice cold and firm. No, I must participate. He naturally knew what Jiu Jian was talking about. After all, Bai Yun had mentioned the Bai family's plan beforehand, intending to deal with him during the assessment 3 months later. But so what? Even if the Bai family doesn't come after him, he still wants to seek revenge on the Bai family. I'll kill as many of the Bai family members as they come. Lin Chen said with a murderous look and an extremely cold tone. Seeing Lin Chen's determination, Jiu Jian was taken aback for a moment, then understood. Based on his understanding of Lin Chen, giving up was indeed not Lin Chen's style. With a shift in his gaze, Jiu Jian slowly spoke. The world only knows that the Desolate State Academy is the largest power in the Desolate State, but they do not know that within this largest power, various factions are vying for power, engaging in endless open and covert struggles. Lin Chen didn't speak, but listened carefully. He knew that Jiu Jian was going to tell him something. There are currently 2 major factions in the academy, one led by the Hall of Punishments and the other led by the Hall of Surveillance. That's why Bai Yun dares to be so arrogant. Jiu Jian continued, there are bound to be factional struggles within any power, but there must also be the strongest person who decides everything. Even if the 2 factions fight endlessly, isn't there still the Lord of the Palace? Why does Elder Jiu Jian look so worried? Zhang Chun said calmly, with doubt in his eyes. Do you know that the current head of the government is also a member of the Punishment Hall faction? Jiu Jian asked with a bitter expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Zhang Chun instantly understood what Jiu Jian was worried about. If the prefect of the palace were neutral, that would be fine, but since the prefect of the palace is from the Hall of Punishments, then there's a big problem. The prefect of the palace is on the side of the Hall of Punishments, and no matter what the Drunken Sword faction does, they will ultimately be no match for them. Regardless of what the future holds, the university is bound to undergo a reshuffle and internal strife. The faction of the prefectural governor and the Hall of Punishments advocates dominating the desolate state, reducing all forces and families to subordinates, and becoming the true overlord. But let's not say that unifying all forces in the desolate state is impossible. Even if it were to succeed, it would inevitably result in a great deal of bloodshed. Jiu Jian continued, revealing some secrets. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly looked at Jiu Jian and said, in your faction, the surveillance hall is the one that opposes this idea? Jiu Jian nodded, his tone extremely firm. The Academy of the Wasteland has stood in the wasteland for many years. There's absolutely no need for it to do that, nor can it do that. An academy is an academy, not a power. Understood. Lin Chen nodded, accepting the ideology of the Drunken Sword and the Surveillance Hall faction. As if pondering something, Lin Chen suddenly asked, "There's something I'm wondering if Elder Zhou Jian would be able to answer? Speak freely. Why are you so good to me?" Lin Chen stared intently into Zhou Jian's eyes. Although he had met Zhou Jian once at the outer courtyard of the Wilderness Academy, that was all. There was no way Zhou Jian would help him just because of that. Whether it was the first time he helped Bai Yun out of his predicament or the predicament of the punishment hall, Zhou Jian seemed to help him naturally. He couldn't help but think about all of this. Zhou Jian paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Because I see hope in you." "What do you mean?" This time it was Lin Chen's turn to be puzzled. "You probably don't know about some things in the Inner Palace yet, but since you'll be taking the assessment to join the Inner Palace soon anyway, I'll tell you a few things in advance. Now, all the disciples in the Inner Palace have chosen a side, either the Punishment Hall faction led by the Palace Master or the Surveillance Hall faction led by my master. The struggle between the two factions is often manifested in the struggle between the disciples of the two factions." Zhou Jian said slowly. Hearing this, Lin Chen understood somewhat, but was also puzzled. He then slowly said, "I'm afraid there are more disciples standing with the Sect Master's faction. The head of the academy is the most important person in the academy, so it is clear that most disciples choose the faction of the Hall of Punishments. That's right. For many years, our disciples have ultimately fallen short of the disciples of the Punishment Hall." Zhou Jian sighed, then looked at Lin Chen with a determined expression and said, "But your talent is exceptional. Given some time, you will surely surpass them." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood what Zhou Jian meant. The reason Zhou Jian helped him was because he saw his talent and wanted him to join the faction of the Surveillance Hall so that he could gain an advantage over the Punishment Hall in the competition for inner disciples. Thinking of this, Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, from the very beginning, I was already a member of the Surveillance Hall faction. Even disregarding the fact that Bai Yun is backed by the Hall of Punishments, just considering that Zhou Jian saved him twice, he still wants to join the faction of the Hall of Surveillance." Good. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhou Jian couldn't help but laugh, his eyes filled with joy. He knew Lin Chen's martial arts talent better than anyone else. It was definitely much stronger than many people in the Inner Palace. Once Lin Chen joins, he will surely surpass the Punishment Hall faction among the disciples soon. Perhaps given enough time, he could even replace the headmaster and completely change the academy's situation. Do your best in the assessment after March. I look forward to your entry into the Inner Palace. Zhou Jian glanced at Lin Chen, then added, "As for the dangers to Bai Yun and the Bai family, I will do my best to help you resolve them. But if you encounter any crises, you'll have to rely on yourself. Don't worry, Elder Zhou. As long as you can stop anyone above the Xuanwu realm or Bai Yun from attacking me personally, I will be safe." Lin Chen's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. "All right, see you in the Inner Palace." Zhou Jian nodded, a certain decision in his eyes. After speaking, he left directly. Only after Zhou Jian left did Zhang Chen look at Lin Chen with a worried expression. "Junior brother, how about we skip this assessment? Putting aside your current injuries, just the Bai family's determination to kill you." "Don't worry, second senior brother. As long as Bai Yin doesn't make a move himself, I'll kill as many people as come." Lin Chen said calmly, his eyes filled with killing intent and indifference. Seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh, hoping that he and Lin Chen could pass the test safely. For some reason, whenever I see Lin Chen with that expression, a strange sense of trust rises in my heart, as if Lin Chen can keep his word, which is extremely eerie. Chapter 138, Refining Weapons, Separately. 3 days later, Lin Chen, who had fully recovered, appeared directly in the martial soul space, staring at the furnace vortex in front of him, lost in thought. "My cultivation has already reached the 2nd rank of the Yuanwu realm, and I'm close to the 3rd rank. I can't break through the Divine Dragon technique for the time being, so I'm stuck at the peak of the Yuanwu realm in terms of physical strength. Now I can only rely on my weapons and armor. Last time, I obtained a large number of low-level weapons and armor from the tomb of the Martial Lord. Now let me see if you really can't refine weapons." Looking at the vortex of the furnace, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. Brush. A large number of weapons and armor were taken out and piled up into a small mountain. These weapons and armor were tattered, stained with blood, and covered with dust, showing the marks of time everywhere. Lin Chen picked up a rusty sword made of an unknown material, threw it directly into the furnace, and then waited quietly. Seeing that the furnace had no reaction after consuming the rusty sword, Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something and casually threw in a handful of spirit stones. A miracle occurred. The furnace shook as if it were being used for alchemy, and after a few breaths, a small black piece the size of a thumb fell out with a clang. After picking up the small piece and examining it closely, Lin Chen was filled with thought and a hint of surprise, his brows furrowing slightly. It's obvious that the unknown material in front of us is directly related to the rusty sword from before. It's most likely that it's the material from the rusty sword. But there's a problem. Such a large sword only yielded such a small piece of material, which is clearly inconsistent. What exactly is this thing? Never mind. Let's get everything done first. Shaking his head, Lin Chen stopped thinking about it and immediately threw all the weapons and armor into the furnace. With a large supply of spirit stones, a large amount of materials kept falling out. After all the weapons and armor were swallowed by the furnace, various materials he did not recognize appeared in the space in front of Lin Chen. If only there were a book on weapon crafting right now, I wouldn't be so ignorant. Looking at everything before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Let's practice with simple weapons first and see how they work. We can forge better things later. Lin Chen took out a formula and picked out the few materials he recognized from the ground. Then, using alchemy techniques, he added them one by one into the furnace vortex, and finally added a small pile of spirit stones. The imagined scene unfolded as expected. The furnace shook for a few breaths, as if some strong reaction had occurred. Then, a 3-foot-long orange sword flew out from the bottom of the furnace, emitting a sharp aura. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin Chen examined it carefully, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. This sword is called the Orange Light Sword, a top-tier Tier 3 weapon, which is just right for him at his current Yuanwu realm level. Looking at the materials on the ground, Lin Chen threw the materials he had just used back into the furnace vortex, preparing to repeat the previous operation. Now he only regrets not knowing the materials. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to forge weapons and armor despite having the necessary skills. 15 minutes later, Lin Chen appeared in the courtyard. Junior brother, how are you feeling now? Upon seeing Lin Chen appear, Zhang Chen hurriedly stood up, looking worried. Don't worry, second senior brother. You don't even know who I am. My injuries have long since healed. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Zhang Chen. The orange-colored sword appeared in Zi's hand, and Lin Chen smiled at Zhang Chen, saying, By the way, what do you think of this sword? After taking the orange light sword from Lin Chen, Zhang Chen examined it for a moment, then immediately began to wield it. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with surging energy and rampant spiritual power. Sensing the aura emanating from Zhang Chen, Lin Chen was taken aback, then exclaimed happily, Second senior brother has already broken through to the Yuanwu realm? So fast. Hee. You don't even know who I am. A mere Yuanwu realm cultivator can't stump me. Zhang Chen stopped dancing, came to Lin Chen's side, and said with a smug look on his face, Second senior brother, you'd better keep up the good work. I'm now at the second rank of the Yuanwu realm. Lin Chen said smugly, seeing Zhang Chen's expression. Go to hell. Who would compare to a freak like you? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Chen cursed out in an instant. Comparing him to Lin Chen is worse than death. He has a clear understanding of how terrifying Lin Chen's cultivation speed is. Back when Lin Chen first entered the inner courtyard of the Desolate State Academy, his cultivation level was not as good as his. In just a few months, he surpassed him by a large margin. Where can he complain? It can only mean that his talent is inferior to Lin Chen's. What's most deadly is that Lin Chen not only cultivates at an incredibly fast pace, but his strength is also terrifyingly high, completely beyond what can be measured by cultivation level. For example, Lin Chen is only at the second level of the Yuanwu realm, but he is capable of directly confronting someone with at least the peak of the Yuanwu realm. Thinking about all this, he couldn't help but feel some pressure and a little joy. Although it was a bit ridiculous that his cultivation and strength were lower than his junior brother's, he was also happy for Lin Chen's strength, simply because no matter how strong Lin Chen was, he was still his junior brother. When you become invincible in the world, junior brother, I guess I'll just lie here and enjoy everything. To hell with cultivation. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Second senior brother, perhaps that day really will come. Lin Chen said with a serious expression and an extremely earnest tone. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Forget it, I don't dare to hope for that day. I should focus on improving my strength now and go to the desolate region to see if I can run into my master. Zhang Chen shook his head. Oh right, here's your sword back. It's a pretty good sword. Lin Chen shook his head. Senior brother, keep it if you like it. I have more than one anyway. After he finished speaking, Lin Chen produced another identical orange glowing sword in his hand. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen was stunned. He then thought of Lin Chen's previous alchemy and had some guesses in his mind, but he did not ask any further questions. Since you're so kind, junior brother, then I won't stand on ceremony, hee. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and sheathed his sword. As if pondering something, Zhang Chen suddenly looked at Lin Chen with a mysterious expression and said, Junior brother, you just said you have more than one. Do you have more? What's wrong? Seeing Zhang Chen's attitude, Lin Chen was a little frightened and had a bad feeling. Well, your senior brother here recently. You know what I mean? Zhang Chen hesitated, gesturing repeatedly. Lin Chen was completely bewildered. What? Fair is also lacking a weapon right now. I think this orange light sword is pretty good. Why don't you give me another one? Seeing Lin Chen's blank expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but speak up, looking embarrassed. Lin Chen suddenly realized, a strange look in his eyes. Fair? It seems that you and Lu Fei are making good progress, senior brother. You can even call her Fair now. TSK. Lin Chen handed over the orange-colored sword in his hand, his face full of ill intent. Best wishes, senior brother. Thanks, junior brother. After taking the sword, Zhang Chen left the courtyard, leaving Lin Chen standing there dumbfounded. Sigh. After regaining his senses, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, but he was also happy for Zhang Chen. Just then, the little girl appeared in the yard. Brother-in-law, The little girl immediately took Lin Chen's arm, her face showing the affection of a kitten. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Lin Chen had indescribable feelings. But perhaps it was because of the passage of time, he no longer wished for the little girl to leave him as he had before. Instead, he had become somewhat accustomed to the time when this little girl was around, and those happy times always made him feel relaxed and at ease. Just as he was about to take out an orange light sword to give to the little girl, she suddenly looked serious and solemn, with a strange sadness in her eyes and tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Brother-in-law, I'm leaving. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Recalling the less than 2 months they had spent together, a strange sense of reluctance arose in his heart. Although somewhat saddened, Lin Chen still smiled and said, Now that your family has found you, you should go back. The little girl was ultimately a stranger to him. Their separation was destined from the moment they met. But I'm a little reluctant to part with my brother-in-law. The little girl's voice was weak, and she looked like she was about to cry. There's nothing to be reluctant about. If fate allows, we might meet again in the future. Lin Chen smiled. Yes. Upon hearing this, the little girl nodded emphatically. We will definitely meet again in the future. Where are your family? Should I take you? Lin Chen smiled and asked. No need, brother-in-law. I'll leave on my own. The little girl quickly replied upon hearing Lin Chen's words. All right then. See you again sometime. Lin Chen clearly caught a glimpse of worry in the little girl's eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. He simply smiled and said goodbye. Oh, right, you can keep this sword as a souvenir. Lin Chen took out an orange glowing sword and handed it directly to the little girl. Thank you, brother-in-law. The little girl carefully took the orange light sword, put it away as if it were a priceless treasure, and then left immediately. A little girl's clear and melodious voice drifted from afar, tinged with the sadness of parting. Brother-in-law, you'd better do your best, or you won't be my brother-in-law. Watching the little girl gradually disappear, Lin Chen felt a pang of sadness and a strange sense of reluctance, but ultimately said nothing, simply watching her vanish in silence. Above the gates of the Wilderness State Academy, several powerful figures stood in the air, seemingly waiting for something. These men were dressed in uniform armor, with resolute faces, exuding the iron will and murderous aura of soldiers. The little princess ran away all by herself this time. Luckily, she notified us a few days ago through the summoning jade. Otherwise, we don't know how long we would have had to search for her. It seems the little princess is not in danger now. Otherwise, the king would probably start another indiscriminate killing spree when we get back, someone sighed. Dynastic changes are inevitable. Not to mention that we cannot speculate about the king. Even Marquis Yu, Han Tianyu, is a variable in the dynasty. I've heard that he's very much favored by the king now. It seems that his affair with Princess Schwerer is bound to happen sooner or later. Do you think the king would allow someone capable of competing with the princes for the throne in the future? Everything the king does with Han Tianyu is just an illusion, someone sneered. However, even if Han Tianyu doesn't become king in the future dynasty, he will at least be the most powerful person after the king. His talent and strength are undeniable, so this is an inevitable result. On the contrary, the prince should be worried, because although they are all secretly cultivating and learning in various states, they are ultimately no match for Han Tianyu. I heard that the 9th prince is at the Desolate State Academy right here. I wonder if it's true. The future dynasty will inevitably face a reshuffle, and the key person is Han Tianyu. We just need to sit back and watch everything, the leader said, his face cold and calm. Just then, the little girl appeared, and the group landed immediately, then knelt on one knee, saying respectfully, "Greetings, little princess." The little girl looked at the group, nodded, and said with an air of authority, "Let's go back." "Yes," they all said in unison. Immediately, the enormous sedan chair appeared out of thin air, emanating a powerful aura unique to 6th-tier monarch-level artifacts. The little girl seemed used to everything around her. She turned and looked in a certain direction from the academy, muttering to herself, "Goodbye, brother-in-law." After speaking, he stepped directly into the sedan chair. The group exchanged glances, nodded in unison, and then quickly disappeared into the air with the sedan chair, as if nothing had ever happened. Soon, several powerful auras appeared, but when it was realized that there were no auras, they disappeared immediately. Chapter 139, Imperial Examination. 3 months passed quickly, and the day of the inner court assessment arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen opened his eyes, finished his cultivation, and showed satisfaction and anticipation on his face. In 3 months, his cultivation level had broken through from the 2nd rank of the Yuanwu realm to the 4th rank. Although his physical body was still at the limit of the Yuanwu realm, his strength had also improved slightly due to the improvement in his cultivation level. Of course, his biggest gain was finding and absorbing many books on weapon crafting in mid-March, which greatly changed his understanding of weapon crafting and its materials. He now recognized many of the materials he had previously obtained. During this period, he also crafted several sets of top-grade 3rd-tier armor. Although their effects were not significant for his current strength, they were better than nothing. At least for now, without using the Divine Dragon technique to abandon the advantage of his physical body, he could still face anyone at any level of the Yuanwu realm. As he got up and walked outside, Zhang Chen appeared. Seeing Lin Chen's current state, Zhang Chen was taken aback and felt a sense of surprise. He actually sensed a powerful force emanating from Lin Chen, at least twice as strong as it had been 3 months ago. "Junior brother, you've broken through again?" Zhang Chen asked slowly, his voice filled with trepidation. "I'm lucky. I've broken through to the 4th grade Yuanwu realm." Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately shouted, "Ah, I can't live anymore. You actually advanced 2 ranks in a row." "Everyone says it's just good luck." Lin Chen smiled. Then, sensing the aura emanating from Zhang Chen, he couldn't help but smile again. "So, 2nd senior brother has also improved, reaching the 2nd rank of the Yuanwu realm. I thought I could catch up with you because of this, but I never expected that not only did your cultivation level also improve, but you also improved by 2 ranks at once." Zhang Chen turned his head and sneered. "Sigh, forget it. I shouldn't have compared myself to you." Zhang Chen shook his head and sighed. "Junior brother, am I just moving in the direction you were thinking? I want to improve my cultivation and strength as soon as possible. Go to the desolate region sooner, and let you realize your wish of getting everything while lying down." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "All right, I won't argue with you anymore. Let's go. The assessment is about to begin." Zhang Chen sighed, and then spoke calmly. "Hey, don't rush. I have something to give to my senior brother." A yellow robe appeared in Lin Chen's hand, emitting a peculiar aura. "What is this?" Zhang Chen was stunned as he looked at the yellow shirt in Lin Chen's hand. "This is a tier 3 armor, so I'll give it to you, senior brother." Lin Chen smiled faintly. Zhang Chun glanced at Lin Chen, suppressing his curiosity and speculation, and accepted the item without any hesitation. Junior brother, tell me honestly, is it like alchemy, where as long as you have enough materials, you can— Zhang Chun asked mysteriously. Lin Chen smiled without saying anything, but nodded. Upon receiving Lin Chen's affirmative reply, Zhang Chun sighed instantly, his eyes filled with envy. Junior brother is so lucky to possess such heaven-defying abilities. Don't you even know who I am? Lin Chen said shamelessly. You my junior brother, Zhang Chen's junior brother. After saying this, the two burst into laughter and then left the courtyard. The outer palace's central square was bustling with activity as numerous outer palace disciples gathered there, all because the inner palace's assessment was about to take place. I heard that all disciples from the outer palace can participate in this assessment, and if they're lucky, they might even get some benefit from the assessment grounds. That's right, but there are just too many people. When did the outer sect have so many disciples? Someone looked around, looking surprised. I wonder who will get first place in this assessment. Is there even question? It's naturally Lin Chen. Don't you even know what Lin Chen has done since joining the academy? Everyone fell into thought and then nodded in agreement. For the past 3 months, Lin Chen's name has resounded throughout the academy. After all, the entire desolate state was shaken after the Liu family announced that Lin Chen was Liu Ye's fiancée. The most beautiful woman in the desolate state, everyone's dream lover, has now been won over by Lin Chen. No one can help but know about Lin Chen. After entering the manor, Lin Chen crippled by Wu Wei with one move, killed by Wu Hin on the life and death arena, defeated the young representative of the fire sect at Liu Ye's birthday banquet, and became the monstrous Wu Yun on the desolate state ranking. He also forced Mu Feng of the wood sect to collapse and suffer humiliation. Furthermore, he had countless conflicts with the Bai family. Any one of these achievements would be enough to make all the disciples know the name Lin Chen. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. Although Lin Chen's strength is heaven-defying, he will eventually die in this assessment. I've heard that Bai Han from the Bai family will try to harm Lin Chen during the assessment, so the first place is still unknown. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately identified the speaker and fell into thought. They all knew one thing. Bai Han had spread rumors about Lin Chen 3 months ago and threatened to kill Lin Chen during today's assessment to avenge his elder brother, Bai Wuhan. If Bai Han had said this alone, they might have just taken it as a joke. After all, the difference in strength between Bai Han and Lin Chen was not small. But Bai Han had the support of the Bai family behind him, which made a difference. If the Bai family secretly helps Bai Han, Lin Chen might really die this time. Hey, why should we care about these things? We're not participating in this assessment to pray for joining the inner court, nor are we hoping to be number one. We're here to improve our strength and gain something from the assessment. What does the rest have to do with us? Someone suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. To hell with being number one. To hell with the inner court. What does that have to do with us? We just want to improve our strength. Just then, a handsome man in white slowly approached, attracting the attention of the crowd. Isn't this the one with the white mark? Someone recognized the person instantly, their eyes showing surprise. Bai Han's gaze swept over the crowd, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He walked directly to the front of the crowd, staring at the sky above the square as if waiting for something, while seemingly unaware of everything around him, exuding an extraordinary aura that made people dare not approach him easily. What's with the arrogance? If it weren't for the Bai family backing him, he'd be no different from us, someone said with a disdainful look, clearly extremely dissatisfied with Bai Han's attitude. Upon hearing this, Bai Han slowly turned his head, his face calm and indifferent. Identity is also a form of strength. In an instant, the person who had just spoken was speechless, not knowing what to say. The crowd glanced at the person who had just spoken, their eyes filled with amusement. Although they didn't want to admit it, status was indeed a part of one's power. Just then, a young man dressed in white with a strange and wicked smile slowly approached, instantly drawing everyone's attention once again. It's Lin Chen. It's Lin Chen, someone shouted instantly, his face full of excitement. Seeing someone so excited, Lin Chen was taken aback and wondered, am I really that famous now? In fact, Lin Chen's reputation is now very high, even higher than that of most of the prodigies on the desolate state ranking. Most people in the outer palace envy and admire Lin Chen, simply because of his relationship with Liu Ye, and his strength and extraordinary talent that are commensurate with Liu Ye's. If Lin Chen were not strong or talented enough, yet still managed to be with Liu Ye, they would definitely fight him and teach him a lesson. But Lin Chen possesses the strength and talent that make them both fear and admire him. Strong abilities and talent often translate into immense personal charisma, drawing many people to them unconsciously. It seems you're quite popular these days, junior brother. Zhang Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the fervor and admiration in everyone's eyes. Perhaps everything comes down to strength. The day I'm no match for them, the more they admire me now, the more they'll look down on me then, Lin Chen said calmly, fully understanding the underlying principles. Seeing how popular Lin Chen was, Bai Hen stared intently at Lin Chen, his face contorted with rage, and his entire body radiating intense, killing intent. Sensing Bai Hen's killing intent, Lin Chen stepped forward, his eyes slightly narrowed, and a faint smile on his face. Bai Hen, long time no see. We might meet one last time soon. Bai Hen snorted coldly, his tone unfriendly. He then regained his composure. Although he desperately wanted to kill Lin Chen right now to avenge his elder brother Bai Wuan, reason told him that he couldn't and wouldn't do it. Lin Chen's strength is many times greater than his. He can't kill Lin Chen. Thinking back to the conflict he had with Lin Chen, he now felt a little ironic. He never expected that the unknown person he once looked down upon would not only join the Wilderness Academy without taking the exam, but also kill his idolized and proud elder brother after entering the academy. How could he accept this? What's most infuriating is that 3 months ago, Lin Chen suddenly became the son-in-law of the Liu family and Liu Ye's fiancée. How unacceptable yet enviable is this outcome? It undoubtedly makes it even more difficult for him to kill Lin Chen for revenge. Given Lin Chen's current status, even the Bai family can only plan to secretly eliminate Lin Chen during this assessment. If he wanted to kill Lin Chen and take revenge on his own, he probably wouldn't have a chance in this lifetime. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Hen, his voice cold. I want to say the same thing. He would not stand up to anyone who wanted to kill him, whether it was Bai Yun or Bai Hen. Don't think that just because you've become the son-in-law of the Liu family, I won't dare to do anything. Don't worry. If Liu Ye can't get married after you die, I'll reluctantly accept her. Bai Hen suddenly said with a wicked smile. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and his voice was like ice. If you want to die sooner, I can grant your wish right now. Sensing the determination in Lin Chen's eyes and the killing intent emanating from his body, Bai Hen froze for a moment, not daring to say anything more. He then simply snorted and turned his head away. For some reason, he actually had a strange premonition that Lin Chen would dare to kill him here. Once we enter the assessment area, I'll deal with you slowly. Bai Hen thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the sky above the plaza, a look of anticipation on his face. After glancing at Bai Hen, Lin Chen turned back and looked towards the square. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared above the square. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He recognized both of them, Bai Yun and Jiu Jian. As if sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Bai Yun's lips curled up slightly. Then his gaze swept over everyone, and his voice was deep and powerful. There are 3 points in this assessment. First, all disciples from the outer palace can participate. Secondly, the assessment will take place in a small world inhabited by phantom demons. It is rich in cultivation resources and phantom demons. You can use the cultivation resources you obtain there on your own without having to hand them over. The assessment will involve hunting phantom demons. Due to the unique rules within this small world, you will obtain corresponding demon runes every time you slay a phantom demon. The number of demon runes depends on the cultivation level and strength of the phantom demon you slay. You will find out exactly how many demon runes correspond to which strength of phantom demon. To clarify, in addition to hunting phantom demons, demon runes can also be obtained by plundering other disciples. Only half can be plundered each time, and each person can only be plundered once a day. The assessment will last for 7 days. After 7 days, the top 50 people in terms of the number of demonic runes can enter the inner palace. Third, once you have at least 1 demon rune, you can activate it to leave the small world ahead of time. This is the only way for you to leave early. Otherwise, you can only stay for 7 days until the assessment ends, and you will automatically leave the small world. Everyone listened carefully to Bai Yun's words, for this concerned not only their opportunity, but also their lives. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Bai Yun's last words. Simply put, once you enter the small world and obtain a demon rune, you'll have a way to save your life. At worst, you can activate the demon rune and leave early to avoid having your demon rune stolen or being hunted down, where you might encounter a powerful phantom demon that you can't deal with. Safety comes first in everything. Without life, everything is meaningless. After announcing the rules and precautions, Bai Yun and Zhou Jian simultaneously waved their sleeves, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and a small world entrance vortex instantly appeared in the center of the square. All right, you can go in now. Bai Yun's gaze swept over everyone, his voice indifferent. Seeing this, everyone stepped into the vortex. Bai Hen glanced at Lin Chen, his voice vicious and provocative. Lin Chen, if you dare to go in, I guarantee you'll die inside and never come out. After speaking, he entered the vortex directly. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing how your Bai family will deal with me. After speaking, he also entered the vortex. Zhang Chun, Bai Ruofeng, Luo Qingyi, and Lu Fei followed closely behind, entering the vortex directly. Soon, the once bustling square became desolate and quiet. Bai Yun and Zhou Jian waved their hands again, and the vortex disappeared as if it had never existed. Bai Yun glanced at Zhou Jian and sneered. I really admire his courage. He knew he would die if he went in, but he still went in. TSK, TSK. If he dies inside, I guarantee I won't spare you, and the surveillance hall will too. Zhou Jian glanced at Bai Yun with a cold expression, his voice icy cold. Hee, I don't know what Elder Jujin is talking about, but if he really died inside, he was definitely killed by the illusion demon. Bai Yun said with a mocking smile, his eyes filled with smugness and disdain. The Bai family made 3 arrangements inside, making it difficult for Lin Chen to get out alive. It's a pity about the secrets in the martial lord's tomb. Bai Yun sighed inwardly. Then his gaze shifted, and he thought to himself, however, your so-called senior brother seems to have also entered the martial lord's tomb and made quite rapid progress. Perhaps he also obtained something good from the tomb. It seems that from now on, I should set my sights on your senior brother, Lin Chen. On the other side, not far from the desolate State Academy, several powerful figures in black stood, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, the space not far away trembled, spiritual energy surged, and then a vortex appeared. The group immediately entered it. After the group entered, the vortex quickly disappeared as if it had never existed. Chapter 140 Life is like a dream, the finale. Outside the luxurious yet rustic inn, a learned old man holds a yellowed book and is slowly telling a story to a group of children. He pauses from time to time, his eyes filled with endless memories, and his face is full of sighs and lamentations. Teacher, what happens after that? A 7 or 8-year-old boy suddenly asked, his face full of curiosity, his eyes sparkling with a mysterious longing. The old man snapped out of his reverie, looked at the little boy before him, and smiled faintly. Later, he went through countless dangers and eventually became the first person in the universe. Hey, teacher, how could you do this? You were explaining it so carefully just now. Why did you skip over it all? The little boy shook his head, his tone clearly showing resistance. All right, that's all for today. We'll talk about the rest later. The old man said slowly, then dismissed everyone, leaving only the little boy who lingered. The old man looked at the little boy and shook his head. His eyes seemed to recall a similar scene, and there was a strange familiarity in his gaze as he looked at the little boy. Instead of knowing about him, why don't you go and see him for yourself? The old man said slowly, his face full of kindness. Teacher, what do you mean? The little boy looked bewildered, his eyes darting around. In a few days, the entrance examination for the Wilderness Academy he established here will begin again. That was where he started. The old man patiently guided him, and then his figure turned into a breeze and disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there. The little boy clenched his fists, his eyes filled with an extraordinary longing and determination. One day, I, Lin Chen, will also stand at the pinnacle of the world and become the next him. After speaking, he turned around and hopped away into the distance with small, nimble steps. In the chaotic realm of the universe, the gray-robed old man appeared from who knows when and from who knows where, standing in the hazy space. In an instant, his entire body underwent a dramatic transformation, turning into a handsome young man dressed in white with a wicked smile on his face. The handsome young man gazed in a certain direction of the universe, or more precisely, at a certain person, his eyes filled with interest and anticipation, looking forward to your future. At this moment, a graceful figure in white slowly flew over, looked in the direction the handsome young man was looking, and then smiled. I didn't expect you to have the leisure to go down to the mortal realm to teach as an old man. I really admire you. If people knew that the one teaching them was the number one person in the universe, they would probably be scared to death. Haha, if you have nothing better to do something to soothe your conscience. Besides, haven't you noticed that the kid looked a lot like me back then? The handsome young man smiled faintly, his tone carrying an inexplicable emotion. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. My parents are waiting for me. Let's go. The woman in white shook her head, as if she was already used to the young man's quirky sense of humor. Wait a moment. I want to bring someone with me. The handsome young man hesitated, his eyes seemingly fixed on someone. The woman seemed to realize something as well, and then smiled. Actually, I can accept her. Since you like her too, don't let her persistence over the years go to waste. Thank you, Schwer. The handsome young man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Go and come back soon, the white-clad figure said calmly, then vanished without a trace. After glancing in a certain direction of the universe, the handsome young man strode off, each step seemingly capable of traversing galaxies. In a small courtyard of the desolate State Academy in the desolate domain of the heavenly spirit realm, on Tianyuan Island, a figure in green robes stood quietly, gazing at the distant sky. Her peerless face revealed a pitiful sadness, and her eyes held longing and a strange, expectant hope. Damn it! Why did you make me fall in love with you? Why? The woman whispered, her tone filled with inexplicable resentment and unprecedented stubbornness, her words brimming with extremely complex emotions. Unbeknownst to them, the handsome young man appeared like the wind, while the woman seemed oblivious, continuing to mutter to herself as if only in this way could she vent the long-accumulated longing and complex hatred in her heart. Seeing this, the handsome young man looked bitter and then reached out to put his hand on the woman, perhaps to comfort her, or perhaps for other reasons. Feeling the warmth on her shoulder, familiar scenes replayed in the woman's mind, and her heart raced instantly. Without thinking twice, the woman turned around and saw the handsome young man in front of her. She was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and remained frozen in place for a long time. The handsome young man stared into the woman's eyes, somewhat infatuated, somewhat wistful, and also a little guilty. Feel sorry. Words cannot describe his feelings at this moment. The young man simply uttered 2 words, which were full of profound meaning. The woman snapped out of her daze, a look of disbelief in her eyes. She immediately stepped back, turned her head, and asked in a cold tone, "What brings you here, and why are you apologizing?" The young man was momentarily speechless. As if he had made up his mind, the young man looked at the woman with a serious expression and said earnestly, "I'm sorry. Luya, you've suffered so much these past years. I'll come and take you away." Upon hearing this, the woman froze, her gaze fixed on the young man before her, her eyes instantly turning red and tears streaming down her face. Upon seeing this, the young man felt a pang of inexplicable pain in his heart and immediately pulled the woman into his arms. "You bastard, you want to say these comforting words again, but I... 2 lines of tears streamed down the woman's beautiful face, making her look like a child, which was heartbreaking. "Luya, I love you. I always have. It's just that I've never dared to face it. I'm sorry," the young man said slowly, and unconsciously hugged the beauty in his arms even tighter. "You bastard, you filthy bastard." The two embraced for an unknown amount of time before the woman broke free from the man's embrace. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, but she instantly regained her previous indifference and calm. "You can leave now. You already have her in your heart. You don't need me anymore," the woman said slowly, her tone filled with resentment. The young man smiled, then ignored the woman's attempts to stop him, and took her away, leaving the area. "What are you doing?" Feeling the warmth emanating from his body, the woman tried to break free from the man's embrace, but ultimately couldn't. "I have her in my heart, but I've always had you in mind too." The young man smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, The woman gave up struggling, and a happy smile gradually appeared on her face. After an unknown amount of time, the two arrived at a large hall in the Chaos Realm, where there were more than a dozen figures, creating a lively atmosphere. If anyone were here and knew who they were, they would be absolutely dumbfounded. The people in front of them were none other than Lin Chen and his family, who were now the #1 people in the universe. The end.